Chapter 1: The State's Daughter-in-Law. Dragon Kingdom, on the campus of Tsinghua and Peking Universities. Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing. What are you daydreaming about? The beautiful teacher stood on the stage, looking at Tang Mingxing, who was in a daze. A piece of chalk flew over and hit him squarely on the forehead. He then came to his senses. Ha! What's wrong? He rubbed his head and looked around. Was this a classroom? What's wrong? What do you think is wrong? The beautiful teacher stepped down from the podium and walked towards Tang Mingxing. Standing at 170 centimeters tall, with a curvaceous figure, a pair of tight jeans accentuated her perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Her steps were light and graceful, like willow branches swaying in the wind. The beautiful teacher grabbed Tang Mingxing's ear and snapped, "I've caught you spacing out or daydreaming so many times today." The male classmates nearby looked on with envy. I'd be willing to have my ear twisted too. Everyone says the school beauty is the prettiest, but they think this beautiful teacher is the most beautiful. Tisk. Tang Mingxing did not resist. The beautiful teacher in front of me is named Su Moli. 24 years old, married, no children. He mainly taught some basic economics courses and then worked as a teaching assistant at the same university after graduation. Tang Mingxing was in some pain from being twisted, and finally couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Su Moli's neck and kissed her. Whoa! A unified shout rang out in the classroom. That kid Tang Mingxing did exactly what happened in my dream. You've got guts. Didn't I hear that teacher Su is married? If her husband finds out, he'll come and kill her. Su Moli was startled by this sudden action and quickly pushed the other person away. You go out and stand in the corner as punishment. Su Moli said, her voice trembling with anger. Tang Mingxing stretched and went outside. Standing as punishment was out of the question. Without lingering at the door, Tang Mingxing went downstairs for a stroll. Teacher, Tang Mingxing has come downstairs and isn't standing at the door as punishment. After the class monitor discovered this, he immediately reported it to Su Moli. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Su Moli, feeling shy and embarrassed, suppressed her dissatisfaction and continued lecturing. Ignore him, let's continue. The whole class looked at each other in bewilderment. Given all this, how could teacher Su possibly continue teaching? You should at least call the police or notify the school to expel Tang Mingxing. Forcibly kissing a teacher, what a big deal. It's blatant indecent behavior, and you just let it go like that? At this moment, Tang Mingxing was walking on the school playground, her mind filled with two things. First thing. The Dragon Kingdom has 270 million men but 750 million women. Moreover, the birth rate has declined significantly. Therefore, the state stipulates that all men between the ages of 21 and 30 must get married. However, people's desire to get married is not strong. Therefore, another policy was introduced. Each month, 100,000 men and women will be randomly selected and forcibly bound together. To be more humane, a 1-week screening period is provided, during which the system will recommend suitable candidates to both men and women. 100 people are selected each day, and if both the man and woman agree on the match, they are successfully paired. If none of them are satisfactory after 7 days, I'm sorry, we'll have to force a random pairing. Marriage procedures are processed automatically by the system, and the marriage certificate will be mailed to your home. Many young people are selected when they are in their mid-20s. However, Tang Mingxing received the notification right after her 21st birthday. But I didn't realize that today is already the 8th day. The second thing is one's own parents. My father, Tang Hai, was a burly, rough man who didn't care about his appearance and neglected his family. He would go out to work for 3 to 5 months at a time. The mother, Zhang Yuanying, was an honest and simple woman who seemed to have experienced many hardships. Her conversation revealed that she had been educated and had gone out to work like her father. I grew up relying on the kindness of many families. But just a week ago, his father told him he was a billionaire? Just at noon, several Maybachs stopped at the school gate, and Tang Hai, the father, dressed in a well-tailored suit, came to find him. He exudes the aura of a superior. This is the true father. I've lied to you for 20 years, I'm sorry, but great things can come from humble beginnings, and enduring some hardship will do you good. Unlike a certain movie, Tang Mingxing lacked the companionship of her parents during her childhood. I'm alone most of the time. My earliest memories of eating with my parents are from when I was very young. Tang Mingxing was still half asleep when her father handed her a card. There are 500 million inside. Every Monday I'll have the housekeeper transfer another 5 million to you. If that's not enough, just ask. The two talked for half an hour, but Tang Mingxing still couldn't believe it and insisted that her father tell her the truth. Tang Hai had said everything he needed to say, and after paying the money, he left in a hurry. Wow, such a big event, shouldn't it be a grand affair? Why did they come and go in such a hurry? Tang Mingxing only had 500 yuan left in her pocket, which her father had given her last month. How did it become 500 million this month? And they're giving 5 million every week? It's 500 yuan a week, right? Upon arriving at the ATM, Tang Mingxing checked the balance on her card. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, hundreds of millions. 505 million, and you've already transferred the money for a week? He was a junior in college, and the most he ever had was 2,000 yuan. Having so much money all of a sudden is truly frightening. However, he was secretly overjoyed. At that moment, Tang Mingxing received a phone call. Who is this? Hello? The package has been left at your school's reception desk. Please remember to pick it up. Delivery? Tang Mingxing thought for a moment. She hadn't bought anything recently. Could it be? Is that a marriage certificate? So fast? After her birthday, Tang Mingxing received a notification from the government that she had been selected for a week-long screening process. However, Tang Mingxing only discovered this message early this morning, a week ago. The result was that he was randomly bound to his teacher, Su Moli. How long has it been and they've already mailed the marriage certificate? Upon arriving at the reception area, Tang Mingxing picked up the package and, upon opening it, discovered it contained a marriage certificate. According to the rules of the Dragon Kingdom, once you receive your marriage certificate, you can no longer live with your parents. They will have to move out, and a specialist will visit them regularly to investigate their relationship. There will also be regular events for these couples to participate in. Therefore, Su Moli must move in with Tang Mingxing today or tomorrow. Thinking of this, Tang Mingxing smiled slightly. This Su Moli was indeed unbelievably beautiful. I'm really lucky, but after all, he's my teacher, and we've known each other for over a year. Chapter 2. I'll come over tonight. In the afternoon, Su Moli's class ended early. Back in the office, an older professor said to Su Moli, Xiao Su, you have a package. I've put it on your desk. Su Moli said thank you and went to her desk. She knew exactly what was inside when she opened it. There was a thin little red book. The groom, Tang Mingxing, and the bride, Su Moli, are legally married from this day forward. Su Moli frowned. According to the rules of the Dragon Kingdom, divorce is not allowed within 5 years after the bond is formed. If I wait 5 years, I'll be 29 years old by then. This is also why I didn't pursue the matter with Tang Mingxing in class. This is my husband. If I fire him or call the police to arrest him, wouldn't that be digging my own grave? Although she was extremely unwilling, she dared not disobey, since it was illegal. After packing her things, Su Moli rode her electric scooter home. She was an intern teaching assistant and had not been promoted to a full-time position, earning a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan. So she is working very hard to get a permanent position as soon as possible, and then her salary will increase. Dragon Kingdom, Yanjing, Hailan Garden. Su Moli had just stopped her electric scooter when she excitedly ran upstairs. Mom and Dad, I'm home, Su Moli said, stunned as she opened the door. There were 2 or 3 suitcases in the living room, and 2 bags of my own packed luggage. This is? Mother Lu Lanfan was still tidying up, an irrepressible smile on her face. Moli, let's get the marriage certificate. You and your boyfriend can move in tomorrow. Huh? Su Moli blushed, feeling extremely embarrassed. Mom, I don't want to go yet. Father Su Chang said, this is how we do things, and the neighborhood committee will transfer your household registration in a couple of days. You'd better hurry. Once you're married, don't stay home and sponge off your parents. The father meant no harm. The idea of the child relying on his parents was just a joke. Tears welled up in Su Moli's eyes. Do you know who I was matched with? My student. Upon hearing this, Su Chang and Lu Lanfang exchanged a smile. This relationship is great. We're together day and night, which really helps our feelings develop quickly. The elderly couple didn't take it to heart at all as long as the man's character was good. That was all that mattered. Moreover, the selection and matching process in China has its own rules, and you can pay money to buy a spot. After all, even if all the men got married, there would still be a bunch of single women left, so I support polygamy. In addition to the first free session, there are 10 more slots available. After all, there are more women than men, and if the man has money, you can spend $100,000 to buy a second spot, and $500,000 to buy a third spot. The fourth spot is $1 million, and so on, with the 11th spot being $4.5 million. With a total of 10 slots, the total cost is $22.6 million. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. There are only 1 or 2 spots available at most. The Wallet's Apartments, a high-end apartment complex owned by a luxury brand. Tang Mingxing lay on the bed making a phone call. Dad. I mean, I want a watch, but one of those smartwatches. The kind that costs several thousand yuan. What are these Richard Mille and Patek Philippe watches you have? On the other end of the phone, Tang Hai replied, I know, besides those watches, there's also a smart one inside. Didn't you see it? Upon hearing this, Tang Mingxing quickly rummaged through her bag and pulled out a smartwatch. Little genius. Dad, do you know how old I am? Tang Hai was still unwilling to continue. My son, is there a problem? You're a little genius, you're a genius. What's wrong with that? Previously, Tang Mingxing casually mentioned that she liked the latest smartwatches, and Tang Hai immediately had one delivered. Several Richard Mille watches, each worth over $1 million, with the most expensive diamond-encrusted one costing $3.8 million. It has to be said that Tang Mingxing quite liked it, but it wasn't what she wanted. With the idea of getting something for free from my dad, I didn't want to buy it myself, but after hanging up the phone, I ended up buying one anyway. There are a total of 7 expensive watches, as well as a blue and white Little Genius children's smartwatch. I tried them on and they fit quite well, but they were a bit too flashy. Moreover, Patek Philippe watches are not suitable for me. They are too mature and too businesslike. I randomly picked a Richard Mille watch and put it on my wrist. I turned on my computer and started playing games. It's the latest Alienware laptop, and gaming on it is really awesome. 3. I can't afford it. Tang Mingxing laughed heartily. There's only one card left. Ha ha. Just then, the phone rang. It was an unknown number. Tang Mingxing answered the phone. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Su Moli. The school has a collection of students' contact information, and Su Moli found it after a quick search. Unable to stay at home any longer, and with her parents urging her to leave, Su Moli finally called Tang Mingxing. Oh, Teacher Su, what brings you here so late? Tang Mingxing pretended nothing had happened. Su Moli said angrily, Stop pretending. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened during the day. Are you in the dorm right now? Su Moli understood that after the binding, if the man and woman were homeless, the government would arrange temporary accommodation for them, costing 800 yuan per month. But those houses were in terrible condition. As the capital, how good could a house costing 800 yuan be? Her mother, Lu Lanfang, gave her 50,000 yuan, which, together with the 30,000 yuan she had saved before, was enough to last her for a while. But Tang Mingxing is a student with no income, and I will have to support him in the future. One can imagine what life will be like afterward. I'm not in the dorm, I'm outside. I've registered as a day student. Tang Mingxing replied. A commuter? Su Moli was taken aback, then asked, You rent a place? Tang Mingxing said, I guess so. We just got our marriage certificate, and I moved out. I looked at one of those government-allocated apartments that costs 800 yuan a month, but it's too basic and far away. Tang Mingxing's apartment is indeed not under his name, but it is not rented by him either, because the entire building belongs to his father. They originally gave him a villa, over 3,000 square meters, which was very luxurious. Tang Mingxing only stayed one night and never went back, because he was too lonely. He was all alone in such a big house, especially at night, which was creepy. Tang Mingxing is bold and meticulous, and also a top student. Her only weakness is that she is afraid of the dark. Perhaps because I've been alone since I was little, this feeling of loneliness is very painful. At this moment, Su Moli felt much more at ease. Tang Mingxing had a place to stay, which saved her the trouble of renting a house again. I'm coming over now. Tell me the address and wait for me downstairs. Ha! You're coming over now? I'm not ready yet. Tang Mingxing looked around the room, surprised that Su Moli was coming over tonight. A jumble of random things were piled up. This apartment is a high-end business apartment, with each room being 95 square meters, featuring 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The decoration, furniture, and appliances are all luxury items. The area is not large, but the cheapest monthly rent is 30,000. Tang Mingxing sent her location, and Su Moli told her she would arrive in 20 minutes. So she quickly tidied up the house and took a shower, since hygiene was important during that time. At this moment, with the help of her parents, Su Moli carried her luggage piece by piece to the small truck that had been called over. "Mom, can't I stay one more night?" Lu Lanfang said, "It's not like we can't see each other. You can come back and visit again in a few days. It's not far away. It's just that you can't live at home anymore. People will laugh at you." Chapter 3 Teacher Su and Student Tang. The night air was a bit chilly. It was September, and Tang Mingxing was waiting downstairs in a light jacket. "Not there yet?" "It's been 30 minutes, Tang Mingxing muttered to herself, glancing at her watch. It was 10 o'clock. At that moment, a Lalamove truck slowly pulled up in front of the apartment building. Su Moli was sitting in the passenger seat when she saw Tang Mingxing from a great distance. She wasn't too opposed to it. After all, Tang Mingxing was a student at Tsinghua and Peking universities, and he was also handsome. The future may be bright. However, since he was her student, she always felt a little awkward. Every time she taught a class, she would have a stern face, revealing the authority of a teacher. But now, he's actually married to one of his students? Tang Mingxing saw the truck and quickly went to greet it. Su Moli got out of the car, looking a little shy, and nodded, saying, "Classmate Tang." Tang Mingxing replied, "Teacher Su." The two were still using their usual terms of address for each other, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Tang Mingxing was quite helpful, carrying the suitcases, and a few people from the property management also came over to help with the luggage. Su Moli looked at the place strangely. It wasn't a residential area, but rather resembled a hotel. And why is the property management so proactive? Is this a hotel or a residential complex? Su Moli asked curiously. Tang Mingxing said, "A serviced apartment, that's fine." Upon entering the lobby, Su Moli sensed something unusual. Typical hotels have small entrances and mediocre decor. This place is completely different. The first floor has a ceiling as high as 4 stories, and the decoration is not only magnificent, but there is also an aquarium in the lobby, which keeps. "Is that a shark?" Su Moli exclaimed in surprise, as this completely overturned her understanding. "Yes," the property management staff quickly replied. "They do offer pick-up and drop-off services, but you have to pay for your own luggage. Today's customer is Tang Mingxing, Tang Hai's son. The entire building belongs to them. Everyone works for the Tang family. Why would they ask for money? They're too busy currying favor with them." The group carried their luggage up to the 16th floor. The apartment was located in the city center, and Su Moli was immediately drawn to the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows as soon as she entered the room. "The night in Yanjing is so beautiful," Su Moli exclaimed, having never seen the city from this angle before. "No matter how beautiful the night view is, it's not as beautiful as you." Tang Mingxing's voice came from behind. The door was already closed, and this guy was also nervously saying those words. "What if Su Moli turns on me? Wouldn't that be incredibly awkward?" Su Moli didn't reply, standing there blankly, lost in thought. Suddenly, she said, "Tang Mingxing, you've gone too far today." "Huh? What did I do?" "I just kissed him." "A kiss? I'm your teacher, this is disrespectful." Su Moli's expression changed. "How's the homework you assigned? Let me check it." Tang Mingxing realized that this woman was either making trouble for no reason or trying to use her status as a teacher to put her down. "Isn't it due next Monday?" "It's only Wednesday, I haven't even done it yet." Tang Mingxing also became assertive, relying on their marital relationship. Su Moli looked around the room, which exuded a low-key yet luxurious feel. She began to doubt Tang Mingxing's identity. Could she be a rich second generation? Upon seeing Tang Mingxing's bag again, he walked over without saying a word, opened the bag, and began to examine it. Tang Mingxing quickly intervened, "Hey? Teacher Su, as a teacher, you have no right to touch my personal belongings. This is an invasion of privacy." Su Moli sneered, "You're wrong. As a teacher, I may not have the right, but I'm checking your bag as your wife and your homework as your teacher. Is that all right?" "Damn it." Tang Mingxing thought to herself, "A million alpacas are running through my mind." He tried to flirt a little, but ended up being taken advantage of. "You didn't write a single word of your 5,000-word paper?" Su Moli couldn't help but feel a little angry after looking at Tang Mingxing's work. Tang Mingxing said, "It's only 5,000 words. I managed to squeeze it out in one weekend night." Su Moli persisted, You need to hurry up and review, don't hold us back." Tang Mingxing didn't reply, but grabbed Su Moli's arm. "Can we talk about something else?" Su Moli tried to struggle, but found that the other person was very strong. "Don't go too far." Tang Mingxing leaned closer and inhaled her fragrance again. In a great mood, Tang Mingxing said, "Let's get some rest." "It's too early, it's only a little past 10, Su Moli said, having not thought of anything else, and could only offer this excuse. He had deliberately picked a fight to establish his authority, but Tang Mingxing didn't seem to care at all. "It's getting late, it'll be midnight soon." After Tang Mingxing finished speaking, Su Moli didn't know what to do. Early in the morning, Tang Mingxing and Su Moli got up early. Su Moli was still a little embarrassed, so she told Tang Mingxing that they should try not to go to school together. She left first, and then Tang Mingxing went next. "I left my electric scooter at my parents' house. Luckily, the apartment isn't too far from the school. I can walk there." Su Moli's head was buzzing, and she still couldn't figure out what Tang Mingxing's background was. His parents' information on the student's information page was filled in as farmers. "But the more I look at it, the less it resembles him. I asked him a few questions last night, and he actually said that his dad is a super rich man, extremely wealthy." Su Moli didn't believe a single word of it. At this moment, Tang Mingxing arrived at the underground parking garage of the apartment building, where dozens of luxury cars were parked in a private garage. Porsche, Lamborghini, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, Pagani. There were also several Maybachs, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and so on. They were all given to me by Tang Hai. Tang Mingxing chose the most understated BMW X7 and drove it out. Unfortunately, there were no parking spaces available on campus, so he had to park in a nearby paid parking lot. He must have had nothing better to do. It's only a 10-minute walk, but he insisted on driving. I had just arrived near the entrance when I was about to park in the parking lot of the shopping mall across the street. Then I saw Su Moli, who had just arrived on foot. Tang Mingxing stepped on the gas and chased after it. "Stop the car." "What are you doing?" The security guard stopped them. A group of people were drawn over by the commotion, and Su Moli, who was only 3 or 5 meters away, also looked over. "I was thinking to myself, this guy is really something, he drives so recklessly. Does he think he can just walk into the school like that?" The car window rolled down, and Tang Mingxing poked her head out. "Security guard. I'm a family member of teacher Su Moli." The security guard glanced at Tang Mingxing, then at Su Moli standing to the side. They all knew this beautiful teacher, not because they knew about the school environment, but because they knew she was beautiful. After all, every man in the school knows that there is such a stunningly beautiful female teacher. "What's the relationship in Chapter 4? Ms. Su, is this your family member?" the security captain asked Su Moli to confirm. Su Moli nodded blankly. "Yes, my cousin." Then, realizing what had happened, she quickly got into the car. The security guards didn't make things difficult and simply opened the gate to let them through. Inside the car, Su Moli couldn't help but punch Tang Mingxing twice. "Didn't I tell you not to come to school with me?" Tang Mingxing said innocently, "I set off late. Who knew you would walk so slowly?" "You can't say you're my family member. How am I supposed to explain this? The reason I asked you to leave later was so we could keep a low profile and go public with our relationship after you graduate." Su Moli was furious. With so many people watching, she didn't want to get on the car in the first place, and it felt like she was just burying her head in the sand. Tang Mingxing argued logically, "I was just trying to save on parking fees. The mall across the street charges 5 yuan per hour, which is too expensive." This was pure nonsense from Tang Mingxing. He just thought it was interesting and wanted to tease Su Moli. After stopping the car, Su Moli quickly ran away. The morning classes were rather dull. Tang Mingxing is the kind of gifted student who grasps concepts instantly. When it was lunchtime, Tang Mingxing tried to send a WeChat message to ask if Su Moli wanted to have lunch together, but Su Moli refused. In the office. "Teacher Su, I heard you got married? Was it a government-arranged marriage?" a teacher suddenly asked. Su Moli was eating her takeout when she choked. Cough cough, "Yes, She lowered her head, not wanting to discuss the topic further. The other male teachers of similar age in the office couldn't help but sigh, wondering who had picked such a beautiful flower. A feeling of jealousy and envy filled the entire room. "What do they do?" someone asked, as expected. Su Moli paused for a moment, then said, "I don't know either." "Never met before?" "I've seen it, it's not bad." Su Moli's voice grew softer and softer. Do they have money? Can't you tell what they do for a living? When asked this, Su Moli thought of Tang Mengxing's BMW X7 and said, he's rich. So he's a small business owner. You're very lucky. When words are passed around, they often lose their meaning. Su Moli's husband is a small business owner. Su Moli's husband is a boss. Boss? No way, all the people I'm matched with are under 30. Su Moli's husband is a rich second generation. Su Moli's husband is a top-tier rich second generation. The news spread quickly within an afternoon gossip about a stunningly beautiful teacher always travels fast. Su Moli arrived at the classroom for the last class. Tang Mingxing chose a seat in the back row. Her former roommate, Zhang Ming, nudged her, saying, "Dude, you were awesome yesterday. You just forced a kiss. It's all over school now. They're saying you're not going to live much longer." Why? I heard that teacher Su's husband is a rich second generation, he'll probably kill you, huh? The two chatted for a while without a care in the world. Tang Mingxing and Su Moli both sensed something was off when they arrived at school today. Although others were trying to hide it, they could still tell. The news of yesterday has spread. Therefore, the head of the teaching department approached Su Moli, claiming that the student must be severely punished, or even expelled from the school. This terrified Su Moli, as she would have to rely on Tang Mingxing in the future, since men are supposed to earn money to support their families. The head of the teaching department was also surprised that Su Moli would actually plead for Tang Mingxing. Tang is usually quite obedient, but he might have been upset yesterday. I'll talk to him and he'll be fine. After all, it wasn't easy to get into the school, so let's give him another chance. Back in his office, the head of the teaching department was still bothered by the matter, and then he received another call from the security office. "Director, a family member of Su Moli from your department wants to apply for a parking pass in Su's name." "What do you think?" "No problem, what's your name?" "Tang Mingxing says he's teacher Su's cousin." "Cousin?" The head of the teaching department jumped up from his seat. "Holy crap, this is too melodramatic. What kind of family does she come from? It's such a mess, her own cousin, and he actually did it." Su Moli stood on the podium, looking around, and then she saw Tang Mingxing. The rest of the class was watching them. Yesterday's events were still unresolved, and many were waiting to see what would happen. However, Su Moli showed no emotional change and began her lecture as usual. Tang Mingxing studied diligently, filling the entire notebook with notes. Zhang Ming whispered, "Shall we go study at the library tonight?" "I'm not going. I'm going back to study, I have other things to do at home." "Zhang Ming. Pay attention in class," Su Moli reminded them when she saw them whispering. Zhang Ming quickly replied, "Understood." "Understood. I'm sorry, Teacher Su." Tang Mingxing also sat up straight, looking every bit the model student. "It wouldn't be good to get caught red-handed in my wife's class. Get out of class dismissed." At 5 o'clock, the last class ended, and Su Moli picked up her notebook and prepared to leave. "Teacher Su." Tang Mingxing's voice suddenly rang out, and the whole class fell silent. Many people wore smiles, the show was about to begin. However, Tang Mingxing walked over, and Su Moli's eyes widened in horror. Could it be that yesterday's incident was happening again? "I'm sorry for yesterday." Tang Mingxing bowed deeply. "TCH, is that all?" A disappointed voice came from among the students. Su Moli composed herself and replied in a very official tone, "This matter is over. Take care of yourself from now on, and don't let the school and teachers down." Tang Mingxing nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. But there's still one question I didn't understand in class. Can I ask you about it privately?" "Damn it," Su Moli cursed inwardly. She even asked me a question, she was just trying to find an opportunity to be alone with me. "Let's go to the office." After saying this, Tang Mingxing followed Su Moli out. In the parking lot, inside the BMW X7, Su Moli stopped pretending. "You heartless bastard, I don't want to teach your class anymore. Why did you kiss me yesterday? Now the whole school knows." Su Moli pinched Tang Mingxing's arm hard. Tang Mingxing said sincerely, I was wrong. I was confused yesterday. There have been so many things going on lately. I thought you're my wife now, so a kiss wouldn't hurt. I didn't realize we were in the classroom. I'm off work, I'm going home. You can drive yourself." Su Moli was about to get out of the car when Tang Mingxing stopped her. "Look. Let us get to know each other better, Tang Mingxing pointed to her mouth. Su Moli was both angry and embarrassed. After looking around to make sure no one was around, she gave him a light, quick kiss, like touching water. They then quickly left. Chapter 5 is all mine. As soon as Su Moli stepped out of the school gate, the X7 caught up with her. Tang Mingxing's car sped past without the two saying hello. It was still early, but once inside, Tang Mingxing was faced with a dilemma: what to eat? Just then, Su Moli returned, and the two stared at each other. What are we having for dinner? Tang Mingxing asked. Su Moli crossed her arms and said matter-of-factly, let me make this clear beforehand, I only make 3,500 yuan a month, just enough for my own food and drink. If I have any left over, I can buy you some milk tea, but don't even think about anything else. Tang Mingxing disagreed, I'll cover your food and drinks. Let's go out for a big meal tonight. Su Moli was not surprised by Tang Mingxing's generosity. Seeing the car he drove, Su Moli knew that this kid was rich. Or perhaps his family is wealthy, but the contradiction is that the records clearly state that his parents are farmers. It couldn't be explained in a few words, and Tang Mingxing didn't want to. He patted her bottom and said, let's go, my beautiful teacher wife, let's go eat at Xingyanui. Su Moli was wearing a well-tailored gray dress. The skirt hugged her graceful figure, showcasing her sexiness and elegance to the fullest. She went out first, and Tang Mingxing followed closely behind her. Once inside the elevator, Tang Mingxing pressed B3, the private garage that only he could access. Tang classmate, Mingxing, Su Moli called out classmate reflexively, but then felt it was inappropriate and changed to a more affectionate address. Mingxing, I hope you understand me. I don't want to be judged by my colleagues and students at school, so I want to keep a low profile. Tang Mingxing nodded and said, I understand. No, you don't understand. Otherwise, you wouldn't have driven your luxury car to school. I'm not fully prepared for our marriage, even though I've already given myself to you. Ding, the elevator rang, indicating that we had arrived at B3. Tang Mingxing said, I truly understand, which is why the BMW I drive is already the cheapest car I own. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing dozens of luxury cars. Tang Mingxing pressed the car key, and a white Ferrari LaFerrari flashed its lights. I wasn't kidding you, that really is the cheapest car I have here. Su Moli didn't speak, but just stared wide-eyed at the garage. Unlike ordinary garages with their typical green surfaces, this garage features luxurious ceramic tiles throughout. The walls are also decorated with solid wood and have ambient lighting. All the cars in the garage were parked solemnly, as if they were alive, waiting for their owner to arrive. This. Su Moli stammered, unsure how to begin. Tang Mingxing wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling the soft elasticity in his hands. This car is all mine. Haha, Tang Mingxing thought with great satisfaction, damn, I fooled you. After all, Su Moli was a graduate of a prestigious university and had excellent qualities. After a few minutes of surprise, she was able to calm down. Suppressing her shock, she said, no matter how much money you have, you can't spend it recklessly. We can't be slaves to material things. Thrift is a traditional virtue of our nation. Can you buy me a bag? Studying hard is what you should be doing. Strive to be a good student in moral character, intelligence, physical education, aesthetics, and labor. Wait a minute, Su Moli seemed to have a lot to say, but Tang Mingxing interrupted her. Did I hear you want to buy a bag? Su Moli turned her head to the side and muttered softly, I didn't say that. Tang Mingxing could tell she was just being dramatic, and she wouldn't pretend she didn't hear her, since they had already slept together the night before. Ding! Su Moli's WeChat rang. She opened it and saw that Tang Mingxing had sent her a transfer. 10,000, take these flowers first. How much is the package? Go buy them after dinner. Tang Mingxing didn't want to keep a low profile tonight, she just wanted to have fun. The two drove their modified, blacked-out Lamborghini Aventador out of the garage. Su Moli had mixed feelings. On one hand, she was overjoyed that her husband was so rich. Wouldn't that mean I'd be set for the next life? On the other hand, she loves her current job, which is her dream job, but she and Tang Mingxing are more than just husband and wife. We are also teachers and students, so we should keep a low profile. Just call me Teacher Su during the day, understand? You better keep a low profile, kid, and don't cause a scene. Su Moli smiled happily and then twisted Tang Mingxing's ear. Understood, Teacher Su. No, you're not allowed to call the teacher at night. Understood, wife. Xingyanhui is an upscale restaurant that Tang Mingxing has never been to before. After I got money, I kept searching for some high-end restaurants that I wanted to try. But I haven't made any arrangements yet, since everyone here is in pairs, and it would be a bit awkward to come alone. Princess, please take a seat. Tang Mingxing pulled out a seat for Su Moli, who smiled and nodded as if to show satisfaction. Well done. After Tang Mingxing took her seat, she asked, is there a reward for your good performance? Su Moli pretended not to understand again. What kind of reward do you want? Tang Mingxing chuckled, I'll listen to you during the day from now on, but... Get lost. Su Moli glared at him. The two flirted and teased each other, and the meal cost a total of 8,000 yuan. Su Moli felt a little heartache. After all, she had never spent money like this before. In her mind, this amount of money could buy a lot of nice things. It's not as good as what I make, Su Moli said proudly as they left the restaurant. Tang Mingxing, holding her smooth little hand, chimed in, yes, yes. I'll try your cooking next time. After the meal, Tang Mingxing kept his promise and took his wife directly to the largest shopping mall in the vicinity. Huadu Mall is the largest shopping mall in Yanjing, filled with countless luxury goods. LV, Hermes, Vanilla, Versace, Chanel. Women's love for bags is innate, and Su Moli couldn't resist any longer once she arrived here. I confirmed with Tang Mingxing several times whether it was okay to buy a luxury handbag. She thought about it for a long time and saved money for a long time, but she only had tens of thousands of yuan, and she still couldn't bear to part with it. Tang Mingxing said, buy whichever one you like. The two were strolling around when Tang Mingxing's phone rang. Dad, what's up? Tang Hai called, son, congratulations. Did you get your marriage certificate? Tang Mingxing said, yes. Great. Your mother and I will go see him in a while. And I'll give you a raise, 10 million a week. If you marry another woman, I'll give you an extra 5 million a week. Ha! Tang Mingxing was stunned. She knew her father was rich, but she didn't expect him to be this rich. Oh, by the way, the food at Xingyanhui is alright, right? Huadu has a lot of good stuff. Buy more for my daughter-in-law, don't mistreat her, Tang Hai continued. Tang Mingxing asked suspiciously, how did you know where I went? And how did you know I was in Huadu? Nebula Hub is my business. What about Huadu City? Huadu is not. Tang Mingxing sighed. She couldn't have everything be hers. Then Tang Hai said, Huadu is your mother's business. I have no involvement in commercial real estate. Tang Mingxing thought he had gotten used to being a rich young master these past few days and shouldn't find it strange. But he was still shocked by his own father. Chapter 6 I am a second-generation rich kid. After hanging up the phone, Tang Mingxing took Su Moli straight to the Chanel store. Su Moli was still somewhat excited as she stepped inside. My first luxury handbag is finally coming. I've passed by this store countless times, looked at it again and again, but I just can't bring myself to buy it. She also encountered many kind-hearted people who, seeing that Su Moli liked a certain bag, were willing to buy it for her on the condition that she sleep with them for one night. He was also ruthlessly rejected by her. Standing in front of her favorite bag, Su Moli blinked, looked innocently at Tang Mingxing, and asked, really buying it? Tang Mingxing nodded, we absolutely have to buy it. After saying that, she prepared to ask the shop assistant for her bag. Emoli, a voice rang out, and Su Emoli turned around to look at the person who had come. Xiao Xiao. The person who came was Qin Xiao Xiao, Su Moli's high school classmate and best friend. The two were delighted to see each other, but Qin Xiao Xiao did not come alone. Behind her was a middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 50s. Xiao Xiao, who is she? The man's heart started racing the moment he saw Su Moli. She is like a fairy from heaven. Tang Mingxing stood to the side watching them greet each other, not in a hurry. This is my high school classmate and my best friend. Su Moli. Moli, let me introduce you, this is my husband, Chen Dabiao. Qin Xiao Xiao seemed a little proud. Su Moli was stunned, and Tang Mingxing was also confused. What was there to be proud of in a husband who was over 50 years old? Hello, my name is Chen Dabiao. Chen Dabiao stared intently at the other person, which made Su Moli feel somewhat uncomfortable. Let's skip the handshake. Hello, my name is Su Moli. Chen Dabiao could tell the girl was unhappy, but he wasn't displeased at all. He considered himself to have seen plenty of women like her. I thought to myself, heaven is on my side. I'm right here in a Chanel store, I can basically get a bag. Tang Mingxing yawned, wife, aren't you going to introduce me? At this point, it would be inappropriate for the main character not to appear. The group was so engrossed in chatting that they didn't notice Tang Mingxing at all. This made him doubt his own looks. It wasn't Versailles from childhood to adulthood, his good looks had been widely acknowledged. Why does it become less effective as it gets bigger? Money doesn't work anymore. In the past, the girls in my class would give up the snacks that other boys would spend tens of yuan on, and instead walk with me in the sunset. Damn it, being handsome doesn't work anymore. It used to be my main asset, but now it's just a bonus. Who is he? Qin Xiaoxiao finally noticed the handsome boy in front of her. He was really handsome. She looked him up and down and unconsciously glanced at his chest. Young people are great. Oh, this is my husband, Tang Mingxing. She almost said student, since Qin Xiaoxiao wasn't a school staff member anyway. It doesn't matter if we know the truth. Husband? Chen Dabiao frowned, but quickly relaxed. Chao Chao's true nature is immediately revealed. Married women are wonderful. Young men, are you here to buy bags? Chen Dabiao asked, trying to make conversation, with a disdainful look on his face. Tang Mingxing said, It was a very plain sentence, and he was too lazy to say more. Which one have you got your eye on? Chen Dabiao continued to ask. Su Moli tugged at Tang Mingxing's arm and said, Let's not buy it today, let's do it another day. She was afraid of trouble. Clearly, Chen Dabiao had ill intentions. Tang Mingxing pointed to the bag, this one. Oh. Chen Dabiao glanced at it casually. Tang Mingxing reassured Su Moli by whispering, I can smell the fakery. You know this, why aren't you leaving? It's better to avoid trouble. Su Moli understood the current situation. Chen Dabiao gave Qin Xiaoxiao a look, and she immediately understood. Qin Xiaoxiao asked, Moli, I heard you make a lot of money a month as a teacher. 3,500. Su Moli told the truth, but to save face, she explained, I'm an intern now, the salary will increase later. And you, handsome. I don't have a job. Tang Mingxing told the truth. Qin Xiaoxiao and Chen Dabiao both looked incredulous. No job? That can't be. What are you doing at Chanel if you have no money? Tang Mingxing smiled and said, I'm a second-generation rich kid, my family is wealthy. Ha ha. Chen Dabiao laughed, what kind of rich kid calls himself a rich kid? However, Chen Dabiao didn't believe it at all, and immediately said to the shop assistant, could you please give me a bag of this style? It's the one that Su Moli had her eye on. Xiaoxiao, I think this bag suits you very well too, Chen Dabiao said, taking out the bag and letting Qin Xiaoxiao try it on. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Su Moli. Su Moli was also staring intently at the bag, which Chen Dabiao saw as an expression of envy. Su Moli was indeed envious. She envied that she had been matched with Tang Mingxing. Now I can own this bag myself. You guys go ahead and browse, we won't bother you, Chen Dabiao said, but his eyes kept sneaking glances at Su Moli, and the group was looking at their bags very close together. Chen Dabiao said generously, this one looks good too, I'll buy it for you, Xiaoxiao. Do you like that one? Take it. But Chen Dabiao knew he was going to go all out today and was determined to attract Su Moli's attention. Su Moli ignored him, as if she couldn't hear anything. She just held the bag with great joy and glanced at the price, 27,000 yuan. Su Moli thought to herself that she and Tang Mingxing had only been husband and wife for a day, and wondered if she was being a bit too extravagant. He asked again and again, are you really going to buy it? Chen Dabiao heard this and chuckled to himself, he really is reluctant to part with it, he's probably saved up for a long time. Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly leaned over, Moli, what do you think of this? Old Chen just bought it for me, the latest model, isn't it nice? And this one too. Tang Mingxing felt nauseous. Hey, Tang Mingxing, right? Why don't you buy one of these for Moli too? It's only 50,000 yuan. It would be so nice if we best friends carried the same bag. Chen Dabiao chimed in, yeah, best friend, best sister. People will envy us when we go out. No need, this is enough for me. Su Moli quickly said. What woman doesn't love handbags? But at this moment, she felt that there was no point in continuing to compare herself to others, though she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Having just gotten married, it's unlikely that Tang Mingxing would spend tens of thousands of yuan on a handbag for herself. That makes sense, Tang Mingxing seriously considered it. Indeed, they couldn't let Su Moli carry this bag all the time. I was wrong to not think things through, I'm sorry, Moli. Whether Tang Mingxing meant it or not, the atmosphere had reached this point. Chen Dabiao's meaning was very clear. He wanted to put Tang Mingxing on the hot seat. It all depends on how well it can withstand baking. Hello, could you come over here for a moment? Tang Mingxing called out to a shop assistant. The shop assistant immediately ran over. Sir, what do you need? Chapter 7. It can't be material. Buy a few bags, Tang Mingxing said casually, noting that the bags on the counter cost between 20,000 and 50,000 yuan. Although there are many styles, most of them are black and white. Tang Mingxing randomly picked 7 or 8 items, regardless of whether Su Moli wanted them or not. Chen Dabiao and Qin Xiaoxiao just stared at him. Moli, your husband's gone crazy. These kids are so easy to get loans from, you better watch out. Qin Xiaoxiao's words weren't exactly well-intentioned, they carried a hint of sarcasm. Chen Dabiao shook his head, sigh. That's how kids are, they get impulsive after just a few words, always wanting to compare themselves to others. I've worked hard for a long time to get where I am today. You're too impetuous as my husband. Su Moli felt a little uncomfortable listening to this. No matter what Tang Mingxing was like, he was still her man, and it was none of anyone else's business to talk about him. In the end, Tang Mingxing picked out 10 bags in one go. Sir, you have a total of 10 bags, which is 337,000 yuan. How would you like to pay? The shop assistant asked with a smile. Swipe the card. Tang Mingxing took out her card and handed it to the other party. Payment successful. Thank you for your patronage. Ha? The payment was successful? Qin Xiaoxiao stared at the other person in disbelief, and Chen Dabiao was also somewhat incredulous. Online loans. High-interest loans. Student loans. Down payment for a house from parents, and so on. This speculation flashed through the minds of Chen Dabiao and Qin Xiaoxiao. Little brother, where did you get this money? Do your parents know you have so much money? Qin Xiaoxiao still wanted to get something out of her, so she pressed on relentlessly, preferably about online loans. Didn't I already say I'm a rich kid? This money is my parents' hard-earned money. Well, it's just that they have a bit too much of it. Tang Mingxing answered truthfully as before. Qin Xiaoxiao was unconvinced, extremely unconvinced. How come Su Moli found such a young, handsome, and rich husband? Chen Dabiao, who was standing next to him, was already over 50 years old. In comparison, feelings of inferiority began to creep in. Boasting isn't a good habit for a young man. Chen Dabiao still refused to believe it. In his eyes, Tang Mingxing's clothes were ordinary, although they weren't from a street stall, they were just ordinary clothes that cost 200 or 300 yuan each. Hey! Do you know Richard Miller? I'm a rich second generation. Tang Mingxing suddenly rolled up her sleeves and shook the watch on her wrist. My dad said, no, my dad's butler said it's around 3 million, I'm not sure, but it should be about that. Chen Dabiao recognized the watch, it was indeed genuine. I was wrong to think that I could afford to buy a car for 1 million and a house for 5 million. But I wouldn't dare spend 2 or 3 million on a watch. Qin Xiaoxiao was speechless at this point, and quietly let go of Chen Dabiao's arm. Your watch is worth over 3 million. Su Moli exclaimed in surprise. I saw you yesterday, you have several. Oh. Those aren't as expensive as this one, they're all between 500,000 and 2.5 million. Tang Mingxing said it casually, as if it were something completely ordinary. Actually, this was all an act. When Tang Mingxing first found out how rich her parents were, her expression was similar to Su Moli's expression now. Inside Su Moli's head, 2 monsters were fighting. One is desire, the other is restraint. Desire, I want them all. This is wonderful. So many bags, I want them all. It's amazing. Su Moli, where's your manners? You just got married. You've already spent hundreds of thousands of yuan of their money. How are you going to pay it back? She said reservedly. Desire, what's wrong with spending a little money? He's your husband. He doesn't seem to be short of money at all. Responsibility, what about morality? What about manners? You're not the kind of vain girl. Yes. I'm not a vain girl, I can't be looked down upon. I can't be materialistic, Su Moli thought nervously, trying to reassure herself rationally. He made up his mind to persuade Tang Mingxing to return the bag and keep that one. Just as he was about to speak. At this moment, Tang Mingxing took a few bags and stuffed them into Su Moli's arms. Try them on, do they look good? Do you like them? Su Moli looked down, her resolve not to be materialistic vanishing, and her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she replied, I love it. I love you, my husband. After saying that, he kissed Tang Mingxing's cheek. Screw your pretense, you should take a break. Chen Dabia just wants to leave this place as soon as possible, and it's true that he has some money. But the other party is not only rich, but also young. This is something money can't buy. Let's go, Chen Dabiao urged. Qin Xiaoxiao nodded listlessly. Tang Mingxing didn't care about the two of them, she just wanted them to do whatever they wanted and not bother her. Please deliver these bags too. Tang Mingxing briefly instructed the shop assistants to deliver the bags to her residence. Then he took Su Moli to look at other shops. Su Moli kept her favorite style, slung it over her shoulder, and fiddled with it back and forth. His face was full of love. I browsed the other stores, looking at LV bags and Cartier bracelets. In short, they bought a lot more, spending over 800,000 yuan in one night. Su Moli was utterly shocked. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. Where did you get this money? Tang Mingxing said, I've said it so many times, it was all given to me by my dad. Oh no. Our dad. Chapter 8. Two Faces. The two were tired from shopping, and it was clear that they couldn't carry all the luxury goods they had. The staff delivered all of them to the apartment reception. Munching, you're so kind. Su Moli nestled in Tang Mingxing's arms like a gentle kitten. Tang Mingxing lowered her head and kissed her forehead. Suddenly, Su Moli saw something, abruptly let go of her hand, and walked forward quickly with a tense expression. Ha? What's wrong? Tang Mingxing asked, puzzled as to why her expression suddenly changed. Teacher Su? Tang Mingxing, another voice called from the side. Tang Mingxing looked over and saw that it was actually several classmates from her class. Zhang Ming was there too. Holy crap, Zhang Ming, didn't you say you went to the library to study tonight? Tang Mingxing was surprised to see Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming joked, you're one to talk. Didn't you say you were going home to study? Is this mall your home? Tang Mingxing smiled and didn't say anything. This shopping mall really was her own property. The two exchanged a smile, then suddenly exclaimed at the same time, what are you learning? There were 3 other classmates beside him, 1 boy and 2 girls, all of whom were classmates. Teacher Su, a girl called out again. Knowing she couldn't pretend not to hear anymore, Su Moli turned around in feigned surprise, oh. Li Yuexin, Zhou Qi, Zhang Ming, Lu Mimi, you're here too. I have to say, her acting was terrible. Su Moli walked over and greeted the group. Tang Mingxing coughed twice, indicating that there was still someone there. If she was going to pretend she had just seen them, she should at least make it look convincing. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Moli suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Tang Mingxing, saying, oh? Tang Mingxing, you're here too? Tang Mingxing's smile was forced, I've been here for a while. At this moment, the girl named Li Yuexin whispered a reminder, Teacher Su. Tang Mingxing was following you just now, tailing you. Is he sick? It feels so dangerous. Su Moli shook her head seriously, no, Tang is not that kind of person. Li Yuexin, do you think I can't hear you? Teacher Su knows my character well, Tang Mingxing said, her words carrying a hidden meaning that only Su Moli could understand. It's Thursday today. I need to see your papers on Monday. Have you all written them? Su Moli quickly changed the subject. The group quickly fell silent, not daring to speak. Hee, only Tang Mingxing laughed. You're still laughing? You haven't written a single word yet, what are you laughing at? Su Moli scolded. Tang Mingxing quickly composed herself, lowered her head, and admitted her mistake, I'm sorry, Teacher Su. Looking at the bag around Su Moli's waist, he realized that he had just bought it for her. She returned the rest of the bags to the apartment, but kept this one, her favorite, with her. Now the kitten has turned into a tiger. We're leaving now. Mengxing, want to come along? Zhang Ming quickly thought of making their escape. Tang Mingxing said, you guys go ahead, we're not going that way, I'm going home. The group then quickly left. Zhang Ming complained, wow. Teacher Su is so beautiful, but she's terrifying when she gets angry. Several people agreed with this view. Li Yuexin then asked, how did Teacher Su know that Tang Mingxing didn't write a single word? After the others left, Su Moli quickly caught up with Tang Mingxing, who had already exited the mall. Tang Mingxing looked somewhat aggrieved. Su Moli changed her tune again, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to just now, honey, don't be angry. For some reason, Su Moli showed two different faces in front of and behind people within a single day. She then proceeded to act all cute and affectionate towards Tang Mengxing. Back at her apartment that night, Su Moli was overjoyed to see the room full of bags and jewelry. Tang Mengxing glanced at the time. It was already quite late. Moli. The 800,000 yuan was well spent. It was absolutely worth it. The following day, Friday. Tang Mengxing had no classes in the morning and was still lying in bed resting in a daze. Su Moli took the keys to her BMW X7 and carried the latest model handbag as she went downstairs. I got my driver's license 3 or 4 years ago and occasionally drive my dad's Jetta. Today, driving a luxury car felt really different. Tang Mengxing was still playing on her phone in bed when a message came in. The title is indeed National Marriage Matching Bureau. Holy crap! So fast? Why are they here again? Tang Mengxing sat up straight and looked at the text message that had just arrived. National Marriage Matching Bureau. Dear Mr. Tang, congratulations on getting another matching opportunity. Excluding this one, you still have 9 matching opportunities. Today is the first day, and 100 people have been recommended for you. You can choose freely. Please download the Marriage Matching app to proceed. Tang Mengxing quickly downloaded the app to check, and found that her information was already linked to Su Moli. This information is verifiable, but only for the currently selected 100 people. You can view Tang Mengxing's information and know that he has already been matched with someone. Looking at it again, the 100 women featured in today's post are all around the same age. While none of them particularly caught Tang Mengxing's attention, several girls took the initiative to contact her. Want to get to know this handsome guy? Hello, are you a student from Tsinghua or Peking University? Hello, I'm from the art college. It has to be said that, compared to Su Moli, Tang Mengxing couldn't find any of these girls appealing. Feeling incredibly bored, Tang Mengxing went to the gym on the 2nd floor, even though he never usually works out. He just plays basketball all day, and he's built up a lot of muscle. So there are many of the gym equipment inside that he doesn't know how to use. Hello, handsome, would you like to sign up for a membership? A female coach walked over and enthusiastically offered her services. Tang Mengxing shook her head. I don't come often, no need. Tang Mengxing randomly picked a treadmill and started exercising. Suddenly, a murmur arose behind me. Many people were whispering amongst themselves. A girl in yoga clothes, with shoulder-length short hair, is indescribably pretty and cool. He gently placed the towel on the treadmill and started running right next to Tang Mengxing. Tang Mengxing glanced at her and almost stumbled. What a beautiful girl. Her appearance alone could be described as dashing and heroic. The girl had a cold look in her eyes and was focused solely on running. Hey beautiful, all alone? It wasn't Tang Mengxing who spoke, it was another guy who came over to chat her up. I don't want to know you, the girl replied decisively, cutting off the man's idea at its root. Undeterred, the man continued chatting intermittently. I'm a senior executive at a company, my annual salary is 500,000. The girl politely said, get lost. Sorry to bother you. Upon hearing this, the boy quickly left. What's up? The girl noticed the boy next to her staring at her, and she knew exactly what he was thinking. Therefore, their attitude was unfriendly. Chapter 9 Cousins. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought you were pretty, Tang Mengxing said, speaking her mind without any pretense. The girl replied, don't you think that's quite impolite? It's pretty rude, but I can't help it. Could you go run somewhere else? Otherwise, I really can't help watching you. Tang Mengxing spoke very sincerely, and the girl didn't know how to respond. He had admitted his mistake and even indirectly praised her looks. Although it was impolite, it was a pleasant thing to hear. But the girl still picked up the towel and went to the treadmill to continue exercising. Her abs are clearly visible, she has a great figure. Tang Mengxing thought to herself, don't look at what is improper, don't look at what is improper. He closed his eyes and started running wildly. The commotion was so great that it attracted the attention of those around. Brother, you'll run out of energy if you run so fast. The girl next to him couldn't help but laugh when she saw him like that. Ha, 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 holy crap, I'm exhausted. A few minutes later, Tang Mengxing felt like she had sprinted for thousands of meters. Exhausted, I sat on the ground, panting heavily. The short-haired girl walked over and handed him a bottle of water. Don't die. Thank you. Tang Mengxing took the water and added, get away from me right now. I don't want to see you. You're too damn pretty, and they'll say I'm rude again. Go away. He looked very serious, and the girl was speechless. Was this younger brother praising her or was he being serious? My name is Lin Yushang, the girl said, extending her hand and smiling. You're so funny. Tang Mingxing, looking like a puppy, stared at the other person and said, My name is Tang Mingxing. How much is this water? I'll transfer the money to you. Oh, no need. Lin Yushang waved her hand, picked up her bag, and walked out. She didn't want to add other boys on WeChat. The reason she chatted with Tang Mingxing was because this younger brother was interesting. Inside the parking lot, Lin Yushang changed into a black leather jacket and a pair of tight pants. I took the helmet and put it on. A black motorcycle was parked to the side. With long, slender legs, I took a step and mounted the bike. With a roar, the engine roared and Lin Yushang sped away. At 1:30 p.m., Tang Mingxing parked her Koenigsegg in the parking lot opposite the school. Sumoli drove away with the BMW X7, so I can no longer park it at school. Tang Mingxing had just parked her Koenigsegg, which cost over 20 million yuan, when she started to feel the pinch of the 5 yuan parking fee per hour. That's just how people are. Tang Mingxing can spend hundreds of yuan on game coins, buy milk tea for a dozen yuan without hesitation, but feels the pinch of paying 5 yuan per hour for parking. Tang Mingxing strolled into the classroom, relieved to find that Su Moli wasn't teaching her today. Now, whenever I attend her class, I feel inexplicably nervous, afraid that she will call on me. Mingxing, I have something to tell you, Zhang Ming said, sitting down next to him. Did you hear? Teacher Su drove over in a BMW X7 this morning. I heard it was a gift from her husband. Tang Mingxing, who had just opened her laptop, frowned and asked, How did you know? Did you see it with your own eyes? Zhang Ming whispered, I heard it's all over the school. How could news about teacher Su not spread quickly? You don't know, ever since they found out she got married, so many young men have wanted to kill her husband. I really don't know which lucky guy was so fortunate, don't you think? Tang Mingxing didn't take it seriously and said, Why are you worrying so much? Just focus on your class. Zhang Ming glanced at him and thought to himself, this kid got the better deal and is still acting innocent. He just forcibly kissed her and is now pretending to be a big shot. You didn't actually follow me yesterday on purpose, did you? Don't be silly, we don't do illegal things. I'll introduce you to a pretty girl tomorrow. Zhang Ming kept rambling on, which annoyed Tang Mingxing so much that she simply ignored him. Tang Mingxing listened attentively to the lecture all afternoon. She had to suppress her inner turmoil and at least give herself an explanation, since she was currently in a favorable situation in her life. Tang Mingxing missed Su Moli after not seeing her all afternoon. After finishing her last class, Tang Mingxing sent a WeChat message to the two of them, arranging to meet in the car. The two sat in the back seat of the car, and Tang Mingxing said to Su Moli, I want to do something. I'm about to start my internship. What do you think I should do? Su Moli then said seriously, with your family's financial situation, you could choose to start your own business, or work or intern at your family's company. Your parents are definitely not farmers, right? This makes sense. Farmers can't afford luxury cars just because they're farming. In the past, Tang Mingxing was very clear about her future, to join a big company, work hard, and earn some money. But now that I don't have to do anything and money is pouring into my pocket, I feel lost again. Oh, by the way, someone saw you drive your BMW into the school today, and it's gotten back to everyone. I see. Su Moli didn't want this to happen, but there was nothing she could do. Tang Mingxing's car wasn't a regular one. Tang Mingxing said, That's why I still have a Panamera, which is more suitable for you. You can drive that from now on. Porsche's design is very popular with girls, and Su Moli was well aware of this, which triggered the two little monsters in her heart to resurface. Pride leads to an unforgiving death, while desire brings effortless gains. But she still asked worriedly, I want to keep a low profile. Aren't you making me more high profile by doing this? Tang Mingxing said, What's with the low-key nonsense? Everyone's saying you found a rich second-generation heir, and that's true, they just don't know it's me. Just be a happy rich wife, don't pay any attention to these rumors. With Tang Mingxing's reassurance, Su Moli also came to terms with it. Since the news had already spread, she might as well show it off to them. Just as the two were talking, a car slowly drove past. When the dean of students saw the BMW in front of him, he remembered the rumors that had been circulating at school that day. This is Su Moli's car. He tapped the brake pedal to slow the car down, then rolled down the window and took a closer look. What a coincidence! Su Moli and that kid is Tang Mingxing, right? Aren't they cousins? In an instant, the head of the teaching department's CPU was completely overheated. What the hell? What kind of logic is this? Chapter 10 Tutoring. Back at the apartment, the two became affectionate again. Just as I entered the elevator, I heard a series of hurried footsteps. Wait a moment. A pair of hands pressed against the gap in the elevator, and a short-haired woman in a business suit walked in. Tang Mingxing was startled. Wasn't this Lin Yushang from that day? She had changed into a business suit and was wearing black-rimmed glasses. Lin Yushang and Su Moli exchanged a glance, both thinking to themselves, so beautiful. Tang Mingxing pretended not to recognize them and stared blankly at the billboards in the elevator. Lin Yushang and Su Moli exchanged a smile, then looked at the button again. Are you also from the 16th floor? Su Moli opened her eyes wide and said, Ah. Yes. You too. The two girls then started a conversation. What do you do for a living? Teachers from Tsinghua and Peking universities. Wow, that's amazing. So, who is he? Oh, he's my husband. Su Moli almost let it slip again. Lin Yushan looked at Tang Mingxing, who was pretending not to recognize her, and said, Oh, little brother. It's you. Didn't you recognize me? Tang Mingxing continued looking at the advertisement. Was this woman also on the 16th floor? What a coincidence. This upscale apartment building has 4 elevators serving 2 units per floor, so the privacy is quite good. That means she lives right across the street. Mingxing, they're asking you. Do you know each other? Su Moli quickly reminded him when he didn't answer. Lin Yushang saw that Tang Mingxing was not very big and must be younger than herself, so she kept calling him little brother. Tang Mingxing then turned around, isn't this, Sister Lin, Sister Lin? Tang Mingxing felt a little embarrassed because she couldn't remember the other person's name for a moment. Lin Yushang nodded and smiled slightly, we've arrived. Come visit me sometime. She left behind a pure and innocent smile that lingers in people's memories. Oh, Mingxing, she's so pretty and handsome. Su Moli exclaimed excitedly. Oh. Tang Mingxing didn't say anything, but her heart was also stirred. Indeed, Lin Yushang spoke very frankly, especially her pair of tiger teeth, which gave her a slightly wicked look when she smiled. By the way, her hair is shorter today. It was shoulder length the other day, but it's ear length now. Tang Mingxing said. Su Moli grabbed his ear and said, You were pretending not to know me just now, but now you remember even the length of my hair. I was wrong. The two didn't go out for dinner. Su Moli cooked several of her signature dishes. She was very satisfied with what they had done together today. At least Tang Mingxing meets all of his criteria for a partner, except for being his student. Su Moli finished eating early and sat down at her desk, working on her computer. She reminded Mingxing, tomorrow's Saturday. Only 2 days left, don't forget your paper. At this moment, Tang Mingxing was eating chicken legs, drinking cola, and watching variety shows with great interest. Hearing this made me very nervous. Could you give me 2 more days? I finally get a day off. Su Moli firmly rejected the idea, saying, No way. Don't think you can skip your homework just because you're my husband. If I don't see your homework on Monday, you'll see next week. Unexpectedly, Su Moli was so serious about her work. Without delay, Tang Mingxing took out her computer, sat down opposite Su Moli, and started writing. Fortunately, Tang Mingxing had a solid foundation and wrote 5,000 words quickly. An hour and a half later, 2,800 words were completed, but there were some questions at the end that I didn't know how to answer. Teacher Su, please take a look at what I wrote. Is it correct? Should it be like this? Tang Mingxing's complete immersion allowed her to once again embody the role of a student. Su Moli was also very responsible, giving Tang Mingxing a series of instructions. It's almost 10:30. Done. Tang Mingxing finally finished writing. Su Moli took his computer, looked at it, and couldn't help but feel gratified. It's clear that Tang Mingxing is talented and has a solid foundation in basic knowledge. It's well written. You can revise a few places slightly and hand it in to me on Monday, Su Moli said with a smile. After saying this, the two of them were stunned for a moment, looked at each other and smiled, and unconsciously, they put themselves back into the teacher-student relationship. Just then, the phone rang. Tang Mingxing glanced at it and saw that it was Zhang Ming calling. What's wrong? Zhang Ming said, Xing, let's go for a drink tomorrow. I've invited Zhou Qi and a few other girls from our school. Zhang Ming is undoubtedly a good friend, he never keeps food to himself. What time? Tang Mingxing got up and went into the restroom. At 11:30 a.m., 3 boys, 200 each. Girls eat for free, okay? Tang Mingxing glanced at Su Moli, who was still working. Okay. See you tomorrow, Tang Mingxing replied and hung up the phone. Tang Mingxing realized that she still had 10 spots left, so she had to take the initiative and not just sit and wait for her fate. Luck won't always be this good, matching you with a girl like Su Moli. If the next one turns out to be a dud, I'll just have to swallow my pride and bear it. Moli, I'm going to a gathering with Zhang Ming and the others tomorrow at noon, so I won't be eating with you. I've transferred 20,000 yuan to you, buy yourself something you like. Su Moli checked her WeChat and, sure enough, received another transfer. Didn't you just give me 100,000? I can't spend that much. She was already quite dependent on Tang Mingxing, and she was thinking of saving as much money as possible. Tang Mingxing insisted that she accept it. Unable to resist his insistence, Su Moli finally accepted the money. Nothing happened that night, and Saturday morning was drizzling. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Moli went downstairs to buy some breakfast, which consisted of nothing more than pan-fried buns, porridge, and fried dough sticks. Mingxing, wake up, Su Moli's gentle voice rang out, but Tang Mingxing didn't move an inch. Su Moli looked at the big boy, from his eyebrows to his eyes, from his eyes to his nose, and then to his mouth, and couldn't help but lean forward. I want to secretly give him a kiss. Pop. Tang Mingxing suddenly woke up and kissed Su Moli with a slight pout. You weren't awake? The girl was nervous and flustered, and a little shy. Teacher Su, you were too close, your breath was hitting my face, how could I not wake up? The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was your beautiful face, and I just reflexively kissed you. At noon, Tang Mingxing took the bus directly to the place she had arranged to meet Zhang Ming. The purpose of this trip was to pick up girls. Zhang Ming was a good brother and remembered to call me for this, so I couldn't act all high and mighty and drive over in a luxury car. They made Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi look like mere supporting characters. We're all students, so to be fair, we can just take the bus. On the bus, Tang Mingxing used her phone as a mirror, constantly checking her appearance. Putting everything else aside, neither of them is as handsome as me. Tang Mingxing was in a good mood. Although she said it was for her brother's sake, if there was someone good looking, she would definitely take her first. Chapter 11 Mu Yunxi. A pedestrian street in Yanjing. Old Zhang, Zhou Qi, Tang Mingxing greeted the two of them. Zhang Ming also waved. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a Mercedes-Benz E300 behind the two individuals. Whose car is this? Tang Mingxing asked. Zhang Ming said, Zhou Qi's. Zhou Qi showed off the keys in his hand. I rented these, bro, saved them up for 2 months. I'm showing you guys off today. Tang Mingxing punched him. You bastard, trying to act all high and mighty, huh? Zhou Qi suddenly switched to pleading. Mingxing, there's a girl here I really like. I've loved her for 3 years, ever since the day we entered school. Please, help me out, be my wingman, call me Brother Zhou today, and I'll do anything for you. Tang Mingxing laughed heartily, not minding at all. You'll have to treat us to dinner separately later. Okay. No problem. As they were talking, a few girls arrived. Zhao Xin, Zhao Xin. Zhou Qi whispered, reminding the two of them which girl he liked. Tang Mingxing didn't recognize any of the 3 girls, they were clearly not from her department. One of them stood out exceptionally, breathtakingly beautiful. We made the right choice coming here. It's over, it's over. Zhang Ming suddenly exclaimed, how come Mu Yunxi is involved? We're doomed. What the hell? Tang Mingxing was completely confused. Mu Yunxi, one of the 4 campus beauties. The other 3 are taken, but this one is still single, Zhang Ming quickly explained. Tang Mingxing said, isn't this great? What a load of rubbish. Do you even know what kind of guys chase after the school beauties? Those 3 are all dating rich second-generation heirs, chauffeured around in sports cars. You think we'd spend 600 yuan to treat them to a meal and they'd be with you? Dream on. We can't afford it. Zhang Ming was very self-aware the school beauty was indeed pretty, but unfortunately, she was someone he could never win over. Mingxing, you've got Mu Yunxi, I'll flirt with someone else. Bro, at least you have a handsome face, I have nothing. In a crucial moment, you still have to stab your brother in the back. Compared to Mu Yunxi, the other girls were also quite good-looking and easier to pursue. Damn, did the three of us go to the same school? How do you two know so much? Tang Mingxing felt that this guy's thoughts were completely different from her own. Look at Mu Yunxi, she is calm and expressionless, and she just slowly walks over with Zhao Xin. Hello? Zhou Qi greeted them, then introduced Tang Mingxing and Zhang Ming. This is Zhao Xin, and these two are my brothers. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mu Yunxi suddenly extended her hand to Tang Mingxing and smiled. Hello, my name is Mu Yunxi, it's a pleasure to meet you. So proactive? Tang Mingxing reached out and gently shook hands. The girl was indeed beautiful, with a classic oval face, long, straight black hair cascading down her chest, and a pair of bright, captivating eyes like autumn water. She has a touch of charm and playfulness. Wearing a crop top, her sexy waistline is very attractive. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were also stunned. Was this school beauty really so approachable? But that only applies to Tang Mingxing. Something's not right. Something's definitely fishy going on. Tang Mingxing's outstretched hand grasped Mu Yunxi's, but she couldn't pull it away. Hey, Mu, can you let go of my hand now? Mu Yunxi then realized what was happening and quickly let go, saying, I'm sorry. Tang Mingxing certainly didn't think she was interested in his good looks, it was just that the girl's initiative on their first meeting made him a little embarrassed. Zhang Ming regretted it a little, he hadn't expected Mu Yunxi to be so enthusiastic. Whose car is this? Asked another girl named Lu Zheqi. That must be my brother Zhou's. Tang Mingxing said, giving Zhou Qi a knowing look. Zhou Qi also started to put on an act. Hey! It's nothing, my parents insisted on buying it for me, I don't usually drive it anyway. Zhao Xian's face flushed, and she grabbed Zhou Qi's arm. Then you'll take us there later. This move is undoubtedly a declaration of sovereignty. She's got Zhou Qi wrapped around her little finger. Mu Yunxi also quietly approached Tang Mingxing. The two of them did indeed look like a perfect match, but the boy seemed a little uneasy, as the girl was being a bit too forward. Mu Yunxi, one of the 4 campus beauties, has extremely high standards. The other school beauties were all won over, but she didn't like any of them and always seemed unapproachable. Although she envied the other campus beauties who rode in sports cars, she aspired to something better. At least in terms of looks, she could be considered the most beautiful girl in the school. Even the most beautiful girls in school history, except for another person in the school, are not as pretty as her, except for Su Moli. But those are teachers, how can they be compared to students? Therefore, her boyfriend is more outstanding than the other school beauties. One morning, Mu Yunxi went to the shopping mall across from the school, bought a cup of coffee, and saw Tang Mingxing parked in the mall in a sports car with an unusual appearance. I've never ridden in a sports car myself, but I've seen quite a few. After all, there are many wealthy people in Yanjing, and I basically know what Ferraris and Lamborghinis look like. It's just that Tang Mingxing's car looks a bit peculiar. But she didn't pay much attention until she got to the school gate and realized that the boy was also a student at the same school. Mu Yunxi couldn't help but become curious. After following Tang Mingxing for a while, I learned that he was in the School of Economics and Management. I then looked up the sports car, but I couldn't find it even after searching for a long time because I didn't know the car's name. It was only after describing it to other male classmates who liked cars that I learned it was a Pagani Huayra, which cost 48 million. Mu Yunxi was tempted. Being rich was the main factor, but the man's temperament and appearance were also important pluses. The perfect criteria for choosing a partner. Mu Yunxi knew that some of the girls in her relatives' families had already been matched and married. I don't want to wait until that day, and I don't want to helplessly choose someone I don't like. So I've been subtly trying to find out about that handsome guy over the past couple of days. Knowing that her roommates Zhao Xian and Zhou Qi were getting along quite well, she casually asked, Xian, are there any handsome guys in the School of Economics and Management? Are they all particularly ugly? Zhao Xian was straightforward and showed her phone. There's someone pursuing me named Zhou Qi. I'm still testing him. But he has a best friend named Tang Mingxing. I've only seen his picture, he's incredibly handsome. Let me show you. Zhao Xian opened Zhou Qi's WeChat moments and saw a photo of Tang Mingxing, Zhang Ming, and Zhou Qi taken a long time ago. Mu Yunxi recognized him immediately, it was the handsome guy from that day. Tang Mingxing. At this moment, Mu Yunxi stared at Tang Mingxing intently, making the other woman feel a little embarrassed. You girls can order. Tang Mingxing handed the menu to Zhao Xian. After all, as Zhou Qi's wingman, she had to do her job well. Chapter 12 Sweeter Than Sugar. The group ate at a home-style restaurant, which was quite affordable. 600 yuan is enough to eat your fill, and it's very popular with students in the vicinity. The girls were polite and each ordered a simple dish, which cost just over 100 yuan in total, before handing the menu back to the girls. Zhou took the menu. What would you two like to eat? Tang Mengxing and Zhang Ming both said they didn't care. Mu Yunqi took out her phone and said, let's add each other on WeChat. Tang Mengxing felt embarrassed to refuse such an unexpected offer. Zhang Ming then sent him a WeChat message, bro, you've got this today. Tang Mengxing glanced down at her phone and replied, this isn't what I expected. Why is Mu Yunqi actually throwing herself at me? Zhang Ming glanced at Tang Mengxing's reply and rolled his eyes. This is like Versailles, isn't it? Anyone can tell she's offering herself up? This is something others would beg for. With the recent stock market surge, many investors have expressed confidence in the future. The news was playing on a TV, and the group chatted about it casually. All the dishes were served. Ding! Your bank card ending in 1766 has received 200 million yuan. Tang Mengxing's phone, which was on the table, suddenly rang. Bang! Tang Mengxing slapped her phone. The loud noise startled everyone. No, Xing, are you getting worked up over your food? Are you going to flip the table? Zhang Ming made a joke, and Tang Mengxing's expression turned serious. Suddenly, she forced a smile and said, this ringtone is a bit awkward, sorry. Zhou laughed and said, for a while my ringtone would say 5 million has arrived in my account, Everyone else thought it was a ringtone, but Tang Mengxing knew he had never set such a ringtone. It's clear that the 200 million has indeed arrived in the account. I secretly opened my phone and saw a message from my mom, the stock market is soaring, my son is doing well in school, so here's some pocket money. Have a baby soon. It perfectly matches the tone of my mom's age group. She loves using these corny, doggerel-like poems. The accompanying photo shows a large bunch of red flowers, shimmering in the sunlight, along with 2 words, go for it. The gif is so corny and cheesy, it really suits my personality. What's wrong, Mom? Why did you transfer money to me? I made some money on stocks and I miss my darling. Here's some pocket money for you. Study hard and eat well. The mother and daughter chatted for a few minutes. Far away in Europe, in a French manor, Tang Mengxing's mother, Zhang Yuanying, was eating breakfast with a face mask on. You made over 30 billion from stocks, and you left 200 million to your son. Will you take a cut? Tang Hai, standing to one side, retorted. What business is it of yours what my money is? You should worry about yourself. You've made hundreds of billions in the last 6 months, and you haven't given me much. Sha. Yanjing. Tang Mengxing's expression was somewhat complicated. Receiving 200 million made him excited, but he dared not show it too much. Mu Yunqi was observing his micro-expressions. It can't be true. Thinking of his top-of-the-line sports car, Mu Yunqi was convinced that what she heard just now was not a ringing bell. Hey, did you guys know that teacher Su Moli is driving a BMW X7? I heard it's the top-of-the-line model, costing over 1.4 million. For some reason, the conversation suddenly turned to Su Moli. I'm so envious. I'm really so envious. She's beautiful and her husband is rich. Lu Juqi said with an admiring look on her face. Zhang Ming coughed lightly. It's nothing, most people who graduate from our school are social elites, this kind of car. He couldn't say much further down the list. It's true that students from Tsinghua and Peking universities are all elites, but there are different levels. Zhang Ming may have a good income in the future, but with the pressure of society, buying a house is a big deal. With a normal income level, it would probably take 8 to 10 years to save up for a down payment. Then there are education, medical expenses, raising children, and so on. If I want to buy another luxury car worth millions, the pressure will be even greater. We don't need to. We can drive a Mercedes just fine, right, Zhou? Zhao Xian said with a smile. Zhou felt a little embarrassed, since the car was rented, and could only reply, yes, yes. Mengxing, do you have a car? Mu Yunqi suddenly spoke, testing him. Tang Mengxing hesitated for a moment, yes. Over 40 million per car. Tell me the truth? Mu Yunqi was taken aback. The subway. Tang Mengxing then added. The group burst into laughter. Speaking of Su Moli, Mu Yunqi felt a bit competitive. Beautiful women are always like that, even if she's a teacher. But they're not that far apart in age. You just got married and traded your electric scooter for a BMW? Sha. Mu Yunqi scoffed, once I've won over Tang Mingxing, I'll get a Porsche. That's what she thought, but she always felt that Tang Mingxing wasn't interested in her, or rather, wasn't very proactive. Actually, it wasn't that Tang Mingxing wasn't proactive. When she met Mu Yunqi today, Tang Mingxing had already listed her as a suitable candidate. As long as I'm with Mu Yunqi before the matching deadline, we can get our marriage certificate. The state will prioritize your voluntary choice and cancel this match. But there are plenty of ways to pursue girls, whether it's throwing money at them or using sweet words. But this is the first time I've seen a girl so eager to pursue me, and she's even the school beauty. This suddenly awakened Tang Mingxing's puppy-like nature, and she began to become somewhat shy. It feels pretty good to be passive. At this moment, Mu Yunqi took something out of her bag, held it in her hand, and extended it in front of Tang Mingxing. Reach out your hand, Mu Yunqi said. Tang Mingxing was taken aback, and also reached out her hand, opening it to wait for the other person to give it to her. Mu Yunqi smiled and let go, and a piece of candy fell into Tang Mingxing's hand. Hee. Here's some food for you, Mu Yunqi said with a silly grin. The three boys were completely captivated, it was so alluring. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi exchanged a glance. They're already talking? This feels sweeter than candy. Did you bring your ID card? Zhang Ming whispered to Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing patted her pockets. Damn it, I didn't bring any. But he wasn't in a hurry, he wanted to go back and explain things to Su Moli first. After lunch, Zhou Qi took Zhao Xian to another place for a date. Zhang Ming and Lu Zheqi made no progress and went their separate ways, while Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunqi were strolling down the street. At this moment, Mu Yunqi was also a little uneasy, because Tang Mingxing did not drive here today, and the school was 6 or 7 stops away. It would take half an hour to walk there. There were many people around earlier, so the two of them were a bit reserved and cautious. Now it's just the two of them. They talked a lot, but the more they talked, the more something felt off. Based on Tang Mingxing's description, Mu Yunqi didn't think he was a rich second-generation heir. On the contrary, he seemed very simple and unpretentious. When talking about his past experiences, they were all very ordinary. There was nothing like going abroad to participate in summer camps, or his parents throwing him a lavish graduation banquet, etc., a series of experiences that only the children of the wealthy would have. In short, he gives the impression of being an outstanding person with a very ordinary background. Did I see it wrong? No way, or is it just a deliberate attempt to keep a low profile? Mu Yunqi wondered. Chapter 13 Boyfriend. The more they talked, the less Mu Yunqi felt that he didn't seem like a rich man. There were no surprises, nothing special about it. Tang Mingxing also noticed the girl's change and suddenly became indifferent. This change almost led to Mu Yunqi being kicked off his shortlist. He doesn't consider girls who are fickle or emotionally unstable. The weather was a bit muggy, so Tang Mingxing glanced at the convenience store next door and asked, "Would you like some ice cream?" "Okay." "Oh. No, I can't eat cold food lately." Mu Yunqi suddenly changed her mind. Perhaps it was intentional. Tang Mingxing remembers that she also drank a large glass of iced drink while eating. Now that I can't drink it anymore, it's clearly an indication that I don't want to be involved with it anymore. Not knowing what she had done wrong, Tang Mingxing didn't leave immediately out of pride. I only bought myself one ice cream and ate it with relish. The two walked on, the atmosphere somewhat cold, and Tang Mingxing felt that Mu Yunqi seemed like a completely different person. The aloof and cool school beauty vibe is back. It's really hard to figure out. I've arrived. Just walk along this road for about 10 minutes and you'll reach the school, Tang Mingxing said, pointing ahead. Mu Yunqi looked up at the tall building in front of her, but couldn't tell what it was. You live here? Tang Mingxing took a bite of ice cream and replied, yes. Mu Yunqi wanted to test him one last time. If he really was him, she would not go back to school for now, but would ask him to go somewhere else to play together. If that's not the case, then go back to school. But I clearly saw him that day. Could I have been mistaken, or does he just look a bit like the guy who drove the sports car? Tang classmate, you. Before she could finish speaking, 2 sports cars sped up. It stopped on the side of the road. Yunxi. 4 men and women got out of the car. So beautiful Tang Mingxing's eyes lit up immediately. The 2 girls who arrived greeted Mu Yunqi with smiles. Yu Ning. Xiaoying, Mu Yunqi greeted happily. Tang Mingxing had no recollection of these 2 names, unaware that they were students at the same school and were among the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. There are some connections among the school beauties, their social circles are there. However, there were no melodramatic plot twists, the characters actually had a very good relationship. Are you going back to school? There's a Disney fireworks show tonight, are you going? Asked Jo Yuning, one of the school's beauties. The two were accompanied by two boys who didn't look very old. Ah? A fireworks display? Mu Yunshi's eyes revealed a hint of longing. I don't know. What time? We're heading over at 6:30, let's play for a bit first. Out of politeness, Tang Mingxing wanted to tell them that she was leaving first. But I never had the chance to speak. Your boyfriend? Zhou Yuning asked, looking at Tang Mingxing, who seemed eager to speak. Tang Mingxing, no. Mu Yunxi, not yet. The two spoke almost simultaneously, and Tang Mingxing immediately denied it. Mu Yunxi's statement, not yet, is rather intriguing. Mu Yunxi's face was cold. She was hesitant. Who wouldn't want to marry into a good family? Perhaps I was indecisive. Is it really him, handsome? Zhou Yuning teased. In Tang Mingxing's mind, Mu Yunxi's name kept swinging back and forth on the blacklist. Things stabilized somewhat again at this point. Perhaps I shouldn't take the initiative? Tang Mingxing thought about it and realized she had been naive. Winning over Mu Yunxi is easy, winning over most girls is easy too, I have the ability to do it. But always wanting to experience the sweetness of love, this kind of pure love is somewhat unrealistic. Thinking of Su Moli, material conditions determine the superstructure. If we can build a solid material foundation first, we'll have plenty of time to talk about love later. Yunxi, let's go to the amusement park to watch the fireworks. Wait a moment, I'll go get the car. Tang Mingxing wanted to win over Mu Yunxi with his personal charm rather than with money, but he was wrong. They might have been okay before university, but now that they've been exposed to the real world, they've become more realistic. Hey! Yunxi, what kind of car does your boyfriend drive? Asked Wu Ying, another campus beauty. I don't know either, Mu Yunxi said, completely unaware that the other person was asking about her boyfriend. I just accepted it without really getting into it, my mind was full of anticipation. The boyfriends of those two school beauties both drove Lamborghinis. Tang Mingxing shouldn't be bad, right? Boom! A burst of engine noise came from the parking lot exit. The sound was deafening. After hearing it, Mu Yunxi felt much calmer. She knew that this was not a sound that an ordinary car could make. A black sports car suddenly sped out. Mu Yunxi couldn't understand it. She didn't know much about cars, only some well-known brands. This one looked very beautiful. I can't recall its name, and it doesn't have the sharp angles of a Lamborghini or Ferrari, it looks more like a sports car. It can't be very cheap, can it? Mu Yunxi didn't dare to look at the others. Holy crap! A Bugatti Chiron, one of the boys exclaimed, recognizing the car's brand immediately. Wait. Sister, who's your boyfriend? Mu Yunxi didn't dare to say anything carelessly, and only said, him, classmate. Childhood sweethearts. Seeing the shock in the eyes of the two boys, Mu Yunxi immediately realized that Tang Mingxing was a genuine super rich man. So they quickly declared their sovereignty. How much is the final price? The boy continued to ask. Mu Yunxi had no idea and could only make things up, since she had already bragged about her childhood sweetheart, about 8 million? The two boys chuckled. You should check your boyfriend's secret stash of money. He probably tricked you out of 8 million. We don't know the final price, but we know this car is definitely worth at least 50 million. Oh wow, I didn't realize, Yunxi, your boyfriend is so extravagant. Zhou Yuning exclaimed enviously. Tang Mingxing parked the car and rolled down the window. Inside, they were still eating ice cream, though it was almost melted. Get in the car. Mu Yunxi nodded excitedly, but pretended to be used to it. She walked gracefully to the car, her long hair swaying in the wind, her black leggings showing off her perfect leg shape. Mu Yunxi had never ridden in a sports car, but she had seen others do. Following suit, he first sat down in the seat and then moved his feet in. It was this gesture that made Tang Mingxing glance at Mu Yunxi. Although Mu Yunxi looked pure, her makeup was cold and aloof. She switches back and forth between a cool, aloof older sister and an adorable, innocent little girl. If someone doesn't smile, they always seem cold and aloof, but once they smile, their true nature is revealed, making them quite adorable. Tang Mingxing took a bite of ice cream and said, "Let's go." Mu Yunqi suddenly moved closer and took the ice cream from Tang Mingxing's hand. Drive carefully, I'll hold it for you. Tang Mingxing didn't stop her and gave her the last few bites of ice cream. He then added, that's all there is, just throw it away if you don't like it. As the car started, Mu Yunqi didn't throw away the ice cream. Instead, she slowly put it in her mouth and ate it by herself. Didn't you just say you can't eat cold food? Tang Mingxing found it amusing. Had her period been cured by her luxury car? He knew perfectly well that Mu Yunqi was putting on an act for him. Chapter 14 Detached from the masses. The amusement park was crowded, and by the time Tang Mingxing and her group arrived, it was already packed. However, once she arrived, Tang Mingxing suddenly realized that if she were to win over Mu Yunqi, she would have to explain things to Su Moli. That's how things are in China. Nobody seems to think there's anything wrong with this. Tang Mingxing called Su Moli. Su Moli didn't think much of it after hearing this, but she also knew Mu Yunqi. They are students who take elective courses. Su Moli quickly thought of a plan and told Tang Mingxing not to tell Mu Yunqi about their situation. I'm going to play a trick on myself. Mingxing. Look at that. Mu Yunqi was unusually lively, simply because she had met the person she had been dreaming of. There were 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, and 2 other couples holding hands or with their arms around each other. Dream star. Mu Yunqi's address became more affectionate. Tang Mingxing turned her head and waited for the other person to continue. Mu Yunqi said half-jokingly, they just said you're my boyfriend. Mu Yunqi waited for the other party's reply. She had already been proactive enough, but Tang Mingxing still needed to break the ice herself. Tang Mingxing patted his pockets. When he went to get his car earlier, he not only drove it out, but also took his ID card. Isn't that right? Time is running out for Tang Mingxing. The forced binding will take place in a few days. Upon hearing Tang Mingxing's answer, Mu Yunqi playfully stuck out her tongue, then turned around and looked ahead, waiting for the boy's next move. Tang Mingxing knew that it was all settled. He grabbed Mu Yunqi's hand and led her to the next attraction. The fireworks display at the castle at night was absolutely beautiful. The next morning, Mu Yunqi returned to her dormitory. Yunqi, where did you go last night? You didn't answer my calls, her roommate asked with concern. Mu Yunqi glanced at herself in the mirror and casually replied, oh, I went out to play. Her roommate didn't pay much attention, except for the latest LV bag that Mu Yunqi had placed on the bed after she came in. Newly bought? Several roommates didn't believe it was real. They went over to take a look, but they couldn't tell it was fake either. Mu Yunqi suddenly smiled smugly, my boyfriend gave it to me. He insisted on buying it for me right after breakfast this morning. I couldn't help it. Several of Mu Yunqi's roommates knew that, given Mu Yunqi's qualities, the boyfriend she chose would definitely not be the kind of person who would spend a few hundred yuan to buy counterfeit goods. This bag is definitely real. The group searched online and found the price to be 65,000 yuan. Several roommates felt an indescribable envy and jealousy, and were extremely envious. This morning, when they passed by an LV store, Tang Mingxing took her inside and picked out a bag. Tang Mingxing didn't hesitate at the price of 65,000 yuan. Seeing the boy's relaxed expression as he paid the bill, Mu Yunqi began to feel smug. This is the man I truly love. After getting Mu Yunqi's permission, her roommates began to tinker with the bag. Indeed, this thing is too tempting for women. What's in this bag? Chen Tian, one of her roommates, opened her bag and looked inside. Wow, La Prairie Platinum Cream. Another roommate had seen this online. It's a top-tier skincare product that costs 14,000 yuan a piece. Mu Yunqi, are you trying to distance yourself from the masses? Chen Tian complained, it's so frustrating to compare yourself to others. I don't want to either, but my boyfriend probably has too much money to burn. Mu Yunqi made a cute face at herself in the mirror, convinced of her own charm. Tang Mingxing indeed had money to burn, and her desires had recently been greatly satisfied. I'm thinking of buying myself a few clothes, each costing at least 1,000 yuan. Currently, besides my watch, my shoes are the most expensive thing I own, but they only cost a little over 500 yuan. But he doesn't really have much need for things like clothes. More importantly, it's about games. I downloaded several games from Steam that I'd been hesitant to buy before, and now I don't have to wait for them to go on sale. I have to get them all. And in the martial arts online games I occasionally play, I've spent hundreds of thousands of yuan buying costumes and crafting weapons. Back at her apartment, Su Moli was still organizing documents. Teacher Su, you didn't go out all day? You have to work even on holiday. Su Moli tossed her hair inside, I'm so busy. Tang Mingxing suddenly pulled out a set of cosmetics and waved it in front of her. It's also a low platinum set. Last night, Tang Mingxing told Mu Yunqi that she had 10 spots available. Su Moli glanced at the cosmetics, her expression unchanging. She was already overwhelmed by work. Thanks, was the only reply he gave. She was a little sad. Tang Mingxing had gone out during the holiday, and she was working overtime at home. Mingxing, if Yunqi comes to stay too, this place is too small, won't it? Su Moli looked at the room. It was 95 square meters, which was big enough, but there weren't enough rooms. There is only one bedroom. It's okay, I still have a villa. Don't what? The villa isn't far from the school, about a 20-minute drive. Su Moli thought about it and realized that with Tang Mingxing's spending habits, it wasn't surprising that she owned a villa. Tang Mingxing stretched and said, besides, everything is already furnished, so it's easy to move in right away. It's just too big, it's too creepy for me to live alone. Seeing that Su Moli was still focused on her work, Tang Mingxing didn't want to disturb her. I picked up the basketball, ready to go down and play for a while. There are several basketball hoops in the plaza behind the apartment, and there aren't many people around at this time. Tang Mingxing fiddled with the basketball by herself, practicing her shooting. After playing for a while, I got really bored. After throwing the ball myself, I had to go through the trouble of picking it up. Just then, a motorcycle came roaring by. Little brother. What a coincidence. Lin Yushang appeared here wearing a gray sports sweatshirt and sports shorts. Sister Lin. Tang Mingxing recognized her only when she saw her take off her sunglasses. The basketball rolled to Lin Yushang's feet. The girl picked up the basketball and threw it toward the basket. A beautiful arc, and the basketball swished through the net. Good shot. Tang Mingxing knew that Lin Yushang had a straightforward personality and loved sports. But I didn't expect him to be so good at basketball. However, girls are at a disadvantage in terms of physical condition compared to boys. Lin Yushang awkwardly dribbled the basketball a few times. Actually, I really like playing basketball, but I'm not good at it, so I only practice shooting. My dribbling is very clumsy. Tang Mingxing could see that. Lin Yushang took another shot and scored again. Then let us have a one-on-one bullfight, Lin Yushang suggested. Tang Mingxing didn't care. She had good physical attributes and could even dunk, though she was a bit of an amateur. Why not show off in front of a beautiful woman? Tang Mingxing said, 5 balls. The loser buys a drink. Chapter 15 Slam Dunk. Who will attack first? I. Lin Yushang insisted on attacking first, but Tang Mingxing didn't care in his eyes. This was a match he was destined to win. Today, Tang Mingxing carefully examined Lin Yushang. Here I come. Lin Yushang dribbled the ball twice, holding it in her right hand, ready to break through. Tang Mingxing was inwardly unconvinced it was too slow. What? Lin Yushang, who was not very good at dribbling just now, suddenly made a quick change of direction and directly shook off Tang Mingxing. He dribbled the ball quickly and skillfully with his left hand, and after a few steps, he reached the basket, switched the ball to his right hand, and easily scored a layup. You're not very good at dribbling, are you? Tang Mingxing instantly realized that she had been tricked. Little brother, don't you know you can't trust what pretty girls say? He. After saying that, Lin Yushang made a face. Tang Mingxing noticed that she also had earrings, which reflected colorful light under the sunlight. Let's go again. Tang Mingxing retorted, unwilling to give up after her defeat. With arms outstretched, awaiting the opponent's attack. Lin Yushang stood outside the three-point line and suddenly swung her hand, sinking a three-pointer. Hollow core netting. So accurate? Sister, what are you doing? Tang Mingxing was quite curious. This girl had given him too many surprises. But since the other person was a girl, Tang Mingxing felt embarrassed to actually engage in close defense. However, if you don't stick close to her, her ball skills are really good, and she's hard to stop. The score was now 4-0. Tang Mingxing's stubbornness kicked, and losing to a girl would be too ridiculous. The key is that she's incredibly accurate from three-point range. Apart from the first shot, all the rest were three-pointers. I won't let them. Tang Mingxing slapped the ground, encouraging herself. Lin Yushang got the ball again, ready to end the game. I'll let you throw. Tang Mingxing stared intently at the opponent's movements and lunged directly at Lin Yushang. Bang! A hot pot-like punch. Being a boy, he easily covered her mouth. The basketball flew far away, and Lin Yushan was also startled by Tang Mengxing's actions, falling heavily to the ground. You're bullying me. Two lines of tears rolled down Lin Yushan's handsome and beautiful face, making him look pitiful. Looks like he hurt himself in the fall. I'm sorry, Tang Mengxing apologized quickly, trying to help Lin Yushan up. The girl flung her hand away, pouting, and said, I don't need your help. The girl who was so spirited just a moment ago suddenly became as delicate as a little woman. Tang Mengxing sat down next to her. Sister, I was wrong. His tone was like that of a little puppy. Lin Yushan wiped away her tears, glanced at him, and then turned her head away in a huff. I'll go buy you a drink. You scored that goal. I admit defeat. Tang Mengxing hurriedly went to a nearby convenience store and bought 2 bottles of drinks. When I returned, I saw that Lin Yushan had recovered her mood and was shooting hoops. Hey, which bottle do you want to drink? Tang Mengxing handed it over, and Lin Yushan casually took one of the 2 drinks. Can you dunk? Lin Yushan suddenly asked. Tang Mengxing rubbed her shoulders a couple of times, smiling smugly, absolutely. I'll give you a performance. After saying that, Tang Mengxing took the basketball, dribbled from midcourt, and reached the edge of the 3-point line in a few steps. With a gentle toss, the basketball was launched towards the backboard. You call this a dunk? Lin Yushan thought he was joking, but he actually couldn't do it. Tang Mengxing then ran to the basketball free throw line and jumped up with force. He caught the basketball as it bounced off the backboard in mid-air and slammed it into the basket. Cool, right? Tang Mengxing said afterwards, striking a cool pose. Lin Yushan looked at him with admiration. I want to deduct it too. You're wasting your time, you're too short and your jumping ability is terrible. There's a shorter basketball hoop over there. Lin Yushan pointed to another court, where the hoops were lower and specifically designed for teenagers. Although he's much shorter, he's still 2.6 meters tall. Lin Yushan is definitely too tall to reach it. But she didn't care and pulled Tang Mengxing along as they ran. Do you think I can reach it? After several attempts, Lin Yushan couldn't touch the backboard even once. I told you, you're no good. Tang Mengxing joked. Squat down. Lin Yushan suddenly said to him. Crouch down. Why? Tang Mengxing seemed to know what she was going to do. Lin Yushan was being unreasonable and directly grabbed Tang Mengxing's shoulder. Just squat down when I tell you to, stop talking nonsense. Tang Mengxing squatted on the ground, unwilling, but somehow she became somewhat obedient to the girl's words. Hold on tight. He immediately supported her with both hands, afraid that Lin Yushan would fall. She'd be in serious trouble if she fell from that height. At this moment, Tang Mengxing had no interest in experiencing it. He was only focused on supporting her as they walked towards the basketball hoop. Watch me. Lin Yushan looked very excited, holding the basketball with both hands and smashing it in. Good shot, hee. Tang Mengxing couldn't see anything, but he still flattered her a lot. Half an hour later, Tang Mengxing was exhausted and panting, saying, Sister, are you treating me like a donkey? This is never going to end. Lin Yushan said, let's play another day then. How about I treat you and your wife to dinner tonight? Tang Mengxing had no problem with it. She told Su Moli that she also hoped to make friends with Lin Yushan. Su Moli secretly told Tang Mengxing that if Lin Yushan were a man, Tang Mengxing wouldn't have a chance. It's true that girls are more attractive than boys when they're handsome. Could you call one more person? Tang Mengxing thought of Mu Yunxi and decided to take this opportunity to have a meal together. Lin Yushan doesn't seem to be short of money, so calling one more person shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yushan replied readily, okay. As evening approached, Tang Mengxing never expected that she and the other girls would be having such a great time chatting. Especially when Mu Yunxi saw Su Moli, she was speechless for a moment, as if she had choked on something. How could I not know the professors who taught my elective courses? They were finally able to meet privately, and their relationship quickly warmed up. Lin Yushan, needless to say, has a straightforward personality and is definitely a tough guy. However, for Tang Mengxing, he currently needs to carry a bunch of ingredients upstairs, which he originally thought was to go to a restaurant. To everyone's surprise, the 3 girls unanimously agreed to cook at Lin Yushan's house. Damn it, you promised to treat us, and I bought all the ingredients. Chapter 16 Undying. There was no girlish atmosphere in Lin Yushan's home. There were no pink and delicate decorations, no dolls or plush toys. More often, it's sports equipment and camping gear. Little brother, I didn't realize you had two wives and one you just got together with today, and the other is even your teacher, ha, Lin Yushang said with amusement as the two sat in a corner. Tang Mingxing looked at her with disdain and said, "What's wrong with that? Am I wrong for responding to the call?" Lin Yushang nodded, but still couldn't help laughing. That's right, that's right. Ha ha. Be careful, I might get you in a while, Tang Mingxing suddenly said. Lin Yushang's expression tightened, and she immediately shut her mouth, seemingly avoiding something. Her smile vanished. I'm going to cook. He simply gave a curt reply and left. Tang Mingxing was unsure if she had said something wrong and wanted to apologize but couldn't figure out what she had done wrong. An hour later, the group finally finished cooking. A table full of dishes. Come on, cheers. Lin Yushang raised her wineglass and said to the group. I drank this cup. Sister Lin, we might not be staying here for a while. You're moving away? Where are you moving to? Since they had only just met, Lin Yushang wasn't too reluctant to part ways, and simply asked out of curiosity. I have a villa not far away. You can come visit us sometime. Villa? Both Lin Yushang and Mu Yunqi showed slight surprise in their eyes. Especially for Mu Yunqi, now that their relationship is confirmed, Tang Mingxing is already hers. Unexpected surprises kept coming one after another. But she asked naively, why move away when you're living here so well? Tang Mingxing looked at her for a few seconds, and she realized that there were too many people and no room for them. Dinner lasted a long time. Yunqi, it's too late, don't leave. The next day. Yunqi, get up. Hurry up or you'll be late. Su Moli's daily routine has always been very stable. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunqi quickly got up as well. Tang Mingxing was still fast asleep even after the two girls had finished getting dressed and washing up. Aren't you getting up? Su Moli pushed him. Tang Mingxing then mumbled sleepily, you two seem fine, but I didn't sleep well at all. Your first class today is mine. If you're late, you'll be sorry. Su Moli said irritably. Tang Mingxing replied with her eyes tightly closed, oh, Zhang Ming will mark it for me. Mu Yunqi burst out laughing. After the two girls left the garage, Mu Yunqi finally witnessed Tang Mingxing's arrogance. The Bugatti from that day and the Pagani I saw earlier were both here. Su Moli got into a Panamera. Yunqi, get in the car. A white Panamera had just parked in the school parking lot. Su Moli and Mu Yunqi got out of the car and headed towards the teaching building. Good morning, Director. Su Moli greeted the Dean of Students. The head of the teaching department also saw the two of them get out of a car. Teacher Su, you changed your car again? Yes. Su Moli was quite frank about it, because it really felt great to have money. The head of the teaching department asked again, did your husband buy it for you? Su Moli replied, yes. Mu Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Go to class. The head of the teaching department glanced at Mu Yunqi. His mind was in a mess again. Why is Mu Yunqi with Su Moli again, especially since they arrived together this morning? Mu Yunqi scurried away in a hurry, while Su Moli followed the head teacher to the office. Teacher Su, as teachers, we should be mindful of our words and actions and set a good example for our students. I know you young people are more open-minded and tolerant, but at school, you must remember your role. The head of the teaching department was implying something, which Su Moli understood, but she didn't know what she had done wrong. All we could do was agree. Upon arriving at the teaching building, Su Moli went to her office to prepare for the first class. The head of the teaching department shook his head repeatedly. I don't know if she understood. Tang Mingxing was still fast asleep, completely forgetting about class. Inside the tiered classroom, Su Moli's first class was with Tang Mingxing's class. Zhang Ming made several calls to Tang Mingxing, but no one answered. Roll call. Su Moli knew he wasn't there, and her eyes were fixed on Zhang Ming. Ah Xing, what are you doing? The teacher is taking attendance. Zhang Ming sent a voice message. Su Moli teaches several classes, but she can't recognize all the students, and she can't even remember half of them. But how could she not recognize the person next to her in bed? Tang Mingxing. Arrive. Someone actually answered. All right. Everyone's here, right? Okay. Everyone remembers the question we left us with last week, right? Tang Mingxing, you answer it. Su Moli looked at the whole class with a serious expression. None of the students dared to speak out. Tang Mingxing. Didn't we just arrive? Su Moli put down her textbook and looked around until she saw Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming. Where's Tang Mengxing? Su Moli didn't want Tang Mengxing to take advantage of being her husband, so she stopped attending classes altogether. But they wouldn't really make things difficult for him and Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming regretted it a little. He had shouted here, on behalf of Tang Mengxing, without thinking. Tang Mengxing had just forcibly kissed Su Moli, and Su Moli could tell at a glance whether he was there or not. Teacher Su, Tang Mengxing is sick and asked me to ask for leave for him. Zhang Ming is still a loyal friend. Is he unable to even speak? Can't he make a phone call and ask for help himself? This Tang Mengxing had a fever of nearly 40 degrees yesterday and was unconscious. A few of us took him to the hospital. The doctor said if we had come any later, he would have been. Zhang Ming made up a story for a while, then suddenly burst into tears, speaking as if it were the truth. Ah. Is he all right? Which hospital is he in? Su Moli acted as if she were showing a deep teacher-student bond. For a moment, all the boys in the class had the thought, if only I were sick. He. Zhang Ming couldn't continue his fabrication. The phone then vibrated. It was Tang Mengxing calling. Su Moli walked over and looked at his phone. Catch. Large beads of sweat rolled down Zhang Ming's back. Teacher, he won't die. I told you to answer. Put it on speakerphone. Chapter 17. The School Beauty's Boyfriend. Zhang Ming hesitated for a moment, then picked up his phone and turned on speakerphone. Hello. Hey. Old Zhang. Did that little girl ask me anything? As soon as the words little girl were uttered, the whole class knew who they were talking about. Su Moli had only made a fool of herself by insisting that Zhang Ming answer the phone. Tang Mengxing, I dare not ask. Su Moli's voice came through, and Tang Mengxing knew that class must have started at this time. Moreover, Zhang Ming was caught red-handed. Without thinking, Tang Mengxing hung up the phone. So what if we get divorced? I tried to cheer myself up, but I quickly lost heart again. The first class ended quickly, and Tang Mengxing arrived late. The number of classes in the third year is less than in the first and second years, but it is still a prestigious university, and the students are just as competitive. Even though Zhang Ming and his friends love to have fun, none of them are academically weak. On her way back to the office, Su Moli was stopped by Tang Mengxing. Get out of the way. Su Moli said, somewhat angrily. I'm so tired, I really can't get up. Tang Mengxing blocked the passageway, preventing her from passing. Su Moli didn't know why she was so angry. If Tang Mengxing were just her student, she probably wouldn't care about him at all. Whether he studies or not is none of my business. But he's her husband, and he skips her classes and doesn't support her work at all. Su Moli felt wronged. I apologize to you, I apologize, Tang Mengxing said, sticking out her tongue and making a face. Su Moli still laughed. This is a one-time exception. I tolerated you skipping other people's classes, but they're all professors, and I haven't even been officially hired yet. How can I get a permanent position if you do this? Tang Mengxing repeatedly apologized, I was wrong. At the same time, Mu Yunqi also lost focus in class. The title of school beauty is never self-proclaimed. Many people are proud to have a girlfriend who is a school beauty, and some boys feel proud to have a school beauty girlfriend. In short, people yearn for beautiful things. Mu Yunqi, the so-called top school beauty, lives a life that is inherently different from that of ordinary people. 7 or 8 classmates had already come to ask her out this morning on behalf of others. I also receive some random friend requests on WeChat every day. Yunqi, a friend of mine from Peking University's School of Physical Education, wants to get to know you. I've given him your WeChat ID. Could you please accept my friend request? Yunqi, my childhood friend, started a business after graduating high school. He earns over $1 million a year, I'd like to get to know him. Your suggestions are all useless. I know a rich second-generation heir, a live streamer. He earns tens of millions a year. Yunqi. He wants to talk to you. Annoyed by what she heard, Mu Yunqi finally stood up and said, I have a boyfriend. The whole class fell silent. A few seconds later. Yunqi, what does your boyfriend do? Is he as capable as my buddy? This rich kid I know is amazing. You should really consider him. When Mu Yunqi first entered school, many boys in her class had a crush on her. Until a few wealthy guys, driving BMW X3s Aradas, cars worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. In public, he asked Mu Yunqi to date him. At this point, many people realized that in order to win over the school beauty, good character alone and good looks are not enough. Mu Yunxi, on the other hand, was proud and arrogant. My criteria for choosing a partner are simple, just 3 points. Extremely handsome, has great character, and is incredibly rich. A very simple and unpretentious request. Ideally, it should be within one's own school, so that one can obtain a higher degree. Especially the last point, he's incredibly rich. She wasn't sure how to define it either, until she met the boyfriends of several other school beauties. They're all sports cars worth millions, but there's only one of them. Until Tang Mingxing appeared, with luxury cars worth tens of millions, and more than one. While million-dollar luxury cars are certainly impressive, after seeing or hearing about them so often, they don't evoke any particular feeling. In cities like Beijing or Shanghai, it wouldn't attract much attention. But the tens of millions are completely different. Even yesterday, when he learned that his Bugatti cost more than 50 million, he was shocked beyond words. He only spent over 50 million to buy a car. Who's your boyfriend? Is he some rich young master? The love life of Mu Yunxi, the campus belle, is bound to attract attention. Many people came up to inquire. Yunxi, we're best friends, tell me about it. Mu Yunxi didn't think it was a big deal. Spreading the word would save her from being bothered by others later. His name is Tang Mingxing. I finished class at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Mingxing, Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi, and a few others were playing basketball on the playground. Old Zhang, Zhou Qi has something to tell you guys. What's up? Dude, I'm actually a rich kid. Zhang Ming nodded. What a coincidence, I'm a self-made millionaire, call me dad. Do you know how to write the word death? The group was playfully fighting. Mingxing, Mu Yunxi said, carrying the bag that Tang Mingxing had just bought for her. The girl ran a few steps and threw herself into Tang Mingxing's arms. Zhang Ming froze on the spot. This was too fast. Mu Yunxi was accompanied by her 2 roommates, who were eager to see what kind of person Tang Mingxing was. My roommate Chen Tian felt a little jealous after seeing Tang Mingxing. He's definitely rich, after all, he's Mu Yunxi's boyfriend. There's nothing wrong with a campus beauty marrying a rich man. The key point is that Chen Tian and another roommate came together to see what he looks like. You can't have all 3 qualities, tall, rich, and handsome. And now, Tang Mingxing has indeed achieved all of them. If he were a little uglier, shorter, or a bit fatter, Chen Tian would feel a little better. Tang Mingxing's sweat soaked through her clothes, clinging tightly to her chest muscles. There were many people in the stadium, and soon many people noticed this place. Everyone knew Mu Yunxi. Not only is she the most beautiful of the 4 campus beauties, but she is also known as the most beautiful campus beauties in history. However, some alumni who have already graduated disagree with this view because there was a Su Moli in their class. Zhang Ming and his friends watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Tang Mingxing had won over this school beauty. Let's continue, Tang Mingxing said to the other boys as she picked up the basketball. I'm done playing, I'm going back to my dorm. I'm not playing anymore, give me the ball. Seriously. I've been fed dog food. And it's the school beauties. Only Zhang Ming, after everyone else had left, grabbed Tang Mingxing and pleaded, Big brother. Brother Xing. Teach me. Please. In the white Panamera, Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunxi. Su Moli hadn't finished her work yet, so the 2 of them got into the car first. Tang Mingxing was looking at her phone with one hand. The old father indeed kept his promise. They transferred a full 10 million. Chapter 18. Mu Yunxi's parents. Kiss me. Mu Yunxi suddenly said in a coquettish tone. Tang Mingxing lowered her head and gave him a kiss. The head of the teaching department walked by hurriedly outside the window, and glanced at Su Moli's car. I was once again taken aback by what I saw. Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunxi are in Su Moli's car. No. What's wrong with this world? That evening, in Tang Mingxing's apartment. To Tang Mingxing's surprise, Mu Yunxi was not only good at studying, but also very competitive. He rolled up his sleeves so much that Su Moli looked at him like he was a bad student. Tang Mingxing treated the 2 girls to another big dinner, but after they were full, they were both eager to go home. Tang Mingxing's suggestion to go shopping was also rejected. I still need to study. There are still so many things I don't understand. Look at Yunxi's awareness. In the room, Tang Mingxing turned on her computer and looked at some documents for a while. An hour later, I couldn't resist playing the game. Even though the three of them were in the room, apart from the sound of Tang Mingxing typing on the keyboard, there was no other noise. It's as quiet as a library. TSK. How did he die? Tang Mingxing had just sighed. The two girls gave them stern looks. Keep your voice down. Tang Mingxing quickly shut up, looked at the character in the game, and waited to be resurrected. With the end of the month approaching and a new week beginning, the 7-day matching period is almost over. Tang Mingxing wanted to get her marriage certificate with Mu Yunxi as soon as possible. You can now apply to stop the matching process. It was already 9 o'clock by the time Mu Yunxi finished studying. Yunxi. I want to talk to you about something. That is. Ding ding. Mu Yunxi's phone rang. Please wait a moment. Tang Mingxing had no choice but to wait for her to answer the phone. It was her mother calling. Mom. A clear voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Yunxi, is 1,700 yuan okay for your living expenses this month? Your dad and I are a little short on money lately. Oh, Mom, wait a minute, I'll go out and you can talk to me then. Mu Yunxi quickly stood up. She didn't want Tang Mingxing to hear these words. Although I know he's not short of money, he just bought himself a bag that cost over 60,000 yuan. He could no longer open his mouth. But Tang Mingxing stared at her with wide eyes, and he could hear the voice on the phone clearly. After watching Mu Yunxi walk out the door, Tang Mingxing waited a few seconds and then secretly went out as well. Mom, what's wrong? Mu Yunxi knew her family well. She usually had a monthly allowance of over 3,000 yuan, which her family could definitely afford. How could they suddenly give me more than 1,000 less? It's nothing, I'm just a temporary cash crunch, it'll be fine next month. Her mother tried to comfort her, but Mu Yunxi was still worried. Mom, what happened? Mu Yunxi was on the verge of tears. I already told you it's nothing, just focus on your studies and don't worry about things at home, the mother said impatiently. No, tell me what happened. Mu Yunxi knew something must have happened at home. Fine, I'll give you 3,000 this month. You're such an ungrateful child. The mother thought Mu Yunxi was upset because of the living expenses. Mu Yunxi said, Mom, 1,000 is enough for me. Tell me, what's wrong at home? After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, Mu Yunxi's mother said, Your father's company went bankrupt, and he hasn't been paid for several months. Sigh. Now we can't find him at all. The house we bought for you in the county town is still on mortgage. We borrowed money from relatives and friends when we bought the house, so we already owe them money and it's not good to ask them for more. Sigh. Your dad is getting old, and he went to several places but no one wanted him. I'm thinking of finding a security guard job for him in a few days. I earn a little over 4,000 a month now. After paying off the loan, I still have a little over 1,000 left. Things will be better once your dad finds a job next month. Be good, your parents aren't doing this to make things difficult for you. Before her mother could finish speaking, Tang Mingxing suddenly shouted, Mom. Don't worry about this. You can rest assured that Yunxi is in my care. Tang Mingxing's sudden appearance startled Mu Yunxi. Why are you here? Mu Yunxi quickly covered the phone. I didn't want to pry into your family's affairs, but I heard everything just now. Your living expenses will be 1,700 next month. How can you hang out with me with such a small amount of money? Tang Mingxing joked. Just then, Mu Yunxi's phone rang again. The previous call had already ended. This time it was a video call from my mother. Your mother wants to see me. Tang Mingxing straightened her collar and smoothed her hair. Answer. The video call was received, and there were two people on the screen, Mu Yunxi's mother and a thin, middle-aged man. Mu Yunxi's mother's name is Chen Guishang, and her father's name is Mu Haiba. The mother, Chen Guishang, looked somewhat plump, while the father, Mu Haiba, appeared honest and simple, clearly a laborer. Hello auntie, hello uncle. Tang Mingxing snatched the phone from Mu Yunxi's hand, this time greeting her more formally. The three of them then chatted, leaving Mu Yunxi standing to the side. After some time, Su Moli got sleepy and called out to Mu Yunxi, Yunxi, are you sleeping? I need to make the bed. Mu Yunxi said, I'll help you. Let Tang Mingxing sleep on the floor tonight. I'm so angry. What happened? Su Moli had just finished her work and had no idea what had happened. Mu Yunxi pointed to the door. My parents called, and he answered them. They've been talking for an hour. Just then, Tang Mingxing's loud laughter came from outside the door. All right, Mom and Dad, it's getting late, get some rest. You don't need to send Yunxi any living expenses. I've got them all. Tang Mingxing. Keep your voice down. Lin Yushan's voice came from the apartment next door at the same time. I'm sorry, sister. I'll be more careful next time. Once inside, Tang Mingxing sat casually on the sofa, pointed to her face, and said, Yunqi, come here and give your brother a kiss. You're so shameless. Su Moli rolled her eyes at him. Tang Mingxing handed the phone back to Mu Yunqi and then said, I just transferred 200,000 yuan to your parents, so they can rest easy. Also, I'll cover your living expenses. I gave Moli 100,000 yuan before, so I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you too. I owe you a huge favor. Mu Yunqi wasn't as surprised or happy as expected. Instead, she sat dejectedly on the sofa. The other party gave her the money directly, and even gave it to her parents, which left her with mixed feelings. A touch of sadness welled up in my heart. Why are you all so rich? You don't even care about hundreds of thousands, while my parents have to work themselves to the bone. They saved up their whole lives just to make a down payment for my house. Mu Yunqi couldn't hold back her tears. Tang Mingxing felt a pang of sympathy and quickly hugged her, gently patting her back. There are some things you can't choose. This isn't a difference between people, it's just that fates are different. Su Moli gently patted her head. Yunqi, don't be sad. It's all in the past. Once you graduate and find a good job, they can enjoy their retirement. Hey! I disagree with you. With a good son-in-law like me, they can enjoy their retirement right now. Tang Mingxing's words made Mu Yunqi laugh through her tears. Chapter 19 Roommate. The next morning, Tang Mingxing asked Su Moli for leave. Time is running out, we must get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. Although I've only known Mu Yunqi for a short time, some people are meant to be together forever. Even if it isn't, it's still better than random. Tang Mingxing didn't think she had the same luck as last time and could be matched with Su Moli. In China, marriage registration can be completed online. It won't even take a few minutes. The reason they took leave was not for their wedding. It was to cancel the match. Matching is easy, canceling is difficult. Tang Mingxing made it clear last night. He'll be forcibly bound to me in just a few days. So I want to get my marriage certificate with Mu Yunqi first. Tang Mingxing knew that the pace was a bit too fast, but there was nothing she could do about it. Mu Yunqi agreed, realizing that she truly owed the other party a great favor. If it was just about buying bags, then Tang Mingxing was trying to woo him. You can return the bag if you don't want to. What happened yesterday was saving people from dire straits. It was a matter of human kindness. But this favor was too great, and Mu Yunqi didn't intend to repay it. Instead, she simply became the other party's wife, thus wiping the debt of gratitude clean. Marriage Matching Bureau. People come and go here every day. Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunqi waited all morning before it was their turn. After submitting her ID card and a copy of her marriage certificate, Tang Mingxing was finally released from this round of matching. Once outside, Mu Yunqi sat in Tang Mingxing's Rolls-Royce Cullinan, fiddling with a small red notebook. I am in a very good mood. Tang Mingxing finally felt relieved. However, both of them received a notification at the same time that they would be attending an event or gathering in a few days. All matches made this month are required to participate. Su Moli also received the notification. The date is set for 3 days from now. Tang Mingxing didn't want to participate because she got along very well with Su Moli and Mu Yunqi. There's no need to go through all that trouble, but it's the rule, and I can't skip it. On the way back, Mu Yunqi was chatting with her mother. She didn't know what was going on either. Yesterday, Tang Mingxing had spent an hour getting her parents to cooperate. Tang Mingxing's mother, Chen Guixiang, kept praising her. Mu Yunqi turned her head to look at Tang Mingxing, who was driving. Her mother was praising him to the skies. Mom, I understand. You and Dad shouldn't overwork yourselves. After hanging up the phone, Mu Yunqi looked down at her feet and suddenly said, Thank you, Mingxing. Tang Mingxing felt a little embarrassed by her earnest thanks. It's nothing, why talk about these things between husband and wife? Even so, Mu Yunqi still felt a little shy upon hearing the words husband and wife, but she was overjoyed inside. I have to go to class this afternoon, can you take me to school? Mu Yunqi truly lives up to her reputation as the queen of currying, still wanting to go to school at this hour. But Tang Mingxing was unwilling. He wanted to go out and have some fun in the afternoon, even though he had already taken a day off. Moreover, they came out together. If only Mu Yunqi went back, and Su Moli found out about this, wouldn't that expose a flaw? I'd like to take you somewhere else to play. You need a new phone. Let me buy you the latest 16 Pro Max. And pick out a few clothes. Don't go back to school yet. Tang Mingxing herself wasn't sure if she could persuade Mu Yunxi. Okay. Mu Yunxi replied crisply. Tang Mingxing suddenly found it amusing money really does have power. Mu Yunxi had wanted to change her phone for a long time. She was still using an iPhone 13. She worked 2 months of summer jobs and her parents added some money to help her buy it. Even though it works, who wouldn't prefer something new? Tang Mingxing parked the car on the side of the commercial street, and the two got out of the car. Mu Yunxi's appearance attracted the attention of a group of people. Tang Mingxing also experienced the vanity that comes with having a beautiful wife. Why don't you two take a look at our latest mobile phone? The salesperson greeted us warmly. What color do you like? I'll get one for Molly too later. Tang Mingxing changed her phone as soon as her father transferred the huge sum of money to her. Mu Yunxi looked at it carefully and then said, Dreamstar, the color doesn't matter, just buy a black one, but... Just what? Tang Mingxing could tell that she still had needs. But my computer has been used for a long time, and I want to get a new one. Mu Yunxi's voice grew softer and softer. I really couldn't resist that temptation. With just a few words, Tang Mingxing would grant any request. It felt so good. But I'm also afraid that asking for too much or too many things will upset the other party. Then let's buy the computer and iPad together. 2 sets, miss. Tang Mingxing waved his hand and ordered 2 sets of each of the top-of-the-line equipment. Okay, please wait a moment, you two can have a seat. The saleswoman smiled and poured tea for the two of them. These customers are so great they've already made their choices before I even had a chance to introduce them. At this moment, the saleswoman looked at Tang Mingxing, a hint of affection in her eyes. Who doesn't love a rich and handsome guy? It's just that she doesn't dare to be too presumptuous with his girlfriend around. Tang Mingxing took a sip of tea and casually glanced around the shop when a figure from behind caught his attention. Yunxi, look at that person, she seems familiar, that girl. Tian. Why didn't she go to class? Mu Yunxi recognized her roommate Chen Tian. At this moment, Chen Tian and a boy were also chatting in a corner of the store. Are you going to buy it or not? I've used my phone so much it's practically worn smooth. If you buy it, I'll consider becoming your girlfriend. I didn't say I wouldn't buy it, but give me a straight answer, what are you still hesitating about? If you don't buy it, there's absolutely no chance. Think about it carefully. My roommate Mu Yunxi's boyfriend reportedly gives her 50,000 yuan a month in pocket money. Chen Tian and the boy kept chatting. Chen Tian knew very little about Tang Mingxing. The 50,000 yuan monthly living allowance was the most money she could make up. After all, who would believe that a college student has hundreds of millions of yuan in cash and 10 million yuan in pocket money every week? Even for those rich kids who drive luxury cars, the living expenses of any student are only tens of thousands of yuan. It's not that families don't have money, but rather that no parent would give their child too much money during their school years. Not extravagant enough. However, Tang Mingxing herself didn't know exactly how much money her family had. Perhaps his parents gave him over 100 million yuan, just like the average rich kid gets tens of thousands of yuan a month. Sweetie, why didn't you go to school? Did you take a leave of absence? Mu Yunxi walked over and gently patted Chen Tian's shoulder. Yunxi. Chen Tian was first surprised, then overjoyed, and hugged Mu Yunxi tightly. The boy next to her stared wide-eyed the moment he saw Mu Yunxi. She looks like a woman who stepped out of a painting. The boy's heart felt like it had been ripped out. Such a beauty is truly rare. Chapter 20, The Beat of Society? Sweetie, why didn't you go to class? Chen Tian avoided eye contact and pulled Mu Yunxi aside, whispering, the guy next to me is pursuing me. He said he'd take me to buy a phone today, so I took the day off. Huh? Which department is he in? He's not a student. Seeing the two of them whispering to each other, the boy walked over and said, hello, my name is Li Hao. His eyes were fixed on Mu Yunxi's face, showing no sign of looking away. Anyone could see that she had fallen for him. Just one glance. Not only Mu Yunxi noticed it, but Chen Tian did too. Mu Yunxi had seen this situation many times. Any normal boy would take a few extra glances at her. Chen Tian is quite pretty, but compared to others, she seems ordinary. Tang Mingxing, who was not far away, simply walked over with a smile. We meet again. Chen Tiantian knows Tang Mingxing and knows that he is Mu Yunqi's boyfriend and must be a rich man. Li Hao looked slightly surprised when he saw Tang Mingxing. Handsome guy? This is Yunqi's boyfriend, Chen Tiantian said, speaking to Li Hao to stop him from having any more ulterior motives. Li Hao scoffed, "Where does my brother work?" After saying that, he extended his hand and shook hands with him. "I'm a classmate of Yunqi and Chen Tiantian at the same school, but we're not in the same department." Students? Li Hao was even more disdainful. They were just students, they had never seen the outside world. No matter how pure the feelings are on campus, they will always be hit by reality after leaving school and entering society. Countless handsome men and beautiful women, who were inseparable in college and planned a bright future, have fallen apart after entering society and facing harsh realities for a few pennies. Oh. Student, your school is quite good. Li Hao was well aware that their school was not only good, but also produced many elites. Of course, everyone has their own destiny, and only a handful of them could truly become big shots. Li Hao's family is well off. His father runs a small business and earns about 2 million a year. They recently had their property demolished and received 20 million in compensation. The family isn't short of money, but they're strict with him because he doesn't have a job and just freeloads all day. After much persuasion, he got an Audi S7 from his father and over 30,000 yuan a month from his mother for living expenses, and he lived a very comfortable life. Despite having dated countless women, he still prefers college girls, especially those with high academic qualifications like Chen Tiantian. It evokes a desire to conquer. Chen Tiantian is no simple woman either. She has 4 or 5 boys pursuing her, but she is different from Mu Yunqi. Mu Yunqi refused decisively and without reservation. But Chen Tiantian was good at keeping people in suspense, being ambiguous on one hand and rejecting them on the other. When these boys confessed their feelings, Chen Tiantian ignored them, but just when she was about to give up, she started showing them concern and care. "Are you buying phones too?" Li Hao didn't reply. Tang Mingxing didn't have much to talk about with him. At this moment, Mu Yunqi said, "Sweetie, let me correct you, Tang Mingxing is not my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Chen Tiantian was stunned. How did they break up? Just 2 days ago they were said to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Li Hao was secretly overjoyed. This guy, like himself, was yearning for something he couldn't have. However, he still has a good chance of winning over Chen Tiantian. At least she has agreed, and buying this phone could make them officially a couple. "We got our marriage certificate today. He. We're husband and wife now, sweetie, don't tell anyone else." The next sentence left everyone dumbfounded. Chen Tiantian was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't understand how Mu Yunqi, who hadn't been interested in any boy for so many years, could suddenly start dating Tang Mingxing and even get their marriage certificate in just 2 or 3 days. Li Hao felt a pang of jealousy. He had been pursuing Chen Tiantian without success, but Tang Mingxing had managed to win over a goddess like Mu Yunqi. He's just a student, how much money could he possibly have? He claims love is pure, but Li Hao doesn't believe it at all. Without a material foundation, how can he be worthy of such a beautiful girl? You'll regret it once you enter the real world. Li Hao thought to himself with a cold laugh. Tang Mingxing was also a little confused. Why did Mu Yunqi tell the truth? I wanted to keep a low profile, but now that's all that's happened. Plus, with the incident of me kissing Su Moli a few days ago, I'm probably going to become a hot topic at school again. Marrying the school beauty Mu Yunqi, isn't that a big deal? Besides, Chen Tiantian's mouth is definitely not tight. However, Mu Yunqi didn't care at all. She was just happy, extremely happy. She wanted to show it off. In my early 20s, I've already taken care of the most important things for the rest of my life. Now all I have to do is have a baby and enjoy life. Such a life is already complete. Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations. Chen Tiantian said, but in her heart she was even more curious about Tang Mingxing. Could it be that Mu Yunqi really was unmoved by money? She always thought Mu Yunqi was a bit silly. During her 3 years of university, from the moment she entered the university, countless people pursued Mu Yunqi. As her best friend, she naturally saw everything and even reaped considerable benefits from it. Many people asked her to say good things about Mu Yunqi or to pass on some message. They would treat her to a meal or give her a red envelope containing 100 or 200 yuan. However, none of them succeeded. These suitors came from all walks of life. Some came from average backgrounds, some were exceptionally talented, some were so ugly they were unbearable to look at, some were stunningly handsome, and some were even wealthy young men. Without exception, none of them could catch Mu Yunqi's eye. Tang Mingxing doesn't seem particularly special, and he's the only handsome one? You guys play, Mingxing, and I will leave after we get our phones, Mu Yunqi said, hugging Tang Mingxing's arm and pressing her head tightly against his shoulder, looking very clingy. You bought it? Li Hao wasn't skeptical that the two of them couldn't afford a phone. Even if students asked their families for money, worked part-time, or saved up some of their living expenses over a long period, they could afford it. Yes. I bought it, Tang Mingxing replied politely. He didn't care at all what other men thought about Mu Yunqi or Su Moli, as long as they didn't show it or take any action. Because he knew that the two girls were too beautiful, and as a man himself, he naturally understood what boys were thinking. You can control everything, but you can't control what people do, whether it's pooping or farting. You can't rip out someone's heart to see what they're thinking. This is all normal. Who wouldn't be attracted to a pretty girl? Let others be envious. Which one did you buy? Li Hao insisted on asking, wanting to teach them a lesson from the real world. For a student, being able to spend 10,000 yuan on a mobile phone is already the limit. I earn 30,000 a month and have a credit card with a limit of 50,000. Today, I'm going to show them what it means to be a tycoon and let Mu Yunqi truly understand this society. Others can buy 3 mobile phones worth 10,000 yuan each with their monthly living expenses. You can only ask your family for money, and even then, your family might not give you that much money, just enough to buy you a cell phone. Or perhaps it would take a year or two to save up enough to buy something worth 6 or 7,000 yuan. Chapter 21 The Fourth School Beauty. Tang Mingxing had no interest in putting on airs with Li Hao. I just want to go back quickly, lie in bed, and have a good night's sleep. Sorry to keep you waiting, I've brought everything over. Please check it over, and if everything is okay, you can just go ahead and pay. The salesperson came over carrying a bunch of things. 2 computers, 2 mobile phones, and 2 iPads. The total price is over 80,000. Mu Yunqi felt much more justified. What was there to be embarrassed about when her husband bought it for her? You bought so much? Li Hao was somewhat shocked. He thought Tang Mingxing was just an ordinary student. I don't have much money in my pocket. I wanted to show him the harsh realities of society, and suddenly I felt ashamed and inferior. My own family is no good either. I'll have to ask my father to buy me another luxury car worth millions, preferably a sports car. I actually think it's unnecessary to buy something so expensive. As long as the phone works, that's fine. Android phones are good too. Some phones that cost 2 or 3,000 yuan work just as well, and they work very well. Li Hao said this, but he was extremely jealous inside. Tang Mingxing replied, that's right, I think so too. I own 2 films, one of which is domestically produced, and it's really good. His praise was genuine. After he finished speaking, he even took out his phone to show them. Everyone says that it will lag after a long time, but that's not true. The current system is well optimized. My previous phone lasted for 4 or 5 years and it was fine. That's what they said, but what Tang Mingxing pulled out was a trifold screen that was far ahead of its time. Chen Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. This phone cost over 20,000 yuan. She no longer envies Mu Yunqi for having a new phone and computer. Instead, she envies Mu Yunqi for having a wealthy and powerful husband. Li Hao, who was by her side, was originally her best backup plan. After all, he had some money. That makes it not appealing at all. Li Hao's competitive spirit also kicked in. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it for his family. Buying a cell phone wasn't a big deal. The problem was that it was his parents' money. He himself didn't have much money. Chen Tiantian looked on with envy. Oh wow. Mingxing, you're so good to Yunqi. The speaker may have said it without thinking, but the listener took it to heart. In Mu Yunqi's ears, it was just the other person's envy. Tang Mingxing felt she hadn't considered the other person's feelings, so she quickly replied, it's just for show. Actually, a phone costing 2 or 3,000 is enough. After saying that, I felt a bit like Versailles. Li Hao, however, felt that Chen Tiantian was talking to him. Brother Tang, it's only right to buy it for your wife. Li Hao no longer had any other thoughts about Mu Yunqi, at least not for the time being. He's not as handsome as Tang Mingxing, not as rich as him, and not as tall as the other guy. I said this to Chen Tiantian, if you become my girlfriend, I'll buy it for you. After Tang Mingxing paid the bill, Mu Yunqi couldn't wait to open the package and quickly change her SIM card. Seeing Mu Yunqi's old phone, the screen was even a little cracked. Li Hao felt a pang of sadness. She and Chen Tiantian were roommates, so why hadn't he met Mu Yunqi earlier? Judging from Mu Yunqi's appearance, she must be of average means. If I had met her earlier, I might have been able to win her over with just my phone. When Mu Yunqi turned on her new phone, she was overjoyed, but she didn't show it on her face. It was as if she and Tang Mingxing had known each other for a long time, and everything had happened naturally. They had always been a loving couple, and it was all part of their routine. Nothing else, we'll be going now. Tang Mingxing put her arm around Mu Yunqi, and the two left the store. Sweetie, do you still want your phone? After the two men left, Li Hao asked again. Chen Tian felt conflicted. I don't want it anymore. I want Tang Mingxing, of course. This was what I truly felt, and I didn't say it aloud. Yunqi, are you happy? Tang Mingxing suddenly asked from inside the car. Mu Yunqi said, I'm very happy. But his eyes were fixed on the new phone. That guy is Chen Tiantian's backup plan, right? Mu Yunqi then looked away and glanced at Tang Mingxing. Suddenly remembering something, Mu Yunqi quickly explained, Mingxing, don't misunderstand, I'm not treating you like a simp, and I don't necessarily need this phone. Tang Mingxing rolled her eyes at him. What are you saying? Even if I'm a simp, you're my wife now. It's worth it. Ha ha. Mu Yunqi's laughter echoed in the car. You've got some awareness, young man. Tang Mingxing said, oh, by the way, I have a question for you. Everyone says that among the 4 most beautiful girls in school, besides you, there's Zhou Yuning and that, Wu Ying. Who's the other one? Mu Yunqi stared at him blankly and asked, are you really sure you don't know? After all these years of schooling, none of the 4 of us know each other. Tang Mingxing smiled slightly and said nothing. He really didn't know him. His family wasn't well off, and he had previously focused a lot of his energy on his studies. He knows for himself that he likes beautiful women, that's for sure. But he knew he couldn't win her over with his qualifications, so he didn't even consider it. However, his parents suddenly told him that he was a rich kid, which changed his mind. If you have money, why waste it? The other one, you probably don't see her often. There are a lot of rumors about her, but I know her, we're friends. Her name is Gu Qingcheng, Mu Yunqi said, her mind replaying something. Tang Mingxing joked, it's a good name, but it should be called Alluring the Nation. Alluring the City sounds a bit stingy. Mu Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. Gu Qinghua? That sounds like a boy's name. However, she's different from us. She rarely comes to school. Everyone says I'm the top of the 4 school beauties, but many people probably haven't even seen Gu Qingcheng. I don't think she's any worse than me. And most people really can't win her over. They're just frighteningly low-key. This confused Tang Mingxing. I heard that the other 3 all have boyfriends, so why is she being so low-key? Mu Yunqi said, that's a misunderstanding. It's true that a guy picked her up in a car, but that was her family's driver or something. Her family has a lot of connections, so, sigh. I don't really know either. I've only met him a few times and added him on WeChat, but I don't know much about him. Oh. Tang Mingxing had finished asking about the gossip, but she didn't pay much attention to it, treating it as just a small topic between the two of them. I got back to the apartment after 2 p.m. Mu Yunqi was organizing her computer, copying all the files from her old computer to her new one. Tang Mingxing then sent a message to her father, Tang Hai. Dad, I want to start an investment company. There was no reply for a while. A while later, Tang Hai called, my dear son. Tang Mingxing said disdainfully, Dad. Can you change your tone? It's true I'm your son, but the way you're saying this makes it sound like you're taking advantage of me. Tang Hai said, what's the big deal? You want to do something? Let me tell you first. Tang Hai wanted to say he supported her, but he swallowed the words back. Chapter 22 Background. Mingxing. Our family has a powerful background, you're not actually a rich kid. After saying that, Tang Mingxing immediately sat up. Wasn't she a rich second generation? Where did all this money come from? Are you going to take it all back to square one? Tang Mingxing didn't want things to turn out this way. Actually, you're a 3rd-generation rich kid, and I'm a 2nd-generation rich kid. Your grandfather built this empire. Tang Hai finally finished speaking. Can you stop breathing so loudly? You scared me. Tang Mingxing finally felt relieved, otherwise, she would have really wanted to go back to school to study. Tang Hai hesitated again, then said, actually, how should I put it? Giving you more money isn't a problem. You can inherit the family business later, it'll all fall into place, it's just. What is it? Dad, just tell me. Tang Mingxing urged. Her father wasn't like this before. Tang Hai said, You know Forbes, right? Forbes? Tang Mingxing certainly knew. He had been a little puzzled before, wondering why his family, with so much money, had never appeared on any of the rich lists. They've never even made it into the Fortune 500. What you see is only what some people want you to see. The rules are for ordinary people. Tang Hai's words made Tang Mingxing realize that her family background might not be what she thought. It wasn't just about being rich. Tang Hai continued, Our family isn't included in this category, or rather, our background can't be known by too many people. I know that, kid. You're young and impetuous, and I'm afraid you'll say too much. So, I'll tell you more about our family background when you're older. But keep a low profile for now. You can invest if you want, but don't be too flashy. We have more money than we can spend. If you don't want to work anymore, I'll support you. I'll transfer some more to you. Remember what Dad said, don't steal the limelight, just make money behind the scenes. After hanging up the phone, Tang Mingxing became even more curious about her family's background. Keep a low profile? That's so difficult. Why is Mingxing spacing out? Oh, nothing, I just chatted with my dad for a while, Tang Mingxing said, lying in bed, her mind wandering. Ding! Your bank card. Upon hearing this sound, Tang Mingxing quickly covered the phone. It was a transfer from my father, a whole 10 billion. One more thing, consider this a learning experience in investing. If I lose it all, I'll go home. Tang Mingxing quickly checked the accounts and found that it was indeed 10.7 billion, with a remaining balance of over 13 million. Is learning about investing really that expensive? I don't actually want to start a business, but I want to make money. Invest in things you enjoy. Mingxing, what are we going to eat tonight? Mu Yunxi blinked, she was very excited today. Not only did they get their marriage certificate, but they also bought a new phone and computer. You and Molly can settle it. I'll transfer another 200,000 yuan to you both, to spend first. The sudden generosity left Mu Yunxi somewhat bewildered. Isn't that necessary? I don't need that much. You don't need that much? Then why don't you put your phone away? Tang Mingxing said, looking at Mu Yunxi, who was refusing while opening her payment QR code. Mu Yunxi chuckled, I was just being polite with you. Su Molly, who was in class at the time, had her phone vibrate. Upon opening it, I found it contained 200,000 yuan transferred from Tang Mingxing. Holy crap! A single holy crap was heard, and the whole class suddenly fell silent. Ahem, well, what I meant was that everyone should speak politely from now on and avoid using slang. Su Molly quickly covered up her embarrassment, her mind already starting to plan how to spend the 200,000 yuan. What else should I buy? Hoof. Hoof. After school, Su Molly hummed a little tune and sang as she walked towards the garage. Teacher Su, the head of the teaching department, called out to her again. Director, Su Molly said with a sweet smile, in a good mood. Even the 40-something head of the teaching department felt a chill run down his spine. Teacher Su, what's the deal with Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunxi? Aren't they both your students? Su Molly didn't know how to answer and froze on the spot. They are, Mu Yunxi is my cousin. Su Molly stammered for a long time, cold sweat pouring down her face, before finally making up a lie. She had no idea what the head of the teaching department had learned. The dean of students, panting heavily, his head buzzing, said, Mind your own business, mind your two younger cousins. I need to go take some medicine. In an instant, the head of the teaching department felt short of breath and urgently needed nitroglycerin. Su Molly instantly realized that Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunxi might have been seen together. My lies have caused some misunderstanding. But it was too late to explain. Watching the dean's departing figure, Su Molly felt a pang of anxiety. As soon as Su Molly returned to the apartment, Mu Yunxi excitedly ran over. Teacher Su, Mingxing bought us new cell phones, computers, and tablets. Seeing the new equipment, Su Molly smiled slightly, then pulled Mu Yunxi aside and whispered, Yunxi, did you and Mingxing do anything at school, or did you run into their department head? Mu Yunxi shook her head repeatedly, the two of us. Then it exists. Where is it? Holy shit. This was the second time Su Molly had sworn today. She didn't even need to think that the head of the teaching department must have seen it. You two better watch out from now on. Tang Mingxing didn't take it seriously. What's wrong with that? It's normal to hug and cuddle when you're in love. But. Su Moli blushed, but I told the director you two are my cousins. Tang Mengxing and Mu Yunxi were immediately speechless. This was a complete disaster. Su Moli didn't intend to explain the matter, she just told the three of them to be more careful in the future. Two girls were lying on the bed, each fiddling with their newest cell phones and computers. Your work efficiency has indeed improved, Su Moli said happily. But then they found Tang Mingxing touching her chin, deep in thought. For 3 consecutive days, the group prepared to participate in an event organized by the local government. This event will take 3 days and costs 1,800 yuan per person. Tang Mingxing and her 2 companions had learned some details about the activities, which included organizing movie screenings, camping, outdoor activities, and trips to the suburbs, among other things. Mu Yunxi and Su Moli each packed a large suitcase. Tang Mingxing simply carried a bag. The day of the event finally arrived. We were to meet at a square in the city center at 6:30 a.m. Tang Mingxing was carrying 2 large suitcases and a bag, and ran frantically out of the apartment. Su Moli and Mu Yunxi followed closely behind. Su Moli kept complaining, I told you to get up early, but you wouldn't go to bed early, and now you're late. And you're blaming me for being late. Mu Yunxi was also indignant, Mengxing, I'm so sleepy. Tang Mingxing, carrying her luggage, finally ran to the roadside. There was a bus for this trip, so the 3 of them didn't need to drive. After hailing a taxi, Tang Mingxing said breathlessly, Driver, Donghua Square, thank you. Chapter 23 event begins. It's already past 6 o'clock. Tang Mingxing and her 2 companions had just gotten into a taxi. Su Moli and Mu Yunxi sat in the back row and fell asleep immediately. Hey buddy. Is this your wife? The taxi driver asked. Tang Mingxing caught her breath, yes. Hee hee, young man, others are envious, the taxi driver chatted with Tang Mingxing the whole way. Half an hour later, we arrived at Donghua Square. 3 buses are parked here. Looks like there are quite a few people. Tang Mingxing got out of the taxi with her luggage. Mu Yunxi rubbed her eyes and hugged Tang Mingxing, saying, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep a little longer. After saying that, his upper and lower eyelids started fighting. The arrival of Tang Mingxing and her group quickly attracted everyone's attention. Tang Mingxing, right? Hello, I'm the person in charge and tour guide for this trip. My name is Li Yanan, you can just call me Sister Li. A middle-aged woman in her 40s greeted Tang Mingxing warmly. You know me? Tang Mingxing was meeting this Sister Li for the first time. Li Yanan smiled slightly. Here, you're the only one with 2 girls, how could you not recognize them? Tang Mingxing chuckled awkwardly, indeed, it was a bit flashy, haha. After Tang Mingxing looked around, she realized that although she arrived just in time, she wasn't too late. Some people have not yet arrived. However, the atmosphere at the scene was somewhat indescribable, in short, very strange. Everyone was a matched couple, and after careful observation, it was found that this group of people could be roughly divided into 3 categories. One type, like Tang Mingxing, has a close and relatively harmonious relationship with her husband. There aren't many people like this. Another scenario is where one party is overly enthusiastic and ingratiating, while the other is indifferent and disdainful. This situation is not common. Most of the time, it's the guy trying to please the girl. After all, although they are husband and wife, they haven't spent much time together and aren't very familiar with each other. Perhaps the girl is not satisfied with the boy, but there is nothing she can do about it. The last type is where neither the man nor the woman speaks to each other, acting like complete strangers, with the better ones exchanging polite greetings. If it's bad, don't say a word. This type of person is the most numerous, and perhaps that's the significance of holding this event. Of course, there is another special situation at the scene, which is that all the boys will look at other people's girls. Meanwhile, the girls are also paying attention to the boys around other girls. Perhaps they're making a psychological comparison. The worst thing is that people who are already like strangers will become even more dissatisfied with their partners when they compare them. Hello, you're also participating in the event, right? My name is Chen Bumo. A thin man stepped forward and greeted Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing put down her luggage and politely replied, Hello, my name is Tang Mingxing. The man in front of me, Chen Bumo, looked refined and frail, wearing glasses and with a warm smile. Brother Tang, these 2 must be your wives, you're so lucky. Chen Bumo said directly. Tang Mingxing also felt a sense of goodwill towards him. She could tell that the other person was just praising her. Someone with ulterior motives wouldn't say it so openly. You're too kind. It was just luck. Since you're older than me, I'll call you Brother Chen. The two quickly started chatting. Chen Bumo is already working. He's 26 years old, 5 years older than Tang Mengxing. Brother Chen, where's your wife? Tang Mengxing asked. Chen Bumo replied, I went to the restroom. Oh, I feel you are well educated and reasonable. You must have a good relationship with your sister-in-law. Chen Bumo nodded slightly, but felt that there were some things he couldn't say. Then you're quite lucky, Tang Mengxing said politely. Chen Bumo suddenly looked distressed. I hope so. Tang Mengxing didn't understand what it meant, but then she heard a loud shout, husband. Not far away, a woman emerged from the public restroom. Tang Mengxing swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. This is. Chen Bumo said, my wife. After saying that, he lowered his head in shame. The girl wasn't ugly, but she wasn't particularly beautiful either. But he was taller than Tang Mengxing, with a robust and powerful physique, and seemed to have a lot of strength. If it were a boy, Tang Mengxing would definitely shout, hello, big brother. The girl walked over, and Tang Mengxing looked up at her. She was a few centimeters taller than her, probably 190 centimeters. The shoulders were wider than his own, and an invisible sense of oppression came over him. Looking at Chen Bumo, the kid had his head drooping and was only about 1.7 meters tall. Tang Mengxing whispered, Brother Chen. Sister-in-law. Really? Hello? My name is Wang Meng. Chen Bumo's wife, Wang Meng said casually, extending her hand to shake hands with Tang Mengxing and the others. Tang Mengxing then finished speaking, saying, Sister-in-law, you're really energetic. My name is Tang Mengxing. We're destined to meet because our names both contain the character Meng. Tang Mengxing enthusiastically started the conversation. Wang Meng introduced herself, saying that she was previously an athlete and had experience with shot put, javelin, and other similar sports. Now retired, I opened a sporting goods store. To be fair, the two do have a pretty good relationship. Chen Bumo is honest, but he cares a lot about Wang Meng. It's just a pity that he can't appreciate the tenderness of a girl. So this time, Wang Meng promised Chen Bumo that she would learn to be a little woman and stay by Chen Bumo's side. Su Moli and Mu Yunqi were a little sleepy, so they got on the bus, sat together, covered themselves with blankets, and fell asleep. Tang Mengxing looked around, unsure where to sit. Brother Tang, sit with me. Chen Bumo said warmly. Then why aren't you sitting with your sister-in-law? Tang Mengxing asked. Chen Bumo raised his chin and pointed to Wang Meng's position. Tang Mengxing glanced at it and secretly clicked her tongue in amazement. Wang Meng's size was just right, taking up 2 seats by herself. After more than 10 minutes, everyone finally arrived. Everyone. We're all here. There are 50 couples participating in this event today. On behalf of Sister Lee started by saying a lot. There were 3 buses, each with a person in charge on board. Tang Mengxing's car had about 18 couples. Perhaps because she got up too early, Tang Mengxing fell asleep after chatting with Chen Bumo for a while. While fast asleep, Tang Mengxing felt someone gently pat her twice. Looking down, I saw the girl in the back row patting my shoulder. Is something the matter? Tang Mengxing asked in a low voice. The girl leaned closer and whispered, Handsome, let's get to know each other. You're so handsome. Tang Mengxing turned around abruptly. He understood what the girl meant. He wouldn't dare do such a thing. I don't want to be cheated on, and I won't cheat on others. I glanced at the girl. She was quite pretty. The girl leaned very close, her breath hitting Tang Mengxing's face, filling the air with a fragrant aroma, intoxicating. Then he turned to look at the girl's side. Damn it! Tang Mengxing cursed inwardly, knowing that the man next to her was staring at her. Brother, don't misunderstand. Tang Mengxing was about to explain. The boy replied, It's nothing. We have no feelings for each other, and we don't even like each other. We've already privately agreed to go our separate ways, huh? How could a marriage like this possibly work out? I wouldn't have come if I hadn't absolutely had to. It's ridiculous. You guys continue, don't worry about me. What outrageous words! Tang Mengxing felt her worldview being completely redefined. She realized how naive she had been. I've always lived my own little life and never imagined the outside world would be like this. Chapter 24 Game. Hey buddy, let's get to know each other. Most people in the car were asleep and no one noticed them. The girls became even more unrestrained. Sister. We should promote positive energy. We should aspire to truth, goodness, and beauty, and embrace the sun when we get up in the morning. Tang Mingxing refused repeatedly. The girl behind him said, I don't want to embrace the sun. Tang Mingxing, I'm sorry. I don't think much of you. After he finished speaking, Chen Bumo and the boy couldn't help but laugh. Tang Mingxing took out a piece of clothing and covered her head, deciding to avoid seeing it altogether. TCH. Boring, I wouldn't even look at you. Came the girls muttering from behind. After a 3-hour drive, we arrived at the seaside. The vastness of the sea made everyone feel relaxed and happy. The group arrived at the hotel first. Although the standard charge was 1,800 yuan per person, the government also provided a subsidy of 1,200 yuan per person. Overall, the hotel is quite good. Having slept the whole way, Su Moli and Mu Yunqi were now full of energy and clamored to go to the beach. They completely disregarded Tang Mingxing's opinion. Especially Mu Yunqi, who has been using all sorts of cuteness and charm lately, has completely won Tang Mingxing over. Yunqi, you weren't like this the day we first met. Mu Yunqi said, oh, I did like you back then, but I couldn't have you, so I had to treat you like a person. Don't worry, you're my one and only simp. Tang Mingxing's eye twitched, thank you. The three of them walked along the beach, and a gentle breeze brought them a refreshing feeling. Chen Bumo was also walking with Wang Meng. Although there was a significant difference in their physiques, they seemed to be getting along quite well, at least they were chatting and laughing together. Everyone will be participating in the activity in half an hour, so don't go too far. It's best to change into sports pants. Sister Li shouted to the crowd through a megaphone. Annoying, Tang Mingxing didn't want to participate in any activities, as it would interfere with her spending money. The 10 billion her father had just transferred was more than she could ever spend. We don't usually have huge spending needs, but since we rarely get to go out and have fun together, we have to spend a lot, right? Most of the couples on the beach are still strangers and have no feelings for each other. They were all sitting on the side playing on their phones. Come on, friends. Sister Li shouted at the top of her lungs half an hour later. They weren't the only group of people on the beach, there were many other tourists as well. Tourists are used to it, they've all been there themselves. But when something like this happens, I still like to join in the fun and go over to watch. A large group of people gathered together, wailing and sobbing. The first activity is very simple. There is a half-full basin of water and a paper cup on the table in front of us, and there is also an empty container about 15 meters away. The container has markings. Next, for each couple, one person will fill a paper cup with water, and the other person will carry it on their back. The task is to fill the container opposite them with the paper cup within 10 minutes. After Sister Li finished explaining, everyone understood the rules. Tang Mingxing was eager to participate, and he was quite confident about this kind of activity. In terms of physical fitness, he has never lost to anyone. Tang Mingxing looked around and chose to carry Mu Yunqi on her back because she was wearing pants, which made it easier to carry her. However, both girls were quite tall and heavier than average. However, it was no big deal for Tang Mingxing. Mu Yunqi wrapped his arms around Tang Mingxing's neck, and the latter carried him on her back. Tang Mingxing waited in her hand and felt it wasn't too strenuous. We're just waiting for Sister Li's order. Beep beep. With Sister Li's whistle, the competition officially began. Mu Yunqi took a paper cup and filled the basin with water. Tang Mingxing estimated that it would take about 7 or 8 round trips to fill the container on the other side. However, the reality is not that simple. Hey! Yunqi, hold it steady. It's all over my face. As soon as Tang Mingxing started running, Mu Yunqi felt the swaying. The paper cup in her hand kept shaking, and the contents flowed down her hand onto Tang Mingxing's head, then slid down her head onto her face. Mu Yunqi quickly wiped Tang Mingxing's face again. After finally reaching the container, there was hardly any water left in the cup. Yunqi, what did you do? Is this all you have? You're blaming me? You should run more steadily. The two exchanged a few words, but Tang Mingxing couldn't keep her balance as they were on the beach. After several attempts, his shoes were filled with sand. Fortunately, Mu Yunqi had also mastered the technique and managed to keep the water in the cup steady, preventing excessive leakage. Time was running out. Tang Mingxing glanced around a few times and saw that no one else had as much water in their containers as he did. No! There's a container with a lot more water than mine. Tang Mingxing looked at the couple with curiosity, and it turned out to be Chen Bumo and Wang Meng. Unlike other couples, it was the girl carrying the boy on her back, and it was incredibly stable. Wang Meng easily carried Chen Bumo on her back, taking large strides and steadily carrying water back and forth. Beep beep. Sisterly whistled, and the game ended. The people around them were laughing the whole time. Just now, when the game started, Su Moli shouted encouragement to Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunxi. Unfortunately, neither of them heard it. Sisterly examined each container one by one and then said, "First place goes to Chen Bumo and Wang Mang, second place to Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunxi, third place." Tang Mingxing could see that Wang Mang was in a commanding lead. I couldn't help but marvel at how formidable the opponent was. Chen Bumo jumped up happily and gave Wang Mang a high five to celebrate. Tang Mingxing was sitting on the ground, having taken off her shoes, and was emptying the sand from them. "Wow, brother! I never expected this." "I thought you were cheating on your wife," Tang Mingxing said with a smile. Chen Bumo laughed heartily. "How could I possibly carry that?" After the game ended, the atmosphere in the team became much more cheerful, and some couples did get a little closer, but only a little. For lunch, everyone ate a group meal at a restaurant, and as everyone knows, the quality of group meals is generally very poor. 10 people sat at one table. Tang Mingxing was also hungry, so she shoveled rice into her mouth without caring whether it tasted good or not. Mu Yunxi and Su Moli found it difficult to eat. The rice was a bit cold, and the dishes were too bland. The so-called shrimp was barely bigger than my little finger. "Mingxing, I don't want to eat this." Mu Yunxi started to whine again. Su Moli looked at him with a wronged expression. Let's go back and take you two to a Michelin-starred restaurant. Just make do for the next couple of days." Tang Mingxing had no choice. Everyone was eating there, and he didn't want to make an exception. The two girls weren't heartless. Because most people present had objections. Everyone thinks that Sisterly and her group embezzled the meal money. Tang Mingxing wasn't this fussy as a child, so she would eat whatever was given to her. Ultimately, having no other choice, Sisterly arranged for stir-fried chicken and pork ribs, which finally shut everyone up. Chapter 25. Sing a nursery rhyme. Inside the hotel, Mu Yunxi and Su Moli were already taking a nap. Tang Mingxing opened her phone and launched a martial arts game called Dreamland. In the game, I randomly spent 6,480 yuan on jade, but didn't get anything particularly valuable. What a rip-off! I already have all these mounts and outfits. I can only save up to exchange for that Phoenix mount that costs 300,000. The 300,000 he mentioned wasn't game currency, but Chinese currency, real gold and silver. Tang Mingxing had already spent over 400,000 yuan, including 220,000 yuan on the most expensive outfit through a lottery. It was obtained by collecting 200 jade stones. The rest of the fashion mounts only cost 70 or 80,000. All the remaining money was used to upgrade the character's strength. After playing for a while, Tang Mingxing also drifted off to sleep. When I woke up, it was already 2 p.m. Su Moli and Mu Yunxi sat on the balcony, chatting about something. Seeing Tang Mingxing get up, Su Moli walked over. "We're organizing a movie screening later. I've posted a few movies in the group chat. You can vote for them." Looking at Su Moli's graceful figure, Tang Mingxing didn't care about voting or anything else and prepared to go back to sleep. At 2:30, Tang Mingxing opened her eyes again and looked at Su Moli, who was playing on her phone. "Get up, the voting results are in." "Ugh. An old movie, and a horror one at that." "Ju on." Mu Yunxi stared at her phone helplessly. "What? Ju on? Are you crazy?" Tang Mingxing's reaction was so strong that it startled the two girls. These boys are just trying to scare the girls so they'll run into their arms. TCH. Clumsy, Su Moli said, seeing through the boys' plan. "Actually, it's not just boys. Some girls also have this kind of thinking. The best way to foster a relationship is through physical contact." She showed her vulnerable side, which satisfied the boys' protective instincts. Tang Mingxing swallowed hard, thinking, "I'm doomed." The movie theater is on the second floor of the hotel. It's actually a converted conference room. Rows of sofas filled the room, and the room was dimly lit. Tang Mingxing insisted on sitting on a sofa in the back row. Su Moli and Mu Yunxi couldn't persuade him otherwise, so they had no choice but to agree. "Mingxing, I'm scared later. Will you protect me?" "Moi." Mu Yunxi looked pitiful, like a little bird clinging to a tree. However, Tang Mingxing remained unmoved. Because he was afraid. He was afraid of the dark, afraid of talk of ghosts and spirits. From childhood to adulthood, he was fearless, having caught snakes in the mountains and beaten people up in the valleys. Catching a mouse with your bare hands is a piece of cake. Back in my third year of junior high, I studied mixed martial arts for 4 or 5 years. I learned from 2 experienced masters in town. I thought those 2 masters were just mediocre. Later, I learned that it was an international level coach that my father had hired at great expense. He taught himself specifically. Even if she encountered 3 or 5 bad guys, Tang Mingxing was confident that she could subdue them one by one without any problem. However, he was not afraid of encountering thugs in the dead of night, but he was afraid of encountering a little girl holding a doll in one hand and a blood-stained knife in the other. Smiling, she said to herself, "Brother, shall we play together?" Strangely enough, people are full of curiosity about the unknown, and fear also stems from the unknown. You know you're scared of this, but you still love the thrill. But Tang Mingxing was traumatized and has been traumatized. I've been used to being alone since I was little, and every time I finish watching a horror movie, I start to imagine all sorts of things. I always feel like there's someone under my bed in the middle of the night, and a corpse is hidden in the closet. The moment I close my eyes, I feel like there's a female ghost staring at me from mid-air. For those of you reading this at night, be careful, don't go to the bathroom alone. Tang Mingxing's hands were trembling, and before the movie even started, Mu Yunqi had already hidden in Tang Mingxing's arms. Su Moli squeezed Tang Mingxing's hand. "Are you scared?" How could I be afraid?" Tang Mingxing, who was trying to remain calm, began to stammer. "They're all fake. If you're scared, just cover them up." After saying that, Su Moli took off her coat and handed it to him. Tang Mingxing took the coat and glanced at Mu Yunqi, who was pretending to be scared. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Mu Yunqi said, "Yes, I'm not afraid with you here." Tang Mingxing said, "I wasn't talking about you, I was talking to myself." Sisterly counted the people. Almost everyone had arrived. She then gently pressed the remote control button. The movie has officially begun. Many people have already seen it several times and don't have much interest in watching it again, including Mu Yunqi and Su Moli. Su Moli stared at the screen expressionlessly, showing no fear whatsoever. Mu Yunqi continued to pretend to be afraid. After about 10 minutes, the movie finally reached a minor climax. Holy crap! Tang Mingxing couldn't hold back any longer and covered Su Moli's head with her coat. Mu Yunqi stood up and looked at the terrified Tang Mingxing, exasperated. "I was scared too, why didn't you protect me?" "Protect you my ass. Good luck to you," Tang Mingxing said, shivering under her clothes. Su Moli could tell that Tang Mingxing was genuinely afraid. Sisterly was walking around the lobby, taking some promotional photos for the event. I saw Su Moli and a few others in the last row. This is outrageous. So many people. She could tell that Tang Mingxing was lying face down. Sisterly gently patted Su Moli. "Sisterly, what's wrong?" Sisterly gave her a wink, but Su Moli didn't understand. "What's wrong?" Finally, Sisterly spoke up. "Moli, I know you two are very much in love, but this is a public place, you are not taking your image seriously at all." Su Moli was taken aback, but a few seconds later she instantly understood what she meant. "You've misunderstood. Tang Mingxing is scared." "Look," she said, quickly pulling off the clothes covering her face, eager to prove her innocence. Sisterly looked closely and saw that Tang Mingxing had her eyes closed, her hands covering her ears, and she was trembling. "I had completely misunderstood. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I'm getting old, my eyesight isn't good anymore, I'm so sorry." Sisterly quickly apologized. But all you could hear is Tang Mingxing muttering to herself, "Pleasant goat, pretty goat, lazy goat. Big head son and small head dad, a pair of best friends." Chapter 26. A little punch to your chest. Su Moli pushed Tang Mingxing away, afraid that others would misunderstand again. Tang Mingxing lowered her head, not daring to look at the screen. Mu Yunqi secretly patted him. Tang Mingxing turned her head and saw Mu Yunqi with her arms outstretched, her eyes gentle. "Lie in my arms, quick, quick, quick." Mu Yunqi has become much more open-minded lately. Ever since she met Tang Mingxing, she's been looking for more opportunities to be intimate with him. Su Moli sent Mu Yunqi a WeChat message. Sisterly misunderstood just now. She thought Tang Mingxing was being indecent. After sending the message, Mu Yunqi glanced at it, then blushed and pushed Tang Mingxing away. Tang Mingxing was at a loss, so she left the cinema and waited for them alone in the corridor. Mu Yunqi felt bored, and although she was a little scared, she wasn't as scared as Tang Mingxing. Sister Su, I'm going out to find Mingxing now. Su Moli nodded and said, okay, go ahead, but don't go too far. If the three of us leave while I'm here, it'll be disrespectful to Sisterly. Su Moli thought it through more thoroughly. If a group of people were to let the sheep roam freely and do whatever they wanted without any discipline, Sisterly, as the organizer, would definitely not be happy. There will be similar events in the future, and I won't be able to refuse them then. Mu Yunxi bent over, quietly walked to the door, pushed it open, and slipped out. Mengxing. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Tang Mingxing leaning against the wall playing games. Upon seeing Mu Yunxi, Tang Mingxing hugged her tightly. Hey, you really know how to take care of people, you came out especially to keep me company, didn't you? Mu Yunxi nodded twice and gave a heavy They look very cute. Tang Mingxing doesn't like lolis, but who can tolerate a loli who looks like a mature woman? The two snuggled together and chatted for a while. The movie has finally ended. Su Moli was the first to come out from the back door. Seeing the two of them laughing and joking, she felt a little jealous. Everyone gradually came out as well. Su Moli feigned affectation. Tang Mingxing, you two are having so much fun, leaving me all alone there. TCH. Tang Mingxing could tell that she was trying to comfort her, and that no one would stop her from coming out of her shell. Okay. I'm sorry, don't be angry. Tang Mingxing stood up, hooked Su Moli's chin, and gently kissed her. Su Moli shoved him away and punched Tang Mingxing in the chest twice. You bad guy. Chen Bumo and Wang Mang also came out. Seeing Su Moli act coquettishly, Wang Mang suddenly realized how to be a little girl. She said to Chen Bumo, the movie was so scary, and you didn't even try to protect me. You're so mean. After saying that, he imitated Su Moli and punched Chen Bumo in the chest twice. Two punches that were as powerful as a whirlwind. Cough cough. Chen Bumo suddenly felt as if he had been hit hard in the chest. Tang Mingxing and the other two stared blankly at the two of them. This could kill someone. Wang Mang has a strong grip, that goes without saying. She's already developed strength through javelin throwing and shot put, and Tang Mingxing might not be as strong as her. Chen Bumo, being so frail, couldn't withstand more than a few blows. Sister-in-law. Just lightly punch my chest with your little fists, don't use any force. Stop. Wang Mang wanted to hit her a few more times, but Tang Mingxing quickly stopped her. Chen Bumo clutched his chest and gasped for breath. Tang Mingxing stepped forward to help him up. Brother Chen, are you alright? Chen Bumo clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, saying, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. Knowing she had done something wrong, Wang Mang stood to the side, feeling somewhat guilty. I'm sorry, I want to learn, but I'm not very good at it. Chen Bumo waved his hands repeatedly. It's okay, just be yourself. I think we get along very well normally, there's no need to force it. But I want to learn, Wang Mang said somewhat embarrassedly. It's okay, if you want to learn, I'll have my wife teach you. Tang Mingxing pointed at Mu Yunxi. He originally wanted to point to Su Moli, but after thinking about it, he realized that Su Moli only showed her girlish side under certain circumstances. After all, she was 3 years older than him and a teacher, making her more mature and composed than Mu Yunxi. Mu Yunxi is still like a child, pure and lovely, and loves to suddenly act cute. Therefore, Mu Yunxi is more suitable than Su Moli. But this made Su Moli unhappy. Mu Yunxi walked over and took Wang Meng's arm. Sister, you can just learn from me. Su Moli then took Tang Mingxing's arm. Let's go over there. I have something to tell you. Su Moli smiled brightly, and Tang Mingxing's mind raced, mistakenly thinking that the little girl had something on her mind. Inside Tang Mingxing's room, the door closed. Moli. There's a bonfire party tonight. Su Moli shoved Tang Mingxing against the wall and said seductively, in your heart, I'm not as womanly as Yunxi, am I? No. Close your eyes and stand still. Su Moli whispered in his ear. Tang Mingxing nodded excitedly, her heart pounding with excitement, and she quickly closed her eyes. Moli. Moli. Tang Mingxing called out a few times, but no one answered. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and Su Moli seemed to say, you can play in your room by yourself. Tang Mingxing opened his eyes. There was no one else in the room except him. You're messing with me? He knew that Su Moli was still angry about what had just happened. He must have lost his mind. He pointed at Mu Yunxi, not at her. Wait for me. Tang Mingxing was about to chase after him when she felt something trip her up, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. Looking down, he saw that Su Moli had tied the shoelaces of both of his shoes together. Damn it, why is it still so tight? Tang Mingxing sat on the ground and hurriedly untied her shoelaces. When they caught up, Su Moli was already sitting at a barbecue stall outside the beach with Mu Yunxi, Chen Bumo, and the others, chatting and laughing. Seeing Tang Mingxing arrive late, Su Moli teased, "Oh, Mingxing, having a lot of fun by yourself, ha 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 ha. Mingxing, why are you down so late?" Mu Yunxi asked, wondering what had happened. Tang Mingxing, seething with anger, took a small stool and sat down without saying a word. The barbecue stall's table wasn't big, just enough to seat 5 people. Before long, the owner set up the grill and a pile of half-cooked meat skewers. Tang Mingxing and Chen Bumo put the meat skewers on the stove and started grilling them. Su Moli could tell that Tang Mingxing was really angry. Mingxing, I was just teasing you, don't be angry," Su Moli quietly nudged him with her elbow. Tang Mingxing didn't even look at her, but simply said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have only pointed at Mu Yunxi. You don't need to apologize to me. It's me who's sorry." Typical case of oral administration but psychological refusal. Su Moli glanced at the others, who were all focused on grilling skewers. So he leaned close to Tang Mingxing's ear and whispered, "Don't get really angry." Chapter 27 Promise. The bonfire party was lively and fun. It's actually not very meaningful. Sisterly organized a group of people to dance around the campfire, making Tang Mingxing so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. "Boss, would you like some draft beer?" a waiter at the barbecue restaurant asked, holding a large glass of draft beer. Chen Bumo waved his hand, "Come on, have some." "Mingxing, do you want some?" Tang Mingxing replied, "Drink." Su Moli pressed down on the wineglass, saying, "Mingxing, you're still in school, don't drink." Her thinking was still somewhat traditional. Chen Bumo advised, "Moli, they're college students now. It's normal for them to drink a little in their 20s. You're acting like they're your teacher. Don't be so strict with your spouse." Su Moli paused slightly, her hand loosening its grip on the wineglass. She really wanted to reply, "I am his teacher." Chen Bumo filled Tang Mingxing's glass with a large mug of draft beer, and the two hit it off immediately. After a few rounds of drinks. It was only 7 o'clock, and everyone had already returned to the hotel. That night, Tang Mingxing felt it was destined to be interesting. Sure enough, walking down the hotel corridor, I saw a bunch of guys smoking or playing on their phones on the public terrace. "Why don't you go back inside?" Tang Mingxing asked someone casually. "Go back to my room? Ha, I'll just book another room for myself later. Bro, my wife and I aren't that close, only been together for a little over a week. Sigh. We just held hands today." Then a few more people arrived and joined the group chat. "Hey buddy, let's book a twin room together, it'll save us money." "Okay. I'd like to form a group too, any bros want to team up with me?" "Me too. I'm a little embarrassed, how about we all go to an internet cafe and play games together?" "Yeah. Let's go to the internet cafe and play games together." "Oh, by the way, your name is Tang Mingxing, right? You're really a star for guys. Your 2 girlfriends are so pretty. Want to play games tonight?" Faced with the invitation, Tang Mingxing scratched his head, "I'm sorry, I won't go. My wife and I have a great relationship." Ah. People cast all sorts of glances at him, incredulous, unbelievable, and generally finding it utterly outrageous. "No one here has been married for more than a month, right? How did you manage that?" Tang Mingxing laughed and said, "Money, no. That, personal charm. Nobody would believe that." But everyone realized that Tang Mingxing was no ordinary person, and they all asked her for advice. Tang Mingxing didn't have any secrets. She did have personal charm, but more importantly, she had the support of money. However, he dared not say these words aloud. Back in their room, Mu Yunxi and Su Moli lay down and watched TV. A comedy film that made the two of them laugh out loud. Tang Mingxing reminded Su Moli, "Moli, you said today, when are you going to keep your promise?" Su Moli replied evasively, after watching the movie." "What promise?" Mu Yunxi asked curiously. "It's nothing, you should go to sleep early," Su Moli said dismissively, which only made Mu Yunxi more curious. "What is it? Tell me, tell me." Tang Mingxing was about to go out when someone in the group chat invited him to go out and play games with friends. "But instead of going to an internet cafe, I played mobile games." Just then, Chen Bumo was also at the door. There were still quite a few people sitting on the public terrace outside, chatting and playing games. Brother Chen, what are you doing here? Didn't you go back to sleep? Tang Mingxing thought Chen Bumo shouldn't be like this. His relationship with Wang Meng seems to be quite good. Chen Bumo said, can't sleep? Go listen at my door and you'll see. Tang Mingxing walked to Chen Bumo's door and listened carefully. The snoring inside was deafening, no wonder Chen Bumo ran out. It's almost October, and the wind is getting a bit chilly. I'll be back at school for a few more days before National Day. Tang Mingxing was also planning where to go for the next few days. The two, wearing coats, joined a group of boys playing games together. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that everyone started to feel sleepy. A boy yawned, "Hey guys, let's add each other as friends, we can play again another day, I'm going to sleep now." After adding each other as friends, the person prepared to go back inside. Huh? That's not right. Didn't you say you'd book another room? How come? Tang Mingxing remembered that this person had said he wasn't familiar with his wife and wanted to book a separate room. The boy smiled and said, "It's getting late, I'm tired too." After saying that, he went back to his room without looking back. Tang Mingxing learned a lesson in this regard. 3 days passed quickly, and Tang Mingxing had a rather carefree time during those days. The third day was Monday. My own elderly father transferred 15 million yuan on time. The initial promise was that if someone in the family licked his boots, he would give them an extra 5 million. After lunch, everyone packed their bags and prepared to go back. During this time, Tang Mingxing and Chen Bumo got much closer, and she learned that Chen Bumo was actually a programmer. Tang Mingxing asked him many questions. "I'm planning to start an investment company when I get back." After another 3-hour drive, Tang Mingxing felt dizzy and fell asleep again. By the time we arrived in the city, it was already 5 o'clock. "I want to have a big meal tonight, and I also want to go shopping on the pedestrian street." "Tang Baobao, you pay." Mu Yunxi shouted. She now feels perfectly justified in spending Tang Mingxing's money. "No problem." Tang Mingxing, carrying a suitcase and a bag, followed the two girls like a little follower. He was very well behaved, and after spending this time together, the three of them had developed a tacit understanding. During the 2 or 3 days of the event, Tang Mingxing suddenly missed Lin Yushang. For some reason, that dashing older sister often appeared in his mind. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Mu Yunxi ran out happily. She had only hopped a few steps when Mu Yunxi suddenly stopped and made a should gesture to be quiet. Tang Mingxing was curious, and then she heard a commotion from the room opposite. "Get out! Get out of my house! Get out! Yu Chang, calm down, listen to me, this is a chance. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss it. We're over. Get out of here, go as far away as you can, I don't want to see you." Tang Mingxing and the other two stood there stunned, realizing that it was a conversation between Lin Yushang and a boy. But they didn't know what had happened. Chapter 28: Eating Melons. Tang Mingxing and her two companions tiptoed and opened the door to their home. You can tell they're arguing inside, and it sounds like it's Lin Yushang's boyfriend. So my sister has a boyfriend, Tang Mingxing thought, feeling quite annoyed. Who wouldn't like a pretty girl? She hadn't even had a chance to make a move, and someone else had already snatched her up. Pity. Hearing Tang Mingxing inexplicably say, "What's a pity?" Su Moli turned around and asked, "What's a pity?" Tang Mingxing quickly explained, "Oh, what a pity I missed so many classes these past 3 days. I'll make up for it tonight, tomorrow night. I'll catch up when I get back from the National Day holiday. Teacher Su, please give me some good tutoring." "You're so glib." Su Moli retorted to him, and the three of them went inside. Tang Mingxing started planning to move during the National Day holiday. With 3 people living in that villa, they wouldn't be afraid anymore. The apartment was well soundproofed, so Lin Yushang and her boyfriend's argument could no longer be heard. But Su Moli was a little worried. She had heard Lin Yushang arguing fiercely just now and was afraid that she would suffer a loss. Or perhaps they're having second thoughts or something. Should we go over and take a look? Should we try to persuade them? Su Moli meant well, but Tang Mingxing was carefree and didn't take it seriously at all. No need, it's just a couple's disagreement, no big deal. Su Moli thought for a moment and then said, "A couple? But I've never seen a boy in Sister Lin's family." Mu Yunxi wanted to chime in, "Yeah, the last time I ran into her, she told me she lived alone." Tang Mingxing still disagreed, "That's none of our business. What can you do to persuade us? Open the door, we'll listen." As long as no one gets killed or a fight breaks out, we'll leave it alone. Sumoli carefully opened the door a crack. The sound came again, the sound of things being smashed, one after another. This is really too much. Tang Mingxing felt uneasy as she heard the voice, which was even more intense than before. Lin Yushang, please don't actually jump off the building. Suddenly, the door to Lin Yushang's house opened, and a boy walked out, covering his face. He turned back and said, Yushang, think about it. I'm doing this for your own good. As the boy approached the elevator, he was seething with anger when he saw Su Moli and Mu Yunqi standing at the door. He was furious, thinking there were only 2 girls, so he yelled, "What the hell are you looking at? Get lost." I had just finished yelling when I heard a noise coming from the other room. Tang Mingxing suddenly appeared. What are you doing? The person was a little worried because they didn't expect there to be a boy in the opposite room. Without wasting any words, Tang Mingxing kicked the other person directly in the chest. Su Moli and Mu Yunqi were both startled, not expecting Tang Mingxing to act so suddenly. I don't need to explain why I beat you up, do I? Damn it! If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off next time. At this point, Lin Yushang's pride was useless. Even if the Heavenly King himself cursed his wife, he would still have to get back at her. At this moment, Lin Yushang also came out. Looking at her boyfriend, or rather, her ex-boyfriend, who had been kicked to the ground by Tang Mingxing, she showed no displeasure. Instead, she smiled and said to Su Moli, Moli, let's have dinner together tonight. Yunqi, you come too. Oh, okay, Su Moli could tell the other person was forcing a smile, so she couldn't refuse. And what about me? Tang Mingxing pointed to herself. Lin Yushang rolled her eyes at him, let's go together. Alright, Ma Donghua, you forgot something, I got it for you. Lin Yushang said, holding a red plastic bag, and threw it to the boy. The boy's name is Ma Donghua. He had been dating Lin Yushang for a short time, but they broke up today. The plastic bag landed in Ma Donghua's hands. He opened it and showed it off, saying, you really don't want it? Inside was cash, a lot of cash, about 200,000. Lin Yushang pretended not to hear and simply said, those who do not belong here, please leave immediately. Tang Mingxing looked at the two of them and felt that something was amiss. She was quite enjoying watching the drama unfold. Ma Donghua took the bag and nodded, alright, since that's the case, I'll be going. If you regret missing this opportunity, there won't be another one. After saying that, he left without looking back. Lin Yushang's face was rosy, and she seemed completely unaffected, even appearing quite happy. But the more she acted this way, the more the others knew she was really upset. It was all just self-deception. Come on, I'll treat you to a big meal. Lin Yushang said with a smile. Tang Mingxing said, I'll treat you. The big meal Lin Yushang mentioned was a Western restaurant, right across from the apartment, within walking distance. According to online sources, the average cost per person is around 800 yuan, which isn't low. Lin Yushang ordered 2 bottles of red wine and poured them for Su Moli and Mu Yunqi with great enthusiasm. What about me? Tang Mingxing asked, holding a wine glass, but Lin Yushang ignored her. Lin Yushang looked at him and said, you should drink some water. Men are all the same. The first drink is to celebrate being single. Lin Yushang raised her glass with a smile, but her words left Su Moli and Mu Yunqi somewhat at a loss, and they could only force a smile. Lin Yushang downed the wine in one gulp and then filled her second cup. Second drink, to celebrate my impending departure. Oh no, my impending dismissal, ha ha ha. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. This time, Su Moli and Mu Yunqi didn't drink instead, they stared at her blankly. Crack. The sound of sunflower seeds being cracked rang out, and all 3 girls looked at Tang Mingxing. Where did you get these sunflower seeds? Mu Yunqi asked. Tang Mingxing pulled a handful of loose sunflower seeds from her pocket. I put a handful in my pocket before I left. Do you want some? Mu Yunqi said, Mingxing, stop fooling around. Sister Lin is upset, and you're still eating sunflower seeds. Besides, this is a high-class restaurant. You really are something. Tang Mingxing didn't take it seriously and pulled out a handful of peanuts from another pocket. I still have peanuts here, they're great with drinks. Lin Yushang could tell that Tang Mingxing was treating her affairs as gossip, so she asked, do you still need me to prepare beer and drinks for you? Oh, no need. I'll just have water. After receiving glares from several girls, Tang Mingxing quickly lowered her head and ate a couple of bites of steak. Su Moli wanted to ask what was going on, but Lin Yushan wouldn't say, and she was too embarrassed to inquire. Mu Yunxi, still single-minded, asked directly, "Sister Lin, what happened? Why did you break up? I saw he offered you money, why didn't you take it?" Tang Mingxing was overjoyed. These were all questions she wanted to ask. "Tang Mingxing, what are you laughing at?" Lin Yushan noticed that Tang Mingxing was trying not to laugh. They were not polite to him at all. Tang Mingxing quickly rubbed her face. "Huh? What happened? Did I give myself away?" Lin Yushan poured another glass inside it. Su Moli and Mu Yunxi, if Tang Mingxing gave you 200,000 yuan to go and keep other old men company, would you be willing? TCH. Ma Donghua, that trash. After saying that, he downed the rest of his drink in one gulp. Chapter 29 Lively. Awesome. Tang Mingxing blurted out unexpectedly. I never knew there were men like this. Lin Yushan was about to pour another glass when Su Moli reached out to stop her, but she couldn't. It's okay, I want a drink, don't worry about it. Our company is currently seeking investment, haha. It's a matter of life and death for the company. Lin Yushan didn't finish her drink this time, but only took a small sip, and continued, but what does the company's fate have to do with me? I'm just getting paid. I was wondering why I was asked to go and negotiate. Heh, it turns out the investor boss took a liking to me. It's my fault, though, what can I do when I'm fair-skinned, beautiful, and have long legs? The group could tell that Lin Yushan was a high-income earner at the very least. She could afford to rent a place in this apartment, so her income was definitely not low. Tang Mingxing didn't think this was a difficult problem to overcome. Sister, why are you worried about this? At worst, we can just quit and find another job. Lin Yushan replied, an industry downturn? Not so easy. I work in IT, you wouldn't believe it, huh? Big companies are laying off people right now. I've made up my mind, if all else fails, I'll try my luck south, and if that doesn't work, I'll find a good man to marry. You're a programmer too? No, I'm a senior product manager. A moment of silence fell over the table. Su Moli and Mu Yunxi were of no help whatsoever. Tang Mingxing, on the other hand, had no intention of helping at all. After all that, she's not my wife, why should I meddle in her affairs? However, Tang Mingxing still had to treat everyone to this meal. Sister, why is your boyfriend so shameless, even trying to set us up? Tang Mingxing's last question was the real gossip. Lin Yushan suddenly said, Ma Donghua was a good person at first. I talked to him for a month? I think, but I can't remember exactly. The investors agreed to make him vice president. He got promoted instantly, and they promised to give me $1 million afterwards. They'll even promote me to supervisor, and an extra 30,000 yuan per month, hee. This kind of thing is actually quite common. Tang Mingxing was rather naive and didn't quite understand that 1 million wasn't a lot. If it were an ordinary person, the investors would almost certainly be able to take advantage of the girl. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Yushan, a woman with a very strong personality. Many large companies, especially those in the same industry, have connections with this investor. With just one word from them, I might be unable to continue working in this field. Lin Yushan finally revealed her biggest worry. With the other side's complete blockade, they don't have to pay much price. Crushing themselves is as easy as crushing an ant. After their meal, the three girls chatted on the street. Tang Mingxing sat to one side watching the three of them. So harmonious. Su Moli is 24 years old, 3 years older than Tang Mingxing. Lin Yushang is 25, a full 4 years older than Tang Mingxing. Mu Yunxi is the same age as Tang Mingxing. But he also knew that Lin Yushang seemed carefree and open-minded, and dared to ride on his shoulders after only knowing him for a short time. In reality, he has a conservative side, or rather, a calm side. At least you can tell that she treats me like a little kid. Not a single other thought. Damn, this woman has aroused my desire to conquer her, but Tang Mingxing didn't want to spend money on her, lest it backfire and become awkward. For a woman like Lin Yushan, making a mistake could be very dangerous. Just like the next day, in front of the office building where Yanjing Guanhai Technology Company, Limited is located, Lin Yushan unfurled several large banners, listing all the people involved in the matter, including Ma Donghua. This is very much in line with her personality. She's not afraid of losing face, nor is she afraid of making a big scene. She just wanted an explanation. When I got home last night, I received a notice from the company that I was on unpaid leave, without any reason. There are many people going to work in the morning, and this office building is not only home to Guanhai Technology. Many people pointed and commented, or took photos. Lin Yushang was going all out. Guanhai Technology was in complete chaos, with many employees discussing the matter in group chats. Upon learning of this, Wu Guanghai, the owner of Guanhai Technology, immediately called Ma Donghua and told him not to come to the company. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning, and people are coming and going. Guanhai Technology has already become famous. Lin Yushang wasn't stupid either. She covered herself up completely, wearing a baseball cap, a mask, and sunglasses. You can't tell what it looks like at all. But things didn't go as she expected. Most people just watched her as a joke, without a shred of sympathy. It's mostly just curiosity about the matter. Shameless. How can you bring something like this up? What a grievance you've suffered. This woman must be very pretty. Guess what she looks like? Let me tell you, it's definitely because the woman thinks the money isn't enough, that's why she's causing trouble. Yes, she's a mistress, and she even tries to have her cake and eat it too. A group of people began to speculate, and when these words reached Lin Yushang's ears, she felt a pang of grievance. Young lady, you'd better leave now, you're disrupting the order of our office building. At this point, several security guards came over and advised her to leave. Meanwhile, Tang Mingxing was in his morning self-study session. There were only 2 days left until the holiday. He had missed a few classes, but he wasn't one to just play around. He was still studying diligently at this time. Zhang Ming looked at Tang Mingxing's latest laptop with some envy. Xing, when did you buy it? It's been 2 weeks. Is the game running smoothly? I'm using it for learning. Roll. Tang Mingxing, having seen enough, said to Zhang Ming, I told you, I'm a second-generation rich kid. No. Now I'm a third-generation rich kid. I'll take you to new heights later. Call me big brother, and I'll buy you one of these laptops right now. Zhang Mingquan ignored him, saying, You just want to take advantage of me, don't you? You too, quiet down. Su Moli, who had just entered the classroom, saw the two arguing as soon as she came in. At this moment, Su Moli reverted to her teacher's nature. Today is mainly self-study period, class monitor, please maintain discipline. After giving her instructions, Su Moli left. Self-study classes rely entirely on self-discipline, and students in these universities generally do not need to be supervised. Even Zhang Ming was the same. He spent most of his time studying. Tang Mingxing, however, is different. Initially, he could tolerate the pressure of money, but now, an hour of self-discipline each day is the greatest respect he can show for his studies. Let's play. Tang Mingxing stretched, opened Dreamland, and started the game. Mu Yunqi was also studying, and Shen Tiantian nudged her with her elbow. Yunqi, how are you and Mingxing? What's he like? Is he rich? What kind of girl does he like? Shen Tiantian practically had I like Tang Mingxing too written all over her face. Mu Yunqi remained unmoved. Shen Tiantian, trying to make conversation, said, Hey, look. They say online that a mistress caused trouble at an office building in Yanjing today. Isn't that ridiculous? Haha, why be a mistress? Someone like Mingxing, having a few more wives wouldn't be a problem. Mu Yunqi was drawn to this passage and glanced at Shen Tiantian's phone. Her pupils dilated instantly. No matter how well Lin Yushang concealed herself, she recognized her. Chapter 30 Acting. In front of the office building, several property security guards began to tear down Lin Yushang's banner. Why don't you go to court? Why do you have to come here and cause trouble? It's just money, isn't it? The property manager led a group of people to surround Lin Yushang. Don't tear it. Hey! Don't tear it. Lin Yushang tried to stop them, but there were too many of them, and she couldn't attend to everyone. Several banners were torn to shreds and thrown on the ground. The property manager spat angrily, Damn it, what bad luck. At this moment, Lin Yushang felt lonely, truly lonely, because no one cared about her when she needed help the most. She thought of her parents, but didn't dare to call them. She thought of her close colleagues. They must be laughing at her too. Countless figures flashed through my mind. Tang Mingxing? Ha, even less likely. We've only known each other for a short time. The name Tang Mingxing only flashed through her mind for a second. At this moment, Tang Mingxing received messages from Su Moli and Mu Yunqi. Go and bring Lin Yushang back. I'll give you a holiday. Something's happened to Sister Lin, please go and help her. He couldn't understand it. Could women's friendships really be so strong? Surely not? How did these three girls become so close in such a short time? But Tang Mingxing didn't want to go. What would she do there? She wouldn't be of any help. However, seeing the word vacation in the message sent by Su Moli, Tang Mingxing typed back, "Okay, watch me." Once outside, he continued cursing, "What am I going to do if I go? If Lin Yushang doesn't come back, am I supposed to stand there with her and embarrass myself? Damn it!" In the shopping mall across from the school, Tang Mingxing drove her Pagani towards Lin Yushang's location. At this moment, Lin Yushang could no longer hold back, and the usually carefree girl finally cried. "Yuchang, why bother? Can't we talk things out? The company still needs you. We can discuss any terms you may have." Wu Guanghai, the owner of Guanghai Technology, then came out. Wu Guanghai approached and handed Lin Yushang a tissue. "I know you cried, it's okay. Although President Wei is a bit older, he's only 57 years old. Think about it carefully. Right?" Wu Guanhai's tone was very kind. If you didn't listen to the content, it really sounded like he was concerned about Lin Yushang. Your previous salary was 30,000, and the company gave you a 10,000 subsidy for rent. But Boss Wei promised to give you 80,000 every month, and you won't need to rent anymore, saving you money on food. Plus, I'll still pay you your housing allowance and salary. That's over 100,000 a month, isn't that great? Are you sick? Lin Yushang said. Wu Guanghai wasn't angry. Why make things so awkward? What can you gain? If you follow President Wei, you won't have to do anything. Slap. Before Wu Guanghai could finish speaking, Lin Yushang slapped him across the face. She was furious when she heard him say that he could make money while lying down. You bitch, I'm giving you a damn good time. Wu Guanhai's voice suddenly rose in volume. The surrounding crowd turned their attention to this scene again, with many people looking down from the upper floors. Wu Guanghai suddenly pulled out a wad of banknotes and threw them hard at Lin Yushang's face. It's just money, I'll give it to you. Hundreds of 100 yuan bills were scattered all over the ground. Lin Yushang was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was trying to smear her. She made herself look like she was only after money, which earned her the stigma of being a mistress. Anyone looking at it would assume that the woman was the other woman and then came to cause trouble because of money. Oh dear, girl, why are you doing this to yourself? Either get a marriage certificate with him, or go home as soon as possible. Exactly, the guy can just buy an extra spot and marry you, what's the point of sneaking around? I didn't. Lin Yushang tried her best to explain, but the people around her didn't believe her at all. Wu Guanghai then shouted, Gentlemen, this woman seduced my friend, and what happened? My friend wanted to marry her, but she refused. She only wanted money, not a title, and she's doing this all secretly. I bet she just wants to make a quick buck and dump my friend. As soon as Wu Guanghai finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in, That's right, I've seen plenty of women like that. They want money. They're greedy. You might want to propose to them, but they won't. They just wait until they've made enough money and then disappear without a trace. Yes. No. Lin Yushang quickly explained, but no matter how she explained, no one believed her. Someone else shouted, If you're so tough, take off your sunglasses and mask. Lin Yushang stood frozen in place, her heart almost breaking. Her power was still too weak. But to clear her name, she decided to stop hiding it altogether, and with that thought, she prepared to take off her mask. Boom! Tang Mingxing arrived at that moment, and just in time. A black Pagani drove into the center of the crowd. All eyes were once again drawn to the luxury car. Holy crap, who is this? Tang Mingxing pushed open the car door, quickly walked up to Lin Yushang, grabbed her, and tried to leave. What are you doing here? Lin Yushang was also startled by Tang Mingxing. She could tell at a glance that the car in front of her was expensive. Her heart was pounding wildly. She never expected that Tang Mingxing would come to pick her up riding on auspicious clouds. Tang Mingxing had also planned to forcibly take Lin Yushang away when she arrived. Then I took him back to the apartment, and spent the rest of the time playing games inside, skipping school in the afternoon. When Su Moli returned, she told her that she had spent the entire day trying to persuade Lin Yushang, and her mouth was parched. Mingxing. Let go quickly. Lin Yushang tried to break free, but couldn't. Tang Mingxing pulled her along, muttering, Come back with me quickly, the guild war starts in half an hour. What? Lin Yushang didn't hear clearly and lowered her head to bite Tang Mingxing's arm. Tang Mingxing winced in pain and then released her. I want justice for myself. Tang Mingxing glanced at the money scattered on the ground and said, "What kind of justice is this? They slandered me, they said I was a mistress, and this Wu Guanghai, he said I." Lin Yushang briefly recounted what had just happened. Wu Guanghai became somewhat wary. He looked at the young man in front of him. Someone who could drive such a luxury car was no ordinary person. Tang Mengxing now understands the situation. Lin Yushang has been smeared, it's that simple. He then strode towards Wu Guanghai. Wu Guanhai took 2 steps back, and seeing Tang Mingxing's fierce approach, he immediately sensed something was wrong. "What are you doing?" "Security! Security!" At this moment, several security guards surrounded him. "Young man, calm down, you have a bright future ahead of you, you." Unexpectedly, Tang Mingxing walked up to Wu Guanhai and suddenly bowed deeply. "What's going on here?" Everyone was stunned. Tang Mingxing suddenly burst into tears. Big brother, I'm so sorry, my sister-in-law and I are so sorry. It's all my fault. My wife found out, so she came over today to cause trouble. I'm sorry, I may have some money, but I shouldn't have done this, I'm really sorry." The more Wu Guanghai listened, the more nervous he became. This kid was talking nonsense. "Don't talk nonsense, I don't know you, bullshit, do you even know my wife's name?" Tang Mingxing ignored him, turned around and walked to Lin Yushang, hugging her tightly. "Wife, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, let's go home." However, he whispered in Lin Yushang's ear, "What's his wife's name?" Lin Yushang hesitated for a moment before saying, Sun Weiwei. Weiwei. Her name is Sun Weiwei, brother. Actually, we are truly in love, my Weiwei. Tang Mingxing wailed and howled, and for a moment no one could tell what was real and what was fake. Chapter 31. This matter is not over. Wu Guanghai retorted angrily, "You're talking nonsense." He was about to fight Tang Mingxing when he was stopped by several security guards. "Mr. Wu, calm down, don't take it to heart." "Yes, Mr. Wu. It's just for a woman. At worst, we can get a divorce. Don't resort to violence. As a man, I understand, you. You don't understand anything. What he said is false, my wife doesn't have it." Wu Guanghai stomped his feet in anger. Tang Mingxing stopped shouting, looked at everyone in surprise, and then said to Lin Yushang, "Wife, he doesn't know?" He doesn't know, I haven't had a chance to say it yet." Lin Yushang was also drawn into the role by Tang Mingxing and recited her lines in a very cooperative manner. Within Guanhai technology, some people have already started promoting it. Breaking news. Lin Yushang's boyfriend cheated on her with President Wu's wife. In revenge, Lin Yushang came to the company to cause trouble and slander President Wu. The most amazing thing is that President Wu doesn't know, but Lin Yushang's boyfriend thinks he does, so he confessed everything. Ha ha. A dozen minutes later, everyone was tired of making a fuss, and Tang Mingxing was in a hurry to go back. Lin Yushang knew she wouldn't get an explanation today. They had no choice but to go back with Tang Mingxing. The two got into the car, Tang Mingxing panting, "I knew I had to study screenwriting, become a writer, or an actress. It's so interesting." Lin Yushang took off her sunglasses, feeling a bit better. At least she saw that Wu Guanhai had been humiliated. "Honey, let's go back to the apartment first. I don't want to go to class this afternoon. When Sumoli comes back, can you smooth things over for me?" Tang Mingxing asked, but he didn't realize that he had called Lin Yushang wife. "Perhaps I was too engrossed in the performance and couldn't change my mind immediately." Lin Yushang heard his incorrect address and wanted to correct him, but she swallowed the words back and simply replied, "Okay. I'll smooth things over for you." After returning to her apartment, Tang Mingxing went directly to Lin Yushang's house. Lin Yushang promised to cook him lunch, and when she talked about what happened that morning, she made Tang Mingxing laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at? I've lost my job. I'm going to the labor bureau to sue them this afternoon." But shortly after, the company sent Lin Yushang N+3 in compensation. She was officially dismissed. Damn it! Lin Yushang couldn't help but curse. This is something to celebrate. Here, have a drink. Tang Mingxing took 2 cans of drinks from the refrigerator and handed one to Lin Yushang. Lin Yushang said, "You really don't consider yourself an outsider. This is my home." Forehead. Unlike the others, Lin Yushang did not ask about Tang Mingxing's luxury car the entire way. He didn't even show the slightest sign of unnaturalness. She was indeed shocked for a moment when she first saw it, but only for a second. It's not that she doesn't love money, but when her spiritual life is rich enough, money isn't that important to her. But things are different now. Before, she didn't pursue getting rich quick. She was content with a modest life, earning 30,000 yuan a month and living a very comfortable life. I'll use 10,000 for rent, 10,000 for my parents, and keep 10,000 for myself. She has enough to eat and drink, but now, no matter how rich she is in spirit, she has to face reality. She could tell that Tang Mingxing was rich, but she would never ask for money. Mingxing, can you do me a favor during the National Day holiday? Lin Yushan said. What? Help me move. My lease here expires in a month, but I'm thinking of going back to my hometown first. I miss my parents. Lin Yushan's eyes were filled with loneliness. She had been wrong today and especially wanted to find someone to lean on. However, Tang Mingxing is not currently on the list of loved ones. Her closest relatives are still her parents. Tang Mingxing didn't hesitate. Okay, I'll help you. All three of us will come over. Sister, where are you from? Jishui City. Oh. The springs there are the best in the world. Tang Mingxing's mind suddenly clicked. Where could she go for the National Day holiday? The two were silent for a while. Tang Mingxing really didn't treat herself as an outsider and lay on the sofa playing games by herself. Lin Yushan leaned closer and tried to find a topic to talk about, otherwise the atmosphere would be too awkward. Only Tang Mingxing wouldn't notice. What are you playing? Dreamscape, a mobile game. Today I've collected all the Phoenix mounts, watch me show off in it. You don't study properly and you're always playing games. What are you going to do in the future? Sister, I'm a third-generation rich kid, I'm not short of money. I've already spent nearly 500,000 on this game. Tang Mingxing spoke very casually. Lin Yushan felt uneasy. Damn it, spending so much money on a game. I remember you said you were a second-generation rich kid, how come you're a third-generation rich kid now? Oh, the second generation was given to my dad. Meanwhile, inside Guanghai Technology, at a workstation, a man was lost in thought. He knew Tang Mingxing, but he never imagined that today's events were related to him. Shen Bumo glanced at his phone, deleted the message he was about to send to Tang Mingxing, and closed the chat window. Then she opened the dialog box again, seemingly still wanting to say something. Guanghai Technology is facing significant pressure recently, with the company's valuation around 1.5 billion. It's not a big company, but it's definitely a rising star with huge potential. That's just how the game works. When you have great technology or a good product, you don't face huge profits, but rather imitation and copycatting. Similar products will emerge in large numbers in the market. Especially the pressure from large companies. You can't even sue them. Guanghai Technology's AI products have received much praise since their launch. The outstanding works attracted many investment offers from conglomerates. How could Wu Guanghai possibly share profits with others? So he rejected them all. To his surprise, those giant companies with hundreds of billions in revenue launched similar products not long after. Moreover, the technology evolves faster and the publicity efforts are greater. Before long, their company's products became completely uncompetitive in the market. At the same time, it blindly expanded, resulting in redundant staff and a huge burden on the company. Sitting at his workstation, Chen Bumo sent a message to Tang Mingxing, Brother Tang, this isn't over yet. Be careful, Wei Hang is here at our company. Protect your wife. He wasn't sure if Lin Yushan was Tang Mingxing's woman, but judging from the situation today, she probably was. But he couldn't figure out why he hadn't brought Lin Yushan with him to the event. After Tang Mingxing finished the dungeon, she saw Chen Bumo's message. Sister, does your company have someone named Chen Bumo? Lin Yushan thought for a moment, I don't know. I give up. You know Wei Hong, right? I know, it's him who's taken a liking to me, a self-proclaimed top investor, Lin Yushan thought, wanting to swear when she heard the name, but she managed to hold back. My friend said this isn't over, but he doesn't know the specifics. We should all be careful. Chapter 32. It's uncomfortable. Tang Mingxing was very upset. After reading Chen Bumo's information, he felt it wasn't worth it. Because of Lin Yushan, I always felt like a pushover. I thought it would be a simple matter, but I didn't expect the other party to be so persistent. Perhaps this matter will be over once Lin Yushan returns to her hometown. I may have been worrying too much. However, he still planned to call his elderly father. Far away in Africa, Tang Hai and Zhang Yuanying were in high spirits as they watched the herds of animals migrate. A staff member stepped forward respectfully and said, "Sir and Madam, there are abundant mineral resources beneath this land. We have completed the survey. When will we begin mining?" Tang Hai gazed at the animals ahead, completely mesmerized. Nature is truly magnificent, life is truly vibrant. There's no rush with the mining, let's not disturb their migration. Suddenly the phone rang, and Tang Hai saw that it was Tang Mingxing calling. "My dear son, what's wrong?" Tang Hai's serious face broke into a kind smile. After hearing Tang Mingxing's words, his smile gradually disappeared. "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhang Yuanying could tell that something must have happened. After hanging up the phone, Tang Hai said, "It's just a trivial matter. Mingxing is a steady kid, he called me beforehand to find out about this. He just offended an ordinary person. It's nothing serious. I've sent people to protect him, but I told him to try to resolve it himself first. This kind of person is perfect as a stepping stone for Mingxing." Tang Hai didn't expect a 21-year-old to be able to take down a big shot in the underworld on his own. But no matter how important a person is, in his eyes they are nothing more than stepping stones on his son's path to adulthood. Tang Hai is the kind of person who cares for his family but has no pity for outsiders. In his eyes, Wei Hung was an ant, but this ant did not provoke him, and the matter itself had nothing to do with Tang Mingxing. But by chance, Tang Hai had an idea to let him train his son. Perhaps in some ways, he is no different from people like Wei Hang. Damn, how come it shows he's in Africa? Tang Mingxing looked at her father's WeChat moments. Who? Lin Yushang asked curiously. My dad, he didn't go to do illegal work, did he, or did he go mining? Ha ha. Tang Mingxing was just saying it casually. What he didn't know was that his father had actually gone to work in the mines. What does your dad do? Have no idea. Tang Mingxing genuinely didn't know. She had always thought he was a farmer, but now she could easily mistake him for a businessman. However, she still felt that he was hiding something. Lin Yushang prepared lunch, 2 simple dishes, and placed them on the table. It's a bit too bland, Tang Mingxing said, looking somewhat unappetizing. Eat it or don't, it's up to you. Lin Yushang was about to serve him a bowl of rice, but then put it back on the table. Help yourself. Tang Mingxing took a couple of bites. The taste was good, but he still found it hard to swallow. He couldn't live without meat, so he had no choice but to make do with a bottle of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. Sister, I'd like to visit your place during the National Day holiday. I can drive you back home. How about we take a road trip together? Come to our place? Sure. Lin Yushang was inexplicably happy. But she suddenly realized that her happiness seemed to come from her feelings for Tang Mingxing. Why did this happen all of a sudden? Lin Yushang asked anxiously. She was already quite sad because she was about to leave Yanjing. Hearing that Tang Mingxing was going to her hometown for National Day, she actually felt quite excited. Seeing the change in Lin Yushang's expression, Tang Mingxing asked, Sister, are you alright? Oh, it's nothing. You're welcome to come to my hometown, eat and stay with me, you can cover it. He originally wanted to say he would cover it, but now he was unemployed. Although you get a sum of money, it's not a secure investment in the long run. Besides, Tang Mingxing is so rich, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cover for her. He's not a pretentious person. Thinking back to how he kept calling her wife earlier today, Lin Yushang blushed slightly. Tang Mingxing felt uneasy. Looking at Lin Yushang's ever-changing expressions, she wondered if her sister had gone crazy from the shock. Evening. When Su Moli and Mu Yunxi returned, Tang Mingxing explained the matter to the 2 girls. You have no idea, I had to beg and plead with her to come back. When she came back, she was threatening to kill herself. She opened the window and tried to jump. I didn't dare leave her side for a second and stayed with her all afternoon. You should thank me, otherwise someone would have died today. Tang Mingxing gesticulated wildly as she told lies. He was afraid of his wife, especially Su Moli. If she found out he had spent the whole afternoon playing games, he would be in big trouble. After saying that, Tang Mingxing looked at the 3 girls triumphantly. Lin Yushang was also there, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole. Tang Mingxing never said anything serious. Although she had agreed to help him cover up the lie, she hadn't expected his lie to be so outrageous. Su Moli looked at Lin Yushang. Her expression was normal, her mindset was normal, her behavior was normal, everything was normal. Tang Mingxing, you're not lying, are you? Sister Lin jumped off a building? I don't believe it. She's such a good person, how could she jump off a building? Right, Sister Lin. Faced with Su Moli's questioning, Lin Yushang's eyes darted around, and after a long while, she managed to squeeze out a sentence, I did think about it at the time, but Tang Mingxing saved me in the end. As she spoke, her face turned visibly red all the way to her ears. Mu Yunqi laughed, Mang Xing is such a good actress. Sister Lin, you can't lie, your face is all red. The truth eventually came out, and Tang Mingxing stood in the corner, receiving a scolding from Su Moli. It was late at night, and everyone prepared to rest. Tang Mingxing lay on the bed, alone in the room, when he suddenly thought of the movie Ju-on that he had watched that day. At this time, Su Moli and Mu Yunqi were both at Lin Yushang's house. They agreed that they would sleep with Lin Yushang tonight. Damn it, I always overthink things when I'm alone, Tang Mingxing thought, becoming more and more frightened. I only managed to fall asleep with the lights on. The next morning, Tang Mingxing got out of bed still sleepy, having not slept well all night. Su Moli and Mu Yunqi didn't even call him, they went straight to school. Lin Yushang was still packing her luggage. Sister, please take me to school, Tang Mingxing said, leaning against the doorframe and rubbing her eyes. Don't you have a car? I don't want to continue. Men can't resist Tang Mingxing's cuteness, they can be charming and affectionate. There really are women who care about women. Lin Yushang wore a white t-shirt, black shorts, and a helmet before riding her Jinjita 300. Tang Mingxing followed suit and sat down. Chapter 33 Mu Yunqi's Suitors. Tang Mingxing wrapped her arms around Lin Yushang's waist and said, Sister, drive slowly. You. Lin Yushang turned around and glared at him, but it was to no avail. He's just a younger brother, Lin Yushang kept reminding herself. Tang Mingxing told her to ride slower, but Lin Yushang rode very fast, which made her feel very embarrassed. In less than 2 minutes, we arrived at the school gate. We're here. Let go, Lin Yushang snapped. Tang Mingxing then got out of the car. Just as they were about to enter the school gate, Lin Yushang suddenly called out, Tang Mingxing. Lin Yushang then got on her bicycle and left immediately. Back at school, Tang Mingxing fell asleep on her desk. It was another day with few classes. With the holidays approaching, everyone is eager to go home and has little interest in studying. The whole school knew that she and Mu Yunqi were dating, but the news of their marriage registration was kept secret, and few people except Chen Tiantian knew about it. Everyone thought they were just boyfriend and girlfriend. Mu Yunqi sat in the classroom, playing with the latest mobile phone. Several of her female classmates were a little envious when they saw her new phone. Yunqi, you just bought a new phone? And your computer is new too. Did your boyfriend buy it for you? These people all knew that Mu Yunqi's family would never buy her so many nice things at once. Mu Yunqi didn't hide anything. Yes, Mingxing bought it for me. Chen Tiantian, who was standing to the side, naturally knew that she had witnessed everything that day, and that she and Li Hao had broken up. Having seen the ocean, other waters seem insignificant. Having beheld the clouds of Wushan, other clouds seem pale in comparison. Having witnessed Tang Mingxing's handsomeness and wealth, she no longer finds any other man appealing. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to get Tang Mingxing. The other girls were also inquiring about Tang Mingxing's situation. What does his family do? I saw him that day, he's so handsome. Yunqi, does he have any younger brothers or sisters? Could you introduce him to us? Mu Yunqi would never reveal Tang Mingxing's specific information. She put her phone in the LV bag that cost over 60,000 yuan, saying she was going to read a book for a while. The movements were natural, and I felt very happy. It feels really good to enjoy the envious looks from others. TCH. You think you can win someone over with this little thing? Anyone can afford an LV bag, right? A girl in front of them took out a Hermes bag and placed it on the desk. Huang Jingjing, how do you have a Hermes bag? Is this true? Chen Tiantian was somewhat surprised. Huang Jingjing is the class's youth league secretary, and she's quite good looking. Back in high school, she was the most beautiful girl in the school, eloquent and good at getting along with people. So he became the branch secretary of the youth league. But when she got to university, her once proud beauty became insignificant, and she was completely overshadowed by Mu Yunqi in class alone. She had never been looked down upon like this before, from childhood to adulthood. She thought she could compare with Mu Yunqi, and as the head of the youth league branch, she had an edge over Mu Yunqi in terms of status. They won just like that, but everyone's attention was on Mu Yunqi, who was also known as the top of the 4 school beauties. Nobody paid any attention to a mere branch secretary. Especially these past few days, she's been carrying an LV bag. This made Huang Jingjing even more unbearable. It's just a bag, what's the big deal? I could buy more if I wanted, Huang Jingjing said, silencing everyone and clearly speaking to Mu Yunqi. Mu Yunqi wasn't going to back down, who says it isn't? It's just a cheap bag, only 60,000 yuan. Turning to Chen Tiantian and the other girls, he said, last time Mingxing wanted to buy me a few more, but I refused. You can't just waste money, right? She started pretending too. Chen Tiantian and the other girls felt a pang of sadness. Who was she trying to impress? She should talk to Huang Jingjing instead of pretending to be a poor bunch like them. Oh, right, I also think this LV is just so-so, Hermes is the king of bags. Huang Jingjing casually put her bag aside. Mu Yunqi ignored her. Change to a Hermes bag? She wanted to, but the money wasn't hers. Tang Mingxing might not buy it for her. Oh my, Huang Jingjing. Who's your boyfriend? Chen Tiantian asked curiously. Huang Jingjing, with an air of superiority, said, what's it to you? Chen Tiantian rolled her eyes at her, so what if you're rich? Put. So what if you're rich? This is a phrase usually said by people who are poor, and these people are the ones who crave wealth the most. Chen Tiantian, why don't you ask Li how to buy you one, or maybe we can crowdfund it and see if we can raise 6,000 yuan, huh? Huang Jingjing was in a good mood, feeling that she could finally hold her head high. You. Chen Tiantian looked coldly at Huang Jingjing, but had no words to reply. She had no money, and Li Hao wouldn't buy it for her. Mu Yunqi lowered her head and remained silent. She didn't want to argue anymore. Showing off luxury goods was certainly enjoyable, but there was no need to force herself to compete. However, Huang Jingjing was determined to provoke her today, even though Mu Yunqi had never offended her. But she was just jealous. Why was she prettier than her and received more attention? Find a boyfriend who was both handsome and rich. I must make up for this sense of loss today. Mu Yunqi, keep a low profile in the future. This kind of junk is a perfect match for someone like you. Huang Jingjing suddenly broke off the pretense. She had been holding back for a long time, and now that things had come to this, there was no need to maintain a false facade with Mu Yunqi. Who are you cursing? Mu Yunqi couldn't stand it anymore and stood up abruptly. Chen Tiantian and the others quickly stopped him. Yunqi, calm down, don't take it to heart. What's wrong with you? You've been carrying this shabby bag for the past few days and you're already acting all high and mighty. I've disliked you for a long time, you lowlife. Huang Jingjing is much better at swearing than Mu Yunqi. Mu Yunqi stood there, stunned. She wanted to curse, but couldn't find the right words. She could only stammer, you, what right do you have to curse me? You're the one who. As she spoke, tears welled up in Mu Yunqi's eyes. Just then, a noise came from outside the window, and someone shouted, Yunqi. Be my girlfriend. Mu Yunqi, I love you. Quick, come and see. Someone's publicly professing their love for Mu Yunqi. Wow, there's a handsome guy who drives a Ferrari and bought a ton of flowers. Mu Yunqi was right there, and no one cared whether she was embarrassed or not, so they all looked down from the windowsill. Huang Jingjing felt a pang of jealousy again. How could she be so popular? Chen Tiantian suddenly whispered, Yunqi, I'm remembering this for you. Go learn how to publicly declare your love for the 27th time. Mu Yunqi was unsure whether to be happy or sad. She had just been scolded to tears by Huang Jingjing, and now another person was showing affection to her. Annoying, Mu Yunqi slumped onto the table, silently shedding tears. The news spread very quickly and was quite outrageous. Mu Yunqi was deeply moved by the public declaration of love and shed tears of happiness. And that's how the story spread. I'm afraid I might fall in love with you. I dare not get too close. This suitor was also well prepared. He sat downstairs, picked up a guitar, and started singing. Behind him, besides the Ferrari, was a heart-shaped bouquet of 999 roses. Chapter 34. The highest bidder wins? The boy sang 4 or 5 songs in a row, but Mu Yunqi remained unmoved. Yunqi, why don't you go down and check on him? It's not a good thing he keeps singing like this, it's disturbing other people's studies. Someone tried to persuade Mu Yunqi. Chen Tiantian said enviously, Hey, Yunqi, you're so lucky. I just looked at this guy, and he's pretty good too. If I look like you, I'd definitely get him. Idiot. Mu Yunqi suddenly exclaimed, startled herself. She had actually sworn, something she hadn't done before. Mu Yunqi wiped her face, which was streaked with tears. This person had come for her sake, so she had to deal with it herself. Huang Jingjing said with disgust, "Stop being disgusting. What are you trying to show off with that beat-up Ferrari?" Chen Tiantian replied on Mu Yunqi's behalf, "Everything's broken, you think you're so great. Where's your boyfriend? Bring him out for a stroll, he's not some 40-year-old uncle, is he?" Huang Jingjing's expression tightened. Her boyfriend was 45 years old. Chen Tiantian just said it casually, and by sheer coincidence, she guessed it correctly. There are no handsome and wealthy young men like that. Most successful people are older. With Huang Jingjing's looks, it would be difficult for her to find a younger man. After all, she wasn't a stunning beauty. But older men are easier to fool. With a little flaunting of their charm and their high level of education, they can be easily manipulated. She hesitated for a long time before finally making up her mind. Especially after seeing the bag Mu Yunqi was carrying, she abandoned her dignity. She had initially maintained a strong sense of superiority, accepting that she couldn't compare to Mu Yunqi in looks. It was an innate advantage, and there was nothing she could do about it. But financially, they've drifted apart, which is absolutely unacceptable. Just then, a 45-year-old man was pursuing her, and in a moment of desperation, she agreed to his request. Mu Yunqi was leading Chen Tiantian and the others downstairs at this moment, wanting to end this fruitless declaration of love as soon as possible. However, he was also puzzled. He had told Chen Tiantian about his marriage, but she kept it a secret. Chen Tiantian kept her mouth shut because she had also taken a liking to Tang Mengxing. Good things should be kept secretly for yourself. When I got downstairs, a crowd had already gathered. Make way, everyone. The female lead is here. Someone with sharp eyes spotted Mu Yunqi immediately. Agree with him, someone started chanting again. Many of them knew about Tang Mengxing and Mu Yunqi's relationship, but they were still willing to join in the gossip. I want to see if Mu Yunqi will agree, or see if Tang Mengxing will come over and fight this boy. This is a test of human nature. Do you think Mu Yunqi will be moved? Doesn't she have a boyfriend? You can change boyfriends anytime, right? Even the best relationship is better than a Ferrari? Mu Yunqi walked up to the boy, not recognizing him. Who are you? Senior, my name is Tao Yulong, and I'm a freshman. She started learning at the beginning of September, and it's only been 28 or 29 days, yet Mu Yunqi's name has already spread throughout the freshmen. Tao Yulong, thinking himself very romantic, knelt on one knee, holding a bouquet of roses. Senior, you can. No, please leave. Mu Yunqi refused before he could finish speaking. Tao Yulong reiterated, I know you have a boyfriend, but I liked you the moment I saw you. Please give me a chance. If an ordinary person said this, they would definitely be ridiculed for being shameless. But it's different when you have money. This man is so devoted to love. The girls around him had already started swooning over him. Where did you get that sense of infatuation? Mu Yunqi found it amusing. Tao Yulong said, Senior, what do you like? I'll buy it for you, I promise I'll love you even more than Tang Mengxing. Whether what he said was true or not, he seemed very sincere, or perhaps he was just putting on an act. Mu Yunqi simply replied, please leave and don't disturb others' studies. But Tao Yulong was like a leech, insisting on sticking to her. At this moment, Huang Jingjing was the most troubled, fearing that Mu Yunqi would agree. Tao Yulong looks to be only around 19 or 20 years old. Anyone who can afford a Ferrari F8 must be rich. He's a high-quality guy. Huang Jingjing didn't want Mu Yunqi to succeed. Why did all the good men like Mu Yunqi? As for Tang Mengxing, she could buy Mu Yunqi a bag worth over 60,000 yuan, so she must be quite well off. However, in her eyes, Tao Yulong was more of a threat. Huang Jingjing had never met Tang Mengxing, but Tao Yulong was right in front of her. If Mu Yunqi agreed, then I might be shorter than her again. Tao Yulong then pulled out a Hermes bag. Yunqi, promise me, this is a gift for you. Tao Yulong spent a lot of money today. This bag is a Hermes Birkin Milkshake White, which costs 180,000 yuan. No. Huang Jingjing suddenly spoke up, and everyone around her looked at her. Huang Jingjing knew she had embarrassed herself. This had nothing to do with her, but she had made such a great sacrifice, and now Mu Yunqi was about to overtake her again? And what a coincidence, this guy also gave her a bag, and it was even more expensive than her own. Huang Jingjing's bag costs no more than 120,000 yuan. You're really something. Mu Yunqi thought Huang Jingjing had lost her mind. This had absolutely nothing to do with her. Tao Yulong looked at Huang Jingjing and asked, "Who are you?" He assumed she might be Mu Yunqi's older sister or best friend, and dared not offend her. Huang Jingjing was speechless when asked this question. "She's the Youth League branch secretary, she's got a lot of power, she even oversees dating," Chen Tiantian joked. "Your class monitor? Who do you think you are?" "Who did I think it was? What's going on in your class? What's so great about a Youth League branch secretary?" The onlookers were equally unceremonious. Huang Jingjing blushed, but tried to remain calm. "It's Mu Yunqi who doesn't want to." I was just repeating what she said. "She has a boyfriend. Why are you all making such a fuss?" At this moment, Mu Yunqi wanted to thank Huang Jingjing. Had her brain problem been cured? Otherwise, why would she speak up for her? Humph. I don't care if she has a boyfriend or not. In this kind of thing, the highest bidder wins. Tao Yulong stopped pretending. He wasn't old, but he had been with countless women and could easily win them over with a little money. Why did Mu Yunqi get the short end of the stick? The highest bidder wins? What kind of talk is that? Mu Yunqi was a little angry they were treating her like merchandise. Get out of here. This was already one of the more vulgar things Mu Yunqi could say. Humph. Huang Jingjing was no longer in a hurry. It seemed that Mu Yunqi did not intend to agree. I was overthinking it. Tao Yulong threw the flowers aside, his eyes turning vicious. Damn it. Chapter 35 drew a line. Huang Jingjing looked at the two of them smugly, and then began to speak sarcastically again. Hey Junior, her boyfriend's name is Tang Mengxing, and he's a rich second-generation heir. He wouldn't even look at something like yours. Huang Jingjing's actions were purely instigation. By telling Tao Yulong the other party's name, she was causing the two men to fight over her, and making Mu Yunqi's life uneasy. You're really something, Chen Tiantian muttered, though she wasn't confident that Tang Mengxing could handle the situation. Although Mu Yunqi and he are already married, Tao Yulong is too rich. Under the temptation of money, who knows? At this point, people around them also started talking. Why do you think Mu Yunqi refused? Either Tang Mengxing is richer, or she's faking it. What are you pretending for? Think about it, everyone knows Mu Yunqi has a boyfriend. If Tao Yulong comes to pursue her again, even if Mu Yunqi is willing, she'll be too embarrassed to accept in front of so many people. Yes, you're right. Maybe they'll refuse on the surface, but then contact each other privately, and Tang Mengxing and Tao Yulong will be able to profit from both sides. At this moment, Tang Mengxing was rushing headed towards the teaching building where Mu Yunqi was. A friend he knew from school had already informed him that someone was openly pursuing his wife. Mu Yunqi was unsure whether she should reveal the news that they had already registered their marriage. Yunqi, just tell me what you want. I promise I'll give it to you. Tao Yulong said confidently. In his eyes, Mu Yunqi's looks and talent were worth $1 million. He was definitely not just playing around, he did have the idea of marrying Mu Yunqi. But not for reasons of love. In a family like his, there's definitely more than one wife he can marry. But first and foremost, he must marry a woman of equal social standing. His parents will arrange this for him, and he has no say in it. His parents will not let him choose the remaining spots randomly. Clean background, educated, well-mannered, obedient. There are a series of requirements. Therefore, Tao Yulong only played around with some of the beautiful female anchors and nightclub girls on a regular basis. Even if I wanted to, my father wouldn't agree. Mu Yunqi was completely different. She met her own requirements for marriage, and more importantly, she was too beautiful. Tao Yulong noticed Su Moli as soon as he enrolled, but after learning that she was a teacher, he had second thoughts. Then they discovered Mu Yunqi, a stunning beauty, an absolute gem. Having lived this long and met so many girls, none of them can compare to her. If you're with me, I'll give you 100,000 yuan every month. Tao Yulong thought that was incredibly romantic, so he decided to go for the most direct approach. 100,000? Huang Jingjing's heart jumped into her throat again. The temptation grew stronger and stronger, and she began to regret not having noticed this potential gem. I have already registered my marriage with Tang Mengxing, and we are now legally married. What? Everyone around was dumbfounded and utterly shocked. If they are just boyfriend and girlfriend, then other people might still have some hope. There are always toads waiting for Tang Mengxing and Mu Yunqi to break up, hoping that this swan meat will accidentally fall into their mouths. But now that hope is completely gone. Get a marriage certificate? Tao Yulong's face turned ugly. You're wasting my time. You. Wife. He wasn't unfamiliar with it, so he had no choice but to change his approach. At least Mu Yunqi has lost her value, she's not worth my excessive investment. But if there are other possibilities, it would be great to give it a try. Tao Yulong pulled out a piece of paper, wrote down his phone number, and then threw it on the ground. Call me when you figured it out. Damn bad luck. Mu Yunqi was extremely displeased with his disrespectful attitude. Huang Jingjing feigned surprise. Mu Yunqi, you're married? What's so great about Tang Mengxing? Are you out of your mind? A bag, a phone, a computer, and she's got you all to herself. You got it for nothing. The other person's words were very harsh, and Mu Yunqi's mouth started to get stuck again, unable to utter a single sentence. Let's go. Tao Yulong ordered the men who had come with him to carry the flowers away. He then got into the Ferrari and prepared to leave. Stop right there. Tang Mengxing arrived late, 2 chapters later. Behind them, Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi, and several other classmates blocked the Ferrari's path. Zhou Qi, seeing the sports car, exclaimed in disbelief, Mengxing, holy crap. That guy over there drives a Ferrari. He can't even ride a dragon. Tang Mengxing said fiercely. Who are you? Tao Yulong got out of the car and looked at the other person. Your dad. Tang Mengxing slapped him across the face. Damn it, you're up to no good, seducing a married woman, you shameless bastard. The rest of the words were so vulgar that Huang Jingjing blushed deeply. Mu Yunqi was overjoyed when she saw Tang Mengxing. My man has arrived. My savior has come. But after hearing Tang Mengxing's long speech, he felt it was better to pretend he didn't know her. That's so vulgar. What department are you in? Come with me to find the teacher. If I don't fire you today, I'm not Tang. Expelled? Should I talk to the teacher? Tao Yulong was slapped and still wanted to challenge Tang Mengxing, but when he heard that they should find the teacher, he immediately backed down. Teachers don't usually interfere with a boy pursuing a girl, and even though Mu Yunqi was already married, he didn't know it beforehand. However, Tang Mengxing was too imposing, and her words were so decisive that she easily fooled him. Tao Yulong was being pulled by the collar by Tang Mengxing, who was about to lead him out. Tao Yulong's friends also came to stop him, and when Zhang Ming saw that things were not going well, he started to fight with them. What? You want to fight? Try going forward again. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming stood on either side, and several other classmates also stepped forward. Hey guys. My treat tonight. Tang Mengxing said something. Mengxing, this kid just found out that Mu Yunqi and you got your marriage certificate, and he even left his phone number on the ground. Someone in the crowd recognized Tang Mengxing and kindly reminded her, perhaps out of kindness. Tang Mengxing looked down and sure enough, there was a note. He was instantly consumed by rage. Yunqi. Tang Mengxing called out, wanting to confirm. Chen Tian spoke first. That's right, it was him who left it. Yunqi already said you two are married, and he still said he wanted to ask if we could keep in touch. Oh? Tang Mengxing looked at Tao Yulong again. Tao Yulong felt he couldn't take it anymore. He used to be the one bullying others, but now, for the first time, someone grabbed him by the collar and slapped him. Tao Yulong grabbed Tang Mengxing's hand, trying to pull it away, but found that she was holding on very tightly. Damn it, I'm rich. You piece of trash can be dealt with however I want in society. I can bury you in money, believe it or not. Tao Yulong said, his voice trembling but his words were harsh. Tang Mengxing bent down to pick up the paper from the ground and forcefully pried open Tao Yulong's mouth. Wha? Tao Yulong tried to resist, but was kicked twice more. Give it to me, Tang Mengxing said, stuffing the entire piece of paper into Tao Yulong's mouth before finally stopping. Tao Yulong pinched his throat and tried to spit it out, but he had already swallowed it. I'll fight you to the death. Tao Yulong said, charging forward again. Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi, and others joined the fight, along with the few people brought by Tao Yulong, making the scene a chaotic mess. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Hit him. Beat him hard. 2 voices rang out from the crowd of onlookers. Mu Yunqi wanted to step forward and stop them, but a group of boys were fighting, and she couldn't intervene at all. Fortunately, the chaos ended quickly. After all, Tang Mengxing is very good at fighting. Humph, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Zhou Qi kicked one of them away and cursed. Damn it! The car got scratched. At that moment, someone pointed at the Ferrari and shouted loudly. Tao Yulong lay on the ground, looking at his beloved sports car, and laughed loudly. Kid, you better pay me back. I accept a fight. But you'll also have to accept that my car was scratched because of this. Chapter 36 Processing. Tao Yulong smiled smugly. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi became worried, while Huang Jingjing almost burst out laughing. A fight on campus? This is outrageous. What do we do, Mingxing? The car is scratched. Zhang Ming said anxiously. Tao Yulong stood up with a smile. Tang Mingxing, you've scratched my car, you have to pay for it. Call the police and let them investigate, Tang Mingxing suddenly said. Everyone was shocked. Should they call the police? This matter could be considered a big deal, or it could be considered a small deal. But if the police are called, the school will definitely find out about it. Tang Mingxing wasn't afraid at all. In fact, she was secretly pleased. Damn, I can finally find a legitimate reason to drop out of school. He only did it for his wife's sake, so that Su Moli wouldn't nag him, and his parents probably wouldn't blame him either. Ah, I'm a genius. If Mu Yunxi were just his girlfriend, Tang Mingxing might not be so aggressive. At most, she would just curse a few times to vent her anger and slap him before letting it go. Just like yesterday's handling of Lin Yushang's matter, we'll use a battle of wits. If Lin Yushang were also his wife, Wu Guanhai would have certainly given her a beating yesterday. Violence is unacceptable, but it feels really good. Call the police. Zhang Ming hesitated. Don't call the police, there's no need to make such a big deal out of this. Zhou Qi is also worried about the impact on his studies. I acted impulsively without thinking, but thankfully it wasn't too bad and no one got hurt. Now I'm a little scared, especially since the other car got scratched. Tang Mingxing then realized that she had been selfish and had forgotten about her brothers. My bad. I was so engrossed in the moment that I forgot about the rest of us. Tao Yulong rubbed his arm. The people he brought were all students, but not all of them were from this school. However, they were all worried that calling the police would have too great an impact. Tao Yulong hesitated. His car was scratched, and he was indeed afraid of being fired. He immediately made a phone call. Dad. I've gotten into trouble. More and more people gathered to watch the spectacle, and the news quickly reached Su Moli's ears. It was Huang Jingjing who sent a message to the teacher, saying that this matter had to be made a big deal out of it. If they didn't call the police, then she would notify the teacher. Oh my God! Su Moli exclaimed as she rushed to the scene after hearing the news. Tao Yulong hung up the phone and tentatively suggested, Tang Mingxing, how about this? I'm not paying. Tang Mingxing suddenly interrupted before the other party could finish speaking. I won't pay a single penny. Go check the security footage. Once you found out, tell me it was me who did it perfectly. You can go now. He then shouted to the surrounding crowd, everyone, disperse. The performance ends here, there's nothing more to see. Tao Yulong rubbed his cheek, looking at the other person in disbelief. His skin is too thick. Oh ho, trying to renege on your debt? It was Huang Jingjing who spoke. She loved watching the drama unfold, and of course, she wanted to give the other party as much provocation as possible. None of your business. You damaged someone's car, why won't you pay for it? None of your business. You poor bastard, you can't afford to pay, so you're trying to renege on your debt? None of your business. You. Tang Mingxing's 3 sentences, it's none of your business, left Huang Jingjing speechless. Shamelessness knows no bounds. Okay. I'll go check the surveillance footage right now. You're not leaving. Tao Yulong said, then led the group to the surveillance room. Tang Mingxing did not intend to let the matter rest. Just then, Su Moli arrived, accompanied by the head of the teaching department and several other teachers. What's going on? Su Moli punched Tang Mingxing right away, which looked to outsiders like a spoiled wife being affectionate. Why are you here? Tang Mingxing asked in surprise. The head of the teaching department shouted, Tang Mingxing, and all of you, what are you all doing? Come with me. Zhang Ming and his companions exchanged uneasy glances. Tang Mingxing replied, Teacher, Mu Yunxi and I are legally married. Today, some freshmen came and provoked us, so I fought with them. Why did you tell the truth? Zhang Ming asked anxiously. Tang Mingxing was too honest. He had told her everything without the dean of students asking any questions. Several teachers were also stunned. They were married? This is a difficult situation. Logically, no matter the reason, fighting is unacceptable. But emotionally, she's someone else's wife. I couldn't possibly tolerate it if I were in her shoes. Why are you so disobedient? Su Moli gently punched Tang Mingxing's chest again. The head of the teaching department felt uneasy. Tang Mingxing had already said that Mu Yunqi was his wife, so why was Su Moli still acting coquettishly? At this moment, Tao Yulong and his group also arrived, but their expressions were not very good. The car was scratched, and even the surveillance footage wasn't clear. The scene was too chaotic. Seeing that many teachers had arrived, he became even more nervous. Director! It's him! We're the culprits. Tang Mingxing pointed at Tao Yulong. Tao Yulong's lips twitched, and he forced out a few words. Teacher, this is a misunderstanding. Teacher, this is not a misunderstanding, they were fighting, I have video footage. Huang Jingjing suddenly stepped forward. Mu Yunqi also stepped forward and said, Teacher, this whole thing was started by Tao Yulong. The individuals each held their own version of events. Everyone just found Huang Jingjing disgusting. This is clearly kicking someone when they're down. Even the teachers felt that the girl was being somewhat unfair. But since they produced a video, the teacher couldn't just ignore it. Huang Jingjing, right? Very good, pay more attention to your studies in the future, the head of the teaching department said, implying that she should mind her own business. The school leaders didn't want to escalate the situation, as nothing like this had ever happened in their schools over the years. It'll become a laughing stock. Of course, what they didn't know was that in all these years, no super-rich third generation like Tang Mingxing had ever appeared in the entire Dragon Kingdom or Tsinghua and Peking universities. They truly fear neither heaven nor earth. We'll handle this. Tang Mingxing and Tao Yulong, you two come back with me. Everyone else, you may leave. Hearing that only Tang Mingxing and Tao Yulong were called, Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the office, Tang Mingxing's department head, counselor, and Tao Yulong's department leaders also came over. How do you two plan to handle this? You're not children anymore, so give me your opinion. Hearing the director say this, Tang Mingxing knew there was a chance for leniency. This was the principle of leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist. If the attitude is bad, then punish severely. If the attitude is good, then just go through the motions. Teacher, I know I was wrong. You don't need to pay for my car damage, Senior Tang, Tao Yulong said. As a freshman, he didn't want to be expelled. No, teacher, I'll pay. I won't admit I was wrong. If Tao Yulong dares to do this again, I'll deal with him just the same way. Tang Mingxing spoke calmly, but her attitude was extremely unfriendly. Tao Yulong said aggrievely, how could you do this? I've already admitted my mistake, and I won't even make you pay for the car. What more do you want? Can't you two just apologize to each other? The head of the teaching department looked at Tang Mingxing and offered the best solution. Admit your mistakes, and you'll just get a public reprimand, and that'll be the end of it. Tang Mingxing said, apologize? How should I apologize? I'm sorry, Tao, I shouldn't have hit you because you flirted with my wife. I'll definitely change next time, is that all? Ahem. Tang, it's not like that, you didn't understand, we were talking about the fight. Several school leaders knew this was a difficult matter, but with so many students witnessing it, there had to be an explanation. Chapter 37 Getting Ready to Pick You Up. At this moment, Huang Jingjing sat in the classroom, smugly crossing her legs, so this is karma. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended. It would have been so much fun to be a real villain. Mu Yunqi had no mood to argue with her. She hated her to death. I don't remember ever offending Huang Jingjing, so why is she targeting me like this? At this moment, the school's official WeChat account released a message. Tang Mingxing, a third-year student, and Tao Yulong, a first-year student, had an argument. The final decision was that each of them would go home and reflect on their actions for 10 days. 10 days? Just 10 days? Huang Jingjing looked at the final punishment with disbelief. It wasn't what she had expected. Shouldn't she have been expelled directly? Tang Mingxing was already prepared to be expelled, but thanks to Su Moli and Tao Yulong's father. Su Moli secretly told the head of the teaching department about the matter, and after hearing the truth, he felt relieved. I see, no wonder. Haha, I misunderstood. You should talk to Tang Mingxing about this, and we'll give her a lenient punishment. Tao Yulong's father also rushed to the school. Perhaps he knew someone there, so after some communication, he made Tao Yulong apologize to Tang Mingxing. That's how he avoided being expelled. Tao Yulong was very dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. So he drove his Ferrari and prepared to leave the school. Shortly after leaving the school gate, as he passed Tang Mengxing's apartment, a Koenigsegg chased after him and cut him off. Damn, which big shot did I offend this time? Upon seeing that it was a luxury car that was much more expensive than his own, all his arrogance vanished. A person got out of the car. It was Tang Mengxing. Tang Mengxing knew he would take this route, so she came back early in the morning to wait for him to pass by. Tang Mengxing, wearing sunglasses, quickly walked over. Ah, this guy. Tao Yulong stared intently at Tang Mengxing, then glanced at his luxury car. Thinking about how he had insulted him for being poor, he suddenly realized that he was the one who was being ridiculous. Knock knock. Tang Mengxing knocked twice on the window. Tao Yulong quickly rolled down the car window. You brat! Tang Mengxing's anger hadn't subsided yet, and she wanted to threaten him again after leaving the school. Before he could finish speaking, Tao Yulong quickly said, Brother, I was wrong, big brother, I was wrong. From now on, you're my real brother. Tang Mengxing was stunned. This attitude was much more sincere than when his father had pressed him down to apologize earlier. This is just looking down on people because you're poor. Even if you're right, you're wrong. If you have money, then whatever you say is right. Tao Yulong is the kind of person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He changes his tune very quickly when he sees someone richer than himself. I was blind, I was really blind, Tao Yulong thought to himself. He hoped the other party wouldn't hold a grudge. He couldn't afford to offend such a top-tier rich second generation. Tang Mengxing wanted to curse, but she couldn't raise her hand to hit the smiling man. Can't you be a little more assertive? You made me only get 10 days of vacation. I'm fed up. Tang Mengxing wanted to make a big scene, partly to vent her anger, and partly so that she would be fired and have more free time. He didn't dare drop out of school on his own. He definitely wouldn't be able to get past Su Moli. Someone online asked, given a degree from Tsinghua or Peking University, or 100 million yuan, which would you choose? There are many different opinions. But what about 10 billion? I no longer need academic qualifications to embellish myself, but I still need knowledge. Since I have a high starting point, I don't necessarily need to acquire knowledge from school. The best way is through social practice. It's a pity, Su Moli's eyes just now looked like she wanted to devour him. Tang Mengxing admitted that she dared not look directly at him. Tao Yulong's smile was forced, his lips swollen shut, but he had to force himself to smile. Brother, I'm used to showing off, I was blind to your greatness. Tang Mengxing's anger was instantly extinguished by that fawning smile. Get lost. Tao Yulong felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly drove away. Hey, little brother's back so early? Lin Yushang saw Tang Mengxing coming upstairs. Oh, I don't have much work left, so I came back early. Tang Mengxing lied without batting an eye, but Lin Yushang noticed something was amiss. She hadn't forgotten the embarrassing incident from that morning. I'll treat my sister to lunch, and then I'll take you out to play this afternoon. Do you want to come? Tang Mengxing looked at the other person, Lin Yushang, who had just returned from the gym downstairs. Looking at Tang Mengxing's eyes, he said with some dissatisfaction, why don't you know how to hide it? Little brother, you're a good person. We're not suitable for each other. Tang Mengxing didn't expect her to be so direct. Why not? Lin Yushang wiped the sweat from her forehead, a fragrant scent wafting through the air, and said, I'm 4 years older than you. A woman 3 years older is a lucky charm, and Emily is a perfect match, but I don't like younger brothers. So you prefer mature women? Tang Mengxing asked. Not necessarily. In short, I don't like your puppy dog type, but as a younger brother, I still like you a lot. As a boyfriend or husband, you're not a good match. Lin Yushang spoke casually, but felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. Was she just being hypocritical? She didn't want to give herself to Tang Mengxing just because of money or gratitude for his help. She had to be responsible for herself. What happened this morning made her feel that the situation was getting out of control, and she had actually tacitly approved of this behavior. If this continues, we will inevitably fall into its trap. Tang Mengxing evoked gratitude in her, but not a sense of being moved. Therefore, the conditions for developing love are not present. Sister, I might like you a little, Tang Mengxing said, and quickly closed the door. Lin Yushang was left standing there, stunned. How could this guy be so bold as to confess his feelings like that? Inside the room, Tang Mengxing made herself a packet of instant noodles, deciding not to go over and eat with Lin Yushang at noon. I've already said what I wanted to say, and for some reason, this feeling came on very quickly. He didn't appreciate some things when he had them, But he felt a little lost when Lin Yushan was leaving. Good looks definitely play a big part. Tang Mingxing doesn't believe in love at first sight, but a pretty face can certainly make people feel happy. Secondly, the time I spent with Lin Yushan was indeed very happy. I said I might like you a little, and I managed to keep the boundaries just right. Although it's not about being inseparable, once something like this starts to happen, I'm determined to make it burn brightly and I absolutely can't let it slip away. Go, Tang Mingxing, win over Sister Lin. Tang Mingxing cheered herself on. Lin Yushan, who was drinking water next door, almost choked when she heard this. She opened her door and shouted at Tang Mingxing's room, "Why are you making such a loud noise? Don't other people need to take a nap?" Tang Mingxing opened the door and, looking at Lin Yushan with the same puppy dog younger brother demeanor, said, "Sister, I'm sorry, but I'm going to woo you. I'm a third-generation rich kid, super rich." Lin Yushang said disdainfully, "So what? I like money, I admit that, but I won't be with you just for money." She was afraid that Tang Mingxing would bring up money. If she agreed, it would make her seem shallow, and she cared about her image. "Ha? No, sister, I'm not trying to win you over with money. I'll win your heart with my actions. I just said I'm a third-generation rich kid, and I'm still a bad kid. If I can't win you over with money, I'll use it to win over those who like you." Although Tang Mingxing felt somewhat ashamed of Tao Yolon's behavior today, it also taught Tang Mingxing how to be an evil rich second generation. Should we include chapter 38? What? Lin Yushan asked with a puzzled expression. Tang Mingxing said, "In a while, I'll drive a luxury car and hire a helicopter to confess my feelings to you. Everyone will know about it, and those who want to pursue you will have to think twice about whether they're as rich as me. Those who have self-awareness will surely retreat." Lin Yushan took a deep breath. "Tang Mingxing, you're really something." Tang Mingxing chuckled, "Let me tell you, Su Moli was forced into this relationship with me, while Mu Yunxi, is a school beauty who practically threw herself at me. You, on the other hand, were someone I actively pursued. But look how loving I am with both of them. Don't worry, once I get you, I'll cherish you too." Lin Yushang suddenly stared at Tang Mingxing intently. "Little brother, do you know how to pursue girls? Why do you say all sorts of things?" "No way, before college I was always pursued because of my looks. In college, I never pursued any girls, there's nothing I can do about it." Tang Mingxing's sudden Versailles made Lin Yushan laugh. "Then good luck, good luck." Lin Yushan closed the door again. "Sister, just you wait. I'll start pursuing you in the next couple of days. Just don't feel disgusted." Tang Mingxing was still babbling on outside the door. Lin Yushan covered her mouth, laughing until her stomach hurt. "My little brother is so cute." Tang Mingxing, on the other hand, seems to be a bit of a drama queen. He treats Su Moli, Mu Yunxi, and Lin Yushan with different personas. But this wasn't intentional, it also depended on the other person's attitude towards him. Su Moli usually treated him like a student, so he would obediently give in to her. Su Moli started acting like a little girl again. He became like a real man again. Mu Yunxi is just an ordinary girl next door, mischievous and naughty. He acted like an older brother, playing with her and letting her act cute and make demands of him. Lin Yushan, on the other hand, treated herself like a younger brother from the very beginning, and she had a cheerful, carefree, and straightforward personality. He would even tease Tang Mingxing on his own initiative. So Tang Mingxing cooperated and pretended to be a cute little brother. Only in this way can the relationship be maintained in a more harmonious way. Tang Mingxing was looking at her phone while eating instant noodles. He no longer indulges in culinary desires. Having money didn't mean he didn't eat delicacies, but he discovered a problem. The taste was just so-so. That kind of place is definitely not where you would normally eat. That's something you only do when entertaining guests. The ingredients are precious, and the drinks are expensive. But the taste is really just average. It's a place you only go to when entertaining important guests and showing respect for them. It's just a stinky lump, but if it sells for 5,000 yuan a pound, then it's considered a good product, but that doesn't change its nature. A bottle of Coke costs 50, and a serving of fried rice costs 280. Tang Mingxing is rich but not stupid. He wouldn't go to that kind of place for no reason if he wasn't just putting on an act. Instant noodles are much more practical. Glug glug, Tang Mingxing gulped down the instant noodle soup. Awesome. Meanwhile, on the African continent, Tang Hai was having dinner with a group of local military and political leaders. Tang Hai finished his glass of red wine and quietly said to Zhang Yuanying, "Wife, make me a bowl of clear soup noodles later, with a couple of drops of sesame oil. This meal is awful, even a dog wouldn't eat it." "Let's eat instant noodles." Zhang Yuanying rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to pay him any attention. The local president stood up, holding his glass in both hands, and said to Tang Hai, "President Tang, I toast you." Tang Hai smiled and said, "You're too kind." Everyone present knew that Tang Hai was more than just a businessman. Otherwise, these high-ranking officials wouldn't have been so polite. In the afternoon, Tang Mengxing still managed to arrange to meet Lin Yushang. "Sister, do you want a bag? How tacky. Sister, do you want some jewelry? Don't want. Sister, may I kiss you? Do you believe I'll call the police?" Tang Mengxing followed Lin Yushang like a little shadow. "Sister Lin, I'm already willing to be a simp, can't you at least give me a break?" Tang Mengxing complained. Lin Yushang turned to look at him. "Simp? You're just pretending, aren't you? You won't act until you see the benefit. I don't want anything from you." These words left Tang Mengxing somewhat bewildered. They were too accurate. If Lin Yushang dares to ask for the bag today, Tang Mengxing will dare to refuse it tonight. "How about I treat you to dinner?" "Okay, but not too expensive, something decent will do." Lin Yushang seemed very wary. Around 6 o'clock, Su Moli and Mu Yunqi also arrived at the restaurant. Tang Mengxing ordered quite a few dishes. Ha, he was actually driven home? Ha ha. Lin Yushang couldn't stop laughing after learning the truth about him from Su Moli. Su Moli had nothing to say about this matter. She didn't want to blame Tang Mengxing, and she understood that if she were provoked by another boy, she would also hope that Tang Mengxing would stand up for her. But Mu Yunqi had something to say. "I'm sorry, Mengxing, it's all my fault." "What's it to blame you for? Is it because you're good looking?" "It's all in the past now, nothing's happened." But Mu Yunqi still had something to say. Tao Yolong's matter was over, but Huang Jingjing's matter was not yet over. "Tomorrow when I go to school, I'll have to face that disgusting guy again." "All right, what's the deal with Huang Jingjing?" Tang Mengxing was puzzled. Huang Jingjing today didn't seem to know Tao Yulong. Why get involved in these matters? Mu Yunqi said, "Actually, she." And explained, and the matter was basically clarified. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. That was Tang Mengxing's summary. "After we finish eating, let's go buy a Hermes bag." "Ha? Really going?" Mu Yunqi actually embellished the story a little while she was speaking. How could she not like Hermes? She just didn't know how to ask Tang Mengxing for it, so she exaggerated her grievances by describing the conflict between Huang Jingjing and herself. Tang Mengxing would naturally feel sorry for her. "That's not a good idea. Don't waste money," Mu Yunqi said, feigning politeness. "In that case, let's not buy anything and go eat," Tang Mengxing suddenly said. Su Moli and Lin Yushang burst out laughing. Tang Mengxing knew that Mu Yunqi was pretending she wanted it but was too shy to ask, so she deliberately teased her. Mu Yunqi didn't dare to refute, and lowered her head dejectedly to pick at the rice in her bowl. "Just kidding, don't be angry, huh?" Tang Mengxing stopped there, seeing that Mu Yunqi was about to shed tears. "I was bullied terribly by Huang Jingjing today. TCH, I don't want it. I'd rather be bullied to death by Huang Jingjing tomorrow," Mu Yunqi said dramatically. But Tang Mengxing knew that Mu Yunqi was just seeking comfort. As long as she said a few nice words, she would be coaxed back immediately, since Mu Yunqi was simple-minded. Holding Mu Yunqi close, Tang Mengxing whispered a few words in her ear, which successfully cheered her up. "Do you want it?" Tang Mengxing asked Su Moli again. Su Moli now declared confidently, "Yes, of course I want it." "You buy it for Yunqi, but dare you not buy it for me?" Tang Mengxing smiled and nodded, then looked at Lin Yushang. Chapter 39 Shopping. Lin Yushang avoided his scrutinizing gaze. "Want to take care of yourself? It's not that simple." Lin Yushang remained silent, pretending not to have heard their discussion. Su Moli winked at Tang Mengxing, signaling him to consider whether he should take Lin Yushang's feelings into account. "How about we buy it another day?" Mu Yunqi also felt awkward. She and Su Moli asked Tang Mengxing to buy a bag, but why did Lin Yushang follow along? They left the other person out in the cold, while the three of them had a great time? Tang Mengxing stared at Lin Yushang, her pretty face showing no displeasure. "It's okay, you guys can buy it." "I'll just broaden my horizons," Lin Yushang said, confident that she wouldn't be envious or jealous. They even felt pleased that they regarded money as dirt. I'm so outstanding, today I'll show Tang Mengxing what a truly outstanding woman who isn't materialistic looks like. Lin Yushan knew about Hermes and had seen similar pictures online, but she didn't consider herself interested. But once I actually entered the store and saw the genuine bag in person, I was deeply moved and couldn't calm down for a long time. She overestimated herself and ultimately couldn't escape the "it's actually good" phenomenon. Lin Yushan couldn't help but touch the exhibit, her joy barely contained, but after glancing at the price tag, she instantly calmed down. 140,000? Just for the small bag, 140,000? Calm down, calm down. I can't afford it, Lin Yushan wanted to slap herself twice. If she had come alone at that moment, she might have felt a pang of regret, but she would have left. But Su Moli and Mu Yunxi, who were beside her, had already each bought 2 bags. Especially Su Moli, she has great taste, and the style of the bag matches her perfectly. Wearing it definitely makes a difference in my demeanor. Lin Yushan continued to endure it, and only calmed down after finally leaving the store. Let's go buy some more clothes, Mu Yunxi said, seizing the opportunity as she hugged Tang Mengxing and blinked repeatedly. Good. They all agreed. Lin Yushan breathed a sigh of relief. If she couldn't afford a bag, she could at least afford clothes. But when she arrived at the Gucci store, she hesitated again. She had bought clothes from this store before. They had some relatively inexpensive items, but only relatively inexpensive. I think this is the worst time I've ever been scammed in my life. I had just started working and had some money. Upon arriving here, I spent all of my 40,000 yuan savings on just 2 pieces of clothing. That was all my savings at the time, but I was young and arrogant then, thinking that money could be earned back and that I would definitely become successful in the future. The truth is, she won't fly high enough this year. Logically speaking, her income is not small, but when it comes to luxury goods, it is indeed not enough. Mu Yunxi glanced at Lin Yushan, who was clearly getting impatient. I suddenly don't want to buy it anymore. Let's go get some milk tea instead, Mu Yunxi said considerately. Su Moli also said, okay, let's go get some milk tea, Mengxing's treating. Tang Mengxing patted her chest and said, great. My treat. To celebrate my 10-day holiday, plus the 7-day National Day holiday, that's a full 17 days. Ha ha. Su Moli clenched her fist, saying this to my face, I think you have a death wish. He then chased after Tang Mengxing, wanting to hit him. The two chased and played around, eliciting bursts of laughter from Lin Yushan and Mu Yunxi. Lin Yushang said, oh my, you guys are so funny. You guys go ahead and buy it. Don't worry about me feeling awkward, because I'll only be unhappy if you don't go shopping. Tang Mengxing regretted bringing Lin Yushan along. Not only had she failed to win her over, but she had also become a third wheel. Su Moli and Mu Yunxi exchanged a smile and then went into the store. Seeing the group shopping spree, Tang Mengxing seemed completely unconcerned about the prices. Lin Yushan's jealousy started acting up again. Hello, ma'am, you came with that gentleman, right? Would you like me to make a recommendation for you? Seeing Tang Mengxing's extravagance, the sales associate naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to make money. Seeing that no one was there to greet Lin Yushan, he quickly ran over, afraid of being neglected. Lin Yushan politely replied, no need, I'm just looking around. However, the saleswoman didn't leave for a second. She knew that the man was a wealthy man, and she was sure she could make a sale by following the woman in front of her. At that moment, a girl walked in and was also looking at the clothes. He ran into Lin Yushan right at the corner. Feathered robe? Xia Chang? The two looked at each other. The girl named Xia Chang was Lin Yushan's colleague. Xia Chang panicked instantly, hello? The company knows what happened a couple of days ago, including Xia Chang, a colleague who has a good relationship with Lin Yushan. Lin Yushan felt a little awkward seeing her former colleague, but still greeted her politely. What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Xia Chang smiled slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lin Yushan, but she couldn't afford to offend the company for her sake. The powerlessness of ordinary people. Have you been busy lately? Xia Chang asked politely, but regretted it as soon as she said it. Lin Yushan was unemployed, so why did she have to say such a thing? Busy packing my things, I'm getting ready to leave Yanjing. Upon hearing this, Xia Chang felt a pang of sadness. I'm sorry, Yushan, What nonsense are you talking about? What have you done to wrong me? Don't overthink it. Lin Yushan grabbed the other woman's arm and looked at her with a grin. Xia Chang could tell that Lin Yushan wasn't happy. I actually feel quite guilty for not standing up for you. Lin Yushang said, no, you did the right thing. I didn't want to drag you down with me either, otherwise we would both be the ones getting fired now. Ha, that's true. Wu Guanghai is a dog, Xiao Qing felt much relieved after hearing her say that. I'm just worried you're not doing well. I heard your boyfriend cheated on you with Wu Guanghai. Yushan, I advise you to leave this kind of man as soon as possible. Sigh. You have a scumbag boss and a trashy boyfriend. Xia Qing genuinely cared about her. But Tang Mingxing walked up behind him, her smile somewhat eerie. Miss, who are you calling trash? Ah. You scared me. Xia Qing turned around and saw Tang Mingxing's big face. However, it immediately dawned on me that this was the legendary male protagonist, one of the parties involved that day. Ah, without me, you shouldn't bully Yu Chang, Xia Qing said coldly, looking at the other person. Tang Mingxing asked, your colleague? Lin Yushang said, Sister, I was just joking the other day. I don't even know any Wu Guanhai. That's enough. I'm Lin Yushang's little brother, a cute puppy brother, huh? Not her boyfriend. Tang Mingxing smiled and reached out to shake hands with Xia Qing. Xia Qing refused. She didn't believe it. Little puppy brother? Is Yu Chang your backup plan? Damn, how did you make that connection? Tang Mingxing thought she had explained things clearly, but in Xia Qing's eyes, there was no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. It's just using titles like godfather, brother, and sister as a front. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Lin. Xia Qing glanced at Lin Yushang. Lin Yushang nodded, somewhat embarrassed. He's my younger brother, a godbrother who's not related to me by blood. After chatting for a while, they finally explained what had happened that day. Xia Qing was laughing so hard she could barely stand. Ha, Tang Mingxing, you're amazing. You're incredible. Just a calm, routine operation, Tang Mingxing forced a handsome smile, which actually made Xia Qing a little dazed. He was so damn handsome. Xia Qing looked around and then said to Lin Yushang, hey, Yushang, I've got my eye on a dress. It costs over 20,000 yuan. I've saved up 3 months' salary and I'm planning to buy it. Can you give me your opinion? Lin Yushang nodded and said, okay. Xia Qing then said, that one? That one? You mean Tang Didi? Why don't you take a look at it for your older sister? Sure. Chapter 40 Suffering Injustice. Su Moli and Mu Yunqi were also changing clothes in a fitting room. Tang Mingxing barged in. What are you doing? Su Moli asked. A friend of Sister Lin asked me to help her decide. You and Yunqi can choose first, and I'll take care of you two later. You're giving advice? What advice are you giving advice on? Is it about pretty young ladies again? Mu Yunqi pouted, clearly dissatisfied. No, he's just average looking. I only went to see him out of respect for Sister Lin and because I admire the design inspiration of Gucci's designers. Don't overthink it. Actually, Xia Qing is quite good looking, definitely not ordinary, but she doesn't meet Tang Mingxing's standards for beauty. The standard is Su Moli and Mu Yunqi. Anyone who is worse than the two of them is unacceptable. But this requirement is too high. Lin Yushang can meet it, and there's really no one else like her. At least there are only 2 of them in my school. Of course, aesthetic standards vary, but most people, as long as they have eyesight, have to admit that the looks of these 3 girls are absolutely rare. Tang Mingxing watched as Xia Qing carefully picked up the dress and went into the changing room. After getting dressed, Xia Qing came out. Tang Mingxing's eyes lit up. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. That's absolutely true. After changing his outfit, his overall demeanor and appearance improved. Beautiful. Really beautiful, it makes you look more refined and elegant, with a touch of intellectual grace, Tang Mingxing exclaimed. Lin Yushang couldn't help but laugh. What he said is wrong. Xia Qing asked. Lin Yushang laughed and said, no, he's absolutely right. Then what are you laughing at? I laughed at him, saying he's useless at everything except flattering girls with his sweet talk. Tang Mingxing was quite satisfied with Lin Yushang's evaluation. What we seek in life is nothing more than ourselves and our families. He has no worries about his family. His parents are living a very comfortable life. As for himself, he was quite happy with his life. Many people sacrifice too much of themselves for their families, while others are too self-centered and drag their families down with them. He was lucky to have both, but he still had a long way to go on his own path. At the very least, he was determined to win over the woman he loved. Hearing their praise, Xia Qing made up her mind to definitely buy the dress. Sales assistant, this one is 21,800, right? That's right. I want it. Xia Qing said readily. Lin Yushang frowned slightly and tugged at her sleeve. Xia Qing, you earn over 10,000 a month, is it necessary to spend so much? Xia Qing's salary was not as high as Lin Yushang's, so she saved up for 3 months. Xia Qing said, it's okay, I don't have any burdens. My parents have pensions, and I have an older brother to take care of them. I used to give them money before, sigh. Xia Qing paused for a moment, then said, but this time, maybe it's the only time. I want to be kinder to myself. After saying that, she looked down at the clothes in her hand. She knew that spending 20,000 yuan on a single piece of clothing was too extravagant for her. Having lived an ordinary life, she wanted to indulge herself this once and for all. Just this once. Xia Qing said softly, her head lowered, tears welling up in her eyes. Sales assistant. Pack this up, I'll pay. Tang Mingxing's sudden words made Xia Qing, who was being sentimental, hold back her tears again. Ah? What? The two girls looked at Tang Mingxing in surprise. Lin Yushang said, Mingxing, you have money, but isn't this a bit inappropriate? Do you know what a second-generation rich or third-generation rich means? What does playing the field or spoiled brat mean? It means someone who doesn't reason. Tang Mingxing really acted like the foolish son of a landlord. But he knew in his heart that this was not bought for Xia Qing. This is a gift to my past self. There was a time when I lived in such poverty. My parents have so much money, but they didn't tell me, and they didn't give me a single extra penny. Countless times, I've been like Xia Qing, standing in front of things I like, but unable to afford them. This toast is for the past. This isn't quite right, Xia Qing said, looking somewhat uneasy. She believed Tang Mingxing had the ability. I've heard that he drives a Pagani, a sports car worth tens of millions. But then I felt like I owed them a favor. It's okay, I'll go pick out a few more clothes and shoes to coordinate an outfit. Real? I'm booking everything for tonight. Xia Qing immediately abandoned Lin Yushang and started picking out clothes. The sales assistant who was following Lin Yushang has now switched to following Xia Qing. Lin Yushang's relaxed state of mind began to fluctuate again. Tang Mingxing, you don't actually have feelings for Xia Qing, do you? It's completely meaningless. Then why did you do that, paying for her? 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy my happiness, I ask for nothing in return. Lin Yushang had an idea. He had already paid for Xia Qing, whom he had just met, so why couldn't he do the same for himself? Could you do this for your sister just once, without asking for anything in return? Cannot? Holy crap. Why? A few days ago it might have been possible, but now that I've taken a liking to you, I have to have ulterior motives. Besides, I don't care about money, and I can't tarnish your noble character. But you call me sister, don't you treat me like your sister? I only call you sister to get closer to you, right? To put it bluntly, it's still about picking you up. I don't really treat you like a sister. You're so damn honest. Lin Yushang was speechless. She hadn't expected Tang Mingxing to reject her so readily, and to express her desire to woo her in such a fresh and unconventional way. Tang Mingxing lightly pounded her chest twice, sincerity for sincerity, how about that? Not very good. Tang Mingxing paid the bill for everyone, having already spent 600,000 yuan at Hermes. I spent another 300,000 here. Xia Qing was extremely grateful to Tang Mingxing for the new coat, pants, and 2 pairs of shoes. Tang Mingxing said politely, Sister Xia, it's all right. I'm glad you like it. Stop pretending, you son of a bitch, Lin Yushang said, empty-handed. She even started to feel angry with Tang Mingxing. Why should I have any ulterior motives towards myself? Moreover, Xia Qing's words provoked her to be kinder to herself. Xia Qing had saved up for 3 months, and she was going to indulge herself this once. And I must leave Yanjing. I feel terrible. Lin Yushang blurted out, seemingly out of nowhere. Tang Mingxing didn't want to tease her anymore, but she couldn't just ask her what she wanted. The feeling that you have ulterior motives stems from a fleeting moment of beauty. Once you've fallen for someone, you won't give up, you have to have them. If Lin Yushang firmly refuses, he will back down. But this was just the beginning. She was about to return to her hometown, and she couldn't miss this opportunity. I want to be kinder to myself, and I've tried so hard. Lin Yushan looked embarrassed, and Su Moli and the others could tell that she was about to cry. Su Moli kicked Tang Mingxing directly. "Look what you've done." Mu Yunqi quickly pulled Xia Chang and Su Moli away, saying, "Let them handle it themselves." Chapter 41, Taking Advantage of the Slope. The other girls left with their things. Only Lin Yushan and Tang Mingxing remained. She had something to say, and he had something to say too. "Lin Yushan, I'm not targeting you today. Everything here is normal." This was the first time Tang Mingxing had addressed her by her full name. Tang Mingxing continued, "It's normal for me to buy clothes and bags for my wife, right? Did I provoke you or laugh at you for being poor and unable to afford it during this time? I see my past self in Xia Qing, so it's okay for me to buy her clothes out of pity, right? I told you I liked you, but you rejected me, so it's okay if I don't buy it for you. You're the one who said you wouldn't be swayed by money and insisted on coming along, right? Mu Yunqi wanted to buy it another day to be considerate of your feelings, but you refused." Lin Yushan was speechless, only saying, "But you want to seduce me." "I just want to seduce you. I'm not happy." Lin Yushan said the truth, but she couldn't explain why she was unhappy. Tang Mingxing said, "If you didn't have feelings for me, you wouldn't have come out with me." Lin Yushan blushed instantly, feeling utterly wronged. "I'm wronged." "Of course you feel wronged. You think of yourself as the same as Su Moli and Mu Yunqi, all my women, so of course you feel wronged because you're treated differently." Tang Mingxing's words made Lin Yushan suddenly realize the root of her distress. She truly felt that she was the same as Mu Yunqi and Su Moli in Tang Mingxing's heart. "Actually, it's different. She's his wife, who am I to him? Don't cry." Tang Mingxing said coldly when she saw Lin Yushan crying again. Lin Yushan couldn't hold back any longer. "You're not a good younger brother anymore. You're not a little puppy anymore. How can you be like this?" Indeed, at this moment, Tang Mingxing reverted to her most authentic self, the way she acted towards outsiders. Tao Yulong had seen her like this before, Wu Guanghai had seen her like this before, and Shen Dabiao had seen her like this before. I didn't say I disagreed, that I didn't agree to be your girlfriend, I just didn't wanna right away, Lin Yushan sobbed. Tang Mingxing found it amusing. That's definitely not what she said. She definitely refused, as if saying something inappropriate. "I never said I agreed to date." "Oh. I must have misheard." Tang Mingxing's tone softened again. The other party had given her a way out, so she had to take it. Even if Lin Yushan brought this upon herself, as long as she agreed, then it would all be Tang Mingxing's fault. How could a girlfriend or wife be wrong? Lin Yushan said aggrievedly, "You're wrong." I didn't say I disagreed. I was just conflicted. I was afraid you wouldn't take responsibility. I was afraid you'd be like Ma Donghua. I may have thought too highly of myself, but you can't treat me like this." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face even more. Tang Mingxing pulled her into a tight embrace. "I was wrong, I was confused, I didn't understand what you meant. I will definitely take responsibility for you." Around 9 a.m., Tang Mingxing and Lin Yushan walked out of the mall carrying a bunch of things. "Yu Chang, slow down," Tang Mingxing said, sounding tired. Lin Yushan turned around and said, "I'm your girlfriend now, but you still have to call me sister." "I like that, and I like that you're obedient." "I still like it," Tang Mingxing said, hanging a bunch of luxury goods around her neck as she walked forward with difficulty. Lin Yushan has figured it out. She needs to be kinder to herself, including finding a good partner. Back at her apartment, Tang Mingxing first went to Lin Yushan's house and left a bunch of things there. He also gave instructions to Mu Yunqi and Su Moli. Mu Yunqi said, "It's a good thing it's Sister Lin, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to live with someone like Huang Jingjing." "I wouldn't even consider it," Tang Mingxing said, and quickly slipped into Lin Yushan's room. Lin Yushan had just changed into her silk pajamas inside the room. Tang Mingxing believed she had done right by her conscience and was determined to treat Lin Yushan well for the rest of her life. "Yes, I've already made up my mind to love her for the rest of my life, so I have no burden on my heart." It's late at night, 11 p.m. Tang Mingxing hugged Lin Yushan. "You?" Lin Yushan pinched him. "Why can't I be? I haven't even held hands with someone like Ma Donghua. I originally wanted to do the same for you. What's wrong with me?" Lin Yushan has dated several boyfriends, but none of them lasted more than a month. She loves puppies, so they all listen to her. He's not even a puppy anymore, he's a simp. But little did anyone know that Tang Mingxing was a wolf in sheep's clothing. You could practically see his eyes glowing green. Tang Mingxing turned off the lights. In the early morning, Lin Yushan looked at Tang Mingxing beside her. He was still fast asleep. Looking at his long eyelashes and his sharply defined face, Lin Yushan couldn't resist giving her a kiss. Tang Mingxing turned over and went back to sleep. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door, and Su Moli came to call Lin Yushan for dinner. The three girls finished breakfast in Tang Mingxing's apartment and then started fiddling with their newly bought clothes and bags. I chose this one, isn't it pretty? Lin Yushan slung the bag around her waist and put on her newly bought LV shoes. I felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Tang Mingxing also woke up and sent a text message to his father. Father, I hope you are well. I have successfully pursued my third love. Although we haven't registered our marriage yet, I hope you can give me an extra 5 million every week. I will definitely live up to your expectations and register our marriage soon. A few minutes after it was sent, he received a reply from his father. Son, I grant your request, but I also have a request that I hope you will fulfill, which is, next time, speak like a normal person. What are you pretending for, my dear son? Ha, Tang Mingxing laughed upon seeing her father's reply. 20 million. 20 million every week. Isn't that amazing? Today is the last day before National Day. Mu Yunxi walked into the classroom carrying the latest Hermes bag. As she passed Huang Jingjing, she gave her a disdainful look. Huang Jingjing stared wide-eyed ahead, her peripheral vision already catching sight of the bag Mu Yunxi was carrying. My heart is filled with nothing but sadness. She sacrificed so much just to get a bag, while Mu Yunxi bought one that cost even more than hers the very next day. Mu Yunxi didn't intend to reason with her. Her parents couldn't teach her how to be a decent person, so she was too lazy to try. Just keep slapping them in the face. But that wasn't all. Mu Yunxi then deliberately wiped her shoes, which cost over 5,000 yuan, rolled up the legs of her 18,000 yuan pants, and straightened her 26,000 yuan top. The whole movement was very affected, but I enjoyed it. Huang Jingjing saw all this and felt a surge of hatred in her heart. You can't compare to natural good looks, and you certainly can't compare to wealth acquired later in life. Huang Jingjing regretted that she had provoked her for no reason. Chapter 42. Put down the knife. Happy New Year. Mu Yunxi's actions naturally attracted the attention of countless boys. This kind of news spreads very quickly. This also dispelled the idea of some boys. At least they don't have that much money to spend on their girlfriends. Tang Mingxing took a nap before getting up again. There was only breakfast left for him by 3 girls in the next room. There was no one in the house. That's strange. Su Moli and Mu Yunxi are either at work or at school, so they're either not around. Lin Yushang has no job. Where has she gone? At this moment, Lin Yushang, dressed in luxury goods, walked arrogantly into the office building of Guanghai Technology. She came to get her resignation certificate, but that was just an excuse she really wanted to show off. I'm living a much better life than you guys. Seeing Xia Qing still at her workstation, Lin Yushang smiled at her. Xia Qing also made a peace sign. Pushing open the door to the HR office, Lin Yushang said, "Hello, I'm here to sign some documents and pick up my resignation certificate. The previous compensation has already been received, she just needs to come and sign it." Lin Yushang was adorned with dazzling jewels, which stunned everyone present. She was already breathtakingly beautiful, and with this outfit, she looked like a fairy descended from heaven. She also possesses a unique charm that leaves all the boys somewhat dazed. None of the employees gave her a hard time, so she didn't feel the need to make things difficult for them, and everyone spoke to her politely. "Yushan, please sign here," a human resources woman said, moving the form aside. Seeing that Lin Yushang had signed the document, he added, "Can I add you on WeChat?" "Sure. I'll add one too." Many people gathered around, asking for Lin Yushang's WeChat. These people all knew that Lin Yushang now had a powerful backer. Regardless of whether the day was real or not, at least Tang Mingxing's sports car was real. Lin Yushang didn't care what their motives were, she felt very satisfied at that moment. "Yushang, you're here." Upon hearing the news, Wu Guanhai rushed over. He hadn't even looked for her yet, but she had already delivered herself to his doorstep. "Hello, Mr. Wu. I'm here to complete my resignation procedures," Lin Yushang said with a smile. "Ha?" Wu Guanhai was surprised that the other party didn't get angry and was even very polite. Wu Guanhai was a seasoned veteran. If the other party didn't turn hostile, he wouldn't either. "How about we talk alone?" "Okay." Lin Yushang agreed readily, feeling confident now. Looking back, she realized how foolish she had been, not taking advantage of a good man instead of stubbornly clinging to him. How relaxed and carefree I am now. Tang Mingxing spent a total of 1.36 million last night without even blinking. With her back to him, Lin Yushang no longer cared about anyone else. Yushang, we all regret your departure. President Wei has invited you to dinner alone. We'd like to catch up a bit. The previous events are not over yet, and Wei Hong has not shown his face. But his feelings for Lin Yushang were different from those for ordinary girls. Lin Yushang is undeniably beautiful, but more importantly, she resembles Wei Hong's first love, and her dashing appearance is extremely attractive to him. Wei Hong has had countless women over the years, but this one is the only one he hasn't had. He had more than enough wealth, he had always had whatever he wanted. Lin Yushang's rejection filled him with resentment. Mr. Wei invited me? Can I bring my boyfriend? Wu Guanghai hesitated for a moment when she said she was going to bring her boyfriend. Okay, I'll go with you, as long as you agree, Ma Donghua said eagerly as he appeared at the door. This is related to his promotion. Hee, my boyfriend is Tang Mengxing, don't flatter yourself, Lin Yushang gave him a disdainful look. Ma Donghua stepped forward and said, Tang Mengxing? What's so great about him? He's just a little brat. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yushang shook the bag in her hand. Hey, this little brat bought it for me. What President Wei can give me, Tang Mengxing can give me 10 times more of, I don't care. After saying that, Lin Yushang was a little worried. She wondered if she had exaggerated. She should have said twice or 1.5 times. Neither Wu Guanghai nor Ma Donghua spoke. Wu Guanghai, in particular, was ashen-faced. He knew that Tang Mengxing was definitely rich, but he didn't know which family's young master he was. So I've been investigating this myself during this period. He was afraid of offending President Wei, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to offend another big shot. At the very least, we need to investigate thoroughly. If Tang Mengxing is indeed a powerful figure and we really can't afford to offend her, then we'll have to find another way to attract investment. But after searching for a long time recently, I still haven't been able to find out what kind of background this kid has. A close friend of mine also learned of this and warned me. Be careful with Tang Mengxing. You can't find anything about this kind of person. Either he's not from a wealthy family, or you'll never find anything if you keep investigating the rich people in the industry. Either Tang Mengxing's background is so powerful that no one can find out about it, and if anyone manages to get close to his core area, they will surely die without even knowing how they died. Wu Guanghai leans towards the latter driving a Pagani. He's definitely not an ordinary person. When Lin Yushang said it was her boyfriend, he believed her this time. At least when Tang Mengxing said Lin Yushang was his wife, Wu Guanghai still didn't quite believe it, since Lin Yushang was dressed plainly at the time and had even come to cause trouble over a little money. Seeing her now, so composed and confident, dressed in luxury goods, Wu Guanghai instantly understood that the die was cast, and they were truly together. Sure, Yushang, I sincerely invite you and Tang Mengxing to have dinner together. Of course, I will also invite President Wei. I apologize for what happened before. Wu Guanghai's sudden change in attitude puzzled everyone. Lin Yushang, in particular, was thinking of making Wu Guanghai feel disgusted. But Wu Guanghai is a shrewd man who can bend and stretch. If Wei Hong treats him well today, then Wei Hong is like a father to him. If Tang Mengxing helps him in the future, he will immediately switch his allegiance to Tang Mengxing. That wasn't all. Wu Guanghai invited Lin Yushang to sit in his office, doing everything he could to build a relationship, pouring tea and reminiscing. 2 hours later, Wu Guanghai personally saw Lin Yushang off. Yushang, come visit again sometime, huh? Lin Yushang beamed with joy. Damn, it felt so good to be complimented. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Wu. By this time, the company announcement that dismissed Lin Yushang that day had long been taken down. After Lin Yushang left, Wu Guanghai was in a great mood. Nobody wants to turn down money. If Tang Mengxing could help him, he would be willing to acknowledge him as his godfather. Lin Yushang returned to her apartment humming a little tune. Tang Mengxing hid behind the door. Ah! Lin Yushang was shocked. She slapped him across the face and ran to the kitchen to grab a cleaver. It's me. Tang Mengxing covered her face, not expecting this girl to be so strong and agile. Seeing Tang Mengxing's aggrieved expression, Lin Yushang weighed the kitchen knife in her hand. Tang Mengxing, put the knife down first. Lin Yushang smiled and put down the kitchen knife. I have something to tell you. Good. Chapter 43 Dinner Party. Lin Yushan told Tang Mingxing about it. I took it upon myself to arrange a dinner for you. Lin Yushan felt a little ashamed when she said this. Wu Guanghai, that old fox, was too good at fooling people. In the office, she treated Lin Yushan like her own mother, and then she got carried away. Tang Mingxing wasn't angry, on the contrary, she was excited. The adult world wasn't as naive as it was in school, where problems could be solved with fists. Wu Guanghai taught Tang Mingxing another lesson. If there's profit to be made, that's great. But let me make this clear beforehand, if that guy surnamed Wei can make me money, everything's fine. But if he tries anything funny again, I'll flip the table right here. I'm just a kid, I act on my whims. Tang Mingxing is not incapable of becoming mature. Maturity comes at the cost of growth, but he has every right to be willful and reckless. His path to growth is, at least for now, smooth sailing. Tang Mingxing didn't tell his father about this, he wanted to try to figure it out on his own. At the southern tip of the African continent, a rebellion broke out in a small country. Within hours, the rebels were suppressed. General Sano, I don't understand. I can bring you wealth and freedom, so why aren't you welcoming me? Tang Hai sat in an office, with several men in black holding guns standing behind him, and opposite him was the rebel leader, Sano, who had been shot several times. Mr. Tang, I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry. Sano looked at the other person in horror. Tang Hai's rapid expansion of influence in this country is all reasonable and legal. But it undoubtedly affected the interests of some people. The main purpose of this rebellion was to eliminate Tang Hai. However, the rebel army of several thousand men was defeated within 2 hours. I don't want to hear your apology, Tang Hai said, then got up and walked out. Tang Hai hadn't gone far when he lit a cigarette at the door. A man in black inside quickly closed the door, afraid of spoiling Tang Hai's mood. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Several men dressed in black came out. Mr. Tang, it's all settled. Tang Hai hummed in agreement, took another deep drag of his cigarette, and slowly exhaled. What should we eat tonight? Hot pot. Did you buy the pickled garlic? I bought it. There's a supermarket run by one of our compatriots 30 kilometers away. They also have Laogan chili sauce and pickled vegetables. Not bad, this is just what I like. After saying that, Tang Hai led everyone away as if nothing had happened. Tang Mingxing probably had never seen true luxury. Just like his father, who was eating hot pot right now. Hey! This millet porridge is delicious, Tang Hai said with a smile. The chefs they hired were preparing foie gras, wagyu beef, grouper, and king crab. Xiao Shan, come and eat. This meal wasn't for people, but was specially prepared for his beloved dog, Tang Xiaoshan. This dog was a local breed that Tang Mingxing bought when he went to a market in his hometown. Tang Mingxing was taken away by Tang Hai because she was going to school. Tang Hai and Zhang Yuanying liked her very much. A grand feast? What hasn't Tang Hai eaten or seen? I've long lost interest in it. My favorite foods are still hot pot, pickled vegetables, and steamed buns. Back then, my dad, who was also Mingxing's grandfather, got into trouble outside and was being hunted down by his enemies. I was only 7 years old at the time, and I was abroad. The butler took me and we ran away. We hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days and were starving, so the butler led me into a Chinese restaurant. Hey! In the middle of the night, all that was left were 2 bowls of millet porridge and a few sips of hot pot broth. They practically saved us. After saying this, Tang Hai was somewhat moved and turned to the old butler beside him, saying, Uncle Fu, we were so grateful to have you back then. Uncle Fu smiled slightly. Da Hai, what should we do with these people? Da Hai is the nickname that Butler Fu Bo uses for Tang Hai. He raised Tang Hai himself, and the two are like father and son. Meanwhile, several black men sat nervously at the table. Each person had a gun pressed against the back of their head. Ministers, have you made up your minds? In our dragon country's parlance, if we drink this glass, we're friends. If we don't, we're disrespecting me, Tang. He translated and explained it to several people, word by word. Drink, drink. We're willing to stand with Boss Tang, no. We're willing to pledge our allegiance to you. In Yanjing, Tang Mingxing was forcibly dressed up by Lin Yushang. So handsome. Do I need you to tell me? No, that tone isn't like a cute little puppy anymore, switch back to normal. My sister is so annoying. Lin Yushan took Tang Mingxing's arm and they arrived at a high-end restaurant. foie gras, wagyu beef, grouper, and king crab. Lin Yushang's mouth watered as she looked at the food. Suddenly, she said in a soft, coquettish voice, "I want to eat it, can I order it?" Tang Mingxing said, "Okay, I'll let Wei Hong or Wu Guanghai pay the bill later. If they tell us to pay, I won't pay." Upon hearing this, Lin Yushang chuckled mischievously in a low voice, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." A short while later, Wu Guanghai walked in with a middle-aged man. Wei Hang is over 50 years old, but he is well-maintained and looks only in his 40s. I saw Tang Mengxing and Lin Yushang sitting together, chatting and laughing. Wei Hong felt uneasy. Back in his youth, women were like clothes, easily replaced. But as people get older, they are more likely to fall in love, especially unrequited love. "Gentlemen, allow me to introduce you. This is President Wei. And these two. Tang Mengxing and Lin Yushang." "Hello." "Hello." Tang Mengxing and Wei Hong shook hands briefly. Wei Hong looked displeased, but didn't say anything more. Tang Mengxing smiled broadly, but in her heart she was thinking about flipping the table at any moment. Lin Yushang looked at Wei Hong curiously, feeling nauseous. Then she looked at Tang Mengxing and felt very lucky. Wu Guanghai invited the group to sit down and then called the waiter to order. As the only woman, Lin Yushang naturally got the menu. This, and this. Lin Yushang didn't stand on ceremony. She didn't care who was paying, as long as it wasn't her and Tang Mengxing. Wu Guanghai warmly welcomed the group and casually steered the conversation toward the project. "Our AI project is mainly used for game development. To be honest, currently, apart from Black Monkey, there aren't many other AAA games from our country that we can be proud of. I also have my own ideas to use AI to assist in development. This AI is specifically designed to serve the gaming industry." Wu Guanghai talked a lot, but Wei Hong couldn't listen at all. He didn't care. Black Monkey's game had opened up the domestic AAA market. You can't go wrong by going with venture capitalists yourself. "I need 600 million yuan," Wu Guanghai stated his asking price. In fact, 600 million was far from enough. He was just testing Tang Mengxing first. Wu Guanghai's real target price was 1.5 billion. Lin Yushang listened from the side, secretly amazed. How come she was already able to discuss projects worth over 100 million yuan in just a few days? Tang Mengxing hesitated. Wu Guanghai believed that Tang Mengxing might have that much money, but he didn't believe that Tang Mengxing was capable of controlling a project worth billions right now. Wei Hong didn't believe it either. Even Tang Mengxing's father didn't believe it. Most importantly, Tang Mengxing herself didn't believe that the most valuable thing about a person is to have self-awareness. He is able to clearly see his own shortcomings and will never be blindly confident. From this perspective, Tang Mengxing has already won. "I'm willing to invest money. I'll let professionals handle what they're good at. I don't care how you manage or develop it, but I need to know your progress, current development results, and future direction." Tang Mengxing said a lot, which made Wu Guanghai feel much more at ease. This kid is good. Chapter 44. Dogs eat this? Based on Wu Guanghai's experience, these rich kids are either arrogant and conceited. Investing money and then acting like a big shot, starting to boss people around, often affects the progress of the entire project. Either they know nothing, just go through the motions, listen to others bragging about how they can make money, and believe it all. Tang Mengxing knew her shortcomings and what she should do. Many people are blind to their own shortcomings, and that is the most fatal flaw. Tang Mengxing also wanted to use these opportunities to improve herself. Of course, the most important point is that he doesn't want to be busy like a dog. With beautiful women by his side, he should spend his time enjoying life to the fullest. Wei Heng then spoke up, "I could have invested that much money myself, why bother Brother Tang?" Clearly, his words showed no respect for Wu Guanghai and Tang Mengxing. Wu Guanghai filled his cup with tea. "To be honest, the more money the better, President Wei. The 600 million I mentioned earlier was a request for each of you to invest 600 million. I'll also try to pull strings and secure more investment later. The main problem is the huge funding gap. I'm worried." What followed was, "I'm worried you two don't have enough money." In a daze, Wu Guanghai began to use his scheme. "What kind of talk is that? I still have high hopes for your company. No matter how big the pie is, it can't withstand too many people sharing it." Wei Hong closed his eyes and began to plan. "Mr. Wu, please give me a straight answer. How much do you need, and what will our return be?" Tang Mengxing asked directly. The three men talked for a long time that night. Lin Yushang didn't say a word, ate for a long time, and finally felt a little full. Stepping out of the hotel, Tang Mingxing felt a bit hungry. What a loss. I barely ate any food, yet I spent 1 billion. The group ultimately decided that Tang Mingxing would hold 50% of the shares for 1 billion yuan, while Wei Hong would hold 25% for 500 million yuan. The remainder is still in Wu Guanhai's hands. Of course, these are shares, and Wu Guanhai retains absolute control of 51% of the equity. Wei Hong has been staring at me ever since he came here. I want to gouge his eyes out, Lin Yushang said after letting out a burp. Mind your manners, don't use foul language. Tang Mingxing didn't care. He had also noticed that Wei Hong occasionally stole glances at Lin Yushang. However, he wasn't angry because he saw that Wei Hong's eyes were full of regret and sorrow after he peeked at him. Looking at Tang Mingxing again, he was filled with envy, wishing he were 30 years younger. Tang Mingxing enjoyed the attention, let him be jealous. If Wu Guanghai hadn't been there, he would have loved to kiss Lin Yushang a few times and then taunt Wei Hong, so what if I kissed your goddess? Back at the apartment, Tang Hai made a video call. Dad, where are you going to eat lunch? In the office. Your mom went back to China and should be visiting you in a while. She went back to Shanghai first for some business. Mom's back? Su Moli and Mu Yunxi hurried over to greet Tang Hai. When Tang Hai saw the two girls, his face broke into a wide smile. He gave the two girls the impression of being honest, kind, and extremely simple. Su Moli said with concern, Uncle, please be careful over there. I heard there's been a rebellion. You should come home early and not go out. Tang Hai quickly replied, Don't worry, my co-workers take good care of me, it'll be fine. We won't go out. Co-workers? Tang Mingxing wondered, where did these co-workers come from? That Mingxing, isn't there another one? Tang Hai remembered Tang Mingxing saying there was a third one. At this moment, Lin Yushang walked into the frame. Hello, uncle. Hey, hello. Xiaoshan, stop eating, look at your brother and sister-in-law. Xiaoshan, the girls asked, puzzled. Tang Mingxing explained, my dog was bought at the market, it cost me 180 yuan. The group stared at the screen, where a scruffy yellow mongrel was eating steak with its head down. Wagyu beef, grouper, king crab, caviar. Lin Yushang looked at it and thought, isn't this almost the same as what I ate for dinner? Your dog eats this? Lin Yushang asked in surprise. Tang Hai replied seriously, no, sometimes it gets tired of the food and won't eat it anymore. This dog has become picky about food lately. Sai, Mingxing is much more obedient. Heh, thanks, Dad. Comparing me to a dog, this dog's gotten twice as big. Tang Mingxing chatted with her father for a while longer and told Tang Hai about what happened that day. Tang Hai was very pleased that Tang Mingxing hadn't stubbornly insisted on doing things her own way. He at least thinks the project has potential. At night, Su Moli and Lin Yushang were watching a TV series. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi was taking all sorts of selfies. I just bought a bunch of luxury goods, I have to show them off properly. Knowing that showing off on social media might arouse jealousy among acquaintances, she chose to anonymously flaunt her wealth on the online platform Xiaolanchu. Of the three, she seemed the most obedient, but in reality, she was the most cunning. Mingxing, take a picture for me. Mu Yunxi handed her phone to Tang Mingxing and then struck a graceful pose. To make her legs appear longer, Mu Yunxi deliberately turned slightly to the side and stretched out one foot. Mingxing, shoot from a lower angle, that will make my legs look longer. I was practically lying on the ground, and besides, your legs aren't short to begin with. None of these three women have an average figure. However, a woman's pursuit of beauty is endless. After taking dozens of photos, Mu Yunxi began editing them. Tang Mingxing doesn't usually post on WeChat moments, let alone share anything on other online platforms. Watching Mu Yunxi meticulously edit the image, Tang Mingxing exclaimed in shock, holy crap, Yunxi. You've gone too far with this photo editing. Proportionally speaking, you look over 2 meters tall in the picture. The walls are all crooked. You could play in the NBA next season. Mu Yunxi looked up and glared at him fiercely, and Tang Mingxing quickly shut up. It took Mu Yunxi more than an hour to finish editing a few photos. She was quite satisfied with them and then posted them on the platform. The caption read, an unforgettable night, thank you husband for the bag. Really? Tang Mingxing said with disdain, but Mu Yunxi was very satisfied. In just half an hour, the number of comments exceeded 100, and there were over 99 private messages. Tang Mingxing was curious and wanted to see what comments were being posted, but she was already furious after reading just a few. Damn it, how can they call you wife, especially since there are other women among them? The private messages that infuriated Tang Mingxing were nothing more than messages from boys wanting her contact information. Don't be angry, I won't pay any attention to them. I just wanted to show off that I have a good husband. Mu Yunqi began her tender and affectionate performance. Tang Mingxing wouldn't actually have a conflict with Mu Yunqi over this. Chapter 45 Departure. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Tomorrow is National Day, so none of them are in a hurry to go to sleep. Su Moli is still at Lin Yushang's house. The two of them were lying in bed with tablets, a small desk set up, and snacks laid out, watching a show. It was already 1 in the morning, and neither of them felt sleepy. Having obtained the password to Lin Yushang's house, Tang Mingxing quietly opened the door and came in. The living room was dimly lit. He gently pushed open the door. The sound of the door opening caught the attention of the two girls. After recognizing Tang Mingxing, Lin Yushang asked, "You're still awake? Where's Yunqi?" Tang Mingxing looked helpless. That little good-for-nothing is asleep. Tang Mingxing had just lain down when she suddenly saw a ghost appear on the tablet. She sat up with a start. "You watch this thing at night? Isn't it scary?" This shock completely extinguished the passion I had just felt. Lin Yushang looked at Tang Mingxing, who was quite frightened, and said, "This is a suspense drama, not a horror movie. I'm scared watching it by myself, so I asked Molly to come with me. It's just a period suspense drama, it's fine if they act out murder and arson, but I'm afraid of them making it sound like they're playing gods and ghosts." After an unknown amount of time, Tang Mingxing fell asleep. When Lin Yushang woke up again, it was already 10 a.m., and she and Su Moli were packing their things. At noon, after lunch, the group prepared to go to Jishui City, Lin Yushang's hometown, as planned. The journey from Yanjing to Jishui is estimated to take 5 hours by car. However, before leaving, Tang Mingxing informed the apartment management that Lin Yushang's room needed to be reserved. Lin Yushang was a little puzzled. "Don't you have a villa? Wouldn't it be better for us to go to the villa? Besides, isn't it a waste of money to rent a place here?" Tang Mingxing replied, "It's not a waste at all. This building is under my dad's name, so it's free. We can stay here as long as we want." Su Moli and Mu Yunqi had just learned about this. "Does the whole building belong to your family? Or just these 2 apartments?" "The apartments are not for sale, only for rent. So the whole building belongs to my dad." Lin Yushang has come to terms with it now, and she's done the math for herself. What's your dad's is yours, and what's yours is ours for the 3 of us, right? Tang Mingxing, that seems to make sense. Mu Yunqi's little blue book was also updated with a picture of a high-end apartment building, accompanied by the caption, "Thank you to my husband for providing this apartment during this time. I only just realized it's our family property." Tang Mingxing glanced at her post and frowned. "Can't you be a little more low-key?" Mu Yunqi grabbed his hand and shook it forcefully. "Let me pretend for a bit. Please. You good for nothing, you went to bed so early last night, and you're still being so dramatic with me." To be honest, Lin Yushang didn't want to leave this apartment either. She had lived there for a long time and had developed some attachment to it. She had even nurtured the plants in the apartment herself. "I feel much better knowing I don't have to move so soon." On the Yanji Expressway, Tang Mingxing was driving a Maybach S680 with 3 girls, heading towards Jishui City. Mu Yunqi and Lin Yushang sat in the back row, each playing on their phones. Su Moli sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window with a somewhat hazy expression. Her heart had also begun to change during this period. His own achievements, which he was so proud of, were utterly worthless compared to Tang Mingxing's. A few days ago, the school leaders told her that she could start preparing for her official employment. Salary increased to 12,000, plus year-end bonus and various other bonuses. For a newcomer like her, after becoming a full-time employee and receiving bonuses, she can earn around 250,000 yuan a year. This income already surpasses that of 99% of ordinary people. If Tang Mingxing hadn't appeared, I would be extremely happy to have been promoted right now, Su Moli thought to herself. That's how she was raised. A stable income, a small but happy family. But when she looked at the bag in her hand, then at the clothes she was wearing, and then at her Panamera, she thought of her Panamera. This is something that would take me many years to earn. One's own pride is worthless. One outfit and a bag cost more than my annual income. Su Moli was at a loss as to how to face Tang Mingxing, especially after learning that the entire apartment building belonged to his family. She couldn't think of any reason to discipline Tang Mingxing any further. To make him work harder? To make him obedient? But he already had everything, so what was the point of working harder? He thought he was Tang Mingxing's teacher, so he used the pretense of doing what was best for him to encourage him to study hard. But now, she can't guarantee Tang Mingxing that these efforts will bring him more benefits. Was I wrong? At this moment, Tang Mingxing's mother, Zhang Yuanying, called. Tang Mingxing turned on speakerphone. Mom. I heard you've returned to China? Zhang Yuanying said, Yes, son, I'm going to Beijing in a while. Where are you going for the National Day holiday? Go to Jishui, your daughter-in-law's hometown. Lin Yushang reached out from the back row and gently pinched Tang Mingxing's cheek. Zhang Yuanying was very happy and kept reminding her son to be careful. Su Moli and the other two girls greeted her one by one. Finally, Zhang Yuanying instructed, Moli, Yushan, you two must discipline Tang Mingxing properly. This kid is very mischievous. His father and I were away for many years and didn't spend much time with him. You two have a responsibility, especially Moli. As his teacher, you must not let him slack off and make sure he studies hard. Su Moli felt a warmth in her heart, realizing her own importance, and said, I understand, Auntie, but you are also wealthy. Rich? Ha, our family is more than just rich. Zhang Yuanying paused for a few seconds before continuing, Mingxing, this family will depend on you from now on. You should understand the saying, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime, right? Tang Mingxing gently tapped the brakes. He understood his mother's words, I know. I will be obedient. No matter how old you are still a child in your mother's eyes. After hanging up the phone, Su Moli suddenly smiled. Why are you laughing? I suddenly realized my own value. Tang Mingxing, you'd better behave from now on. Do you think I would? The two were bickering when Mu Yunqi poked her head out and asked, Why don't I make you listen to me too? Zhang Yuanying just told Lin Yushang and Su Moli to keep a close eye on Tang Mingxing, but not Mu Yunqi. Listen to you? How can our family continue like this? Su Moli said with a smile. Mu Yunqi chuckled sheepishly, that's true. Ha ha. Chapter 46 Lin Yushang's home. The scenery along the way was quite nice. 2 hours later, we arrived at a service area. The group took a short rest. I'll drive the second half. Lin Yushang said eagerly, wanting to try out the Maybach's handling. Although she preferred sports cars, Tang Mingxing's sports cars were too expensive. Tens of millions at a time. She was still a little hesitant, and couldn't bring herself to put in too much luggage. A few people bought some snacks at the service area. Tang Mingxing was in a good mood and gave each of the girls a red envelope containing 500,000 yuan. Thank you, husband, Mu Yunqi said, not caring about what others thought. She happily hugged Tang Mingxing, kissing her and nuzzling her face. Su Moli also thanked them, but she seemed a little reserved. Your attitude isn't as good as Yunqi's. It makes me feel like I didn't get my money's worth, Tang Mingxing said deliberately. Su Moli blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. Can't I call you again tonight? No. Well, thank you. Whom should we thank? You, Tang Mingxing. Teacher Su, you're being too polite. Who am I? Husband. That's more like it. Only Lin Yushang remained rooted to the spot, wondering how she could thank him. Everyone else is thanking their husbands, but she hasn't registered her marriage with Tang Mingxing yet. Sister Lin, let's get our marriage certificate in a couple of days, anyway. Tang Mingxing said casually. Lin Yushang replied blankly, oh, okay. I agreed without really understanding what was going on. Lin Yushang drove for the rest of the journey. Su Moli originally wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but Tang Mingxing insisted on pulling her to the back seat. Mu Yunqi sat in the passenger seat, feeling somewhat jealous. Why did you make me sit in the passenger seat? Mu Yunqi pouted, looking displeased. After that, Lin Yushang and Mu Yunqi fell silent and stared obediently ahead. Su Moli leaned against the window, looking out. After a 5-hour drive, the car slowly entered Jishui City. Lin Yushang's home was somewhat unexpected to Tang Mingxing, as its location was a bit out of the way. In a large courtyard next to a farmland, tractors, small trucks, and combined harvesters are lined up on one side. The yard was large, with only a few single-story houses facing north, and water was still flowing into the washing machine through the pipes. Is this your home? Tang Mingxing looked at the yard. Several birch trees were located in the corner of the yard, and a simple swing was made on them with a rope. Yes. Lin Yushang nodded, then called out again, "Mom and Dad, I'm back." The door opened, and a middle-aged couple hurried out to greet them. Tang Mingxing bought a lot of gifts along the way, and the car was now packed full. The group carried the things downstairs again. Lin Yushang's father, Lin Xiaodong, took Tang Mingxing's hand and led them into the house. It was getting late, and a table full of food and wine had already been prepared in the room. Lin Yushang's mother, named Yang Yueying, was plain-looking and wore an apron. Her hands seemed unsure what to do with themselves, but she simply smiled broadly as she looked at Tang Mingxing. She was clearly very satisfied with her future son-in-law. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Su Moli and Mu Yunqi greeted them politely. That's the situation in China, and everyone can accept it. The two girls were naturally also warmly received. Logically speaking, Lin Yushang's income is not low, she sends money home every month, and she is also educated. In Tang Mingxing's eyes, her parents should also be intellectuals. But I never expected them to be just an ordinary family, and their conditions seemed quite average. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were not poor. In fact, they had worked hard and had considerable savings. But in their minds, it's all for the children. They wanted to save more money, partly so that Lin Yushang could find a good family in the future, and partly so that they wouldn't be bullied if they had some money. Secondly, the elderly couple only has one daughter, and they don't want to trouble her with their retirement, so they want to save money so they don't have to ask her for it. Tang Mingxing sat next to Lin Xiaodong, feeling very reserved. It was her first time meeting her father-in-law, and she didn't know what to say. "How old are you, child?" 21. "Oh." Lin Xiaodong didn't expect Tang Mingxing to be so young, but it didn't matter. After at least a few brief exchanges, it became clear that this young man wasn't an impatient or impetuous person. Lin Xiaodong then asked, "What do your parents do?" This question was difficult for Tang Mingxing to answer, "Doing business." That was all he could say, but he was afraid the other person would ask what kind of business he was in, because he really didn't know. "My daughter is a wild child, please bear with her." The two got along quite well. Lin Xiaodong poured Tang Mingxing a glass of baijiu. "Let's have a drink, just the two of us." Tang Mingxing quickly picked up her cup with both hands and clinked glasses with Lin Xiaodong, then secretly glanced at Su Moli and Lin Yushang. Both girls exchanged glances that conveyed the message of this is a one-time thing. Tang Mingxing felt relieved and started drinking, but she knew she couldn't hold her liquor. But he didn't know exactly how bad it was. It wasn't until the glass of baijiu was empty that Tang Mingxing realized she was utterly useless when it came to drinking. A glass of 2 lian 100 milliliters of baijiu, only 36 degrees, was enough to ruin him. A strong sense of drowsiness washed over Tang Mingxing, and she felt like she was about to collapse. Yang Yueying's scolding voice came from beside him, "Why are you drinking with the child? Look, they've both passed out." Lin Xiaodong said aggrievedly, "I didn't expect this kid to have such a low alcohol tolerance." "Well, that's good too. I tested all three of you, so this kid won't be a drunkard in the future." Then came the sound of several girls laughing loudly. The nights in the countryside are very quiet, and Tang Mingxing was fast asleep in bed around 7 o'clock. When I woke up at 9 o'clock, everyone else was still awake. Lin Yushang brought over a cup of hot water. "I'm fine." Tang Mingxing forced herself to get out of bed. "Stop pretending, drink some hot water," Lin Yushang said, supporting his head and feeding him water. In the next room, several people were chatting and laughing, with the TV on, but it was impossible to hear what they were saying. Tang Mingxing took a sip of water and heard a cricket chirping in the courtyard, followed by the croaking of frogs in the puddle. I felt a sense of comfort. This is such a pleasant life. "Mingxing, you will be good to me, right?" Lin Yushang suddenly asked. Tang Mingxing asked in surprise, "Why do you ask that?" A hint of tenderness appeared in Lin Yushang's eyes. My mom said that if it's suitable, we should get the marriage certificate, so I wanted to ask you." "Tang Mingxing, I will cherish you for the rest of my life." At this moment, Mu Yunqi gently pushed open the door. "You're awake?" "Just woke up," Lin Yushang said, getting up quickly and feeling a little embarrassed when she saw Mu Yunqi come in. Mu Yunqi didn't seem to care, and simply asked, "Mingxing, can you drive a tractor?" Chapter 47 Tractor Goddess. "Tractor? Never driven one before, but I can give it a try," Tang Mingxing said, having taken a liking to the tractor the moment she entered. "If you're tired of driving luxury cars, it's nice to try something different once in a while." Mu Yunqi said, "Uncle said that the corn harvest is in the next couple of days, and I was thinking that if you could go and help out." This season coincides with the autumn harvest. Lin Dongshu's family only has a few acres of land, but he owns a harvester and a tractor, so he also harvests corn for other people to earn some money. I've got it covered. Tang Mengxing declared confidently, though inwardly she wondered, driving a Ferrari is probably about the same as driving a tractor. Lin Yushang's bed could just fit 3 girls. Tang Mengxing, lying on the floor, felt extremely aggrieved. The moonlight shone in through the window, adding a touch of tranquility to the room. She didn't know how much time had passed, but while Tang Mengxing was fast asleep, she felt that there was someone in her arms. I felt it must be Lin Yushang, and when I opened my eyes slightly, it was indeed her. Don't talk, go to sleep, Lin Yushang said, squinting at Tang Mengxing. The next day, around 10 a.m., Tang Mengxing stood in the yard, looking at the tractor, and began to study it. He often saw tractors when he was a child, but Tang Hai did not intentionally train him in this skill. What's the point of training? After fiddling with it for a long time, I finally got the hang of it. Lin Xiaodong drove the combine harvester and began harvesting corn. Tang Mengxing's task was to drive the tractor and sow wheat seeds in the back. The harvester directly crushes the corn stalks and leaves them in the field as fertilizer. Unfortunately, Tang Mengxing understood the procedures, but she couldn't do the actual work. It's veering off course. Put the plow down then. Lin Yushang was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. Sitting in the car, Tang Mengxing was completely disoriented and flustered. Don't rush me, which leg should I extend? Ha ha ha. Mu Yunqi laughed so hard she almost fell over. This girl said she'd come help yesterday, but after only a few minutes, she went off to slack off. Su Moli was the same. She confidently assured that she could do the job well, yet thought that anyone could farm. Now, 2 girls are sitting to the side eating popsicles, watching Tang Mengxing make a fool of herself. You sit over there. Lin Yushang said angrily, making Tang Mengxing move over. Sister Lin, your tractor is hard to drive. Tang Mengxing was afraid that Lin Yushang would be angry, so she changed her address back to Sister Lin. Lin Yushang rolled her eyes at him and stepped forward. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, she skillfully drove the tractor and began plowing the land. Wow! Tang Mengxing was surprised that Lin Yushang not only loved motorcycles, but was also so good at driving tractors. The two sat side by side, and Lin Yushang taught Tang Mengxing how to drive the tractor as she drove. But Tang Mengxing wouldn't listen to a word, staring at the other person's profile. It has to be said that Lin Yushang is indeed very cool, skillfully navigating the steering wheel. Lin Xiaodong drove his combine harvester from the opposite direction, and the father and daughter smiled at each other. They worked together seamlessly. Back in high school, Lin Yushang developed a deep interest in the farm tools at home. Learned to drive tractors, harvesters, and 3-wheel trucks. It's mainly to help out at home. Her parents wouldn't let her do any work that was too heavy or tiring. Later on, I fell in love with motorcycles. Although it's also a machine, Lin Yushang rides her motorcycle around Yinjing several times a day. It was this kind of family environment that made her more carefree, open, and straightforward. Until she met Tang Mengxing and fell in love, her feminine side began to resurface. Now, Lin Yushang's image in Tang Mengxing's eyes has become even more virtuous and upright. Being able to drive a tractor is even more impressive than driving a sports car. Tractor goddess. I finally finished at 12:30 p.m. The corn that was brought back covered the entire yard, with a little more spread out on the road outside to dry. So tired. Tang Mengxing exclaimed, then took out the ice-cold beer she had prepared, filled a large glass for Lin Xiaodong, and poured some for herself. What are you tired of? I did all the work. Lin Yushang took off her old work jacket, revealing that she was only wearing a close-fitting short-sleeved vest underneath. Sweat soaked through his clothes. Mengxing, you haven't had any alcohol yet, why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Xiaodong asked, looking at Tang Mengxing. Tang Mengxing lowered her head and took a sip of wine. I'm not feeling unwell, uncle. I'm just embarrassed because I didn't do a good job. Lin Xiaodong laughed and said, it's okay, it's just for you to experience. Just treat it as a game. To be honest, you can't make money farming. Do you know how much you can make from these few acres of land? Mu Yunqi answered first, 1 acre can earn 5,000. Su Moli shook her head, this harvest only happens once every 6 months. I estimate it will cost around 10,000 yuan per mu. These 2 girls are really joking. You can only earn 3 or 400 yuan a mu of land, Lin Yushang's mother, Yang Yueying, said as she came out carrying a plate of food and laughed when she heard the two girls' discussion. Farming doesn't make money, and you can't afford a house if you farm. Tang Mengxing suddenly said, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He also grew up in the village, but his family didn't own any land. I occasionally help out at my neighbors' houses, so I naturally know about the harvest from farming. After deducting the costs of labor, fertilizer, seeds, and irrigation, a family with 4 or 5 acres of land can hardly make any money. Fortunately, Lin Sudong drives a small truck to haul goods on weekdays, and he also helps others with harvesting during the autumn harvest, so he can earn some money. Relying solely on farming is not a viable way to make a living. Lin Yushang started working over the years and sent money home every month, which finally made their lives better. Mu Yunqi and Su Moli exchanged a glance, both feeling incredulous, and dared not say anything more. Oh, right, I'll cook some corn for you, Yang Yueying said, taking a few ears of glutinous corn from Lin Yushang's Hermes bag, preparing to cook them. Mom, you took this package of corn from me? Lin Yushang asked her mother. When Yang Yueying went to the field earlier, she saw Lin Yushang's bags, and there was more than one. She randomly picked a bag that, by her standards, wasn't particularly attractive. He picked up sticky corn in the field by himself. Mom, how could you do this? Lin Yushang said angrily. Yang Yueying knew she was in the wrong for taking her bag. I couldn't find a suitable bag, so I just grabbed one in my haste. I'll buy you more, don't be angry, I'll buy you more. Tang Mengxing quickly grabbed Lin Yushang. Yushang, Dad will give you 500 yuan, buy a new one, Lin Xiaodong said generously. Lin Yushang was so angry she laughed. This bag of mine costs 80,000. What? 80,000? Lin Xiaodong and Yang Yueying were incredulous when they heard her say that. Fake. Fake. Just kidding, it's only 300 yuan each. Uncle and auntie, it's worthless, Tang Mengxing quickly said. He didn't want to show off in front of his future in-laws, or he might offend them. Chapter 48. My name is Su Dafu. Hearing Tang Mengxing say that, Yang Yueying rolled her eyes at Lin Yushang. You silly child, you're lying now. Where did you get a bag that costs 80,000 yuan? Made of elephant skin? Hearing her mother say this, Lin Yushang felt aggrieved. She then took out all the corn from her bag and shook the ears of corn. Fortunately, the bag was neither damaged nor dirty. Tang Mengxing found it amusing to see Lin Yushang pouting and sulking. Buy more, don't pout. Tang Mengxing pinched Lin Yushang's pouting lips with her chopsticks again. This made everyone burst into laughter. Lin Xiaodong was in a good mood upon seeing his new son-in-law and drank a couple more glasses. Mengxing, you and Yushang should behave yourselves in Yanjing and not cause any trouble. Let's work hard. When we have money, I'll buy you a BMW. Hearing this, Tang Mengxing thought of the Maybach parked at the door. Although it belongs to Mercedes-Benz, it does not carry the Mercedes-Benz logo. It seems the elderly couple didn't recognize the car logo. The afternoon was less busy, so Tang Mengxing got a recliner and lay down to drink tea. I parked my Maybach next to the tractor, and the more I looked at it, the more I loved the tractor. The tires were really high, and the momentum was really strong. I imagined a tractor running over the Maybach, and the windshield shattered all over the ground. Aunt Yang. Is she home? A sharp shout suddenly came from outside the door. Tang Mengxing quickly got up to greet him. Without even asking, she knew he was a neighbor, and judging from his voice, he was an elder. Sure enough, a middle-aged woman walked in with her mobile phone in her hand. Hello, Auntie, Tang Mengxing said politely. The woman looked Tang Mengxing up and down, then asked, Young man, who are you? I am. Tang Mengxing hadn't finished speaking. Yang Yueying rushed out, Coming. Coming. Finished your work? Let's go play cards. Is everyone here? Mengxing, this is your Aunt Wang. Tang Mengxing nodded again and said, Hello, Aunt Wang. Upon seeing the situation, Aunt Wang immediately assumed that the boy in front of her must be Lin Yushang's boyfriend or something similar. I was momentarily stunned. After finally coming to her senses, she replied, Oh my, this must be Yu Chang's boyfriend. Great. 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 What a spirited young man. Then, pulling Yang Yueying outside, Aunt Wang looked back to see if Tang Mengxing had followed. What's wrong with Aunt Wang? She's acting all crazy. Aunt Wang then stamped her foot and exclaimed, Oh dear, oh dear. Su Guoqian's son, Su Dafu, from our town is here. Didn't you ask me to help your daughter find a match a while ago? He's here, and it looks like he's taken a liking to your daughter. What are we going to do? We can't let him come all this way for nothing. Yang Yueying tried hard to recall, and then remembered that this had indeed happened 2 months ago. She said somewhat embarrassedly, "It's been over 2 months, and there's still no news. I thought it was all over." But look at him, why didn't he even ask beforehand? This is not Yang Yueying's fault, after all, it happened 2 months ago, when Tang Mingxing did not know Lin Yushang. 2 months ago, Lin Yushang also received a friend request from Su Dafu, which she ignored. Later, Ma Donghua got incredibly lucky, and Lin Yushang inexplicably agreed to date him. Ma Donghua may seem extremely honest, but he is actually very wicked. Lin Yushang was no pushover either. She rejected Ma Donghua several times, and the rejections were quite sharp. If you want to talk, follow her rules, otherwise, get lost. Until Tang Mingxing appeared, he successfully won her over through a combination of persuasion and coercion. Su Dafu took a liking to Lin Yushang at first glance through the photos sent by the matchmaker and kept looking for opportunities to contact her. It was National Day, and Su Dafu thought his chance had come. Lin Yushang would definitely come back. He was very confident because his family was wealthy. His father, Su Guoqiang, owned a machinery processing plant and a plantation in town, earning 1 or 2 million yuan a year. Yang Yueying is now in a dilemma. She is preparing to personally apologize to Su Dafu and make amends. At this moment, Su Dafu was sitting in a Cayenne picking his nose. Seeing Aunt Wang return, Su Dafu wiped the boogers from his nose under the steering wheel and quickly got out of the car. "Aunt Wang. How about it? Can I see her?" Aunt Wang chuckled but didn't reply. Yang Yueying, standing to the side, laughed and said, "You must be Su Dafu. I know your parents. What a handsome young man." Looking at Su Dafu, who weighed over 200 pounds and was 170 centimeters tall, Yang Yueying didn't feel any insincerity in her words. Su Dafu looked at Yang Yueying and asked in a simple and honest manner, "Auntie, who are you?" Aunt Wang introduced, "This is Yushang's mother, you can just call her Aunt Yang." Upon hearing that she was Lin Yushang's mother, Su Dafu's attitude immediately improved. He quickly wiped his hands, which had been picking his nose, on his clothes and greeted her in a proper manner. "Hello, Aunt Yang. I'm Su Dafu." Looking at Su Dafu, Yang Yueying felt that he wasn't very old, but his demeanor was somewhat like a child pretending to be an adult. "Oh dear. We're all just ordinary country folk, why should I shake hands? It's too formal." Hearing this, Su Dafu withdrew his outstretched hand. "Auntie, when can I see Yushang? I miss her so much." "How old are you?" 21. "Oh, so young. Oh. I'm so sorry, Yu Chang is 4 years older than you." "It's okay, I like it." Su Dafu only has a junior high school education. It's not that his family couldn't afford to send him to school, rather, he was spoiled by his family and simply decided not to go to school on his own. His father actually agreed, because he also only had a junior high school education and was now quite successful in his career, so he felt that his son didn't need to go to school and should enter society early to inherit the family business. Just follow your old path, and that will suffice. In their town, Su Dafu was praised by his peers since childhood, simply because his family was rich. Naive, he had no understanding of human relationships or social dynamics. His parents handled all the scheming and backstabbing. "I've always lived a carefree life since I was a child." "That Dafu, that's not what I meant. You might not understand. Age is one aspect. And also, Auntie is sorry, I only found out recently that Yushang has a boyfriend." Yang Yueying still told him the truth. "Ha? Married?" Su Dafu felt a sudden discomfort. He couldn't help but bring his finger closer to his nose, but when he got close, he realized something was wrong. "Picking your nose in public is too embarrassing, so I put my finger in my mouth and licked it." Aunt Wang and Yang Yueying frowned slightly when they saw this. Why was the child sucking his fingers? However, Yang Yueying still replied, "I'm not married, I just brought my boyfriend home. You should go back first, and your uncle and I will go to your house another day to tell your parents and apologize." Su Dafu laughed, "Auntie, it's nothing, don't worry about it. It's all right." Yang Yueying was surprised by Su Dafu's response. He was quite magnanimous. "It's good that you're all right, child. I'll introduce you to a good one another day." Aunt Wang chimed in, "Yes. Introduce me to another good one, I have plenty of good daughters." Su Dafu waved his hands repeatedly, "That's not what I meant. My boyfriend isn't married yet, I'll just kick him out so that Sister Yushang won't be bullied by him." Upon hearing this, Yang Yueying immediately understood that this child was not very bright and Lin Yushang absolutely could not marry him. Chapter 49. You took the money? Su Dafu was very confident. People around him had told him how outstanding he was since he was a child. Handsome, good physique, high quality, knowledgeable, and intelligent. He didn't quite believe it at first, but after many people praised it, he started to believe it. Without saying much, Su Dafu got into the car and headed straight for Lin Yushang's house. Hey! Why don't you listen to me, child? Yang Yueying and Aunt Wang chased after them. Su Dafu knew the location of the Lin family's house, but his father had repeatedly told him not to go there without permission, as it would be impolite. That's why he refrained from going. He couldn't care less about that now, so he stepped on the gas and quickly arrived at the Lin family compound. Su Dafu pushed open the door with an air of dominance, and there was only Tang Mingxing lying on a recliner in the courtyard. Hello, who are you looking for? Tang Mingxing sat up and stared straight at the big fleshy ball in front of the door. Can those legs even run? Tang Mingxing thought, seeing his bulky figure, that this guy must have trouble walking. Su Dafu hurriedly ran a few steps to Tang Mingxing, having something to say. Tang Mingxing waited for him to speak, but saw Su Dafu open his mouth wide and begin to breathe rapidly. Ha! 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 It was only a distance of 20 or 30 meters, but I was already out of breath after jogging over. Brother, take your time, there's no rush. Tang Mingxing kindly patted his back. Ha! Ha! Su Dafu took a few deep breaths and looked up to ask, where is Sister Yushan's boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Tang Mingxing laughed, that's me. Without saying a word, Su Dafu pulled out 10,000 yuan from his pocket. Here, take this. What's going on? Tang Mingxing didn't understand why he did this, but then she thought that Aunt Wang probably went out and told her, which attracted the relatives to come over. This 10,000 yuan should be a gift for the new son-in-law. Then I won't stand on ceremony, ha ha ha. Tang Mingxing put the money in her pocket and warmly led Su Dafu into the house. Please come in, please come in. Ha? You are Guoqian's son, right? As soon as he entered the house, Lin Xiaodong recognized him. Although he didn't see him often, he had a deep impression of him. After all, he was so fat. Hello, uncle. Su Dafu sat on the sofa, trying to cross his legs, but he couldn't. What brings you here today? You look exhausted. Lin Xiaodong poured him a glass of water. Su Dafu took a sip of water. Uncle, I'm here to marry Sister Yushang. Ha? Lin Xiaodong and Tang Mingxing both looked at him in surprise. Lin Xiaodong, in particular, looked extremely uncomfortable. His future son-in-law was right there, and Su Dafu's words made him lose face. Dafu. You, who taught you to say that? Lin Xiaodong was a little angry. Su Moli and the others were playing cards in the next room. They came in when they heard the commotion. The appearance of three stunning beauties left Su Dafu dazed and forgetting why he had come there in the first place. Dafu. Dafu. I'm asking you a question. Lin Xiaodong shouted twice, finally bringing Su Dafu back to his senses. Oh. Uncle, what did you say? I'm asking you, who gave you permission to say that? My Aunt Wang and Aunt Yang said they'd introduce me to a wife, Sister Yushang. Lin Xiaodong was unaware that he had arranged a marriage for Lin Yushang. Fortunately, Yang Yueying returned at this time and explained the situation to everyone. Lin Yushang said to Su Dafu, Dafu, I have a boyfriend. I'm sorry, but you should look for someone else. Lin Yushang didn't dislike Su Dafu, it was just that he was pursuing her, and she couldn't directly refuse him, so she could only leave him to his own devices. They met when they were very young, and he remembered her as a cute chubby little boy. Tang Mingxing wasn't angry, because Su Dafu posed no threat to him whatsoever. Even if Lin Yushang were to live out her days alone, she would never be with him. And I can't bring myself to dislike him, he's just too naive. Sister. He doesn't want you anymore, why are you still with him? Isn't it better to be with me? Su Dafu said, pointing at Tang Mingxing. When did I say I didn't want her? Don't talk nonsense. Tang Mingxing thought to herself that she definitely hadn't said that, and wondered if Su Dafu was pretending to be stupid and that she had misjudged him. Then why did you take 10,000 yuan from me? I gave you the money because I wanted you to leave Sister Yushang. The three girls and Lin Xiaodong all turned their attention to Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Damn it! His lifelong reputation was ruined by this kid. However, neither Lin Xiaodong nor Lin Yushang and the other two believed that Tang Mingxing was that kind of person. Yang Yueying also chimed in, "Dafu, hurry home. Lying isn't a good thing for a child." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Mingxing slowly pulled out 10,000 yuan from her pocket under everyone's gaze. No. I'm sorry, I really took it. Tang Mingxing carefully placed the money on the table, wanting to explain. Mu Yunxi, always eager for drama, exclaimed, "Wow, you'd betray Sister Lin for 10,000 yuan? Mengxing, you've got quite the nerve." Tang Mingxing could tell she was being sarcastic, so she decided not to stoop to her level. "Mengxing, you child, you even accepted 10,000 yuan." Yang Yueying didn't expect this outcome, but she wasn't angry, she just scolded him a couple of times. "No, he slipped me money as soon as he walked in. I thought. What do you think? You just wait until tonight." Lin Yushang pinched Tang Mingxing's arm and twisted it. They didn't believe that Tang Mingxing would give up Lin Yushang for 10,000 yuan. Even 1 million or 10 million is impossible. For some reason, he accepted the money, which was truly shameful. Tang Mingxing was bitter inside. She was a top student from Tsinghua and Peking University, and this guy had tricked her? He handed over money without saying a word as soon as she walked in. Who wouldn't take that? "Dafu, here's the money, you can go home now," Yang Yueying said, taking the money and handing it to Su Dafu. Su Dafu shook his head and said, "I don't want it. This is for that kid. I'm taking Sister Yushang home." Lin Yushang was speechless, so she simply stated directly, "Dafu, I don't like you, there's no future for us, and I don't want to hurt you. You're very innocent. Will you listen to me? Su Dafu." At this moment, another voice rang out from outside the door, and Aunt Wan walked over with a middle-aged man. The visitor was Su Guoqiang, Su Dafu's father. "Dad!" Su Dafu exclaimed with delight upon seeing his father, "Ha, Dad! This kid took my money and isn't going to admit it." Su Dafu pointed at Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing was also furious at this moment. How could he make false accusations? Lin Yushang quickly pulled Tang Mingxing back from her outburst. "He just has a peculiar way of thinking, he doesn't mean any harm. Just bear with him." Okay. Tang Mingxing suppressed her anger and said okay 3 times in a row. "He's stupid, but his dad isn't stupid, is he? I'll go reason with his dad." After saying this, Tang Mingxing wanted to find Su Guoqiang to settle the matter. Su Dafu walked happily toward his father. Slap. A heavy slap landed directly on Su Dafu's face. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? You're so reckless. Go apologize to your uncle and aunt." Su Guoqiang's slap not only stunned Su Dafu, but also Tang Mingxing and the others. This dad is really something. "Old Lin Yueying. I'm so sorry, this is my fault. It happened 2 months ago, I should have asked beforehand. I hope this kid didn't cause you any trouble. Su Guoqiang is not unreasonable." Lin Xiaodong quickly greeted them warmly. "Oh dear, they're just kids, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all in the past." Chapter 50 Bowing to Heaven and Earth. Several people entered the house. Tang Mingxing's anger had subsided, and it was clear that Su Guoqiang was still a simple and honest man. And he could indeed sense that Su Dafu wasn't pretending to be stupid, he was genuinely simple-minded. Hoof. Su Dafu, 21 years old, was sobbing after being slapped. The chubby little boy is so pitiful when he cries. Lin Yushang brought over some tissues. "Dafu, don't cry. You're all grown up now. Wipe your tears." Lin Xiaodong also said, "Guoqiang, you should change your temper. You weren't like this before." Su Guoqiang looked helpless. "I wasn't like this before. Now I'm just driven crazy by this kid." Sigh. "Sometimes I really wonder if I've made him stupid." The group chatted for a long time inside the house, and Su Guoqiang apologized to Tang Mingxing. It was all a misunderstanding, so Tang Mingxing didn't dare to be presumptuous. "Uncle Su, you're too kind. It's nothing. Dafu is just a simpleton. Dafu, if you acknowledge Yushang as your older sister, we can let this matter go. From now on, Mingxing will be your brother-in-law. You can call him brother if you want." Su Guoqiang was quite perceptive. He spotted the Maybach as soon as he entered. He knows them, but others don't. This Tang Mingxing must be someone important. It will be difficult for me to build a relationship with him myself, but it would be better to have Dafu interact with him more. Su Dafu obediently replied, "Sister." Lin Yushang responded with a smile, "Good brother." Then Tang Mingxing waited for him to call her brother-in-law or brother. I was very pleased with myself. Su Dafu also wanted to be more formal, "Elder brother, please accept my bow." After saying that, he knelt down and was about to kowtow to Tang Mingxing. Ha! Holy crap, what are you doing? Seeing the obese Su Dafu struggling to kneel down, wanting to kowtow to him, Tang Mingxing hurriedly tried to help him up, but he was too heavy to lift. So he knelt down as well, saying, "I won't take advantage of you. I'll kowtow as many times as you do." Everyone else found it amusing, while Mu Yunqi watched the two kowtow to each other and whispered, "First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to our parents." Sumoli heard this, then exchanged a smile with her and began to softly sing, this bow, of unwavering loyalty and righteousness. After resolving the matter, Su Guoqiang left alone. He left Su Dafu there to play and told him not to cause trouble. "Brother!" Su Dafu, with his sweet tongue, called him brother directly. Tang Mingxing, pleased, replied, "What? Can you teach me how to pursue girls? You're amazing. Those two ladies are so beautiful too. Please teach me. Treat people with sincerity. If you have money, just spend it. It's that simple." Su Dafu seemed to understand, but not quite. Lin Yushang had cut the watermelon and was ready to bring it over. Walking up behind Su Dafu, I heard him say, "Actually, I also think Sister Yushang is too old. I've always wanted to find someone younger, but none of the younger ones are as pretty as her. Brother, can you keep an eye out for me? If there are any younger, pretty ones, can you help me find a match?" No problem, Tang Mingxing said, looking at Lin Yushang, who was standing behind Su Dafu with a furious expression, and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yushang walked over and put the watermelon down. "Hey! Sister Yushang, when did you get here?" With a duon, Lin Yushang kicked over the stool under Su Dafu's butt, causing him to fall on his backside. "Hey! What are you doing? You better watch yourself, don't say whatever comes to mind." Tang Mingxing said, "Don't make things difficult for him. He's already not very bright, and you're still bullying him." The group then agreed to go to the city the next day for some sightseeing. Su Dafu was behaving very obediently now, just as his father says. He treated Tang Mingxing like his own brother. This made Tang Mingxing somewhat envious. It wasn't because of feelings they had just met and there wasn't much affection between them. But it was Su Dafu's naive attitude that made Tang Mingxing somewhat envious. Sometimes it would be so much better to be a little silly, at least you'd be happier. Suddenly, he remembered that when he went back this time, he would sign a contract with Wu Guanghai and officially become a shareholder. Tang Mingxing decided to let the boy go. Although this kid is simple-minded, he's quite good at card counting, playing poker, and driving. In other words, he's just stupid, not mentally challenged. He just doesn't have much scheming or know anything about intricacies. Speak your mind. So I plan to have him act as the supervisor, but I will still be in control behind the scenes. Tang Mingxing didn't care whether he was capable or not, nor did she care whether he was loyal or not, as long as he wouldn't betray her. Without a doubt, Su Dafu doesn't understand betrayal. Wu Guanghai, Wei Hong, I'll send someone talented to you, there's bound to be a chemical reaction. Tang Mingxing wouldn't actually trust Wu Guanghai just because he flattered her. You're going to use him? Lin Yushang's expression shifted between light and dark upon hearing this, somewhat confused. Are you out of your mind? You two have only just met, and you trust him that much? Tang Mingxing said, some people you've known for 10 or 8 years will still betray you for their own benefit, but Dafu won't. Trust is a very subtle thing. You have to understand the other person first. There is no absolute trust. It's just about understanding the other person well enough to place them in a position where they won't betray you. Dafu is perfect. He's honest and straightforward. After spending some time with him, he'll want to tell you everything about his life from childhood to adulthood. He's trusting, so I'm naturally at ease. Lin Yushang still disagreed. No, he can't beat Wu Guanghai and Wei Hong. Tang Mingxing said, hey. I'll find someone to talk to Dafu later. He'll definitely listen to us. He's no match for Wu Guanghai and Wei Hang. We've just started our cooperation, so let's not think about fighting each other. But they definitely can't do anything to Dafu either. Who are you looking for? Dafu's dad. Su Dafu was stubborn and not very bright, but he has always believed in one principle. Listen to his dad. Whatever Su Guoqiang says is the truth, we believe him without any reason. In the afternoon, Tang Mengxing found Su Guoqiang. You want to take Dafu to Yinjing? Su Guoqiang looked somewhat troubled. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but he knew very well what his son was capable of. Is he capable? Uncle, stop putting Dafu down. He's a real talent. At the very least, he's honest, which is something others can't match. Don't worry, I'll provide him with food and lodging, and I'll even pay him a salary. Hearing Tang Mengxing's words, Su Guoqiang felt a warmth in his heart and turned to ask, Dafu, what do you think? Su Dafu patted his round belly. Dad, I want to see the world. Hearing his son say this, Su Guoqiang was so moved that he almost burst into tears. His child had finally grown up. But less than 2 seconds later, Su Dafu said again, I heard that the girls in Yanjing are quite good, I want to go and see them. Are you fucking asking for a beating again? Chapter 51 Storytelling. This is the third chapter today. Thank you all for your support. This chapter is a happy little slice of daily life for the family of 4, sitting around telling ghost stories. So, sweet dreams to you all, and be careful when you go to the bathroom tonight, check under the bed. Tang Mengxing and her companions have been here for 2 days and are very happy. Su Dafu returned home that evening. Yang Yueying prepared another table of dishes in the courtyard. Auntie, this is Yushang's card. I just transferred 500,000 yuan to you. Please keep it for yourselves. Tang Mengxing handed a bank card to Yang Yueying. 500,000? Kid, what are you doing? How can I take your money? Lin Xiaodong and Yang Yueying were both quite shocked, not expecting Tang Mengxing to pull such a stunt out of the blue. Lin Yushang nodded slightly and smiled, Mom and Dad, take it. He's not short of money, he'd rather make more by selling his daughter. Nonsense, how is this selling your daughter? Yang Yueying was displeased upon hearing this. Tang Mengxing said, if you don't accept it, I'll take that as you're dissatisfied with me. Please accept it. Please accept it. It's just a filial act from the child, Lin Xiaodong advised. In the afternoon, Su Guoqiang inquired about Tang Mengxing's background from Lin Xiaodong. Lin Xiaodong was puzzled as to why he was asking about this, since it wasn't his son-in-law. Su Guoqiang said, your son-in-law's car is the top-of-the-line model. Ha, I don't know the price, but it's at least 6 million. This price made Lin Xiaodong's heart pound. How could Tang Mengxing, such an ordinary child, be so rich? However, Tang Mengxing's low-key and down-to-earth nature pleased him quite a bit as long as she didn't get carried away, that was good. The moon was bright and the stars were few. A dim lamp was lit in the courtyard, and several people sat around the table eating, chatting and laughing. Lights were on in every house outside the wall, smoke curled from chimneys, and the occasional bark of a dog could be heard. In that instant, Tang Mengxing felt a strong desire to stay and live there forever. That evening, Lin Xiaodong and Yang Yueying went to rest. Tang Mengxing and the other 3 sat around the bed with a small lamp on. Let's tell ghost stories. Let's see who gets scared first. At this point, a large group of people gathered around, and Tang Mengxing started to show off again. All 3 girls knew he was a coward and afraid of ghosts and monsters. I'll go first. After the 4 of us have finished, we'll turn off the lights and then count off. Let's see if there's one extra person. Tang Mengxing is both bad at the game and loves to play, although she's afraid, she's addicted. Come on. Come on. Mu Yunxi also found it interesting. It was rare to have so many people playing together. Tang Mengxing took the small lamp and made a creepy expression. I'll go first. I'll tell you a story about Granny Peach. It's about a remote little mountain village. Tang Mengxing maintained what he considered a creepy smile, intending to scare a few girls, and his storytelling was indeed quite convincing. Coupled with the startled tone, the girls all felt a little scared. 10 minutes later, I'm done speaking. Tang Mengxing handed the lamp to Mu Yunxi, her voice deliberately hoarse. Your turn, little girl with the smallest chest. Mu Yunxi was about to take the lamp when she heard him say he had small breasts, and she immediately became displeased. If you can't speak like a human being, then shut up. Next, I'm going to tell you a story about I'll come find you in 7 days, which happened a long, long time ago. How long ago? Tang Mengxing suddenly interrupted. Shut up. 10 minutes later, Mu Yunxi finished speaking. Molly, let's switch seats. Tang Mengxing felt a chill run down her spine. Mu Yunxi's explanation was quite good, especially her imitation of a female ghost's voice, which was very eerie. Su Molly felt very safe with her back against the wall. This made Tang Mengxing want to switch places with her. No. It's my turn, Sumoli said, grabbing the lamp and ignoring Tang Mingxing's request. Tang Mingxing felt a little regretful. Let me tell you a story, about the midnight bus, something I heard a long time ago, about a guy named Tang Mingxing who was busy until very late. Wait a minute. How come this male lead has the same name as me? That's just how the story is. Is it so strange to have the same name? No, it's fine if I had a name that's already taken by someone else, like Zhang San, Li Si, or Wang Wei, but my name is unlikely to be taken by someone else, right? Take it or leave it. The male lead on the midnight bus is Tang Mingxing. I'm clearly the male protagonist of an urban super-rich novel. How did I end up in this other book? After a few words of banter, Sumoli began her formal explanation. This Tang Mingxing, she gets off work at midnight, and even though there are no buses running at the bus stop at this hour, a small bus slowly pulls up in the distance. It looks very strange. Can you guess what it looks like? Mu Yunqi and Lin Yushan shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Tang Mingxing looked dejected, as if she had already guessed. It won't look like a hearse, will it? Bingo, you guessed it. It's a hearse. Without a second thought, Tang Mingxing boarded the hearse. I'm not that stupid, am I? I'd never work a day in my life, let alone until late at night. That's bullshit. A gentle breeze blew in from the window, cool and refreshing, but Tang Mingxing felt a chill in the air. Sumoli did it on purpose. There was no ghost story protagonist who shared the same name as Tang Mingxing. She just wanted to scare him. She couldn't help but laugh when she remembered how he nestled in her arms during the Ju-on movie. The story progressed quickly, but Tang Mingxing felt increasingly uneasy, and even the three girls in front of her seemed abnormal. Damn it, could those three be possessed by ghosts? Tang Mingxing had a vivid imagination, assuming that she was the only living person in the room. Lin Yushan felt a little hot, so she took off her coat and put it aside. Her smooth skin appeared exceptionally fair under the moonlight. Tang Mingxing leaned in and smelled it, then poked her chest with her finger. What are you doing? Can't we do that after we go to sleep? Lin Yushan blushed slightly, thinking that Tang Mingxing was about to do something. Actually, he just wanted to get closer to see if Lin Yushan's skin had any color in it and touch it to feel if it was warm, in order to determine if she was alive. I'm done. Tang Mingxing survived a great ordeal, but she was so scared that she wet her pants. Sumoli finally finished speaking. At this moment, Tang Mingxing no longer cared about her making fun of him in the story, because he was completely numb. Terrified. The desk lamp ended up in Lin Yushan's hands. Seeing that Tang Mingxing seemed a little scared, she still softened. Don't be afraid, Mingxing. I don't know how to tell ghost stories. I'll tell you one that's not scary. Lin Yushan gently stroked Tang Mingxing's cheek to comfort her. The gentle look on her face reassured Tang Mingxing. Sister Lin is so caring. Let me tell you about something I experienced myself, right near my house. Personal experience, near the courtyard. These keywords exploded in Tang Mingxing's ears. You call this not scary? The closer the story is to real life, the scarier it is. Tang Mingxing wouldn't be afraid if it were about an alien haunting the place 100,000 light years away. But Lin Yushan's story is just around the corner outside the courtyard. 10 minutes later, Lin Yushan finished her speech. Looking out the window at the courtyard, Tang Mingxing no longer felt so cozy and suddenly missed the hustle and bustle of the city. Chapter 52. Who shouted 5? Let's start counting off. The most exciting moment is coming. Sister Yushan, please draw the curtains. Mu Yunqi clapped her hands. She loved this game. Every second was thrilling and exciting. Wait. Tang Mingxing suddenly said, noticing that all three girls were looking at him, and he made a slight adjustment. We don't need to draw the curtains, do we? Sumoli said she didn't care and wanted to end this boring game as soon as possible. She planned to scroll through Douyin for a while longer before going to sleep. Lin Yushan didn't draw the curtains. She could tell Tang Mingxing was scared. But Mu Yunqi couldn't. She got out of bed and personally drew the curtains. Yunqi, isn't that unnecessary? This is interesting. Munching, you'll protect me later. I'm barely able to save myself. With the curtains drawn, the small table lamp in the room appeared even brighter. Ready. Mu Yunqi said, holding a desk lamp and smiling at Tang Mingxing. I'm going all out. I don't care about gods, ghosts, demons, or foxes. If you have the guts, kill me. Tang Mingxing steeled her resolve, like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. With a crisp snap, the light went out, plunging the room into darkness. 1, someone said. 2. 3. There was no response for several seconds. Dream Star. Your turn, it's 3. The first 3 were clearly girls, so there was no doubt that the fourth one should be Tang Mingxing counting off. SSSI 4, Tang Mingxing's trembling voice came from under the covers. Hee hee, came the mocking voices of several girls. Then came a soft 5. Ah. Ah. Holy crap, it's haunted. I'm afraid of Dreamstar. Who the hell is shouting nonsense? Tell the truth right now. The group was in complete chaos inside the house. Even Lin Xiaodong and Yang Yueying, who lived in the next room, were woken up by the noise. Sigh. These young people, Yang Yueying sighed, worried about her daughter. The people in the room quickly turned on the lights, only to find that the table lamp was not working. It's really haunted. In a moment of desperation, Mu Yunqi reached along the wall and turned on the light in the room. The room lights came on, and the group felt reassured. At this moment, Su Moli lifted the blanket, revealing Tang Mingxing's large head. It's all right, get up. Tang Mingxing opened her eyes, and seeing the light, she slowly stood up. Who called 5? None of the girls admitted it, and the more they denied it, the more frightened Tang Mingxing became. Stop messing around. Mu Yunqi was on the verge of tears. This isn't fun. I'm never playing again. No one ever admitted it until the very end. Mu Yunqi received a message from Lin Yushang via WeChat. I read 5, don't be afraid. Su Moli also received it. The 3 girls exchanged a smile, but Tang Mingxing remained completely unaware. Lin Yushang said she wouldn't scare Tang Mingxing, but she was the worst of them all. In the middle of the night, Tang Mingxing finally got sleepy, but the ghost story she had just heard kept her awake. Lying on the floor, I kept thinking about who shouted the number 5. He didn't believe in ghosts and gods, but he was genuinely afraid of them. However, he knew that one of the 3 girls must have been behind this. As I was getting drowsy and preparing to close my eyes to sleep, I vaguely saw someone watching me from beside the bed. Yu Chang, are your eyes open? No. Are you asleep? Falling asleep. Oh. After spending the afternoon with Su Dafu, Tang Mingxing felt her brain wasn't working properly anymore. You were asleep, why are you talking to me? Daydream. In fact, Lin Yushang was staring at Tang Mingxing with her eyes open. I found it funny to see him tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Then I'll go upstairs while you're asleep. Don't wake up. So Tang Mingxing got up and went to bed. You. Lin Yushang was somewhat annoyed. Tang Mingxing glanced at Mu Yunqi and Su Moli inside. They were both asleep. Lin Yushang couldn't help but suspect that he did it on purpose. Early this morning, 20 million yuan arrived in my bank account. A ringing phone startled Tang Mingxing awake. She checked her phone and, sure enough, her father had sent money again. Although they haven't registered their marriage yet, they still overcharged him by 5 million. Su Moli and Mu Yunqi also got up. Looking at Lin Yushang beside him, he realized that she never lingered in bed. He was still fast asleep. Su Dafu arrived early in the morning in his Cayenne, saying he would take them to the city to see the springs and admire the flowers and plants. Tang Mingxing laughed and said, Dafu, I didn't realize you had such a leisurely and refined taste. You all admire the flowers, I'm going to see Xiao and I. It's getting cold, they won't look good if they wear too many layers. Su Dafu had no interest in looking at the flowers and plants, he just vaguely felt that the pretty girls looked down on him. This made him very depressed. Tang Mingxing was driving his Maybach, with Su Dafu in the passenger seat. There were 3 girls in the back row. Heading towards the city center. Dafu, don't wipe your boogers on my car, there's paper in the drawer. Tang Mingxing noticed the kid picking his nose after driving for a short while. After picking at it, I prepared to reach under the seat. Su Dafu laughed and took out a piece of paper. Brother, you're quite particular. A booger isn't poop, and soy sauce isn't oil. Tang Mingxing and the others remained silent. Dafu, if you want girls to like you, at the very least you need to get rid of these bad habits and lose some weight. Your family is well off, so many girls will like you. Tang Mingxing genuinely cared about him. Things couldn't continue like this. Leaving aside whether he can find a wife, his health is a problem. Su Dafu said, but I'm craving it. He speaks his mind directly and never beats around the bush. Then change it. It can't be changed. Fine, that's it then. No girl's interested in you anymore. But I want to change it. Then lose weight. But I'm craving it. Roll. It only took 20 minutes by taking the elevated road to reach the city center, a famous tourist attraction. Tang Mingxing first bought some snacks and street food for the group, while Su Dafu followed slowly behind with meat skewers and cola. Mu Yunqi wanted balloons and bought a few, but it was a bit inconvenient to carry food in her hands. So everything was tied to Su Dafu. 3 balloons floated on Su Dafu, but he didn't mind and continued eating his meat. Since Tang Mingxing was treating, the group naturally didn't stand on ceremony. Su Dafu also sensed that Tang Mingxing was wealthy, and that she bought things on a whim, even though they weren't expensive. But this older brother is very doting, he buys whatever I want to eat. Chapter 53. Is he biologically her father? Su Dafu asked bluntly, brother. Are you very rich? Yes. He's rich. People with money love to show off, and some rich people enjoy the envious and jealous looks from others. Enjoying the flattery of others. But she couldn't pretend with Su Dafu anymore, and Tang Mingxing, unaware of the consequences, still told the truth. In front of a snack shop, Su Dafu slammed his hand on the table. Waiter, bring me all your good food. My brother's rich, he can have whatever he wants, he's got plenty of money. The sound was so loud that everyone in the store heard it. Holy crap! If you keep acting like that, people will think we're idiots. Having bought a whole bunch of food, Tang Mingxing was so embarrassed that she didn't dare look directly at the snack shop's waiter. The waiter said, Sir, the total is 207 yuan. Please scan the code here to pay. The other person was friendly and a girl with a sweet smile, but Tang Mingxing always felt that she was making fun of her. After paying the bill, Su Dafu was no longer tired. He carried a bag of food and strolled along leisurely. None of the others tried to take it from him, it was all his. He was only a few months younger than Tang Mingxing. The two are the same age, but they've always acted like children. After visiting the first spring under heaven and seeing many other scenic spots, it was getting late, so the group prepared to head back. At this moment, a taxi stopped outside the Lin family compound. Yang Yueying was packing her things at the door when she saw the taxi pull up in front of her. Then the driver opened the car door, got out, walked to the back seat, opened the door, and extended the back of his hand to invite the woman inside to get out, a complete gentlemanly gesture. Inside, a middle-aged woman calmly got off the bus. The driver then opened the trunk and began unloading the gifts, without uttering a single complaint throughout the entire process. Excuse me, is this Lin Yushang's house? The woman, dressed in a simple coat, asked Yang Yueying. Yang Yueying, who are you looking for? Hello, I am Tang Mingxing's mother, Zhang Yuanying. Yang Yueying was overjoyed upon hearing this. Ah. In-laws? Oh, welcome, welcome. Old Lin, come out quickly, Mingxing's mother is here. Zhang Yuanying smiled and prepared to go in as well. Madam, you haven't paid the bill yet, the driver, dressed in an Armani suit, said with a serious expression as he got into the car. Lady? Yang Yueying was surprised. What kind of taxi driver talks like that? He must be a nobleman from a novel. Zhang Yuanying turned around and glared at him fiercely. The taxi driver quickly said, no, ma'am, you haven't paid your fare yet. I'll do it. Yang Yueying said enthusiastically, how could I let you spend any more money since you're here? Zhang Yuanying quickly pulled out her phone, it's okay. I'll do it. How much is it? 8,000. As soon as the taxi driver finished speaking, Yang Yueying was stunned. Where did this person take a taxi from? Zhang Yuanying regretted not rehearsing beforehand. Her top bodyguards were all skilled and loyal, but sometimes they were a bit slow on the uptake. A bunch of good-for-nothings, Zhang Yuanying suddenly said, revealing a hint of her usual sternness, which she quickly suppressed. The driver sensed something was wrong. 800? Or 80? Never mind, I don't want it. Enjoy your meal, goodbye. Enjoy your meal? What kind of meal did you have? Yang Yueying and Zhang Yuanying stood there, stunned. The young bodyguard couldn't keep up the act any longer. He knew he had angered Zhang Yuanying, so he tried to use some professional language to salvage the situation. The first thing that came to mind was the delivery guy's enjoy your meal. After saying that, the bodyguard stepped on the gas and prepared to leave. Hey! Young man, there's a dead end ahead, and a wall. You have to turn around. Yang Yueying saw him driving very fast and was afraid of causing an accident. But Zhang Yuanying's bodyguard was no pushover either. He could clearly see that there was a wall in front of him, and just as he was about to crash into it, the taxi performed a beautiful drift, turning 180 degrees. A cloud of dust rose up. He walked away under the watchful eyes of Zhang Yuanying and Yang Yueying. Yang Yueying stared in disbelief. Taxis are going to be this reckless? Is this a movie scene? Zhang Yuanying quickly explained, perhaps Mingxing gave him money these days, young people can do almost anything with just a mobile phone. The reason was somewhat far-fetched, but Yang Yueying accepted it nonetheless. Lin Xiaodong also came out to greet them and helped carry a bunch of things into the house. Meanwhile, Tang Mingxing and the others were on their way back. As I passed the village entrance, I saw a dozen luxury cars neatly lined up. My goodness! Who is so rich? Mu Yunqi peeked out and looked at the roadside in surprise. Su Moli and Lin Yushang were also drawn to this spectacle. Su Dafu, however, was still munching on the cake in his pocket, his eyes glued to the mango on top, determined to save the best part for the last bite. Tang Mingxing also glanced at them, a strange feeling rising in her heart. These people were related to her. There is no doubt that people who can make such a grand trip must not be ordinary people, and at the same time, they must be in this godforsaken little village. This is no coincidence. And the license plate number is A, meaning it's from Shanghai? Remembering what his father, Tang Hai, had told him that his mother had returned to China, first going to Shanghai, could it be? Mom's here? Tang Mingxing thought, slowed down, rolled down the window, and drove towards the convoy. Do you know Mingxing? Lin Yushang asked. Tang Mingxing was silent for a few seconds. It should be my mother's convoy. Hiss. The group gasped. Not to mention how extravagant this is, Tang Mingxing's mother is the mother-in-law of Mu Yunqi and Su Moli. She will soon be Lin Yushang's mother-in-law. The girls were inevitably a little nervous. Lin Yushang and the others quickly took out mirrors from their bags and began to tidy their appearance. When the car arrived at the Lin family's courtyard, Tang Mingxing quickly got out. Having not seen his mother for so long, he must have missed her terribly, and was even a little excited. Sure enough, Zhang Yuanying was inside. Mom! Dream star. The mother and son had not seen each other for 7 or 8 months. We only meet a limited number of times each year, especially in the last 2 years, when it's become even rarer. Most of the time, we communicate via video, phone, or WeChat. Tang Mingxing quickly stepped forward, hugged her mother tightly, and picked her up. Mom, what brings you here? Both mother and son were very happy. Zhang Yuanying patted Tang Mingxing's head and said, You little rascal, you've gotten thinner again. It breaks my heart. Lin Yushang and Su Moli stood to one side, not daring to say a word. Mu Yunqi looked at Zhang Yuanying, then thought of Tang Hai from the previous video. How could this be? Tang Mingxing's parents were both of average appearance. Although her mother was somewhat attractive, she wasn't particularly beautiful. How could she have given birth to such a handsome son as Tang Mingxing? Tang Hai had doubts about this issue back then, as had Zhang Yuanying. However, their suspicions differed. As Tang Mingxing grew up, Tang Hai discovered that although his son resembled him somewhat, he was incredibly handsome. Could it be that damn it isn't his? Did Zhang Yuanying cheat on him? He then secretly took a few hairs to do DNA testing without telling his family. Zhang Yuanying, however, suspected that her son had been switched at birth. She knew that Tang Hai was the only man in her womb, and the child in her belly was definitely Tang Hai's. But what if the hospital makes a mistake, or someone switches the items? After all, both her families are prominent clans, so it's inevitable that some people will be watching them. So I had my DNA tested at 4 or 5 different hospitals. They were only relieved when they received the test results confirming that the child was indeed theirs. 4 or 5 years ago, Tang Mingxing secretly took her parents' hair and had a DNA test done. Because he's grown up and realized he's damn handsome, then he looks at his dad. Well, it's hard to describe. Damn, could I have been adopted, or was I actually trafficked? No, I have to find my biological parents. As soon as he handed over the hair sample to the hospital for testing, he was immediately taken away by a group of mysterious people. How do you have their hair? The mysterious man threatened Tang Mingxing. He was still a minor at the time and was really frightened. My parents. Then nothing happened, and the mysterious group of people disappeared. Chapter 54. More beautiful than all 3 of them. However, Tang Hai still found out about this. The mysterious group were personnel responsible for the Tang family's security within the Dragon Kingdom. Later, Tang Hai comforted Tang Mingxing, saying, You're definitely my son. Don't overthink it, don't worry about DNA. Zhang Yuanying also advised, you're so good looking, you must look just like me. Why would you secretly do DNA testing? The family of three each had their own ulterior motives. Tang Hai then pulled out a photo of Tang Mengxing's grandfather when he was young. Look how much you resemble your grandfather, handsome, right? Tang Mengxing was relieved. Indeed, her grandfather was very handsome when he was young, which Tang Mengxing could tell at a glance. I look about 7 or 8 points like my grandfather. But Dad, Grandpa is so handsome, how could he have such an ugly son like you? Are you even Grandpa's biological son? Get lost. I'm not his son, how could I possibly have given birth to his grandson? You son of a bitch. Now, not only Mu Yunxi, but also Su Moli and Lin Yushang have the same doubts. They just didn't dare to say it. When Su Dafu saw Zhang Yuanying, he said very politely, "Hello, auntie." In this respect, he is quite good, he knows how to treat people politely. Zhang Yuanying smiled as soon as she saw Su Dafu. Oh my, what an adorable chubby boy. How old are you? I'm 21, auntie. Do you know any pretty young ladies? Could you introduce me to one? I don't have a boyfriend yet. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. In Su Dafu's mind, all matchmakers were women of this age, so he naturally assumed that Zhang Yuanying must know pretty girls. How big do you want? Zhang Yuanying quite liked the chubby boy. That. Su Dafu stammered. Lin Yushang patted him and said, say it, let auntie keep an eye out for you. Su Dafu then said, oh, as long as she's younger than Sister Yushang and prettier than all three of them, that's fine. Zhang Yuanying didn't stay long, she had to leave after an hour. Tang Mengxing was somewhat reluctant to part with him. Mengxing, Mom has transferred another 5 billion to you. Don't be stingy with the money. Also, you must listen to Moli and the others. Mom doesn't expect you to be outstanding, just safe and sound. Your parents are here for you. As she spoke, Zhang Yuanying also felt somewhat distressed. Mom, why don't you stay at a hotel nearby and stay a while longer? I want to keep you company. This is obviously impossible. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanying told Tang Mengxing that she would have time in a month and could spend some time with her family. Zhang Yuanying was about to leave, and everyone came out to see her off. Mom, let me take you. No, I'm afraid I really won't be able to bear it. Lin Xiaodong then asked, so how are you getting there? You can't get a taxi around here. Should I have Mengxing take you? Hello, need a taxi? Before Lin Xiaodong could finish speaking, a voice came from the doorway. Lin Xiaodong opened the door, and there was a taxi inside. The driver, also a man in a suit, stood ramrod straight. Hello, does anyone need a taxi? Even Su Dafu realized something was wrong. Damn, how is this possible? Tang Mengxing shook her head. Hee, even Dafu noticed. Su Dafu said, what taxi driver wears a suit? Tang Mengxing, damn it, shouldn't there be taxis here? Zhang Yuanying stopped pretending. Alright, Shan Ya. Stop acting. Then she turned around, took Lin Yushang's hand gently, and said, I originally wanted to keep a low profile, mainly because I was afraid your parents would feel uncomfortable. Now we're family, and as their mother-in-law, I wish you, Moli, Yunxi, and Mengxing eternal happiness. After saying that, he got into the car and left under Tang Mengxing's watchful gaze. Inside the car, Zhang Yuanying leaned against the window, tears streaming down her face. Tang Mengxing looked dejected and very reluctant to part. Su Dafu stayed for dinner tonight. Lin Yushang strode over aggressively, carrying a broom. Tang Mengxing sensed something was wrong and quickly stopped her. What's wrong, Yu Chang? Lin Yushang said, Mengxing, get out of my way. I'm going to kill this little fatso. Damn it, what do you mean he's younger than me, and better looking than the three of us? Su Dafu, you're dead. Su Dafu, holding the bowl, quickly stood up from the stool and ran to hide in the corner. Brother Mengxing, you stop her. After saying that, he shoveled down a couple more mouthfuls of rice, nervously watching the furious Lin Yushang. He. Su Dafu made a face. Thank goodness I didn't marry you, you would have really killed me. Say that again, you son of a bitch. It's not that you can't marry me, it's that you haven't tried. Mengxing, listen to what he's saying. Lin Yushang was lifted up by Tang Mengxing. Hey, Yushang, why are you arguing with him? Lin Yushang whimpered on Tang Mengxing's shoulder, waving a broom, but to no avail. Knowing he had gotten himself into trouble, Su Dafu quickly ran away after finishing his meal, speeding off in his Cayenne without daring to linger. It was night again, but today was different. Tang Mingxing was tired. He planned to go to Nanhang City with Mu Yunqi tomorrow, which is Mu Yunqi's hometown, and take advantage of the time to visit Mu Yunqi's home as well. Since Lin Yushan was there, Su Moli and the other two decided not to go with her. Too many people are going, which is a bit of a hassle. But these past few nights, Su Moli has been hearing Tang Mingxing and Lin Yushan talking, or being intimate with Mu Yunqi. To be honest, I was a little jealous. I had only done something sordid with Tang Mingxing in the car on the way to Jishui City, and I felt a little ashamed when I thought about it. Late at night, Tang Mingxing was fast asleep when she heard Su Moli's voice beside her. Mingxing, is there still someone you haven't been loving? Ha! Tang Mingxing was still groggy and didn't understand what she was saying. I love them all, I love everyone, I'm sleepy. Chapter 55, not only for money, but also for sex. Early in the morning, Tang Mingxing was still asleep. With a bang, the door was suddenly flung open, and Lin Yushan stormed in, pulling out her phone and looking at Tang Mingxing. Take care of this before you leave. What's up? Let's get our marriage certificate. The marriage process in China is extremely simple. Fill out forms, have your face scanned, and upload your ID card, and that's basically it. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yushang became a married woman. Your marriage certificate will be delivered tomorrow, address, Jishui City. Lin Yushan was somewhat excited, while Tang Mingxing wasn't particularly excited, as if it were a perfectly normal thing. Aren't you happy to have married such a beautiful wife like me? Lin Yushan asked, twisting Tang Mingxing's fair face. She saw it clearly. After Tang Mingxing submitted her marriage application, she closed the app and seamlessly switched to Douyin to start watching short videos. Happy. I didn't say I wasn't happy. Tang Mingxing gave her a fawning smile, then stared intently at the female streamers dance on Douyin. So sexy. There was nothing to get excited about for Tang Mingxing. The girls she had in her grasp were all firmly in her grasp, and she couldn't think of any reason why they wouldn't marry her. Just then, Yang Yueying walked in. Mingxing, look what your mother brought yesterday. Why is there a watch too? Yang Yueying was carrying a bunch of things, all of them small, square boxes. Mu Yunqi went over to help open it. Wow, this watch is so beautiful. This is a Cartier full diamond bracelet, right? And it's just put in a small bag like this? The two small boxes were filled to the brim with luxury goods, watches, jewelry, bracelets, earrings, and necklaces. The receipt was attached. It was clearly opened and then repackaged. Each luxury item must have an original packaging that's so huge it probably wouldn't fit in 2 cars. Zhang Yuanying immediately had the packaging changed, along with a receipt as proof, to demonstrate that it was genuine. This is a Rolex taxi, a rough diamond rainbow Daytona? This is probably better custom made. I don't even know if I could wear it. Lin Yushan picked up a watch, which cost over 3 million yuan, and she had seen it in a magazine. The market price has reached 3.3 million. I wondered which spendthrift people would spend so much money to buy a watch. And now I'm the one who's showing off. It was so beautiful that Lin Yushan held it in her hands and admired it carefully. Tang Mingxing glanced at it. Inside was a note. This is for my daughter-in-law. You can divide it among yourselves. If it's not enough, Mingxing can buy more. He glanced at it and said, my mom gave this to the 3 of you. Hurry up and divide it up. Yunqi and I will be leaving soon. After saying that, he went outside and sat in the yard to start playing games. This collection of luxury goods cost Zhang Yuanying nearly 70 million yuan. For her, it wasn't even considered pocket money. All for the sake of pleasing his 3 daughters-in-law. Half an hour later, Tang Mingxing urged, Yunqi, isn't that enough? Are we going or not? Wait a minute, let me try on this necklace. Another hour passed before the girls finally finished distributing the food. Auntie, we're leaving, Mu Yunqi said sweetly to Yang Yueying. Mom and Dad, we're leaving, Tang Mingxing said, changing her address to Mom and Dad. For this trip to Nanhang, Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunqi booked their plane tickets directly. Otherwise, it would be a 7 or 8 hour drive, and by the time you arrive it would be dark. The car was left at the Lin family's house. Lin Yushan and Su Moli could drive it back after the National Day holiday. Su Dafu drove Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunqi to the airport. Brother, see you in Yanjing. See you in Yanjing. On the plane, Tang Mingxing opened her phone, and the Xiaolanchu app notified her, your friend Yunqi has updated her work. Yunqi is naturally Mu Yunqi. Tang Mingxing glanced at her. The girl was taking selfies, trying out different angles. Tang Mingxing clicked on her update and saw Mu Yunqi's selfie with the caption, a pleasant holiday, setting sail today, home. They were blatantly showing off their first-class travel and the luxury goods that Zhang Yuanying had bought for them. In the photo, Mu Yunqi is wearing sunglasses, her shoulders are exposed, and she is wearing a Bulgari necklace. She gives off a smile that exudes sophistication, and her mature, elegant demeanor is vividly portrayed. This was also the first time in her life that she had ever flown in first class, and it was also Tang Mingxing's first time. However, Tang Mingxing didn't find it particularly novel. Last night, Su Moli's forceful torment had left him exhausted. But Mu Yunqi got excited. Mingxing, marrying you was the right decision. Our mom is so rich. Oh my, he. You're only after my money? Tang Mingxing asked deliberately. No. Mu Yunqi stared at her phone, not even looking at him, and replied directly, I wouldn't be interested in someone like Su Dafu, no matter how rich he is. These words caused Tang Mingxing's mind to short-circuit. You're after my looks? Can't we just trade looks for looks? Why are you after my money? What can I get from you with my money? Mu Yunqi was stunned for a moment, then looked around the entire first-class cabin and saw that there were only the two of them. After all, a 2-hour journey costs 18,000, so most people still fly economy class. Mu Yunqi moved closer to Tang Mingxing and said seductively, you can also get better service from me. This girl was bold. She directly put her hand inside Tang Mingxing's clothes. Stop. Take a couple of days off, please, Tang Mingxing pleaded, on the verge of tears. The three of them were already exhausted, and she still had 8 spots left. What was she going to do? The plane landed quickly. It was already 1:30 p.m. Mu Yunqi called her parents in advance, and her father, Mu Haiba, was waiting for them at the airport. Previously, Tang Mingxing had spoken on the phone with her father, Mu Haiba, and her mother, Chen Guixiang. No need for excessive formalities. Good food is worth the wait. Although it was 2 p.m. before lunch, the food was truly delicious. Not tasty. It seems that Nanhang doesn't have any famous dishes. In Jishui City, they ate Shandong cuisine, the top of the 8 major cuisines, which suited Tang Mingxing's taste perfectly. The food here is rather bland. However, Tang Mingxing still ate heartily, since she was quite hungry and everything tasted delicious. Mr. and Mrs. Mu Haiba were quite satisfied with Tang Mingxing. At least 2 things about her pleased them. Firstly, he is wealthy, which is obvious, but he is neither arrogant nor pretentious. Secondly, and most importantly, he has extremely stable emotions. At least he is very patient with Mu Yunqi. Chapter 56: The Fake Princess's Party. Mu Yunqi didn't eat much. She just ate a couple of bites and then started posting on her WeChat moments. In her mind, she had to show off, especially when she got home. She doesn't have to be pressured to get married. She's a student at Tsinghua or Peking University, her husband is rich and handsome, and she's good-looking. She's a winner in life. After lunch, the two lay in Mu Yunqi's bedroom scrolling through their phones. Hey! Mingxing. I've made plans to meet up with my girlfriends tomorrow. Let's go have some fun. We always go together around this time of year. Will you come with me? Mu Yunqi spoke to Tang Mingxing as if making a request, which made Tang Mingxing a little strange. It's not that I'm unreasonable. My wife wanted me to go to the gathering, so I went. Are you sure? You can't back out now. Mu Yunqi leaned very close to him, their faces almost touching. Tang Mingxing instantly sensed something was amiss. This gathering of yours, is it cannibalism? Or is it illegal? Why would I back out? Mu Yunqi hugged Tang Mingxing and said coquettishly, just promise me you'll go. This afternoon I'll go rent a dress, and then go with my best friend to rent a car in advance, and find a venue. Tang Mingxing still didn't understand. Rent a dress? Rent a car? I should have brought the car over. You guys wore dresses to the party? He looked around Mu Yunqi's home. It was just an ordinary family, with modest means. For a casual family gathering, should you wear formal attire? Rent a car? Rent a venue? What kind of party is this? Why are you wearing formal attire? Do you have a royal air? What nonsense are you talking about? I know I'm a bit vain, but I'll change. My best friend and I make films every year. Filming? Holy crap, you have that kind of fetish? You didn't secretly film us doing that, did you? I don't want to make money from that. Bullshit. Mu Yunqi exclaimed, realizing her slip of the tongue had caused Tang Mingxing to misunderstand. What I mean by filming is shooting party footage, using a cinematic approach, to make it seem more upscale, 150 yuan per minute. At this point, Tang Mingxing understood and replied, "Oh, you're showing off, I get it." Tang Mingxing thought he understood, but in fact he didn't understand at all. This kind of gathering was so hypocritical that Mu Yunqi both loved and felt ashamed of it. Nanhang Belgi Hotel is a luxury hotel. A private room costs 3,800 yuan per night, drinks and food are extra. The room was almost fully furnished, giving it the feel of a European aristocratic gathering. 3,800? Last time it was 3,500. Mu Yunqi's best friend Zhu Yeye was haggling with the hotel. Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunqi stood to one side. They had agreed before coming that no one was allowed to show off. They were at the same level as everyone else. Mu Yunqi was somewhat reluctant, but she still agreed. Tang Mingxing could pretend, but it was pointless to pretend with them, and she wouldn't get anything out of it. She couldn't even have any fun, so she might as well just have a simple meal and call it a day. As the organizer, Zhu Yeye finally managed to negotiate a price of 3,600 yuan per night after much persuasion. Also, we can rent drinks, we just won't open them. We still need to eat. Add to that hiring a photographer, renting a car, renting dresses, etc., and it'll probably be around 11,000. Considering the minimum cost per person here is 400. Zhu Yeye was doing the math. Tang Mingxing said, "That's not bad, quite a lot. We need 15 people. I've calculated it out, 1,100 for the girls and 700 for the boys. Can we make up the difference if we pay more or less?" Zhu Yeye asked, looking at Mu Yunqi and Tang Mingxing. "Okay, then it'll be 1,800 for both of us, I'll transfer it to you." Tang Mingxing didn't hesitate and transferred the money directly. He came purely out of respect for Mu Yunqi, and he was also a little curious about how this thing worked. Mu Yunqi touched her neck. The necklace worth over 70,000 yuan had been taken off, as Tang Mingxing wouldn't let her wear it. Tang Mingxing whispered in her ear, "People are easily jealous. When you have real wealth, you won't care about these things anymore." After receiving the transfer, Zhu Yeye started contacting other people, but her eyes kept glancing at Tang Mingxing. Who doesn't love a handsome guy? A rich and handsome man is willing to marry her, and a poor but handsome man can also have some fun. "Our dresses will be arriving soon, let's go pick them out later," Zhu Yeye said after hanging up the phone, and then led Mu Yunqi and Tang Mingxing to choose their clothes. These dresses were clearly of very poor quality. Many bore the logos of Chanel or Balenciaga, but they were all fake. What's even more infuriating is that one of the bags printed with Hermes is very similar to one that Tang Mingxing bought for Mu Yunqi. But the label inside says, Hercules. Hey, it doesn't matter whether it's a mule or a horse. Tang Mingxing just thought it was funny and didn't care at all. Everyone should pretend to be high class, and no one should look down on each other. Mu Yunqi was upset, pinching the bag between her two fingers with a look of disgust on her face. If it were a year ago today, she would have just carried it without a second thought. But now she has several of these bags, all of them genuine. I can no longer stand these fake bags that are so obviously fake. The dresses, on the other hand, were as old as could be. Tang Mingxing picked up a dress and held it up against Mu Yunqi. Mu Yunqi quickly took a step back, showing extreme disgust. She also noticed that the dress had a flower on the front and the words bridesmaid written below it. It's obvious that someone else wore it as a bridesmaid, and it definitely wasn't washed, otherwise, why would the corsage still be there? "I want to go back, ah." Mu Yunqi started to whine, "Mingxing, please let me bring back the real thing. How am I supposed to wear those clothes? And that bag even bled color when I touched it. You've spoiled me rotten. You're blaming me now? Didn't you ask me to come? To be honest, I feel sorry for you guys. Are you here to collect trash?" Tang Mingxing did not agree to her request. She pretended to be okay with the stranger, but then never saw her again. It's okay to pretend with your competitors, let them know your capabilities. Wearing the same outfit as your family is also fine, so they can share in your joy. With friends, especially casual friends? Never pretend unless you genuinely want to help them. In the end, Mu Yunqi chose a relatively clean one, but it was also the most ordinary one. It's so ordinary that nobody would even notice it, so probably very few people have ever worn it. She really didn't want to take the bag. "Save money, I don't want to book it," Mu Yunqi said, making an excuse. Zhu Yeye replied, "We're a team, the cost is split equally among everyone. You'd be missing out if you didn't carry these bags. They look pretty good to me, quite well made." After much persuasion, Mu Yunqi still carried a Chanel bag. Tang Mingxing secretly took a picture and sent it to Su Moli and Lin Yushang. Sumoli, it's obviously fake. You bought Yunchi a fake bag? Lin Yushang, we just got our marriage certificate and you're already bankrupt? How come you got Yunchi all fake clothes? Tang Mingxing couldn't stop laughing when she saw their replies. Mu Yunchi pouted, reluctantly looking in the mirror, but Zhu Yeye exclaimed, Yunchi, you're so beautiful, my little princess. Chapter 57 Betting on his pretense. Mu Yunchi's idea was simple. She wanted to stage a real prince and princess story, and Tang Mingxing would only need to spend a couple 100,000 yuan. But she couldn't have imagined the complexities of human nature. I think people will thank her, or even envy her. Tang Mingxing's idea, however, would attract jealousy and flattery from others. Those people may not genuinely admire you. Tang Mingxing could tell she was unhappy, so she coaxed her, I'll rent you a carriage and buy you a high-end gown, we can act out Romeo and Juliet together. Hearing this, Mu Yunchi felt a little better, yeah. But there's no audience, so I can't pretend. No audience needed, you are mine alone. By this time, most of the people had arrived. A Bentley pulled up in front of the hotel. Let's draw lots in order, everyone please don't push. Zhu Yeye was quite organized, and the dozen or so people lined up neatly. The rental car guy got out of the car, we agreed, you're only taking pictures, not driving. According to the order, Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunchi were in 6th place, but even if Tang Mingxing was very easygoing, she felt extremely embarrassed at this moment. I've really seen something new with your friends, huh? Tang Mingxing said, standing behind Mu Yunchi and gently putting her arm around her waist. Mu Yunchi's smile was awkward, I remember it wasn't like this before. Actually, it was pretty much the same before, but Mu Yunchi's life has changed drastically since she met Tang Mingxing. She no longer looks forward to taking photos with counterfeit goods and then posting them on social media to show off. In the past, with my limited network of contacts, not a single person could tell that they were selling counterfeit goods, which shows that there were no high-end individuals in my social circle. So she showed off without feeling particularly embarrassed, but now Mu Yunchi can't leave even if she wants to. It's your turn, the photographer said, looking at the two of them. His eyes lit up, the girl was so pretty. Mu Yunchi's radiance goes without saying. All the boys present noticed her and thought they might have a chance to chat with her privately. Shall we go? Go ahead, they're already on the grill, there's no point in trying to back out now. The two walked over and posed as the photographer requested. These so-called beautiful women and handsome men all came with a purpose. Taking these photos was not simply for showing off on social media or online. Girls naturally want to present themselves well in order to snag a rich husband. And guys use it either to hook up with girls or to pick up girls. Sometimes, humanistic qualities really don't have much to do with academic qualifications. Those who know how to have fun are often those with broad experience. At this moment, some boys felt a little regretful, for there was Mu Yunchi, a beauty of unparalleled beauty, right in front of them. Since graduating from high school at the age of 18, most of the girls in the group activities were Mu Yunchi's friends, while the boys were basically their boyfriends. It's just that the people are replaced every year. Mu Yunchi didn't recognize any of the 6 boys this year. This year also saw the most money spent. Tang Mingxing struck a pose awkwardly and casually asked, Yunchi, what kind of person were you before, putting on this fake socialite act? He was clearly somewhat dissatisfied. Mu Yunchi gave a stiff smile, I used to just pretend, wanting to experience what it's like to be a princess, but now it's really gotten a bit distorted. Everyone has the desire to get rich overnight, and Mu Yunchi was already aware of the rules of this society at the age of 21. So what if you were first in your grade? So what if you got into Tsinghua or Peking University? Some people are born into privilege, while others are destined to be beasts of burden for their entire lives. Defying fate is too difficult. She didn't think she could do it. Therefore, she has high expectations for herself and protects herself very well. I will never marry anyone who isn't an exceptionally talented and outstanding individual. Even though a bunch of rich kids were pursuing her in sports cars worth millions, she knew they were just playing around. In the end, it's all for nothing. So she waited, and finally waited for Tang Mingxing. He's not just playing around, he's incredibly rich. As for feelings, it was just a crush at first, but she trusted her judgment and, damn it, she made the right bet. Otherwise, if he were to be forced into a match by the government, he might as well take a gamble on Tang Mingxing. Finally, the filming was over, and Tang Mingxing led Mu Yunchi to a bench on the side and they sat down. I'm sorry, Mingxing. I knew this would happen beforehand, but I didn't expect, this time it was even worse than before, making you lose face with me. Mu Yunchi felt a little sad. How could she have been so stupid? It's not your fault. I didn't ask you to bring those real luxury items. Actually, if you had brought them, things would have been more complicated. It's better to keep it simple. I'm fine. I don't feel too ashamed. If anyone mocks us, I'll slap them in the face with money. Mu Yunxi was amused by his words and sat in her seat, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Tang Mingxing's profile. Tang Mingxing was looking at her phone. What are you doing? I'll order you a dress and book a hotel. A candlelight dinner tomorrow night, just the two of us. If my wife has a wish, of course I should fulfill it. Mu Yunxi was so moved she almost cried. Mingxing, am I not good enough? There was a time when I so desperately wanted to find a rich husband, but now that I have, I'm starting to feel a little inferior. Yes. Tang Mingxing replied without looking at her. Upon hearing this answer, Mu Yunxi couldn't help but feel sad. I'm sorry. You're so awful. Mo Li's been taking the initiative lately, even if she's a bit domineering. But you, it's always me, you just lie there like a lump of mud. Hey! Why are you twisting my ear? Mu Yunxi thought he was talking about how bad he was a person, but it turned out he was talking about how bad he was at living. You fucking want to die. What else is wrong with me besides this? No, I'm very happy with you. He doesn't have the time or the means to let Tang Mingxing spend 2 or 3 years slowly cultivating a relationship. Who knows when the next match will come? The right approach is to acquire them first and then nurture them. Just as these people were about to finish taking pictures, a Maserati drove up. A young man came down with a tall female companion, looking at the group with disdain. See that? A bunch of bumpkins, pretending to be rich, the man said to the woman beside him. Tang Mingxing pointed at the couple and said to Mu Yunxi, see? These rich people are laughing at us. Don't come here again. Mu Yunxi, with a lollipop in her mouth, nodded obediently. Okay. I won't come again, but Zhu Ye and those girls are my childhood friends, and I don't want to lose touch. The man driving the Maserati glanced at Mu Yunxi, his smile gradually freezing as he stared at her intently. So beautiful. He then left his female companion, whom he had only met an hour earlier, and walked into the crowd, saying, Please move your cars, don't get in the way. As he said this, his eyes were fixed on Mu Yunxi. Yunxi, he's about to show off. Shall we make a bet? Okay, I'll bet 10,000 yuan that he's faking it, and that it's because I'm pretty. I bet he's faking it, and that it's for your sake. No, I'll bet. Chapter 58 Forced Pretense. The two whispered to each other. Zhu Yaya was now in a dilemma. Brother, our car doesn't seem to be in the way, does it? You're an eyesore, a bunch of poor bastards. The man said flippantly. After he said that, everyone looked displeased. Tang Mingxing hugged Mu Yunxi and whispered, See? This is what they do before they start acting tough. First, they stir up trouble, then they use money to slap them in the face. But the search was too forced. Mu Yunxi spat out the lollipop. It's too sweet, I don't want to eat it anymore. After saying that, he stuffed it into Tang Mingxing's mouth. Tang Mingxing bit down on the stick, chewed it, swallowed it, and threw it aside. Young Master Zhao, my dear brother Zhao. I am so sorry for not welcoming you properly. The hotel manager hurriedly came out to greet him. He saw the situation and called out to the man in the Maserati. He cursed inwardly, damn it, so what if they have money? They're delaying the hotel's business. The hotel manager also wanted to gloss over the matter before it escalated, so as not to affect business. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if the boss blamed him. This young Master Rao's real name is Zhao Yuxuan, and he is a native of Nanhang. The family was originally quite well off, but certainly not a merchant family. My parents have planted many agricultural greenhouses and built several storefronts in town. The coincidence is that it was demolished a few years ago. In addition to receiving 2 apartments, he also received over 40 million yuan in compensation. This made the kid arrogant. Zhao Yuxuan enjoyed the hotel manager's flattery, calling him young Master Zhao, which made him feel different from others. I must be high above everyone else. I'm telling you guys, especially the girls, why bother renting a car? Wouldn't it be better to do what my girlfriend does and find a rich boyfriend, especially the pretty ones? A characteristic of wealthy people is that they like to lecture others and start talking nonsense at the drop of a hat. After Zhao Yuxuan finished speaking, he glanced at Mu Yunxi. These words were meant for her. But all that could be seen was Mu Yunxi nestled in Tang Mingxing's arms, whispering something. Tang Mingxing looked displeased. I won the bet. He was just showing off, and what he said just now. He transferred 10,000 to me. How can you be so sure? They were talking to all girls. Didn't you hear him say, especially about pretty girls? That's me. Depend on. Tang Mengxing reluctantly transferred 10,000 yuan to her. It's not that I'm heartbroken about the money, it's just that I feel like I've been ripped off by her. Seeing that Mu Yunqi wasn't looking at him and was being very intimate with a boy, Zhao Yuxuan felt even more aroused. He likes pretty girls who have boyfriends, and he uses his money to break them up and get their girlfriends. He enjoyed the girls fawning over him while also seeing the boy's unwilling yet helpless gaze. Double the happiness. He made the woman before him shed tears of regret, and filled the boy with endless inferiority. Zhao Yuxuan stared intently at Mu Yunqi. Are you sick? Staring at other people's wives? Go look at your mother. Tang Mengxing said, looking at Zhao Yuxuan. This kid has gotten too bold. He had been putting on an act, and she didn't want to pay him any attention. She thought he would stop once he was done pretending, and Mu Yunqi didn't even bother to look at him. Unexpectedly, he stared at Mu Yunqi and kept looking at her endlessly. Hearing Tang Mengxing's words, Zhao Yuxuan was secretly pleased. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Humph, kid, you think you're worthy? QNMD. Before Zhao Yuxuan could finish speaking, Tang Mengxing started cursing. Get lost. Renting a car isn't cheap, and you're wasting my time. Cameraman, are you even doing this job anymore? Hurry up, we're all starving. Ha? Who are you talking about? Zhao Yuxuan's mind couldn't process it. Shouldn't the script be that he was showing off how rich he was and making fun of the other person? Wait a minute. I'm incredibly learned, I've read countless books, and this is the trick they all teach me, and it never gets old. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuxuan opened the Tomato Novel app and quickly caught up on his studies. Just kidding. Kid, do you know who I am? Zhao Yuxuan shouted. I came to a high-class hotel and saw a bunch of poor bastards posing for photos. It really makes me feel ashamed. The hotel manager quickly said, Young Master Zhao, you can't say that. We're just trying to make a living. Harmony brings wealth. You think you're so tough, kid? Zhao Yuxuan was just looking for trouble. He was the local bully, and he was going to cause some trouble tonight and make this kid lose face in front of his girlfriend. It would be best to extort some more money from him, then go and coax his beautiful girlfriend. What a perfect life. Apart from Tang Mengxing, no one present dared to speak. Being criticized behind one's back was unpleasant, and there was no reason to refute it. They're just vain, there's no explanation for that. I'm hungry, Mengxing. Mu Yunqi suddenly spoke up, yeah, when are we going to eat? Can you afford it? Zhao Yuxuan's female companion tried to speak up for him. But he turned around and glared at her. Now she could slap all the boys in the face, so she absolutely couldn't mess with this pretty girl. Mu Yunqi replied honestly, we can afford it. We all chipped in ordered a set meal, right? After speaking, he consulted the hotel manager. The hotel manager nodded repeatedly, but his expression was grim. Yes, there are set menus. The cheapest one, I guess. Zhao Yuxuan said smugly. Tang Mengxing led Mu Yunqi upstairs, saying, let's sit inside for a while. I'll order you some snacks and treats. Stop right there. Zhao Yuxuan shouted. Tang Mengxing turned around, looked around, and suddenly ran over quickly, kicking the other person once, followed by several more kicks. Is this ever going to end? Is this ever going to end? Is this ever going to end? I can't believe I have to see a disgusting guy like you while I'm eating. Zhao Yuxuan was dumbfounded. Why did this guy suddenly make a move? You, don't you have any respect for the rich? Damn it. Even if I'm poor with a clear conscience. I eat and drink my own food, why should I put on airs with you? Who do you think you are? Tang Mengxing was too lazy to play dumb to fool the other party, as they might not actually submit. It was better to just tear off the mask of civility and give them a beating. Wait, don't even think about leaving Nanhang. Zhao Yuxuan knew he couldn't beat him, so since he had resorted to violence, he decided to be ruthless. After saying that, he left with his female companion. Hey! Young Master Zhao, you. The hotel manager hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. He should have stopped him earlier, but he felt very pleased to see Tang Mengxing take action. She kept calling him Young Master Zhao and almost treated him like her own father, but Zhao Yuxuan showed no respect for people at all and always looked at her with an arrogant attitude. Treat yourself like a dog. Even though Tang Mingxing vented his anger, he wouldn't let the matter of Tang Mingxing hitting someone go unresolved. Judging from Zhao Yuxuan's attitude, he will come back again, so I absolutely cannot let Tang Mingxing and the others eat here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, things have gotten a bit out of hand tonight. It's not that I don't welcome you, but I'm afraid I can't entertain you tonight. Chapter 59 Tang Hai arrives. Ha! Zhu Yeye and the others were somewhat at a loss. Why? We've all paid, someone complained. The hotel manager then became arrogant, we can return it all. Someone else said, oh dear, you're getting cocky again now. Why weren't you this arrogant when that young Master Zhao was around? There are quite a few wealthy people who come here to spend money, and there are many who are richer than Zhao Yuxuan. The hotel manager treated Zhao Yuxuan with the utmost respect, like a dog. The reason was simple, other wealthy people were more shrewd, spending only what was necessary and avoiding unnecessary expenses. You don't make much money from the food, it's the drinks that count. Every time Zhao Yuxuan brought a different girl, the hotel manager would always recommend good wine to him. Zhao Yuxuan was used to putting on an act and cared a lot about his image. He couldn't resist flattery and bought it without hesitation. A rich but brainless god of wealth. The others were arguing with the hotel manager. Security. Security, the hotel manager quickly called for security. A group of people started pushing and shoving. Then it was Tang Mingxing's turn to advise, forget it, if they don't want to serve us, they don't want to serve us. Just give us some compensation and an apology. It's so damn annoying. I'm sorry, I can only offer a full refund, no compensation. You caused trouble here, I'm already being lenient by not pursuing the matter further. What responsibility can you possibly hold accountable? You were bent over like a dog just now, another sarcastic voice came from the crowd. At that moment, Tang Mingxing received a text message on her phone and stared intently at the screen. Wait for me at the entrance of the Belgier Hotel, I only have 20 minutes. It was a message from my father. Tang Mingxing wasn't in the mood to argue with the hotel manager, she hadn't seen her father in a long time either. My dad's here. Tang Mingxing grabbed Mu Yunqi and ran towards the door. Standing by the roadside, looking at both sides of the road, I had no idea which way my father was coming from. Dad! Are you almost there? Why didn't you call me beforehand? Tang Mingxing dialed her father's number. Tang Hai's voice was somber, and his mood was even worse. I just arrived today. I only have 20 minutes to chat with you. I was originally planning to fly directly to Shanghai, but luckily China Southern Airlines isn't far from Shanghai, so I can just meet you and then go back. After hanging up the phone, Tang Mingxing saw a convoy of cars approaching from not far away. Mu Yunqi was a little nervous and started fixing her makeup again, but then she remembered the fake clothes she was wearing and felt very annoyed. I want to change my clothes. No need, my dad isn't the kind of person who snobs. Sincerity is the most important thing. 7 or 8 cars slowly drove closer. Tang Mingxing's excited and joyful mood suddenly sank. Her father's pomp and circumstance were far inferior to her mother's. Several 300s, BMW X5s, a Land Rover, and a Maserati. That son of a bitch. Tang Mingxing exclaimed. Mu Yunqi exclaimed in surprise, huh? Isn't it dad? How come it's grandson? Upon seeing the person getting into the car, Mu Yunqi realized it was Zhao Yuxuan. I give up. Tang Mingxing sighed. Zhao Yuxuan overheard this and immediately laughed. Oh, kid, what did you say? You admit defeat? Now you know you admit defeat? Looking at Tang Mingxing, he truly had a look of utter defeat. I didn't want to show off, and it would have been fine if you hadn't run into my trap, but now, you've run into my dad's trap. Holy crap, I'm speechless. It's like you have to pretend to be a pig even if you don't want to, and you have to eat a tiger even if you don't want to. What did you say? Zhao Yuxuan picked up an iron rod and pointed it at Tang Mingxing. Mu Yunqi bravely stood in front of Tang Mingxing, protecting her husband. What are you doing? We have money and connections. The girl's words lacked any real force, which made the other person laugh. Beautiful lady, what are you doing with him? Why don't you come with me? I'll take you out for a fancy meal. I'm really hungry, oh. No, get lost. Mu Yunqi's stomach rumbled loudly. Her eyes were resolute and fearless, but she couldn't help much, which moved Tang Mingxing deeply. Brother, wait a minute, my dad's coming soon, why don't you guys go first? Tang Mingxing calmed down, he wasn't really sure what his father was doing. But he remembered that when he was arrested by the mysterious man, who was also his father's security detail, because of his DNA test, those men were armed. Later, her father told her that they were the Tang family's security detail, specifically responsible for the safety of her grandfather and father, and that they were legally allowed to carry guns in China. This finally dispelled the gloom that had haunted Tang Mingxing for many years. Private security personnel who are legally allowed to carry firearms in China. Tang Mingxing didn't know his own background, but it was definitely powerful, so he was curious but dared not ask too many questions. Asking too much would be dangerous. Your dad's coming? Ha, scared and calling your parents? Are you a child anymore? Zhao Yuxuan glared fiercely at Tang Mingxing. If your dad comes, we'll beat him up too. Seeing the vicious look in the other person's eyes, Tang Mingxing sighed again. You'd better have some skills to back it up. What? Before the other party could react, Tang Mingxing grabbed the iron rod from their hand and snatched it away. Without saying a word, she struck Zhao Yuxuan squarely on the leg. Zhao Yuxuan was in pain and immediately collapsed to the ground. Tang Mingxing wasn't stupid either. She didn't attack any vital parts of his body. Holy crap! You! Ouch! Ouch! Stop hitting me, guys, don't just stand there watching. Tang Mingxing's movements were swift and powerful, reminiscent of an action movie. The others who came with Zhao Yuxuan surrounded Tang Mingxing, looking at each other. Superior. Beat him up. Okay, you go first. The group of people were making a lot of noise, and they didn't expect that the other party would not only attack, but also be quite ruthless. But they were all just fair-weather friends, and they were used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When they saw someone as tough as him, they all chickened out. After swinging the stick a few more times, Tang Mingxing threw down the iron rod, shook her head, and said, I'm still not used to this sudden strenuous exercise. Just a moment ago, Tang Mingxing's breathing became rapid, his blood surged, and his body even trembled uncontrollably. A primal desire and excitement gave him an impulse to kill his opponent. Fortunately, he quickly calmed down and didn't use excessive force. He was unaware of this, as was Tang Hai. However, his father was released. Although Zhao Yuxuan was hit quite a few times, he was not seriously injured. He was covered in bruises, and it is possible that he may have suffered underlying fractures. Why aren't you guys getting in here? Why aren't you guys here? Zhao Yuxuan roared, sitting on the ground. His friends exchanged bewildered glances. You didn't say we were going to fight someone this ruthless. I feel, even with numbers, we can't win. Zhao Yuxuan was still not giving up. You poor bastard. You'll have to pay me back if you beat me up. It won't be over until you've got at least 1 million or 2. Before he could finish speaking, another convoy of vehicles appeared in the distance. A large and impressive procession of over 20 vehicles. Are there any married people? Mu Yunqi asked, glancing around. Don't talk nonsense, my dad's here. A total of 26 lunchy sedans surrounded the hotel entrance, making it impossible to pass. The hotel manager, seeing this entourage, said, Please make way for our distinguished guests. He then approached the convoy with a fawning smile. Lonchi Motors is the designated vehicle for the travel of powerful and influential people in China. Many ordinary people own cars from this brand, but the convoy in front of them is clearly not the standard version. Especially the Lonchi L90 in the middle, that's a car only leaders can ride in. 2 men dressed in black got out of each car, looking around warily. This is none of your business, a bodyguard shoved the hotel manager aside. At this moment, the window of the Lonchi L90 slowly rolled down, and Tang Hai, sitting inside, smiled and waved to Tang Mingxing. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tang Mingxing got into the car. Zhao Yuxuan and the others saw that when Tang Mingxing opened the car door was about 40 centimeters thick, clearly indicating that it was a bulletproof car. Dad, this is too much. I don't want to either, but time is of the essence. I'm going to Shanghai later, and then flying to Myanmar tomorrow. Chapter 60 A Pocket of Room Keys. The people outside the car stared blankly, too afraid to move. These men in suits all had bulges on their lower backs, which some speculated were guns. Have a drink. 2 wine glasses were placed on the armrest in the back row. Tang Hai took the red wine and poured a glass for Tang Mingxing. Aren't you going to say hello to your wife? There are too many people around, see you later. Tang Hai took a sip and then said, Son, have you been having a good time lately? Having money is certainly a happy thing, more than just happy, it's incredibly awesome. Well, you're telling the truth. Your mom should be free next month, so go with her to Shanghai to see your grandpa. Grandfather? Speaking of her grandfather, Tang Mingxing has only seen him a handful of times. The father and son chatted in the car, while Mu Yunxi nervously fidgeted with her little hands outside. Sometimes she smooths her hair, sometimes she adjusts her clothes. But Tang Hai didn't get off the bus. Looking at this lineup, it was less luxurious than Zhang Yuanying's convoy, but more menacing. These bodyguards looked much more ruthless than the ones Zhang Yuanying had brought that day. A dozen minutes later, Tang Mingxing got out of the car, carrying a half-empty bottle of red wine. "Dad, I've taken the wine, so drink less." Tang Hai smiled and said, "Okay. I'll listen to you." He then glanced at Mu Yunxi and gave her a warm smile. Mu Yunxi smiled and nodded, but she dared not be as playful as she had been during their video call. Without further ado, Tang Hai rolled up the car window, and the convoy slowly drove away. He then took out a bottle of red wine from the drawer and poured himself a full glass. "Brother buddy for me you called the army?" Zhao Yuxuan remained seated on the ground. Tang Mingxing looked at him. "Who do you think you are?" After saying that, he picked up the iron rod from the ground. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Weren't we done fighting? I'm planning to scrape together 1 million for your medical expenses, how about it?" "No, I don't want it anymore, I was wrong." Zhao Yuxuan didn't realize he was wrong, he was afraid. He did not want the 1 million yuan in medical expenses, but he dared not ask for it. The hotel manager walked up to Tang Mingxing as if nothing had happened. "Sir, are you still eating? We welcome you anytime." Tang Mingxing glanced at him. "I still prefer your rebellious side, hee, let's eat." After saying that, he picked up the half-empty bottle of red wine and led Mu Yunxi upstairs. "Yunxi. Who's your boyfriend? He's so handsome. How many wives does he have?" Mu Yunxi's best friends stopped pretending. Why bother with the fake socialites? They had the chance to be real socialites right in front of them. They had nothing to be ashamed of, but Mu Yunxi was not happy about it. "I don't care, I can't control him, you guys go ask him," Mu Yunxi said, only concerned with filling her stomach. The hotel also hosted a top-tier dinner, but the price was still the cheapest. Zhu Yeye noticed that the food was different from what she had ordered, and grabbed a waiter to ask, "This doesn't seem to be what we ordered. Did you bring the wrong thing?" The waiter was also unsure. "Our manager told us to serve it this way, I don't know either, let me double check." At this moment, the hotel manager was sweating profusely. The restaurant owner called and told the manager that there was a special person among the group of young people, and that he should be treated well. But he didn't tell him which person had a special identity. Even if he was stupid, he could see that it was obviously Tang Mingxing. This was a complete uproar. During the banquet, although the boys felt some envy and jealousy towards Tang Mingxing, they all had a good impression of her. "At least this person isn't arrogant. If you try to get close to him, he'll speak to you politely. Not indifferent, but not exactly enthusiastic either." Tang Mingxing's thinking was simple: just get it over with, finish the meal, and everyone go home to their own mothers. Boys are easy to deal with, but girls are not. Several girls held up their wine glasses and toasted Tang Mingxing, while their bodies intentionally or unintentionally brushed against him. Right in front of Mu Yunxi, without any attempt to hide it. Mu Yunxi lowered her head and ate. She was aware of what was happening around her, but could only pretend not to hear it. However, she felt even more distressed than before. "I treat them like best friends, but they treat me like a traitor?" But she also knew that she couldn't make any decisions. Tang Mingxing suddenly hugged Mu Yunxi tightly. "My wife makes the decisions about things at home. I'll listen to her." This was purely Tang Mingxing giving Mu Yunxi face. Since their marriage, they had bickered the most, but they were all minor squabbles, which actually warmed up their relationship. Mu Yunxi glanced at Tang Mingxing with a mocking look, then became smug again, as if her way of training her husband was incredibly effective. After they finished eating, the two hurried away. "Mingxing, are you tired?" "I'm not tired, but what is this?" Tang Mingxing reached into her pocket and found a handful of cards. "I don't know when it was stuffed in. 4 or 5 room cards. Holy crap! What's this?" Mu Yunxi exclaimed, her eyes wide as she stared at the room cards. "Are you trying to pull some dirty tricks on me?" One of the room cards also had the name written on it, Zhu Yeye. "She's such a good friend of yours." Another night has passed, but today is much more relaxed. Tang Mingxing lay in bed while Mu Yunxi changed into her pajamas without any hesitation. Mu Yunxi moved slowly. She wasn't the proactive type, but this was clearly an implication. A perfect back view, with her back to Tang Mengxing, a slender waist, and a golden ratio waist to hip ratio. And behind him, he could hear Tang Mengxing's soft breathing as she fell asleep. Asleep? Mu Yunxi turned around and looked at Tang Mengxing, who was fast asleep. Then she lay down in his arms and gently drew circles on his chest. In the early morning, Tang Mengxing stretched, having slept soundly all night. Looking at Mu Yunxi, who was still fast asleep beside her, Tang Mengxing gently hugged her. Ha? No clothes on? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Chen Guixiang had prepared breakfast long ago. Mengxing, let's eat breakfast. Thank you, Auntie. Yunxi isn't up yet? Why is this child so lazy? Let her sleep a little longer. Tang Mengxing felt very warm and fuzzy from the ordinary family life, especially since her parents were there and even prepared breakfast for her. The dress that Tang Mengxing ordered in a rush arrived yesterday, but it wasn't very expensive for him. Top-tier dresses require custom-made, and he didn't have time to wait. She casually bought one for 20 or 30,000 yuan. As for the carriage, she found out that a manor restaurant offered this service, and Tang Mengxing made a reservation in advance. It was already past 10 o'clock when Mu Yunxi got up. I ate a quick meal, lay down on the sofa and started playing on my phone when the doorbell rang. Tang Mengxing opened the door. Hello, I'm a makeup artist. You're booked in home service. Two girls stood at the door, each carrying a suitcase. Mu Yunxi sat up, staring blankly at them, then at Tang Mengxing, and asked incredulously, "It's for me? Is she really going to be a princess?" As she talked, she felt like laughing. She knew it must be true. Of course it's true. How about it? Hee hee. Chapter 61 Gu Qingcheng. It took more than an hour to get ready, including the matching dress. Mu Yunxi reappeared before Tang Mengxing, which excited the latter. The two makeup artists were also spared a lot of trouble, because Mu Yunxi's natural beauty was so good that they didn't have to put in any effort. Tang Mengxing stroked her chin, sizing up Mu Yunxi. Not bad, she has a princess vibe. If she were lying in bed like this. Get out of here. You just put it on and you're already thinking about taking it off. Mu Yunxi glared at him. You can also wear it. Beima Manor is located in the urban area of Nanhang City. The fact that someone can own such a piece of land in the city and build a manor shows that the owner behind it is very powerful. A carriage entered the manor, and Mu Yunxi, wearing a veil, sat inside, her happy lips slightly upturned. Tang Mengxing had been waiting at the door for a long time, and according to the procedure, he was to welcome Mu Yunxi as she got off the car. A group of guests watched the carriage from a distance, waiting for Tang Mengxing to complete the ceremony. Tang Mengxing nodded politely to express her gratitude. The carriage stopped, and the coachman opened the door. Mu Yunxi reached out her hand, waiting for Tang Mengxing to help her up. Princess, please alight from the carriage. Ah. Say it, say it. Oh, princess, please alight from the carriage. Everyone has vanity, but at this moment Tang Mengxing only wanted to satisfy her. With Tang Mengxing's help, Mu Yunxi got out of the car. Looking around, all she could see was a lawn, and it seemed as if the whole world consisted only of the two of them. You're so beautiful, Tang Mengxing said from the bottom of her heart, her sincerity evident. Mu Yunxi was about to return the kiss. But Tang Mengxing refused. Hey? Princess, you must be reserved. Look this way, you two, the photographer said, ready to go. The two struck several poses, drawing admiration from onlookers who couldn't help but admire their perfect match. After filming, the two prepared to enter the restaurant. The entire hotel is like a medieval castle, with a somewhat dilapidated exterior but a hidden world inside. Before I even stepped inside, someone behind me called out, Yunxi. What a coincidence. Tang Mengxing was taken aback. She kept running into acquaintances everywhere she went. Fortunately, it was a girl, so he didn't take it too seriously. Another beautiful sight. There stood a tall girl. She wore a pink backless dress, looking like a blooming, beautiful flower. The dress was exquisitely tailored, perfectly outlining her slender waist and long legs. The delicate rhinestones adorning the dress are like twinkling stars in the night sky, radiating dazzling brilliance. At this moment, the beautiful girl was smiling at Mu Yunxi. Her smile was as warm and gentle as a spring breeze, as if it could melt away everything in the world. Ching Chang? Mu Yunxi never expected to meet Gu Qingcheng, the mysterious school beauty. Tang Mengxing said, you only use half a word to praise someone. Isn't it beauty that could topple kingdoms? Mu Yunqi said, she is Gu Qingcheng, I've told you before. Tang Mingxing then remembered that there was indeed such a person, but she didn't have a deep impression of him at all. Gu Qingcheng and Mu Yunqi were just casual acquaintances and not very familiar with each other, but since they met, they still greeted each other. Just as kings never meet, there are also special feelings between school beauties. It's inevitable to make comparisons in one's mind. Mu Yunqi looked at Gu Qingcheng, scrutinizing her for the first time, taking in every detail. Gu Qingcheng looked at her with the same gaze. Tang Mingxing remained unmoved. Even if someone is beautiful, you still need to find someone you click with. He didn't like to give these girls any ratings, he just felt that Gu Qingcheng was someone who was stunning at first glance, yet easily forgotten. Mu Yunqi introduced him to Gu Qingcheng. Oh, by the way, this is my husband, he's also from our school. Tang Mingxing, I've heard so much about you. To her surprise, Gu Qingcheng knew his name. After speaking, Gu Qingcheng reached out to shake hands with Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing paused for a second, then reached out and gently grasped the other person's fingers, exchanging a few polite words. You know me? The whole school knows about you and Yunqi. There were about 7 or 8 people behind Gu Qingcheng, all of whom looked like elders. Qingcheng, are they all your classmates? A middle-aged man walked over, his face kind. Yes, Dad. Gu Qingcheng smiled happily. Mu Yunqi was a little embarrassed. Was it really necessary? The two weren't even that close, yet they were acting like long-lost friends. Oh? So you're all students from Tsinghua and Peking universities? Wow, amazing. You're all talented, Gu Qingcheng's father praised without reservation. Upon hearing this, a young man from behind also came over, Qingcheng's classmate? Hello, I am Qingyu, Qingcheng's friend. It's an honor to meet you both. Qinyu's gaze lingered on Mu Yunqi for a few more seconds, unnoticed by anyone. Gu Qingcheng kept her gaze fixed ahead, and Qinyu's words made her expression change. Just as Tang Mingxing was about to reply, she heard a middle-aged woman in the crowd say, "What friends? After today, he'll be her fiancé." Hee, isn't that right? Xinyu laughed heartily, and Tang Mingxing laughed along with him. He and Mu Yunqi were taking photos and going through the formalities, and these people just waited on the side without complaining. They impressed Tang Mingxing somewhat, and their manners and speech revealed them to be well-mannered and polite. Gu Qingcheng's expression remained unchanged, but her reluctance was evident. Tang Mingxing quickly said, I've taken up quite a bit of your time just now, so I won't bother you any longer. Let's chat another day. Gu Qingcheng's father replied, that's good. You Tsinghua and Peking University students should visit each other more often in the future, to expand your networks. The two groups went to their respective private rooms. Tang Mingxing's private room was a large European-style room with only a dining table. The walls were covered with many oil paintings, which suited Mu Yunqi's taste perfectly. The waiters then began serving the dishes according to the established procedure. So exquisite. That's fucking rare. Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunqi said it almost at the same time. I wonder if it will taste good. Tang Mingxing, who was not used to using a knife and fork, took out a pair of disposable chopsticks from her pocket. Mu Yunqi's eyes widened. You. Before she could finish speaking, the waiter said, Sir, we provide chopsticks here. Oh, sorry for the abruptness, Tang Mingxing said casually, putting down her chopsticks and accepting the metal chopsticks handed to her by the waiter. Do you think Gu Qingcheng is pretty? Mu Yunqi suddenly asked. Tang Mingxing nodded, chewing on her steak. Mu Yunqi said with a hint of envy, she has such a great presence. She doesn't seem like a student, but rather like a socialite? Or a rich heiress, or rather, she is, Tang Mingxing said truthfully without any attempt to hide anything. Mu Yunqi said, Hey, why do you think Gu Qingcheng doesn't want to marry Qinyu? What? Tang Mingxing was stunned. What's this all about? Aren't they? Tang Mingxing paused for a moment, then thought about it again, realizing she hadn't noticed anything particularly unusual. Wait a minute, Tang Mingxing said, then took out some sunflower seeds from another pocket and placed them on the table. You little rascal, how did you figure that out? Let's talk about it in detail. Chapter 62 The Gu Family. Why did you bring sunflower seeds again? Your mom bought these this morning, and I just grabbed a handful and put them in my pocket. Don't people in your hometown eat sunflower seeds at banquets? Mu Yunqi was speechless. Attend a banquet? How could he even say that? But that's not the point. Mu Yunqi whispered, It seems that Gu Qingcheng is indeed from a wealthy family, and today is clearly a blind date, isn't it? Oh, it seems so. A wealthy family like Gu Qingqing's would definitely not force their daughter into a marriage. They would definitely take advantage of her youth and before she is chosen to find someone of equal social standing. Mu Yunqi has a strong talent for gossip, and like a little secret agent, she shares her opinions with Tang Mengxing. Mu Yunqi said with a mischievous smile, "Do you think she looks down on Qinyu?" Tang Mengxing said, "I don't know if she'd even look at Qinyu, but you're acting like a gossipy old woman from the village." Mu Yunqi reached out and pinched Tang Mengxing's cheek. "You're the one who looks like her." "That's exactly what I guessed. How do you know they're not happy?" "I don't think Gu Qingqing has any objections." "You don't understand women?" "I understand her eyes." Mu Yunqi was right. The Gu family is a well-known real estate developer in Nanhang City. Unfortunately, the real estate market has been sluggish in recent years, putting considerable pressure on the Gu family. Although diversified investments were made, the other income was not enough to make up for the huge hole in the real estate sector. It has always been an unwritten rule for wealthy and powerful families to form alliances through marriage. Especially in recent years, with the implementation of forced marriage matching. Although there are only 100,000 men and women each month, there are only 50,000 boys and 50,000 girls. For a country with a large population like China, most young men and women cannot find a match. But it's better to be safe than sorry, especially for these wealthy families. What if Gu Qingqing gets matched with someone, and they end up with someone from a completely different social class? That would completely ruin everything. So Gu Qingqing was taken out for blind dates by her family before she even graduated from university. Gu Jia's status shouldn't be in such a predicament, but unfortunately, due to financial difficulties, he is not viewed favorably by outsiders. Now we have no choice but to swallow our pride and beg for help. Gu Qingqing was once a hot commodity among the wealthy second generation, but now she's a bit of a hot potato. During the banquet, Gu Qingqing's father, Gu Zhinshan, raised his glass and said, "Brother Qin, it's truly an honor for your wife to dine with you both." Qinyu also raised his cup, wanting to toast Gu Zhinshan, but was stopped by his father, Qin Machuan. Qin Machuan said, "Brother Gu, you're too kind. Let's put the wine aside for now and talk about business." At this moment, the woman who had just said Qinyu was Gu Qingqing's fiancée quickly chimed in, "Yes, let's talk about business first." This woman is Gu Qingqing's mother, Ma Chunyan. She now desperately wants to marry her daughter to Qinyu. There are many wealthy families, and Ma Chunyan was afraid that if she just married into any family, Gu Qingqing would be bullied. After searching for a long time, the Qin family is the most suitable. Qinyu is also a handsome and talented man, well-educated and courteous, and a returnee from overseas. He also has a good personality and is very pleasing to Ma Chunyan. In addition, the fact that the Qin family was in the pharmaceutical industry was something she was very satisfied with. However, Qin Machuan, being a seasoned veteran, wouldn't just be interested in Gu Qingqing. What use would he be to have another beautiful daughter-in-law? It's still about the family business that's important to Gu Jia. They all knew that the real estate downturn was only temporary. Although it wouldn't return to the previous frenzy after this period, it would still be a huge pie. But there is a stumbling block to all of this, namely Gu Qingqing's younger brother, Gu Chang. "Brother Gu, to be honest, I do not approve of this marriage, but I cannot resist my son's pleading. As his father, I am in a difficult position." Qin Machuan lied without batting an eye, clearly trying to put pressure on Gu Zhinshan. This was a request he was making. Gu Qingqing sat to one side, her brows furrowed in disapproval. She couldn't hide her feelings, her innermost thoughts were written all over her face. When Ma Chunyan saw this, she gently kicked Gu Qingqing, who then became more restrained. Gu Zhinshan knew that anyone could take a bite out of him now, but he had no choice but to accept his fate. "Brother Qin, please don't hesitate to ask. Just tell me what you need. How much money do you need?" "In a more urgent situation, 6.5 billion is enough to revitalize the business." The Gu family may not be considered one of the top real estate developers in China, but they are still quite large. The Gu family has nearly 100 billion yuan in debt, but they also have a lot of assets. However, without the 6.5 billion yuan to complete the remaining development of the properties, they will not be able to monetize these assets. 6.5 billion? Qin Yu was also taken aback. He had thought that marrying Gu Qingqing might require some sacrifices, but he hadn't expected it to be so much. 6.5 billion in cash. Qin Yu remained silent for a moment, calculating in his mind. He can afford 6.5 billion, but without a doubt, it is a huge sum of money for him. It all depends on how much return the investment can provide. I have two requests. Please speak. Firstly, once the winter is over and the market recovers, your Gu family business will have to be managed by Qinyu and Xincheng. Secondly, Xincheng is a good girl, I don't mean to belittle her, she has to wait until Yu marries Feng Linlin from the Feng family first. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinshan's eyes flickered slightly. He was unwilling. Wealthy families are not like ordinary families, unlike Tang Mingxing, who doesn't care who she meets first or last. In wealthy families, status is as important as in feudal society. And among wealthy families, none would be willing to send their daughter to be a concubine. So, for families like Qin Yu's, there may be many spots available, but only one spot will be given to a family that is a good match. Once they learned that Qin Yu already had a wife from a wealthy family, other families would no longer come forward to arrange marriages. Qin Mashuan, however, acted unethically, completely disregarding the Gu family's status as a wealthy and powerful clan, and instead trying to take advantage of their misfortune. We married Xincheng into your family, how can you then marry the daughter of the Feng family? Gu Jinshan couldn't accept it. This wasn't a matter of saving face. Two heiresses from wealthy families were bound to clash if they were together. This isn't a marriage at best, they'd be like sisters, but it's easy for them to go wrong. Gu Qingcheng would undoubtedly be bullied if she went. Gu Jinshan thought that even if he handed the family over to Qin Yu and Gu Qingcheng, at least the two of them would be in charge. But if that happens, they might all end up in the hands of the Qin and Feng families. Brother Gu, calm down. I'm just making a suggestion. Please consider it. Cooperating with the Feng family would be more profitable for us, and of course, it would also give me more money to support you. Bullshit. We were having a great discussion, how could you change your mind? At this point, Gu Jinshan also abandoned his refined demeanor. Now, his Gu family had fallen from grace and was being bullied by dogs. Wealthy families have no right to free marriage, that's already a misfortune. It's impossible for my daughter to suffer such humiliation. Farewell. Uncle Gu. Unexpectedly, it was Qin Yu who was the first to get anxious. He didn't want to give up on Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng quickly followed her father out the door. In another private room, Tang Mengxing said, the soundproofing here isn't great. I think I heard Gu Qingcheng's dad say fart. Nonsense, you can hear people farting? It wasn't just talking nonsense, it was saying the word nonsense. You already know everything from chapter 63? It's over, the negotiations have fallen apart. Mu Yunxi listened carefully to the sounds outside the door. Mu Bagua, that's enough. Do you still want to be a princess? A princess is nowhere near as interesting as this. You're not hiding anything at all. Mu Yunxi openly eavesdropped. Uncle Gu. Xing Yu hurried forward, his mind filled with thoughts of Gu Qingcheng. But the Gu family's offer of 6.5 billion yuan made his heart tremble. Xing Yu wanted to say something more. Gu Jinshan turned around and said, Son, can you make decisions for your father? If not, then go back. Xing Yu was speechless, but he stood there blankly, gazing at Gu Qingcheng with infatuation. At this moment, Gu Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep a cold face to Qin Yu. Goodbye, brother Qin Yu. After a perfunctory polite greeting, Gu Qingcheng left with her parents. Once she was in the car, Ma Chunyan sighed, what are we going to do? We can't reach an agreement with the Qin family. These words brought Gu Qingcheng back to reality. Let me think of something else. Xiaotian, drive. Wait. Gu Qingcheng suddenly said that she had been so happy just now that she had completely forgotten her parents' difficulties. She found it hard to accept, but for her, family was more important. It was only in this moment that she realized it. Dad, Mom, I don't want you to beg anyone anymore. I was wrong just now, but it's okay. Before things fall apart, I can accept it. After saying that, Gu Qingcheng felt a pang of pain in her heart. She knew Qin Yu's character well. The social circles of wealthy young people are not large, especially since they are all in Nanhang. In public, he always presents himself as a refined gentleman, but behind closed doors? Gu Qingcheng has heard all sorts of rumors and gossip. Putting aside how many women he had, just hearing about his peculiar and perverse fetishes sent chills down Gu Qingcheng's spine. Although there is no evidence, so many people are spreading the rumor that it is not entirely baseless. Gu Jinshan closed his eyes, deep in thought. He realized there was no way out. The bank had stopped lending him money. There are almost no people who can afford to pay that much money and are willing to help him. After a long while, bang bang bang, someone knocked on the car window. It's Mu Yunxi. Tang Mingxing stood to the side, cursing and swearing, but it was impossible to hear what she was saying. Gu Qingcheng wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, rolled down the car window, and forced a smile. Yunxi, are you full so quickly? Mu Yunxi said, yeah, sort of. This guy said it wasn't good, haha. We're leaving now, just wanted to say hello since we saw you here. Tang Mingxing was also in a bad mood, but she forced a smile as well. But it's not because the food was bad, that's a lie. Instead, the school's group chat exploded. Whether it was because Su Moli couldn't keep a secret or what, everyone knew that Su Moli and Tang Mingxing got married. If it were just the two of them, that would be fine, but there's also Mu Yunxi. A junior in college won over both the school's most beautiful girl and the most beautiful teacher. These are two legendary figures in the world of good looks, how could that be allowed? Who's got such a foul mouth? Hey, Xingcheng, hello, uncle, idiot. Tang Mingxing was furious. Mu Yunxi kicked him, have you no manners? No, I'm sorry, uncle, sigh. I have other things to do, it's worrying me. Gu Qingqing's phone suddenly started ringing incessantly. When she opened it, she saw it was her class group chat. Mu Yunxi and Su Moli both belonged to Tang Mingxing, did you know that? Where did this grandson get his good fortune from? Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. Who's going to come with me to fight him? This kid is in building 7, on the 6th floor. I'm planning to rob him after school, and beat him up. Ha ha. These students were just saying it casually, venting their displeasure and jealousy. Gu Qingcheng read a few messages and looked at the two of them suspiciously. Are you two really upset because the food is bad? Hee hee, actually, it's quite delicious. Ma Chunyan glanced at Tang Mingxing and, to be honest, she thought the young man was quite good at first glance. Tang Mingxing was born with good looks. Not only was he handsome, but he also gave people the first impression of being steady and shrewd. But appearances can be deceiving. Tang Mingxing is quite impetuous now. To say she's shrewd would be an understatement. It's more accurate to say she's rather cunning. Young man, where are you from? Oh, auntie, I'm Tang Dong. Tang Dong? Never heard of him. Our village is called Tangdong Village. Mu Yunxi rolled her eyes at him. When you introduce your hometown, don't you include the province, city, and district? Ma Chunyan was somewhat disappointed to learn that Tang Mingxing had no background. I was so desperate that I tried anything and lost my composure. Gu Jinshan said, Chunyan, don't ask such nonsense. Are you checking my household registration? They all smiled. Even in the most dangerous moments, Gu Jinshan always managed to stay calm and find joy in hardship. After a few casual words, the customer manager of White Horse Manor suddenly ran out and caught up with Tang Mingxing. Mr. Tang, please wait a moment. I'm so sorry I couldn't entertain you properly today. The food and drinks are all on the house. Tang Mingxing looked at the other person with a disbelieving expression, as if something was amiss. You've treated me very well, I'm very satisfied. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow. We can't accept your money. I've already had the finance department refund it to you. Tang Mingxing suddenly thought of Su Dafu and gave him the money without saying a word. Are you kidding me? I don't want to. Tang Mingxing was very unhappy, but he also realized that it must be his father's or mother's business. The cards I used must have been marked, otherwise how would my dad know if I made occasional purchases? Don't make things difficult for me, young master. The manager stole a glance at the Gu family members. Young master? Everyone heard this. Gu Jinshan was a little confused. Tang Mingxing? He knew the owner of Beima Manor, but his surname wasn't Tang. Interesting, she thought to herself, but said aloud, this young Tang, you're paying for your own meal at your own restaurant, don't make things difficult for him. Gu Jinshan wasn't being kind, his words were tinged with a test. I waited for their reply, but after a few seconds there was no response. Tang Mingxing didn't know how to answer. He wasn't sure if it was his family's property. The hotel manager didn't actually know either, he just knew that the big boss had indeed come to inform him. As a mere manager, he dared not ask any more questions. Fine, give it back to me, Tang Mingxing thought, her mind preoccupied with all the messy things at school. I don't have time to argue with him. Gu Jinshan knew something was amiss, and adhering to the principle of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free, he got out of the car. Xiao Tang, I really hit it off with you today, let's take a picture together. Could you please take a picture of us together, manager? His words were baffling, and Tang Mingxing was also puzzled. They had only exchanged a few words. How could they have become so compatible? However, it was difficult to refuse such a kind invitation. Mu Yunxi was also excited when she heard this. Okay, let's take pictures together. In TV dramas, when wealthy and powerful families gather, don't they always take a group photo afterward? Chapter 64 Son-in-Law. Come on, Mingxing, you're in the middle, the two girls on either side. My aunt and I are on the outermost edge. Gu Jinshan made the arrangements intentionally. A group photo was quickly taken. Gu Jinshan added Tang Mingxing on WeChat. I'll send it to you, we can chat again when we have time. As the Gu family members left, Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunxi walked along the road. The Gu family is really interesting, they were so enthusiastic, it made me feel embarrassed. What do you know? That's how it is in wealthy families, they're all about rituals. A sense of ritual? It's fine once in a while, but I can't stand it if every gathering is like this. Gu Jinshan sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed, resting, holding his phone in his hand. A phone number was displayed, but no one dialed it. Old Gu, something's not right with you today. Are you in a bad mood? Why are you being so enthusiastic towards this Tang? Ma Chunyan could tell, and Gu Qingcheng had the same question. It was as if the father had grasped something. What's wrong with Dad? Gu Jinshan replied after a moment. The owner of White Horse Manor is named Li Ziyang, not Tang. So what? They might be relatives or something. A relative? We just met? Is this your first time eating here? You're going to take the money and then refund it? What are you thinking, Dad? Gu Qingcheng was much more mature than Mu Yunxi. As a rich heiress, she had resources that ordinary people could not compare to since childhood. She seemed much more composed than Mu Yunxi, which is why Tang Mingxing said she didn't seem like a student. Gu Jinshan sighed. This Li Ziyang is no ordinary person. The White Horse Manor doesn't make money, it was originally his private club. A private club? Such a large one? Ma Chunyan exclaimed in surprise. Gu Qingcheng found it equally unbelievable. Jiangzhou Province's cash king, are you kidding me? Then why don't you go and borrow money from him, Dad? Gu Jinshan laughed, amused by his daughter's ignorance. If there really were a profitable project, asking him wouldn't be a bad idea, but right now we're in dire need of help. Li Ziyang will definitely take advantage of our situation and rip us off. After hesitating for a long time, Gu Jinshan finally dialed the number. Mr. Li, hello? This is Gu Jinshan. I apologize for bothering you. 3 seconds later, a deep, magnetic middle-aged male voice answered the phone. Oh. Mr. Gu. What brings you here? Li Ziyang spoke in a flat tone, not taking Gu Jinshan seriously. Gu Jinshan then began his performance. President Li, I'm calling specifically to thank you for waiving Mingxing's meal expenses. How could we possibly accept that? There was another silence. Li Ziyang's tone suddenly became more serious. What's your relationship with young Master Tang? Young Master? He's calling me young Master again, and this time it's Li Ziyang himself who's doing it. Gu Jinshan was also trembling a little. The deeper they dug, the more they felt they were going. He was hesitant to dig any further, but he was desperate. If he didn't solve his current problem, he would face imprisonment or have no choice but to flee. He is my future son-in-law, Gu Qingcheng said, frowning as she looked at her father. But she couldn't interrupt, because she knew her father was on the phone with a very important person. Ha? Li Ziyang paused slightly. President Gu, do you know who he is? Gu Jinshan was prepared. Mingxing, I really didn't know that. Sigh. My daughter and he were schoolmates. As they grew up, they naturally got together. Gu Jinshan spoke eloquently and wasn't afraid of being investigated, since they were both students at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Oh, by the way, Mr. Li, I'll send you a family photo via WeChat now. Please make sure you don't mistake me for someone else. If you do, I'll turn back right now and make sure you pay the difference. No need. Li Ziyang immediately interrupted. I can confirm it's young Master Tang. Also, don't give me anything that's not my responsibility to see. Gu Jinshan's heart pounded. Had they become this cautious? They didn't even dare to look at the photos? Brother Gu. Li Ziyang suddenly changed his form of address. If you're not familiar with his family's situation, please don't be curious. To be honest, if I had the chance, I'd like to personally go and greet young Master Tang, but unfortunately I'm out of town right now. Gu Jinshan then began his final act. Actually, Mr. Li, I have another request to make today, but it's difficult to say. Borrow money? Li Ziyang asked. No, Gu Jinshan replied quickly, as directly asking for money would be too obvious. Sigh, I am indeed short of funds, but I have no other choice. I just thought you were some elder of Mengxing and was thinking of persuading him. What advice are you giving? I'm trying to persuade him to give up on my daughter, Gu Qingcheng. You must know my family's situation, but I have to live. Some families have already agreed to support me, and I'm still observing, but the condition is that Qingcheng be married off to them. It's just a pity for Mingxing, that child, who is so devoted to my daughter. Foolish. Foolish indeed. Hearing this, Li Ziyang couldn't sit still any longer. Ask him to persuade Tang Mengxing? If Tang Hai refused, he would surely kill him. Old Gu, you. Li Ziyang changed his form of address again, his exasperated tone suddenly calming down. Old Gu, who will inherit your family business in the future. My daughter is Gu Qingcheng. That's beyond doubt. My son, Gu Chang. I'll be honest, he has no ambition. He just wants to be a spoiled brat. Last year, he only scored 62 points in Chinese on the college entrance exam. How many points did you get in the other subjects? My final score was 63. I wrote a solution for math and got 1 point for that too. Your son's Chinese is quite good. Li Ziyang said, to be honest, if you had come to me today to borrow money, without Tang Xiao I would have taken advantage of your Gu family. But this is an opportunity, brother Gu. How much money do you need? 6.5 billion. Gu Jinshan knew that Tang Mengxing's background was unfathomable, so he dared not lie. Ha. How much do I have to offer? Here's what we'll do, I'll go back to Beijing in a while, and we'll meet there. It just so happens that young Master Tang and your daughter have both started school, right? Let's invite them both to come along, and then we'll sign the contract. How about that? Okay. Gu Jinshan agreed without even thinking. Also, brother Gu, we only talked about business today, nothing else. Young Master Tang's presence that day was at your request as his father-in-law. After hanging up the phone, Li Ziyang was in a good mood. Anyone with common sense knew that investing 6.5 billion in Guzhou wouldn't result in a loss. With the market recovering slightly in 2 or 3 years, they would definitely break even. Those people were just thinking about maximizing their profits and manipulating Guzhou. As for Li Ziyang, as long as he doesn't lose money, that's fine. The biggest beneficiary is still Tang Mengxing, the sole heir of the Tang family. Is this considered currying favor? This favor is definitely more valuable than waiving his meal fee. That's why Li Ziyang thought of having Gu Jinshan invite Tang Mengxing to try and win her over. Meanwhile, Gu Jinshan was overjoyed after hanging up the phone, completely forgetting that Tang Mengxing was not his son-in-law. Chapter 65 Siblings. Dad. Why did you sell me to Tang Mengxing again? His daughter's words brought Gu Jinshan back to reality. Oh no. I got carried away for a moment. Gu Jinshan realized that he had really started to sound like a father-in-law while they were chatting. Ma Chunyan also criticized, what nonsense are you spouting? You just met Xiao Tang, and you're already talking nonsense. Besides, you can't even tell who's better between Qin Yu and Tang Mengxing, and you're just making decisions on your own? Gu Qingcheng showed no displeasure this time. She didn't feel any goodwill towards Tang Mengxing, but she certainly didn't dislike her. If it were really a blind date, Gu Qingcheng would be willing to try to get to know a guy like him. Unfortunately, no. What do we do now? Dad, how could you be so foolish? Gu Jinshan said, sigh. I heard from Li Ziyang that Tang Mengxing has a very powerful background. I have this old habit of trying to climb the social ladder, and as a result. The car was parked on the side of the road. Qingcheng, if you're unwilling, why don't you book a plane ticket and fly abroad right now? Your father will handle things here. Thinking of his daughter, Gu Jinshan still couldn't bear it. He was willing to go to jail himself if necessary. If you think Qin Yu is a good person, go back now and apologize to the Qin family. If you think Tang Mengxing has a chance, then go home. Gu Qingcheng looked out the window and thought for a long time before saying, Master Tian, let's go home. Gu Jinshan was also somewhat undecided at the moment. Qin Yu seemed inferior to Tang Mengxing. But Tang Mengxing's family is also a wealthy family, right? Tang Dongxuan? The two conflicting pieces of information left him confused. Is this Mu Yunqi from some wealthy family? Gu Jinshan suddenly asked. Gu Qingcheng was flustered, no. How many wives does Tang Mengxing have? We know of 2 so far, and the other one is Su Moli, a teacher at our school. Then she's from a wealthy family too. No, it's just one teacher. Oh, Gu Jinshan narrowed his eyes slightly. Tang Mingxing must be a scion of a superfamily. A true strong person is not one who can do whatever they want, but one who can choose not to do what they don't want to do. Of course, this is too absolute. However, these aristocratic families no longer need to maintain their status through marriage alliances. Therefore, Mu Yunxi and Su Moli are not from wealthy families. Otherwise, Tang Mingxing's first wife would definitely have been someone of equal social standing, as even wealthy families value face. The current difficulty is that Gu Qingcheng and Tang Mingxing are not a couple at all. Qingcheng, you'd better hurry up and win Tang Mingxing over. Dad, how can you talk like that? What do you mean by bubble? I don't know how. I won't let your brother teach you, he has more experience. Gu Chang is 19 years old, not long after turning 18. He scored 63 points on the college entrance exam and is a top-notch playboy. He wasn't good at anything else, and spent all his time hanging out in bars and nightclubs. I never thought it would come in handy now. Ring ring ring. Tang Mingxing's phone kept ringing. He didn't want to look at it, but he was curious. Zhang Ming sent a WeChat message, bro? You married teacher Su? No wonder you were so reckless as to kiss her, I thought you were crazy. After that, he was constantly being tagged in various school groups. I'm still waiting to graduate and pursue Su Moli. At Tang Mingxing, come out and explain yourself. At Tang Mingxing, you had a blast tonight, didn't you? Su Moli on the left, Mu Yunxi on the right. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I'm so envious. Tang Mingxing was so angry she wanted to curse, but there were just too many people, and she couldn't keep up with them all. Mu Yunxi was also a little annoyed, as she had become famous throughout the school again. The two planned to go back tomorrow to tidy up Tang Mingxing's villa in advance. We'll skip the apartment and move directly into the villa. The next day, Tang Mingxing left some money for Mu Yunxi's parents, and the two left Nanhang. They didn't really take a good look at the scenery before leaving in a hurry. Meanwhile, at the Gu family home, Gu Chang sat opposite Gu Qingcheng, who had a deep-seated psychological trauma regarding her. After all, I'd been beating him since he was a child. Sis, what's wrong? Xia Qiang. Gu Qingcheng smiled. Sister, I was wrong. Gu Chang knelt down on the ground. His sister had never been so kind to him before. No. Why are you so afraid of me? We're siblings. Gu Qingcheng's smile widened as she tried to help him up. Gu Chang quickly straightened up, his voice trembling slightly. Sister. I was wrong. I shouldn't have stayed out all night. That's not what I meant. You're an adult now and you have your own life to live, I understand. Ha? No, that's not it. I shouldn't have drunk and gotten into a fight. I already said it wasn't this, but please be careful next time and absolutely don't make the same mistake again. Oh, no? Then I shouldn't have gotten Tingting pregnant, but I'm really not sure if it's mine. That woman isn't a good person either. I think she's deliberately trying to pin this on me. When did this happen? Gu Qingcheng was surprised to uncover such a big secret. She raised her hand to slap Gu Chang, but she held back. He slowly lowered his raised hand, took 2 deep breaths to calm himself, and said, This matter is somewhat beyond what I know about you. I'll tell Mom and Dad, but. Gu Qingcheng felt short of breath. How could her younger brother be so troublesome? After saying but several times, Gu Qingcheng still asked, I want to ask you, how can I make a boy fall in love with me quickly, or how can I quickly pursue a boy? Sexy. Gu Chang blurted out without thinking. This was exactly what he liked. He knew himself very well. Gu Qingcheng said irritably, He's not as shameless as you. Gu Chang stole a few glances at his sister. He hadn't expected Gu Qingcheng to ask that question. In his eyes, Gu Qingcheng was not pretty. I think, who would be blind to like a woman like my sister? That's going to be tough, sister. With your personality and looks, it'll be hard for you to get married. After all, they are siblings who grew up together. Although Gu Qingcheng deserves the title of Qingcheng, Gu Chang has always felt like he's been beaten by her since he can remember. Therefore, his sister was like a devil in his eyes. Gu Qingcheng sat on the sofa, her personal cultivation making her know to always maintain elegance and suppress her anger. Unlike Su Moli and the other two, Gu Qingcheng looked like a lady from a prominent family, the kind who was unapproachable and could only be admired from afar. Then do me a favor, help me test someone, use your experience to judge him, whether he's a good person or a bad person, a hypocrite or something else. Gu Chang was somewhat troubled, but, sister, I don't know how to judge. How am I supposed to know if he's good or bad? Gu Qingcheng said, just see if you get along well with them and can have fun together. How could someone who can get along with Gu Chang be a good person? Gu Qingcheng understood this very well. Then who is he? His name is Tang Mingxing, he's a classmate of mine. Gu Qingcheng was also worried that if Tang Mingxing had even more unusual hobbies than Xinyu, wouldn't her life be ruined? No matter how difficult the family situation is, we can't risk our lives. Chapter 66 The Hardships of Working. Yanjing. As soon as Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunqi landed, they went straight to the apartment, hired a housekeeper, and spent an hour unpacking everything. However, I still pack some of my personal underwear myself. Yunqi, be careful, these underwear cost me over 7,000 yuan a pair. Tang Mingxing snatched the underwear from Mu Yunqi's hand. Mu Yunqi was first shocked, then found it funny. You usually wear clothes and shoes that cost only 1 or 2,000 yuan apiece, how come your underwear is so expensive? Tang Mingxing said smugly, what are you saying? Now that you're rich, shouldn't you let your little brother live in a villa too? A villa that costs 7,000 each, you really know how to spend money. Mu Yunqi suppressed a laugh, her eyes full of disdain. Whenever others saw Tang Mingxing's attire, they assumed he was just a rich kid with a little money. Tang Mingxing really wanted to take off his pants and show them what luxury was. He bought more than a dozen pairs of underwear that cost 7,000 yuan each. Most people wouldn't notice his extravagance, such as the 180 yuan box of tissues. A refrigerator was filled with bottles of mineral water that cost 99 yuan each. A pair of shoes that costs 1,200 yuan comes with socks that cost 1,600 yuan a pair and insoles that cost 1,400 yuan a pair. All the money was wasted. After much effort, they finally managed to move their belongings to the villa. Tang Mingxing was also somewhat shocked when she first saw this villa. It has 5 floors in total, 2 underground and 3 above ground. The building has a floor area of 3,600 square meters, plus a 2,500 square meter garden. Do you think this place is haunted at night? Looking at the empty courtyard, Mu Yunqi brought up the very thing she didn't want to hear. The booked housekeeping staff have arrived and begun a thorough cleaning. The entire villa has 8 bedrooms. In addition, there is an indoor swimming pool, basketball court, game room, and more. Meanwhile, more than a dozen container trucks, carrying Tang Mingxing's luxury cars, arrived one after another. By the time all the cars were in the garage, it was already past 3 p.m. The 2 of them were left alone in the entire villa. Tang Mingxing took a sip of her chilled soda and lay down on the lawn, looking at the sky. Mu Yunqi lay down next to him, but the 2 were facing opposite directions. Mu Yunqi's small feet were placed right next to Tang Mingxing's head. The sky is so blue. Yes, and there's a breeze, it's very refreshing. A gentle breeze rippled across the pond and stirred the hem of Mu Yunqi's skirt. Tang Mingxing turned her head and exclaimed, oh dear, you've exposed yourself. Get lost. On the last day of the National Day holiday, Su Moli and Lin Yushang returned. Accompanying him was Su Dafu, who looked aggrieved, as if he had just been crying. The group was taken aback when they saw the villa, it was enormous. However, Lin Yushang dragged Su Dafu in by the ear. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. Is your brain full of shit? Upon seeing Lin Yushang and Su Moli, Tang Mingxing was slightly excited. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. He came up and gave the 2 of them a hug. Yushang, don't be angry. Why do you always get upset with him? Damn it, he kept asking for food at every rest stop we passed, and he'd throw a tantrum if we didn't give him any. What's the point of having this guy here? He's got a screw loose. Lin Yushang was clearly furious, and her words were quite harsh. Tang Mingxing laughed and said, this is a gift for Wei Heng. The old man will definitely like it. After a while, Tang Mingxing took the matter of everyone signing contracts and investing in the company very seriously, and he didn't think Wei Heng would just give up so easily. Pretty girls are always in high demand, and naturally have many suitors. Tang Mingxing couldn't believe that there was a girl who was incredibly beautiful from childhood to adulthood who never had a single suitor. Although we say that men and women are equal now, it is still a patriarchal society. Most of the positions with status and power in society are held by men. The rich turtle sits at the head of the table, while the poor gentleman is a scoundrel. Those rich people aren't necessarily human. The higher you go, the more chaotic things become. Therefore, he knew that only by becoming stronger could he protect Lin Yushan, Su Moli, and Mu Yunqi. Parents will pass away one day, and he not only has to protect his wife, but also his children in the future. He didn't want to be like the turtle in the game Black Monkey, at the mercy of others. One's own wealth becomes someone else's wedding dress. Brother, Lin Yushang doesn't treat me like a human being. Su Dafu was also angry at this moment and called Lin Yushang by her full name. Say that again? Lin Yushan was about to strike again. All right. Tang Mengxing interrupted. Dafu, can't you learn to be a decent human being? Su Moli was also somewhat worried. Mengxing, I actually think investing in Guanhai technology is a risky move. Wei Hang is a seasoned veteran, and you're using Dafu. How is my dad? Tang Mengxing asked. Oh, why are we suddenly talking about your dad? Does he seem more capable, or is Wei Hong more impressive? Tang Mengxing looked at the three women and asked. Wei Hong. Your dad. The two sentences are from Su Moli and Mu Yunqi. Their answers were completely different. Su Moli had only seen Tang Hai in videos, where he appeared to be an honest and simple man. Mu Yunqi met him face to face that day, and was terrified at first sight. In just a second, she felt that the person in front of her could kill her with a single sentence. I know I'm not as experienced as Wei Hong, so if things ever come to a head, I hope he won't value me before then. Hopefully Wei Hong won't cause us any trouble, Lin Yushang said, not wanting to create any more problems. Tang Mengxing hesitated for a moment. Actually, something is bound to happen. Su Moli said, don't think too badly of Wei Hong and Wu Guanhai. Maybe they've turned to good. No, that's not it. It has nothing to do with the two of them. From the beginning, what I wanted was the entire Guanhai technology. I've already decided on the real agent, Chen Bumo. Tang Mengxing has always maintained contact with Chen Bumo, and the specific situation of Guanhai technology cannot be determined solely by Wu Guanhai's side of the story. Chen Bumo also served as the head of the company's core technology department. So the two of them discussed it, and Tang Mengxing analyzed it and concluded that it was a company with potential. Tang Mengxing could give Chen Bumo something that Wu Guanhai couldn't, and of course, Wu Guanhai was unaware of Chen Bumo's existence. Therefore, Tang Mengxing's initial plan was to take over the entire Guanhai technology. He doesn't care how much money he makes. What he wants to do is become someone who can influence the whole world. It all started the day his father told him he was a millionaire. Su Dafu didn't stay in the villa. Tang Mengxing booked him a hotel across the street. The original price was 1,000 yuan per night, but she paid for a year in advance, making it 800 yuan per night. Tang Mengxing was moving the bed at that moment. Go for it. Go for it. Mu Yunqi said, eating ice cream while looking at Tang Mengxing, who was exhausted. What a blunder. I should have had the housekeeper help me move in. Tang Mengxing wanted to move the other bed to the master bedroom, since there were 4 people in the room. 2 large beds were pushed together, and they slept under the same quilt. Since it was his suggestion, the 3 girls agreed, and then each of them rolled up their sleeves and went to the refrigerator to get a Häagen-Dazs. They ate at the entrance, watching Tang Mengxing cause trouble. Not going to help? Mu Yunqi said, I cheered you on. Do you think it didn't strain your voice? And what about you, Yu Chang? I'll hold the door open for you, otherwise how will you get in? You've worked hard, Moli, and you? I'm assigning you homework for tomorrow. You and Tao Yulong caused trouble before, and your punishment period isn't over yet, so you can't go to school tomorrow. But don't be idle, I'll give you some test papers. Do them tomorrow, and I'll check them when you get back. You've worked hard, you idiot. Say that again? What did I say? You're an idiot. It's the pinyin abbreviation for working, meaning you've worked hard and are still thinking about assigning homework to students so late at night. You've worked so hard. Chapter 67 Brother-in-law and Brother-in-law. In the end, Tang Mengxing managed to put the bed back together. But I was so tired that I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. The next day, as he had hoped, his father transferred 20 million yuan. Tang Mengxing happily drove Su Moli and Mu Yunqi to school. Su Moli didn't really want to go to class today because everyone knew about her in Tang Mengxing. And the one who spread this news must have been the head of the teaching department. The car was stopped as soon as it arrived at the school gate. Uncle, I'm a family member of Teacher Su, excuse me. I know your name is Tang Mengxing. Everyone knows that now. Weren't you punished by being confined to the house and reflecting on your mistakes? You're not allowed to come to school. Tang Mingxing looked embarrassed. Had she become famous even in the security department? Su Moli blushed and quickly got out of the car. I'm leaving now. Mu Yunqi was also a little embarrassed. I'm leaving too. Wait. Tang Mingxing called out to the two of them, then pointed to her face. A kiss before you go wouldn't be too late. Several young security guards from the security department glared angrily. Let's kill this bastard now. How could Su Moli possibly kiss him at the school gate? She pretended not to hear and left. Mu Yunqi was sitting in the passenger seat, but Tang Mingxing pulled her back. Hurry up and leave, don't park your car here, it's in the way, the security guard urged. Tang Mingxing said, okay. Yunqi, hurry. I need to move the car quickly. Many people stopped at the entrance to watch the spectacle. Mu Yunqi felt like dying. You really have no sense of timing. After saying that, she quickly gave him a light kiss on the cheek, turned around, blushed, and left quickly. Tang Mingxing rubbed her face, preparing to buy some supplements. She was so young, she needed to take good care of her health to prepare for a long-term dedication. The car had just nodded and hadn't gone far when a Lamborghini blocked his way. Hey buddy, move aside. Tang Mingxing shouted. A man got out of the Lamborghini. He was about 175 centimeters tall, had blonde hair, and looked very arrogant. Seeing that the visitor was hostile, Tang Mingxing wasn't afraid of him and got out of the car somewhat irritated. Are you deaf? Seeing that the other party was deliberately cutting him off, Tang Mingxing decided not to be polite either. Without saying a word, the blonde-haired boy walked up to Tang Mingxing, and the two faced each other, looking at each other rather closely. Tang Mingxing asked, Are you going to kiss me or what? Are you the Tang Mingxing that my sister was talking about? The blonde-haired boy asked. Sister? Which sister? Tang Mingxing was startled. Had she fallen into another emotional debt? No way. She had been behaving herself lately. He dated his own teacher, the school beauty, and another pretty older woman. That's all? Really? Who is your sister? My sister forbids me from saying anything, but why does she like you so much? You're not as handsome as me, not as tall as me, and your manners are so-so. Why? The blonde-haired kid looked at Tang Mingxing, who was half a head taller than him, and started criticizing her without any politeness. These words made Tang Mingxing a little scared. If he were to cause trouble, he could just beat him up, but it was obvious that the other party was mentally ill, or a rabies carrier. I can't let him bite me. Do you raise donkeys? No, why would I keep one of those things? Who kicked him in the head? Ha! Holy crap, can't you talk? Tang Mingxing had no time to argue with him. I'll ask you one last time, what's your name, and who's your sister? The blonde-haired young man was none other than Gu Chang. Ever since Gu Qingcheng mentioned this matter, Gu Chang had been somewhat unhappy. Although I'm afraid of my older sister, she's still my biological sister, and I feel sorry for her. She didn't want her sister to marry someone she didn't like. So I came here today to see for myself what kind of person Tang Mingxing is. He waited at the school gate early in the morning and finally got to see him. Tang Mingxing's mind was racing. She had been to Lin Yushang's house, but she didn't have any younger siblings. They also went to Mu Yunqi's house. Only Su Moli's family. Could it be Su Moli's younger brother? I've never heard of that before, and her family doesn't seem like they could afford a Lamborghini. Could it be that Su Moli is hiding something? Who exactly are you? Tang Mingxing didn't intend to turn hostile until she figured it out. What's my name? Hee, just call me Brother Chang, or De Chang. That's what my buddies all call me. Your sister is Su Moli? I can't say. Is she from Tsinghua or Peking University? Yes. That, Gu Chang was still tricked into revealing information. Humph. Still lying to me. There are only Su Moli and Mu Yunqi from Tsinghua and Peking University. I've already been to the Mu family, so only the Su family is left. Tang Mingxing chuckled inwardly. It turns out to be Su Moli's younger brother, Su Daxiang. Oh right, my sister gave me a mission, to take you out for drinks. Want to come? Gu Chang suddenly said. Tang Mingxing laughed, okay. Sure, I'll introduce you to a brother another day. You two can check your DNA to see if you're brothers. He's just as smart as you, and what's more, his name is Dafu. Yours is Daxiang. A clubhouse in Yanjing. Tang Mingxing couldn't stand drinking on an empty stomach in the morning. I ordered a serving of xiaolongbao soup dumplings anyway. Gu Chang had his arms around Tang Mingxing on both sides as he watched her eat. Brother Chang, who is he? A girl nestled in Gu Chang's arms. Gu Chang said, a relative of mine, my sister's crush. A crush? No way, we've been together for ages. Tang Mingxing looked up and said. Gu Chang was stunned, huh? It's been so long? My sister didn't say anything, and she even sent me over to test you. Testing? Tang Mingxing smiled bitterly to herself. What was there to worry about? Did they think she was faking it? Gu Chang said, if you two are together, then. I've done everything I could, what's the problem? Tang Mingxing knew what he was going to say, so she simply spoke frankly. Gu Chang took a deep breath, fine. 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 They're all playing me, my sister. Brother-in-law, this is my sister's fault. Since we're together, we should trust each other. Tang Mingxing picked up her glass of wine. Hey. Brother-in-law, you're right. But when we get back, I still have to tell your sister something good about me. Actually, I'm quite afraid of her. Who says otherwise? I'm afraid of her too. She usually looks dignified and virtuous, yet she commands respect without anger. Gu Chang raised his glass and clinked glasses with her, a rare confidant. Tang Mingxing shouldn't drink too much, she still has Su Moli's exam papers to do when she gets back. Bro, that's all for today. I have to go back and do my homework. Your sister left me some worksheets. They're tough. This is outrageous. Let her do it herself. Let's keep drinking, I'll take you clubbing tonight. Gu Chang was very unhappy. He had never been a good student since childhood, and his parents had high expectations for his older sister. In their eyes, he was a negative example. Well, now I've got my sister's weakness on me, and my homework is being done by my brother-in-law? And I'm supposed to go home and pretend to be a model student to my parents? I'll definitely tattle on him when I get back. Chapter 68. Everyone is pursuing Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing has some self-control, mainly because she doesn't like to drink alcohol. After saying goodbye to Gu Chang, he called a designated driver and returned to the villa. After a few minutes of self-study, Tang Mingxing gave up on the exam paper and started preparing to play games. Meanwhile, at the school, Su Moli was giving a lecture on the podium. She noticed that everyone was looking at her strangely. Perhaps she was overthinking it, or... Don't think about these things. Su Moli reminded herself silently. Zhang Ming was taking notes when his pen accidentally slipped from his hand. Su Moli bent down and picked it up for him. Thank you, sister-in-law. Ah. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Ming blurted out, this matter had been on his mind for a long time. His own brother married Su Moli? That means she's his sister-in-law. With that connection, Zhang Ming was thinking about how he could get some benefits out of her. For example, if someone is late, the other party might turn a blind eye. However, Su Moli intends to be an upright and incorruptible teacher. But when she heard sister-in-law, she was stunned. Puff. Ha ha ha. The sudden burst of laughter from everyone left Su Moli completely bewildered. You, Zhang Ming. Don't shout like that. With 20 minutes left before get out of class ended, Su Moli had no idea what to say next. Get out if you laugh again. A sharp shout silenced the class, but everyone was holding back their laughter, their faces flushed red. Su Moli didn't care whether they were listening or not, she just wanted to finish what she had to say. The morning was so unbearable. Tang Mingxing also encountered a problem, countless friend requests on WeChat. The whole school knew about his relationship with Su Moli, and it wasn't just in our school, the news had spread to other nearby schools as well. There was nothing wrong with love and romance in itself, but what got out along with Su Moli's Panamera was also Su Moli's relationship with her. And in the morning, Tang Mingxing drove a Cullinan to take Su Moli and Mu Yunqi there. Being rich and handsome are both important indicators of a high-quality man. Having money is the basic requirement, while good looks are a bonus. If the score is out of 100, having money alone accounts for 90 points. As for appearance, it depends on the degree, poor is 1%, average is 5%, and the highest is 10%. After stacking buffs, the result is base score plus base score appearance. Tang Mingxing is definitely a 99-point tall, rich, and handsome guy. Which girl wouldn't be attracted to someone like that? But if you don't have money and your base score is too low, even if you have a high buff, it won't help. There are so many. Tang Mingxing looked at the friend requests and ignored them all. This included Gu Qingqing's friend request, which was lost in the vast sea of people. Adding Tang Mingxing as a friend on campus has become an activity that all girls enjoy. Have you added him as a friend? I added it. I want to drive a Panamera too. Me too, and I can also pick up a handsome guy, killing two birds with one stone. That's right, that's right. I've seen rich people before, but handsome guys like him are rare. Could I be one of the lucky ones? Driving a Cullinan isn't just about being well off, it's like taking a gamble and turning a bicycle into a plane. If we both manage to win over Tang Mingxing, maybe we can even continue living together in the future. Many girls are having sweet dreams. Gu Qingchang held her phone, her expression as cold as ice. Before this, she rarely came to school, and whenever she appeared on campus, it would inevitably cause a stir. But when she came today, there was no sound at all. The whole school was talking about Tang Mingxing, Su Moli, and Mu Yunqi. However, she won't be unhappy about this. Instead, she sent a friend request to Tang Mingxing, but it went unanswered. Gu Qingchang had prepared herself mentally after adding Tang Mingxing as a friend, she could simply swallow her pride and pursue her. But she never expected that almost the entire school was chasing after Tang Mingxing. As one of the four most beautiful girls in the school, I suddenly feel dispensable. Getting Tang Mingxing's WeChat ID isn't difficult. Besides his class group, there are various campus communities and activity groups. At this moment, Gu Qingchang sensed the crisis. There were too many people, and she had to find a way. Xingcheng, have you added Tang Mingxing on WeChat? A female classmate walked over. Before he even got close, the female classmate suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. You're not short of money, how could you possibly be interested in him, hee hee. Gu Qingchang smiled slightly but didn't reply. The girl sat down next to her. You can add him. Even if you're not after his money, aren't you after his looks? After saying that, he waved a photo of Tang Mingxing on his phone, a photo of Tang Mingxing participating in a campus activity. Most girls don't have much hope of actually winning Tang Mingxing's heart. Most of them were just joining in the fun, and of course, there was a bit of wishful thinking involved. This behavior seems more like a form of amusement. I didn't add him. I know him, Gu Qingqing said calmly. She always spoke like this, rarely showing any emotion, except when she was talking to her younger brother. You know her. The girl looked at Gu Qingcheng, her eyes filled with a mixture of joy and confusion. A handsome man and a beautiful woman know each other, but they're not together? Is it that they don't have feelings for each other, or that Tang Mingxing doesn't like her, or that she doesn't like Tang Mingxing? But none of that matters. The girl took out a small cake from her bag. Xingcheng, this is for you. I know you don't care, but this is the best thing I can offer. Can you help me and Tang Mingxing get together? Gu Qingchang was completely bewildered. She regretted her words as soon as they were spoken, as she still didn't fully understand the current situation. He had no idea how to find Tang Mingxing, and now this has happened. Oh right? Mu Yunqi, Gu Qingqing suddenly realized that if she couldn't find Tang Mingxing, she could look for Mu Yunqi. Thinking of this, Gu Qingchang did not hesitate and immediately set off to find Mu Yunqi. He could just make up any excuse to invite her to dinner and casually invite Tang Mingxing along. Add him on WeChat in person. However, this method is somewhat unethical, and it inevitably feels like taking advantage of Mu Yunqi. But with family matters weighing on her mind, she had no other choice but to do this. Having figured this out, Gu Qingcheng felt that she was quite clever. When Gu Qingcheng found Mu Yunqi's class, she discovered that it was full of intelligent people. Yunqi, shall we have dinner together tonight? It's my treat. Bring your husband along, I don't mean anything by it. Yunqi, I bought 3 movie tickets. Let's go see a movie together. Bring your husband along, I don't mean anything by it. Want to go shopping tonight? I know a really fun murder mystery game arcade. Let's invite your husband, I don't mean anything by it. At first, Mu Yunqi could hold them off, but now she can only keep sneering. Hoof. Hoof, hoof, hee hee. Just as Mu Yunqi was feeling helpless and too lazy to say anything, she happened to see Gu Qingcheng standing at the door. Excuse me, my friend is here. Let's talk about your business later, Mu Yunqi said as if she had grasped a lifeline. Regardless of whether Gu Qingcheng was there to see her or not, she wanted to find an excuse to leave first. Yunqi. Xingcheng, you're back at school. We met in Nanhang just a couple of days ago, and it's great to see you again today. We're even from the same hometown, let's keep in touch. Mu Yunxi was very enthusiastic, which made Gu Qingqing a little embarrassed. That Yunxi. What's wrong? Mu Yunxi asked, taking the other person's arm. Gu Qingqing said, tonight. I'd like to invite you to dinner. Could you bring Tang Mingxing along? Chapter 69 for my brother-in-law. Mu Yunxi's smile was so fake that Gu Qingqing felt ashamed. Never mind. I'm leaving now. Gu Qingqing left quickly without looking back, not daring to meet Mu Yunxi's gaze again. Inside the villa, Lin Yushang returned after registering the company. Before investing in Guanghai technology, it is essential to establish an investment company. Back at the villa, Lin Yushang saw Tang Mingxing playing video games. Still playing? Have you done the homework Molly gave you? Lin Yushang looked at the test questions on the table. I only wrote a few dozen words. Tang Mingxing was having a great time when Lin Yushang suddenly walked up to him and pulled his arm away. She straddled his lap. The two exchanged a glance, and Lin Yushang said tenderly, Mingxing, we haven't seen each other for 3 or 4 days. You fell asleep as soon as your head hit the pillow last night. It seems like there are some things we haven't done. While we're at it. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yushang's head was suddenly pushed to the side by Tang Mingxing. Can't you stop bothering me while I'm playing the game? And so, Lin Yushang stared wide-eyed in disbelief as she sat on Tang Mingxing's lap, but it didn't stop her from playing the game in the slightest. Talented. You won't stay with me, you just wait. Lin Yushang's face changed quickly. She got up from Tang Mingxing again and stormed out the door. Ugh. Annoying, I almost died. Lin Yushang could still hear Tang Mingxing's complaints after closing the door. A dozen seconds later, there was a click from the electrical distribution box outside the door. Holy crap! Lin Yushang! You pulled the power switch. My winning game, my ranked match. Tang Mingxing suddenly pushed open the door and saw Lin Yushang standing in front of the electrical distribution box in the corridor. Lin Yushang was also a little scared at this moment. She could see that Tang Mingxing was really angry. Suddenly, Tang Mingxing ran towards Lin Yushang. Lin Yushang knew something was wrong and quickly ran away. The two chased each other, and eventually Lin Yushang was cornered. You stay away, you. Su Moli sat in her office, looking at the fallen leaves outside the window and the old teaching building across the street. Autumn has arrived, and the weather is getting cooler. The ivy outside the teaching building is starting to wither. Today's events made her a little embarrassed, but nothing too outrageous happened. Lost in thought. Just then, a female teacher walked over and asked, What are you thinking about, Moli? Su Moli glanced back and saw another teacher from Tang Mingxing's class. Oh, Sister Hu, I was just thinking that old teaching building has such a vintage feel to it. Sister Hu also took a look. That's right, it's a 40-year-old building. After saying that, Sister Hu sat down next to Su Moli and took out a document. Here. This is for Mingxing. Isn't this child reflecting on his mistakes at home? I prepared some materials for him so he doesn't fall behind in his studies. Su Moli was deeply moved. Thank you, Sister Hu. Sister Hu laughed and said, No need to thank me. Mingxing was my student, and now he's my brother-in-law. How could I not take care of him? Brother-in-law. Su Moli's expression froze. She thought something sentimental was about to happen, but instead, she heard this. Then I'll thank you on Mingxing's behalf. After Sister Hu left, several other teachers came over with materials. Moli, this is also for my brother-in-law, let him take a good look. Moli, it's okay for him to study, but don't let him get too tired. Mingxing is still young, and you're taking on the roles of both teacher and wife. It's been hard on you. Su Moli didn't know whether to be angry or laugh, but she could only laugh. I know. I will discipline him properly. No. Take good care of him. In the afternoon, after finishing her classes, Su Moli immediately prepared to leave the school. A group of people followed from a distance, intentionally or unintentionally. These guys, are they even interesting? Su Moli said, carrying her bag and walking quickly. Teacher Su's bag costs 120,000 yuan. 120,000 is nothing to Tang Mingxing. Guess what car Tang Mingxing will drive later, a Cullinan again. Mu Yunxi is here too. How exciting. Sister Moli. These perverts, I'm going to confront them. Mu Yunxi said angrily, looking at the scattered crowd. Su Moli grabbed her arm. Forget it, it'll all be over in a couple of days. However, when they arrived at the school gate, Tang Mingxing did not appear. A BMW X7 made a graceful turn and stopped. Lin Yushan, wearing sunglasses, a denim jacket, and skinny jeans, stepped out with a cool and stylish air. Who is this? That girl is so cool, and she's even wearing an earring. Cool. Tang Mingxing is ruined, I've come to pick you up. Lin Yushan took off his sunglasses and gave them a cool smile. Mu Yunqi and Su Moli blushed. Lin Yushan was truly alluring, captivating both men and women. Everyone, disperse. Stop looking. I'm Tang Mingxing's wife. You bunch of kids, study hard, Lin Yushan said to the crowd. At this moment, heartbroken voices could be heard from the crowd. Tang Mingxing is so jealous. Mu Yunqi and Su Moli quickly got into the car. Inside the car, Mu Yunqi composed herself slightly. Sister Yushan, what happened to Mingxing? He was supposed to pick us up, so why did you have to make the trip? Lin Yushan replied, didn't you say it was scrapped? How did it become useless? Yes, what's wrong with him? He. It's nothing, I'm just a little tired. After saying that, Lin Yushan revved the engine and sped away. Tang Mingxing was still playing games, but she felt a little weak. So Lin Yushan was sent to pick up Su Moli and Mu Yunqi. Just as we were getting into the fun, the door opened. Su Moli and the others have arrived home. Upon entering, Su Moli glanced at the test papers on the table but barely touched them. You're back? Tang Mingxing greeted him. Su Moli suddenly stepped forward and stood between Tang Mingxing's legs, then squatted down. No. Moli, don't be so forward, I'm not ready yet. Click, a familiar sound, and Su Moli, who had squatted down, turned off the main unit of Tang Mingxing's desktop computer. Ah. Tang Mingxing cried out in frustration, I thought you were going to. What are you doing? Su Moli pointed to the exercises on the table, finish them tonight. Otherwise, you can forget about playing. Chapter 70 Study hard. Su Moli. Tang Mingxing roared in fury, calling her by her full name. Tang Mingxing. Su Moli's voice was even louder. Lin Yushan pulled Mu Yunqi away quickly. Let's go. Although Su Moli appeared to have a strong presence, she was actually feeling insecure and was just putting on a brave face. You're bullying me, Su Moli managed to hold out for a few seconds before breaking down. Alright, I admit I was wrong, okay? Don't cry. Tang Mingxing felt sorry for her and quickly apologized as well. Now I have to beg you to let me study, do I still have the demeanor of a teacher? Su Moli wiped away her tears. Tang Mingxing pulled her into his arms, and Su Moli pouted, give me a kiss, then you do your homework, and I'll go cook. The two quickly made up, but Su Moli then took out a pile of documents from her bag. These were given to you by teachers from other subjects. Take a look when you have time. Tang Mingxing was exasperated. She didn't care about studying at all. With so much money, why not enjoy life? But there's no harm in improving yourself. Okay, I'll do it. Oh, by the way, Moli, your brother asked me to drink with him today, the two of us. A younger brother? I don't have a younger brother. I'm an only child. Where's my cousin? My other cousin? I have older and younger cousins. Is there anyone named Su Daxian? Ah. Tang Mingxing was stunned. She had been drinking with Daxian for quite a while today. The result was that I talked to you about city gate towers, and you talked to me about hip joints. Did the chat break up? Then who is this guy? Tang Mingxing then asked Mu Yunqi and Lin Yushan, and coincidentally, all three of her women were only children. None of my cousins or younger brothers have the character Chang in their names. Yanjing, a villa belonging to the Gu family. This is the Gu family's residence in Yanjing. Gu Zhinshan also plans to stay in Yanjing for a few more days for Tang Mingxing's sake. Gu Chang walked into Gu Zhinshan's study with a displeased look on his face. Dad. I need to talk to you about something. I'm reporting my sister. Gu Zhinshan glanced at his good-for-nothing son. Did the sun rise in the west? You even reported your sister? Heh, tell me. Did she cut your allowance, or what? Gu Chang was now very confident. No, let me tell you, Dad, my sister is two-faced. She pretends to be a good girl in front of you, and she has a boyfriend. What? Gu Zhinshan was stunned. Hearing that Gu Qingcheng had a boyfriend was like a bolt from the blue. This girl is lying to me? She already had a boyfriend? And she's been hiding it from her family? Then why didn't she say so sooner? Countless thoughts surfaced in Gu Jinshan's mind. Are you sure? I'm sure I saw him today, and he told me himself that he helped my sister with her homework and exercises. What's his name? What does he do? Her name is Tang Mengxing, and she's a student. She's my sister's schoolmate. Tang Mengxing? Upon hearing these 3 words, Gu Jinshan breathed a sigh of relief, even feeling a bit surprised. You finished so quickly? He was worried that Gu Qingqing might not be up to the task, so he came to Yanjing in person. But then I thought, how could it have been so long? Could the intelligence have been wrong? Gu Chang, you can't lie to your father. Dad, how could I dare? You don't believe me? It's true, Tang Mengxing told me herself, and they even slept together. If I were lying to you, I would. Gu Chang looked around the room and pointed to the desk. I would eat this whole table. My sister even pretended to ask me what kind of girls attract boys. What did you say? Sexy. Gu Jinshan frowned, a sudden pang of distress rising in his heart. Tang Mengxing. This beast has gone too far. She supported her daughter's pursuit of Tang Mengxing, but there had to be a process. It's only been a day, and he's already asleep? Go out first and call your sister here. Gu Chang nodded and left the room triumphantly. Then he found Gu Qingcheng. Sister, Dad's calling you. Seeing Gu Chang's smug expression, Gu Qingcheng wondered what made him so happy. What's wrong with you today? Why are you so happy? My affairs are none of your business, humph. I know everything about yours, you liar. What do I have to do with you? Do you know? Gu Qingcheng looked at her brain-dead younger brother, ignored him, and went straight to her father's study. Dad, you wanted to see me? Upon seeing Gu Qingcheng, Gu Jinshan was speechless for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, Xingcheng, I deserve to die. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If it really comes to this, then so be it. We won't ask Tang Mengxing for help anymore. Gu Qingcheng didn't understand why her father was suddenly so agitated. Dad, what are you saying? Don't get agitated. Gu Jinshan then asked, what do you think of Tang Mengxing? I don't know either, I haven't found out much yet, Gu Qingcheng said, feeling a little annoyed as she recalled what happened during the day. Why was it so difficult to find an opportunity to contact Tang Mengxing? Didn't know much about her? Gu Jinshan's mind went blank. They slept together without even getting to know each other? Looking at his beautiful young woman, Gu Jinshan felt like his own cabbage had been eaten by a pig. Xingcheng. Now that things have come to this, your father has only one concern. If Tang Mengxing is a decent person, that's fine, but if she is, then you should just leave. Hearing her father's words, Gu Qingcheng felt a warmth in her heart. But the most important thing now is to find an opportunity. Inside the villa, after dinner, Sumoli looked down at the test questions that Tang Mengxing had finished. Teacher Su, please check if I wrote it correctly, and help me correct it. I can help you check, but isn't this a bit inappropriate? Tang Mengxing sat at her desk, holding Su Moli in her arms. The two were in an ambiguous position. Su Moli didn't want it to be like this, but Tang Mengxing was holding her tightly, and she couldn't break free at all. Only in this way can we foster a stronger bond between teachers and students. A few minutes later, Su Moli finished reading the test paper. Tang Mengxing's mind was still working very well, and overall there were no problems. You finished reading, can you let go now? Su Moli tugged at Tang Mengxing's hand. Tang Mengxing said, dream on. After saying that, he began to undress Su Moli. Bang! The study door was suddenly opened. Su Moli and Tang Mengxing were both startled. What are you doing, Yunxi? Can't you see that teacher Su and I are studying? I hate being disturbed, Tang Mengxing said without blushing. He had a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance, exuding a strong sense of justice. Mu Yunxi stuck out her tongue. What are you two learning? Walking up to the desk, they saw that the computer was off and there were several test papers on the table. They were indeed looking at test papers. I'm sorry, I thought you two were watching, and feeling embarrassed. What do you think you are seeing, and what are you looking at? Peace. Su Moli was a little anxious. She was concerned about her reputation, especially since Tang Mengxing and Mu Yunxi were both her students. What do you want? Tang Mengxing asked. Mu Yunxi replied, "There's something I feel I should tell you. Gu Qingcheng contacted me today, wanting to invite you to dinner. I think something's wrong." Chapter 71 Little Baby. It wouldn't matter if it were someone else. But that's Gu Qingcheng, I saw her just a few days ago. Mu Yunxi wasn't thinking of recommending Tang Mingxing, she wasn't that kind-hearted. Rather, the Gu family is not an ordinary family. Gu Qingcheng clearly went on a blind date that day, and although it didn't work out, she immediately went to find Tang Mingxing, which was really strange. This family wields considerable power. If anything were to happen, it would be best to inform Tang Mingxing beforehand. Besides, once Tang Mingxing is able to go to school, they will inevitably run into each other sooner or later. Let him make his own decision when the time comes, but Mu Yunxi will not take the initiative to play matchmaker. Tang Mingxing didn't think too much about it and arrogantly took out his phone. "Gu Qingcheng? Heh, I received hundreds of friend requests today. I thought my phone had a virus. I didn't expect I to be so popular with women. Don't be so smug." Mu Yunxi rolled her eyes at him. The moon hangs high in the sky. 3 girls sat on the sofa, browsing clothes online. Tang Mingxing had just received 20 million from her father and then transferred 1 million to everyone. This was the first time these girls had received a $1 million transfer directly. "As soon as I got the money, I couldn't wait to start shopping online." Tang Mingxing didn't care about Gu Qingcheng at all. Tang Mingxing was still thinking about investments the most, and since she had some time, she planned to get that sorted out first. A few days later, Tang Mingxing brought Lin Yushang to Guanghai Technology. Wu Guanghai and Wei Hong had been waiting for a long time. The contract was signed smoothly, and the money arrived in time. Tang Mingxing simply made a request to Wu Guanghai. First, get Ma Donghua out of here. Secondly, Lin Yushang's office should be opposite Wei Hang's. Wei Hong was delighted. He was thinking about Lin Yushang, but Tang Mingxing not only avoided him but also offered herself up. Is this kid crazy? Well then, I won't hold back. At 7:30 p.m., the lights at Guanghai Technology were dim. Except for a few departments that were still working overtime, most people had already left work. Wei Hong hesitated in his office, looking at Ding Talk. She still opened Lin Yushang's message box and sent a message. "President Lin, there are some things I still want to tell you. Just tell me what you want." 2 million. I'll give you 2 million every month. You understand my heart, right? Wei Hang glanced at it and thought it seemed sincere enough, so he sent it over. A short while later, Lin Yushang replied, "Come over later, let's chat in my office." Wei Hong was overjoyed. Was this matter settled? This Lin Yushang wasn't so innocent after all. At this moment, Lin Yushang had finished making dumplings and was having dinner with Tang Mingxing, Mu Yunxi, and Su Moli. "Yu Chang, from now on, you only need to go once or twice a week, stay for half an hour each time, just to make a show of it. You're the nominal supervisor. Chen Buemo is keeping an eye on things for me. I'll also make time to go there myself." Lin Yushang nodded, who wouldn't be happy to receive a salary without working, huh? You trust Chen Buemo that much? Su Moli also knew Chen Buemo and Wang Mang, and thought that the other party seemed honest, but you can't judge a book by its cover. Of course I won't completely trust him. We still need to work things out. But Chen Buemo has long been dissatisfied with the company. Honest people don't get along in this kind of company. They get bullied and are often the ones who take the blame. Besides, I promised him more. Plus, we knew each other before, so we have some connection, so it's no problem, Tang Mingxing explained clearly. He wasn't stupid enough to completely trust someone based on appearances alone. Even with his several wives, he believed that only through long-term communication and the trials of life could they truly stay together until the end. Hey, I wonder if Su Dafu ate in his office. I think the kid really enjoys sitting in the office. Tang Mingxing said with a smile. Inside Lin Yushang's office at Guanghai Technology, the lights were off, only the computer screen was on, and GTA 6 was paused on the screen. Su Dafu was using the restroom. Hey! This office is great, it even has a private toilet and a lounge. Ha, I'm an official now. Just as I was enjoying myself, the office door opened. My darling Yu Chang, I'm here, hee hee. Wei Hong tiptoed around the room. Was pitch black, and he could only hear noises coming from the toilet. Wei Hong couldn't contain himself any longer and headed straight for the toilet. I opened the toilet door and could vaguely see a figure, but I couldn't make it out clearly. Wei Hong didn't care about any of that and grabbed her from behind. Damn it! Who attacked me? Su Dafu roared, turning around as he was happily urinating. Wei Hang felt a dampness on his legs. Holy crap, what? It soaked me. Upon realizing the other person was a boy, Wei Hong was shocked and prepared to run, but Su Dafu grabbed him, yelling, "You pervert! I'll kill you!" After saying that, he slapped her hard across the face. When the lights came on again, Wei Hong already had 4 or 5 handprints on his face. "Wu Guanghai, explain to me who he is." Wei Hong summoned Wu Guanghai. Wu Guanghai hurriedly explained, "President Wei, this is President Lin's assistant, acting as his supervisor." Tang Mengxing had no intention of letting Lin Yushang actually go to Guanghai Technology. She was simply not at ease with Lin Yushang hanging around in front of Wei Hong, that old rogue, all day long. Su Dafu was just a front, giving them the impression of nepotism. Of course, the normal procedures must be followed, and besides Chen Bumo, it's just him. Tang Mengxing has nothing much to do and plans to personally supervise the inspection, but mostly she'll be learning. He doesn't even trust professional managers. Betrayal is commonplace, and he's just a kid. It'll be hard to gain respect before he achieves anything. Wei Hong, that old fox, is also a big shot in the underworld. With a little persuasion and some benefits, his managers become his male sworn brothers, and his female slept with him. He was all alone now. "Where's Lin Yuzhang?" She replied to my message. Wei Hong roared. "Ha? Information?" The message asking Wei Hong to go to Lin Yushang's office was indeed from Lin Yushang's number, but it was sent by Su Dafu. My computer is connected to DingTalk. The reason Su Dafu said that was Tang Mengxing's idea. "Dafu, if someone named Wei Hong sends you harassing messages, call him to your office, turn off the lights, and beat him up. Then run away so there's no way to prove anything. Understand?" Tang Mengxing instructed. Su Dafu listened to him and turned off the lights. Chapter 72. Want to see me? I'm so old, and you little brat, you slapped me 4 or 5 times right off the bat. You're trying to kill me. Wei Hong said, covering his face and pointing at Su Dafu. Wu Guanghai wanted to laugh the moment he saw Su Dafu clearly. The other man wasn't very bright. But I never expected him to be so stunned. Wu Guanghai was somewhat angry. "President Su, you can't just start a fight like that." Su Dafu was even angrier. "That old bastard is a pervert. He touched my chest. And he hugged me from behind, and called me baby." There were only 3 of them in the room, and the atmosphere instantly became a little awkward. Wu Guanghai was shocked. Damn it! Wei Hong has such heavy tastes? How am I supposed to serve him? Nonsense. I thought. What do you think? What do you think? Su Dafu had a very imposing presence. He was the kind of person who couldn't see the ways of the world, let alone be tactful in dealing with people. In his eyes, the top billionaire and the poor beggar were the same. No matter what kind of scoundrel Wei Hang is, he can't control him at all. Wei Hong roared, "Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Do you believe I'll go out there and kill you? Do you believe I'll kill you right now? You. Wei Hong was so angry he couldn't speak. Wu Guanhai quickly pulled Wei Hong back and whispered, "President Wei, calm down. Calm down. I think someone with his intelligence is really capable of doing such a thing." Although Wei Hong was angry, he also believed Wu Guanhai's words. This Su Dafu looked like a fool. Such people are often stubborn and might kill or set fires if they really got angry. What bad luck! Wei Hong felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of having to work with this chubby guy. He could have just hired a manager to oversee things. But for Lin Yushang's sake, he decided to come in person. Now we're in a bind. Inside the villa, Tang Mengxing and a few others were playing mahjong in the game room. At this moment, Su Dafu called Tang Mengxing. After a brief chat, Tang Mengxing laughed until her stomach hurt. "What's wrong?" Mu Yunxi asked. Tang Mengxing said, "That old bastard Wei Hang is indeed plotting something. Yu Chang, you shouldn't go to Guanhai Technology during this time. Stay at home and I'll support you." Hearing him say that, Lin Yushang's lips curled up. Tang Mengxing continued, "Wei Hong molested Su Dafu. Ha ha ha. Pfft, ha ha ha, what's going on?" Su Moli couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. "Hey! Emoli, you sprayed me in the face." Tang Mengxing wiped her face and told the 3 girls what happened tonight. The group imagined the scene and felt a chill run down their spines. Tang Mengxing laughed, "I just wanted Su Dafu to keep an eye on Wei Hong for me. I even got him a gaming computer. This kid got hooked and forgot to leave work. I didn't expect, haha. This incident served as a wake-up call for Tang Mingxing. Wei Hang absolutely had to be dealt with. Tomorrow is the weekend, a relaxing day for Su Moli and Mu Yunqi. Lin Yushang doesn't care, she's currently at home serving Tang Mingxing all day. For Tang Mingxing, this was her last vacation. After this weekend, his disciplinary period will end, and he will be going back to school. Or should we get Tao Yulong beaten up again? The bedroom light is already off. Are you all asleep? Mu Yunqi suddenly asked. No, Lin Yushang replied. I can't sleep, Su Moli replied. Phew, Tang Mingxing slept soundly. Let's chat for a while. Okay. 3 girls bypassed Tang Mingxing, crawled into a bed, and started chatting and watching TV series. They all felt very warm and loved the feeling. All 3 were only children and had never had siblings growing up. This made it feel like they had gained a few sisters, and even sharing a bed felt fun. You 3, why aren't you sleeping? And you won't let me sleep either. Tang Mingxing was woken up by the noise and felt a little annoyed when she heard the 3 girls chattering next to her. Shut up and go to sleep. But I'm so tired today. Please, the noise is giving me a headache. You won't refuse to listen? Is that even human language? It was 1 a.m. before the 3 girls finally fell asleep. Tang Mingxing, however, perked up. Oh no, I won't be able to sleep after midnight. Gu Qingqing couldn't sleep either, she had been very worried for the past few days. I haven't had a chance to meet Tang Mingxing yet, but thankfully I learned that he'll be going to school next Monday. But how should I approach him when the crucial moment arrives? Gu Chang told her one word, slutty, but Gu Qingcheng, being a well-bred young lady, couldn't understand what slutty meant at all. Tossing and turning, Gu Qingcheng closed her eyes, her mind filled with Tang Mingxing. By the way, you can just find Mu Yunqi directly. Why bother mentioning Tang Mingxing? Moreover, tomorrow is the weekend, Mu Yunqi will definitely be with Tang Mingxing, and Su Moli will definitely be there too. This is a bit difficult. Su Moli is, after all, a teacher. Although she doesn't teach Gu Qingcheng, her position still matters. So what if I have to be shameless? At her age, she's already involved in the management of the family business. She knew very well that without financial support, her father would eventually go to jail. There's still a loan to repay at the end of the year, and time is running out. If the country matches you at this point, it will save you a lot of trouble by matching you with Tang Mingxing. As soon as Mu Yunqi woke up in the early morning, she saw Gu Qingqing's friend request. After a moment's hesitation, I approved the request. Yunqi, I'm sorry about last time. I didn't mean anything by it. To express my apology, could I treat you to a meal? Or you can come to my place. Gu Qingqing pretended that it was a slip of the tongue last time and then made the request to have a meal together. Mu Yunqi looked at it, unsure how to answer. She wants to see me. Tang Mingxing appeared behind me without me even noticing. Mu Yunqi glanced at him. Don't flatter yourself, they didn't ask you to go. Then why did she contact you? What a load of rubbish apology, who are you trying to fool? Tang Mingxing had no feelings for Gu Qingcheng whatsoever. Whether it's Su Moli or Mu Yunqi, they are both people who can enter his heart at first sight and he is willing to continue the relationship. Lin Yushang, too, grew closer to him through an ambiguous relationship. As for Gu Qingcheng, he genuinely believed that they could not be together. The reason is simply that there's no feeling, perhaps due to the different environments in which the two people grew up. Su Moli, Lin Yushang, and Mu Yunqi are all girls from ordinary families, and they all have the aura of someone who could become a virtuous wife and loving mother. Gu Qingcheng, on the other hand, was spoiled since childhood, and her rich heiress temperament was immediately apparent. Her lifestyle, tone of voice, expressions, and actions gave Tang Mingxing a very different feeling. Although Tang Mingxing has an even more powerful background, her childhood environment is closer to that of Su Moli and the others. So in Tang Mingxing's eyes, Mu Yunqi was like Cinderella that day at the White Horse Manor, Gu Qingcheng was more like a princess, and she only wanted to stay with her Cinderella. Chapter 73, I just like you. Then how should I answer? Mu Yunqi shook her little head. Tang Mingxing said, Gu Qingcheng isn't like other girls. We've been classmates for 3 years, and she's starting to pursue me now? I'd believe other girls are after my money. Her? Impossible. After thinking for a moment, Tang Mingxing said, let her come to the villa. I'll have a chef come over to cook lunch and see what her purpose is. Tang Mingxing realized that something had been strange at the White Horse Manor that day. The Gu family was so hospitable, unusually so. In addition, Gu Qingqing's current behavior clearly indicates a problem. Tang Mingxing was also curious about what Gu Qingqing had done. Do they think they have connections? Or do they know their fathers? If it's just Gu Qingqing's wishful thinking, then I can simply refuse. But if there's any ulterior motive behind it all, I still need to be careful. Tang Mingxing is not the same as before. Now that he has money, he inevitably feels that there are always treacherous people trying to harm him. Around noon, Tang Mingxing made several phone calls, specifically inviting several Michelin-starred chefs to bring ingredients to her home to cook. President Tang. These are today's ingredients, please take a look. The head chef arranged all the ingredients for Tang Mingxing to inspect. The ingredients were all excellent, and Tang Mingxing was very satisfied. The guests will be here soon, please begin preparing. Several girls were very curious about how a 5-star chef cooked, and they all peered out from the doorway. Gu Qingqing's car arrived at the villa. She was somewhat shocked. Her family was in the real estate business, and she knew very well what the size of the villa in front of her represented. She was particularly shocked by the interior decoration after entering the courtyard. This Tang Mingxing is indeed no ordinary person. Gu Qingqing was relieved about this. Seeing is believing, Tang Mingxing definitely has the ability. Tang Mingxing opened the door, and the sight of Gu Qingqing in front of him gave him a jolt. It was clear that Gu Qingqing had dressed up specially. She was already a campus beauty, and with the help of a professional makeup artist, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was stunningly beautiful. Welcome. Tang Mingxing suddenly froze on the spot. I've attracted him, Gu Qingqing thought with delight. However, she was wrong. It only took her a second to attract Tang Mingxing. What stunned Tang Mingxing was that she was dressed too formally. Tang Mingxing, who had only recently become a third-generation rich kid, only knew how to entertain guests by hiring a head chef or going to a high-end restaurant. I never expected that I would have to wear a formal dress or dress up for the occasion. Gu Qingqing was used to this and would always dress up for important occasions. Clearly, Gu Qingqing's painting style is incompatible with that of Tang Mingxing and the other girls. Please come in. Tang Mingxing found it a little funny, but also a little embarrassed. Damn, is it really necessary to wear such a long skirt just for a meal? Doesn't it trip you up? Gu Qingqing entered the room in a deep V-neck dress, her perfect cleavage making the 3 girls feel uncomfortable. Was she deliberately trying to outdo each other? The 3 girls looked at each other in bewilderment. Lin Yushan, how about we change into something else? Su Moli, fine, let's leave it at that. Mu Yunxi, I'm not as old as her, I won't trade. Gu Qingqing was very well-mannered, and she reached out to shake hands with each of the 3 girls. She had taken many lessons in etiquette herself. She firmly believed that her elegance would make Tang Mingxing fall deeply in love with her, unable to extricate herself, and fall head over heels in love with her. Tang Mingxing watched her back. It was another backless dress. Putting that aside, this kind of behavior makes me want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After exchanging a few polite words, Gu Qingqing turned around and smiled as she ran toward her target Tang Mingxing. Young Master Tang, we meet again, Gu Qingqing said, her eyes glazed over, believing herself to be at her most beautiful at that moment. Just call me by my full name, I'm not used to being called a young master. Okay. Brother Mingxing. Just call me Tang Mingxing. Mu Yunxi tugged at Su Moli's sleeve, she did it on purpose. She seemed normal when I saw her at school. Su Moli laughed and said, it's too much, I can't describe the feeling, it gives me goosebumps. This isn't Gu Qingqing, this is Gu Dayu. Gu Qingqing forced out her most beautiful smile, don't you like me calling you brother? No, it's just that I'm not used to it. Tang Mingxing thought of being in bed when she heard Brother Mingxing. Let's eat. The food is almost ready. Lin Yushan quickly asked everyone to take their seats. 2 people haven't arrived yet. Wait a bit, I'll call and ask. And who else? Chen Bumo and Wang Meng. Lin Yushan didn't recognize the 2 people, but Su Moli and Mu Yunxi were very excited. I still miss you a little after not seeing you for so long. Tang Mingxing's thinking was simple, since she was inviting everyone, she might as well invite them all at once and chat about work while she was at it. Gu Qingqing was somewhat disappointed, realizing that she wasn't the only one invited. Gu Qingqing. Tang Mingxing suddenly said, I think you should just say what you want to say directly. Don't beat around the bush, otherwise I'll feel like you're trying to harm me. Gu Qingqing's mind went blank. She hadn't expected him to ask so directly. How was she supposed to answer? My family is about to go bankrupt and we urgently need money, 6.5 billion. Without even a second thought, Tang Mengxing definitely wouldn't lend it. They weren't familiar with each other, and 65 yuan wouldn't be a problem, but 6.5 billion yuan would come out of his mouth without hesitation. I'm fine, it's just. Actually, I called you here today to ask you in person. You're not short of money, so if you think I'm handsome and want to pursue me, I don't think you're a hopeless romantic. Just say what you want to say. Tang Mingxing pressed closer, her eyes seemingly seeing right through Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng stammered. This is pointless, so tell me. Tang Mengxing's sharp gaze put immense pressure on Gu Qingcheng. I just think you're handsome, and I've fallen for you. I want to be your wife. Clang. The sound of bowls and chopsticks breaking echoed as the chef stared blankly at Gu Qingcheng's confession. As soon as he entered, he noticed 3 stunningly beautiful women, all of whom were Tang Mengxing's people. I've seen plenty of wealthy patrons, but this is the first one I've ever seen so lucky with women. Who knew another one would come along, and he even confessed his feelings in public. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang. It's okay. Tang Mengxing was filled with regret. She was extremely regretful. This shouldn't have happened. She had already guessed it wasn't about money, but she never expected that the woman was actually after her looks. In front of so many people, he tried to act sophisticated and force Gu Qingcheng to tell the truth, but this is the result? He embarrassed himself. He didn't expect Gu Qingcheng to actually dare to say that. However, Tang Mengxing said, "Don't lie to me, I'm a person. Mengxing. I'm late," Chen Bumo said, bringing Wang Meng with him. This promptly eased the awkward atmosphere. Tang Mengxing hurriedly greeted him, "Brother Chen, how have you been? I've missed you so much." Ha ha. After saying that, she gave Chen Bumo a big hug, while Wang Meng said with a smile, "Long time no see, Mengxing." After saying that, he gave Tang Mengxing a high five. Snap. After a crisp sound, Tang Mengxing smiled and welcomed the two into the house. With her right hand behind her back, she clenched her fist tightly, but Wang Meng's grip was still just as strong. Chapter 74, No More Pretending, the Truth Comes Out. After everyone was seated, Chen Bumo also noticed Gu Qingcheng. That's so unconventional. Chen Bumo and Wang Meng were both dressed casually. Lin Yushang and the others didn't have any makeup on. Gu Qingcheng now realized that something was wrong. Brother Mengxing, is this how all your family banquets are? Gu Qingcheng went all out, insisting on calling him brother even though he wasn't allowed to. Tang Mengxing said, "Otherwise what?" Gu Qingcheng looked down at her cleavage, then at Mu Yunxi, who was still wearing pajamas and slippers. I definitely have an advantage. If Mu Yunxi can do it, why can't I? But Tang Mengxing didn't want to talk about the topic anymore. He had Chen Bumo sit next to him, with Lin Yushang sitting on the other side. Brother Chen, let me introduce you. This is Lin Yushang. Speaking of which, you two both work at Guanghai Technology. Chen Bumo knew Lin Yushang. Beautiful girls naturally attract attention. Lin Yushang didn't have much of an impression of Chen Bumo. But that didn't matter. The three of them chatted about Guanghai Technology and the embarrassing things that Su Dafu and Wei Hong had done the night before. Brother Chen, how's the progress of Guanghai Technology's project going? Excellent. With your investment, I believe we can launch soon after the end of the year. Too fast. Faster? Chen Bumo was confused by his words. Isn't it good to be fast? If you log on quickly, you can get the reward faster, right? Tang Mengxing picked up her glass and clinked it with his. I didn't say it was bad. This can't be rushed. We'll talk about it in detail later. Chen Bumo looked at Tang Mengxing, somewhat confused about what he was thinking. Gu Qingcheng sat next to Su Moli and Mu Yunxi, which was not a seat she wanted at all. They could barely eat a few bites of the food. Feeling a little wronged, Gu Qingcheng fiddled with the food on her plate. I suddenly remembered what my brother said, slutty. How can I become sexy? Gu Qingcheng seemed lost in thought. Come on, let me toast everyone. Let's drink together. Tang Mengxing suddenly raised her glass, and everyone stood up as well. Cheers. Cheers. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Qingcheng gave Tang Mengxing a charming smile. Tang Mengxing cursed inwardly. Gu Qingcheng couldn't act seductive, so her alluring posture looked like that of a lunatic. At a dinner party, Tang Mengxing and Shen Bumo made plans for the future. Everything proceeded as planned. Monday, today Tang Mengxing finally started school. He had considered what he was about to face. China has 200 million men and over 700 million women, resulting in an imbalanced ratio. However, once the economy has developed to a certain level, people's thinking is not rigid. Many people assume that with the current situation of more women than men must be in demand. Actually, that's not the case. Before the sperm ratio became unbalanced, the country had already established sperm banks that could provide donor sperm for in vitro fertilization. Therefore, many women are not worried about not having a partner if necessary. They can apply for IVF and then raise the child on their own. As a result, the dreams of some losers were shattered. Many women still choose to find a partner in a normal way, but then another problem arises. The country's matching mechanism also has an algorithm. For example, Tang Mengxing was directly matched with Su Moli on her first match. The reason is simple: they are both from Tsinghua and Peking universities, and they are both good-looking. Having similar educational backgrounds and good looks, these commonalities make it easier for such couples to be happy and have a higher probability of spending the rest of their lives together. The algorithm won't match Su Moli with a street thug. The purpose of matching is to ensure that both parties are ultimately happy, able to get married and have children. This kind of random matching will only put the cart before the horse and will not lead to a good result. In this world, the strong still call the shots, and the cost of a spot increases every year. Ordinary people might be able to buy 1 or 2 more spots, but they can't afford to support so many wives and children. What Tang Mengxing doesn't know is that big data has already calculated his economic strength through his spending records, and the next match is coming soon. However, the results given by the algorithm this time will be different from those before. At the gates of Tsinghua and Peking universities, Tang Mengxing stopped pretending. "Sir, I'm Tang Mengxing, please open the door." "Tang Mengxing? Who are you calling Grandpa?" the 25-year-old security guard asked, staring at him. "Hey, sorry, I misread it. Bro, can you open the door?" Tang Mengxing, driving a Koenigsegg and wearing sunglasses, gave him a cool hand gesture. The security guard felt sad, sour, so incredibly sour. He was envious, extremely envious. It wasn't just him, all the boys at the door were like that. The boys were already going crazy when they found out that Tang Mengxing had Su Moli and Mu Yunxi, and they also knew that this guy was rich. But seeing this kid in person today, driving a sports car in broad daylight, so arrogant, like he's not pretending anymore and is coming clean, broke the hearts of all the boys. "Hey! Tao Yulong, you're here for school." By sheer coincidence, he saw Tao Yulong, the one he had fought with before. At this moment, Tao Yulong looked straight ahead, pretending not to hear Tang Mengxing's voice, but his pace quickened considerably. He jogged into the school campus. His dad had confiscated his car after the last incident. Only public transportation is allowed. But he couldn't understand why Tang Mengxing was fine and was still driving a luxury car to show off. Su Moli. It must have been Su Moli who used her power to protect her husband. "I'm sorry, Miss Su's parking spot is already used. She can only park in her Panamera. If you park your car there, you'll have to pay by the hour." "Security guard, how much is my parking fee?" 8 yuan an hour. "Damn. The mall across the street only charges 5 yuan, and you've got so much?" "Stop or not, it's up to you. If you're not stopping, leave immediately and don't block the way." "Stop, I'll stop," Tang Mengxing said through gritted teeth. A sports car worth tens of millions can be used to show off, but what can an 8 yuan parking fee bring him? "I feel like I didn't get anything. I only got 64 yuan for 8 hours, which is enough to order a plate of fried chicken." The security guards were all frustrated, knowing that Tang Mengxing didn't care about the 8 yuan parking fee for 1 hour. But Tang Mengxing's heart was bleeding. The money had been spent on a knife to her back. Chapter 75: Campus Chaos. Tang Mengxing drove into the campus. There are many students coming and going, most of whom live on campus and walk to class. The car can't go fast, and he doesn't want to go fast either. For some reason, Tang Mengxing figured it out: rather than keeping a low profile, he should enjoy the special life that money could bring him now. Koenigsegg weaved through the middle of the road. In fact, some students from well-off families also drove to school. It's just that she wasn't as high profile as Tang Mengxing today. Tang Mengxing rolled down the car window, one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the window. "Look straight ahead." The girls on the roadside all stared at them. "Tang Mengxing? Is this Tang Mengxing?" He's here for class? Hey! Look at him, he's really good looking. And very rich, right? These young, beautiful, highly educated, and intelligent girls have very clear criteria for choosing a partner. Tall, rich, and handsome, or rich and handsome or rich. As a second best option, being older is fine. As an even second best option, being older and having multiple women is also fine. If we settle for second best, then there's nothing left to ask for, a tall, poor, and handsome guy? No way. Tang Mingxing was enjoying the feeling right now, being the center of attention and radiant. It was so great. Stop right there. Suddenly, a thin boy blocked Tang Mingxing's car. Tang Mingxing slammed on the brakes. Dude, watch out. Are you alright? He may have been showing off, but he never intended to gain a sense of superiority by mocking others. Tang Mingxing was still worried about the safety of this man who suddenly barged in. You are Tang Mingxing? The man asked, pointing at him. I guess so. Tang Mingxing sensed that the other person was weak and listless, as if they hadn't eaten for days, and asked again, No, brother. Do we have some kind of grudge? He wasn't afraid that the other party was there to cause trouble. The man in front of him was pale and thin, looking malnourished. He felt that even Mu Yinshi could beat him. The boy, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a white t-shirt, ran up to Tang Mingxing and grabbed him by the collar. You. Give me back my girlfriend, you. Everyone, come and see. My name is Lu Jiheng, and my girlfriend of 3 months, Sun Jiawei, a sophomore at your school, actually fell for him, cheating on me with Tang Mingxing behind my back. Ha? Sun Jiawei? Tang Mingxing thought for a moment but didn't remember anyone. He was naturally unhappy that Lu Jiheng had grabbed his collar. Tang Mingxing grabbed Lu Jiheng's arm and twisted it hard. Dude, talk this out. Don't hit me. What department are you in? I swear to God I don't know any Sun Jiawei. Impossible, Lu Jiheng struggled. Let alone a weakling like him, even a strong man couldn't handle Tang Mingxing. At this moment, he could only be dragged around by Tang Mingxing, which was very embarrassing. I'll fight you to the death. There's no law anymore. You're shameless, Tang Mingxing, you and Sun Jiawei are both shameless. Lu Jiheng, a boy, actually cried. Tang Mingxing was stunned by the scolding. At this time, there were many students going to school, and soon many people gathered around to watch. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Do you have any proof? I have it. I have it. Fine, you say you have it, then show it to me. Tang Mingxing believed that she was upright and had nothing to hide, so she would never admit to something she hadn't done. However, he was also curious about what evidence the other party had. Look, Lu Jiheng said, pulling out his phone, my girlfriend added Tang Mingxing on WeChat and sent him flirtatious texts, saying she likes him, all sorts of confessions. Is this for real? Tang Mingxing quickly checked her phone, and sure enough, it was there. Not only Sun Jiawei, but also countless text messages to herself in addition to WeChat friend requests. I set my phone to not answer calls from unknown numbers, and I did the same with text messages, so they were immediately treated as spam. Hee hee. Hee hee. Ha! Dude, you're not from this school, are you? Tang Mingxing looked at the other person indifferently. Lu Jiheng took a breath and said, So what if I didn't? You can't seduce my girlfriend. No. You don't know the situation. I haven't seen a single message she sent me, and I've rejected all her WeChat friend requests. Let me show you, thousands of text messages and thousands of friend requests lately. It's not just your girlfriend. Who knows whose girlfriend is involved? Tang Mingxing added, Your girlfriend is a jerk, don't blame me for it, get lost. After saying that, he pushed Lu Jiheng away. But Lu Jiheng wouldn't let it go, grabbing Tang Mingxing, You can't leave. She's been obsessed with you lately. You can't leave, you have to give me an explanation. Tang Mingxing got annoyed and kicked him, saying, Are you done yet? If you keep looking, I'll beat you up. Although he wasn't very strong, he still managed to kick Lu Jiheng to the ground. Enough. Lu Jiheng, don't come to my school anymore. At this moment, a girl ran over. It was clearly Sun Jiawei. Jiawei. You've come at the perfect time. Explain to me why you abandoned me. Lu Jiheng roared hysterically. Sun Jiawei sighed, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I've already told you, but you won't let me go. Isn't it because of Tang Mingxing? Why should I ask? Lu Jihong pointed at Tang Mengxing. Tang Mengxing smiled. It made things much easier to explain now that the girl had appeared. Yes, it's all for Tang Mengxing. Tang Mengxing exclaimed in shock, holy crap. Girl, you wouldn't dare talk nonsense like that. I know you guys are just joking, don't take it seriously. Sun Jiawei said, I talked to you before for no other reason than I wanted to talk. But after I met Tang Mengxing, I realized that there are always people better than you. I am in the same department as Senior Mu Yunqi, and I see her carrying bags worth tens of thousands of yuan every day and wearing all kinds of designer brands. I'm envious. It's not that I necessarily want to find Tang Mengxing, but you're no longer my choice, because I can find someone better. You didn't even go to university, we're not on the same path. I only realize this now. I'm really sorry. Besides, I didn't cheat on you, and I haven't had any contact with Tang Mengxing. I already sent you the breakup request a long time ago, which cost you 5,000 yuan, and I've already transferred it back to you. I don't like you anymore. Is that okay? Lu Jihong was somewhat frantic, but I invested 3 months of my heart. My most genuine feelings. So you can exchange my fate for this? I don't owe you anything for these 3 months. Sun Jiawei's voice suddenly rose to a much higher level. Sun Jiawei's words were very realistic, and Lu Jihong felt helpless as well. Why are you so rich? Tang Mengxing recognized the words Lu Jihong had said to him. Tang Mengxing said, don't blame me. You didn't even go to college, and you're not a rich kid. Why are you looking for girls from Tsinghua and Peking University, and pretty ones at that? Listen to my advice, stop complaining about others, understand yourself first, and then fight against fate. Even if Tang Mengxing doesn't understand himself now, he's rich. Well said. At that moment, the head of student affairs walked over and said, Tang, it's very good that you have this awareness. Tang Mengxing quickly stood at attention. Hello, teacher. So pretentious, the head of the teaching department muttered to himself, then took out his phone and showed it to Tang Mengxing. Mengxing, I'm sorry. Look, this has gotten online again. Why did you have to kick someone like that, and flaunt your wealth like that? The leaders are very unhappy. How about, you go home for another 2 days? Teacher, I just arrived today. He had just entered the campus and hadn't even gone into the teaching building yet, and now he had to drive back? The head of student affairs said, don't be afraid. I'm here. Thank you, teacher. Will you save me? No, that's not it. I'll talk to Molly and explain things to her, so she won't make things difficult for you. A few minutes later, at the gates of Tsinghua and Peking universities, the Koenigsegg slowly drove out. Oh ho, Tang Mengxing's class is over in just a few minutes, a few security guards mocked. None of your business, open the door. Tang Mengxing replied irritably. A security guard approached and said, excuse me, you've been in the school for 33 minutes now, less than an hour, so you'll be charged for an hour. Scan the code and pay 8 yuan. Damn. I didn't even go to school, and I still have to pay 8 yuan out of my own pocket? Chapter 76 Love of Learning. Ding, payment successful. 8 yuan paid. After a machine noise, the gate railings were raised. Tang Mengxing drove out, but didn't go far. I got off the bus and then came back. What are you doing back here? The academic affairs office notified us that you can't enter. Come back next Monday, several security guards said. Tang Mengxing said, brothers, I have something to tell you. What day of the week is it today? It's Monday, what's wrong? Look, the time on my phone seems inaccurate. I can't seem to set it correctly? Tang Mengxing opened her phone and showed it to the security guards. The timing was accurate. The phone screen displayed bank information. It was Monday, and Tang Hai had transferred 20 million yuan as scheduled. Holy crap! So much money! The security guard exclaimed in shock. Hee, actually I came here to show off. Goodbye. Tang Mengxing said and ran away in a flash. Damn it, I'll kill him next time I see him. At 10:30 a.m., it was Su Moli's class. She glanced at the classroom, hesitant to enter. Because Tang Mengxing came today. Wouldn't it be awkward if the two of us were in the same classroom? My head was buzzing. But work still needs to be done. With heavy steps, Su Moli entered the classroom with her head down, not daring to look at anyone else. Quiet down for class. Su Moli kept her head down. She knew that Tang Mengxing, Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi, and the others liked to sit in the last few rows of the classroom. It makes it easier to sneak around doing other things. But it's so quiet today. Unable to resist, Su Moli looked up and saw only Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming. Where is Tang Mengxing? Su Moli blurted out. Zhang Ming shook his head, I don't know. Call him. Put it on speakerphone. Su Moli was genuinely angry. It was the first day after she had reflected on her actions, and she was already late. This was outrageous. Beep, beep. Hey Zhang Ming, what's up? Where have you been? Why aren't you back yet? Damn it. I got sent home again, I didn't even get into the school building. The classroom was completely silent. That's awesome. What trouble have you caused again? This time it was Su Moli's voice. Hey. Moli, you should go to class first. This isn't my fault. Some crazy person blocked my way, so I kicked them, and the headmaster insists I go home. Tang Mengxing rattled off a string of words and explained the situation clearly in one go. Su Moli didn't know how to answer, but she felt that this punishment was a bit too harsh. The other students in the class held their breath and listened intently to the couple's conversation. Why did you have to resort to violence for no reason? It's not heavy, okay? That guy's so frail, I'm really afraid I'd knock him out with one punch. You're just deliberately trying to avoid going to school. No, I'm extremely thirsty for knowledge right now. Could you tutor me again tonight, Zhang Ming? Zhou Qi. I bought you 2 notebooks, pick them up at the mailroom after class, don't forget. The couple chatted away, completely forgetting that the other students in the class were still listening. I'll ask the director about it later. You can go home now. Okay, moi. Tang Mengxing hung up the phone after saying that. That last sentence made Su Moli want to curse. He was definitely doing it on purpose, knowing full well that he was using Zhang Ming's phone number, yet he still said it like that. Zhang Ming carefully put away his phone, but inside he was overjoyed. His buddy really was a rich second generation. That's amazing. He even bought himself a copy? Zhou Qi couldn't help but want to laugh. What are you two laughing about? Class is in session. Su Moli completely abandoned her teacher demeanor and started swearing. But Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming didn't care at all what was wrong with their sister-in-law saying a few words. In the academic affairs office, the director sat at his desk, looking at the vice principal sitting on the sofa, principal who, Tang Mengxing did indeed do something wrong, but it's not good to put him back on the hook. Besides, Lu Jiheng isn't even a member of our school. The head of the teaching department is actually quite good, he really spoke up for Tang Mengxing. Principal who shook his head, even without today's incident, I would have found a reason to send him back. Why? Why else? You should know what's been happening at school lately. All the girls in the school have organized to pursue Tang Mengxing, they're not even keeping it a secret. The dean of students nodded slightly, I understand that, but they're just students, some are just stirring up trouble. It's not necessarily true. No. Principal who interrupted, it's true that most of them are just joining in the fun, but there are some who are genuinely interested, ranging from female PhDs and master's students to freshmen. You know, some of them have boyfriends, some are even married. What am I supposed to do? Indeed, some female students who have earned doctorates are quite old, and many are already married. No one can guarantee that none of these people have sent messages to Tang Mengxing or flirted with her. So, I guess I'll have to put Tang Mengxing in a difficult position. I have to maintain the overall situation. Otherwise, the school won't be able to stay open. I'm issuing a notice now, anyone found harassing Tang Mengxing again will be severely punished. The head of the teaching department nodded repeatedly. If Tang Mengxing really came to class today, who knows what kind of trouble she would cause. It's somewhat unfair, but that's the only way it can be. Shortly after, the school issued a notice. Tang Mengxing, a third-year student in the School of Economics and Management, is an excellent student with good character. However, she has recently been subjected to extreme harassment. In order to maintain a good learning environment, Tang Mengxing has applied for a 1-month leave of absence. We hope that all students will not forget their original aspirations, study hard, and treat others kindly. If there is any recurrence, the school will deal with it seriously. I still gave Tang Mengxing face. Do you think I need your face? Didn't you say it would be a week? How come it's been a month? Tang Mengxing sat in the car, looking at the announcement. I have to go to the school to seek justice, I can't let the tuition be wasted. Thinking of this, Tang Mengxing turned around and prepared to go back to school. The school wouldn't issue this notice randomly. Tang Mengxing's family members, Su Moli and Mu Yunxi, had already been notified in advance. Both of them agreed. They both knew that Tang Mengxing had a special background and that there would definitely be many spots available, which they were prepared for and could accept. But there are just too many now, including some shameless married women. When the two heard words like cheating, scumbag, and womanizer, they simply couldn't accept it. The two still made the decision to let Tang Mengxing take a month off from school and then see how things went. However, this is also Tang Mengxing's fault for being too high profile, insisting on driving a luxury car worth tens of millions to school. They overdid it and ran right into the vice principal's line of fire. Just as she turned around, Tang Mengxing received a call from Su Moli. Mengxing, you should go home first. The notification was given with the consent of both Yunxi and me. Why should I? Without my permission. Stop pretending. You're just afraid I'll scold you, aren't you? I promise I won't make things difficult for you. I understand everything. This isn't your fault. Tang Mengxing was silent for a few seconds. Well, you said it yourself, so I'll only spend a maximum of 2 hours studying each day. I won't do it any longer. Okay. Chapter 77. My dad praises you as an animal. The announcement was seen by the entire school. Gu Qingcheng, too, was clenching her fists, her hands trembling slightly. I was hoping to bump into Tang Mengxing by chance today, but now another month has passed. Is he avoiding me? Gu Qingcheng was clearly overthinking it. Tang Mengxing was driving around aimlessly, not knowing where she was going. Going home will surely invite Lin Yushan's ridicule. Daqian? Tang Mengxing suddenly thought of Daqian, whom she had met before. Tang Mengxing had a guess about who this kid was, but it still needed to be confirmed. It's very likely that he's Gu Qingqing's younger brother. After all, he drives a Lamborghini. Who would drive that kind of thing normally? Thinking of this, Tang Mengxing scrolled through her phone number and dialed it. Gu Daqian. Ah, my name is Gu Chang. What Gu Daqian? Ah. Brother-in-law? Ha, it really is Gu Qingqing's younger brother. I didn't expect that he would actually be tricked into revealing it. Tang Mengxing continued, Hey kid. I need to talk to you. Come out for a bit. Gu Chang slowly got up, afraid of disturbing the girl who was sleeping soundly next to him. Brother, wait a minute. What's going on today? Didn't you start school? My sister went to school. I'm a good student, so the school gave me a holiday. Gu Chang didn't believe it. He knew this kind of thing too well. He was sure the car had been driven home. After all, he had plenty of experience. Brother-in-law, wait for me. Where shall we meet? Gu Chang quickly put on his clothes. This matter was of great importance to his family. Although he did not know the specifics, he knew from his father's words that Tang Mengxing was no ordinary person. However, he was also very pleased with himself. After his brother-in-law, whom his father valued so much, got along well with him, how could he be afraid of Gu Qingcheng? Sis, you wait. Gu Chang thought that Gu Qingcheng might not dare to challenge Tang Mengxing. If you seize this opportunity, your older sister will have to give in to you a little. At the entrance of a shopping mall, Tang Mengxing, growing impatient, casually bought a few clothes, spending tens of thousands of yuan, intending to dress herself up nicely, but more importantly, to kill time. Brother-in-law. Gu Chang waved and ran over with a smile. Hey, Daqian. Tang Mengxing replied with a smile, without directly addressing the issue. Gu Chang was much more low-key than last time, and his eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Tang Mengxing. Brother-in-law, you wanted to see me? What's up? Seeing Gu Chang's happy expression, Tang Mengxing found it both funny and interesting. Daqian, it's like this. I want you to help me find out what your sister thinks of me. Why? Before Tang Mengxing could finish speaking, Gu Chang quickly interjected, Oh, brother-in-law, don't overthink it. My sister really likes you, she's super fond of Lei, she dreams about you all the time. Gu Chang was afraid that Tang Mengxing might be dissatisfied. His sister had finally managed to get married, which was no easy feat. He couldn't let him return her. After saying that, Gu Chang felt a sense of relief, knowing that he could now do something for his family. Bashan, that's not what I meant. I just want to hear her objective evaluation, good or bad. I don't have any particular thoughts. Tang Mengxing gradually became interested in Gu Qingcheng, but only in her identity, a wealthy heiress. While others dominate in games, he wants to dominate in real life. Having learned from his previous conversation, he knew that Gu Chang and her sister had a strained relationship, or even a bad one, so it was worthwhile to inquire a little. But they are siblings after all, blood is thicker than water. It's definitely not acceptable for Gu Chang to betray his sister. She said you. Hey, wait a minute, let's go to a coffee shop, have a drink and chat. A coffee shop? Do you sell alcohol? At Tang Mingxing's insistence, Gu Chang still came to have coffee with him. Coffee, it's refreshing and helps you beat the fatigue. Don't always drink alcohol, have a cup during breaks from studying or working. But I don't go to work, and I don't study. Okay. I was too nosy. Go on, tell me what your sister and dad think of me. Gu Chang thought for a moment, then naturally chose the nicer thing to say, my sister says you're handsome. I know that, what else? Don't just say nice things. I'm also worried you might have violent tendencies, a bad temper. Basically, I'm worried you might not be a good person. After talking for a while, Tang Mingxing didn't feel that she had obtained any useful information. What did your dad say? My dad called you an animal, cough cough, the coffee's really hot. Tang Mingxing's expectant gaze suddenly turned cold. Is this how you praise people in your family? No. It's just that you're young and fearless, you have a lot of drive. They say you have powerful connections and are an extraordinary person. Fearing that Tang Mingxing might misunderstand him as swearing, Gu Chang quickly told her everything. That's right, Tang Mingxing sneered inwardly after hearing this. No wonder he was so attentive. It seems he did his homework and learned about me. Great. Da Qiang, thank you. Could you do me one more favor and tell your sister about today's events, including our conversation? Tell us everything? Not a single word is different. Having finished his coffee, Gu Chang drove away from the coffee shop. Tang Mingxing sat in a chair, looking out the window, where a yellowish maple leaf drifted down in the wind. He is not afraid of being provoked or causing trouble for others. Whether it was Qin Dabiao, Su Dafu, Tao Yulong, or Lu Jiheng today, it's all fine. It poses no threat to me, I'll just treat it as a joke. But the Gu family won't do. Wei Hong won't do. These are all influential figures. Some people, if you offend them, either nothing happens to them, or they don't even respect you. When he really decides to mess with you, you'll either be reduced to ashes or you won't even know how you died. Ding, 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 Tang Mingxing's phone suddenly received several messages, all from Su Dafu. He made Su Dafu at Guanhai Technology not just sit there and play, but also to annoy Wei Hong. He was also tasked with monitoring Wei Hong and Wu Guanghai. Of course, while he was called a monitor, he was really just trying to distract them. If Lin Yushang or Tang Mingxing were there, Wei Hang would definitely keep an eye on them all day long, but Su Dafu was different. That kid is stupid. Wei Hong didn't care about him at all, but he couldn't help but take him seriously. Since receiving the surveillance assignment, Su Dafu has been exceptionally proactive. Wei Hong was using the men's restroom at the moment. He turned his head around unhappily and said, Su Dafu, President Su. Do I have to be followed around even when I go to the toilet? Su Dafu said, I'm in the bathroom too. Wei Hong was speechless. This guy was just too damn annoying. Back in the office, Wei Hong closed the blinds, while Su Dafu pretended to play video games, occasionally peeking at the neighbor's office. Tang Mingxing looked at the message on her phone. At 9:10, Wei Hong went to the toilet, a large one. At 9:25, Wu Guanghai looked for Wei Hong, but not me. I felt that he looked down on me. Wu Guanghai left at 9:50. At 10:15, a female student entered Wei Hang's office. At 10:30, the girl left, her clothes disheveled. Upon seeing this, Tang Mingxing smiled and replied, Dafu, you don't need to write in such detail. I was just about to send it to Su Dafu. Su Dafu's message came again. At 10:50, a female colleague entered Wei Hang's room, and came out at 11:20, dressed in tattered clothes, her stockings were torn. Damn, this old guy is so fierce? Chapter 78, The Nanny. It's almost noon. Tang Mingxing was a little hungry, and after thinking it over, she decided to drive home. As soon as he stepped out, he was stopped by two girls. The two girls were quite young. They were holding their phones, showing off their WeChat friend QR codes, and waving them around. Somewhat shy, yet also somewhat expectant. Tang Mingxing smiled in response and politely shook her head to decline their offer. I'm not in the mood to add any friends. They got in the car and quickly drove away. The car sped along and soon arrived in front of the villa. A pure white Audi A8 blocked the way. Just as Tang Mingxing was wondering, Gu Qingcheng got out of the car. Holy crap! Why is she here? Gu Chang was quick to speak as soon as he got in the car. He called Gu Qingcheng and told his sister what had happened. Upon receiving the news, Gu Qingcheng did not hesitate and immediately applied for a leave of absence from school as well. She didn't come to school very often anyway, and after finishing her business, she went straight to Tang Mingxing's villa. There's no point in hiding it now that things have come to this. Gu Qingcheng, exuding an aura of dominance, walked to Tang Mingxing's car in her high heels and knocked on the window. Tang Mingxing hesitated for a moment, then rolled down the car window. What, you drove back too? Stop talking nonsense, I won't pursue anyone else, just be my boyfriend, okay? These words were quite direct, leaving Tang Mingxing somewhat confused. He looked at Gu Qingcheng. Her figure and appearance were indeed good, but she didn't arouse his desire. I have no feelings, I just have no feelings. Gu Qingcheng. With your family's good financial situation, why did you come looking for me again? Tang Mingxing said frankly. My family is about to go bankrupt. I need your resources. Gu Qingcheng's face flushed slightly, not from shyness, but from helplessness and a broken sense of self-esteem. Having always been proud and arrogant, this was the first time she had ever asked someone for a favor, and she felt terrible inside. But in Tang Mingxing's eyes, this wasn't asking for a favor, it was as if she owed her something. Your family is about to go bankrupt? How much money do you need? And what will I get in return? Tang Mingxing didn't refuse. Why not take advantage of any benefits she could gain? My family needs 6.5 billion, and you can have me? That's too much. You're not worth it. After Tang Mingxing finished speaking, she was about to close the car window when Gu Qingcheng panicked and pressed her hand against the window. I'm advising you, Gu Qingcheng. You're supposed to be a young lady from a wealthy family, don't be so shameless, Tang Mingxing said, somewhat annoyed. This woman was really troublesome. Gu Qingcheng didn't give up. I'm begging you, you don't need to pay for it. Just marry me. You, what kind of outrageous words are these? Since ancient times, only men have forcibly taken women. You've forcibly taken my cucumber, a typo here, young man? However, upon hearing that she didn't have to pay for it herself, Tang Mingxing was still very curious. Let go of me first, and tell me why I don't have to pay for it? Gu Qingcheng wasn't stupid. Let me into your car first, and then I'll tell you about Li Ziyang. The sudden appearance of another unfamiliar name only fueled Tang Mingxing's curiosity. All right. Get in the car. He didn't care as long as he didn't have to pay. If Gu Qingcheng tried to touch him inappropriately in the car, he would just pretend to resist a little. Anyway, he wouldn't be the one who suffered. It wasn't their intention. They took advantage of the situation and then refused to acknowledge it. Gu Qingcheng sat in the passenger seat and explained everything clearly. Gu Qingcheng looked at Tang Mingxing with tender eyes, hoping for one last chance to make him fall in love with her. A few seconds later. Tang Mingxing, what kind of expression is that? Don't you think you're being an idiot? Are your eyes okay? Your attempt at being tender looks like it's been smoked. Tang Mingxing knew nothing about Li Ziyang. But he didn't want to get involved in this matter. The Gu family was bragging, saying that he was their son-in-law, and they were lying to Li Ziyang. When the truth came out, he deserved it. Ring ring ring, Tang Mingxing's phone rang. It was Tang Hai calling. Tang Mingxing made a shushing gesture, signaling Gu Qingcheng to shut up. Hey! Dad! Good son! You found someone else. Why didn't you tell your dad? Ziyang was keeping it from me, huh? That kid's gotten bold, waiving your meal payment without your permission and trying to curry favor with you. I found out about it. But I heard you're dating a girl surnamed Gu? No, Dad. Listen to me. I'll give you another 5 million next week. Oh, what else do you want to say? It's nothing. Take care of yourself and don't overwork yourself. I just hope this matter with Li Ziyang won't affect you. How does it affect us? He's paying. This deal won't lose us anything. It's just that we can't rip off the Gu family for our sake. A few minutes later, Tang Mingxing hung up the phone. Tang Hai cared deeply for his son, and he would know about any slightest disturbance. He overheard Li Ziyang's little scheme. He waived Tang Mingxing's meal expenses at the White Horse Manor, and then planned to go back to discuss business with the Gu family, intending to invite Tang Mingxing along as well. Tang Hai did not want anyone to take advantage of Tang Mingxing, especially his own subordinates, regardless of whether Li Ziyang's intentions were good or bad. This matter cannot be bypassed by oneself. Li Ziyang was just an insignificant figure among Tang Hai's thousands of underlings. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for this matter, the two of them might not see each other for 2 or 3 years. Li Ziyang's status is not qualified. But now that this has happened, Tang Hai has to give them a warning. Li Ziyang was naturally terrified and quickly asked Gu Jinshan for the previous photos. She explained everything to Tang Hai without reservation. Tang Hai was overjoyed to learn that Tang Mengxing had found another beautiful woman. He didn't make things difficult for Li Ziyang and even offered to help Li Ziyang invest in Gujia. Li Ziyang was deeply grateful, but still declined in a very tactful manner. Gu Qingcheng. Tang Mingxing stared at her phone and sneered, "You've even managed to force yourself into marriage. My dad already knows." Gu Qingcheng's expression tightened, "I will take responsibility for you. What nonsense are you spouting? But I really don't have any feelings for you. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you 10,000 yuan a month, and you'll be my nanny." Tang Mingxing also had her own plans. Her father was giving her an extra 5 million yuan, so why shouldn't she take it? As for Gu Qingcheng, we'll use her for now, as a nanny, doing housework and such. I'll buy you a uniform. You're starting work today. What kind of work clothes? An hour later, the delivery man brought a package. Remember to leave a good review. Tang Mingxing opened the package, and a black and white maid outfit appeared before her eyes. Try it out and see if it suits you. After saying that, he handed it to Gu Qingcheng. Lin Yushan, standing to the side, said with utter disdain, "Tang Mengxing, I didn't know you had this kind of taste. You're not even trying to hide it anymore, are you? Do you believe I can order you a bunny girl outfit?" Tang Mingxing laughed. Lin Yushan waved her little fist, "You dare." Gu Qingcheng held it in her hand, looking at the maid outfit. "This is for cosplay, right? This outfit seems a bit strange." "No surprise. Your current outfit costs tens of thousands. It's better to wear cheaper clothes when working at home. It's not a big deal if they get dirty. This servant's outfit only costs 120 yuan. I'll mend it for you if it's torn." Tang Mingxing was just teasing her, which made Gu Qingcheng somewhat unhappy. Lin Yushan also advised, "If you don't want to wear it, then don't, it's fine." "Oh? That won't do. You need to have professional ethics at work. I'll give you an extra 5,000 every month, how about it? Do you think I need your 5,000? Thinking this to herself, Gu Qingcheng still made up her mind and said, "Fine. But you have to provide food and lodging." "Ha ha. Okay. Oh? You want to take care of me? Don't you have a home?" Chapter 79 Fried Instant Noodles. How could Gu Qingcheng's goal be as simple as just being a nanny? Fortunately, the matter was resolved. As soon as Li Ziyang invested money in the Gu family, Gu Qingcheng would leave immediately. "From now on, I will never have anything to do with Tang Mingxing again. Let's just bear with it for a month or two." Gu Qingcheng changed into her maid outfit. "Go cook," Tang Mingxing ordered, crossing her legs. Gu Qingcheng asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Wow, you can even make menus? You know quite a few things." "I can't cook." "Then why are you asking me what I want to eat? Please don't be so polite." Tang Mingxing was at her wit's end. "We'll see how it goes. Instant noodles are fine too. Yu Shang, let's order takeout." "Ha? You ordered takeout and you want me to cook instant noodles? I'm raising you for nothing, so I have to find you some work to do. Go now. Stop talking nonsense." After being reprimanded by Tang Mengxing in such a fake manner, Gu Qingcheng pouted and went into the kitchen. "You're really bullying people like this." Lin Yushan couldn't stand it anymore. Tang Mingxing said, "I was just teasing her. Who told her to fool me first and even send her brother to test me? What about lunch? I doubt she can eat what she made. When the takeout arrives, I'll let her eat with it. I can't let her really starve." Gu Qingcheng stared blankly at the kitchen. She was pampered and never lifted a finger, so she would never know how to cook. After rummaging around, I found 2 packets of instant noodles. Add oil first when cooking, yes. That's the step. Ah, I'll kill you. Tang Mingxing was holding her phone, overjoyed at the successful comeback in a losing game. Lin Yushan lowered her head and asked, "I forgot to ask you, why are you back today? Didn't you start school?" Tang Mingxing glanced at her, giving her a look that seemed to say, "Are you out of things to say?" I don't believe Su Moli didn't tell you. Ha ha. Lin Yushang waved her phone. She told me, congratulations. Tang Mingxing felt mocked, so she got up and pulled her to the sofa. It's just the two of us today, I'll show you what's what. Stop fooling around, there's still Gu Qingcheng. Wait, what's that smell? It looks like there's a fire. Gu Qingcheng ran out with her face covered in dirt, scratching her head sheepishly, hee hee. Sorry, I can't cook, but I tried my best. That sounds very official. What did you do to the kitchen? Tang Mingxing immediately jumped off Lin Yushang and ran straight to the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, a flame was burning brightly in a wok of oil. Holy crap! Are you trying to set my house on fire? Tang Mingxing yelled, and you're still so calm. Hee hee. Sorry. Tang Mingxing immediately grabbed the pot lid and, ignoring the raging flames, slammed it over the fire. Once the oxygen in the pot had burned out, the fire went out. You're amazing. So brave. Gu Qingcheng said, deliberately praising him. It's no use. Don't flatter me, I'm asking you. Tang Mingxing turned her head, pondered for a moment, and then roared, I'm asking you. Do you use oil when you cook instant noodles at home? This startled Gu Qingcheng, and her temper flared up. If not oil, are you suggesting we add water? And Gu Qingcheng picked up the instant noodle bag from the ground, wishing she could slap it across Tang Mingxing's face. Open your dog eyes and look. Fried instant noodles, fried food. Do you see that? Fried instant noodles. It's clearly written there. You, me. Holy crap. Your logic, medium, large, extra large? Tang Mingxing's brain short-circuited. TCH. Tsinghua and Peking University, huh? I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Gu Qingcheng was full of indignation, but she was also relieved that the instant noodle bag said fried on it, otherwise she would have had no one to reason with. The fire was out, and Tang Mingxing didn't want to argue with her anymore. She opened the pot lid and said, come on, smart person, clean this up. Take out the piece of charcoal you were roasting. The instant noodles in the pot were burnt and blackened, unrecognizable from their original state. Gu Qingcheng looked around, picked up a broom, and started stirring the burnt instant noodles in the pot. Damn, you're amazing. This pot can still be used after washing. Won't. Gu Qingcheng was also testing Tang Mingxing. She discovered that after the boy answered his father's call, for some reason, he actually accepted her. Although the way of acceptance is somewhat special. But there must be some benefits to it. It's true that I can't cook, it's true that I fry instant noodles, and it's true that I turn the gas up too high. Using a broom was purely intentional. Tang Mingxing saw the charred instant noodles that Gu Qingcheng had swept out, and without caring about the mess, she picked them up. You'll eat this for lunch. I'll make sure you're full. After saying that, he took a plate, packed the contents for Gu Qingcheng, and handed it to her. Gu Qingcheng didn't say a word, pouting her little mouth, looking very aggrieved. You really made her cry. Lin Yushang softened and hugged Gu Qingcheng. It's okay, let's eat, take out together. The villa area where Tang Mingxing lives is a high-end community, and food delivery services generally cannot enter, they can only leave the food at the door. The delivery driver looked at the gate of the residential complex in front of him and exclaimed, wow, that's impressive. The security guard at the entrance said, do you know that the cheapest apartments here cost at least 1.5 small goals, and the best apartments in the middle cost 8 small goals? Oh, really? The delivery guy was eager to peek inside when the door opened. Gu Qingcheng, her eyes filled with tears, looked pitiful as she rode an electric scooter she'd somehow acquired. Hello. I'm here to pick up my takeout. Hello. This is a takeout from Mr. Tang's. Mr. Tang's restaurant. Here you go. Enjoy your meal. The delivery guy handed the takeout to Gu Qingcheng, and couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Her maid outfit, along with her tattered stockings, dirty face, and tear-filled, misty eyes, truly evoked pity. Ahem. The security guard coughed twice, and after Gu Qingcheng left, he kindly reminded her, buddy, don't look at things you shouldn't be looking at. The people in there are perverts. Tang Mingxing's takeout order was very generous, costing a total of 1,300. It's a bit wasteful, Lin Yushang said, looking at the large portions of food, which were clearly too much for the three of them to finish. You sit down too. Ha! Tang Mingxing couldn't help but laugh as she looked at Gu Qingcheng's current state. Miss Gu, you said you, ha ha ha. Gu Qingcheng glared at him fiercely, knowing that Tang Mingxing wouldn't say anything nice. Miss Gu, you're so down to earth like this. You're much cuter than when you're wearing a formal dress. Down to earth? Gu Qingcheng hadn't expected this kind of evaluation, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. Tang Mingxing didn't press the matter further. Go wash your face, sit down and eat with us. Your clothes. Ha, I'll buy you a few more. They're very pleasing to the eye. The employer-employee relationship should continue. Tang Mingxing didn't want to suffer this loss and support a woman for nothing. He didn't want to touch Gu Qingcheng either if he didn't have feelings for her, he simply didn't. After lunch, Gu Qingcheng looked in the mirror at her maid outfit. Down to earth? In what way are we connected? Chapter 80 Brother-in-law, save me. It was already 1 p.m. when Tang Mingxing and the others had lunch. Having wasted some time, Lin Yushang was feeling sleepy and prepared to take a nap. Where is my room? Gu Qingcheng asked. There's a maid's room on the first floor. Ha? I don't want to. I want to stay in a guest room. You have so many rooms, can't you give me a big one? Where are your professional ethics, qualities, and spirit? Gu Qingcheng, you should thank me. After you graduate and look for a job, you can proudly say that you had a fulfilling and enriching month of work experience in my big villa. Why don't you practice on your own first? Lin Yushang pulled Gu Qingcheng up. Don't pay any attention to him. I'll find you a room. Lin Yushang immediately arranged the best guest room for Gu Qingcheng. The two then prepared to take a lunch break, and Gu Qingcheng called Gu Chang, asking him to take some of her personal belongings to Tang Mingxing's villa. Gu Chang suppressed his excitement as he finished the call. My sister moved. I'm fucking free. Nobody cares if you stay out all night? Gu Jinshan is usually busy with work, and his mother can't control Gu Chang, even spoiling him a bit. Gu Qingcheng, however, treated Gu Chang like a grandson. Gu Jinshan entrusted Gu Qingcheng with certain economic power, also in order to train her. This includes Gu Chang's pocket money. Following his sister's instructions, Gu Chang didn't hesitate. He grabbed some cosmetics, his favorite sleeping doll, a laptop, and other frequently used items, and immediately set off for Tang Mingxing's villa. Ha, the swan has turned into an ugly duckling. Tang Mingxing thought about what happened today and felt very happy. Lin Yushang lay in his arms, her eyes closed, and said, Stop talking, stop bullying me, you're the gigolo. Oh? You can't talk nonsense, the ugly duckling I was talking about isn't that kind of duck. Lin Yushang then asked, So what exactly are you planning to do? Tang Mingxing sighed, Actually, I really want to explain things to my dad, but you probably don't know, if there's another girl around, my dad gives me an extra 5 million a week. Damn it, he's still greedy. On the other hand, Tang Mingxing also thought of going with the flow. Since everything was clear and she wasn't spending any money, she might as well help the Gu family. However, Gu Jinshan and Gu Qingcheng's tactics displeased him, so he deliberately made things difficult for Gu Qingcheng. You're not going to take advantage of Gu Qingcheng and then renege on your debt, are you? No way. I'll either take responsibility if I eat, or I won't. I have no interest in Gu Qingcheng. The two fell asleep in each other's arms, and soon the doorbell rang. Mr. Tang, there's a guy named Gu Chang looking for you at the gate, came the phone from the security department. Let him in. As Gu Chang entered the villa, he was also attracted by its luxury. It wasn't that he was ignorant, but this villa was indeed rare. Brother-in-law. Da Jiang. Gu Chang. Tang Mingxing and Gu Qingcheng both came out. Seeing Gu Chang, Gu Qingcheng suddenly felt a pang of homesickness. She'd only been gone a short while, but she'd already had enough and wanted to go back to being a pampered young lady. Gu Chang stared blankly at his sister, a string of names flashing through his mind, Xiao Fang? Xiao Ting? Xiao Mei? Xiao Meng? This outfit looks so familiar. It's like a dream from just 2 days ago. Gu Qingcheng washed her face, removed her makeup, and put on a maid outfit. Even so, she could not hide her noble temperament. Sis, you've suddenly become so beautiful. Gu Chang exclaimed sincerely. Tang Mingxing felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected that the younger brother would be here, making it harder for him to bully Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng reverted to her true colors, her tone extremely cold. You can't even see the beauty in girls wearing normal clothes. What a character. Gu Chang was instantly doused with cold water. This was still his devilish older sister. Sis, I brought everything you wanted, I'm leaving now, brother-in-law, I'm leaving, bye-bye. Wait. What did you call him? Gu Qingcheng was a little confused when she heard the word brother-in-law. Was that how he and Tang Mingxing addressed each other in private? Hey! Xiong, you should go first. I won't keep you for dinner. Tang Mingxing urged quickly. No, you can't leave. Explain yourself. Gu Chang was caught in a dilemma, unsure of whom to listen to. Gu Chang, you dare to leave and try. Gu Qingqing's stern expression stunned both Tang Mingxing and Gu Chang. Damn it, he's henpecked again. What am I afraid of? She's not my wife, Tang Mingxing said, smoothing her chest and taking a breath. Gu Chang swallowed hard, secretly nudging Tang Mingxing's arm, and whispered, Brother-in-law, save me, save me, save me. Xincheng is like this. Tang Mingxing tried to explain. Shut up. Gu Chang, why are you calling him brother-in-law? He just calls you brother-in-law, there's no other reason. Aren't you his girlfriend? You two slept together, brother-in-law told me himself. A bolt from the blue struck Tang Mingxing squarely. He hadn't told Gu Chang the truth. Previously, there was a misunderstanding that Gu Chang was Su Moli's younger brother, and Gu Chang also mistakenly believed that Tang Mingxing and Gu Qingcheng were related. It's over. Explain it, Lin Yushang said, her voice tinged with a love of drama. I'm wondering the same thing, Tang Mingxing, do we have any relationship at all? Tang Mingxing covered her forehead. Let me send Gu Chang away first, and I'll explain when I get back. After saying that, Tang Mingxing pushed Gu Chang to leave quickly. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, Gu Chang laughed, Brother-in-law, you're awesome. This is the first time I've seen my sister in a maid outfit. You really have some skills. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Tang Mingxing pushed him, saying, my blood pressure is a little high right now, you should go first. Gu Chang said, Brother-in-law, let me ask you something honestly. Seeing Gu Chang's suddenly serious expression, Tang Mingxing nodded and said, go on. Do you want a small leather whip? Get out. Get out. And, well, to improve your relationship with your husband, treat my sister well and don't bully her. Of course, you still have to have fun. Hey. Hey. Wait until I finish before you close the door. Brother-in-law. We're all adults, what's there to be embarrassed about? After closing the door, Tang Mingxing took 2 deep breaths. Indeed, it's better to contend with like-minded people than to argue with fools. They will lower your IQ to their level and then defeat you with their vast experience. Back in the room, Gu Qingqing sat on the sofa, fiddling with her torn stockings. These stockings cost 7,000 yuan, you'll have to pay for them. Okay. Tang Mingxing's tone suddenly softened a bit. Why does Gu Chang call you brother-in-law, and even say that you and I, you know what happened? Gu Qingqing brought the topic back. Tang Mingxing said, actually, this is your fault. You sent Gu Chang to test me, but I got confused. I thought. Tang Mingxing embellished the story, completely absolving herself of any responsibility. Then why didn't you explain it to Gu Chang clearly? I think it's fun. Chapter 81, Governing the Situation. Tang Mingxing told Gu Qingcheng and Lin Yushang everything. Gu Qingchang was also a little embarrassed, as it was indeed she who had asked Gu Chang to test Tang Mingxing. Unexpectedly, a misunderstanding arose. Northern Myanmar. Tang Hai sat in an office, looking out the window at the telecommunications fraud park. Uncle Fu, have they all been arrested? Uncle Fu nodded, yes. He's caught him. Why did you have to make the trip yourself for such a small matter as Dahai? Tang Hai lit a cigarette and then said, combating telecom fraud is our duty, but it's just a side effect. The important thing is the resources here. Northern Myanmar is not under the jurisdiction of the Myanmar government, it's a warlord-controlled area. So, wherever our troops go, that's our territory. There's no logic to it. I like it. Uncle Fu chuckled, indeed, the forestry, mining, and especially jade here are quite excellent. Pick out a good piece to bring back for Mingxing. Thinking of Tang Mingxing, Tang Hai's lips curled up, that kid lied to me, he's not with that girl Gu Qingcheng. Uncle Fu also knew about this, then what do you think we should do? The Gu family is like ants in my eyes, but even ants have their advantages. I remember Mingxing loved to play with ants in the yard when she was little. Li Ziyan wants to invest again. That kid doesn't do anything that doesn't benefit him. Fine. Let them make a fuss first, and then we'll devour them all. Tang Hai wasn't that kind-hearted, and Li Ziyang politely declined his help. The sluggish domestic real estate market has also had some impact on Zhang Yuanying, who is involved in the real estate industry, but fortunately her family is wealthy. The market is sluggish. This is a blow to the Gu family, but for wealthy families like the Tang family, it's a good opportunity for expansion. Many companies facing financial difficulties have begun selling assets at low prices to alleviate the pressure. Those with plenty of money can naturally go on a buying spree to grab bargains. Tang Hai's thinking was simple. If Tang Mengxing really took Gu Qingcheng in, the Gu family would eventually belong to the Tang family. If not, he would instruct Li Ziyang to change his mind at the crucial moment, withdraw the funds, and he would personally intervene to take over the Gu family in one fell swoop. They ate everything, not even the bones. Not only is he family-oriented, but he has also acquired many similar businesses, the most important of which is land. Tang Mengxing was unaware of the situation. How could he possibly contend with his father, this ancient cunning fox? In the afternoon, Su Moli and Mu Yunxi returned home and immediately spotted Gu Qingcheng. "Why are your stockings torn? And what's with your outfit?" Mu Yunxi's mind was already filled with the imaginary scenarios. Gu Qingcheng tugged at her skirt. It was far too short. I'm here for an internship." Gu Qingcheng was so ashamed when she said this that no one would believe it. Su Moli said, "Qingcheng, change your clothes. What's the meaning of you dress like this? Go now." Gu Qingcheng looked at Su Moli excitedly. Finally someone was standing up for her. Then she looked at Tang Mengxing and saw that he had taken a few more packages. "Don't change yet, I bought a few new ones," Tang Mengxing said, opening the package, which was full of cosplay outfits. One isn't enough? Do you want me to show you different ones every day?" Gu Qingcheng was furious. Tang Mengxing waved her hands repeatedly. "No. These are for them. They're really great." After several girls joined forces to refuse, Tang Mengxing was forced to stand for an hour as punishment. In the kitchen, Lin Yushan and Su Moli were cooking, while Mu Yunxi helped chop vegetables. Gu Qingcheng also wanted to help. Looking at the messy kitchen, Su Moli said, "Qingcheng, go and rest. If you hadn't helped, I would have finished cooking this dish long ago." Another half hour passed, and the group finally finished cooking. Tang Mengxing sat in the main seat, poured herself a glass of water, and looked at the delicious-looking dishes. "It still has to be Moli and Sister Lin." "And me," Mu Yunxi said. Tang Mengxing didn't speak, but looked at her with a playful gaze. During dinner, Tang Mengxing told Lin Yushan that they would go to Guanghai Technology together the next day. "As a shareholder, I should at least fulfill my responsibilities occasionally." Lin Yushan gradually calmed down. She had once harbored dreams and was ready to make a name for herself after graduation, but over the years, society had gradually worn down her edges. "I've thought it through. Before I turn 30, I have to be wild. If I don't go wild at least once, I'll never have a chance to turn my life around. After 30, I have to be stable and cherish everything I've worked so hard for." However, in just a few years, the passion he had developed in school had long since been exhausted. She finally understood that the world doesn't revolve around you at all. "Actually, I don't want to go, I just want to lie down." Oh, it's rare to hear Sister Lin say something like that. "Well then, could you go over and make an appearance, take a look at the product? After all, you're a product manager by training, so please give me your feedback." Lin Yushan then agreed. She had been involved in a lot of work at Guanghai Technology and was very familiar with the entire system's processes. Around 10 o'clock, Gu Qingcheng was about to return to her room when she saw Lin Yushan, Su Moli, and Mu Yunxi all heading towards Tang Mengxing's room. 4 people crammed into one room? Gu Qingcheng began to wonder, should they sleep on the floor? Or should they pile up on top of each other? Wouldn't that be too heavy? The next morning, Lin Yushan drove her X7, carrying Tang Mengxing and a bunch of camping gear, and set off. The two agreed to go camping by the river after leaving Guanghai Technology. Su Dafu was always very diligent. After all, the company's computer was very fast at playing games. Tang Mengxing pushed open the office door, and a strong smell of alcohol hit her nose. "Dafu, you drank alcohol this morning?" Tang Mengxing pinched her nose and quickly opened the window to let in some fresh air. Su Dafu quickly stood up. "No, I drank last night. I slept at the company." "You drank it yourself?" "Wei Hong invited me to drink." "Wei Hong?" Tang Mengxing frowned. "Why is he looking for you?" Clearly, Wei Hong was getting annoyed by Su Dafu's antics and was thinking of turning an enemy into a friend, especially since Su Dafu was someone he thought was easy to fool. However, that's not the case. Su Dafu was the kind of person who's single-minded. Once he's made up his mind, it's hard to persuade him otherwise. Of course, he has his own underlying logic, which is to listen to his father. Convincing his father meant convincing him. He said he'd be my brother. Su Dafu said. You agree? I think he's too old, and I feel like he's interested in me. Su Dafu felt a little aggrieved when he said this, because Wei Hong had hit him quite hard, and his chest was still aching slightly. Put. Mind your own business. What did you two talk about last night? Old Wei, let me give him your information, and also Sister Yu Chang's information. The mutai you gave me, it's really potent. Tang Mingxing's heart tightened. Were they trying to find out about her? You said it? She didn't say a word about Sister Yu Shang. What about mine? Su Dafu was speechless. This guy wouldn't lie, you could tell what he said just by looking at his expression. Speak. Tang Mingxing snapped. Su Dafu said, I only said you're a lecher, everything else is fine. You. Tang Mingxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Yushan laughed. It's strange, but Dafu's words sometimes hit the nail on the head, and they're quite accurate. Chapter 82 Camping Trip. That's just how it is. It would be strange if Tang Mingxing wasn't good. It would be strange if men weren't good. It's only natural, you don't need to say more. Did we talk about anything else? Tang Mingxing asked, sitting in Su Dafu's chair and looking at the game on the screen. That's it. This guy can't hold his liquor, drinking is a waste of his time. When he got drunk, he complained to me about how many girlfriends he'd had, how shrewish his wife is. There's an unexpected bonus, Tang Mingxing said, not expecting Wei Hong to get drunk and start chatting with Su Dafu. Wei Hong hadn't expected Su Dafu to have such a high alcohol tolerance. Su Dafu was an uneducated and incompetent person from a young age. He drank alcohol like water. Although he was not a bad person, it was because he was not very bright. If he were intelligent, who knows what kind of person he would be. Although Tang Mingxing is new to society, she has been influenced by Tang Hai and has the genes of the Tang family, so her style of doing things is gradually starting to resemble her father's. If you insult Tang Hai on the street, he might just ignore you. While it may seem timid and submissive, calling it a principle of yielding to happiness is not entirely accurate. Rather, he has no interest in fighting with ants, but once his core interests are involved, his interest is piqued. He will surely exterminate them all, leaving no future trouble. Tang Mingxing hasn't reached that level yet, nor does he have his father's methods. After chatting with Su Dafu for a while, I said, okay, Dafu. I'll leave you a voice recorder, and here's a security camera, connected to Wi-Fi. Bro, you even watch this? It's so disgusting. Put it in the office. I didn't tell you to put it in the bathroom. You can play your game. Su Dafu didn't care, he was playing games openly and honestly anyway. As soon as he stepped outside, Wu Guanghai arrived. President Tang, you're free today? Why aren't you at school? Not busy with anything else. After saying that, both of them felt a little awkward. My grades are excellent, so the school has granted me a vacation. Tang Mingxing blurted out without changing her expression. Wu Guanghai naturally responded politely, I was absolutely right, President Tang is indeed an outstanding person, a prodigy. This little bit of academic work is no challenge for you. Tang Mingxing, who was originally open and honest, felt a little embarrassed when she heard the other party flattering her like that. Lin Yushang followed behind, carrying her bag, without saying a word. She looked left and right. The familiar work environment now had a different flavor because of her new identity. Wu Guanghai led Tang Mingxing and Lin Yushang on a tour of the company. This is the R&D department, and that's customer service. Wu Guanghai explained. Suddenly, she walked to an empty workstation and said, this is Yu Chang's old workstation. I'm saving it for you, as a memento, after all, you worked here for so many years. Looking at her familiar workstation, Lin Yushang pulled out a chair and sat down. Suddenly, she laughed and said, I really miss those days. With Lin Yushang around, Wu Guanghai didn't dare to exaggerate the product's features, since many of the components were designed by Lin Yushang. We just need to input the corresponding description, and it can generate the corresponding image. Most AI on the market can do this, but ours can also automatically model, build the operating environment, generate corresponding actions, and generate animated CGs based on the corresponding image. Wu Guanghai gave a very detailed introduction. Tang Mingxing listened intently. This was a good idea. With the current development of AI, breaking it down into various tool-type AIs would allow them to see benefits more quickly. Wu Guanghai then introduced the heads of each department: RD Group 1, Jin Ming; RD Group 2, Li Changhua; RD Group 4, Chen Bumo. Administration, Sales, Operations, Vice President. Tang Mingxing shook hands with each of the managers or senior executives. Hello. I'm Tang Mingxing. Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Chen Bumo. The two shook hands as if they were meeting for the first time. No wonder he's from RD Group 4. I've probably heard that name countless times. But I just can't remember it. This Chen Bumo is practically invisible. Last time I felt like Wang Meng could have slapped him to death, Lin Yushang chattered on in the car. Lin Yushang is in charge of the products for Group 1 and Group 2, and each group has more than one product manager. The overall structure of Guanghai Technology is still quite large. Tang Mingxing drove straight to a riverside on the outskirts of Yanjing. Lin Yushang used to love riding alone in the mountains, but back then it was on a motorcycle. Now, Tang Mingxing's villa not only has luxury cars, but also Su Moli's electric scooter, Lin Yushang's motorcycle, and Mu Yunqi's scooter. A while ago, Tang Mingxing was thinking of getting a tractor, but several girls dissuaded her. A small river near Inxian village on the outskirts of Yanjing City has become a popular camping spot. When Tang Mingxing and Lin Yushang arrived, it was already 11 o'clock. There were quite a few people gathered there. Inxian village was located on the hillside by the river. The village was small, with only 40 or 50 households. Thanks to this small river, many families have started agritourism businesses. Let's do it here. It was Tang Mingxing's first time camping, but Lin Yushang was an expert and taught him how to set up the tent and grill step by step. Taking advantage of a rare moment of leisure, the two soaked a large watermelon by the river. In late October, the weather in Yanjing was warming up from time to time, and it wasn't too cold yet. I have a question for you, Yushang. If I were just an ordinary college student, do you think you would be with me? Lin Yushang replied, do you really have to talk about such a painful topic? Tang Mingxing said, when you're broke, you want to prove you're rich, even if it means being extravagantly poor. Once you have money, you want to prove you're excellent, not just someone who's rich. If you didn't have money, but had a chance to meet me, maybe, but right now the chance is money. Without money, you can only live in a dormitory, we won't even have a chance to meet. By the time you enter the workforce, I might already be married, and there will be plenty of rich and successful men out there. Truly excellent, was Tang Mingxing's comment. Having money can indirectly prove that a person is excellent in certain aspects and has a strong ability to make money. But Tang Mingxing failed to prove himself. All his money came from his parents. These second-generation or third-generation rich kids either lie down and enjoy life, ignoring the gossip of those around them. They might be a bit arrogant and desperately want to prove themselves, which is even harder than for ordinary people, given the immense glory their parents bring. In addition, Tang Mingxing found herself becoming increasingly stingy, always feeling that having money meant she should be more extravagant and should be in a nouveau riche state. However, he proved that this situation varies from person to person. Indeed, some people become stingier the richer they are. When making any purchase, there's always a feeling of being ripped off. Since following Tang Mingxing, Lin Yushang has become increasingly feminine. Sitting by the river, she rolled up her trousers, dipped her feet in the water, and gently kicked them, sending a spray of water flying, which landed on Tang Mingxing's face. Isn't it fun? Fun my ass. You don't have athlete's foot, do you? Chapter 83. Let the rain fall all at once. It was past 1 o'clock when the two finished grilling the meat skewers. Tang Mingxing suddenly grabbed Lin Yushang's foot and pretended to put it on the oven. What are you doing? You're going to scold me. Hee hee, roasted sow trotters. Their playful banter attracted the attention of those around them. It's absolutely true that the two are a match made in heaven. Just then, Tang Mingxing's phone rang. Hey, Dad, you've been contacting me a lot lately. Don't call me unless it's important, my cell phone has no signal. Don't give me that nonsense, you little bastard. Tang Hai's tone was unfriendly, which Tang Mingxing didn't expect. She didn't know how she had offended her father. What is it now? Tang Mingxing said irritably. No one else would dare to speak to Tang Hai in such a tone. Tang Hai said, I asked you to go see your grandfather. When are you going? I haven't decided yet, maybe in a few days. Is the old man all right? Your grandfather is fine. Recently, a girl named Chu Junyao has been looking for you. You should avoid her. Huh? What? Your grandfather arranged a marriage for you when you were little, with this girl from the Chu family. Now it's broken off. That girl's going to cause you trouble, so watch out. Isn't it pretty? She has a boyfriend. I don't know if they're married or not, so just be careful and avoid her. Oh. Dad, you guys are so unfair. I'm the one who has to clean up this mess. Nonsense, it was the Chu family that broke the contract. How could I stand for that? Don't worry, Dad, I'll find a chance to, I'll just walk away. Nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. Actually, our family doesn't agree to this either, but we haven't said anything yet. We didn't expect this girl to already have a boyfriend. It just so happens that we need some compensation. We put the Chu family in a good position, and your grandfather might have gone too far. This girl is going to take it out on you. You better watch out. How can I take it easy? A good man doesn't fight with a woman. These are two powerful families, just don't get physical over this. Oh, and if her boyfriend gives you trouble, beat him to a pulp. Okay, got it. You're such a good dad. After hanging up the phone, Tang Mengxing didn't take it seriously, and didn't pay any attention to Chu Junyao at all. After eating, Tang Mengxing and Lin Yushang rolled around in the tent for a while before falling asleep. When they woke up again, it was already past 5 o'clock, and the two prepared to head back. Tang Mengxing's phone received another message: your bank card number ending in 1766 has received 5 billion. He left a message saying, "Son, I've thought about it, and I'm sorry about this. This money is a small part of the compensation we extorted from the Chu family, so I'm transferring it to you. Remember, be careful. Is it just a small portion of the extorted money, amounting to 5 billion? Tang Mengxing understood. No wonder Chu Junyao was causing her trouble, she had really tricked her. On the way back, Tang Mengxing pondered the matter. She hadn't really thought about it before, but the arranged marriage was suddenly broken off. He remained completely unmoved. Yu Chang, if someone offered you 100,000 yuan and wanted to break off your engagement, what would you do? That won't do. You have to pay more. Pretty. It was quite late when they returned to the villa, and Su Moli had already prepared dinner. Gu Qingqing sat to one side, pretending to fiddle with the bowls and chopsticks. Tang Mengxing looked at her and said, "This dish has appeared in front of me 3 times already. Do you have nothing better to do than change its position and play hide and seek?" Gu Qingqing didn't say anything, but her mouth moved, and the shape of her lips was SB. Tang Mengxing and Lin Yushang were not home all day, leaving Gu Qingqing alone, which was quite boring. Looking at Lin Yushang's posts on WeChat moments, she felt a mix of envy and resentment. Mu Yunxi was curious about the two's camping experience and asked many questions. "Mengxing, let's camp in the yard tonight. I want to try it too." "Huh? In the yard?" The yard was big enough, but Tang Mengxing wasn't willing. The tent isn't sturdy enough to withstand strenuous activity. Hearing this, Lin Yushang looked at him with disdain. Sudafu is absolutely right, besides being good. 555. Before she could finish speaking, Tang Mengxing quickly covered her mouth. Sudafu, that guy, has a really good eye for people. What's good about it? Su Moli asked, looking up. Okay, S. Yu Chang, shut up. Good exercise, good study, in short, a model youth. Ah. Bite me. Watching the group bickering and joking, Gu Qingcheng felt increasingly uncomfortable and knew she should leave. In short, the farther the better. Su Moli didn't know what the connection was between Gu Qingcheng and Tang Mengxing, but she could tell that Gu Qingcheng was upset. Suddenly, he grasped Gu Qingcheng's hand. "Let's go camping tonight, right in the yard. The 4 of us can share one nest." Gu Qingcheng looked at Su Moli gratefully. "Thank you, teacher." Teacher? Okay. You're welcome. Su Moli was just trying to ease the tension, but she didn't expect the other person to call her teacher. Lin Yushang had many tents, and the group chose 2 to set up in the yard. This is boring. Tang Mengxing grumbled as she set up the tent. How could she possibly sleep alone at night? However, this time Tang Mengxing had experience, so it went much more smoothly, and the setup was completed in no time. Meanwhile, Su Moli was hammering away with a small hammer, finally managing to drive the nail into the ground. Night has fallen, the wind is picking up, dark clouds are gathering. Tang Mengxing was staring at the tent next door at that moment. In the tent next door, a dim camping lamp was on. It was a bit dark, but the shadows cast on the tent were incredibly clear. Meanwhile, 4 girls next door were changing clothes. Damn, they changed one by one, I could see it so clearly, it's not my fault. Shadows are innocent. Tang Mingxing looked closely and exclaimed, this is Su Moli. Ah, you called me, came Su Moli's voice from next door. It's okay, you must have misheard, Tang Mingxing quickly replied, but in her heart she thought, I guessed right. Another figure from behind, changing clothes. TSK. This is Mu Yunqi, a little small, but it'll do. Tang Mingxing watched with great interest. Lin Yushan, short hair, and that but shape, no wonder she loves working out. Gu Qingcheng. Tang Mingxing quickly turned her head away, don't look at what I shouldn't see. He kept muttering to himself. The more I tell myself I can't watch it, the more I want to watch it. In the end, Tang Mingxing restrained herself, only glancing at a stunningly beautiful figure. Good waist to hip ratio. Late at night, Tang Mingxing was fast asleep. The wind rustled the leaves in the yard. Drip, a drop of rain fell onto the tent. 1 drop, 2 drops, and the wind is getting stronger. I don't know why the rain came so quickly, it was just a light drizzle, and in an instant, it was pouring down like a waterfall. Holy crap, is there a flood? Tang Mingxing was fast asleep when the rain soaked through the tent and dripped onto his face. A bolt of lightning struck, and the entire sky instantly became as bright as day. The wind grew stronger, and Su Moli and Mu Yunqi were in charge of securing the tent next door. The two of them were too weak to lift a finger, and the nails they had driven into the ground were pulled out in an instant. The entire tent was still shaking. Tang Mingxing opened the tent, and outside there was thunder and lightning. Mingxing, I'm scared, came Mu Yunqi's voice. I'm here. Let's hurry back inside. Tang Mingxing said, preparing to go over and help. But the girls' tents had already been lifted up and were in a mess, like a large plastic sheet covering the 4 girls. I couldn't find the tent's zipper at all. Chapter 84 was soaked. Tang Mingxing tried to pull the tent with all her might, but the wind picked up, and the tent had a large area to bear the force. Tang Mingxing was a little too heavy to pull, but fortunately, the 4 girls weighed more than 400 pounds combined, so they weren't afraid of being blown away. The 4 girls were struggling inside. Ha, Tang Mingxing laughed. What are you laughing at? It's raining, hurry up. Mu Yunqi's voice came again. At this moment, Tang Mingxing felt that the 4 girls were like piglets in a pigsty, messing around recklessly. In the pitch black, rain lashed against my face, and everything was so blurry. Fine, just follow me, Tang Mingxing said, grabbing the tent and pulling it forcefully into the house. The 4 girls quickly moved their bodies in the direction he was exerting force. Upon entering the room, Tang Mingxing looked at the tent, which now resembled a sack, containing 4 girls. I feel a little guilty. The tent zipper was finally opened, and everyone was soaked to the bone. 1, 2, 3, 4, Tang Mingxing counted the number of people, very good, no one is missing. Su Moli looked at him and said, there are only a few of us, how could there be fewer? Mingxing, is your nose bleeding? Oh, it's okay, you guys, you're all so wet, my clothes are all wet. The 4 girls were all wearing pajamas, which were soaked through by the rain and clung tightly to their bodies. Due to the combined effects of light reflection and transmission principles, the refractive index of water, and the interaction between fibers and water, clothing will. Tang Mingxing suddenly muttered to herself. What do you know? You're reciting a text right now? Su Moli asked. It will become somewhat transparent, Tang Mingxing said, wiping the blood from her nose. Ha! The 4 girls, still reeling from their earlier exit from the tent, looked at each other in disbelief. Ah, they exclaimed in unison. Su Moli and the other 2 were all right, they were seen by Tang Mingxing, so they didn't care. Gu Qingcheng couldn't do that, being completely unprepared was like being naked, so she quickly slipped away. Even from behind, she looks good. Tang Mingxing murmured again. Seeing Gu Qingcheng's disheveled appearance, Tang Mingxing smiled wickedly. In the bathroom, there is a large bathtub. Why did you leave Gu Qingcheng in the villa? Su Moli asked, wiping her arm as she sat inside. Mu Yunqi had a little yellow duck floating around in the bathtub. Tang Mingxing, her face covered with a towel, sat in the bathtub, leaning against the edge, for 5 million. 5 million every week. For a moment, the girls fell silent. After a while. Sister Yushan, can you rub my back? Mu Yunqi turned around, her back to Lin Yushan. Lin Yushan picked up a bath towel and started scrubbing her back, then asked, you don't seem to be short of money, do you? I'm not bad. And my dad isn't stupid. How did he know about Gu Qingcheng? Mu Yunxi said, didn't you say Li Ziyan told him? Li Ziyan wanted to keep it from him, but he even knows that Li Ziyan waived our meal expenses at Beima Manor. Doesn't he know that Gu Qingcheng and I have absolutely no relationship? Then why? I don't know, my dad has other intentions. Maybe. I guess he wants to take over the Gu family. He won't say, and I won't ask. My dad can be quite ruthless sometimes, maybe he's afraid I'll feel bad about it. Sumoli thought for a moment, then felt a chill run down her spine. If your father takes over the Gu family and then lets you be with Gu Qingcheng, what if things fall apart later? Wouldn't that be very awkward? When the relationship was torn apart, the Gu family was already finished. Tang Mingxing closed her eyes tightly. He disagreed with his father's methods, treating him like a pawn. More importantly, he was indeed somewhat soft-hearted. But being soft-hearted and not doing it are two different things. According to Tang Hai's philosophy, if the Gu family is alright, there is only one way to get Gu Qingcheng, to pursue her relentlessly. Once you've taken care of the family, there are a million ways to get her. Tang Hai, who was far away in Myanmar, then spoke to Zhang Yuanying on the phone. Yuanying, listen to me, this time you can win over the Gu family with a very low price, or even for free. Happy birthday in advance. Get lost. What do you take my son for? Zhang Yuanying strongly disagreed with his approach. Tang Hai only had Zhang Yuanying as his woman in his life, and he could only dote on her. The reason is Zhang Yuanying's family, the Zhang family. The Tang and Zhang families are both top-tier families. The Zhang family only has one daughter, Zhang Yuanying, and they want to form a marriage alliance. He agreed to the conditions, and vowed to marry Zhang Yuanying for the rest of his life. There's no problem for Tang Hai, he's already in love. But as the family grew stronger under Tang Hai and Zhang Yuanying over the years, they realized that it was better for the family to expand and multiply. The two families have grown to an unprecedented size in recent years. Having broken free from some worldly constraints, at least I no longer have to be at the mercy of anyone. A marriage alliance with a wealthy family? Even the Chu family isn't qualified. Let Tang Mingxing do as she pleases. After showering, Tang Mingxing got up, put on a bathrobe, and went out of the bathroom. Only 3 girls were left chatting. Once they woke up in the middle of the night, it wasn't so easy for them to fall back asleep. Until the early hours of the morning. Su Moli. Mu Yunxi, wake up, still sleeping. Tang Mingxing pulled back the covers and called the two of them to get up. I don't have class this morning, I'll go later. Su Moli stammered in reply. Mu Yunxi, also unable to open her eyes, mumbled, sleepy, don't bother me. None of the 4 girls could get up. Tang Mingxing even considered arranging for Mu Yunxi to take a leave of absence from school. You're going to be late. Tang Mingxing called out softly. Mu Yunxi finally reacted, lying on the bed with her hands outstretched, without saying a word. Tang Mingxing understood immediately, grabbed Mu Yunxi's nightgown, and pulled it up to take it off. Without even having time to admire it properly, he picked up Mu Yunxi's underwear and coat and started dressing her. Damn it, what the worst luck I've ever had. I'm dressing you. How sleepy are you? Mu Yunxi was like a porcelain doll after Tang Mingxing tidied her up. She was picked up and put directly into the car. There's no time for breakfast. I got you a bottle of milk, and a piece of bread. Just make do with that, Tang Mingxing said, then stepped on the gas and drove out of the villa. Mu Yunxi lay in the passenger seat, still half asleep, too lazy to open her eyes. A short while later, Cullinan arrived at the school gate. The security guards immediately reached out to stop him. They knew it was Tang Mingxing's car. They still remembered how this kid had acted arrogantly in front of them last time. Stop. Here, have a ticket. Open the door. Bro, I'm delivering someone. Tang Mingxing rolled down the window and threw a cigarette at the window. Things that can be solved with money are the simplest. Open the door. Let Mingxing through. Brother, drive slowly and be careful. The security guard also understood. This was just these people messing around, so there was no need to take it seriously. Cullinan headed straight for Mu Yunxi's teaching building, where he happened to run into Mu Yunxi's best friend, Chen Tian. Sweetie. Please help me, Mu Yunxi isn't waking up. Can you help me get her upstairs? Upon seeing Tang Mingxing, Chen Tian felt a surge of emotion. Oh dear, I can walk by myself, Mu Yunxi said, slightly more sober, as she swayed as she got out of the car. Chen Tian quickly helped Mu Yunxi up. What happened? You're wearing your clothes inside out. Chapter 85. I know this plot well. Chen Tian helped Mu Yunxi, and the two went to the restroom first instead of the classroom. Wow! Tang Mingxing has a great sense of style. How am I supposed to dress like this? She wore skinny jeans, leggings over them, and a light blue dress. Mu Yunxi woke up at this time and took off her leggings. He put on pants, but he made me wear leggings underneath, and on the outside of them too. Has this kid lost his mind? Mu Yunxi kept complaining. Chen Tian smiled as she looked at her, but in her heart she was filled with envy. Putting aside the designer clothes, she was already very envious of Tang Mingxing's act of driving Mu Yunxi home today. She knew Tang Mingxing hadn't done it on purpose. She could tell he was anxious, afraid Mu Yunxi would be late. I really envy you. Chen Tian blurted out what was on her mind. What? You're wearing your clothes inside out, what are you envious of? Nothing. Mu Yunxi entered the classroom with her hair slightly disheveled and without makeup. Still radiant, but with a touch more innocence. Huang Jingjing looked at Mu Yunxi, her heart filled with torment during this period. Tang Mingxing's blow to her was too great. People should know their own limitations, but she insisted on comparing herself to Mu Yunxi. This result is undoubtedly a blow to one's self-esteem. Although they are known as the four most beautiful girls in school, many girls are not convinced. Appearance is a matter of personal aesthetic judgment. Many girls were unconvinced. Even if they weren't as pretty as Mu Yunxi, they would secretly compare themselves to others. What's truly disheartening is that this time, we simply can't compete. Yunxi, I'm sorry. Huang Jingjing suddenly stood up. She was clever. If she couldn't win, she'd join forces. Mu Yunxi was taken aback. It's nothing. But Mu Yunxi didn't like her, and even felt repulsed by her. Since she didn't want to hit someone who was smiling at her, she didn't argue with her at this point. Huang Jingjing sat in her seat, holding her phone, and secretly looked at the photos saved in her album. They were photos of Tang Mingxing participating in a basketball game. Could he also have a crush on me? After leaving the school, Tang Mingxing originally intended to visit her own class. I think I'll pass and not cause any more trouble for Su Moli. Just then, my good friend Zhang Ming called. Hey bro. Didn't you go to class? Zhang Ming replied, self-study session, the teacher is sick. I need to talk to you. Guys sometimes address each other very casually when they're happy. They might call each other brother or little brother without really caring. What's up? Tang Mingxing pulled the car over to the side and chatted with Zhang Ming. Zhou Qi betrayed me. He's dating someone, it's Zhao Xian, they've started a relationship. That's it? You've been eating plenty of dog food, haven't you gotten used to it yet? That's not it, the problem is, I'm running out of time. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, Tang Mingxing was startled. There was no time left. Brother, don't worry, I have money. We'll find the best hospital. I'll turn around now and head straight there. Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi, and Tang Mingxing, these three rascals, are also quite good friends. Tang Mingxing felt extremely guilty, realizing that she had been so focused on her own enjoyment that she had neglected her brother. She hadn't expected Zhang Ming to be on his deathbed. Don't talk nonsense. I'm fine, I won't die. I mean, I was forced into a matchmaking system, and I have 6 days left. Help me. Ha? You won't die. Let's just match you up, isn't that great? I want to find someone I like, but I'm unlikely to be as lucky as you in terms of matching. It's a fact that there are more girls than boys in China. Some people believe that, in this situation, boys, being a rarer species, should be more sought after. But pretty girls are still in high demand. In terms of looks, girls who score 9 or above are a rarer breed. Of the more than 700 million girls, 70% scored below 6, and the number decreased as the score increased. Of course, even if some people are unwilling to get married, most people still hope to have a partner. This leads to the situation where, while ordinary men are indeed sought after, they aren't necessarily happy. Would you be happy if a bunch of dinosaurs were chasing you? Wealthy individuals can have 10 spots plus 1 free spot, indicating that high-quality resources are still concentrated in the pyramid scheme. Zhang Ming initially didn't care, thinking he might just get lucky. Contrary to expectations, the recommendation was sent to him yesterday. A degree from Tsinghua or Peking University doesn't offer a significant advantage. The big data algorithm recommends only outstanding individuals. Moreover, some of them already have good jobs. Hello, I'm Ma Jiajia, from the Judo Department of Yanjing Sports Institute. I've won a gold medal at the Universiade. I'd really like to get to know you. Zhang Ming fell silent after reading the message sent by the other party. On the phone, Zhang Ming complained that Zhou Qi is a bully, relying on you as a buddy. He just bragged and thought he could get Zhao Xin. I'm too shy, you have to help me. That Ma Jiajia, she's a nice person, but I don't think either of us can beat her. Finding a wife isn't like fighting, why bring up violence? Don't discriminate based on her looks. I know that, but I don't like it. Aren't you my brother? Can't you just leave me alone, bro? Fine. It's just showing off, but you really don't have much time left. When are you going? There's a nice girl out tonight, I'm going to ask her out and see if we can hit it off. Meng Xing. It's up to you. Leave it to me, how can I pack it? Praise me appropriately, but don't overdo it, or I'll be overwhelmed. The two chatted for a while longer. After hanging up the phone, Tang Mingxing began to ponder what to do about helping someone pretend, especially to the extreme. The boast had already been made, and there was no going back. Zhang Ming didn't make any specific requests, and Tang Mingxing chatted with him while pondering the matter. It's obviously inappropriate to portray them as super rich like yourself. The truth will be exposed sooner or later. Both of these guys have driving licenses, so getting 2 BMWs, Mercedes-Benz or Audis isn't unreasonable, is it? Gasoline cars are cheap now, it's a good time to buy one. With this in mind, Tang Mingxing drove straight to the 4S store. Lin Yushang's father, Lin Xiaodong, doesn't have a nice car either. We'll have them come to Yanjing for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and buy one for him too, and for Mu Yunqi's family, and Su Moli's family. Lost in thought, I arrived at the BMW 4S store. Tang Mingxing got out of the car and went straight into the store. There are quite a few people in the store right now, and the sales staff are all busy serving customers. Please wait a moment, sir, we'll be at your service as soon as we're done. A saleswoman said politely. Tang Mingxing nodded, no rush, then found a seat and sat down, looking at the new car models around her. Hey! You think you're worthy of driving a BMW? You poor wretch, can you even afford one? A sharp voice rang out, and Tang Mingxing went to investigate. A young woman was seen linking arms with a middle-aged man in his 40s, and she was mocking another young man. The girl's harsh tone made everyone around her feel uncomfortable. The young man wasn't angry. Son Lily, we're divorced, so stop disgusting me. Whether I can afford it or not is none of your business. The middle-aged man said, you poor brat, you've got quite the nerve. Yang Jia, you'll be a penniless wretch your whole life. Lily divorced you and came to me, that's the right thing to do. Excuse me, if you have any problems, please go outside to resolve them. Don't bother us, the sales manager quickly stepped in to smooth things over. A saleswoman nearby brought Tang Mingxing a cup of tea and handed it to her, saying, I'm so sorry you had to see this. We'll handle this as soon as possible. Tang Mingxing smiled and said, it's all right. That guy named Yang Jia will definitely buy a car later, and an expensive one at that, to slap those two in the face. I know this plot well, it's really exciting. Chapter 86, Learning to Dress. The saleswoman didn't understand what Tang Mingxing was saying. How could he be so sure that the person would buy a car? Tang Mingxing reached into her pocket. Excuse me, do you have any sunflower seeds? Are watermelon seeds okay? Anything works. The saleswoman brought over some watermelon seeds and poured some for Tang Mingxing. These watermelon seeds are not company property, they belong to her personally. However, she is willing to share them when a customer suggests it. At this point, none of the sales staff around Yang Jia wanted to serve him. His attire revealed his predicament. Many more people have their eyes on Tang Mingxing. His outfit wasn't cheap. Hey! Miss, seize the opportunity and serve Yang Jia. You're sure to get something out of it, Tang Mingxing urged the salesperson beside her. The saleswoman was taken aback. The manager will handle this. She clearly didn't believe Tang Mingxing's words. Don't you read novels? This guy must have suddenly become rich, probably with wealthy parents like me. Hurry up. This is money. Where's your professionalism? I'll come to you when I buy my car. The saleswoman was getting annoyed and thought Tang Mingxing was a fool. Yang Jia, I was blind back then to have fallen for you. What kind of quality life have you given me all these years? In the past, before, you coward. Crack. Tang Mingxing cracked open a sunflower seed. Let's begin. First, let's talk about old, trivial matters. The middle-aged man also said, Yang Jia, this is not a place for you. Your spending level is not up to par. After a long argument, Yang Jia still appeared confident and composed. Stop pretending, you're just here to feast your eyes, aren't you? Another young man suddenly appeared and then called Sun Lily's sister. He's obviously the former brother-in-law. This brother-in-law, acting all high and mighty, Yang Jia, hurry up and get out of my way. My brother-in-law is planning to buy me an X3 today, so you'd better get on your electric scooter and leave. Tang Mingxing watched with great interest. What an extreme tug of war. I almost couldn't help but slap them in the face. Thinking about having to take Zhang Ming to pretend to be someone else tonight, Tang Mingxing decided to learn from Yang Jia. This guy has masochistic tendencies, so he's a bit hard to learn from. If it were Tang Mingxing, she would have slapped her brother-in-law across the face by now. Hey, if he can't afford it, he should just leave. Why does he have to stay here? A saleswoman complained. Tang Mingxing shook her head. For the sake of Guazi, I'll remind you again, hurry up and receive them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The saleswoman was a little confused, but ultimately chose to believe Tang Mingxing because he looked wealthy. Yes. It's because they're rich. Rich people's words always carry so much weight. Hello, sir, let me introduce the car to you. My name is Gao Yingying, you can call me Xiao Gao. The saleswoman's sweet smile was very heartwarming. Yang Jia said calmly, okay, take me to see it. His expression was very natural and carefree. This is several hundred million. Can you even pretend this is real? Tang Mingxing stared intently at the other party. The veteran salesperson on the side muttered a quiet tisk. Tang Mingxing turned around and saw that the other person immediately flashed a fawning smile. Sir, would you like me to do something for you? No need, don't laugh. I'll bet you that Yang Jia is going to buy a luxury car worth millions. Believe it or not. Tang Mingxing got excited, his competitive spirit suddenly rising, but no one was willing to bet with him. He even wanted to point his finger at Yang Jia and yell, I fucking know you're showing off, ha ha ha. Yang Jia followed Gao Yingying to look at a BMW X5, and Yang Jia was inside test driving it. Several other salespeople pointed and whispered, and judging from his expression, he didn't seem to be joking. The salesman who was just mocking him asked, Dude, how did you know he could buy a car? Tang Mingxing stroked her chin and shook her head, saying, that shouldn't be the case. He should have bought the top-of-the-line X7. Ha? He can still buy a top-of-the-line X7? None of the sales staff believed it. Tang Mingxing was also puzzled. Yang Jia calmly got out of the car. This car is nice, but I prefer the X7. Give me the top-of-the-line one. Damn it. Tang Mingxing couldn't help but curse, her eyes wide. Had she really been fooled by this whole scheme? You freaking like the X7, why the hell are you even trying the X5? And you didn't even test drive the X7, aren't you doing this on purpose? Damn it, he got away with it. Heh, damn it, Tang Mingxing laughed angrily, then said to the other sales staff, a mix of idiot and genius, I really want to punch him. Yang Jia's composure and confidence seemed pretentious and disgusting to everyone else. It felt like he was the only one enjoying it. But after seeing him swipe his card to make a purchase, everyone except Tang Mingxing thought he was handsome. After all, Tang Mingxing is richer. Over 1 million yuan, they really spent their money wisely. Tang Mingxing was both angry and amused. My heart felt like it was being scratched, both itchy and painful. Yang Jia. Sun Lily turned back again. You, how could you? Yang Jia. Seeing the shocked expressions on Sun Lily and her brother's faces, Yang Jia felt a sense of satisfaction. Tang Mingxing felt very comfortable. Awesome. It's much more enjoyable than watching online novels that require watching a few seconds of ads before you can continue reading, or short dramas that require watching 30 seconds of ads before you can watch them. Gao Yingying then jogged over. Big brother, you're so smart and perceptive. How did you learn that? Read more books and you'll understand knowledge is power. Tang Mingxing casually remarked, then added, can you serve me now? Gao Yingying said, okay. Yang Jia was still pretending with Sun Lily and the others. Gao Yingying led Tang Mingxing to the side and asked, Mr. Tang, what kind of car would you like to see? X5. Okay, let me introduce it to you now. Is it for work, or? Gao Yingying tried her best to explain to Tang Mingxing. A few minutes later, he finally finished speaking. Thanks for the watermelon seeds. You're right. You're welcome. Mr. Tang, what do you think of this X5? Very good, I'm very satisfied. Then you. Gao Yingying was overjoyed. She could buy a top-of-the-line X7 and an X5 in such a short time. She had made a profit this month. Tang Mingxing said, okay. Order me 5 top-of-the-line X7s. Okay, huh? X7? 5 units? Gao Yingying looked at Tang Mingxing in surprise, as if she had misheard. What's going on today? Why do people have to look at the X5 before buying an X7? Tang Mingxing was also deliberately imitating Yang Jia. At this moment, everyone's attention turned to this side again. 5 top-of-the-line X7s in one go, this is incredible. What will you use it for? Gao Yingying asked, her curiosity overflowing. For my friends and father-in-law. Yang Jia's eye twitched at this moment. Who is this guy? Stealing my thunder? Chapter 87. Aren't you going to woo me? Gao Yingying looked at Tang Mingxing with a smile, her eyes like 2 crescent moons. Yang Jia just bought a car and asked for her business card, then added her as a friend. Gao Yingying didn't refuse, it was the client's request. But through his eyes, Gao Yingying received the message, I want to seduce you. At this moment, Gao Yingying took out her business card. Mr. Tang, thank you for your support and trust. This is my business card. Tang Mingxing took the business card, stuffed it into her pocket without even looking at it, and said, thank you, let's sign the contract. Swipe my card. The operation was smooth and seamless, everything went very smoothly. All 5 cars here have been ordered, but Yang Jia is still struggling with the situation. Ex-brother-in-law, you should buy me one too. This brother-in-law has started his brainless mode again. Yang Jia said, why would I buy it for you? Your sister and I are divorced. He. A soft laugh came from the side, it was Tang Mingxing. He couldn't help but laugh. This plot was getting ridiculous. Did this brother-in-law have no brains? But her laughter attracted their attention, so Tang Mingxing quickly sat up straight, turned her head away, and pretended not to see them. The former brother-in-law looked at Tang Mingxing but didn't dare to say anything. In his eyes, rich people were not to be trifled with. But it's not just a little money. Tang Mingxing is clearly not just rich. He. Yang Jia, you're quite good at showing off, aren't you? No matter how rich you are, there are always people better than you. Did you sell your house to buy a car? The middle-aged man was clearly unconvinced. The phrase, there are always people better than you, was an indirect reference to Tang Mingxing. So what if you're rich? That guy just got 5 TVs. The middle-aged man was at his wit's end and could only bring up Tang Mingxing as an example. Tang Mingxing seemed to understand, but not quite. Could it be that she was being taken along? Yang Jia glanced at Tang Mingxing, then at the middle-aged man, and sneered, I can spend my money however I want. Other people's business is none of my concern. That's true, but he was a little annoyed because of Tang Mingxing's appearance. I was doing my job perfectly well, and then this kid just barged in. Tang Mingxing stared intently at Gao Yingying, making the latter blush shyly. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? In reality, Tang Mingxing was listening intently to the gossip next door while pretending to sign a contract with Gao Yingying. Mr. Tang, you can sign here, and here too. Gao Yingying handed over the pen. Tang Mingxing reached out to take it, but accidentally touched the other person's fingertips. Gao Yingying's face became even rosier. Yang Jia was resentful in his mind. Gao Yingying should have been his tonight. I bought her car, and while I was at it, I treated her to a meal and bought her a bag. Everything is in good order, let's book another room. It's easy for rich men to pursue women, unless an even richer one comes along. You should be the main character. Wait a minute. I've been thinking, I'd like to buy another one so I can switch between them. Yang Jia said as he walked over. Don't you feel like you don't have enough money? Then buy 2. Sun Lily's gaze became even more strange. At this moment, the former brother-in-law laughed. Oh. Good brother-in-law, that's more like it. Get me an X7 too. Yang Jia stared at Gao Yingying and casually asked, can I treat you to dinner tonight? His attitude was very sincere, and his tone was very kind. He seemed more like a protagonist in a wish-fulfillment novel than Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing was looking down at the contract, thinking to herself, you should be called Yi Chen, Lin Yi, or Long Out Yen. The name Yang Jia doesn't suit you at all. Gao Yingying was a little at a loss. She had just been wondering whether or not to invite Tang Mingxing to dinner. Because she saw the logo on Tang Mingxing's clothes, she searched it on her phone and found it was all top luxury brands. Add another $1 million Richard Mille. Tang Mingxing is clearly the top-tier tycoon. It's signed. Here. Tang Mingxing pushed the contract to Gao Yingying. Gao Yingying had not yet answered Yang Jie's question, and now she didn't know how to answer, with so many people watching. Yang Jie then asked, "Is that all right?" Sun Lily objected, "No, Yang Jie, you can't do this." Another bunch of idiotic comments followed. Gao Yingying looked at Tang Mingxing, hoping the latter could give her some advice, since her mind was in a mess. "Don't look at me like that. He wants to sleep with you, not me. I've signed the contract, can I pick up the car now?" Tang Mingxing was getting tired of the drama. It was almost noon, and she hadn't eaten since dropping Mu Yunqi off that morning, so she was a little hungry. Upon hearing this, Gao Yingying felt even more ashamed and quickly went to find the finance department to coordinate. "Brother, please speak properly." Yang Jie was also somewhat displeased. "Get lost. If you've got the guts, buy 3 more, you poor bastard." Tang Mingxing replied simply. "You." Yang Jie was surprised that Tang Mingxing had attacked him at this moment. "Ha ha ha." The middle-aged man on the side suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at? Why don't you buy one yourself?" Tang Mingxing retorted without hesitation. "I'm signing a contract right now, isn't there a first come, first served rule? Are you trying to delay your date? Can't you wait until she gets off work? You think I can't afford it?" Yang Jie said. Tang Mingxing looked at him, "None of your business." Yang Jie scoffed, "Ignorant. I can buy it, but if I pay, you have to apologize to me and that salesgirl." "What's it to me?" Tang Mingxing ignored him. Yang Jie did indeed suddenly become rich. He won a huge lottery prize, 100 million yuan. Having money naturally leads to a change in one's past image and demeanor, constantly reminding oneself to be composed and confident. If confidence comes from money, then you can only guarantee that you don't associate with people who are even richer, otherwise you're still a nobody. He felt a little pain spending 5 or 6 million to get 5X7S, but the first thing he would do after having money was to change his phone and his car, and maybe even get a new girlfriend. What a coincidence that I ran into Tang Mingxing today. He also met Gao Yingying. Gao Yingying then walked over with the signed contract. "Mr. Tang, the formalities are complete, you can pick up your car now. However, there are only 2 cars available today, the other 3 will arrive next Monday." "Good. I want those 2 too." Yang Jie suddenly interrupted, then felt a little embarrassed. How did the protagonist of a wish fulfillment novel turn into a dim-witted supporting character? Tang Mingxing didn't say anything, but gave him a stupid look and told him to figure it out himself. Gao Yingying was conflicted. She preferred Tang Mingxing, but Yang Jie also seemed quite wealthy. She made her choice without thinking. "Are you in such a hurry? Although I signed the contract first, but how about I give it to you?" Tang Mingxing said. At this point, competing on money was meaningless. "Come on, brother, let's compete on manners." Yang Jie blushed and said, I. "If you don't want it, then forget it, ha," Tang Mingxing quickly added. He was really afraid that Yang Jie would shamelessly take it, otherwise why would he bring Zhang Ming along to pretend? With things mostly settled, Tang Mingxing found 2 salespeople to help drive the car to the school. Tang Mingxing wouldn't let them come for nothing. She gave each of them 1,000 yuan as a reward for their hard work. "Brother, are you taking this bus?" a salesperson asked enthusiastically. "No need, I drove here too." "Oh? What kind of car do you have?" "Cullinan." Tang Mingxing honked the horn, and the Cullinan statuette outside the window slowly rose. Yang Jie looked at the car and thought, "Damn, I've been tricked." Tang Mingxing was about to leave when Gao Yingying chased after her eyes filled with reluctance. It's not just guys who are prone to being delusional and becoming simps. The same applies to girls. In Gao Yingying's mind, the reason why Tang Mingxing initially told her that Yang Jie would buy a car, and later bought 5 cars from her, was entirely because she had taken a liking to her. "I'll see you off." Gao Yingying chased after her and met Tang Mingxing's gaze. "A long time. You really, aren't you going to try to woo me?" Chapter 88 Good Brothers. A few months ago, Tang Mingxing would have needed to book a hotel room to borrow money from Zhang Ming. But now, Tang Mingxing felt a little awkward. Fortunately, only the 2 of them could hear the conversation. I have no idea." Tang Mingxing's impression of her was okay, not great but not bad either, and she didn't want to hurt her feelings like that. Can I add you on WeChat? Gao Yingying asked expectantly. Tang Mingxing hesitated, should she eat it or not? Gao Yingying pressed her advantage, I don't think much of Yang Jia. I can see right through his intentions. I make a good living myself. He spoke very sincerely, but Tang Mingxing didn't believe him. There are 3 girls in my family, and they all changed after we got our marriage certificates. Before she got together with Su Moli, although she was very strict, at least she didn't pay this much attention to herself. Now, during the day when she's in class, all she sees is herself, and after work she has to take care of herself. In the nearly 1 month since we got our marriage certificate, I've received more criticism than in the previous 2 years combined. Mu Yunxi was even more so when they first met. She was like the girl next door, playful, cute, and sensible. Now he's almost completely unable to take care of himself, a complete waste, relying solely on his looks and cuteness to make a living. Lin Yushan, haha. She teased me before, but at least she treated me like a younger brother. But now she doesn't even treat me like a human being. The only thing that comforted Tang Mingxing was that they were all quite sensible at night. That's good. Okay. Tang Mingxing added him anyway. As for whether they would chat or not, that was another matter. Suddenly thinking about Yang Jie's humiliation, Tang Mingxing couldn't help but laugh. You're great. Keep up your professionalism, smile and serve, Tang Mingxing said before leaving. Gao Yingying happily returned to the store, where Yang Jia and the others were still waiting. Hello Mr. Yang, are you still buying a car? Gao Yingying asked with a smile. Yang Jia nodded, okay, but about the dinner party tonight. Sorry, evening is my private time, and I don't want it taken up. 2X7s with license plates were parked in the shopping mall opposite the school. Tang Mingxing bought full insurance, filled up the gas tank, and bought several gas cards to make it easier for Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi to refuel. Otherwise, we definitely couldn't afford to keep those 2. It was noon, and Tang Mingxing bought a mask, put on a baseball cap and sunglasses, and sneaked into the school, heading straight for the cafeteria. I overheard people talking on the way. Have you heard? Tang Mingxing came to school again today. Why? Wasn't he driven home? Sending Mu Yunxi away. I don't know what that beast did to Mu Yunxi. I heard she can't even stand up anymore. Ah. No way, holy crap. Oh my god, my goddess. Who can argue with that? So many girls in the whole school like him, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Hey, I like Gu Qingcheng, huh? My goddess is not someone Tang Mingxing can have. A rich young lady like her probably wouldn't even look at Tang Mingxing. If he can't have it, you can't have it either, so what's there to be happy about? What if? Maybe Gu Qingcheng likes someone like me. Tang Mingxing followed behind the group, really wanting to go over and kick them. Dreamstar, someone suddenly shouted. Tang Mingxing was shocked and turned around to see Zhang Ming. Tang Mingxing rushed over and covered the other person's mouth. How did you recognize me? I'd recognize you even if you were ashes. I really should thank you, she said, while speaking. Mingxing, came another voice, this time from Zhou Qi. Damn. You 2 are like geniuses, you can still recognize me even dressed like this. The 3 quietly entered the cafeteria, which was similar to a restaurant on the 3rd floor. There are private rooms available, but it's usually crowded at night. Tang Mingxing booked a private room immediately, dropping the pretense, guys, I've taken care of things. I guarantee Brother Ming will be satisfied tonight. Zhang Ming scratched his head. To be honest, the Dreamstar project has changed. What's wrong? Can't you get a date? According to the plan, Tang Mingxing spent some money to dress up Zhang Ming. Tang Mingxing was basically not involved. In such situations, it's essential to allow the 2 of them some alone time. I've arranged to meet. That settles it then. No room fee? Give me your ID, and I'll book you a deluxe suite, with a waterbed, okay? No, don't talk nonsense. Hey! She's bringing her younger brother along. At this moment, Zhou Qi spoke up, oh? There's also your brother-in-law? Don't worry, leave him to me, I'll get him out of there. Zhang Ming added, and 2 of my best friends. Zhou Qi continued, these 2 are for Mingxing, he's good at them. Tang Mingxing didn't stand on ceremony. She sat lazily in the chair, gave an okay sign, and lightly pounded her chest twice. Leave it to me, bro. Ha ha. The 3 of them suddenly laughed in unison. Alright, Mingxing, what are our plans for tonight? Fireworks? Flowers? Candlelight dinner? To be honest, I'm sorry to have troubled you with all this, Zhang Ming said, feeling quite guilty. If it weren't for the forced match, he wouldn't have had the nerve to ask Tang Mingxing for help. He then added, I'll repay this favor after I start working. Zhou Qi also said, I pursued XIN using the Dreamstar name, Hala. I'll treat you to dinner sometime, under 100 yuan. Tang Mingxing scratched her head, candlelight dinner? Fireworks? Flowers? Isn't that just for show? How can we be romantic? So what do you mean? I got you 2 top-of-the-line X7s. I'll take another look this afternoon. Fireworks are useless, they're not allowed in the city. Candlelight dinner, I'll look it up online. Tang Mingxing said, throwing 2 car keys onto the table. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi stared blankly at the keys on the table, speechless. Is this true? They were more inclined to believe it was true. After all, they had seen photos of Tang Mingxing's luxury car in the group chat. They stared at the 2 of them, dumbfounded. Tang Mingxing tapped the keys. I bought it, not rented. The car is yours now, this thing is more useful than flowers. Shocked, utterly shocked, the 2 excitedly picked up the car keys, unable to put them down. Zhang Ming was just making a solemn promise that he would repay the favor after the job was done, but how could he possibly repay it now? Tang Mingxing held her phone, searching for flowers. Sigh, roses aren't blooming well this season, they're past their prime. Mid-Autumn Festival is almost here, but chrysanthemums are blooming nicely. How about some chrysanthemums? Yellow and white ones are both available. Brother Xing, you're my older brother. Me too. The 2 of them didn't hear what Tang Mingxing said at all, they were just excitedly grateful to him. Oh. It's no big deal. I bought 5. I'll give the other 3 to my father-in-law. Tang Mingxing wanted to show off a little. Oh. We're just like your father-in-law. Are you taking advantage of me? Chapter 89 Lunch Break. After lunch, Tang Mingxing checked the courses in Mu Yunqi's class. After 2 p.m., it's all self-study time. I wonder if that girl is feeling any better now. Mu Yunqi went straight back to her dorm to sleep at noon. I've always lived in dormitories, but thankfully I didn't take my bedding or anything like that with me, and my bed has remained the same. I slept very soundly. My lunch break was at 1:30, and now it's 2:30. Mu Yunqi skipped class for the first time. She vaguely felt as if a hand was stroking her from her ankle down to her thigh. It felt strangely comfortable. Mu Yunqi, like a kitten being petted, smiled slightly in her sleep. That's really long, a male voice exclaimed. Mu Yunqi slightly opened her eyes and saw the upper bunk bed. Dormitory? Man? Ah! Mu Yunqi screamed, sat up and slapped him across the face. Damn it, what's wrong with touching your leg? Are you trying to murder your husband? Tang Mingxing looked at Mu Yunqi in surprise, her reaction was so sudden. Upon seeing Tang Mingxing clearly, Mu Yunqi hesitated for a moment. Once she was sure it was really Tang Mingxing, she quickly rubbed his cheek and said, I'm sorry. It's you. You scared me to death. Tang Mingxing said, you have to make it up to me. I locked the door from the inside. How did you get in? Where's the dorm supervisor? The old lady is still taking her afternoon nap. Well, how about I make it up to you? I'll treat you to dinner. Ah, get out of my way. After a long while, a light drizzle began to fall again. Tang Mingxing was lying in Mu Yunqi's bed playing on her phone. Mu Yunqi sat in front of the mirror, getting ready. Knock knock, there was a knock on the door. The 2 locked eyes. Coming to a girl's dormitory isn't a big deal, but locking the door means something's up. Yunqi. Yunqi. Open the door, came Chen Tiantian's voice. Tang Mingxing jolted awake, quickly got up, and dressed. Mu Yunqi held her breath and waited until she had tidied everything up before slowly opening the door. Chen Tiantian said, why did it take so long to open the door? Mu Yunqi pretended nothing had happened. Oh, I was just here for lunch break, I was afraid a pervert would come in. How is that possible? How could there be such a bold pervert in the school? He. Ah. Chen Tiantian had just finished speaking when she saw Tang Mingxing standing on the balcony. Tang Mingxing tried to escape through the window, but when she got there, she found that the windows of the girls' dormitory were sealed off with iron bars. Ha ha ha. Hi. Sweetie. Tang Mingxing greeted her, trying to hide her embarrassment. Chen Tiantian said shyly, "Hi, Mengxing." But then she realized, what are you doing here? Boys sneaking into girls' dormitories to find their girlfriends happens every day. But locking the door, what's the point? Chen Tiantian couldn't help but start to overthink. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Tang Mingxing swaggered out the door. Just as I reached the door, I brushed past Chen Tiantian. Wait a minute. Chen Tiantian said. How? You're wearing your clothes inside out. Tang Mingxing left the dormitory with a blush on her face. I regret it. I regret it. Why couldn't you have been more patient? It's not like Mu Yunxi isn't coming home. Tang Mingxing began to blame herself afterward. Tang Mingxing was still very concerned about Zhang Ming's matter that evening. Of course, chrysanthemums couldn't be bought. Zhang Ming said he had to buy them himself to show his sincerity. Zhang Ming also booked the restaurant. It wasn't a fancy place, just a hot pot meal for 6 people. Zhang Ming naturally told his family about this, and his father sent him 5,000 yuan, telling him not to be stingy. His family is quite well off, a middle-class family, with his parents' combined annual income being over 300,000 yuan. Once he gets a job, Tang Mingxing will give his brother a hand again, making it possible for him to earn millions, or even tens of millions, a year. Now, Tang Mingxing is in the villa, dressed in cheap clothes and has taken off her watch. Zhang Ming is the main character tonight. I can pretend for him, but I can't pretend for him. I'm not going home tonight, I have something to do, Tang Mingxing said. Lin Yushang, who was practicing yoga, simply replied with an O. Gu Qingcheng, who was also practicing yoga with Lin Yushang, asked, "Where are you going?" "You talk too much, come over and give me a leg massage." Tang Mingxing swaggered onto the sofa, waiting for Gu Qingcheng's service. "No, I don't know how to serve people. That's why I'm letting you learn. It's such a great opportunity. You'll gain valuable experience when you go to a foot massage parlor in the future." Suddenly, a cushion flew over. To be honest, the scene of 2 girls exercising in yoga clothes was quite beautiful. I don't know when it happened, maybe it was yesterday, but after getting used to Gu Qingcheng, I started to find her somewhat pleasing to the eye. At least it's not so annoying anymore. This won't do. You're eating and drinking my food for free, and you still won't listen to me. You should move out tomorrow, Tang Mingxing said, hugging a cushion and looking at Gu Qingcheng. Lin Yushang gave her a look, and Gu Qingcheng understood and walked over. Kneeling beside Tang Mingxing, she gently massaged his legs. Looking at the honest and unassuming Gu Qingcheng, Tang Mingxing wanted to reach out and pat her head. Oh, how joyful life is! Ha ha ha, ah! Tang Mingxing suddenly roared. Gu Qingcheng grabbed his legs and lifted them up sharply, giving him a perfect split. My incredibly strong thighs, ah! Tang Mingxing clutched her groin and knelt on the sofa. How hateful, utterly hateful. Lin Yushang, always eager for drama, exclaimed, "Oh! What happened? Did Mingxing tear her crotch?" Tang Mingxing looked at her painfully. "Stop talking nonsense. Gu Qingcheng almost destroyed your happiness for the rest of your life. You Chang, you wait, hey! Don't!" Lin Yushang understood what he meant, felt a pang of shyness, and pinched his lips. "If you keep talking like that." Ouch! I was wrong. It hurts. Once I went out, it was almost time. It's 4:30. Zhang Ming and the others should be fine by now. Tang Mingxing drove to the shopping mall across from the school, parked the car, and waited for Zhang Ming to get out of school. After waiting for a few minutes, it was almost 5 o'clock, and many people began to walk out of the school gate. The loudspeaker at the school gate suddenly blared, "Tang Mingxing, stand back, away from the school." In the Academic Affairs office, the Director of Teaching Affairs was watching the surveillance footage, holding a microphone in his hand. Tang Mingxing was stunned. Damn it, she couldn't even stand at the school gate anymore. Several security guards also came out. "Back up. Back up. Back up. Mingxing, please don't make things difficult for us, back up a little more." Can't I even stand at the door? This is outrageous." Just as he finished speaking, several girls walked over. "Senior Mingxing, I'm a sophomore, let's add each other on WeChat." "Hi, Mingxing, hello. Can I get your contact information? I'm a graduate student, currently being matched. If it's convenient, I'll treat you to a meal." Dream star. What a coincidence, another girl exclaimed. Tang Mingxing looked over, but didn't recognize him at all. "Who are you?" "Me? You forgot? We participated in an event together. I forgot your phone number. Can you tell me it again? Tang Mingxing swore that she was not out of her mind and did not know this woman at all. This tactic was too lame. Chapter 90 Order of Love. The head of the teaching department was a little worried, as he had thought that Tang Mingxing's matter would fade away with time. But in the afternoon, Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi drove around the school. Especially Zhou Qi, driving around with his new girlfriend. He was incredibly arrogant. They certainly couldn't afford the car, so they were honest and told everyone that it was a gift from Tang Mingxing. The atmosphere on campus, which had been gradually calming down, became lively again. Not only women, but men were also tempted. Giving my buddy an X7? Are you kidding me? Sure enough, the entrance quickly became packed with people. Damn it, everyone, stop touching me like that. Many girls from nearby schools also came over. Most people just joined in the fun, but Tang Mingxing clearly became a celebrity in this small circle. Regardless of whether people like him or not, this kid's reputation is spreading throughout various universities, and people have to come and see him out of curiosity. Ugh! What kind of people have we raised? The head of the teaching department stomped his feet in anger. At the entrance, Tang Mingxing was surrounded by a group of girls. Having good looks definitely has its advantages. A group of devoted fans clung tightly to Tang Mingxing, saying, "Mingxing, I'm so happy to see you for the first time." This girl's fantasy about Tang Mingxing had reached its peak, and the presence of many people gave her extra courage. He started making unwanted physical advances towards Tang Mingxing. Excuse me, everyone. I have something to do, Please, everyone, disperse. Despite saying that, Tang Mingxing was actually quite pleased with herself, feeling like she was a celebrity now. I just feel that these people have no sense of boundaries. Some girls are always taking advantage of me without even looking at themselves. Tang Mingxing was squeezed in the middle by a group of girls and couldn't get out. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi also came out at this time. Should we lend him a hand? Wait a minute, this kid seems to be enjoying himself. Tang Mingxing was indeed enjoying herself, but she still pretended to be reserved. Thank you, but I have to go now, I'll contact you later. At this moment, Tang Mingxing began to push her way out of the crowd. Oops. Brother Mingxing, you're so careless, you bumped into me. Tang Mingxing walked out, his elbow accidentally brushing against a girl's chest. He didn't mean it, but he felt genuinely embarrassed because the other person was a girl. I didn't mean it. Can you take responsibility for me for the rest of your life? I can pay for your room for one night. Without delay, Tang Mingxing used all her strength to run out. The loudspeaker at the entrance blared again. Tang Mingxing, please leave immediately. I have already notified your family about this. Damn it, Tang Mingxing cursed. Wasn't Su Moli the family member? I'll inevitably get a scolding when I get back. Upon seeing Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi, Tang Mingxing shouted, "Get out of here." The three of them ran away quickly. 10 minutes later, in the mall's underground parking lot. I can't run anymore, I can't go on. I'm not running anymore, Zhou Qi said, leaning against the wall and panting heavily. Tang Mingxing and Zhang Ming were both leaning against the wall, exhausted. He. I'm quite the charmer, having such an experience once in my life is really interesting. Tang Mingxing took 2 deep breaths, took out a card from her pocket, and handed it to Zhang Ming. Take it. What? I used your ID to open the room. Brother, this is my first day asking her out, we haven't even met yet. If we meet, we'll get to know each other, right? It's better to be prepared. Zhou Qi looked at the two of them and said, no. Mingxing, you're too hasty. You need to let them talk and get to know each other before doing anything like that. These days, no matched couples sleep together on the same day, right? Ha? Tang Mingxing was taken aback. What are you talking about? Aren't you all supposed to rest together that day? Who? Me. Zhang Ming chuckled, nonsense. That's how it is when you're dating. The law states that you can't go against a woman's will, even if you're married. There's a proper order to these things. Tang Mingxing seemed to understand but not quite. I know, I didn't say you two should go to a hotel first and then have dinner. I know the order, eat first, then go to a hotel. Mad. No. That is. You need to get familiar with it first, understand it first. You don't know her name? Or does she not know your name? I know. That settles it. Just knowing the name, is that what you call being familiar? Shouldn't we also get to know each other's backgrounds, personalities, hobbies? Damn it, can't we talk in bed? Can't you talk when you're in bed? Or do you fall asleep the moment your head hits the pillow? Brother Xing, I'm done chatting. You're amazing. Tang Mingxing firmly believed that she was right. Weren't Su Moli, Mu Yunqi, and Lin Yushang all examples of this? Practice proves the truth. Seeing Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi, two weaklings, Tang Mingxing no longer bothered to argue with them. All right. Let's go to the restaurant. Zhang Ming took out his car keys and started the X7. Tang Mingxing rode in Zhou Qi's X7 tonight, and 3 parking spaces had already been rented this afternoon for a year. He only just realized he could rent a parking space, and suddenly felt like he had wasted a lot of money. The restaurant isn't far away, just a few minutes' drive. 2 X7s parked in front of the small restaurant attracted the attention of passers-by. Zhang Ming was very nervous. He had been single for 21 years and this was his first blind date. Guys, it's up to you guys tonight. Tang Mingxing said, the key is still to rely on yourself. Are you really not considering taking the room key? It can't be refunded. No. The girls across the street arrived early, and once they saw Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi get out of the driver's seat, their eyes were glued to the two of them. Tang Mingxing was clearly invisible. Because he was sitting in the passenger seat. Is this really true? Tang Mingxing was just surrounded by a group of women who idolized him, but now, no matter how handsome he is, he can't compare to 2X7S. Hello. Hello. The two greeted each other. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Ming, and these are my good brothers, Tang Mingxing and Zhou Qi. Hello everyone, my name is Xia Chenxi, these are my best friends, Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng, oh. And my younger brother, Xia Dongdong. After Xia Chenxi finished speaking, a chubby-faced little boy peeked out from behind her. He's not very old, he looks no more than 8 or 9 years old. Dongdong is calling for help. Hello, uncle. Call me brother. Hello, brother. Zhang Ming looked nervous and politely returned a smile. Tang Mingxing whispered to Zhou Qi, this little brat is hard to take care of. Ha, you're doomed. Zhou Qi thought the other person's younger brother was an 18 or 19-year-old boy, so they would have some common topics, but he didn't expect him to be so young. It's a bit of a headache. Shall we eat here? Xia Chenxi's best friend, Wang Yu, pointed to the hot pot restaurant next to them. Zhang Ming replied, yes. I've made the order. Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng were clearly somewhat resistant. Lu Mengmeng said, when I went on blind dates before, the men always took me to high-end restaurants, costing at least 500 yuan per person. This place. I'm sorry, I personally think it lacks sincerity. She was very polite, but what she said made everyone feel somewhat uncomfortable. Xia Chenxi hadn't originally planned to bring anyone. She thought she'd chat with Zhang Ming for a bit and get to know him first. Unfortunately, she was also matched with someone. Her best friend kept describing how unimaginable the consequences would be if she were matched with an alcoholic, slovenly, and violent man. The two men urged Xia Chenxi to help her assess people's character, but there wasn't enough time, so they had to act quickly. If one person wasn't suitable today, they would arrange to meet 2 more tomorrow. Xia Chenxi was scared and had no other choice but to find out as soon as possible. Chapter 91 Becoming a Father. Zhang Ming didn't know how to answer at this point. 500 per person? My dad did give me 5,000, but things are still far from settled, so I don't dare spend that much. There were 6 people for today's meal, and 100 yuan per person is already quite good. Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng weren't looking down on Zhang Ming. They weren't blind, and they saw 2X7S. Therefore, we absolutely cannot let Xia Chenxi and Zhang Ming get together. My best friend is someone who can live a good life, but not better than me. A difficult problem lay before Zhang Ming. At this moment, Tang Mingxing spoke up, we have to listen to Chenxi, right? Wherever you say we're going, we'll go. This is where Tang Mingxing's brain really shines. Your best friend is shameless, so you should make the decision. I've given you face, it's up to you whether you want it or not. However, Zhang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. With Tang Mingxing's words, the matter was settled, and even the most expensive meal could be eaten. Xia Chenxi hesitated. Before she came, Wang Yu had told her that to see if a man likes you, you should see if he is willing to spend money on you and how much he spends. There's a popular saying online, money is for women to see, not for them to spend. Many men consider this a treasure, but little do they know that there's always a bigger problem: women are not immune to the internet. I've long since learned how to handle this. Don't even think about trying to win her over with a luxury car and without spending a penny. Moreover, in their eyes, it seemed a bit stingy for Jiang Ming to treat them to such an inexpensive hot pot when he was driving an X7. I think this place is alright, but I don't really like hot pot. We don't need to go to an expensive restaurant, how about we go for stir fries? There's a place called Dahai Homestyle Cuisine that's pretty good. Xia Chenxi finally spoke up. Insisting on staying would be disrespectful to her best friend, while going to a lavish meal would seem too materialistic. This is cheaper. Zhou Qi nudged Jiang Ming secretly. Jiang Ming immediately replied, okay. Let's go. Tang Mingxing smiled with delight. This girl was quite nice, and she was also happy for Jiang Ming. Such a beauty was hard to come by. So we have to help Jiang Ming win tonight. The group prepared to get into the car. Tang Mingxing suggested that Jiang Ming and Xia Chenxi share a car. Create space for the two of them to be alone. The remaining 5 people rode in Zhou Qi's car. Everyone else had no objections, but when Tang Mingxing was about to get into the passenger seat, Wang Yu stopped her. Excuse me, sir, I'm not used to sitting in the back. Could I have the passenger seat? Okay. Tang Mingxing didn't think much of it and went to the back seat. Lu Mengmeng glanced at Zhou Qi and Wang Yu, her eyes filled with disappointment. It seemed she also wanted to sit in the passenger seat. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the middle of the back row, Xia Dongdong sat, with Lu Mengmeng and Tang Mingxing on his left and right respectively. The car started, and Tang Mingxing sat inside, looking out the window, wondering if things were going smoothly with Jiang Ming. Wang Yu suddenly asked, Brother Zhou Qi, I heard you're from Tsinghua or Peking University. Zhou Qi didn't speak. He reflexively assumed the question was directed at Tang Mingxing. After all, that guy attracts girls. Yes. Tang Mingxing answered as expected. I was asking about Zhou Qi. Wang Yu lifted her skirt up slightly, while Lu Mengmeng in the back row took off her coat, revealing her shoulders. It's so hot in the car. The two of them said it at the same time. Ha! Then I'll roll down the window. Zhou Qi replied blankly, and was about to roll down the window. Old Zhou, no need. The two young ladies said it's hot, and they like it hot. Right? Tang Mingxing knew exactly what the two girls were up to. They just wanted to seduce Zhou Qi. But the style is off now. Shouldn't I be in charge of 2 girls? Has my charm diminished? Tang Mingxing wondered. Xia Dongdong, standing next to her, looked Tang Mingxing up and down. What's wrong, kid? Brother, can I use your phone to play games? Sure, take it and play with it. Tang Mingxing has many games on her phone, but the one that kids love the most is still that one. Timmy. However, the account belongs to Tang Mingxing. Kid, you can only play casual matches, don't touch ranked. Don't worry, brother, I've already entered ranked matches. You. Tang Mingxing felt uneasy. He was already at a decent rank, and if he let a little kid play ranked matches for him, he was bound to lose. Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng chatted with Zhou Qi in a casual manner. Lu Mengmeng asked, Brother Zhou Qi, your car is so cool. How much did it cost? Zhou Qi likes cars, and although Tang Mingxing bought them, he could still tell the price, around 1.28 million. Ha! It's so expensive. Did you buy it yourself? Lu Mengmeng asked a seemingly silly question. Wang Yu gave a soft hum. The two, who were best friends on the surface, were now forced to compete for his affections. Tang Mingxing suddenly smiled. That's a good question, excellent. At noon, Zhou Qi and Jiang Ming took advantage of him, saying that the two of them were just like his father-in-law. Now the retribution has come. His dad bought it for him. Tang Mingxing said, suppressing a laugh. Put. You little brat, hee hee. Zhou Qi heard Tang Mingxing say this and knew that this kid was getting revenge for the arrow he shot at noon. It's harmless for a good buddy to occasionally act silly. Old Zhou, do you think your dad bought it? Tang Mingxing pressed. Zhou Qi dared not admit it. You bought it for me, okay? No. It's your dad. We're both students, where would I get the money to buy it for you? The two argued back and forth. But Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng heard a different story. The two felt that Tang Mingxing was jealous of Zhou Qi because he owned a luxury car. Wang Yu felt nothing but contempt. All he did was ask about the car price, and Tang Mingxing immediately claimed it was bought for him by Zhou Qi's father. Did he really need to say that? Wasn't he just trying to prove that Zhou Qi didn't buy it himself? Brothers? That's pure jealousy. They were well aware, of course, that Zhou Qi was just a student and definitely couldn't afford it. However, this car is definitely not rented, since it has a temporary license plate. The only explanation is that his family bought it for him. Lu Mingming's problem was simply that she had nothing to say and was only trying to build rapport. After all, Wang Yu and Zhou Qi had just been having a lively conversation. Brother Zhou Qi, your family is quite wealthy, and your uncle is very capable too. Lu Mengmeng flattered. Yes, uncle is really impressive, he must be doing big business. Wang Yu immediately chimed in, putting friendship aside for now and focusing on the love in front of her. Tang Mingxing laughed again. That's right, your uncle is outstanding. Ah Xing. Feeling good now. That's right, I've become a father, and I also have 2 nieces. Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng didn't understand the conversation between the two, but they found Tang Mingxing increasingly annoying. She has a pretty face, but why is she so annoying? He keeps interrupting. Tang Mingxing looked down at Xia Dongdong, who was quietly playing games. 25 kills, 0 deaths, 6 assists. Holy crap! Kid, teach me. Chapter 92x7 won't work. Hearing Tang Mingxing's words, Xia Dongdong became even more excited. We won this game easily. The car arrived at Dahai's homestyle restaurant. Brother, here's your phone back. Hey kid, can I add you on WeChat? Let's play sometime. Tang Mingxing ignored the hundreds of friend requests from girls in his friend request list. But today, I'll definitely add this kid on WeChat. No, I'm using my sister's. Oh. Well, then let's just add each other as game friends. Your sister doesn't usually play games, right? Tang Mingxing dared not add Xia Chenxi as a friend at this time, because if Zhang Ming found out, he would kill him. After getting off the car, Tang Mingxing saw Zhang Ming and Xia Chenxi chatting and laughing. It seemed that things were progressing well. Wang Yu took the lead and walked to Zhou Qi's side, the two standing very close together. Zhou Qi said in the car that he has a girlfriend. However, Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng repeatedly confirmed that she was just his girlfriend. This can be replaced, it won't affect them at all. Greetings, everyone. The restaurant owner greeted them warmly as she ran out to welcome them. These small restaurants are usually run by husband and wife, so they don't need to hire anyone. It's just the couple and their child who helps out after school. Wang Yu spoke first. There are 5 adults and 1 child in our group. Okay, please come in, wait. You're 6 adults, right? The proprietress counted them. There were 6 adults and 1 child. Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng were both somewhat taken aback, and they counted the numbers themselves. Tang Mingxing looked at the two of them, and when they counted her name, she had an expression of sudden realization on her face. Damn, did I forget about myself? When have I ever suffered such humiliation? In Tang Mingxing's heart, he knew that a good-looking appearance could not resist the temptation of money, but his looks were still enough to buy a G-Class or a Maybach. I was clearly naive. Let alone the X7, it probably can't even compare to the X3. Mingxing, let's go in. Zhang Ming quickly said, noticing Tang Mingxing's frustration. The restaurant wasn't very big, and at this point, Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng stopped being coy and acted like innocent young girls. She recounted how thrifty she was in managing her household and her understanding of consumption. Looking at the restaurant's interior, Lu Mengmeng said, I think this place is great. It's good quality and inexpensive, very affordable. Tang Mingxing sat to one side, next to Xia Dongdong. Xia Dongdong, however, was still engrossed in playing video games. Dongdong, stop playing, it's time to eat. Xia Chenxi reminded him. Sister, can I just finish this one game, he said again. He had reached the mid-game stage and couldn't just quit now. Tang Mingxing put her arm around Xia Dongdong's shoulder. Let him finish playing, it'll be quick. I'll take the phone back after he's done. Xia Dongdong's little face beamed with pride. Thank you, brother. Xia Chenxi didn't want to offend him, so she didn't say anything more. Xia Chenxi, Wang Yu, and Lu Mengmeng are all seniors in college and are currently doing internships, so they don't have much income. After entering society, the group felt powerless. Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng pinned their hopes on marrying into a good family, preferably a wealthy one. Xia Chenxi, on the other hand, was still foolishly thinking about working hard to reach the pinnacle of her life. In this situation, Xia Chenxi's standards for choosing a partner are actually higher, because being rich is not the only goal. She also wants someone knowledgeable, cultured, and good looking. So Zhang Ming wasn't her preferred choice, but she had already been matched with someone. Xia Chenxi was very anxious and desperately tried anything. Whatever you want to eat, just order whatever you like. Zhang Ming glanced at the menu. The dishes weren't expensive. This place was near the edge of the city, so the prices were indeed reasonable. Xia Chenxi casually ordered 2 dishes, which cost a little over 80 yuan in total. The others also casually ordered a few dishes. That's about right. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward again. Tang Mingxing planned to eat a couple of bites later, then find an excuse to leave with Zhou Qi and the others. But now it seems that something is amiss. Xia Chenxi was very polite and well-mannered, to the point that her politeness seemed somewhat distant. Zhang Ming was very satisfied. The girl gave off a feeling like a gentle spring breeze. Tang Mingxing, however, did not think so. Excessive politeness clearly created distance. This means the other party is not satisfied, and it's even possible that they will end up splitting the bill with Zhang Ming. Wan Yu and Lu Mengmeng only had money in their eyes, and only those 2 BMW X7s. Xia Chenxi values overall qualities more, and she is completely unaware of how sought-after wealthy men are. The dishes were served one after another very quickly. Zhang Ming said casually, "Eat up. Everyone, don't be shy." Zhou Qi was about to pick up his chopsticks when Tang Mingxing suddenly gave Zhang Ming a bad look. Zhang Ming was taken aback. What happened? Tang Mingxing had already noticed Xia Chenxi's indifference, but she had concealed it. Tang Mingxing could tell that Xia Chenxi's family must be well off. She wasn't impressed by Zhang Ming's X7. Besides, this girl wasn't unmaterialistic, she was just more demanding. This is a problem. Tang Mingxing didn't touch her chopsticks, and the other girls only ate a few bites. Wan Yu and Lu Mengmeng were having a lively conversation with Zhou Qi. Zhang Ming was a little shy and only interacted with Xia Chenxi occasionally. Only Xia Dongdong, after finishing the game, started eating and drinking excessively. The child is hungry. Kid. Don't choke on the fish while eating, Tang Mingxing thought, having a good impression of the kid, and gave himself 2 consecutive wins in ranked matches. At this crucial moment, Tang Mingxing still had to lend a hand. "Chenxi, my buddy here isn't usually like this. He gets nervous whenever he sees you, but he's very warm and friendly in private, often treating me to meals, and he never neglects his studies. To be honest, I was recently sent home, and I'm so grateful to Ming Ge for tutoring me." Xia Chenxi is older than Tang Mingxing, so she can't call her sister anymore, let alone elder sister. Hearing Tang Mingxing say this, Xia Chenxi felt a renewed curiosity about Zhang Ming. Wan Yu and Lu Mengmeng sneered inwardly. He often invites her to meals? Not only does he freeload, but he also drives home and expects her to tutor him. Being poor is bad enough, but having so many problems on top of that is really unlucky to have a brother like this. My sister likes guys who are rich, handsome, and cultured. Xia Dongdong suddenly said. Shut up. Xia Chenxi quickly scolded, you've all made a fool of yourselves. Oh. Absolutely. Absolutely. Tang Mingxing could only offer a forced compliment. Dongdong, are you full? I'll take you to play games again. I'm full. Xia Dongdong said immediately after eating until she was about 70% full, upon hearing that they were playing games. Tang Mingxing stood up and winked at Zhou Qi, Old Zhou, I'll take him to your car to play games. Go open the door. Here's the key. You help me open it. Tang Mingxing blinked hard. Zhou Qi understood and quickly followed them out. What's wrong? Old Zhou, bring 2 girls out later, make up some excuse, just for a stroll. I want to ask this kid a few questions. I'm not really good at it. Why not? I'm afraid I'll be exposed. What's so special about that? You can't even brag properly, can you? If you don't have it, just make it up. After seeing Zhou Qi off, Tang Mingxing sat in the car and asked Xia Dongdong, who was playing games, Dongdong. What does your family do? My parents run a small business and are away from home most of the year. I usually live with my older sister. Does your sister have time to take care of you? You have a nanny at home. Oh, no wonder. An X7 won't do, you need a Rolls Royce. How to learn Chapter 93. Tang Mingxing didn't have high hopes for tonight's blind date. I didn't expect Zhang Ming to have such good taste. According to Xia Dongdong's description, his family's annual income is easily 2 to 3 million yuan. Moreover, Xia Chenxi is well educated and has very positive values. If Zhang Ming didn't have something special about him, she really wouldn't be interested in him. We're doomed, Tang Mingxing muttered. Not done yet. Pentakill with low health, he won die, Xia Dongdong replied. Tang Mingxing looked down and, sure enough, Xia Dongdong had achieved a pentakill while at low health. Damn, you're the biggest winner tonight, Tang Mingxing said with a wicked smile. Xia Dongdong stared at him intently. He wasn't a child anymore and understood some things. Brother, you're not a human trafficker, are you? Your smile is so wicked. Go away, I'm not interested in you. After speaking, he looked through the car window at Zhang Ming and Xia Chenxi, who were still eating inside. The two seemed to be chatting and laughing. But there's no doubt that Zhang Ming's smile was genuine, while Xia Chenxi's was out of politeness. Brother, someone's looking for you. Xia Dongdong handed his phone to Tang Mingxing after finishing his game. It was Lin Yushang's phone call. She sent it 20 minutes ago. I hung up on her. Why did it take you so long to tell me? I was playing it safe and focusing on leveling up at the time. Tang Mingxing quickly called Lin Yushang back. What's wrong? Tang Mingxing, do you want to die? How dare you not answer my call? Lin Yushang directly confronted Tang Mingxing. Didn't I tell you? I'm having dinner with my friends. Where is she? I'm coming over. What are you doing here? Mu Yunxi and Su Moli are discussing their studies. I'm bored. Are you trying to introduce your brother to someone? Tang Mingxing understood this girl wanted to join in the fun. That's not a good idea. I'll go give your brother some advice. I'll use you. Lin Yushang really wanted to join in the fun, but Tang Mingxing couldn't dissuade her. You're not allowed to cause trouble now that you're here. And you're not allowed to drive a sports car, keep a low profile. Understood. When Lin Yushang was a child in the village, whenever someone went on a blind date, she would secretly go and see what kind of person the man or woman was. For her, this was a great source of curiosity. Today, after Su Moli got off work, she told her about it. It's a blind date, how can I not go and see for myself? Tang Mingxing no longer had high hopes for this blind date. Zhang Ming is only excellent in academics, he has no other strengths whatsoever. He's an absolute idiot when it comes to flirting, especially with girls. He might be okay with casual banter, but he'll definitely mess things up when it really matters. 10 minutes later, Tang Mingxing was still quite worried and went back to the hotel. Zhou Qi also returned with two girls, and Wang Yu and Lu Mengming's attitudes became much colder at this point. What's wrong? Old Zhou, you're not doing so well. I thought Zhang Ming would lose tonight, but you might be able to win. I'm puzzled too. I've always tried to project a good guy image, but they seem to want to talk to me less and less. How was it established? I told them how much I love my current girlfriend, that I bring her food every day, go to the movies with her on weekends, and... Alright, I got it. You're really lucky that Zhao Xian is interested in you. Neither of you will end up together. Tang Mingxing returned to her seat. How was your meal, you two? How about we eat our fill first, then go sing karaoke, or take a stroll? The food on the table was barely touched. Xia Chenxi avoided eye contact. I'm full. Thank you. Let's pay the bill. Shall we pay the bill? Tang Mingxing knew she was doomed. Zhang Ming said, I can handle it. No need, let's split the bill, I'll pay half and you pay half. Zhang Ming was deeply moved. This woman wasn't materialistic, wasn't that exactly what he wanted? No need. Ming Ge, you pay. After we eat, I'll take you guys out to play. I'll cover the expenses. Tang Mingxing suddenly said, now she had no choice but to try anything. This is my last hope, let's see if it works. Wang Yu was getting impatient, it's getting late, let's go back. Lu Mengming chimed in, yeah. Get some rest, you've had a long day and you have to go to work tomorrow. The two lost interest in Zhou Qi. The guy kept talking about his girlfriend, so there was no chance for him. And Tang Mingxing? He's the most annoying one, even though he covered all the expenses? Walking around is free, or should we go see a movie? It's pointless. Shall we go to the luxury space? Tang Mingxing asked tentatively. He was going all out with the newly opened nightclub in Yanjing. Now was no time to be considerate of his brothers. If Zhou Qi can win over Zhao Xian with his reputation, then tonight's expenses will be paid by young Master Tang. Anyway, let's let it fly for a while. This isn't a good idea, Chenxi is tired too, Zhang Ming said. Before he could finish speaking, Tang Mingxing retorted, shut up. His eyes were filled with nothing but the word useless. Then I'm definitely not going, said Wang Yu. It wasn't that she didn't like going to nightclubs, but Tang Mingxing said he would pay the bill. What kind of bill would he pay? Are a few people going to drink plain water? Boom! The roar of a motorcycle signaled Lin Yushang's arrival. She was still wearing those skinny jeans, which accentuated her perfect hip shape. Adding a black leather jacket completes the look, making him look very stylish. When women show off their coolness, it's none of the men's business. Similarly, when men get flirtatious, women have nothing to do with it. Oh, you're drinking? Lin Yushang asked, looking at everyone as if they were old friends. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were also seeing her for the first time. As men, none of them could resist taking a second look at Lin Yushang. So cool. Even Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng, Xia Chenxi herself felt a little flutter in her heart. Why wasn't she a man? Lin Yushang walked up to Xia Dongdong and, seeing him, couldn't help but gently rub his little face. What an adorable little boy, what's your name? Hello, sister, my name is Xia Dongdong, he. The little boy blushed slightly after saying this. Who are you? Zhang Ming asked. I am Tang Mingxing's husband. Lin Yushang gave a cliched answer. Tang Mingxing rubbed her head, sorry, I forgot about you. I was just about to invite them to a nightclub. Then I'm glad I came. Didn't you say you were just here to eat? Lin Yushang said, pinching Tang Mingxing's cheek. Tang Mingxing, however, remained expressionless. She was numb. She was completely numb, she was used to it. Seeing Tang Mingxing's nonchalant expression, Lin Yushang laughed and said, let's go. Where to? I'll take you guys to have a blast. As she spoke, Lin Yushang glanced at Xia Chenxi and Zhang Ming a few times. I love watching these matchmaking events, it's so entertaining to watch the drama unfold. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Xia Chenxi wanted to decline. Wang Yu asked, Brother Tang, have you been to that place? Do you know how much it costs there? A glass of water won't cost much, will it? Tang Mingxing didn't have a good impression of Wang Yu to begin with. Then I suddenly thought of Yang Jia. That guy has a masochistic streak, but he's really good at pretending. How did he learn it? After thinking for a moment, Tang Mingxing feigned composure and confidence and said, how do you know I can't afford this money? Humph. Lin Yushang frowned slightly. Why was Tang Mingxing suddenly acting like an idiot? Chapter 94 Good Guy Card. Mingxing, if they don't want to go, that's fine. Zhang Ming explained on behalf of Xia Chenxi and the others. Nightclubs were not a good place in his eyes. He couldn't figure out why he would take a few girls to a nightclub. Tang Mingxing sighed, bro, no wonder you're single. Ah. So are you guys going or not? Tang Mingxing asked the group again. Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng occasionally go to nightclubs to relax, but Xia Chenxi had already made her mind clear, I'm not going, and besides, I have my younger brother with me. You guys can go if you want. Looking at Xia Chenxi, Zhang Ming liked her even more. How could a lady like her go to a place like that? Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng decided not to go after hearing this. The three girls loathed Tang Mingxing to the extreme. They couldn't understand why such a beautiful girl like Lin Yushang would be interested in this guy. Was it just because he was handsome? How naive. Alright, I'll do as you say. Tang Mingxing knew that today was finally over. But Lin Yushang wouldn't have it. They're not going, but I want to go. Let's go home and have a family party. Zhang Ming then adopted the demeanor of a patriarch, alright. That's settled for tonight. Chenxi, I'll take you home. No need, let's take a taxi. I'm going back to school anyway. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Chenxi finally agreed. I'll ride on Yushang's motorcycle, you guys drive, hee. Hearing Tang Mingxing chuckle twice, Lin Yushang frowned, what are you chuckling about? She knew that the boy was up to something again. Tang Mingxing was actually holding back her anger, her friend was utterly useless. They can't tell good from bad words. He brags all day long in private, claiming to have all sorts of flirting skills, but in reality, he's nothing special. Kid. If you get a chance, I'll take you, You take me with you. Tang Mingxing's favorite person tonight was Xia Dongdong. The group got into the car, and Tang Mengxing straddled the motorcycle, pressing herself tightly against Lin Yushang's back. Take your hands off. Put them on your waist, and don't touch me. Tang Mengxing obediently placed her hand on her waist, but pressed her body even closer. Tang Mengxing. If you move your flashlight around again, I'll break it. Lin Yushang rode very fast as lightning. Holy crap, Sister Lin. Hopefully nothing's wrong, this is way too fast. Tang Mengxing was somewhat frightened, once again experiencing Lin Yushang's wildness. No speeding. Hold on tight. Lin Yushang stepped on the gas, like a bolt of lightning in the night. Before long, Lin Yushang brought Tang Mengxing to the shopping mall at the school gate. My car's still inside, I'll go get 2 ambient lights. We'll have a blast at home tonight, how about a swimsuit party, or even a lingerie show? Tang Mengxing rushed straight to the mall, full of anticipation for the evening. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi's car arrived at the mall quite a while later. That's all for now, thank you. I've transferred the money to you, you must accept it. Xia Chenxi said politely to Zhang Ming, bowing slightly as she carried her bag. Zhang Ming replied, Hi, can I ask you to hang out again tomorrow? I'm not free tomorrow, sorry. The group was still saying their final goodbyes. A Cullinan slowly drove out of the underground parking garage. Tang Mengxing rolled down the car window. Hey guys, wanna come to my villa? Zhou Qi, bring your girlfriend, wanna come? I'm not going. I still need to bring Xin some hot water. Wow. Another Mu Yunxi. In the blink of an eye, she can't even take care of herself. She even needs a specialist to deliver hot water. Zhang Ming laughed and said, I'm not going either. I doubt you guys would feel comfortable if I went. He was smiling happily, but then he saw Tang Mengxing looking at him with disappointment. What was wrong with him? Shouldn't she be happy for him? Wan Yu and Lu Mengmeng looked at the Cullinan in front of them, their hearts churning with turmoil. This Tang Mengxing, how come she's so rich? The shock was like a bolt of lightning, striking my heart directly, and my heart rate instantly soared to 180. Seeing this, Lin Yushang leaned close to the car window and whispered, Mengxing. You're acting like this, but he has very sound values. Tang Mengxing, sexy? So I should turn her gay? I hate those who pretend to be innocent the most. Tang Mengxing only complained that he believed Xia Chenxi was indeed not after money, but that came with conditions. She doesn't care about a few hundred, a few thousand, or even hundreds of thousands. After all, given her family's financial situation, she had seen a lot of money. What about tens of millions or hundreds of millions? Tang Mengxing does not believe that human nature is inherently good, he believes that human nature is inherently evil. It's just that education helps people suppress their inner greed and animalistic nature. Some people may be able to transcend themselves. But most people can't, their most primal desires won't be extinguished. Therefore, a breakthrough is needed, whether it's money or something else, to stimulate this desire. Of course, for guys to do this, besides being outstanding themselves, they also need to know how to flirt. Zhang Ming is only lacking in this area. His appearance is also a major flaw, and it's too late for plastic surgery. Zhang Ming was able to get into Tsinghua and Peking universities, so his grades were naturally not bad, and he will be considered a high-end talent in the future. However, when it comes to culture, some people can talk about it in a romantic and light-hearted way, while others prefer to write long-winded articles. If you guys have nothing else to do, I'd like to have a private chat with my brother. When Xia Chenxi saw Tang Mengxing drive out in a luxury car, she didn't show any change in attitude and seemed very calm. However, when she looked at Tang Mengxing, her eyes were filled with expectation. Wan Yu and Lu Mengmeng seemed to have something to say to each other, and they were whispering to each other. Xia Chenxi's nonchalance is exactly what Tang Mengxing meant by pretending. Purely literal meaning. He thought too highly of himself. Tang Mengxing saw this and was secretly amused. He was just an ordinary person after all. Some people love to show off their uniqueness, remaining unmoved by external gains or losses. This seems to be a way for them to distinguish themselves. Right values? That's just an act. Zhang Ming walked over. What's up? I still have to take Chenxi there. You took the money? Tang Mengxing was referring to A's meal payment. Zhang Ming, confused, said, I know I can't accept it. She's trying to make a good impression on me, I understand. You're running out of time. If you can't handle her, find someone else. Don't waste your time. Mengxing, what do you know? We get along really well. Then I'll bet you, after you see her off, you'll get a friend card. Zhang Ming didn't believe it at all, and Tang Mingxing didn't want to waste any more time on it. You walked over at this moment. Brother Mingxing, didn't you say you were going to a nightclub? I just remembered that I'm actually not busy tomorrow. How about we go together? Yeah. Why don't we come together? We didn't say that because we saw you driving a luxury car. We're just quite interested in you. You're quite humorous, Lu Mengmeng quickly chimed in. Tang Mingxing pointed at Lin Yushang, see this one? This is my wife. I don't look at people who don't meet this standard of beauty. I'm leaving. Tang Mingxing rolled up the car window and drove away quickly. Lin Yushang cursed, use me as a standard, I'll deal with you when we get back. He then got on his motorcycle and followed closely behind Tang Mingxing. Seeing Tang Mingxing leave, Zhang Ming felt relieved. He felt that Tang Mingxing was alright during the day, but her behavior at night was somewhat unpredictable. He almost ruined his plans. Chenxi, when are you free? No need, thank you. I had a great day, but I don't think we're a good match. Goodbye. After Xia Chenxi finished speaking, she quickly turned and left, leaving Zhang Ming standing there in a daze. A gust of autumn wind swept by, making the scene seem particularly desolate. She said, what? Old Zhang, let it go. Zhou Qi went over and patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder. Why? You should listen to Mengxing. Why? Did I do something wrong? Zhang Ming felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Inside the taxi, Xia Chenxi and Xia Dongdong sat silently, gazing out the window. Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng were also somewhat regretful. How could they have misjudged Tang Mingxing and failed to realize that he was a tycoon? Moreover, Tang Mingxing seemed more like a playboy, making him an easier target than Zhou Qi, but he ended up offending him. Sister! Can I use your phone to play games? Play. All you ever do is play. Have you finished your homework? But what? Xia Chenxi was also getting a little annoyed. But I promised Brother Mingxing that I would take him flying tonight. He acknowledges me as his boss in the game, and I call him boss in real life. After Xia Dongdong finished speaking, the three girls looked at him in surprise. You added him on WeChat? No, they're just game friends. Whose number should I use? Yours? I don't have a phone. Chapter 95 Pool Party. Chenxi, can you give me his WeChat? I'd like to treat you to dinner tomorrow. Me too, I'll treat you the day after tomorrow. Wang Yu and Lu Mengmeng could only treat them to a meal. Xia Chenxi was a little flustered. I'll ask around for you tonight. I'll give it to you if I find out, I can't just give it to you without your permission. This is Xia Chenxi, she's a bit petty, but she always manages to say the nicest things. She won't give it to me when it actually arrives. Inside Tang Mingxing's villa, he filled a pool with water, but several girls said it was too cold. Even indoor swimming pools take a long time to heat up. Let's get straight to it, a swimsuit party. No water is fine too. Tang Mingxing stood on the sofa and shouted. No one answered. Sister Molly, do you think this dress looks good? Yushang, be careful when you ride your motorcycle. You scared me when you came back, you were going too fast. The group of people chatted amongst themselves. Gentlemen, don't force me to undress you myself. I've already bought the drinks. The sound system is all set up, just waiting for you ladies to come on stage. Tang Mingxing tried both threats and flattery, but no one paid any attention. Bang! A bottle of red wine was opened. It was Gu Qingchang. She's been in a bad mood these past few days. Tang Mingxing is out all the time and completely ignores her. Hey! You nanny, who gave you permission to move? I'll pay, don't bother me. After saying that, Gu Qingcheng picked up the wine bottle, walked to the side, squatted on the edge of the sofa, and started drinking by herself. A swimsuit party is fine, I love it. Mu Yunxi suddenly ran to Tang Mingxing's side. The phone in his hand was glowing, and on the screen was a luxury necklace. I love my Mingxing the most. Mu Yunxi pressed Tang Mingxing's cheeks and kissed her repeatedly. Tang Mingxing looked at her with disdain. What do you want? Mu Yunxi immediately raised her hand, showing him the necklace on her phone. This one, it's so beautiful. You'll buy it for me, right? He then gave Tang Mingxing a pitiful and innocent look. However, a necklace costing 30,000 yuan is nothing to Tang Mengxing. Buy it. Let's go change clothes. Su Moli and Lin Yushan rolled their eyes at her. Su Moli sighed, ugh, so pathetic. I heard Chanel has released a new bag. Su Moli suddenly wiped her forehead and said, I'm just a little hot. It's not illegal to wear a swimsuit at home, is it? After saying that, she went to change her clothes. Looking at Lin Yushang again, she held up her phone and said, I've sent you the link for the motorcycle. I want the black one. I'm a bit hot too. After the three girls left, Gu Qingcheng looked coldly at Tang Mengxing. Ha! Is your relationship maintained by money? Tang Mengxing also sat down, snatched the wine from Gu Qingcheng's hand, and took a big gulp herself. Gu Qingcheng was a little stunned. This was the bottle she had drunk from, and there was still her lip print on the bottle opening. Was he trying to flirt with her? Tang Mengxing glanced at the wine bottle in her hand. This bottle is really expensive, it's a waste for you to drink it all. I've drunk all kinds of red wine, but you. Is it meaningful to insult them with money? Gu Qingcheng was not expected to receive such an answer, and she was somewhat angry. Insult? It's just playful banter between us, I don't take it seriously. I actually enjoy this feeling, it's very fulfilling for a husband, I just like it this way. Pay them to listen to you? No. They knew perfectly well that I would give it to them if they asked, but they deliberately used this as an excuse to play a joke on me. Joke? Yeah, they don't need to offer me a swimsuit as a price to ask for things. If my wife wants something, I can give it to her, so why shouldn't I? Gu Qingcheng understood what he meant, but she still stubbornly insisted, they're just after your money, they're greedy. Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, she became much bolder. You say it's about money, but how much is considered greedy? 50? 100? Or 1,000,000? Tang Mengxing took another sip of her drink. A friend of mine went on a blind date today and failed. I got him a BMW X7, but unfortunately, the woman didn't care. You and your buddy deserve it, always so materialistic. Oh? Then we can't talk about material things? Of course not, material things are the foundation of life. Gu Qingcheng spoke eloquently, describing the image of love in her heart. Are you done talking? Tang Mengxing asked. Gu Qingcheng thought to herself that what she said was not bad. Then what about you? Why are you staying here with me? Tang Mengxing's eyes turned serious. Gu Qingcheng's heart suddenly sank, and she was speechless for a moment, babbling on and on about a lot of things. But when the conversation turned to herself, she was stunned. Wasn't she the one who approached Tang Mengxing because of his background? I'm different from them. I'm just having some difficulties. What difficulties do you have? Short of money? Who the hell doesn't? So you're using me to scam Li Ziyang? You're not even as good as those scantily clad young ladies who stand on the street soliciting customers at night. At least they're honest and you get what you pay for. Tang Mengxing spoke very rudely, and while he was speaking, Gu Qingcheng wanted to refute him, but didn't know how to start. Huff, huff. Gu Qingcheng was so angry that she could hardly breathe. We've changed, Mengxing. Mu Yunxi was the first to step out. Next up were Su Moli and Lin Yushan. Wow! So eye-catching. Tang Mengxing exclaimed excitedly, instantly changing from her previous serious demeanor back to her carefree attitude. Moli, the fabric of your dress looks nice, let me touch it. I'll just touch the dress. Tang Mengxing turned on the music and the ambient lights. Girls, let's get this party started. Lin Yushang put her arms around Tang Mengxing's neck and whispered, Gu Qingcheng is still here, and you're making us change into our swimsuits? Don't you treat her like family? Tang Mengxing's neck was held under Lin Yushang's armpit. No, she's a nanny, and a girl at that. Mu Yunxi and Su Moli didn't dance at all, feeling somewhat embarrassed, so they covered themselves with a blanket. Only Lin Yushang and Tang Mengxing were bouncing around. Meanwhile, Tang Mengxing's phone, which was placed to the side, kept flashing. A WeChat message from car saleswoman Gao Yingying, a phone call from Zhang Ming, a message from Xia Chenxi in the game. At this moment, everything was irrelevant to Tang Mengxing. Enjoying the present moment was the most important thing. Cheers! The group raised their glasses and clinked them together. Gu Qingcheng sat in the corner, looking somewhat forlorn. Tang Mengxing gave her a wink, and Lin Yushang and Mu Yunxi quickly pulled her up. Swimsuit party, let's get this party started. Tang Mengxing ultimately softened her heart, considering that Gu Qingcheng was a girl, that she was pretty, and that she had a good figure. I drank quite a bit of alcohol. It wasn't until Tang Mingxing brought Mu Yunqi out of a small, dark room that Mu Yunqi, wrapped in a blanket, ran upstairs. The music stopped, and the villa finally fell silent. Mingxing, where have you been? You're sweating so much. Oh, it's nothing. The little house is stuffy and not well ventilated. Tang Mingxing opened an iced drink and took a sip, then saw several missed calls. Hey! Zhang Ming, what's wrong? The call was made to Zhang Ming's phone, but Zhou Qi answered. Zhang Ming got friend-zoned and is crying right now. This idiot, what's there to cry about? He's a grown man, let him process this himself. Tang Mingxing had just hung up the phone and was about to play games when she learned that she had also made plans to meet Xia Dongdong. But since things have come to this, I must never contact him first again. After all, her sister failed to go on a blind date with her brother, so what's the point of me contacting her behind her back? However, if you happen to be online, you can still play a game together. And now, Xia Dongdong is online. Chapter 96. I won't eat what's offered to me. 3 lotus flowers bloom before the Buddha. Pick a few willow branches when spring comes. This was the secret code that Tang Mingxing and Xia Dongdong had agreed upon, and they matched it. Come on, kid. He glanced at the time. It was already quite late, but it wouldn't delay things. Xia Dongdong, holding Xia Chenxi's phone, sat motionless next to her sister, asking, Sister, what should I say? Watching the two exchange secret signals, Xia Chenxi couldn't help but smile. This guy was much more interesting than Zhang Ming. It's true that once you have money, all the stupid things you did before seem cool. You can ask him for his phone number later, after you finish playing the game. Xia Dongdong turned on the voice chat. Boss, what do you choose? Tang Mingxing said, he should be Guan Yu, the unparalleled righteous and loyal man. Then I choose your little brother, Zhang Fei. The game had just started. Xia Dongdong said, Boss, your second master is getting a bit cocky, like he's been drinking. Hey! I did drink. Can I see your big villa later? This was a line Xia Chenxi taught her. Tang Mingxing, who wasn't a big drinker, emboldened by the alcohol, started treating Xia Dongdong like family. Dongdong. Let me tell you, this villa of mine is worth 7 or 8 small goals, huh? I'll let you, shout out, pull my ass later and open your eyes. If Tang Mingxing had said that a few hours ago, she would have been met with disdain. How could she talk to a child like that? And now, this is humor. A dozen minutes later, the two easily won the game. Boss, can I have your phone number? You don't have a cell phone, what do you need my number for? I've got it. I'm using my parents' old phone, and I also have a secondary SIM card. Okay. As long as it's not your sister's number, it's fine. The phone number is 187. After finishing the game, Xia Chenxi took an old phone and inserted the secondary SIM card. Sis, is this phone for me? Xia Dongdong asked, looking at her sister with anticipation. Go back to your room and sleep. Sister. You promised me a phone. Sister. Sister. Calling for your ancestors won't help. Go back. Xia Dongdong pouted and reluctantly left the house. Xia Chenxi logged into WeChat using the secondary SIM card, added Tang Mingxing as a friend, and left a message, Boss, I'm Xia Dongdong. Tang Mingxing didn't think much of it and agreed to the request, Kid, go to bed early. You're still growing, don't stay up late. It's okay, I'll go to sleep soon. Can I see your big villa? Tang Mingxing sat in the living room, while the other girls went back to their rooms. He was alone in the empty room. He then took out his phone and filmed a video around the room before sending it. Don't tell anyone. I'll buy you a new phone later, so hide it well. Good night. Xia Chenxi smiled slightly and muttered to herself, Aren't you afraid of corrupting the kids? Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for Zhang Ming, Wang Yu, and Lu Mengmeng. Tang Mingxing saw that it was getting late and prepared to go back to her room. On the stairs, Gu Qingcheng seemed to be waiting for him. What's up? I heard it from them. Who? What did they say? Mu Yunqi had a few drinks and blurted out unintentionally, If you have another woman by your side, you'll earn an extra 5 million every week. It seems you're only after money. My dad's money will be left to me sooner or later, so why should I rush it? Stop pretending. You're just after the money. Oh, right. You're right, I'm after money, but not my dad's. Holy crap. Gu Qingcheng couldn't help but exclaim. She thought Tang Mingxing was being too pretentious. What's there to be ashamed of when it comes to 5 million a week? You're so eloquent when you talk about others, but you're so secretive when you talk about yourself. Tang Mingxing didn't reply, but just looked at her with burning eyes. Gu Qingcheng looked disdainful, but then suddenly remembered something and began to feel a little scared. Seeing Gu Qingcheng's fear, Tang Mingxing knew she understood, trying to get something from a tiger. Your Gu family is really bold. I believe Li Ziyang would side with your family just to give me face, but the people behind him are also involved. This is a deep mess. Why would he give you face? Gu Qingcheng knew who he was talking about, Tang Mingxing's father, a true top-tier tycoon. Because I'm his daughter-in-law. You're not. I secretly went to the hospital to get a DNA test, and his men tied me up. How could he not know something so obvious? Tang Mingxing said firmly. Don't worry, I'm the kind of person who responds better to gentle persuasion than force. I'll plead for you. Even if the Gu family is gone, you can still leave behind some money, enough to ensure you'll live a comfortable life. Tang Mingxing was only 70% certain of what he was saying, and he didn't know what his father really wanted. Gu Qingcheng stood there blankly. She suddenly wanted to kneel down and beg Tang Mingxing, but her pride wouldn't let her do it. Mingxing, I'm willing to marry you. My appetite has changed. I don't want to eat food that's served to me. I'll just do my own thing and leave the rest to fate. It was late at night, and Zhang Ming was hiding under the covers, secretly crying. Zhang Ming, are you never going to stop? This isn't a breakup, she never even liked you. Why bother? Zhou Qi was chatting with Zhao Xian on his phone while trying to persuade Zhang Ming. Zhang Mingdao, do you know how to advise people? Why? 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 You've said it 800 times in one night. Dreamstar gave me a BMW X7, and I'm a graduate of Tsinghua and Peking University. Aren't I outstanding? Zhou Qi didn't know how to persuade him. Why don't you go to sleep first, take the day off tomorrow, and get some rest? You don't have much time left, only 5 days. Don't overthink it, maybe you'll be matched with someone good, you have to believe in fate. Zhang Ming looked at the photo of Xia Chenxi on his phone, stroking it back and forth with his fingers. I'll take tomorrow off to pick her up from get off work. Are you never going to stop? Hurry up and change your target, listen to Mingxing. Early in the morning, Tang Mingxing woke up and went downstairs to see a sumptuous breakfast. Who made this? It's so lavish. After saying that, Tang Mingxing picked up her chopsticks and was about to eat. It's Gu Qingcheng. Mu Yunxi said. Tang Mingxing's hand holding the chopsticks froze in midair. She still vividly remembered this girl's cooking skills. I'm suddenly not hungry anymore, you guys eat. Su Moli and Lin Yushan looked a little awkward, as everyone in the room knew about Gu Qingcheng's culinary skills. Please wait a moment, the porridge will be ready soon. Once all the dishes were served, Gu Qingcheng, wearing an apron, looked at them with a smile and said, Eat up. Tang Mingxing handed over the chopsticks. Why don't you eat first? Together. Gu Qingcheng said, her usual arrogance gone, or rather, she deliberately restrained herself. It's somewhat similar to Su Moli's style, but the difference is that Su Moli has an intellectual beauty. She is gentle and beautiful. Damn, she's changed so much? A haughty, mature woman has turned into a girl next door? I feel like she's gone from sexy to voluptuous. Her figure can change overnight? Actually, it's just that Gu Qingcheng's clothes have become a bit more plain. Mingxing, here's a bowl of porridge for you. Drink it. Tang Mingxing didn't move, so Mu Yunxi nudged him with her elbow. Hurry up and drink it, see if you won't die. Tang Mingxing muttered under her breath, I know I won't die, why don't you drink it? Mingxing's family is being very kind, please drink up. Okay. I'll drink. Tang Mingxing picked up the bowl, looking quite pleased. She took a small sip. This tastes pretty good. Lin Yushang also took a bite, and there was nothing wrong with it, except it tastes just like the breakfast shop near the entrance. Qingcheng's cooking skills have improved. Lin Yushan gave her a thumbs up. Gu Qingcheng wasn't wearing makeup today. She smoothed her hair behind her ear, and the sunlight shone on her. The scene truly captivated Tang Mingxing, a beautiful sight, a beautiful person. Damn it, wake up! Tang Mingxing quickly reminded herself. Gu Qingcheng said embarrassedly, I bought food from their restaurant, but I cooked the eggs myself. I'm sorry for showing off. Tang Mingxing rummaged through the bowl and found an egg. She took a bite, and it was half cooked. This is more like your cooking. Gu Qingqing suddenly said, Meng Xing. I have something to tell you later. Chapter 97 Stamp. What is it? Tang Mingxing asked, sizing up Gu Qingqing in the study of the villa. This outfit is definitely to his liking. There was no feeling of being kept at arm's length. She has matured a lot, and is still very gentle. I want to marry you. You said it 801 times. I came here with sincerity. Previously, the Gu family only wanted to get money and then turn their fortunes around. Their core interests were still their own. But now we're at a dead end. Gu Qingqing's decision to trade herself for 6.5 billion is incredibly naive. You're not worth it. The Gu family is yours now, consider it my dowry. You should know this is a surefire way to make money. You're just doing this for appearances. Li Ziyan will make some money, and the rest is yours. However, from now on, I must be the company president. The inheritance rights can only be left to our children. Gu Qingqing spoke calmly, clearly having been preparing all night. She talked with her father all night, and the truth was that this generation was not fortunate enough to enjoy it, but the next generation would be. All the shares held by the Gu family within the company belong to the Tang family. Gu Qingqing continued with 4 twos and 2 kings, throwing bombs. Damn it, I can't afford it. Suddenly, Tang Mingxing thought of Zhang Ming. Even if you take precautions, you may not get what you want. Even worse, they fell into the abyss. The immediate cheapness. Hiss. I'll discuss this with my dad. Don't act like you're reluctant. I'm not the kind of person who bullies others. I'm very fair. That's what Tang Mingxing was really pretending to say. Gu Qingqing felt no emotion. This was the only thing that brought her joy. Regardless of whether she liked him or not, as long as she didn't object to Tang Mingxing, she could accept it. Gu Qingqing couldn't quite describe her feelings. She was simply waiting for Tang Mingxing's reply. Tang Mingxing was also a little dazed when Xia Dongdong sent her a message. Boss, do you have time? What's wrong? I wanted to ask when you're going to buy me a phone. Hey kid, study hard. I'll buy you one later. Send me your address. Please bring it to me. I'm home alone. My sister isn't home. Tang Mingxing hesitated. Something felt off. But she still replied, I'll order express delivery for you, it'll be here in a bit. Boss, my sister doesn't like your brother. What do you think of her? Tang Mingxing smiled. This guy was trying to get information out of her. The bullet was a little late, but it would come sooner or later. If you don't like it, you don't like it. I think your sister is great, it's a pity. I'm not lucky enough to have her. Tang Mingxing sent the message and waited for a reply. He wasn't arguing with Zhang Ming, but rather trying to confirm if the person opposite him was Xia Dongdong. The guy was being a bit too talkative and pretentious today. After a long silence, Tang Mingxing thought she had misunderstood. Could it be that Xia Dongdong really wanted her to be his brother-in-law? Finally, the phone rang again. Boss, come on over. Let's play face-to-face, I'll carry you. Tang Mingxing felt incredibly happy to have been let through several times. I'm going out for a bit. You all stay home and take good care of yourselves. Oh, by the way, Gu Qingqing, I'll sign the contract with you when I get back. Sign a contract? What contract? Where is there a contract here? Gu Qingqing asked, confused. Tang Mingxing straightened her clothes. Just a stamp will do. Where's the company seal? I don't have it. I carry it with me. You can just use it to cover yourself. After saying that, Tang Mingxing prepared to leave, leaving Gu Qingqing feeling extremely shy and embarrassed. Where are you going? Chasing girls. Tang Mingxing naturally didn't go to Xiao Chenxi's place. He still made an appointment with Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming took the day off today and, having nothing to do, sat in the coffee shop, lost in thought. Old Zhang, are you still depressed? Tang Mingxing asked, arranging to meet him. Zhang Ming looked haggard. Mingxing, you even bought me a car, why doesn't she like me? I was planning to go to her company at noon to treat her to lunch, and then pick her up in the evening. Tang Mingxing quickly interrupted, alright, you're being really annoying. If you keep doing this, she won't just ignore you anymore, she'll hate you. But. No buts, do you know Gu Qingqing? Zhang Ming nodded. Of course he knew. She works as a nanny in my villa. Do you think you can catch up with her in a BMW? Zhang Ming gave a wry smile. Don't joke around, even a Rolls-Royce couldn't catch up. But she's mine now, and she even pursued me. You might not believe me, but it's absolutely true. After Tang Mingxing finished speaking, Jiang Ming looked at him with a strange expression. I believe you, but are you here to show off? No, that's not it. When it comes to dating, everyone says that as long as the other person is kind and of good character, that's good enough. But there are tons of kind people out there. You seem carefree and nonchalant, but you're actually quite innocent inside. I don't know whether to praise you or scold you. Jiang Ming, in a fit of desperation, said, Go ahead and curse me. Here, take the Dream Star car back. I think. Useless. Tang Mingxing said, annoyed. What's the big deal? Take me to pick up some girls. See you at school tonight. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Jiang Ming then laughed, I'm impressed. I wish I were half as good as you. Don't you want to know who this girl is? What does this have to do with me? Go ahead and have fun, don't stop me from doing this. Ha, Jiang Ming said, feeling a bit better after chatting with Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing smiled and said, Then I'll go find Xia Chenxi. Who? Upon hearing the name, Jiang Ming immediately stood up from his stool and stared at Tang Mingxing in disbelief. Tang Mingxing pulled out a cell phone. Xia Dongdong is good at games. He asked me to buy him a phone, so I bought him one for 2,000 yuan. But today, he kept asking me what I thought of his sister. On the way here, he was still asking me what kind of girl I like. Lao Zhang. 2,000 yuan to help you see someone clearly, okay? Jiang Ming's expression was incredibly rich, difficult to describe in words. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness all surged within him in an instant. Because you're rich. Tang Mingxing nodded, also, because I give them the impression that they can get something out of me. Ah? What kind of life does she want? Didn't you offer her any promises? I bet you've been honest about everything except the car thing. Indeed, Jiang Ming was frighteningly stunned last night. Do you think I'm a puppy? You're a wolfhound. Ha, let me tell you, Lin Yushang, who rode the motorcycle last night, is also my wife. I knew she was special the moment I saw her. She has a free-spirited personality and likes younger, more adorable guys. So, didn't you hear me calling her sister all night? I was such a sweetheart in front of her, except at night. Bro, this isn't lying, this is how you win a girl's heart, huh? It doesn't cost a penny. Chapter 98 Restraint. Jiang Ming looked distressed. He couldn't understand what Tang Mingxing was saying. You really want to, but he still couldn't forget Xia Chenxi. You're such a simp. Xia Chenxi isn't a bad person. She's just a bit scheming and loves to pretend. I'm not trying to pursue her, I just want you to give up. Should we invite Zhou Qi again tonight? Whatever, this good-for-nothing isn't much better than you. If it were me, Xia Chenxi, Wang Yu, and Lu Mengmeng, the four of us would be playing mahjong in bed right now. After finishing her coffee, Tang Mingxing left gracefully. When Xia Dongdong was seen again, the boy looked worried. He was clearly being threatened by his sister. Hey! Didn't you say your sister went to work? Oh, it's my sister. Xia Chenxi truly maintained a ladylike demeanor. I'm not feeling well today, so I'll stay home and rest for the day. Mingxing, what brings you here? Tang Mingxing naturally had to put on a convincing act. I haven't had much to do lately, and I get along well with Dongdong. So I asked him to play games. Please come in, I'll go pour some tea. No need, some water will do. Tang Mingxing sat in the living room, looking around. The minimalist style of the decor suited Xia Chenxi's temperament quite well. However, Gu Qingcheng had already acted out this ladylike demeanor for him today, and Tang Mingxing's mind flashed back to Gu Qingcheng's image. As for appearance, it is of course the most important thing, and it has to be said that the ladylike style suits Gu Qingcheng better. Xia Chenxi is no match for her at all. Dongdong. Have you ever played racing games? Of course I played it, I'm really good at games. Have you ever ridden in a sports car, a Pagani Zonda? It costs over 40 million. Tang Mingxing was teasing Xia Dongdong, but Xia Chenxi, who was pouring tea, almost dropped the cup in her hand. Ha? What? I know Lamborghini, Xia Dongdong said, clearly having never heard of it. Tang Mingxing said, I drove here, it's downstairs. After we finish playing games, I'll take you for a spin. Tang Mingxing had no ill intentions towards Xia Dongdong. If Xia Chenxi and Jiang Ming had gotten together back then, she would have been quite willing to hang out with him. Okay. It's downstairs. Xia Dongdong quickly went to the window, stuck her head out and looked down. Sure enough, a sports car was parked downstairs. Boss, I'll take you flying. Let's finish this quickly. The two were playing games on the sofa when Xia Chenxi handed them tea. Mingxing, what does your family do? Oh, just doing some small business. It looks quite big. It's alright, my parents don't really bother me, they got me a villa. I heard you got matched. Xia Chenxi sighed, yes. To be honest, I still have several spots left, and I'll have to go through several more matching rounds. It's so frustrating. Tang Mingxing sighed as well. This sounds like the speaker didn't mean anything by it. In reality, both the speaker and the listener had something in mind. Chenxi, don't you think Zhang Ming is good? Why did you reject him? Tang Mingxing was also curious about the specific reason. He is unable to truly consider these issues from a girl's perspective. He's a decent person, just a bit stubborn. What's the matter? He has aspirations for the future, but he's too stubborn. He likes to impose what he thinks is good on others. Hearing her say that, Tang Mingxing understood. Just like some parents, they use the excuse of it's for your own good to impose restrictions and completely control their children. Oh, so that's how it is. I told him I wanted to buy a house in Beijing someday, and he told me it was too expensive and not worth it, and that I should just rent. After Xia Chenxi said that, Tang Mingxing felt that Zhang Ming had a big problem. Whether it's feasible or not, just keep making empty promises. Why say anything? And they act all self-righteous. After finishing the game, Tang Mingxing chatted with Xia Chenxi for a while. Gradually, Xia Chenxi realized that the boy in front of her was the one who was truly right for her. The life Tang Mingxing described was exactly what she wanted. But he always kept his distance from me, whether intentionally or unintentionally. So what do you think of me? Xia Chenxi mustered up her courage to ask. Tang Mingxing said, very well, too bad. You went on a blind date with my buddy, so there's absolutely no chance for us. These words left Xia Chenxi feeling utterly helpless. It's just a blind date, nothing more. That's for you. Come on, Dong Dong. I'll take you for a spin. Xia Dongdong didn't care about her sister's affairs and excitedly followed Tang Mingxing downstairs. Xia Chenxi was in no mood for anything and sat forlornly in the living room. Half an hour later, Xia Dongdong returned, humming a little tune. Why is it only you who's back? Oh, Brother Mingxing has gone back. You went back? What are you holding? He bought me the phone. Tang Mingxing was about to drive back. Xia Chenxi sent him a message, reminding him to be careful on the road, and explained about her blind date with Zhang Ming, basically advising Tang Mingxing not to worry about it. The implication is that I've taken a liking to you. Without a matching system, Xia Chenxi wouldn't necessarily put in much effort on Tang Mingxing, but there are only 5 days left. Tang Mingxing simply wanted to tell Zhang Ming what his problem was, and had no intention of hurting Xia Chenxi. When the phone was placed in front of Zhang Ming, looking at Xia Chenxi and Tang Mingxing's chat, Zhang Ming seemed to understand something. But I don't fully understand it. I think I'm right. I've thought about my future plans, including marriage, having children, work, and life. I will work hard to create a perfect life. Why wouldn't she like it? That's what you like. Don't impose your personal preferences on others. What you like, others may not like. After saying that, Tang Mingxing didn't want to say anything more and let him figure it out on his own. As noon approached, Tang Mingxing prepared to return to the villa. He called Gu Qingcheng, come home for lunch, and make sure you have a good meal. Gu Qingcheng replied, yes, my younger brother is here. Gu Chang is here? It's nothing, just an extra pair of chopsticks. Gu Qingcheng continued, he's here on behalf of my father. He wants to talk to you. Gu Chang represents Gu Jinshan? What's going on here? Come to think of it, Gu Jinshan was probably seething with hatred, but he had no choice but to make this decision. Okay. I'll go back right away. Gu Chang sat nervously inside Tang Mingxing's villa. I was terrified. Sis. Do you think your husband might? What if? It's nothing. Gu Chang hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped himself. Gu Qingcheng knew her younger brother well. No matter how foolish he was, he wouldn't willingly hand over the family business. When Mingxing arrives later, you talk to him. Be assertive, and you need to consider your family's interests. Understood, Gu Chang nodded solemnly. I already knew the answer in my heart. Chapter 99 Bandits. Tang Mingxing drove into the villa. Gu Chang became even more nervous, as his father had already given him all the instructions before he came. he only needs to repeat it. However, this was the first time he had helped his family with anything, and such an important one at that. I'm late. Let's eat and chat. Tang Mingxing looked at the table full of dishes and naturally sat down in the head seat. Gu Chang and Gu Qingcheng then sat down. Lin Yushang untied her apron and poured Gu Chang a glass of iced drink. What are you so nervous about, kid? I'm not nervous, I really am not nervous. Da Xiang, what do you have to say? What did your family say? Tang Mingxing spoke first. Gu Chang said, my dad said he's stepping down, but the CEO position must go to my sister, and the inheritance rights must go to your and my sister's child. Also, my child must join the company and participate in management. Okay. No problem. Your sister told me about it, and I understand. Nobody wants to give away such a big company so easily. Fine. What about you? You're not going to join the company? Tang Mingxing was puzzled. How old was Gu Chang to let his child work for the company? Waiting until he has children, then waiting until graduation, those are all things that will be 20 or 30 years from now. Gu Chang scratched his cheek. My dad said, brother-in-law, if you want the business to go bankrupt, you should get me imprisoned. Tang Mingxing understood. He's probably quite helpless too. There's more. Gu Chang suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Their imposing presence startled Tang Mingxing and the others. You have to be good to my sister. Gu Chang said firmly. Gu Qingcheng was deeply moved. Even Tang Mingxing and Lin Yushang were somewhat moved. A prodigal son who returns is more precious than gold. Does this guy even have that kind of awareness? Tang Mingxing smiled and said, don't worry, my feelings for her can be cultivated slowly. And I will definitely take responsibility for my actions. Xingcheng, she. Gu Chang grew impatient. All right. Brother-in-law, stop talking. Let's talk about something else. Can you give me an extra 50,000 yuan a month from now on? Ah. What? Gu Chang said, what's with the ha? Don't we always talk about trivial things before getting down to business? Step by step, getting into the swing of things, having a place to take a dump. So giving me an extra 50,000 shouldn't be a problem, right? That's called targeting the right goal. You highly educated people are really different. You can even pronounce pu as fong, meaning release or exile. How elegant. Fine, take it or leave it, it's fine. No problem, I'll give you an extra 50,000. Tang Mingxing's CPU was about to burn out, but she still couldn't wrap her head around it. Gu Chang was secretly delighted. Who taught you to negotiate like this? Gu Qingcheng reached out and grabbed his ear. It's Dad. Dad said I have a get-out-of-jail-free card. If you don't believe me, go ask Dad. How is that possible? Gu Qingcheng exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Chang struggled free and rubbed his reddened ears. It's just like Dad said, you must say the important things last, make the simple things sound very important, and make the important things sound very easy. That way, the other party won't see through you and then take advantage of you. So, being good to me isn't that important anymore? What you and your husband do is none of my business. Didn't you see me slam my fist on the table? Can't you guess the opposite? Hey! Stop being so stubborn. If you keep being stubborn, I'll get my brother-in-law to whip you. Ha ha ha. Tang Mingxing was delighted, and then dialed a number. I also want to ask my dad what he thinks. Everyone held their breath, knowing that a big shot had arrived. Hey! My dear son, you finally remembered to call me? Dad. Xingcheng and I are together. Tang Mingxing was also a little embarrassed to speak frankly. Tang Hai laughed on the other end. Great. Unity brings strength. Xingcheng, you'll be my Tang family's daughter-in-law from now on. Don't be upset. Tell your father that you're the ones who got a good deal. My Tang family is not comparable to small families like yours. Tang Hai's words were loaded with meaning, and Gu Qingcheng was quick-witted as well. She understood. She went from being the daughter of a small family to the young mistress of a super-rich family. Yes. That's how you should think, so you won't suffer a loss. Tang Hai continued, you need to understand, for a company of your size, Mingxing's mother has taken countless bribes. And these things, once we return them, will all be yours sooner or later. Understood. Dad. Gu Qingcheng suddenly turned around and called out Dad. Tang Mingxing broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Could it really be done like this? He was only thinking about getting a beautiful wife for free, winning over the Gu family, and not having to pay the other 6.5 billion himself. He was making a killing. Hearing this, Gu Qingcheng realized she was the one who benefited more. Dad, are you sure you're not mistaken? No. I just want what's best for you. Ha, ha, ha. After hanging up the phone, Tang Mingxing and Gu Qingcheng looked at each other and saw the emotions in each other's eyes. Tang Mingxing's unease. Gu Qingcheng's expectations? Brother-in-law, I'm leaving now, just transfer 50,000 to me. Gu Chang didn't want to stay a moment longer. Tang Mingxing had a bad feeling. Xiang can leave after he finishes dinner. No need, just pay me. I'll eat out. Gu Chang was very satisfied. He thought he had done a great job today and that the future looked promising. Okay. I'll pay. Tang Mingxing took out her phone to transfer the money. Damn it, she hadn't even received anything yet, and she had already spent 50,000 yuan. After seeing Gu Chang off, Gu Qingcheng untied her apron. Of course, she hadn't done much work herself. She had bought breakfast, and she had planned to help Lin Yushang with lunch, but Lin Yushang thought she was clumsy and didn't let her do much. It takes about 5 minutes to wash one tomato. I tried to crack an egg 4 times but couldn't open the shell. My reason was that I was afraid of the egg hurting. After wasting 4 or 5 eggs, I finally managed to crack 2. After cracking the 3rd one, I casually threw away the yolk and white and put the shell in a bowl. Lin Yushang had put in a lot of effort to cook several dishes, but then she needed to pee, so she asked Lin Yushang to check on the last dish and told her to add salt in 3 minutes. When Lin Yushang returned from the restroom, Gu Qingcheng, holding an empty bag of salt, said, "How many packets should I put in?" "I didn't dare put in too many while you were here, just 1 packet. I see we don't have many left, 2 packets. I'll buy another case this afternoon." Listening to Lin Yushang's description of her glorious deeds, Gu Qingcheng felt a little embarrassed. "I'm learning, I don't know it yet. But I do know that when cooking instant noodles, you must put water in first." "Oh? You've improved, what else could Tang Mingxing say?" "Add oil later." The regression is quite rapid. After lunch, Lin Yushang went for a nap. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Tang Mingxing asked Gu Qingcheng, unsure if there was anything wrong. He sat there, stealing glances at Tang Mingxing. "Have you forgotten something?" Gu Qingcheng reminded him. "Forgot? What is it?" Tang Mingxing thought for a moment, but couldn't remember what she needed to do. "Stamp. Stamp. Stamp? What kind of stamp?" Tang Mingxing looked bewildered. "I don't have a stamp." "What stamp?" You did it on purpose." "Ha!" Tang Mingxing laughed. Of course he hadn't forgotten, but he hadn't thought about it in that way for the time being. My mind was still filled with the conversation I had just had with my father. Drunk and singing, life is short, like morning dew, the days gone by are many. Tang Mingxing picked up a bottle of red wine, put her arm around Gu Qingcheng, and carried her directly on her shoulder. "Are you a bandit? Why do you have to be like this?" "Hey! You guessed it, you're a bandit. I robbed your Gu family, now I'm going to rob Guanghai Technology." Chapter 100. My life is so bitter. Lin Yushang was lying in the room when she heard a loud crashing noise from next door. "It's so noisy I can't sleep. Damn it, are they fighting? This is insane." After Su Moli and Mu Yunxi returned that evening, Tang Mingxing explained the situation. They could all accept it, especially Su Moli. "Xincheng, you can choose my class as an elective in the future," Su Moli enthusiastically described to her. Gu Qingcheng's gaze bypassed Su Moli and fell on Tang Mingxing, who was hiding behind her. Tang Mingxing gently shook her head, her movements very slow. "Thank you, Professor Su. I don't have much time right now, but I'll definitely attend your class when I have the chance. Don't call me teacher, call me sister. We'll be best friends from now on." Tang Mingxing suddenly burst out laughing. "Why are you laughing?" Miss Su, can I sleep with your best friends tonight, your 3 best friends?" "Ha ha ha." After Tang Mingxing said this, the girls felt awkward, and the 4 of them surrounded him and beat him up. In the living room, Tang Mingxing bought 3 large sofas that could be easily assembled into a large bed. The villa is so big that it even has a dedicated reception room. This is left for the few of them to mess around with. Several people were lying sprawled on the sofa, covered by a thin blanket. Each and every one of them is an absolute beauty, with top-tier looks. Everyone appears unapproachable to outsiders. Her temperament is also exceptional. But now, for little good-for-nothings. Tang Mingxing had just returned from the supermarket with fruit and snacks. Simply because the four of them wanted to eat. Especially Su Moli. As a teacher, she speaks nicely but her actions are anything but honest. Taking advantage of her position as a teacher, Tang Mingxing went out to buy things. Can anyone help me carry this? Tang Mingxing's voice echoed into the living room from the trunk full of snacks, but then drifted out again, unnoticed by anyone. Tang Mingxing carried the things in, one trip after another, and put them in the refrigerator. You guys would rather work out or do yoga than help me carry things, right? I'm afraid of getting tired. Mu Yunxi said coquettishly, stretching out her hands for a hug. That's a really valid reason. The lights in the huge living room were on all night. The group ate snacks, watched movies, and played on their phones until they fell asleep without realizing it. The next morning, Tang Mingxing stretched and looked at the four girls sleeping soundly next to her. Everyone was wearing a nightgown and covered with a blanket. At that moment, Su Dafu suddenly called. Hey Dafu. Brother, something's happened. What's wrong? Tang Mingxing quickly got up and went out, afraid of disturbing the four girls' sweet dreams. Su Dafu said, Brother. Something happened at the company. That old bastard Wei Han got beaten up. What's going on? Who did he offend? Several of them have come to the company. What? They caused trouble at the company? Why didn't you call the police? The ones causing trouble are all the husbands of the company's female employees, and also Wei Laobi's wife. What? Tang Mingxing realized after a few seconds that Wei Heng's indecent behavior must have been discovered. It was discovered collectively. Wait for me, I'm coming right now. Tang Mingxing hurriedly went back inside to get dressed. The noise was quite loud and woke up several girls. Where are you going? Mu Yunxi rubbed her eyes, checked the time, and realized it was time for her to go to school as well. Lin Yushang and Su Moli embraced each other. Su Moli murmured, I don't have classes this morning, I'll sleep a little longer. Lin Yushang stroked Su Moli's head as if she were holding a young wife, watching Tang Mingxing hurriedly put on her clothes. Lin Yushang asked, What's wrong? Something's happened at the company. Wei Han got beaten up. So what if they hit me? They weren't exactly saints anyway. No, I have to go. You still have feelings for Wei Hong? Don't forget he still cares about me. Lin Yushang felt unhappy seeing Tang Mingxing's anxiety for Wei Hong. Tang Mingxing, dressed neatly, opened a drawer. Moli. Where are the sunflower seeds I bought last night? Quick, help me find them. If we're late, we'll miss out on the fun. Tang Mingxing wasn't feeling sorry for Wei Hong. Seeing this, Lin Yushang also became interested. I'm going too. Seeing the noise, Gu Qingcheng also woke up. You guys are so noisy. Can I come with you? 20 minutes later. Tang Mingxing brought her family, including Lin Yushang who was all made up, and Gu Qingcheng who was not made up but was pure and beautiful, and got into the car. You spendthrift women, if it weren't for you two, I'd be at the company by now, causing delays. Although Tang Mingxing didn't feel sorry for Wei Hong, he was worried about the impact on the company. After all, he would eventually acquire the company, and he didn't want the company's image to be damaged because of this. Soon, Tang Mingxing's Audi A8 arrived at the company, although the car didn't actually belong to Tang Mingxing. It belongs to Gu Qingcheng. He had never driven before, and since they were not related, he felt awkward touching her car. And now, I've been wanting to try it for a long time. The company was bustling with noise. 20 or 30 people stood at the door, swearing. In the end, the company called the police, and the property management and police did their best to maintain order. But this kind of thing is also difficult for the police to handle. Wei Hong. You old bastard, come out here. Li Nana, and you too. What have I ever done to wrong you? Min Yu Hong. You come out here too. How could you do this to me and the child? Wei Hong, I'll kill you. The large number of people at the entrance really startled Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing frowned, looking at the group in surprise. So many people, no way. How many female employees has Wei Hong ruined? Tang Mingxing didn't believe it was that evil. It shouldn't be. I think they came in groups of 2 or 3, or 4, or 5. If that is the case, there must be 5 or 6 female employees, Lin Yusheng said, looking at the group. The 3 of us are too big a target. I'll go in first, you guys stay outside. After saying that, Tang Mingxing walked over. Excuse me, everyone, just let me through, just let me through. Hey! Who are you? Are you from this company? Yes. Yes. Yes, I'm just a poor working man, it's none of my business. Sorry. No one made things difficult for Tang Mingxing, he was just an employee. Seeing Tang Mingxing enter, Lin Yushang and Gu Qingcheng also went over. Are you 2 employees here too? Hey, look at those 2 girls, they're so pretty, I bet Wei Hung found them. Yeah. Hey, we're the ones talking about others, we've been cheated on ourselves, stop worrying about other people's business. Hearing them say that, Lin Yushang was naturally unwilling and hugged Gu Qingcheng tightly. Oh dear, sister, our lives are so hard. What's wrong with you 2 girls? Lin Yushang pretended to wipe away her tears. You guys don't know, Wei Hung, he doesn't discriminate between men and women, oh my, he's indiscriminate. Tang Mingxing. Wei Hung, you 2 come out here. EW. Everyone got goosebumps. Gu Qingcheng gave a blank, almost dazed laugh. Ha! It's so bitter. Chapter 101, These Trivial Matters at the Company. Tang Mingxing joined the company. The employees were not in the mood to work and were all just watching and waiting. Hello, Ms. Tang, a girl greeted Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing nodded slightly, not having time to pay attention to them, and went straight to Su Dafu's office. But then they saw Su Dafu squatting in the corner by the wall, holding a disposable paper cup upside down against the wall, and putting his ear to it to eavesdrop. Great wealth. Brother Xing, you're here. Old Wei is being disciplined by his wife right now. Watch your words. How many times have I told you? You must use your job title when you're at work. Tang Mingxing said, feigning politeness. Oh. Boss Turtle is getting beaten up. Even without a paper cup, Tang Mingxing could hear a middle-aged woman roaring inside Wei Heng's office. Divorce. Wei Hong, you old bastard. Fine, let's get a divorce then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bang. Another sound of something being smashed rang out. Ha ha. Tang Mingxing felt great when the door suddenly opened. Wu Guanghai came out and saw Tang Mingxing and Su Dafu eavesdropping in the corner. He didn't know what expression to make, so he could only shake his head helplessly. Tang Mingxing said, President Wu, it wouldn't be good if this got out. Wu Guanghai replied, I understand, but I'm afraid I can't control it. I can't persuade them about what's going on inside. Let them handle it themselves. Wu Guanghai dared not offend Wei Hong, but Wei Heng's wife was a real shrew, and he couldn't stop her. The 3 arrived at Su Dafu's office. Tang Mingxing asked, President Wu, how did this get out? And it's so wrong. Wu Guanghai scratched his already thinning hair. Well, it's embarrassing to admit. A female employee in the company wasn't feeling well. Her husband had been away on a business trip for over 6 months and just got back. He took her for a checkup during his vacation, and it turned out she was 2 months pregnant. That doesn't mean so many people know about it. Wei Hung created a group chat with them. Tang Mingxing looked surprised and took a deep breath. What a talent. If he doesn't die, who will? I never expected that old bastard Wei Hung would manage the relationships between his mistresses so well. But Mr. Tang, don't worry. The people who came today aren't all family members of our company's female employees, there are family members of other women too. Our company doesn't have that many shameless people. Wu Guanghai also gave Tang Mingxing a solemn guarantee. Tang Mingxing nodded awkwardly. Not that many? 1 is enough. As they were chatting, Wei Hung suddenly ran out, his face covered in scratches, and shouted into the house, Sure, this is a misunderstanding. Believe me. Sure. Does Wei Hung only have this 1 wife? Tang Mingxing asked, looking at Wei Hung outside the door. Wu Guanghai said he was unaware of the matter. Su Dafu patted his belly and said, Ask me about this. I know the answer. Boss B got his position because of his wife. His wife's family is very powerful. Oh? What is this, Turtle General? Wu Guanghai was completely confused. Tang Mingxing coughed lightly. Dafu speaks with a regional accent, he can't distinguish between Wei and B. One dares to speak, and the other dares to believe. Su Dafu has recently become very close to Wei Hong, and they are now on very friendly terms. But when they betray, they are very direct and show absolutely no remorse. Because he listens to his father, who wants him to be with Tang Mingxing, that's his underlying logic, he can't change it. His family listens to his wife. I told him that a man needs to be tough. He needs to learn from my brother to be a womanizer, but to do it in a proper way. Su Dafu, with his brains full of nonsense, still wants to show off his knowledge. Your brother? You have an older brother? Wu Guanghai asked. Tang Mingxing was also confused. Dafu, where did you get an older brother? I remember you're an only child. Brother, I'm talking about you, brother. Don't talk nonsense, come have some tea, Mr. Wu. The weather is nice today, Tang Mingxing said, looking out the window at the overcast sky. The group chatted for a while, seemingly oblivious to what was happening outside. But that's actually what they were talking about. Wei Hong came from an ordinary background, but he was a good student. He was a promising young man in his youth, and later met his current wife, Wang Xiu. Wang Xiu has connections and resources in the domestic and business worlds, but she is not good looking. Especially now, no matter how many fine clothes she wears, she cannot hide her aging and fading beauty, not to mention that she was not good looking to begin with. With these resources, Wei Hong rose rapidly through the ranks and became a big name in the investment world. After having money, Wei Hong looked back at his original wife and found her unbearable to look at. His heart had long since strayed. Because of Wang Xiu's family background, he didn't dare to marry more, but he still secretly had his fun. Who would have thought that after all these years of sneaking around without any problems, I'd suddenly be caught off guard and end up failing miserably? Sister, don't go. I'll sing you a song to keep you here. Suddenly, singing came from outside the door. Wei Hong disregarded his pride and knelt on the ground to start singing. Wu Guanhai jumped to his feet. What is he doing? This is so embarrassing. If this gets out, it will be a second humiliation. Tang Mingxing pulled Wu Guanghai aside. President Wu, please sit down. President Wei is just being sentimental, it's just a ploy. He'll be fine once his wife calms down. Wei Hong sang for a while. Sure, this is your favorite song. No matter how ruthless you are, you can't disregard our years of friendship. I'm your Hongage brother Hung. Tang Mingxing rubbed her stomach. Damn, I feel like throwing up. But in his mind, he was thinking, is Wei Hong afraid of his wife? They're different from me, and I'm showing them respect. I guess so. Wei Hong's fear stemmed from the fact that he was living off a woman. I'll go and try to persuade them. Tang Mingxing suddenly stood up. Wu Guanghai also stood up. President Tang, please don't get involved. I can't persuade you otherwise. Su Dafu stopped Wu Guanghai. Let my brother try. My brother is really good at dealing with women, especially older women. Bullshit. Su Dafu, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll chop off your mouth. Tang Mingxing was already annoyed by what she heard, and now this kid was talking about dealing with old women, which made her furious. Su Dafu quickly covered his mouth, not daring to say anything more. As soon as they stepped outside, Tang Mingxing pulled Wei Hong up from the ground. President Wei. Stop singing. You're off key and it sounds awful. I'll talk to your wife for you. Wei Hong glanced at Tang Mingxing, a suspicion forming in his mind. Forget it, don't get involved. Wei Hong dared not let Tang Mingxing handle the situation. That kid would definitely say the worst about him, and might even directly discuss divorce with him. Tang Mingxing pretended not to hear and knocked on the door. Sister-in-law. I'm Brother Wei's business partner, you can just call me Xiao Tang. May I come in? Wang Xiu looks to be in her 50s, and she's well maintained, but she's not pretty. She's also a bit bloated. However, she exudes an air of nobility, with a jade necklace around her neck and 3 or 4 jade rings on her hands. Wang Xiu, panting heavily, glanced at Tang Mingxing and had a good impression of her. The child seemed harmless. Tang Mingxing has already called her sister-in-law, so naturally the cute younger brother has come online. If Lin Yushang saw this, she would probably love it even more. Seeing that Wang Xiu didn't speak, Tang Mingxing went inside and closed the door behind her. Sister-in-law, Brother Wei was in the wrong, no doubt about it. You can hit him or scold him however you want, it's not excessive. But one thing at a time, we still have to do business, right? I know that. Wang Xiu's mood eased a bit. Tang Mingxing said, Sister, tell your brother what you think. You can make the decisions about the company. As for Brother Wei, can you just lock him up in a dark room? Are you comfortable with that? The way the little brat called her sister made Wang Xiu want to laugh. The kid in front of her wasn't even as old as her own child, yet he had such a sweet tongue. Tang Mingxing was not only sweet-talking, but also had a sweet smile. However, she was secretly plotting something. Chapter 102 Mental Illness. Little brother, what do you do? Do you need to advise me? Although Wang Xiu had a good impression of Tang Mingxing, some things depended on his status. Whether it was his business or whether he could speak to him depended on who he was. Clearly, she didn't care much about the little child in front of her. Sister, I'm a shareholder, just like Brother Wei. I'm the largest shareholder. That's absolutely true. The largest shareholder. Wang Xiu then vaguely remembered that Wei Hong had indeed mentioned it to her. There's a Tang Mingxing, and she's no ordinary person. Wang Xiu glanced at him. The young man was quite handsome. But he was also a playboy. Who is Wang Xiu? He lived more than 30 years longer than Tang Mingxing. He didn't just eat for nothing. No matter how well Tang Mingxing disguised herself, she could still tell what kind of person this little brat really was. Oh dear. Little brother, it's not that I'm being unreasonable, but who can stand this, right? Wang Xiu called him brother and started talking, pouring out his grievances to Tang Mingxing. Both of them are ancient fox spirits, and they're just chatting here. Half an hour later. Little Tang. It's not that I'm being unreasonable, but this isn't that simple. If he's capable and can make money for the Wang family, I'll support him like a dog. If he's not, I wouldn't have wanted to be with him anymore. At this moment, Wang Xiu and Tang Mingxing were having a heart-to-heart talk. Tang Mingxing nodded. Sister, you're right. There are quite a few girls at Guanghai Technology, and he really couldn't resist the temptation. Don't blame him, maybe someone else seduced him. Oh dear, little Tang, do you really think I care? If it weren't for the child and our many years of marriage, I would have divorced him long ago. But divorce wouldn't be good for you, after all, it's about money. The money is with me. All the money invested in your Guanghai Technology came from me. Do you think Wei Hong has any money? Tang Mingxing got the information she wanted, but she never expected Wei Hang's background to be like this. Sis, you really need to suppress this matter, it's delaying your ability to make money. Wang Xiu was also aware that if this got out, it would inevitably damage the company's image. But since things have come to this point, there's no good way to resolve it. Tang Mingxing, come out here. Wei Hong had been holding back for a long time, but he could no longer bear it and kicked open the office door and barged in. Tang Mingxing was startled and quickly hid behind Wang Xiu, crying out, Sister! Help me! He wasn't afraid at all. If it weren't for Wang Xiu, he would have definitely taken down Wei Hong. Wei Hong was even angrier when he saw Tang Mingxing's smug expression. In a few steps, he would go and draw Tang Mingxing's blood. Slap! A slap across the face. Wang Xiu slapped him hard, making Wei Hong see stars. Hey! Tang Mingxing almost cheered excitedly. You ate behind my back and even tried to hit my brother. How dare you? Wang Xiu's voice was loud and deafening. Brother? Wei Hong covered his face and steadied himself. He's Tang Mingxing, that kid is wicked. President Wei. You're not right about that. I was just trying to help you, and you're turning around and accusing me. You too. You've only been together a short while and you're already calling each other brother and sister? In a few hours you'll be rolling around in bed together. Upon hearing this, Tang Mingxing felt a chill run down her spine. She was just acting. Wang Xiu was getting on in years, and she didn't want him to actually fall for her. Wang Xiu's anger, which had just subsided, flared up again after Wei Hang's words. Say that again. Let me tell you, I don't like him, and your troubles aren't over yet. Hee hee. Hee hee, Tang Mingxing forced a smile. Both of their words sounded so awkward. After a while, Wang Xiu finished venting his anger and prepared to leave. But there was still a bunch of people at the entrance. Wei Hang's idea was to settle things with money, giving each family several 100,000 yuan to stop them from causing trouble. This matter itself is not illegal. As for these couples, whether they want to separate or not, they can just hide away like ostriches and save themselves the trouble. Once outside, Wang Xiu looked at Wu Guanghai and said, Mr. Wu, I trust you a lot, but my husband, La Wei, has only been here a few days and this has already happened. Your management skills need improvement. Wu Guanghai wiped the sweat from his forehead and could only fawn over him, saying he would definitely be careful. Wang Xiu's impression of Tang Mingxing was getting better and better, but she really didn't like this kind of thing, and what she said just now wasn't just said in anger. The older I get, the more I like those innocent young boys. But Tang Mingxing's eyes betrayed her fickle nature. As for the troublemakers at the gate, they also received a response, agreeing to compensate each family 500,000 yuan. This money was provided by Wang Xiu, and Wei Hang's economic power is currently under strict control. Wang Xiu's only motive was to use Wei Hang as a tool to make money. At the company entrance, Lin Yushang and Gu Qingcheng ordered 2 cups of milk tea and sat on the ground drinking them. Hey! You 2 little girls, quickly give that man your bank card numbers and tell him you want 500,000 in compensation. Lin Yushang was confused, but since she heard that the person had money, she still sent over her and Gu Qingcheng's bank account numbers. Brother, you can tolerate 500,000? Lin Yushang still felt something was wrong. Several men said, go back and get a divorce. What can we do? I really want to beat that old bastard up. Too bad the police are here. Pay up. Humph, this time it was that bitch who cheated, we'll make sure she leaves with nothing. Yes, I'll go back and get a divorce too. Damn it, the child in her belly isn't mine. I'll make her leave with nothing. The boys were making a lot of noise. Lin Yushang and Gu Qingcheng exchanged a glance, already anticipating the outcome. Ha, we've finished eating the melon. Let's go back, Tang Mingxing said as she came out. Give Lin Yushang and Gu Qingcheng a big hug. This is your husband? A man asked, looking at Tang Mingxing. Lin Yushang took a big gulp of milk tea and nodded vigorously. Looking at everyone, Tang Mingxing also felt sorry for these boys, whose happy families had been broken up. Brothers! Don't mistreat yourselves, start over. Tang Mingxing sincerely hoped they would cheer up. After saying that, he patted a man on the shoulder twice, and then didn't put his hand down. The man looked at Tang Mingxing with a strange expression, pinched Tang Mingxing's hand that was on his shoulder with 2 fingers, and slowly removed it. Dude, although that's not right, at least you're both men. Compared to what happened to us, it's a bit lighter, not as serious. Another person chimed in, yes, both girls are quite pretty, I think. This isn't a moral issue, it's a psychological problem, they should see a psychologist. Ah. Yes. That's right. Yes, let's see a doctor. A group of people surrounded Tang Mingxing, pointing and whispering. Tang Mingxing was a little confused. No. You guys shifted your attention so quickly, do you think I'm good at comforting people? He. Chapter 103 Su Moli's home. According to Tang Mingxing's thinking, the only grudge between him and Wei Hong was Lin Yushang. Saying you want to kill the other person is going too far. More importantly, it's about Guanhai technology. Starting your own business is far less satisfying than taking something by force. Tang Mingxing certainly wouldn't kick everyone out, but she needed to maintain control. Clearly, Wang Xiu is a better fit to work with. Wei Hong was sitting in his office at this moment, his income strictly controlled by Wang Xiu. This time, Wang Xiu didn't actually want to divorce him, but this matter became his leverage, which she held firmly in her hands. If one day I become worthless, I will surely be abandoned by Wang Xiu. She might not let herself sleep on the streets for the sake of the children, but it would be a world of difference compared to her previous carefree and happy days. When Tang Mingxing and the others returned to the villa, Lin Yushang indeed received 500,000 yuan. Don't they even bother to verify? Are they really going to give it to them? Lin Yushang was quite shocked, while Gu Qingcheng did not receive the money. Both men gave the name Tang Mingxing, so it was impossible for them to pay twice. Wang Xiu's subordinates also verified that Tang Mingxing did indeed exist. He didn't dare tell Wang Xiu much, after all, this was too exciting. Especially when they saw Tang Mingxing, these staff members were even more convinced. This pretty boy is really handsome. Lin Yushang generously divided the money into 4 portions. 125,000 yuan per girl. And left a message, Tang Mingxing's reputation damage compensation. Tang Mingxing sat smugly on the sofa. He had added Wang Xiu on WeChat, and the two were exchanging information, clearly having reached some kind of tacit understanding. At least Wei Hong would no longer be a threat. Wang Xiu also made a request. She asked Tang Mingxing to find out if there were any innocent, cute young men out there, and she was willing to pay them. Damn it! I'm not a pimp, innocent? What innocent little puppy? Zhang Ming? The name of her friend flashed through Tang Mingxing's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. He knew what Wang Xiu was up to, but he couldn't push his brother into a fire pit. Inside the villa were Tang Mingxing, Lin Yushang, and Gu Qingcheng. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, the 3 of them bought some things in the afternoon. Lin Yushang also booked tickets for her parents to travel to Yanjing for the holiday. Mu Yunxi's parents were also among them. Tonight, Tang Mingxing is taking Su Moli home to meet her parents. I felt inexplicably nervous. I've been with Su Moli for so long, and even though her house is the closest to mine, I've never been there. It's a bit unreasonable. Another option is to go to Shanghai. Grandpa? Those are two unfamiliar words. Shanghai, the top floor of the Shanghai Central Building, a luxury suite. An elderly bald man sat on a desk and took out a pocket watch from his pocket. This pocket watch is clearly an old item. I wonder what era it's from. The old man stroked his white beard and looked at the photo in the pocket watch with a smile. It was none other than Tang Mingxing's picture. Little one, you've grown up so much. Inside the villa, Tang Mingxing had already bought a bunch of gifts. They prepared to leave with Su Moli to visit her parents. Moli, have you told your parents about our relationship? They both know, they're a married couple. No, this is a teacher-student relationship. They know. That's good, that's good. This relationship itself is nothing special, it's all arranged by the state, after all. But no matter how much arrangement is made, it can't stop gossip from spreading. At first, you don't have to care, but as more and more people talk about it, you can't help but care. Many people are curious about how they handle this relationship, but it's actually just a normal marital relationship. But some people are just curious. Unbeknownst to Tang Mingxing, another rumor had already begun circulating within Guanhai Technology. Mingxing, Yushan gave me 125,000 yuan today, saying it was compensation for your reputational damage. What's going on? Huh? What reputation damage fee? I didn't know that. Tang Mingxing was completely unaware of the situation. But Tang Mingxing wasn't very at ease with Lin Yushan. That guy was capable of causing trouble. Another one is Mu Yunxi. Every time she gets into trouble, Tang Mingxing is the one who cleans up her messes. She would always try to charm Tang Mingxing with her coquettishness, and Tang Mingxing always fell for it. That's why Mu Yunxi felt so confident. Su Moli is much less troublesome. As the two talked, the car arrived at Su Moli's hometown. The doorbell rang, and Su Moli's father, Su Chang, quickly opened the door. The two of them had been waiting for a long time. Mother Lu Lanfang also prepared a table of dishes. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Su Moli returned home, seemingly a different person. Her greatest support was still her parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. Tang Mingxing greeted them with a shy yet adorable smile, just like a well-behaved child. This is also his true nature. He is only truly himself with his wives and family. Please sit down. Come. Put your things down. Father Su Chang was very happy. His daughter was well educated and beautiful, but she was also proud and arrogant. She's somewhat similar to Xia Chenxi, but Su Moli usually appears quiet and composed. But she was the most stubborn of all the girls. She really didn't take the matchmaking seriously, and even threatened to die if necessary. Privately, they also criticized this system. But now, it seems like he's enjoying it. The group sat down, and it was clear that Su Chang and Lu Lanfang were also a little nervous. Apart from Su Moli, everyone else seemed a bit reserved. Your name is Tang Mingxing, right? Lu Lanfang asked with a smile. Yes, auntie. Young man, you're quite handsome. I hope Emily didn't bully you. No. I don't think so. Tang Mingxing thought to herself that this mother-in-law really understood her daughter, who had actually bullied her quite a bit. They openly and secretly don't treat themselves like human beings. Lu Lanfang knew her daughter well. With Su Moli's temper, she wouldn't lose her temper or fly into a rage, much less act like a shrew or like Wang Xiu, pointing her finger at someone and cursing. But he's stubborn. If he's wronged, he'll just walk away. If Su Moli and Tang Mingxing were not doing well, they would have gone home long ago. Su Chang was very satisfied with Tang Mingxing. His first impression of him was excellent. Young man, what do you do? The question caused an awkward silence. A month ago, Su Moli had already told her parents that Tang Mingxing was her student, but as time went by, the two elders had long since stopped caring about it. With a touch of nervousness, and knowing it was a typical conversation between a new son-in-law and father-in-law in China, Su Chang asked directly. I am teacher Su's student. Tang Mingxing lowered her head even further after speaking, as if she wanted to bury it in the bowl. Embarrassment isn't illegal, and a toothache isn't an illness, but it's really torturous. Lu Lanfang nudged Su Chang, implying that she was deliberately bringing up a sore subject. You all eat, I still have one dish to finish cooking. Eat slowly, Mingxing, don't leave tonight. After saying that, Lu Lanfang went back into the kitchen. Su Chang pulled out a card. Kids, there's 50,000 yuan in here, take it. Uncle. I can't accept it. Tang Mingxing quickly refused. Oh, it's okay. You guys have to spend money, right? Emily hasn't been officially hired yet. Once she is, I won't give her any more money. Su Chang pushed the card to Tang Mingxing. This is where Tang Mingxing is put to the test. His emotional intelligence is indeed quite high. He gave the card back to Su Moli. Uncle, thank you. I'll give this card to Moli. I also have a card here with 500,000 in it. Please take this and use it. If you need more, just tell Moli and I'll transfer more to you. The atmosphere froze again. Su Chang stared blankly at the two of them. What kind of logic was this? You, a student, are giving me 500,000? Chapter 104. Emil. Dad, he's rich. I married a rich second generation. Not a spoiled brat. Su Moli said calmly while eating, but her eyes couldn't hide her happiness. Su Chang touched the card. Kid, your family. Uncle, let me correct you. I'm a third-generation rich kid, and I want to achieve my dreams through my own efforts. It's just that my family seems very powerful, and I don't have the ability yet. After listening to Tang Mingxing's words, Su Chang began to reconsider. You can't see any frivolity in him. Please accept this. It's Mid-Autumn Festival the day after tomorrow. I'd also like to invite you and Auntie to dinner. Ha ha. Good. 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 Su Chang said good 3 times in a row. He was worried that his daughter was not doing well, so he had prepared some money. He didn't expect that he had worried too much. Once Su Moli and her family were all seated, the conversation slowly began. After chatting for a while, Lu Lanfang started gossiping with her daughter. Do you know your cousin Lin Lin? That girl started doing live streaming. She dresses like she just came out of a bathhouse every day. Isn't she ashamed? Your aunt also said that she keeps calling out Big Brother every night. Why do you care what others do? It's not like it's illegal, Su Moli said, not wanting to concern herself with the matter. Lu Lanfang, however, got excited. You don't understand, in this society, having a degree is useless, you have to use your brain. Mingxing too, you can't be so narrow-minded. Lin Lin's job, although people of our generation don't really accept it, the bags she buys are worth 20 or 30,000 each. Su Chang did not reveal that Tang Mingxing was a third-generation rich kid. Lu Lanfang believes that she has learned something from this experience and wants to pass it on through her own example. Lin Lin's education level? She graduated from a vocational school, and she makes tens of thousands a month. You can't lose to her. Oh my god, stop talking. I don't even want to go to work anymore. Su Moli complained for a while. Lu Lanfang also shut up, thinking that she might have gone too far and upset her daughter. After all, Su Moli graduated from a prestigious university, yet she didn't earn as much as a live streamer, which made her uncomfortable. Su Moli had been holding these words in for a long time. She had indeed seen the reality. From the first time Tang Mingxing bought her a bag, her life became much more extravagant. Villa, luxury car, pocket money. Tang Mingxing even joked with her, you must save your 3,500 yuan salary. I'll give you pocket money, you can spend it as you like. Save your salary for big things. But Tang Mingxing's allowance often amounts to hundreds of thousands, even millions. It's utterly ironic. The harsh realities of life robbed her of her motivation to strive. What am I after? Tang Mingxing was still a bit reserved, eating like a little girl. Just eat it. Don't do that. Su Moli put a chicken leg on his plate. Oh. Tang Mingxing responded, but she still couldn't relax. Su Chang smiled and said, Emily, you shouldn't worry about Mingxing anymore. They're a couple after all. You're still acting like a teacher. That won't do. He. Dad, this kid is like a dog that gets up on the roof if you don't discipline him for 3 days. You don't understand, Su Moli ladled out a bowl of soup, not even glancing at Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing was so scared that she didn't dare to utter a sound. Perhaps to make conversation, Lu Lanfang tried to comfort her daughter. Moli, Mingxing, what I said earlier was wrong. The most important thing is for us to live our lives well in the present. Hey. That's right. Mingxing. Let's have a drink. Su Chang picked up his glass and clinked glasses with Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing quickly put down her chopsticks, held her wine glass with both hands, and returned the toast. Exactly, spending 20,000 or 30,000 on a bag is just showing off. If it's a bag that's not expensive, people like that are not smart. Money should be spent wisely. Look at this bag of Su Moli's, it's pretty good, so many pockets, it's quite practical. Lu Lanfang picked up Su Moli's bag and admired it. It has to be said that bags have a different kind of allure for women of all ages. Su Moli and Tang Mingxing exchanged a glance, the former wanting to laugh. My bag costs over 100,000 yuan, but my mother isn't very good at comforting people. You agree, right, Mingxing? Lu Lanfang asked Tang Mingxing for her opinion. Tang Mingxing put down her wine glass and nodded, saying, yes, right. Yeah, and those people who drive luxury cars, costing millions each. It's just a means of transportation. Why not save that money and buy a house to improve our lives? We study to broaden our horizons and enrich our spiritual world, not to fall into the abyss of materialism. And what I despise most are those who live in villas, just a few people living in such big houses. Are they crazy? What a waste. Tang Mingxing swallowed hard, looking flustered. She took out her phone and secretly sent a message to Su Moli. Does your mom have a problem with me? She didn't mention me at all, but she was scolding me in every sentence. Thinking of the Maybach parked downstairs, Tang Mingxing felt a surge of urge to smash the car, especially since it was a tractor. Cheap. And loud. Mingxing, are you planning to buy a house? Can you drive? Lu Lanfang really knew how to pick her timing. Tang Mingxing couldn't answer either of the two questions. I live in a villa, and my family owns cars worth more than $1 million. The mother-in-law had just finished speaking when he walked right into the line of fire. Tang Mingxing didn't want to get into trouble, but Su Moli was practically pushing him into it, laying her cards on the table. Mingxing owns a villa worth 7 or 800 million, and he has 20 or 30 cars, the cheapest of which costs over $1 million. Oh wait. He recently bought a Tank 700 SUV for a few $100,000, right? Also, Mom. Be careful with my bag, don't throw it around. That bag costs 120,000, and the little wallet inside costs 43,000. Su Moli spoke so casually, pretending to be something she'd never done with her parents, which was quite amusing. Lu Lanfang paused for 2 seconds, then Su Chang reminded her, Mingxing just gave 500,000. Ha ha ha. Lu Lanfang suddenly laughed. Mingxing, Auntie didn't mean anything by it. I'll go check if the food in the pot is ready. After saying this, Lu Lanfang tried to leave the table. Su Moli said, Mom, isn't everything done? There's no food left in the pot. Lu Lanfang's expression changed, becoming somewhat stern, and she scolded Su Moli, I won't make another one. Wouldn't Mingxing be full by then? Lu Lanfang wanted to avoid embarrassment, so she made up an excuse, saying that her daughter was a bit clueless. Auntie, stop making it. I'm full. It's all right. Let her do it, Mingxing, let's continue drinking. Su Chang stopped Tang Mingxing, and the two continued drinking. The meal didn't end until 9:30. Su Chang was a little tired, so he went to bed early. Su Moli and her mother were washing dishes. Tang Mingxing wasn't a big drinker either. Lying on the bed where Su Moli had slept for over 10 years, she felt her presence. I drifted off to sleep in a daze. Chapter 105 High Martial Arts? Jade Pendant? Old Man? In her dream, Tang Mingxing returned to the past. That little village. My grandfather, whom I only vaguely remember, must have been a cute little old man. A gentle breeze blew by as Su Moli sat at her desk by the window, gazing out the window. This desk is very old-fashioned. It was made by a carpenter that Su Chang hired back then, when Su Moli was in elementary school. There's also the character early that I carved myself with a knife. The whole room was filled with the scent of my childhood and youth. Looking at Tang Mingxing lying on the bed, Su Moli felt that the two of them were closer, as if Tang Mingxing had become a part of her past. The next day was Friday. The first day of the 3-day Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. Moli. Su Moli, get up, her mother, Lu Lanfang, called from outside the door. Tang Mingxing had already gotten up and gone out for exercise. What? It's a holiday, I'm going to sleep a little longer. Tang Mingxing was strolling around the neighborhood. To be honest, this was only the second time he had lived in the neighborhood. Last time it was at Mu Yunqi's house, which felt more homely than an apartment or villa. In a corner of the park within the residential area, an elderly man with white hair is practicing Tai Chi. Tang Mingxing stood to the side, watching intently. She had to admit that the old man's posture and movements were very elegant. The old man also saw Tang Mingxing and waved, "Young man, come on over." Tang Mingxing shook her head, "I can't, sir." The old man stood with his hands behind his back, looking inscrutable. "Young man, I've never seen you before." "Oh, I don't live in this neighborhood." "I see. Come here and let this old man spar with you a couple of times. If you win, this jade pendant is yours." After saying that, the old man struck a few more poses, very gracefully. The jade pendant at his waist emitted light. This can't be a master, right? Don't male protagonists in novels always encounter masters? Or maybe a mysterious jade pendant? Tang Mingxing believed it must be true. Heaven is on my side, it's time to get tough. All right, Grandpa. I'm here. I know this plot well. Tang Mingxing excitedly ran over. Logically speaking, she should inherit some kind of martial arts or special ability. Otherwise, I'd be too fragile. The old man slowly and deliberately taught Tang Mingxing, "Not bad, very good, young man, you have the makings of martial arts." Really? Tang Mingxing was even more excited when she heard him praise her like that. "You'll have to come every day from now on, or you can become my apprentice. Who knows, I might even be able to start my own school of thought someday." "How was it, sir?" "I learned quickly, didn't I?" Very impressive." "Not bad. Let's spar a bit." "You must be joking. I'm no match for you." "It's alright, take this jade pendant, let's have a little sparring." The old man took off the jade pendant from his waist and stuffed it directly into Tang Mingxing's hand. "Then I shall accept it." Touching the coolness emanating from the jade pendant, Tang Mingxing seemed to feel a power within it. Had the jade pendant recognized its owner? "I'll study it again when I get back." "Come on, Grandpa," Tang Mingxing said, getting into a fighting stance. "Okay." The old man was also ready. Tang Mingxing didn't know the opponent's strength, but it was just a friendly spar, and there was no need to go all out. In the blink of an eye, Tang Mingxing moved first, her movements swift but without much force. When it hit the old man, it felt soft and yielding. Truly a master? Tang Mingxing was shocked. Unfortunately, the next second, the old man fell heavily to the ground. "Oh dear. Sir, are you all right?" The old man lay on the ground, panting heavily. "Young man, we have no grudge against each other. Why did you hit me?" Tang Mingxing was utterly speechless. "What do you mean?" "Young man. I see you're not that old, I'll get up for 5,000 yuan." The old man lay on the ground, looking very smug. "Trying to extort money? You old geezer, you're trying to fool me." "Hey young man, watch your mouth. How can you be so rude? There are security cameras here, they really see everything. You can't get away with this." Tang Mingxing wasn't buying it. "I'm calling the police now and checking the security footage." "You just wait." "Hey! You little brat, how am I extorting you? This 5,000 is compensation for accidental injury. You hit me, didn't you? You can't deny that. Damn it, you told me to hit him. Did I say you wouldn't be responsible after you did it? And you want an extra 3,000? Why should I?" Jade pendant coins. Tang Mingxing touched the jade pendant in her pocket. "This old man is so cunning." "Fine. You're going to keep pretending, huh? I'd rather go to jail than pay you. Let's see what you do then. Just lie there." Tang Mingxing's temper flared up as well. "Uncle Lu, stop acting. Get up quickly." Su Moli suddenly appeared to the side, looking at the old man lying on the ground. The old man smiled when he saw it was Su Moli, and sprang to his feet in a flash. "Ha, Moli, your boyfriend is quite interesting." "Moli girl? You know her?" "Old man, you know me too?" Tang Mingxing was somewhat surprised. The old man turned around. "I was just kidding you. I'm a strong and healthy old man, and I was a martial arts coach in the provincial team when I was young. You're a bit stupid, you'd better remember this." Su Moli walked over. "Uncle Lu has been my neighbor for decades. He's watched me grow up, though he's a bit mischievous." Tang Mingxing didn't know how to continue talking to the old man. Grandpa Lu suddenly flicked Tang Mingxing on the forehead. "And you, watch your mouth from now on. I thought students from Tsinghua and Peking University were so well-mannered. You're calling me old geezer. Then this jade pendant." Tang Mingxing took out the jade pendant, intending to return it. Grandpa Lu examined the jade pendant. this jade pendant has quite a history. Oh? An unexpected gain? Tang Mingxing was still not giving up and thought it was a bit of a serendipitous encounter. Looking into the distance, Grandpa Lu recalled some things and slowly said, I spent more than 2 hours last week at the West Market, and I managed to bargain down the original price of 180 yuan to 25 yuan before I finally got this jade pendant. It took a lot of talking. Tang Mingxing grabbed Grandpa Lu's hand and returned the jade pendant to him, saying, You can keep it for yourself. Chapter 106 Great Wealth and Power. After having breakfast at home, the two stayed for a while longer before leaving. I'm familiar with the route now, and it only takes me a little over half an hour to get to the villa by electric scooter. The distance is quite close. With this matter settled, Tang Mingxing felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. All of her previous in-laws had liked her quite a bit. No. Gu Jinshan might not be. The day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Tang Mingxing invited Su Dafu and Gu Chang to a gathering at the villa. We had a barbecue in the yard. Gu Chang readily agreed and even brought a lot of drinks. Su Dafu seemed hesitant. Brother, I'm not going. What's wrong, Dafu? You live so close by, why don't you come? Are you short of money? We don't need any. Homesick? No, I'm having a great time. Then why? Brother, do you like me? Tang Mingxing laughed when she heard him ask that. It must be that Dafu had been wronged, probably because Lin Yushang had scolded him again. Tang Mingxing pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, Of course I like it. Dafu, you don't need to feel inferior. Yushang might be a little short-tempered with you. Hello? Hello? Why did you hang up like that? Before he could finish speaking, Su Dafu had already hung up the phone. Lying on the hotel bed, covered with the blanket, his eyes were filled with fear. It's over, Brother Xing really is a monster. No wonder he values me so much. I have to protect myself. Damn it, how dare you hang up on me? Tang Mingxing called again, but no one answered for a long time. Yu Chang, you insulted Difu today. What's wrong with me scolding him every single day? This kid's busy, he hung up on me. Give him a call and tell him to come over. Oh, and be polite. Lin Yushang reluctantly called Su Dafu. Su Dafu, I've been giving you face, get over here right now. In Su Dafu's mind, Lin Yushang was a devil, a death god, a demon, and a messenger of hell. Anyone who dares to disobey will face certain death. After a while, Su Dafu arrived in a Tank 700. Driving this car, Su Dafu felt very unhappy, even though he used to really like it. Without saying a word, Tang Mingxing ordered 2 cars, giving one to herself. I was quite happy at the time, thinking I had made the right choice with this guy, but now it seems he had ulterior motives. Dafu! Tang Mingxing was overjoyed to see Su Dafu. It was truly an eye-opening experience to see 2 brilliant talents like Gu Chang and Su Dafu gathered together today. Brother! You, why are you laughing so lewdly? Su Dafu got out of the car and quickly hid behind it. What's wrong? My dear Dafu, there's nothing wrong with my smile. I'm so happy to see you, you've helped me a lot. Tang Mingxing felt somewhat indebted to him, so after arriving in Yanjing, she simply left him at the company and didn't care about him anymore. But Su Dafu lived a very comfortable life. After he arrived, Tang Mingxing gave him 50,000 yuan, and he could eat whatever he wanted every day. I also get a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan from Guanghai Technology. How great is that? But now, the more polite Tang Mingxing was, the more terrified Su Dafu became. Rumors spread throughout the company that he and Wei Hong were perverts. Su Dafu lacks the ability to think independently. The saying 3 men can make a tiger applies here. If many people say it, he will believe it. Brother, please spare me, I have work tonight. I won't stay overnight. You're talking about work now? Don't give me that crap, you can walk back that far. Have a few more drinks tonight. Everyone sat around a table, and Gu Chang and Su Dafu, meeting for the first time, chatted happily. Gu Qingchang was happy for her younger brother that he had met Su Dafu, who was like a soulmate. I'd like to hear what they're talking about. I'm not very educated, haha. What a coincidence, I don't have any either. I enjoy drinking. What a coincidence, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Don't laugh at me, but I only got 63 points on the college entrance exam. Oh, that's unfortunate, I didn't go to high school. Gu Qingchang felt increasingly uneasy as she listened. It was true that birds of a feather flocked together. She had been overthinking things. What kind of person could be able to get along with her younger brother? Da-chan, Da-fu. I love you both so much, let's have a drink. Tang Mingxing stepped forward and clinked glasses with the two of them. Gu Qingqing's eye twitched as she looked. There are still some talented people. On this rare day of relaxation, Tang Mingxing wanted to invite Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi over, but the two had already gone home. As for Zhang Ming, he basically gave up and accepted the random matchmaking. There were still 3 days left, and he had no hope. Tang Mingxing decided not to interfere anymore. She figured it was fine, she'd already worried enough. These past few days, however, car saleswoman Gao Yingying has been trying to contact me. Xia Chenxi not only made plans to meet him, but her words became increasingly explicit, perhaps because her time was running out. This also caused Tang Mingxing to stop playing games with Xia Dongdong. Tang Mingxing was in charge of the barbecue. Mu Yunxi, that little girl, was gliding around on her skateboard. Mingxing, look! Mu Yunxi proudly performed a few skateboarding tricks, then crashed heavily to the ground. Are you trying to make me look foolish? Mu Yunxi sat on the ground, looking at Tang Mingxing with resentment. You didn't even help me up. A beautiful girl fell to the ground, looking at him pitifully, which really made people feel sorry for her. That's really something. Tang Mingxing helped her up, and Mu Yunxi, ever the charmer, said, I want hugs, cuddles, and to be lifted up high. Get the hell out of here. I'm working. No matter how fast Tang Mingxing grilled, she couldn't eat as fast as they did, but unexpectedly, Su Dafu could also grill, and his skills were much better than Tang Mingxing's. Well done, Dafu. I didn't realize you were so capable. He. I used to learn how to barbecue from someone in town for a few months. Then why did you quit? People complain that I eat too much. That's too stingy. You need to eat more to have the energy to work. That's right. A customer complained that he bought 80 skewers but only received 50. I still remember that person. I stole 10 of his skewers. He insisted that I ate 30. When I catch him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. You're eating the customer's skewers? Otherwise what? Su Dafu diligently grilled the skewers, occasionally stealing glances at Tang Mingxing. What's wrong? You've taken a fancy to me? What are you looking at me for? Tang Mingxing immediately sensed something was amiss. Su Dafu swallowed hard, unable to express his bitterness. You have something to say. Did Lin Yushang's insults traumatize you? Tang Mingxing nudged him. Su Dafu shook his head. No, Sister Yushang was very polite to me today. Before, she would scold me until I was trembling with fear, and it would take 5 minutes before we got down to business. Today, she only scolded me once. But, brother, do you like men? Huh? What? What nonsense? Tang Mingxing seemed to understand, but he was not sure what Su Dafu meant. Su Dafu glanced around. Everyone else was engrossed in other activities and no one seemed to notice them. He then whispered, Brother, it's all over the company. You and Wei Hong, you're having an affair. Su Dafu recounted the rumors that had circulated over the past 2 days. Tang Mingxing laughed it off, not taking it seriously. How could anyone believe something like this? It's complete nonsense. If anyone actually believed it, there's nothing I can do. They're not smart enough, and I'm too lazy to explain anything to idiots. But everyone says that Sister Yushang has already received money, a private settlement of 500,000 yuan. Su Dafu added. A private settlement? Tang Mingxing suddenly remembered that Su Moli had told him about something like 125,000 yuan for damage to reputation. Damn, could it be this? Chapter 107. A dinner invitation? All kinds of dinners. Tang Mingxing felt increasingly uneasy. She couldn't let Lin Yushang take her along for the gossip next time. Yu Chang, come with me for a moment. Tang Mingxing said in an unfriendly tone. Brother, don't tell anyone what I said. If Tiger Lin finds out, he'll kill me. Su Dafu secretly tugged at his sleeve and whispered. Old Turtle Wei and Tiger Lin were nicknames given to Wei Hong and Lin Yushang by Su Dafu. That's quite a vivid description. What's wrong? Lin Yushang asked, completely unaware of the situation, as she walked over. Tang Mingxing grabbed Lin Yushang's arm and led her inside. Let's talk alone. Dafu, you start grilling. Lin Yushang was pulled into the house by Tang Mingxing, who asked, I heard you have a claim for damages to my reputation. What's going on? Lin Yushang held the meat skewer, her eyes darting around. She quickly took a bite, stalling for time. Wait until I finish eating. Let me tell you. I'm furious. I took you out to gossip, and what did you do? You even learned to fabricate gossip, and you've even tried to do it with your husband. It makes me sick just thinking about it. Tang Mingxing's expression was serious, and it was clear that she was indeed unhappy. Lin Yushang mimicked Mu Yunqi, saying, "Oh dear. I was wrong, I was just joking, I didn't expect them to actually give me the money. 500,000. That's not what I meant. I meant. Wei Hang's matter has nothing to do with me. You better watch your mouth from now on. Which is prettier, a bunny girl, a maid, or black stockings, or? I'm talking to you about serious matters. My reputation, black stockings, I guess." Tang Mingxing finally gave in. This matter needed to be clarified, but it wouldn't be too late to get through tonight first. However, Tang Mingxing still said to Lin Yushan, "Yushan, if you need money, just ask me." "There's no need for this." Lin Yushang said, "I don't lack money. You've given me more than enough, and on time. It's just that I also want to earn some money through my own efforts." "You call this your own hard work? You're doing it by selling out your husband's reputation." After finishing their conversation with Lin Yushang, the two left the room. The group spent the afternoon laughing and playing in the courtyard, having a great time. Even after Tang Mingxing explained it to him, he still didn't believe Su Dafu. Lin Yushang could easily guess that it was he who told Tang Mingxing. Dafu lived a miserable life. After a night of drinking, Gu Chang and Su Dafu left. Several people were lying on the sofa in the living room. "I'm having a gathering after the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's all teachers from the school. Are you coming, Mingxing?" Su Moli asked. "Am I going to commit suicide? Is the director going or not?" "We should go." "Then I won't go. Who can stand being given another month of leave?" "I also have a gathering. It's a dinner party hosted by Guanghai's former colleague. Let's get together, are you coming?" This time it was Lin Yushang who asked. Tang Mingxing was even less inclined to go. It's all about social etiquette. "As a shareholder, I'd know exactly what we'd be eating if I went." "What do you want to eat?" "It's flattery." Mu Yunqi wrapped her arms around Tang Mingxing's, pressing her chest heavily against his arm. "It's our class reunion." Tang Mingxing pulled her hand away. "Yunqi, let me make this clear. First of all, I don't care about your size. Also, the Tsinghua and Peking University class reunion? I don't even want to go to my own class, let alone yours. Don't you know what those girls are thinking? I heard Huang Jingjing is already asking about me, and your good friend Chen Tian, don't you know what she's thinking?" Mu Yunqi rolled her eyes at him, looked down at her chest, and then immediately saw her toes. "Then mine is also a gathering of friends," Gu Qingqing said, gesturing as if she were giving a lecture. Tang Mingxing seemed thoughtful. "Your friends? They're all rich kids, right? It's not bad to know a few of them." Gu Qingqing smiled broadly. "Then you'll come with me?" Tang Mingxing had never attended such a gathering of rich kids. However, according to Gu Qingqing, these people don't actually like to flaunt their wealth. People who are usually poor or suddenly become rich tend to be pretentious, like Tang Mingxing's family. Apart from Gu Qingqing, the others occasionally like to be high profile. These wealthy young men mostly compete based on their education, experience, and abilities. Or you can be like Gu Chang, just having fun, spending more when you have money and less when you don't, but never showing off. In stark contrast to Mu Yunqi posted updates on her WeChat moments and Little Blue Book at this time. A large villa, an open-air barbecue, and several luxury cars belonging to Tang Mingxing. Her social media posts give off the vibe of a wealthy young woman. But she wasn't happy. In order to show off to her classmates, she boasted to them that she would take Tang Mingxing out to dinner. In order to avoid conflict with Su Moli and the others, Mu Yunqi deliberately postponed it by a day. Both Su Moli and Lin Yushang had similar thoughts, but neither of them showed it outwardly. They were also interested in flaunting their wealth, but compared to Mu Yunqi, they weren't as direct. Life wasn't just about wealth, it also included family. A happy and fulfilling family life and a handsome husband are also things to brag about. Can't I go at a different time than them? Yes, we all schedule our times differently. Me too. Tang Mingxing was at her wit's end. It's not a matter of time, I really don't want to go. Especially Su Moli's gathering, which was full of teachers from her own department, people she saw all the time, and she didn't know what to say at the dinner table. This feeling is like being taken by your parents to a dinner party for adults, where everyone is an elder. But I can only sit at the children's table. It's late at night. In the study, Tang Mingxing was playing video games. The door was pushed open, and Mu Yunqi rushed in, straddling Tang Mingxing and grabbing him by the collar. "Come with me the day after tomorrow at noon, please, please." Cough, cough. "Just this once? Your classmates are so annoying." After Mu Yunqi left, Gu Qingcheng arrived. Based on this order, Tang Mingxing could tell who was more composed. The last one to enter should be Su Moli. Gu Qingcheng was dressed in gorgeous clothes and exuded a noble and aloof aura. "I promised Mu Yunqi, so don't bother me anymore. I don't have time." Gu Qingcheng sat on his lap, seductively pressing her finger to Tang Mingxing's lips and whispering in his ear. "This is the only time. I'm doing this because of the black stockings, no. For the sake of our feelings. The night after tomorrow. That's how I arranged my time on the first day after the Mid-Autumn Festival." Lin Yushang and Su Moli did not come. Lin Yushang herself did not want to attend the banquet, especially after learning that Wu Guanhai and Wei Hong were also going, so she simply refused. Su Moli agreed with Tang Mingxing it was indeed inappropriate for a teacher's office to have a child with them. Chapter 108 A Big Family. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, Tang Mingxing and Lin Yushang drove to the airport early in the morning to pick up Lin Yushang's parents and Mu Yunqi's parents. Everyone was shocked when they arrived at the villa. Its extreme luxury was dazzling. Su Moli's father had already arrived in his old-fashioned mobility scooter. There were 3 BMW X7s parked in the yard. "Mom and Dad, this is a Mid-Autumn Festival gift for you. Please open it first, and we'll exchange it if it's not suitable." What man doesn't love cars? Especially Lin Xiaodong, who has driven tractors, small trucks, and beat-up vans, but has never driven a luxury car. Seeing a new car, I naturally had to take it for a test drive. The 3 fathers-in-law didn't even go inside, they just drove off for a spin. But no one from the Gu family has arrived yet. Tang Mingxing was also worried, so after she got together with Gu Qingcheng, she called Gu Zhinshan. The two had a good chat, largely thanks to Tang Mingxing's sweet talk. But before they met, Tang Mingxing was still uneasy. At 11:30, Gu Zhinshan finally arrived. Unlike the other families, the Gu family was dressed to the nines. "You're just like your dad, you're just like your dad." Tang Mingxing looked at Gu Zhinshan, who was dressed in a bespoke suit, while Ma Chunyan was dressed in a formal gown. Gu Qingcheng has changed this habit recently, now wearing a casual sportswear outfit that looks very relaxed. "Qingcheng, why don't you dress up a bit?" her mother, Ma Chunyan, scolded. Gu Qingcheng shrugged and said, "As long as you're happy, there aren't so many rules here at Mingxing." Gu Chang was also wearing a suit, but his behavior was still sleazy. Today was different with so many elders present. Gu Chang restrained himself somewhat. Su Dafu was then scolded by Lin Yushang. The chubby boy saw Lin Yushang's parents as if he were seeing family. "Uncle, aunt. I miss you so much. I didn't even go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival." Lin Xiaodong patted Su Dafu on the shoulder. "Dafu, you're so old now, you can't just stay in town all the time. It'll be good for you to get some experience." When Lin Xiaodong came this time, Tang Mingxing planned to take Su Dafu back with them and give him a week off. Originally, we wanted him to go back for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but unfortunately, Wei Heng's incident happened at the last minute. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Wei Heng behaved himself and was given a holiday. Gu Chan walked over with a document in his hand. "Brother-in-law, has the equity transfer agreement been signed?" "My dad has already signed it." Tang Mingxing looked at the document. "Sign now? So hastily?" Gu Chang flipped through the documents. "There are clauses here. Once you and my sister get your marriage certificate, it's officially effective." Tang Mingxing didn't hesitate and signed it immediately. "We're getting our marriage certificate in a couple of days." It was clear that Gu Zhinshan was in low spirits, so Gu Qingcheng took her father's hand and comforted him. "Dad, don't be sad." Gu Zhinshan shook his head. "No, I'm actually very happy. Someone has talked to me about the Tang family's matter." "Who is it?" "Tang Mingxing's father, Tang Hai." Tang Hai personally called Gu Zhinshan. Now that they're in-laws, Tang Hai doesn't put on airs anymore, otherwise, Gu Zhinshan wouldn't even have the right to know his phone number. The two chatted for a long time, and Gu Zhinshan's mood was like a roller coaster ride. Up and down. Qingshan Real Estate is the Gu family's real estate company, so there's absolutely no problem handing it over to the Tang family. Gu Jinshan was worried because the Tang family's power far exceeded his imagination. He was a man who had seen his share of storms. From Tang Hai's words, he could guess the Tang family's true status. They can disregard anyone and any power. But this is only temporary. Fortunes change every 30 years. However, to maintain such a powerful background, it is necessary to cultivate a strong successor. This person is undoubtedly Tang Mengxing. Entering a wealthy family is like entering a deep, dark sea. Gu Jinshan was worried about whether his daughter could adapt. For a family like ours with billions in assets, things are complicated enough. But what about the Tang family, a super family that keeps a low profile? Who knows how many stories are behind them? Gu Jinshan has experienced far more than ordinary people like Su Chang, Lin Xiaodong, and Mu Haiba. There are many things to consider. People don't care how high they can fly, the key is whether they can land safely. Qingcheng, actually I am quite happy to see that you also like Mengxing. I'm very gratified, and don't worry, Gu Jinshan said truthfully. Ma Chunyan didn't have that much on her mind and said to Gu Qingcheng, you don't know, Qingcheng. The company was given to Mengxing, and we made a profit. Ha? Gu Qingcheng didn't understand. Ma Chunyan said, our family has always had diversified investments. After you married Mengxing, although you handed over the main business and the debts as well, but... Ma Chunyan suddenly lowered her voice. Mengxing's background is incredible. People are starting to take care of our other investment projects. Some leaders and big shots that your dad couldn't get a meeting with for half a year have come to visit us in person, begging for cooperation. Wow, we've made a fortune. Seeing her mother's happiness, Gu Qingcheng also breathed a sigh of relief. After saying that, Ma Chunyan called Tang Mengxing over. What's wrong with Auntie? Ma Chunyan grabbed Gu Qingcheng and Tang Mengxing's hands, placed them together, and then handed them a card. It's Mid-Autumn Festival, I don't have much to give, but you two take this. There's 50 million in here. I can't accept this. Take it. Gu Jinshan said. Mengxing, your dad contacted me. I won't ask any more questions. But with just one sentence from him, our other investments have made hundreds of millions. I'm relieved that Qingcheng is with you, but you'll have to work hard. Your family is really extraordinary, you'll be under a lot of pressure. Tang Mengxing nodded. Although she didn't know what the future held, she knew she had to face it eventually. Tang Mengxing naturally did not accept the card, but instead gave it to Gu Qingcheng. Watching Tang Mengxing walk away, Ma Chunyan whispered, you should divide this money among your girlfriends to build good relationships, understand? Gu Qingcheng knew that her mother was referring to Lin Yushang, Su Moli, and Mu Yunqi. In the past, I would have approved of this practice of using money to build relationships. But now Gu Qingcheng said with disdain, we have a great relationship. I'll share the money too. But I'm not faking it. Who am I trying to please? We get along very well, so don't worry about it. Seeing her daughter's natural expression, Ma Chunyan felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. Happiness is the most important thing. Only Gu Chang stood aside and said, Mom and Dad, why does my sister get 50 million while I only get 5,000? This is unfair. Oh ho, you've learned to use idioms now. Here's an extra 500. Gu Jinshan sneered, I'd rather have 5,000 than enough. Gu Qingcheng rarely spoke up for her younger brother. Dad, please don't make things difficult for Gu Chang. Gu Jinshan immediately exploded, I made things difficult for him? This kid went back from your place yesterday and hasn't come home since. He needed the car today, so I gave the driver the day off. I was just waiting for him to come back and drive. He didn't get home until 10 a.m., and look at him, he still has lipstick marks on his face, and he reeks of alcohol. Damn it! Chapter 109 The Beauties of Tang Mengxing's Family. Lunch was once again prepared by the chef hired by Tang Mengxing. While everyone else drank and chatted happily, Gu Chang felt somewhat sad. Da Qiang, it's already the Mid-Autumn Festival, it's not right for you not to come home, Tang Mengxing comforted Gu Chang. Your brother-in-law will give you another 50,000 yuan, and Dafu too. Gu Chang's mood improved a bit, while Su Dafu gave him a strange look. Brother, I don't sleep with people. Heh, shut up. By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the 4 fathers-in-law were completely drunk and staggering. Tang Mengxing took Lin Xiaodong and the others to the hotel, while Gu Chang took Gu Jinshan back. Mengxing, you should go with him. What if Gu Chang goes to bars or nightclubs again? Gu Qingcheng said worriedly. Tang Mengxing didn't believe it, he wouldn't go so far as to take his parents clubbing, would he? Gu Qingcheng remained silent, calmly looking at Tang Mengxing. Holy crap, he really dares to do that? Tang Mengxing quickly got into her car and went to personally take Gu Jinshan home. By the time I finished seeing everyone off, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. My father-in-law will come over tomorrow to drive the X7. Looking at the car in the yard, Tang Mengxing said smugly, "You should invest in your mother-in-law and father-in-law, that way you'll listen to them." Gu Qingcheng divided the 50 million she was given among herself. 12.5 million each for the 4 girls. "Qingcheng, this is tens of millions, are you really going to give it to us?" Mu Yunxi asked, a little excited. Su Moli was also uneasy. Taking Tang Mengxing's money was one thing, but Gu Qingcheng's money? She felt a little guilty. Lin Yushan, holding her phone, laughed and said, "You'll regret this." Gu Qingcheng said, "I don't regret it. If I don't have money, I can always ask a sucker for it." They all knew who the sucker was. Tang Mengxing walked over at this moment. "Who has the bigger head?" "You." Upon receiving 12.5 million, Su Moli and Lin Yushan were somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxi was already planning how to cultivate the image of a wealthy young woman. "Tonight, our 4 beauties are organizing an event, but we won't be bringing Tang Mengxing. Is that alright?" Mu Yunxi thought about going shopping as soon as she got the money. "Agree. Agree +1. Agree +2. I'm right here, Mu Yunxi, is it polite of you to say that to my face?" Tang Mengxing knew a few girls, they were just joking, how could they not include her? How could someone who loves themselves so deeply possibly allow themselves to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival alone? A few minutes later. "You're really leaving? You're really not taking me?" Lin Yushan, stop the car. "That's my McLaren." "Hey! Su Moli, watch out, that's a Ferrari." Tang Mengxing jogged after the 2 cars. The girls never drive sports cars, but they were happy today. Su Moli picked a Ferrari SF90 and took Mu Yunxi with her, while Lin Yushan drove a McLaren P1 and took Gu Qingcheng with her. The group drove off. The once grand villa suddenly became deserted. Ruthless. "I'll come back and deal with you." Tang Mengxing called Su Dafu again. "Dafu, I'm all alone now." "Hello? Listen to me, don't hang up." "Hello? Hello? Damn it." Lin Yushan and her group drove to the vicinity of the pedestrian street and parked their car. The moment they stepped out of the car, they were destined to be the center of attention. People passing by on the street, regardless of gender, all stared at him. One super beauty is one thing, but in a lifetime, you're bound to see a few. But now there are 4 of them, all mobilized together. This is unacceptable. "What are you looking back at?" a girl asked, twisting her boyfriend's ear. The boyfriend quickly explained, "I didn't look at anything, I thought they ordered something." Mu Yunxi walked ahead, looking at the dazzling array of goods lining the street. A boy and she walked past each other. The boy's eyes were burning with desire, but he didn't dare to approach them to chat, not for any other reason than the sports cars these girls were driving. Most people can't afford to pursue or support such a person, so it's best not to make a fool of yourself. Bang! The boy was so engrossed in his reading that he accidentally bumped into a street lamp. "Oh dear. Big brother, are you all right?" Mu Yunxi was startled and quickly asked. The man, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, said, "It's nothing, it's nothing." The mentality of sour grapes quickly spread. Especially among girls. Their money must have come from illegitimate sources. "I don't think they're pretty. She must have a rich husband, Shah, and probably an old man in his 40s or 50s. So what if you drive a sports car? It's obviously rented, just for picking up men." Another similar sentiment is that some men still harbor a glimmer of hope, even in their speculations. "These girls must have rented a car and are in debt, while I earn 4,500 a month and am debt-free. They should like a guy like me. I bet without them, no one would earn over 10,000 yuan a month, or even be unemployed. Once they get tired of playing around, they just want to find an honest man to marry." Young girls these days love to show off, they're all fake sophisticated, but their lives are a mess. "I have a stable job, earning 60,000 yuan a year." That's something they can only envy. Some people can think about reality, but they can't accept it, so they can only comfort themselves in this way. Lin Yushang and the others didn't care about other people's opinions, whether they were good or bad. Enjoying life is the most important thing. But coming to the mall without any particular purpose today left the girls with nothing they wanted to buy. Half an hour later, 4 people, each holding a cup of coffee, stood blankly in the mall. "This is boring, I don't even know what to buy." Mu Yunqi pouted and began to complain. Su Moli was also bored. I might as well stay home and read a book. Let's look at the food. Hot pot tonight? Or Japanese food? Gu Qingcheng also felt bored and started to change the subject to food. I don't care. Lin Yushang said, sipping her coffee. She had been bored and had nothing to do all day. Hey! Yu Chang? A voice came from behind them. Lin Yushang turned around and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face, Xia Chenxi. Oh! What a coincidence! Lin Yushang and Xia Chenxi had only met once, but Xia Chenxi had a deep impression of Lin Yushang. Girls who are both beautiful and handsome are rare. It's a type that can both attack and defend. You're shopping too? Didn't you go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Lin Yushang asked. Xia Chenxi glanced at the other girls, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. My parents are both busy working out of town, and they only have a little free time during the Chinese New Year. I brought my younger brother here for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I heard there's a light show nearby. So, who are you? Oh. My family came to visit too. Family members, they are. Lin Yushang gave her a knowing look. Xia Chenxi understood instantly. Who are you, sister? Mu Yunqi asked. I'm Mengxing's friend. Where is Mengxing? Lin Yushang took a sip of coffee. He didn't come. I left him at home. Xia Chenxi felt a pang of sadness after today. Tomorrow would be the last day. If that still doesn't work, we'll have to force a match next Monday. Xia Dongdong looked at the four girls and said, Sisters, you are all so beautiful. Thank you. Su Moli was quite fond of this chubby-cheeked boy. Chapter 110 What You Like and What Likes You. Xia Chenxi looked at the four girls and could tell from their clothes that they were definitely rich. Lin Yushang and Su Moli kept a slightly lower profile. But Mu Yunqi and Gu Qingcheng acted like spoiled young ladies. To be honest, Mu Yunqi and Gu Qingcheng only started to get to know each other in the last few days. They were the first to meet because they were from the same school. However, there was some distance between them as school beauties. It was inevitable that there would be some aura of mutual repulsion. On the contrary, Lin Yushang and Gu Qingcheng are the closest. But once you get to know them, you let go of those reservations. Now that Mu Yunqi has received 12.5 million yuan from someone else, she treats Gu Qingcheng like family. Unlike Lin Yushang and Su Moli, she doesn't keep secrets. If you like something, you like it. If you don't, you'll show it on your face. Xia Chenxi felt terrible. She had been trying to meet with Tang Mingxing for the past few days, but to no avail. On the other hand, they tried to arrange blind dates, but to no avail. The gap between them and Tang Mingxing is too great. They're all ordinary men, not very capable but extremely confident. What Xia Chenxi didn't know was that Tang Mingxing couldn't be compared to this. Not to mention how rich he is a student at Tsinghua and Peking universities. The key is that this guy knows how to flirt. He's a total Casanova. When some people see a beautiful girl dating a guy who is average looking or even ugly, they inevitably assume that the girl is after his money. Tang Mingxing initially had the same concerns, but later she figured it out. Damn it, if I'm not after money, what am I after? Your good looks? Your caring nature? Are rich people incapable of caring for others? Are they unworthy of having feelings? Having figured this out, Tang Mingxing basically recruits people first and then cultivates relationships with them. Xia Chenxi was in a state of confusion and had no desire to go shopping at all. Yu Chang. Mengxing, he. Xia Chenxi was still too embarrassed to speak in front of Tang Mengxing's wives. Lin Yushang understood what she meant. You have a phone, right? Talk to him on the phone if you need anything. But I advise you to cherish your time. Your chances are slim. The others also realized what was going on. Tang Mingxing has several women, and while they don't care, they would never be foolish enough to send him gifts. They couldn't be bothered with Xia Chenxi's affairs. I'm so sad. There's only one day left, and I can't do anything about it. Xia Chenxi said, and then started to cry. Xia Dongdong hugged her sister's arm. Sister. Don't cry. Lin Yushang sighed. Chenxi, many things in this world don't go as you wish. You have to choose between those you like and those who like you, but the former comes at a high price. Besides, if you don't choose those who like you, the result of random matching is unpredictable. Lin Yushang's words were very true. This is reality. However, Su Moli had a different opinion. I'm different from the three of you. Mengxing and I were randomly matched. I gave myself to him on the first day, but I didn't like him at the time. I just accepted my fate. At least he didn't seem unpleasant. So I accepted my fate back then. Now it seems I was lucky, and maybe you will be just as lucky as me. Sumoli's idea was to let things take their natural course, but how many people could be as lucky as her? Mu Yunxi also wanted to say something, but hesitated and stopped, as her opinion differed. That is to use tactics. The purpose is pure, the feelings are genuine, but the process can involve some subtle tactics. No matter how hard he tried to win over Tang Mengxing, the final result was perfect. She should talk to Zhang Ming about this. She can't just say everything, and she can't be too frightening. Even with a little manipulation, the feelings remain genuine. But Mu Yunxi wouldn't tell Xia Chenxi how to seduce Tang Mengxing, so she simply kept quiet. As for Gu Qingcheng, she smacked her lips but didn't say anything. Her relationship with Tang Mengxing was complicated. Although she loved him, it was a recent development, and their deepest understanding of each other only occurred at night. Moreover, the situation was complicated, so she felt there was nothing to say. After listening to what the girl said, Xia Chenxi felt nothing. She was about to face the judgment of fate. But I still want to seize this last chance tonight. At the same time, Tang Mengxing drove out. Su Dafu was avoiding him, and Gu Chang is not answering his calls. One's playing video games. The other's out picking up girls. That's it, it's Mid-Autumn Festival today. Those bastards. Tang Mengxing just called her parents again. Tang Hai has gone to some other country and is still jet-lagged. The good news is that Zhang Yuanying will have time to come back and be with him in another 2 weeks. However, they are in a meeting right now, and the voices on the phone sound more like negotiations. Tang Mengxing was used to it. It was fine if his parents were busy, but his wives weren't busy at all, yet they still didn't spend time with him. A Lamborghini is parked on the side of the road in front of an adult products store. Tang Mengxing bought 4 whips from the vending machine. After taking it apart, I waved it in the air a few times. Great. Awesome. You'll see, you guys won't be with me. Hearing the sound of whipping, passers-by all turned to look. Move aside, there's a pervert inside. Tang Mengxing was really sad. The Mid-Autumn Festival was over just like that? It's almost 6:30, and I haven't eaten yet. Just then, Xia Chenxi called again. Tang Mengxing glanced at it and thought about blocking her. I regret it now. Why did I have to get involved with her for no reason? After thinking for a moment, Tang Mengxing answered the phone and told her firmly this time that it was not appropriate. Hey! Mengxing. Okay, Chenxi, let me say this first. Please don't contact me anymore. We're not a good match. I was too polite to tell you clearly, it was my fault. Please don't waste your time. I understand. I'll never bother you again. Tang Mengxing could tell that Xia Chenxi was crying on the other end of the line. Hearing this answer, how could Xia Chenxi possibly continue to pester him with shamelessness? Are Lin Yushang and Su Moli with you? Tang Mengxing heard Su Moli and Lin Yushang talking. Yes. Xia Chenxi answered truthfully. Okay, tell me the address, I'm coming over now. Tang Mengxing made a sharp turn and quickly drove towards the pedestrian street. Tang Mengxing couldn't quite describe the feeling when he saw Xia Chenxi again. Zhang Ming had also been sending him WeChat messages these past 2 days. The general idea is that we're forced to lie down, there's no other way. Tang Mengxing offered a few words of comfort, saying that fortunately the matching wasn't completely random and did take into account both parties' backgrounds. But Zhang Ming told himself that when he came back from his vacation, he was going to go to a nightclub and try out a foot massage. Clearly, this trivial matter has deeply hurt this innocent little boy. Zhou Qi wanted to persuade her further, but Tang Mengxing laughed. We should have gone a long time ago. I'll treat you to a meal to see this wonderful world. How about it? Zhang Ming naturally agreed. Zhou Qi hesitated for a moment, then said, Don't let my girlfriend know. Tang Mengxing, that's so pathetic. What good would it do to know if we knew in a proper place? I'd believe it if someone else treated me, but whether it's proper or not is another matter when you treat me. Chapter 111. The deepest sorrow is felt on a cool evening. When they arrived at the mall, several girls tried to hide. Are you guys never going to stop? Come back with me. Wouldn't it be better to stay home and enjoy the moon together during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Tang Mengxing walked straight toward the 4 girls. The 4 quickly moved away. Xiao Chenxi's eyes reddened as she gazed intently at Tang Mengxing. Although we haven't known each other for long, feelings can easily turn into unrequited love. He kept fantasizing about what he and Tang Mengxing would do together, and the few days felt like years. Tang Mengxing looked at her, feeling a pang of heartache, never expecting such deep harm to have been caused. I'm sorry, you should consider Zhang Ming. After saying this, Tang Mengxing felt ashamed he was such a bastard. Are you kidding me? How could that be? Just now, Yu Chang asked me whether I would choose the one you like or the one who likes you. To answer, I choose the one I like. Tang Mengxing frowned slightly, and even Lin Yushan, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but sigh. The cost will be high, don't be stubborn. I'd rather endure these 5 painful years and then make a choice. I have a long life ahead of me. Isn't that right? Once matched, divorce is not permitted for 5 years. If you endure 5 years and it really doesn't work out, you can make a choice again, but you won't be matched and selected again then. Most people would probably accept this and endure it for the rest of their lives. But some people never compromise. Tang Mengxing felt very guilty he had misjudged the person. I never expected Xia Chenxi to be so resolute. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Xia Chenxi said, leaving with Xia Dongdong. Tang Mengxing stood there, unsure of what to do. You really aren't a good person. Su Moli couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing Xia Chenxi's grief, the group wished they could tie up Tang Mengxing and make him surrender. But reality is often harsh, and there are no results. Why don't you like her? Mu Yunqi asked a question that Tang Mengxing found difficult to answer. Me? I don't know either. Can you accept me? Can't you accept her? This time, it was Gu Qingcheng who asked. She and Tang Mengxing didn't stay together for long, they got together rather haphazardly. Tang Mengxing watched the departing figure and murmured, I was wrong. I always thought that liking someone required a long period of cultivation, but sometimes liking someone can happen in an instant. Xia Chenxi probably couldn't give me that instant feeling of being moved. And then there's Zhang Ming. He's my friend, my good brother. Just for that reason, it's impossible for Xia Chenxi and me. Gu Qingcheng understood. During the time she spent with Tang Mengxing, he might have been indifferent to her 99% of the time, but just one opportunity, or a day, or an hour, or even less, was enough to change everything. Most people don't remember such moments, so they don't know when they fell in love with the other person. But right now, I sincerely hope that she and Zhang Ming will both be happy. After wandering around for a while, the group arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Mengxing, why do you like hot pot so much? Su Moli asked, holding the menu. She was already tired of it but didn't know what to eat. Tang Mengxing said, I don't know either. My dad just loves to eat. He also likes to drink soup. Maybe I caught it from him. Mu Yunqi looked at Tang Mengxing with a touch of infatuation. Brother Mengxing, you don't seem like a playboy today. You suddenly seem so affectionate. Tang Mengxing touched her nose, a little embarrassed. Really? You like it like this? Mu Yunqi nodded vigorously. I even bought you a gift, here. After saying that, he handed Tang Mengxing a pleasant goat keychain. You're so thoughtful, thank you. I've also prepared gifts for you. What? The 4 girls asked the question almost simultaneously. Tang Mengxing gave a wicked smile and whispered something to Su Moli. Su Moli's face visibly turned red. Sister Moli, what did he say? Why are you blushing? Mu Yunqi asked anxiously. 10,000 words omitted here. The next day, Tang Mengxing agreed to go to the class reunion with Mu Yunqi at noon. He knew perfectly well that Mu Yunqi was just using him to save face. What should I wear? Tang Mengxing asked as she picked out clothes from the closet. Last night after dinner, several girls bought him a few pieces of clothing. Tang Mengxing was overjoyed. Who said his wife was only after his money? So he's now living off a woman? They spent a total of 100,000. Tang Mengxing picked out one item after another. The 4 girls, except for Mu Yunqi, each spent 20 to 30,000 yuan. It's not that she's stingy, but that she's completely immature. She's like a child herself and doesn't care about these things at all. Although she is the same age as Gu Qingcheng's upbringing is completely different from hers. She was sensible from a young age, came from a well-off family, and had seen and met people from all walks of life. So, apart from being a bit of a fool when it comes to basic common sense, Gu Qingcheng is much more mature than Mu Yunqi in every other aspect. The other girls were still fast asleep, each in a rather strange sleeping position. Mu Yunxi looked at Tang Mengxing tenderly. Brother, I'll take a little more nap. I owe you. What sins did I commit in my past life? Tang Mengxing had already changed her clothes, wearing a casual suit and looking very energetic. Tang Mengxing sighed. She didn't have a housekeeper in her villa, so she had to cook for herself or go out to buy food. She had a lot of trouble. Chapter 112: A Simple and Honest Class Spirit. Around noon, all the fathers-in-law drove away. Tang Mengxing planned to attend the party with Mu Yunxi, but he wanted to keep a low profile this time. Although it wasn't my intention, this was a gathering of students from Tsinghua and Peking universities. She was already a celebrity at school, and Su Moli had previously told her the real reason she was expelled. It's because it's too high profile. He drives a sports car worth 30 or 40 million to school. If he doesn't go home, who will? Drive this one. Tang Mengxing touched the elderly mobility scooter that Su Chang had left with her. My father-in-law drove off in a BMW X7, leaving me with a Benchi. Does Benchi have this brand? I don't want to. You drive a LaFerrari. It's so cool. Mu Yunxi was just trying to show off. LaFerrari. Tang Mengxing stroked her chin. This car is enough to warrant another month in prison. Unable to dissuade Mu Yunxi, the red Ferrari LaFerrari carried Mu Yunxi and Tang Mengxing to the agreed location. Yanjing, Lanusi, a top-tier hotel with distinctive Chinese characteristics. Mu Yunxi and Tang Mengxing stood at the door, looking up at the signboard. Yunxi, did you tell your classmate that I'm treating you to this meal? No. You ate here before? No, it was just a regular little restaurant before. So your classmates didn't tell you and are trying to rip me off? Isn't it possible? The two couldn't understand why this seemingly ordinary class reunion had been held in this place. At this point, Tang Mengxing's stingy side resurfaced. He would spend money on things that needed to be spent, regardless of whether it was his brothers, his parents-in-law, or his wife. Kumo Yunxi's classmate? Sorry, even at ordinary restaurants, Tang Mengxing wants to split the bill. Even Xia Dongdong only gave her a phone worth a little over 2,000 yuan, but at least he could help Tang Mengxing rank up. Tang Mengxing wouldn't give a single penny without some benefit in return. The address is correct, isn't it? Lan Yuzhai. It's just a similar pronunciation to Lan Yuzhai. Tang Mengxing knew a bit about Mu Yunxi's class. Especially for the boys in their class, after all, their wives are so beautiful, they have to prevent someone like Tao Yulong from appearing. But according to his understanding, no one has the means to eat here, let alone invite someone to eat here. This meal is definitely not going to be split equally going Dutch, because most people simply can't afford to split the bill. It's hard to say about girls, like Huang Jingjing? Maybe. With a hint of doubt, Tang Mengxing followed Mu Yunxi upstairs. This was the first time for both of them. Tang Mengxing had only been rich for a little over a month and hadn't been to many of the good restaurants. Inside a private room, 2 tables were set up for a banquet. Many of Mu Yunxi's classmates have already arrived. Yunxi. Chen Tian ran over first, and then looked at Tang Mengxing affectionately. Tang Mengxing quickly avoided eye contact. A few days ago, Tang Mengxing might not have avoided the issue, but after what happened with Xia Chenxi, he became more soft-hearted, always feeling that his actions hurt the other person. Although I refused, I was heartbroken to see the other person so upset. Who in our class won the lottery? Mu Yunxi asked, holding Chen Tiantian's little hand. Chen Tiantian chuckled, no. You think you can eat here? You're not trying to rip my husband off, are you? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Chen Tiantian smiled slightly, you think only brother Mengxing can treat us? Today, Xieduoduo's boyfriend is treating us. Duo was forced into a match, but luckily she met young Master Zhang, and the two have already established a relationship. Duo? Yunxi, I didn't expect your class to be full of talented people. There was a Huang. Huang something again? Tang Mengxing couldn't remember the name for a moment. Huang Jingjing. Oh right. Huang Jingjing, there's another Xieduo today, Tang Mengxing said, looking at Mu Yunxi with a meaningful expression. Mu Yunxi felt a little uneasy under his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Tang Mengxing said, no wonder you managed to date me. Your class is known for producing these kinds of people. Every single one of them has a boyfriend who's a millionaire. The class atmosphere is so pure and simple. Mu Yunqi punched him lightly. Stop talking nonsense, someone's treating, might as well eat it. Yes. Brother Mengxing. Chen Tian kept calling Tang Mengxing Brother Mengxing after seeing him, her words filled with intimacy. This feeling made Tang Mengxing very uncomfortable. Please be seated, everyone, a tall, thin man called out in the middle of the banquet. He is obviously Xie Duoduo's boyfriend. Mu Yunqi pressed herself against Tang Mengxing's chest. Husband, who is Xie Duoduo? The word husband left both Tang Mengxing and Chen Tian completely bewildered. Mu Yunqi is very petty. She was saying this to her best friend. She could tell that Chen Tian liked Tang Mengxing. It wasn't that she was unwilling, but Chen Tian was her best friend, and she couldn't ignore her. After arriving, he kept calling her Brother Mengxing without any regard for his own feelings. She wasn't deaf, and she cursed inwardly. Don't they even know how to keep things from others? Fortunately, Tang Mengxing didn't give an excessive response. Calling someone husband is a declaration of her ownership. Tang Mengxing was stumped by this question. Isn't Xie Duoduo in your class? How would I know? Mu Yunqi frowned. To be honest, she wasn't asking randomly. Mu Yunqi really didn't have any impression of this classmate. After Chen Tian pointed out which one was Xie Duoduo, Mu Yunqi nodded. I'm sure. Confirm what? I do have a vague recollection of her. It's a pity I only know her name now. Tang Mengxing looked at Xie Duoduo, a very ordinary girl, as ordinary as could be. Chen Tian is not bad looking, but compared to Mu Yunqi, she is rather ordinary. Xie Duoduo is no match for Chen Tian, let alone Mu Yunqi. Mu Yunqi asked with some suspicion, how could her boyfriend have fallen for her? Tang Mengxing quickly made a shushing gesture. Don't talk nonsense, you have to believe in love. Can't they just be in love with each other? Don't judge a book by its cover. Brother Mengxing is right. Chen Tian answered before Mu Yunqi could speak. Sycophant. Mu Yunqi thought to herself with disdain. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Kuiyuan. I'm Duoduo's boyfriend. It's a great honor to treat everyone to dinner. Thank you all for coming. As everyone took their seats, Tang Mengxing was also a little confused. Xie Duoduo was forced into a match, so she should be in the same batch as Zhang Ming, right? Today is the last day, and the results will be out tomorrow morning. How come they're still boyfriend and girlfriend? Haven't they registered their marriage? How can they be so calm? At this point, Chen Tian was also stunned. Mu Yunqi was also confused. Did they forget? Should we remind them later? Let's talk about it after we finish eating. Chapter 113. Good people don't care about appearances. You can get your marriage certificate anytime, 24 hours a day. There's no rush now that we've reached this point. Tang Mengxing had a good first impression of Zhang Kuiyuan. She admired him for being a guy who valued feelings over looks. Because she herself couldn't achieve a perfect 100 in looks, Tang Mengxing basically wouldn't consider anyone with a score below 80. For example, Xia Chenxi, born in the 80s or 90s, it depends on the situation. Those scoring 90 or above are worth considering for further development. As soon as Tang Mengxing and Mu Yunqi sat down, Zhang Kuiyuan exclaimed, Hey bro. You're Tang Mengxing, right? Oh, that's right. Tang Mengxing replied politely. Zhang Kuiyuan's expression suddenly changed. Sorry, there's no room for you at today's meal. After saying that, Tang Mengxing's expression changed, and all goodwill vanished. This person had come prepared to cause trouble for her. Everyone around was stunned. Clearly, they were unaware of the situation. Tang Mengxing opened her mouth, wanting to curse, but held back. It's not like I can't afford to eat it if I'm not invited, I'll just leave. Yunqi, let's go. Tang Mengxing stood up and said calmly, her emotions unreadable, but she didn't lose her temper. Mu Yunqi objected, Are you crazy? Everyone else can bring their boyfriends or girlfriends. Why can't I? Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Kuiyuan laughed and said, I just simply didn't want to invite Tang Mengxing. Let's go. Don't waste time. Tang Mengxing pulled Mu Yunqi to walk out, but suddenly stopped halfway. Oh, I forgot something. Just a reminder, today is Xie Duoduo's last day for matching, right? Don't forget to get your marriage certificate. At this point, Xie Duoduo's expression turned somewhat strange, and she looked at Zhang Kuiyuan. Zhang Kuiyuan squinted at Tang Mengxing and said, Humph. No need for you to worry. Tang Mengxing laughed, giving Xie Duoduo a meaningful look. Tang Mingxing and Zhang Kueyuan had no direct conflict, and this was their first meeting. Tang Mingxing's name spread further and further, attracting the attention of many people, including Zhang Kueyuan. Especially Gu Qingchang. After hearing that she had also become Tang Mingxing's woman, Zhang Kueyuan couldn't sit still. Tang Mingxing, have you heard of the 4 young masters of Beijing? Zhang Kueyuan picked up a piece of food, pretended to stuff it into his mouth, and looked inscrutable. He had a lot to say to Tang Mingxing, and today he wanted to find an opportunity to humiliate him. Squeak, the door opened. This guy's got a screw loose, he's a total drama queen. Yeah. That's boring. He came over to show off at my class reunion. Mu Yunxi and Tang Mingxing didn't take him seriously at all and left the house cursing. Hey! You two, come back here. Zhang Kueyuan didn't expect that Tang Mingxing would completely ignore his provocation. Excuse me, I have to go too. Chen Tiantian picked up her bag, got up and left, quickly catching up with Tang Mingxing. Brother Mingxing, can I have dinner with you tonight? Chen Tiantian asked with a smile. Tang Mingxing wasn't short of money, she had to save face, no problem. Huang Jingjing hesitated for a moment, wondering what was going on in her class. Are there really that many rich kids these days? The other girls were also at a loss, as today's opportunity to get close to Tang Mingxing was a great one. But then Zhang Kueyuan appeared. Between the two, Zhang Kueyuan offers better value for money. Because Zhang Kueyuan isn't interested in looks, and Xie Duo is just average at best, she can only be described as pretty when dressed up. Mu Yunxi has no special qualities, she can outshine the entire class even without makeup. Clearly, Zhang Kueyuan, who is not interested in women, has a better chance for them. Meanwhile, on Tang Mingxing's side, everyone had inside information that Gu Qingchang was also one of his people. At this level, most people can't get in. After thinking about it, Huang Jingjing decided to stay. The other girls were all dressed up carefully, their eyes fixed on Zhang Kueyuan. I hope to win his favor. Zhang Kueyuan sat in the main seat, somewhat annoyed. He had prepared his lines, but Tang Mingxing left before he could even finish them. Why doesn't he come and confront me after I've provoked him so much? He glanced at Xie Duo beside him, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He approached Xie Duo purely for the chance to meet Tang Mingxing. He didn't care at all that Xie Duo had a few days left to be matched. Their real purpose was to use their class reunion as an opportunity to give Tang Mingxing a good beating. As for why Xie Duo was chosen, it was purely random. As long as she wasn't ugly, it was fine. Anyway, I'll only play for 2 or 3 days, then I'll pack up and leave, and I'll forget about it completely in no time. Zhang Kueyuan's family works in the financial industry, where money comes quickly and easily. As for the 4 young masters of Beijing, this was a self-proclaimed title given to him and several other young men from prominent families. However, after all these years, it has gained a little bit of fame. Having grown accustomed to arrogance and domineering behavior, he unknowingly came to believe that he was second only to the heavens. Kueyuan, let's eat. Xie Duo took a wineglass and filled it for him. Zhang Kueyuan took it and drank it all in one gulp. This kid. He's interesting. Zhang Kueyuan still looked confident and superior, certain that he had Tang Mingxing under his thumb. During those 3 years, the various universities were his playground for extravagant living. But now, Tang Mingxing has suddenly appeared. I heard that Tang Mingxing drives a luxury car worth tens of millions? Zhang Kueyuan suddenly asked. Yeah, and a Cullinan too. They're loaded. There's also a villa, supposedly worth several hundred million. This surprised Zhang Kueyuan. Tang Mingxing was quite capable. Hey everyone, putting everything else aside. I, Zhang Kueyuan, am here. If a dragon has to coil up before me, or a tiger has to lie low before me, in Yanjing, even the heavenly king himself has to give me some leeway. Zhang Kueyuan was somewhat ungrateful, but he had never encountered anyone who could make him bow down. But like Tang Mingxing, he didn't achieve this through his own strength, but rather through the protection of his parents. But the difference is that Zhang Kueyuan's parents were the ones who could make the Zhang family bow down. It's not Zhang Kueyuan's turn. The only people who could make Tang Hai bow down were Zhang Yuanying and Tang Mingxing's grandfather. At that moment, he would look down at the other person's corpse. Look at you showing off. Xie Duo said, filling Zhang Kueyuan's glass again after he finished his drink, her eyes full of pride. My boyfriend is no worse than Tang Mingxing. Even better. The other students in the class echoed this sentiment. That's right. Young Master Zhang, I salute you. I hope you'll take good care of me in the future. Yes, young Master Zhang, I also respect you. I've disliked Tang Mingxing for a long time, he's too arrogant. I heard Gu Qingcheng is already his woman, that guy's a real womanizer. Upon hearing the name Gu Qingcheng, Zhang Kuiyuan gripped his wine glass tightly. Chapter 114 Little Thoughts. All the male students in the class naturally flattered Zhang Kuiyuan to the best of their ability. Not for any other reason than that I dislike Tang Mingxing. This is where some people's sense of superiority comes from, they can't compare to others, so they use other people's names to highlight their own excellence. In their hearts, finally someone stood up for them. The girls in the class were in an even bigger turmoil. Compared to Xie Duo, there are several women who are prettier than her, especially Huang Jingjing. At this moment, Mu Yunqi was not there, nor was Chen Tiantian. Huang Jingjing was undoubtedly the most beautiful. The advantage is in my hands. Huang Jingjing had already dumped her middle-aged boyfriend, and now she had nothing but Zhang Kuiyuan on her mind. If she can win over Zhang Kuiyuan, then she can hold her head high in front of Mu Yunqi again. It will feel so good to trample her under my feet. But Xie Duo felt a sense of crisis. Tang Mingxing's words were still echoing in her ears. If they didn't get their marriage certificate by tomorrow, it would be too late. So we had to urge Zhang Kuiyuan to get the marriage certificate that afternoon. Now, she has noticed that all the girls in the class have feelings for Zhang Kuiyuan to varying degrees. Actually, she didn't know why Zhang Kuiyuan had taken a liking to her. For the past 2 or 3 years, I've felt like a nobody in my class. Every day, I live a simple life between the classroom, dormitory, and cafeteria. Social circles are also very simple. Although I admire those girls who have fun, I'm not jealous. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. I'll just close the door and live my ordinary life. The key figure who influenced her was Mu Yunqi. In her eyes, Mu Yunqi was a scale. The scales that balance your own mind. Those pretty girls all dated tall, rich, and handsome men, short, rich, and handsome men, tall, rich, and ugly men, and short, rich, and ugly men. In recent years, Mu Yunqi, the school beauty, has kept a low profile. In Xie Duo's heart, Mu Yunqi's lack of a handsome and wealthy boyfriend seemed to balance the unfairness in her heart. The fact that the male students in Mu Yunqi's class dislike Tang Mingxing more than the male students in other departments is partly due to Mu Yunqi. It is said that those who are near the water get the moon first, and Mu Yunqi's low profile over the years has given them a sense of complacency. Maybe the goddess will take a liking to these ordinary guys. However, Tang Mingxing's appearance shattered all of this illusion. Mu Yunqi doesn't prefer to keep a low profile, she's simply lying low. Silent until it speaks, then it astounds everyone. They went straight for Tang Mingxing, a top-tier rich second generation. A one-off deal that lasts a lifetime. That's incredibly shrewd. Xie Duo clung to Zhang Kuiyuan's arm and said coquettishly, "Kuiyuan, let's get our marriage certificate after dinner. We won't have another chance after today." Zhang Kuiyuan patted her hand and whispered, "No problem. I heard there's a nice hotel nearby. Let's go rest for a while. You take good care of me, and then we'll get our marriage certificate." "You're so naughty, hee." Xie Duo was overjoyed to hear Zhang Kuiyuan agree, and her confidence soared. Looking at the lavish feast on the table, Xie Duo thought to herself, if I marry Zhang Kuiyuan, I can treat my classmates to banquets like this all the time. This money won't be a big deal for me anymore, and I can enjoy this kind of adulation all the time. Thinking of this, Xie Duo couldn't help but smile. When other girls came over to toast Zhang Kuiyuan, Xie Duo naturally had to persuade them to stop acting like a busybody. "Let Kuiyuan drink less, I'll drink with you." After saying that, Xie Duo took her wine glass and clinked glasses with Huang Jingjing, who came over to offer a toast. Huang Jingjing's expression suddenly changed. Reluctantly, she clinked glasses with her but didn't drink. Instead, she moved closer to Zhang Kuiyuan and said, "Young Master Zhang, this is a toast to you. You must drink it." After saying that, she gave him 2 flirty winks. Xie Duo was embarrassed and a little angry. But when Zhang Kuiyuan looked closely, he realized that the girl was quite pretty. He wondered why he had chosen Xie Duo. At this moment, Tang Mingxing took Mu Yunqi and Chen Tiantian to another place and booked another table. "Isn't it a bit wasteful for the 3 of us to order so many dishes?" Chen Tiantian looked at Tang Mingxing and ordered a table full of dishes as well. Tang Mingxing ate heartily, thoroughly enjoying her meal. "Should I call someone else?" Mu Yunqi had no appetite and was still angry. "Mingxing, why didn't you beat him up? He's too arrogant. He's doing it on purpose." Tang Mingxing grabbed her drink and gulped it down. "Phew. That feels good. Of course he did it on purpose, but it's not time to beat him up yet. No, I can't stand it. Mengxing, you can beat him, right? I'll ask the boys in my class not to help him, and you go and beat him up. Mu Yunqi wasn't trying to stir things up, and she wasn't trying to add fuel to the fire. This girl was genuinely angry. Don't worry, he's just trying to make me angry. I'm not falling for it. He's the one who's anxious now. I used to admire him for being interested in the ordinary Xieduo, but it seems that's not the case. Tang Mengxing, afraid of wasting time, called Su Dafu again. For 3 consecutive days, Su Dafu received a call from Tang Mengxing. And they were all arranged to meet for meals. Su Dafu looked at the food photos Tang Mengxing sent him, feeling hesitant. Brother Xing is being so attentive, inviting me to dinner. It's definitely because of his twisted ideas. Sigh. For the sake of food. I'll put up with it. Zhang Kuiyuan sat in his seat, his mind in turmoil. Today, his plan was to provoke Tang Mengxing. Then find an excuse to teach him a lesson. The thugs are all ready. Of course, the premise is to find out his background. According to his knowledge, there is no large family with the surname Tang in Yanjing. Zhang Kuiyuan wasn't stupid either. He knew that Yanjing didn't represent the entire Dragon Kingdom, so he angered Tang Mengxing and tricked him into revealing his background. Zhang Kuiyuan didn't want to end up losing more than he gained by trying to steal a chicken. The name Gu Qingcheng flashed through his mind like a knife twisting in his heart. Although the two families' main businesses are located in Beijing and Hangzhou respectively, they maintain close ties. Now that the Gu family is in trouble, Zhang Kuiyuan's parents are avoiding the situation. We rarely contacted each other anymore. But Gu Qingcheng is the apple of the eye in the circle of rich second-generation heirs, and that circle is only so big. Zhang Kuiyuan certainly knew him and had long admired him. Although his pursuit had been unsuccessful, he had always kept him in his thoughts. Do you know anything about this kid's background? Zhang Kuiyuan asked the people present. The students all shook their heads. None of them knew. Young Master Zhang, do you have a grudge against him? Huang Jingjing asked. Zhang Kuiyuan said, enmity, I guess so. Chapter 115. Everyone's here to hurl insults. Su Dafu arrived at the restaurant, sat opposite Tang Mengxing, and was eating with chopsticks in hand. Dafu, there are only 3 of us, why are you sitting so far away? Hearing Tang Mengxing's words, Su Dafu remained unmoved and continued eating. The group had almost finished eating and, having stopped drinking, prepared to leave. The room not far away was still bustling with activity. You could tell they were having a great time. Oh no, Yunqi, you're going to be ostracized in class from now on. What's it to me? I'll just ignore them. Mu Yunqi was in a terrible mood. It was a class reunion, and only she and Chen Tian showed up. It was so awkward. Su Dafu finished eating. Brother, sister-in-law, I'll be going now. He was about to leave after saying that. But Tang Mengxing grabbed him. You're leaving after you finish eating. What are you afraid of? How many times have I told you, I'm straight, and even if I were, I wouldn't be interested in you. Come on. If you think Wei Laobi is good enough for me, then I'm no better than him. The two bickered as they walked downstairs. As they approached the door, a few boys' voices caught Tang Mengxing's attention. Why hasn't young Master Zhang finished eating yet? When is that guy surnamed Tang coming down? Looking at the 4 people leaning against the car, smoking, they didn't seem like nice guys. Tang Mengxing hesitated for a moment, then gave Su Dafu and Mu Yunqi a look, signaling them to shut up, before walking over and asking, hey guys, who are you waiting for? None of your business, get lost, one of them said. Tang Mengxing wasn't angry. Instead, her smile widened. Young Master Zhang is still drinking, you'll have to wait a while. Upon hearing that this young man knew young Master Zhang, the group became a bit more polite. What do you do? Oh, Mr. Zhang's friend. The burly man at the head of the group looked at Tang Mengxing and said, you know that guy surnamed Tang, right? I know him. That idiot, he dared to mess with young Master Zhang, Tang Mengxing said fiercely, even cursing herself. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunqi quickly went over and said, Tang Mengxing, right? I know her. She's kneeling on the ground up there licking young Master Zhang's feet right now. After he finished speaking, everyone frowned slightly. The thugs Zhang Kuiyuan had hired were secretly delighted. The boy was already begging for mercy before they even laid a hand on him. Tang Mengxing looked at Mu Yunqi with a strange expression. It was one thing for her to curse a few times, but Mu Yunqi must have come here on purpose to join in the fun. Mu Yunqi puffed out her chest and said, "Besides, Zhang Xiao and I have such a good relationship, how dare Xie Duoduo try to steal Zhang Xiao from me?" If anyone else had said this, the thugs wouldn't have believed it. But the Mu Yunqi in front of me, with her looks and figure, is truly a rare sight. If you said she was Zhang Kuiyuan's woman, they would believe it. Hey, young lady, don't talk nonsense. The Zhang family is very powerful and influential in Yanjing. It's normal for young Master Zhang to have his eye on a few women. If you want to get something out of him, you'd better listen to him. I'm so angry, but young Master Zhang still loves me the most. It's just that I can't stand Xie Duoduo. Mu Yunqi pouted, acting very realistically. Chen Tiantian also came over, looking like a vicious supporting character. That's right, in terms of looks and figure, how can they compare to us? I don't know what young Master Zhang is after. The burly man ignored Tang Mingxing, his gaze fixed on the two girls in front of him. Girl, don't be in such a hurry. Young Master Zhang will definitely love someone like you. That Xie Duoduo is just playing around for a couple of days. At most, young Master Zhang will pack his bags and leave in a couple of days, and that girl will be left to fend for herself. Upon hearing this, Tang Mingxing thought to herself, serves him right. But then I thought of Zhang Ming, and hoped that he wouldn't be matched with Lao Zhang, otherwise that guy would be suicidal. Tang Mingxing asked, "Big brother, who are you waiting for?" Wait for young Master Zhang's orders to go up and deal with Tang Mingxing. To be honest, I'm worried. We don't know the depth of Tang Mingxing's background. What if she's a big shot? At this moment, another thug spoke up, "Big brother, what are you afraid of? We've known about this powerful figure in Yanjing for a long time. We've never heard of him before." That's true. Mu Yunqi was still adding her own drama, complaining to them about something. Su Dafu walked over and asked in a low voice, "Brother, why are they all cursing you? Just say a few words of abuse." "I can't explain this situation to you." "Oh." Su Dafu nodded, then suddenly raised his voice, "That good-for-nothing only son of Tang Mingxing, amp hashtag." What a burst of output. Tang Mingxing's teeth itched from hearing this. The thugs were all somewhat stunned. "Little fatty, your mouth, it's pretty sharp." Before Su Dafu could finish cursing, he walked over and started spouting nonsense with a few thugs. Su Dafu was considered a petty hoodlum in his hometown. Although he didn't do anything evil, he was familiar with that kind of atmosphere. The four thugs, plus Su Dafu, huddled together and whispered among themselves. Mu Yunqi, lost in thought, asked, "Mingxing, shall we go?" I see Su Dafu has already started talking, but I wonder what they're talking about. What else could it be? It'll ruin my reputation. Tang Mingxing smiled bitterly. She just wanted to find out some information. How did it turn out like this? The five men were muttering to themselves as if they were having a village women's meeting. The four thugs suddenly shivered. Tang Mingxing knew that her fake, perverted story had been put into action. "Brother Mingxing, let's go quickly. They're a bunch of thugs, they're not to be trifled with. Outcasts? I'll turn them into socialist youth." Sitting in her car, Tang Mingxing made a phone call. "Grandpa Fu, I'm in Yanjing. If, will I end up in the police station?" Uncle Fu replied, "Mingxing, harmony brings wealth. What you're doing isn't right. You should deal with Zhang Kuiyuan first, and I'll take care of the rest." Clear. Tang Mingxing got out of the car and put on a smiling face. "Brothers, young Master Zhang asked me to go upstairs for a bit. I'll go first and come back to you guys with any news later." The burly man said, "Then I'll trouble you." Tang Mingxing glanced around. "Big brother, did you guys bring any weapons?" "I'm going upstairs to help young Master Zhang deal with Tang Mingxing." "Give me something handy." Several thugs opened the trunk. "Choose one yourself." "Iron bars, ropes, chains." "This candle, give me a stick instead." "Do you need our help?" "No need," young Master Zhang instructed that it's better to enjoy this kind of fun by yourself. "That's right. Ha, hurry back and we'll be waiting for your news." Tang Mingxing gave Su Dafu another wink, signaling him to quickly take Mu Yunqi away. Su Dafu understood, and suddenly started cursing again. "Damn it, what's wrong with your brain? I told you to leave, not to swear." Fortunately, Mu Yunqi understood. "Dafu. Let's go first, don't disturb their fun." Zhang Kuiyuan and the others were still drinking. He was already slightly drunk. "My mind is filled with Gu Qingcheng. A beauty that could topple empires." It was a very faint sound, but Xie Duoduo heard it. "What did you say?" It's nothing." The door suddenly opened, and Tang Mingxing walked in. Everyone fell silent, staring at the menacing Tang Mingxing and the iron rod in his hand. You dare to come here? But it's good that you're here, Zhang Kuiyuan said, his anger rising when he saw Tang Mingxing. Hey! Zhang Kuiyuan. You always say that rich kids bully honest people and poor people, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you have a conflict with another rich kid. The other wealthy young man is naturally Tang Mingxing himself. Enough talk. I've heard your family's in finance, right? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a couple of whacks. Zhang Kuiyuan was startled. He hadn't found out Tang Mingxing's background, but this kid had found out about his. He knew he was in trouble and quickly picked up his phone. Kid, you'd better let me make a call. Dream on. How could you be so unfair? Ouch. Tang Mingxing swung the stick and smashed it down hard. Unfair? Do you think I'm stupid enough to wait for you to call for help? I've already dealt with your men, no one will listen to you even if you scream your lungs out. A few minutes later, Zhang Kuiyuan lay curled up on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head. Tang Mingxing couldn't bring herself to hit him anymore, because Xia Duo pounced on her, clinging to Zhang Kuiyuan. Tang Mingxing, please stop hitting him. Xia Duo cried as she recounted her story, appearing fiercely protective of her husband. Chapter 116 Brother Zhang can't come. Tang Mingxing naturally wouldn't lay a hand on Xia Duo. But the other boys in the class were terrified. Tang Mingxing was incredibly ruthless. Tang Mingxing quickly and easily took off Zhang Kuiyuan's clothes. All that was left was a pair of underwear. Why did you provoke me for no reason? Xie Duo's eyes were filled with anger. I'm going to tell the teacher, I'm going to tell Su Moli. I'll get you expelled from school. Hitting someone wasn't enough, you had to humiliate them too. And Mu Yunqi too, she can't escape responsibility either. Tang Mingxing nodded. Xie Duo, I wish you two a long and happy marriage. After saying that, he took the stick and went outside. Once downstairs, Tang Mingxing wiped his sweaty eyes. Young Master Zhang wants you to go upstairs. That kid Tang Mingxing has already been stripped naked. Let's get him. Ha ha. That perverted Tang Mingxing is enjoying himself now, isn't he? The burly man led a few of his henchmen upstairs. Pervert? Tang Mingxing rubbed her wrist. Su Dafu's mouth needs to be torn apart. Tang Mingxing stood downstairs, waiting for the commotion upstairs. I wonder if those thugs will still recognize Zhang Kuiyuan, given his appearance. His face was already swollen from Tang Mingxing's slaps. Four thugs came upstairs, looked at the table of students, and banged their sticks on the table. Shut up, all of you. Anyone who dares to talk out of turn will be in trouble. Seeing the pig's head lying weakly on the ground, even the thugs felt a little sorry for her. Young Master Zhan was really ruthless. He was determined to give Tang Mingxing a psychological trauma. A brutal beating and humiliation. Covered in leftover food, he looked like a beggar. The burly man stepped forward and kicked him, saying, Kid, I heard you're pretty arrogant. Let's teach him a lesson, guys. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. Xia Duo tried to step forward to stop them. But he was pulled away abruptly. Little girl, don't make a fool of yourself, the burly man said. He knew Xia Duo, but had never seen her before. Zhang Kuiyuan simply told them about it and asked them to wait. After being brutally beaten, Zhang Kuiyuan was no longer able to make a sound. The students in the whole class were also getting restless. Xia Duo sobbed uncontrollably. Who are you people? How could Tang Mingxing be so cruel? She beat me up first and then beat me up again. Ha! The burly man didn't understand. Inside the villa, Gu Qingchang was arranging flowers. Tang Mingxing had a dinner appointment with her that evening. Seeing the sweat on Tang Mingxing's forehead, Gu Qingchang took out her handkerchief and wiped it for him. You sweat so much while eating, go wash up. You have tissues at home, right? Why are you using a handkerchief? You don't know anything. This is called elegance. Mine costs over 3,000. You don't know anything. You call that elegant? Tang Mingxing looked at Gu Qingcheng, who was dressed differently today. This kind of rich girl loves to tinker with so-called trendy fashions in her spare time. Even things from the last century can be given a fresh twist. Gu Qingcheng was dressed in a cheongsam, her hair was up, and there was Xian paper and a calligraphy brush on the table. Tang Mingxing put her arm around Gu Qingcheng's waist, looking at the calligraphy she had written. Not bad. Really not bad, a treasure for women. This makes you feel right at home. Gu Qingqing possesses an innate air of nobility, especially in this Cheongsam, making her resemble a socialite from Shanghai 100 years ago. Don't forget the dinner party tonight. Gu Qingqing's voice trembled slightly as Tang Mingxing held her tightly. Of course I can't forget you, my wife, Tang Mingxing thought to himself, feeling like the male lead in a Qiangyao drama or an idol drama from the last century. Tang Mingxing, you're disgusting, and not even mushy, Mu Yanqi said, changing into her pajamas and holding a bath towel. Want me to scrub your back? After saying that, he gestured a couple of times. No need. You're too honest. That night, Gu Qingqing specially dressed Tang Mingxing in a suit. As per her request, we must dress up formally. Tang Mingxing had previously scoffed at this approach. Now we have no choice but to comply. Where are we going? Tang Mingxing gently kissed Gu Qingqing's forehead. Gu Qingqing was adjusting his tie when she was kissed and felt very happy. She smiled and said, Lan Yu Zhai. Oh. What a coincidence. What's the coincidence? Yunqi and I had lunch here. At night, Lan Yu Zhai is brightly lit and much more beautiful than during the day. Antique and charming. Tang Mingxing was very happy to be back here. The events of the day had been incredibly interesting to him. Gu Qingqing's friends also arrived one after another. They were all very polite. It turns out that most rich kids are well-mannered and polite. Tang Mingxing said, trying to please everyone. Gu Qingqing took his arm. We had very strict family upbringing since we were little. Almost everyone had arrived, and they all went to the private room. Tang Mingxing counted, and there were only 13 or 14 people. Wait a minute, Brother Zhang. I heard he's coming too. Oh, I forgot to mention, Brother Zhang can't make it. What's going on? He said he was coming this morning. I heard she's not feeling well, but I don't know for sure. The two young men in charge of organizing chatted amongst themselves, and the others listened without much concern. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing frowned, then relaxed. An irrepressible smile spread across his face. What are you laughing at? Tang Mingxing asked. Gu Qingqing quietly took his hand and whispered, that Brother Zhang they're talking about is so annoying. I don't like seeing him, it's best if he doesn't come. Oh, you too. Why didn't you just say so? Everyone wants to save face. I also ran into someone surnamed Zhang at noon today, and he was really annoying. Really? What's the name of that Brother Zhang they're talking about? Zhang Kuiyuan, Gu Qingqing said calmly. Tang Mingxing was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing assumed Tang Mingxing thought she looked pretty today, and tossed her hair again. What, do you think I'm especially beautiful? Yes. Yes. It's incredibly beautiful, and incredibly coincidental. Skillful? Exquisite and compact. Chapter 117 Sleepless Night. Tang Mingxing had a very happy night. At least Gu Qingqing's friends are all normal. But some people are unhappy. Zhang Kuiyuan was lying in the hotel. Siedwood's back was covered in bruises, and although it hurt, her concern was still for Zhang Kuiyuan. Kuiyuan, how are you? Are you all right? Are you feeling better? Should we go to the hospital? Zhang Kuiyuan took 2 deep breaths before calming down. No need. Then about our marriage certificate. Siedwood was getting anxious. There were only a few hours left until past midnight. So no matter how bizarre Zhang Kuiyuan's demands were, she agreed to them all. Zhang Kuiyuan glanced at his watch and smiled. It's almost time. What? Wait a moment, I'll go downstairs to meet a friend. I'll get the marriage certificate online when I get back. Siedwood naively agreed. Zhang Kuiyuan got dressed and went downstairs. The car was already parked at the door. Once in the car and sitting in the back, Zhang Kuiyuan grabbed Huang Jingjing and said, My beauty, I've missed you so much. I fell in love with you the moment I saw you today. Huang Jingjing said coquettishly, Young Master Zhang, aren't you afraid Siedwood will see this? Zhang Kuiyuan, inhaling Huang Jingjing's fragrance, said, Don't worry, it's over between us. Driver, let's go to the next hotel. Hearing Zhang Kuiyuan say that, Huang Jingjing felt a mix of happiness and disappointment. Does this mean I've hooked up with a rich guy like Tang Mingxing? But Mu Yunqi and Tang Mingxing got married, and Zhang Kuiyuan could abandon Siedwood at any time. Could I be next? The car started moving, and Huang Jingjing had nowhere to turn. Brother Tang, this is my business card. Let's keep in touch. Thank you. Tang Mingxing and the group of people had drunk quite a bit. Everyone was indeed a gentleman at first. Tang Mingxing was also reserved. After drinking a bit, everyone loosened up. I was just pretending. We brothers must stay in touch, Brother Tang. I'm not bragging. If you ever have the chance to go to Nanhang, I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly for you. Who the hell isn't pretending? Liquor is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you get. Let's keep drinking. After a few drinks, everyone revealed their true colors. Tang Mingxing joined in the fun. Xingcheng, bring me the wine. Gu Qingcheng glanced at everyone. This situation was rare. We've always kept to a minimum before, and they've never been this drunk before. You should be careful too, Gu Qingcheng said, but still filled Tang Mingxing's glass with wine. Tang Mingxing chuckled, that's because they haven't run into me yet. If they had, they would have already flown away. The party has come to a lively end. Gu Qingcheng helped Tang Mingxing into the car. Xingcheng, you're beautiful. Gu Qingcheng has a particular fondness for backless dresses. They are perfect, showcasing her smooth, elegant back in all their glory. In her days, Tang Mingxing thought of that windy and rainy night when Gu Qingcheng was soaked through, and her beautiful back view. Gu Qingcheng opened the trunk, took off her high heels, changed into a pair of sneakers, and then got into the driver's seat. I shouldn't have brought you. I already gave you 3 glasses of water, and you still couldn't outdrink them. During the meal, Tang Mingxing had already realized that she couldn't hold her liquor, so she and Gu Qingcheng covered for her. He asked Gu Qingcheng to pour him wine, but Gu Qingcheng secretly replaced the wine with plain water. And so, Tang Mingxing still got drunk. That Zhang Kueyuan, I beat him up at noon. Tang Mingxing suddenly said in a daze. Huh? Gu Qingcheng was taken aback. No wonder he said it was a coincidence. Are you alright? How badly did you beat him up? What did he do to you? Tang Mingxing didn't answer, she just fell asleep. In a hotel in Yanjing, Zhang Kueyuan finished exercising again. Huang Jingjing lay in his arms, praising his bravery repeatedly. Young Master Zhang, you're amazing. Huang Jingjing was extremely happy at that moment. Little did they know that Zhang Kueyuan was just too good at sweet-talking people. Just then, the phone rang. It was Zhang Kueyuan's father calling. Hey! Dad! I'm busy right now. A voice yelled from the other end of the phone, busy? Are you a busy woman? Have you gotten me into trouble? Huh? No, I've been behaving myself all day. Bullshit. I got a call from above, you better get back here right now. Up? Which up? The old father paused for a moment, then said, which up, the sky over Yanjing. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Kueyuan broke out in a cold sweat. He'd really messed up. He should have realized long ago that there were only 2 reasons why he couldn't find out about Tang Mingxing's background. Either Tang Mingxing is nothing at all, just a speck of dust in a chaotic world, and really hard to find. Either they have incredibly powerful connections. No. I have to go. Zhang Kueyuan quickly put on his pants. Young Master Zhang, why are you leaving? Don't you want me anymore? Huang Jingjing grabbed his arm, pulled back the blanket, and tried her best to flaunt her body, hoping to keep him. She didn't want to be abandoned like Xie Duo. Something came up at home, I have to go back first. You stay here for now, I've paid for 3 days' rent, I'll come back to pick you up later. Zhang Kueyuan looked very flustered, and Huang Jingjing knew that this was not a lie. They dared not try to keep him any longer. Zhang Kueyuan hurriedly dressed and left the hotel. His words of comfort to Huang Jingjing were all true and came from the bottom of his heart. Such a beautiful woman, I should spend more time with her before dumping her later. But the words were true, and the heart was sincere, though only for this moment. After spending time with different beautiful women, I always find myself genuinely liking them for a day or 2. If you meet someone you like even more later, then you can only feel sorry for the previous one. At night, Tang Mingxing lay in the middle and woke up again. I checked the time, it was exactly 12 o'clock. The girls were all asleep. He felt thirsty and got up to get some water. I don't even know how I got back. 12 o'clock. After finishing her water, Tang Mingxing sat on the sofa, looking at the 4 girls lying on the bed opposite her. She thought of Zhang Ming, Xia Chenxi, and Xie Duo. There should be a result by now. I bet they can't sleep either. Chapter 118, The Arrogant Mu Yunxi. Ding. Your bank card ending in 1766 has received 25 million yuan. A ringing bell woke up Tang Mingxing and four other girls. You're sick, Su Moli said with her eyes tightly closed. Following closely behind. Gu Qingcheng, annoying. Lin Yushang, turn it off. Mu Yunxi, I want to smash this for you. Before Tang Mingxing could even feel happy, she was immediately teased by the four girls. Today is Monday, so Mu Yunxi was naturally the first one to get up. I don't want to go. I want to ask for leave, Mu Yunxi said, her head drooping, still half asleep. Who told you to stay up so late? Tang Mingxing scooped a small spoonful of porridge and stuffed it into her mouth. Mu Yunxi was usually the most mischievous, and Tang Mingxing was used to it. She even had to be fed. Mu Yunxi was fiddling with a small doll, waiting for Tang Mingxing to feed it. Over the past month, Mu Yunxi's grades have gradually declined. Of course, she still maintained a high level in some subjects, but she could hardly concentrate on those subjects that she had no interest in. Meng Xing. My classmates ignored me yesterday. It would be so embarrassing if I went there. Mu Yunxi was worried about this. How about I go with you? We can go see Zhang Ming and the others. Okay. Mu Yunxi's classes aren't as intense anymore. Although Tang Mingxing cannot attend school, there are always more solutions than problems. At 9 o'clock, Su Moli's Panamera arrived at school on time. Mu Yunxi was in the passenger seat, while Tang Mingxing was hiding in the back. Get up. It's time to go to school, Su Moli said, then added, if this is found out and it delays my promotion, you just wait. Sister Moli. Kiss me. Mu Yunxi suddenly pouted and asked Su Moli for a kiss. This left Tang Mingxing somewhat confused. They probably have a good relationship, like kissing on the cheek. But the next second, Su Moli and Mu Yunxi actually kissed each other lightly on the lips. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. The two said their goodbyes, leaving Tang Mingxing speechless. What the hell is going on? My wife kissed my wife. She cheated on me? Mu Yunxi kissed Su Moli, and cheated on me. Su Moli kissed Mu Yunxi, and cheated on me too. His mind couldn't process it for a moment, but he didn't have time to think about it too much. Mu Yunxi was somewhat angry. Yesterday's events had happened, and apart from Chen Tian, no one was on her side. It was just a meal, after all. Let alone Tang Mingxing, she can afford to hire anyone now. Previously, Tang Mingxing had given him tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan in installments, in addition to what Gu Qingcheng had given him. Mu Yunxi has at least 15 million in her hands. Entering the classroom, Mu Yunxi walked straight to a corner and sat down without looking to the side. He didn't even look at the expressions of the other students in the class. I could only hear someone sobbing on the other side. Duo, what's wrong? Are you alright, Duo? 2 or 3 girls were comforting Xia Duo, who was slumped over the table. After Zhang Kuiyuan left last night, Xia Duo waited and waited. Half an hour, 2 hours later, she started to panic. I can't get through on the phone, and I've been blocked on WeChat. Only then did Xia Duo realize that she had been tricked. Mu Yunxi opened her textbook, but without looking up, she pretended to be reading. But his ears were listening to the sounds around him. Huang Jingjing was equally restless. She couldn't get through to Zhang Kuiyuan on the phone. She also opened her textbook and looked at the scribbles on it. I can't read a single word. But she still remembered what Zhang Kuiyuan had said last night, he would come back to pick her up. Xia Duo wiped away her tears. Her eyes were already red and swollen. I don't want to live anymore. Why did this happen? After saying that, he took out a bottle of pills from his bag and prepared to swallow them. Hey! Stop! Seeing this, the classmates nearby quickly intervened. Don't be foolish. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. Maybe his phone just ran out of battery, someone advised. Out of power? So what? I've already finished the match. Mu Yunxi, it's you. It's Tang Mingxing. You guys attacked Kuei Yuan yesterday, so he got angry, so he left me. Unexpectedly, Xia Duo suddenly launched an attack. Mu Yunxi then turned her head, looked at her, and then at the others. The other classmates were all sensible. Zhang Kuiyuan was just playing around. Xia Duo had nowhere else to vent her frustrations, so she specifically targeted Mu Yunxi. Don't you have any self-awareness? Go look at yourself in the mirror. No wonder Zhang Kuiyuan would never be interested in you. Mu Yunxi was no pushover either. She was already fed up with Xie suicidal tendencies. Xie Duo slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Mu Yunxi smiled slightly and also stood up. What, you want to hit me? If he really liked you, he would have gotten a marriage certificate with you long ago. Don't deceive yourself. Mu Yunxi has changed. The gentle and lovely girl next door has long since disappeared. Money gave her confidence, and Tang Mingxing gave her confidence. She doesn't need to be a pushover anymore. Let me tell you, Zhang Kuiyuan is 100,000 times worse than my Mingxing. What's he pretending to be if he has a little money? Everyone has money. After saying that, Mu Yunxi made a phone call to Tang Mingxing. Hey! Yunxi! Mingxing, transfer 100,000 yuan to me for spending money. Ha? Don't you have? Stop talking nonsense, just give it to me. Mu Yunxi looked at Xie Duo smugly. Are you sure you can handle this? Did you even get through to Zhang Kuiyuan? What business is it of ours if you two are having problems? Shouldn't we have beaten him up yesterday? Was he deliberately trying to cause trouble? Xie Duo was speechless, not only because she was wrong, but also because she panicked. She knew in her heart that Zhang Kuiyuan had tricked her, but Xie Duo refused to accept this fact. The wound on my back still hurts, but the pain in my heart is even greater. Enraged, Xie Duo strode to the window, opened it, and prepared to jump. Everyone stopped her again, and the entire class stood up. Most people were just watching the spectacle. Go ahead and jump. You'll be lucky to die from falling from the second floor. Mu Yunxi said disdainfully, rolled her eyes, and sat back down. Yesterday, Xie Duo was quite arrogant and proud, but now she looks like a stray dog. The only way she can attract attention again is by jumping off a building. However, Mu Yunxi's humiliation was not over yet, when a bell rang. Mu Yunxi glanced at her phone, then showed it to Xie Duo. Do you know what happiness is? It's not about having money, it's about having someone give you money immediately when you need it. 100,000 yuan deposited into your account. The phone screen prominently displayed the 100,000 yuan that Tang Mingxing had just transferred. Mu Yunxi became even more smug, while Huang Jingjing, sitting to the side, dared not utter a single word. Compared to Zhang Kuiyuan, Tang Mingxing's behavior is so damn appealing to girls. That's too direct. Mu Yunxi was no longer the same girl she was a month ago. Back then, Huang Jingjing could easily confuse Mu Yunxi with just a few words. And now she's really arrogant. Chapter 119. Open the door. Wishing everyone a happy new year, good fortune in the year of the snake, and all the best. Let her jump. Why stop her? TCH, Mu Yunxi said, sitting in her seat and pretending to be a good student again. What's wrong with you all? Class is in session. The teacher arrived, and the farce finally came to an end. Xie Duo didn't have the courage to jump off the building at all, she just felt it was too humiliating. Back in her seat, she recalled the notification she received in the early hours of the morning. The matching deadline was approaching, and the results would be available at 9 o'clock this morning. The result was that the matched object was the same as her, just as ordinary. If it weren't for Zhang Kuiyuan, she might have been able to accept it. But now, I'm completely unwilling to accept it. And she didn't want to give up. Even if they were matched, what difference would it make? If Zhang Kuiyuan reappeared, she would still be willing to secretly be with him. Tang Mingxing was squatting in the toilet at the moment he didn't dare to go out and wander around. I've been caught and it's another month-long vacation, I can't stand it. But, at this moment, Tang Mingxing suddenly felt nostalgic, missing the way Su Moli lectured. Su Moli's first class today was her own class. Tang Mingxing slowly got up, her legs were a little numb. Push open the toilet door. Splash, splash, splash. The director was in the urinal, enjoying a refreshing moment. Hearing the door open, I turned around and looked. Tang Mingxing. Director, you're urinating, please urinate slowly. I just got lost, goodbye. Let's go home early. The director also felt awkward, and after Tang Mingxing left, he realized something was wrong. Tang Mingxing quietly went to the back of the classroom and looked through the window of the back door at Su Moli, who was lecturing on the podium. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Sigh, I still prefer her when she's dressed. Tang Mingxing said, looking at Su Moli with a hint of infatuation. I leaned gently against the door and quietly admired the view. With a loud crash, the back door was unlocked, and Tang Mingxing, with her entire body leaning against it, fell right in. he knelt on the ground. The whole class looked back. Tang Mingxing, you're bowing as soon as you walk in, what kind of manners are that? Su Moli couldn't help but retort after recognizing him. This girl's tongue is getting more and more venomous. Seeing this, Zhou Qi quickly went over to help him up. Rise, rise. I'll flatten your head, my foot. Tang Mingxing muttered under her breath. Quickly sit down next to Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming. The other students were also in a bit of a mess. Isn't he supposed to arrive in more than 2 weeks? Yeah, it must have sneaked in. Teacher Su is his wife, so shut up. Tang Mingxing, what brings you here? Su Moli asked righteously, completely overshadowing the fact that she had personally brought him here that morning. Tang Mingxing knew he couldn't jeopardize his wife's chances of becoming a full-fledged wife. I miss. The whole class is waiting to see what happens, missing Su Moli? Su Moli's eyes sharpened. If Tang Mingxing dared to flirt with her directly in class, she was doomed. I miss my classmates, especially the atmosphere in our class. Tang Mingxing eventually fabricated a lie that disgusted the entire class. Grass. Do I need your concern? Come on, give me a break. Boring, where's the melon? Amidst the scornful murmurs, Tang Mingxing could only manage a foolish smile. Su Moli hesitated for a moment, but continued lecturing. Old Zhang. Old Zhang. Tang Mingxing couldn't sit still as soon as he sat down. He was filled with curiosity about what had happened to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming replied softly, "What's wrong? What did you get matched with?" "What do you mean by matched with what?" "It's a person." "Who is it?" "Fong Yu, from Yanqing Normal University." "A teacher's college?" "That's not bad. What year are you in?" "Freshman year." "So small, that's nice. Isn't it pretty?" "He's 4 years older than us." "Didn't you say you were a freshman?" "Teaching freshman, traveling with my sister-in-law." "Ha!" Tang Mingxing turned around, looked at Su Moli, and then thought of Fong Yu that Zhang Ming had mentioned, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Tang Mingxing, I've been giving you face, so you better behave yourself." Su Moli snapped the chalk in her hand and threw it at her. Familiar move. Tang Mingxing thought back to the day she forcibly kissed Su Moli, when a piece of chalk was thrown at her. However, she missed this time. Tang Mingxing dodged it with a quick thought. I can't help but laugh at myself for what I just did. Teacher Su. The head of the teaching department suddenly appeared at the door. Oh no. I'm leaving now, see you after school. Tang Mingxing knew the old man had realized what was happening as soon as she saw the director. Seeing the panting dean of students, Su Moli quickly asked, "What's wrong, dean?" The head of student affairs walked up to the podium and said, "Did you know Tang Mingxing is here at school?" Su Moli quickly checked Tang Mingxing's location, but no one was there anymore. Su Moli wanted to lie, but so many people in the class had seen it. "I didn't see it," someone in the class suddenly exclaimed. "Yes. I didn't see it. She hasn't come to class. Teacher, please look for her again." The classmates were quite loyal and collectively covered for Tang Mingxing. "Oh, I don't know." Su Moli was too embarrassed to say that she hadn't seen it, so she just said she didn't know. Tang Mingxing got the information she wanted and excitedly prepared to sneak out. As for Xia Chenxi, she no longer worries about her. "Good morning, brother. Open the door." Tang Mingxing greeted the security guard as she walked to the door. The security guard looked at Tang Mingxing, somewhat bewildered. "What are you doing here?" "Tang Mingxing, you've got some nerve." You. "Yes, I'll let you out, open the door." "You can't come in, understand?" "I know, that's why I'm going out." You, the security guard stammered, pointing at Tang Mingxing. "They won't let us in, and they won't let us out either." Tang Mingxing argued vehemently. The security guard breathed a sigh of relief and reluctantly opened the door for him. Tang Mingxing at the gate. "Tang Mingxing from the School of Economics and Management, you get out of here right now." The school's loudspeakers are located on every street lamp, and the dean's announcement undoubtedly brought Tang Mingxing's name back into the spotlight. Hearing the name Tang Mingxing coming from the loudspeaker, Mu Yunxi looked out the window and smiled faintly. Su Moli smiled bitterly to herself. Zhang Ming felt much better, and he and Zhou Qi next to him exchanged a smile, both saying the same two words in unison, SB. Xia duo duo. Huang Jingjing. The names Zhang Kueyuan and Tang Mingxing kept replaying in my mind. Why can't Zhang Kueyuan be like Tang Mingxing? Bonus scene: Tang Mingxing left the school gate and, having nothing to do, strolled around aimlessly. In a park, an elderly man is practicing calligraphy. Grandpa's handwriting is quite good, Tang Mingxing exclaimed sincerely as she looked at the old man's calligraphy. Young man, you'd better know your place. Tang Mingxing stared at the xian paper on the table and silently recited. The spring night was still chilly and the wind had not yet warmed it. The sparse evening stars illuminate the lonely, cold night. Without revisiting the past, dreams are hard to fulfill. Good times are fleeting, leaving only regret. Having witnessed the fading of worldly splendor. Source: AI. Chapter 120 Appraisal completed. Tang Mingxing was a little nervous. The head of the teaching department finding Su Moli was just like when the schoolteacher called the parents when she was a child. Now they're even going so far as to use their ultimate skill right up to your face. I wonder if Su Moli will punish me when she gets back. Mu Yunxi couldn't concentrate on the lesson at all. Although she had the upper hand after the commotion, she couldn't calm down for a long time. Xia Duo had no choice but to accept her fate. During recess, she stopped causing trouble, and the whole school returned to calm. It will be November in a few days, and my mother, Zhang Yuanying, will finally have time to go home. Tang Mingxing also began preparing to go to Shanghai. Inside the villa, Lin Yushang and Gu Qingcheng were playing basketball on the small basketball court in the yard. Lin Yushang's skills are beyond question. She's the kind of person who can dazzle Tang Mingxing. But Gu Qingcheng didn't know how to fight at all. Put in a little more force. Lin Yushang encouraged Gu Qingcheng as she watched her frantically try to avoid getting the ball. Would you two ladies like me to teach you? Upon hearing the word I, the two of them thought it referred to Su Dafu. Turning around, I saw it was Tang Mingxing. Lin Yushang glared at him. Don't imitate Su Dafu's way of speaking. I feel like cursing whenever I hear him talk. Gu Qingcheng was quite interesting. She wore a slightly long bodycon skirt and a pair of sneakers, with her high heels, which she had just taken off, next to her. Gu Qingcheng is meticulous. Even at home, as long as she's not wearing pajamas, she's often dressed in fine clothes. Now she occasionally dresses simply, but most of the time she still likes to dress up. He couldn't run properly now. He took a few small steps, got to the basket, and threw the ball with all his might. The basketball went straight up and down. It was about to hit her face. A talent! Tang Mingxing exclaimed, rushing forward to save her. But Lin Yushang was faster and closer, and in 2 steps she slapped the basketball that was crashing down on her. With that slap, the basketball flew straight to Tang Mingxing's forehead. Ouch! Tang Mingxing covered his nose and squatted on the ground. The stinging pain from the blow to his nose almost brought tears to his eyes. Just as she was about to say something to Lin Yushang, she saw Gu Qingcheng staring at Lin Yushang in a daze. Sister Lin, you're so handsome. No! Holy crap, am I seeing things? Tang Mingxing rubbed her eyes. Something felt off. They do look like a couple. Su Moli and Mu Yunxi kissed early in the morning, and then Lin Yushang came to their rescue again. The origin of the grassland overhead is unknown. My wife slept with my wife? Tang Mingxing shuddered. The interrogation. After resting for a while, a series of curses and shouts came from outside. Judging from the voices, it's Gu Qingcheng and Lin Yushang. Tang Mingxing quickly got up, thinking the two girls were arguing. But then they saw Gu Qingcheng chasing after Gu Chang, yelling and hitting him, with a basketball in her hand. Lin Yushang hugged Gu Qingcheng tightly. It's okay. It's okay, Qingcheng, don't be angry. You beast. How dare you come here? Gu Qingcheng abandoned her usual composure and spoke in a vulgar tone. Qingcheng. Calm down. Tang Mingxing said, then looked at the evasive Gu Chang and asked, what did you do to upset your sister this time? Upon seeing Tang Mingxing, Gu Chang rushed over as if she were his savior, hiding behind her and crying, brother-in-law, save me. My sister has gone mad. Tang Mingxing also felt that Gu Qingcheng had gone too far. It was indeed wrong to try to hit someone with a basketball. It's all right, Qingcheng, calm down. You want this little bastard to tell me what he did? Gu Qingcheng was held tightly by Lin Yushang and couldn't break free. Tang Mingxing laughed. He knew it was nothing more than drinking and chasing girls. As a man, he understood. All right, it's nothing. Tell me what happened, Tang Mingxing said, not taking it seriously. It would be strange if these two siblings didn't argue when they met. Gu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. With Tang Mingxing backing him up, he wasn't afraid. Brother-in-law, I just need to borrow some money. Do you have 50,000? Ha, I thought it was something serious, but I have to say something to you. I just gave you money, and you spend it too fast. I'll transfer it to you later. And Qingcheng only has a few tens of thousands of yuan, is it really worth it? Gu Qingcheng sneered, humph. Ask him why he borrowed money. For the woman. Gu Chang answered decisively. Tang Mingxing chuckled, just as I thought. Da Xiang, you need to change, don't make your sister angry. Tang Mingxing didn't really care, but she still had to give Gu Qingcheng face. Yeah, so what if she's pregnant? Just get an abortion. Gu Chang shouted, craning his neck as he hid behind Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing's smiling face gradually stiffened. She was pregnant. Should she get an abortion? Yu Chang. Let go of Qingcheng. Ha? Let go? Release. Oh. Lin Yushang obeyed and released Gu Qingcheng. Gu Chang was shocked. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Are you letting a tiger return to the mountain? Tang Mingxing turned around and grabbed Gu Chang. Don't run away, you really deserve a beating. Gu Qingcheng lifted her skirt, ran up the steps in a few steps, and hurled the basketball at the attacker. Why? Why are you two trying to kill me? Gu Chang squatted on the ground, covering his head, his collar held tightly by Tang Mingxing, unable to move. Gu Qingcheng wasn't finished yet. She kicked him several more times. Do mom and dad know? How could I dare let them know that I'm out of money, and that's why I'm asking you for a loan? Chapter 121. Top Talent. Gu Chang. Da Qiang, you're way better at picking up girls than De Fuqiang. Tang Mingxing offered a compliment, but her tone was unfriendly. Since he's Gu Qingcheng's brother, let his sister make the decision. Is she a decent person? This was the question that Gu Qingcheng cared about most. Gu Chang glanced at Tang Mingxing. Brother-in-law, can't you control my sister anymore? Aren't you supposed to be so capable? Why don't you give her a beating? Da Qiang. If you keep babbling, I'll slap you. Tang Mingxing was definitely on Gu Qingcheng's side. Left with no other option, Gu Chang confessed, I met her at a dinner party. I don't know if it was anything serious, but she was very innocent. You're kidding me, how do you know she's naive? Tang Mingxing said, unconvinced. Gu Chang explained, I didn't spend much money, and I was tricked into bed with just a few words. Aren't you naive? So she's not after your money? Not interested? I don't have much money. Don't you have a sports car? I owed some money, so I used it as collateral. Where is your luxury watch? I owe some money, so I mortgaged it. Your designer clothes, luxury goods. I owed some money, so I sold it on the second-hand market. Tang Mingxing rubbed her head, you owe a lot of money. Is this a blessing in disguise, or a case of fools having good luck? How did you manage to win her over without these things? Tang Mingxing now understands why Gu Qingcheng treats her younger brother this way, and also understands why Gu Zhinshan doesn't trust his son. Brother-in-law, we have some tricks up our sleeves, do you want to know? I'll teach you. Oh. Okay. Gu Qingcheng watched the two chatting animatedly and said, Tang Mingxing, don't you have any self-awareness? What's so interesting about learning this stuff? Ahem. Da Qiang. I think you've gone too far. Tang Mingxing instantly realized that asking this question at this moment was inappropriate, so she quickly pretended to scold Gu Chang. Gu Chang knelt on the ground, looking at his sister and sobbing, Sis. I was wrong, I really had no other choice. I'm penniless, I can't tell Dad. Gu Qingcheng had vented her anger enough and plopped down on the sofa. You didn't tell Dad, but you told me, right? I'll give you an answer, we can't abandon the child. As for the person, we'll see. She didn't know what to do either. According to Gu Chang's style, this matter needed to be considered carefully. Whether the child was his or not, and whether the girl was a decent person, all needed to be investigated. No problem, as long as you pay. Gu Chang was moved to tears, knelt on the ground, and grabbed his sister's leg. Could you give me an extra 20,000? I'll give you 20,000, you'll have to figure out the rest yourself. Gu Qingcheng didn't indulge him at all. But Gu Chang has no ability to make money. Tang Mingxing suddenly thought of Zhang Kuiyuan and Xie Duoduo. If Xie Duoduo gets pregnant, Zhang Kuiyuan definitely won't accept it. Da Xiang, about this matter, to be honest, I don't even trust you anymore. Here's 20,000 yuan for you. We can talk about it later. I think it's necessary to meet that girl first. This is no small matter, it concerns Gu Chang's entire life. This kid is clueless and doesn't understand its importance at all. Does someone really think they can make someone abort their pregnancy with just a casual remark? That's absolutely outrageous. Okay, I'll arrange it. Call her now, let's go over there together. We'll help you assess the situation. If she's not trying to scam you, then treat her well. Okay. I'll ask someone for her phone number first. You don't even know the phone number? She told me she was pregnant, so I deleted her. But then I thought I still had to take responsibility, so I thought I should tell her not to keep the baby. How many days has it been? You told me about 2 weeks ago, didn't you? Come on. Da Xiang, get up, the ground is cold. Tang Mingxing got up and pulled Gu Chang up. Thank you, brother-in-law. Hey. Why did you kick me? Hey. Stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I'll hit back. Sis. You need to control Tang Mingxing. Gu Chang was no match for Tang Mingxing. His brother-in-law was truly ruthless. Tang Mingxing secretly despised and loathed people like Zhang Kuiyuan, only to find out that her brother-in-law was just that kind of person. Gu Qingcheng got up, grabbed a bottle of juice, poured it into a glass, and also poured one for Lin Yushang. The two clinked glasses. Cheers. He just watched Tang Mingxing deal with Gu Chang without feeling anxious at all. Tang Mingxing smacked and kicked him as she cleaned him up. Gu Chang finally admitted his mistake. I was wrong, please stop hitting me. Where did you go wrong? I was wrong about everything. Then Gu Chang looked up to the sky and roared, accompanied by sobs, oh. I don't agree to this marriage. You two are ganging up on me. I fucking disagree. Tang Mingxing's beating of Gu Chang was different from beating Zhang Kuiyuan. After all, Gu Chang was her brother-in-law, so she gave him some face and didn't hit him in the face. She didn't really hit him hard, so as not to cause any injury and make Gu Qingcheng feel sorry for her younger brother. Alright. Hurry up and contact her. We'll treat that girl to lunch. Tang Mingxing was also exhausted and lay on the sofa, panting heavily. Gu Chang started scrolling through his phone and made a call. Hey? Ting Ting, do you know Gao Xinrou's number? Hey, don't be angry, I still love you the most. Fong Fong, my darling. Do you know Gao Xinrou's phone number? After fighting for a long time, seeing the murderous looks in Tang Mingxing and Gu Qingcheng's eyes, Gu Chang was sweating profusely. After much pleading, they finally got in touch with Gao Xinrou. The girl had recently become pregnant and had contacted Gu Chang, but the guy denied it. I blocked her immediately. Gu Qingcheng snatched the phone from Gu Chang and chatted with Gao Xinrou in a gentle voice for a while, agreeing to have lunch together. After hanging up the phone, Gu Qingcheng said, she sounds like a good girl. Should we go and see what happens? What else can we do? Around noon, Tang Mingxing drove her X7 with the Gu siblings to the agreed-upon restaurant. Da Xiang, at what dinner party did you meet this girl? It's a class reunion, from Yenqing University of Science and Technology. Da Xiang, you must be joking. Didn't you get 63 points? Oh, I know a few girls in their class, Fong Fong and Ting Ting, they sneaked in as friends. Tang Mingxing heard it more and more like Zhang Kuiyuan, and her hands started itching to punch him. Yu Ho Rinjia is an ordinary little restaurant. Gao Xinrou dressed up specially and stood at the door waiting for Gu Chang, carrying a small bag. As soon as Gu Qingcheng got out of the car, she saw this beautiful girl. Her appearance and demeanor perfectly matched the image of her younger siblings in her mind. Hello. I'm Gu Chang's sister. Hello, my name is Gao Xinrou. The two began with traditional pleasantries. Are you from Yenqing University of Science and Technology? Yeah, I'm a sophomore. What about you, sister? I'm a junior at Tsinghua or Peking University. Oh? You go to the same school as Gu Chang? You and your brother are both so amazing. Tang Mingxing was confused and nudged Gu Chang. When the hell did you become a student at Tsinghua or Peking University? Under the packaging, sorry. Gao Xinrou looked at Gu Chang, her eyes slightly moist. Tang Mingxing and Gu Qingcheng were both at a loss. Gu Chang had suddenly blocked her. This girl must be very upset. Gao Xinrou walked over and couldn't help but touch Gu Chang's face. You said you've lost weight from representing the school on these past few days of international exchange. You've worked so hard. Fuck you. Tang Mingxing cursed inwardly, waiting to see the show. This felt worse than eating poop. How did this guy create this persona? Gu Qingcheng stared wide-eyed at her younger brother, who remained calm and composed. I'd rather you didn't have this title of top talent than see you so exhausted. Gao Xinro said, her heart aching more and more. Gu Chang gave an awkward laugh. It's all right. It's all right. Chapter 122 Destroying Dreams. Gu Chang told Gao Xinro that he was going abroad for a while and might not be able to contact her. Gao Xinro also expressed her understanding. They also claimed that this was an exchange between top universities and that only the best talents were sent, with top talent certificates to be awarded afterwards. Gao Xinro was blinded by love and completely trusted Gu Chang's words. The naive girl still hopes that her Prince Charming will return home to greet her. Gu Chang was also afraid that the child was really his own, and that it would be too late if the girl came knocking on his door after the baby was born. There's nothing serious in his head. Qingchun, did you beat him so badly when he was little that he became mentally unstable? Tang Mingxing now seriously suspects that Gu Chang is mentally ill. Gu Qingcheng herself began to have doubts. When she was a child, she had beaten her younger brother like a dog. Could it be that she had really made him stupid? Gao Xinro took Gu Chang's arm and said with a smile, Sister, brother-in-law, I've made a reservation. This meal is on me. Gu Qingcheng smiled slightly. How could I possibly accept that? It's fine. The meal consisted of a few very simple home-style dishes, and the four of them sat at a small table for four in the living room. Xinro, how are you feeling now? Do your family members know? Gu Qingcheng was still very concerned about the pregnancy. Gao Xinro seemed very happy. Girls in my hometown get married and have children very early. There are so many girls now, and parents are worried that their children won't find a partner. I never expected to meet Gu Chang. My family is very happy to hear that. Unexpectedly, this was the answer, and Gu Qingcheng felt a bit of pressure. Tang Mingxing put her arm around Gu Chang's shoulder and whispered, You're a real jerk. It's not my fault. The supermarket closed early that day, and I couldn't buy any contraceptives. Shut up. Even now, you're still trying to shirk responsibility? Then what should we do? Marry him. Gu Chang is only 19, and will only be 20 after the new year. Talking about this now makes him a little flustered. In China, the legal marriage age is 20. Tang Mingxing patted Gu Chang's back, which was already soaked with sweat. Sister, our bride price is 188,000 yuan, which is a bit expensive, but my mother said that it will all go to the two of us after the wedding, and she won't keep a single penny. Before Gu Qingcheng could speak, Gao Xinro couldn't wait to tell her about the bride price. Tang Mingxing and Gu Qingcheng didn't care at all about the amount of the bride price. Not expensive. Not expensive. Gu Qingcheng glanced at Tang Mingxing, wanting him to assess the girl's credibility. After all, in today's society, many people are good at pretending. Tang Mingxing nodded quietly. This matter still needs to be finalized. Gu Chang is a womanizer. He doesn't refuse any girl, good or bad, but none of them last. However, Tang Mingxing's judgment of Gao Xinro was still biased towards trust. It was impossible to say that this girl was not interested in fame or fortune. This is human nature. Nobody enjoys suffering or self-torture for no reason. Gu Chang's prestigious Tsinghua and Peking University background was the biggest attraction for Gao Xinro. He was a top talent. Gao Xinro is full of expectations for life. She envies rich people, but she has no intention of marrying a rich man directly. She still dreams of achieving her own wonderful life through hard work. This confidence also stems from the results of her continuous efforts. He is an ordinary child from a mountain village, with the highest level of education in the village, and was an outstanding student who ranked at the top of his class from a young age. He has always been highly regarded by his parents and teachers, and he has never let them down. She is confident and hopeful that she will marry a man as outstanding as herself, and that the two of them will work hard to settle down and make a living in Yanjing. Oh, right. Daqiang and I will work hard together to buy a house, so your aunt and uncle don't need to worry. After all, houses in Yanjing are too expensive. We can save up for 7 or 8 years and make a down payment. We don't need to buy an expensive one, we'll buy a cheap one first. Gao Xinro's wish had been deeply buried in her heart ever since she arrived in Yanjing. Compared to his own small mountain village, small county town, and tiny third-tier city, the allure of the capital, Beijing, was too great. You have the same idea as me. Tang Mingxing suddenly said. I had the same plan, and it was only when I came to Yanjing, a big city, that I had a chance to turn my life around. Really? Brother-in-law, you think so too? What a pity. My dream was destroyed by my own father. Tang Mingxing laughed. It's great to be rich, but when you're too rich, you lose your motivation. Chasing girls becomes the main thing. So it's even more enjoyable. Gao Xinro sensed an unusual emotion. Brother-in-law, which school did you go to? I'm also from Tsinghua and Peking University. Wow. They're all so outstanding. Gu Chang blushed. His sister and brother-in-law were clearly siding with Gao Xinro. Daqian, Xinro is pregnant. You're going to be a father soon. Aren't you excited? Tang Mingxing wanted to force Gu Chan to express his opinion. Gu Chang, holding his teacup, stammered, I. Great. I can tell you're excited, you're even stuttering. Gao Xinro was a little worried. I might not be able to go to school for a while, which would be a real shame. Also, Daqiang is planning to rent a place. Can we live together? Gu Chang frowned slightly. He didn't want to. His mind went blank. Marriage. Wife. Father. These words kept swirling in his head. The group fell silent. Gao Xinro was worried that renting a house would be an extra expense, which would undoubtedly increase the family's burden. Gu Qingcheng and Tang Mingxing waited for Gu Chang to speak. No matter how much they forced Gu Chang, it wouldn't be as good as Gu Chang turning over a new leaf on his own. Daqian, a new life that belongs to you and Xinro, will come into this world in 9 months. In the future, he will experience many stories, enjoy everything in this world, and carry on the Gu family's legacy. Isn't that good? Tang Mingxing was a little envious. It was unclear whether Gu Chang understood, but after a moment's hesitation, he replied, Okay. I have the house, the money. I'll take care of it. But there are still some things I need to clarify with Xinro. In fact, Tang Mingxing already understood that Gao Xinro was a good girl. However, this kind of girl simply can't handle Gu Chang, who is good at nothing but has an exceptional talent for picking up girls. Tang Mingxing looked at Gao Xinro and said, There are some things I need to make clear. Gu Chang isn't from Tsinghua or Peking University. He is just a bastard who scored 63 on the college entrance exam. He lied to you about everything. 10 minutes later, Tang Mingxing, disregarding whether the Gu siblings were willing or not, told them everything. The main focus is sincerity. However, Gao Xinro couldn't accept it. You're lying to me, right? Daqian. Tell me, are you lying to me or not? This was the first time Gu Chang had been scrutinized like this, and he already felt a little guilty, realizing that he had never taken any girl to heart. To them, they were like NPCs in a game, devoid of any emotions or life. Now, Gao Xinro was beginning to take shape in his mind, and the story is beginning to unfold. She is becoming more vivid. Yes. I lied to you. I'm sorry. Gu Chang suddenly stood up and bowed deeply, seemingly out of nowhere. In Tang Mingxing's eyes, this apology may not be very sincere, but it is a good start. What should I do then? Gao Xinro felt a pang of pain in her heart. She had been too trusting of this world. Society was really complicated. If she wasn't careful, she would lose all of her youth. Gu Qingcheng was somewhat flustered and quickly kicked Tang Mingxing to get him to handle the situation. Tang Mingxing calmly said, Don't worry. Gu Chang did lie to you, and I guarantee that this kid is no good. But I hope you can give him a chance. It's never too late to change. Besides, we're extremely rich enough to destroy dreams. Chapter 123 Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Huh? What? Gao Xinro's eyes reddened. She had already bragged to her family about her son-in-law being a top student from Tsinghua and Peking universities. How am I supposed to explain this when I go back? Moreover, she didn't understand what it meant to be rich enough to destroy dreams. Give birth to the child first. This is being responsible to you and to the child. You don't need to worry about Gu Chang. I'll beat him up again when we get back. You don't need to worry about the house either. The Gu family used to be a real estate company. They have plenty of houses. Tang Mingxing said casually, then winked at Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng knew it was time to show off. Yes. It's okay, my parents know many directors of well-known hospitals, so you can focus on your pregnancy. Don't worry about money either. I have a small apartment in Yanjing, over 400 square meters, or if you don't like that, there's a small villa you can move into, it's all fully furnished. Ha! Gao Xinro understood each word individually, but didn't quite understand them when put together. Seeing his sister in Tang Mingxing's stance, Gu Chang was also moved. A man must take responsibility. I will definitely treat you well. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Don't worry, after the child is born, I will definitely treat you and the child well, and raise the child properly. Come on, the stuff in your head is only of interest to adult men. Don't you dare corrupt the kids. Tang Mingxing said irritably. Gu Chang felt utterly ashamed. Xinro, give birth to the child, and then I'll have mom and dad give you 10 million. I'm not making demands, but it's out of responsibility to my good-for-nothing brother and to the Gu family, and also as compensation for what the Gu family owes you. After speaking, Gu Qingqing's eyes also reddened, and she stood up and bowed deeply to Gao Xinro. Sister. I understand, Gao Xinro finally understood. The Gu family was no ordinary family, and Gu Chang was definitely a spoiled brat. But can you change? This was Gao Xinro's biggest worry. Gu Chang patted his chest and guaranteed, I guarantee it. TCH. Just a moment of excitement, your words have no credibility. I'll arrange a place for Xinro to stay first. The University of Science and Technology isn't far from Tsinghua and Peking universities, Gu Chang, you can go and keep her company whenever you have time. Also, I'll arrange a job for you. Tang Mingxing had already made her plans. What? Vice President? Director? Security guard? Train your temper first. I promised you 20,000 yuan beforehand, and I'll give it to Xinro directly later. Don't worry about her life, we'll take care of it. Right now, Gu Jia has completely cut off your support, so you need to work and earn money to support yourself first. Ha? Brother-in-law, can't you do me a favor? Sure, other security guards get 4,800 a month, but you're my brother-in-law, so I'll give you 5,000. It's in our neighborhood, I know someone in the property management, and they happen to be short of security guards. After lunch, Tang Mingxing drove the group directly to a residential area very close to the University of Science and Technology of China. The 470 square meter flat truly amazed Gao Xinro. Xinro, don't be offended. We have quite a few houses, some of which may be far from your school, and some are not yet fully renovated. This one was renovated 7 or 8 months ago, and the formaldehyde has mostly dissipated. You can live here with peace of mind. Gu Qingcheng helped make the bed. Gao Xinro stared blankly at the house. It was so big and so luxurious. It was completely different from her ideal life. She now understands a little better how money can destroy dreams, because it can create an even better one. My past ideals were like a beggar yearning for a steamed bun, but instead received a Manchuhan imperial feast. And since I can eat it every day, I have to give up my dream of eating steamed buns. Gao Xinro had a big smile on her face, a smile that was both happy and self-deprecating. Then look at Gu Chang, who was very dismissive, giving my wife a place like this. Sis. Brother-in-law, can't you put some thought into it? You have the nerve to question me. You should take it seriously yourself. Tang Mingxing retorted. Gu Chang got excited, brother-in-law, no offense, but this place is worse than a doghouse. You might as well live with me, mine is spacious. Seeing Gao Xinro happy, Gu Chang felt a strange sense of pride. You can come and live with Xinro. And you have to come home every day after get off work. If I find out you're going to nightclubs again, you're as good as dead. Tang Mingxing had just chatted with Gu Qingqing for a while. Although Gu Qingcheng was strict with her younger brother, according to her philosophy, Gu Chang would starve to death if his monthly living expenses were less than 20,000 yuan. After all, that's the kind of environment Gu Qingcheng grew up in. Being able to survive on tens of thousands of yuan for a month was already considered a hardship. But Tang Mingxing directly cut the price down to 5,000, which made Gu Qingcheng a little worried. Tang Mingxing is much ruthless in her dealings with people than Gu Qingcheng. This is Yin Jing, and Gu Chang is a rich second generation. Giving him 5,000 a month all at once is definitely unacceptable. Isn't 5,000 a month too little? Is that not enough? My monthly living expenses used to be no more than 2,000 yuan. That was enough for food and drink, and I could even leave some to help with household expenses. Any more and this kid would be off chasing girls. However, Gu Chang didn't think much of it this time. He thought to himself, it's just money, isn't it? I am absolutely capable of earning more, and I must impress my sister and brother-in-law. This kind of blind self-confidence is evident in many young people. They think money is worthless, and if they lose it, they can always earn it back. But when they actually try to earn it, they find it really difficult. After tidying up the room, Gu Qingcheng chatted with Gao Xinro for a while. Then he left with Tang Mengxing. Gu Chang now inspected the house like the head of a household. They kept hammering and banging. This place is alright. This place is not bad either. This refrigerator is a bit terrible. The home theater is so small. Just a row of sofas? How am I supposed to watch movies with my kids? They'll all become nearsighted. Gu Chang! Gao Xinro suddenly called out softly. What's wrong? My sister said she'd come to my house to propose marriage in a while, and you, how are you planning to earn money to support the family in the meantime? Ha ha! Making money is easy. I'm going to start live streaming and make big money. With my abilities, I estimate, making $1 million in a month will be a piece of cake, Gu Chang said confidently. Don't be so ambitious. Gao Xinro really wanted to scold him. Not only did he lie to her, but he was also so arrogant. Earning $1 million a month is not that easy. Gu Chang stroked his chin. Indeed, my abilities alone are still a bit weak. I need to find someone as talented as me. Gao Xinro wanted to tease him a little. That's really rare. Got it. What's wrong? Su Dafu. My brother-in-law praised us as a pair of brilliant and talented individuals. Yes. If we do live streaming and make short videos together, we're sure to become a hit. Chapter 124 Reality Comparison. Afternoon. Mu Yunxi didn't have any classes and was studying on her own, flipping through her textbooks. Su Moli then arrived at their class. Yunxi, I'm going to a meeting. Wait for me and we'll go back together. Okay, Sister Moli. The two chatted briefly for a while longer. Su Moli then left. It's no secret that Su Moli and Mu Yunxi are both Tang Mengxing's people, so Su Moli doesn't bother to hide it anymore. But everyone was still very curious about the fact that this most beautiful teacher came here to chat with Mu Yunxi. Huang Jingjing and Xie Duoduo, in particular, were curious about how Tang Mengxing managed her family relationships. Xie Duoduo was listless all day. She packed her textbooks and prepared to leave. She's adjusted a bit to what happened with Zhang Kuiyu and she'll just treat it as a dream. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Hello, is Xie Duoduo home? A boy stood at the doorway. He was short, plump, wore glasses, and had a friendly smile. Who are you? The class monitor asked. The boy was a little shy. Hello, I'm the person Xie Duoduo matched with. My name is Rin Chenchen. I added her as a friend and called her, but she didn't answer. I had no choice but to come and find her. Is she there? Ren Chenchen looks harmless and is quite cute. He looks like another Su Dafu, but his brain is obviously better. Upon hearing that it was Xie Duoduo's matched partner, everyone's attention shifted to that person. Even Mu Yunxi was curious. Xie Duoduo was hurt by this incident. Although many people in the class outwardly expressed sympathy, they secretly regarded it as a joke. And those who claimed to comfort her harbor a deep-seated indifference and mockery. Seeing Rin Chenchen like this, many people felt even more smug. Xie Duoduo's pretentious and boastful behavior yesterday had already annoyed them, especially the girls, who were filled with jealousy. But now, seeing Xie Duoduo looking so dejected, they couldn't be happier. Of course, we still need to pretend to stop Xie Duoduo from jumping off the building or taking medication. In fact, they didn't care whether Xie Duoduo was alive or dead. Duoduo, someone's looking for you, the class monitor called out. The students who had finished packing their bags started to slow down. There was something interesting to see. Mu Yunxi was among these people. He didn't bring many books, so he stuffed them in and took them out, then stuffed them in again, over and over, his eyes fixed on his backpack. But their ears had already perked up. Hello Duoduo, I'm Rin Chenchen. Rin Chenchen smiled at the other person. He was very satisfied with Xie Duoduo and felt very lucky. Not only are they students from Tsinghua and Peking universities, but they also seem innocent and kind. While not particularly attractive, it's passable. At least it's not a dinosaur. Ren Chenchen has a clear understanding of himself. He doesn't seek a fairy godmother, but only a wife who is good at managing the household, as long as she can live a good life. He couldn't win over a girl who was both beautiful and talented. He has already completed an internship at an animation company. He studied art and is quite good at drawing. The salary during the internship period is naturally not high, but after becoming a full-time employee, he will receive a monthly salary of around 20,000 yuan, which is quite considerable. But this is not what Xie wanted. Hello, I'm Xie. Xie greeted him anyway. I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight, is that alright? Our marriage certificate will arrive tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I'm currently renting an apartment on my own, sharing with a colleague. You don't need to move in yet, we can get to know each other better before you move in. Ren Xinshan was absolutely right, and Mu Yunqi gave him a thumbs up in her heart. What a great man! If it were Tang Mingxing, she would definitely say, my bed is big and soft. Do you want to chat about life tonight? I have something to do, I'll go first. The whole class was watching, but Xie Duo was unwilling to answer the question. She hadn't made a decision yet. When she was truly faced with a choice, she started thinking of Zhang Kuiyuan again, and began fantasizing about him appearing and taking her away. No rush. Let's have dinner together tonight. I'll take you to the mall across the street for barbecue. How did you get here? I was riding an electric bike. I just registered at the security desk and they let me through. Upon hearing this, Xie Duo suddenly shouted, electric bike? You don't even have a car? What are you doing here if you don't have a car? What right do you have to like me? What right do you have to marry me? Xie sudden outburst of anger left Ren Xinshan bewildered. He didn't know why the girl in front of him had suddenly lost control of her emotions. She just felt that she might have been too abrupt and offended the other party. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry, I'm currently doing an internship, I'll buy a car later. BMW? Mercedes? Audi? Ha ha. Do you think BBA is so great? Have you ever driven a Ferrari? Do you own a Lamborghini? Get lost. Xie Duo shouted again. He was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. Ren Xinshan stared at the other person in horror, unable to utter a single word. Xie Duo ignored him, picked up her school bag and walked out, leaving behind the words, "Don't come looking for me again, we have nothing to do with each other." The boy looked at the ground dejectedly, unable to understand why this was happening or what he had done to offend the other person. This melon wasn't very tasty. Many girls began to feel afraid of matchmaking and started to feel disgusted by Xie Duo's attitude. It's not that they're so righteous, but rather that they've gradually come to terms with reality. Who can guarantee that everyone will meet someone like Tang Mingxing? Then everyone's eyes turned to Mu Yunqi. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't say anything, Mu Yunqi said, feeling uneasy under the gaze of the entire class. Yunqi. You're so lucky. Yes, you're so lucky. Tang Mingxing treats you very well, doesn't she? Suddenly, several girls began to sigh. When praised, Mu Yunqi naturally had to be modest. It's alright, they've been quite nice to me. Could you introduce Tang Mingxing to us? Yes, we'll listen to you from now on. Xie Duo's reality brought these girls to their senses. Indeed, not everyone will encounter a high-quality man like Tang Mingxing. But Tang Mingxing is right in front of them, so they still have a chance. Some people used to follow Tang Mingxing just for fun, but now they really care. Comparing Mu Yunqi and Xie Duo only intensified this emotion at this point. Who cared about saving face? Mu Yunqi was a little confused. Why were these people suddenly so shameless? How could I possibly recommend Tang Mingxing to them? That's a nice thought. I have something to do, I'll go first, Mu Yunqi said, trying to leave. Professor Su is in a meeting. Didn't she tell you to wait for her? Yes, let's talk. Just tell me what you need. Chapter 125 Torrential Rain. The large number of girls compared to boys makes the competition fierce for ordinary girls. But beauties like Mu Yunqi and Lin Yushan, with their exceptional charm, are still highly sought after. Now that they know how to choose, and being in a good position, they have the advantage. With Tang Mingxing, this juicy piece of meat, right in front of them, they don't care if they're pretty or not, they're going to try their luck. Faced with the questions from the whole class, Mu Yunqi was at a loss for words. How could you do this? Mu Yunqi didn't understand. She could no longer comprehend their panic. Having Tang Mingxing by her side, she had grown accustomed to this pampering. Mu Yunqi went out and headed straight for Tang Mingxing's teaching building. Su Moli was still in a meeting when Tang Mingxing called, saying he would be going to see Zhang Ming later. Let's get together tonight. celebrating Zhang Ming's successful match. But whether it counts as a success or not, Tang Mingxing wasn't sure. I've never seen what Fang Yu looks like. Mu Yunqi stood downstairs at the teaching building, and a light drizzle began to fall again. A beautiful scene of a woman seeking shelter from the rain unfolds before our eyes. All that's missing is Tang Mingxing, the handsome man, to come and offer her an umbrella. Sister-in-law. Jiang Ming and Zhou Qi came out. Tang Mingxing told them to pick up Mu Yunqi. Su Moli is still in a meeting, we'll leave together later. Mu Yunqi smiled faintly. Congratulations, Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming laughed heartily. Thank goodness. I can finally relax this time. The best way to let go of a failed relationship is to fall in love with someone else. Human nature is complex. Zhang Ming was so deeply entangled in his longing for Xia Chenxi that he felt like dying. After the matching is complete and the results are displayed. Within 10 seconds, Fang Yu's photo swept away Zhang Ming's week-long gloom. The girl is very pretty and seems very cheerful. After speaking with Zhang Ming on the phone, the two had a very pleasant conversation. Tang Mingxing and Zhou Qi gave Zhang Ming a strict order: go along with what the girl says. Don't argue for no reason. That doesn't show your excellence, it's going against her. Zhang Ming understood this and corrected his bad habits. Zhou Qi, with his arm around his girlfriend Zhao Xian, said, let's have a big dinner party tonight, and have Mingxing invite all the wives over. Mu Yunqi's little eyes darted around, and after thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, that makes sense, it's more lively with more people. Where's Teacher Su? Zhou Qi suddenly thought of Su Moli. Sister-in-law is sister-in-law, but this is his teacher. Zhang Ming was also a little embarrassed. We've already called them all, it wouldn't be appropriate not to include Teacher Su, would it? Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were much more affectionate towards Mu Yunqi, as they were from the same school and Mu Yunqi had a lively personality. Secondly, there's Gu Qingcheng. They're both alumni, so they have a lot to talk about. Then there's Lin Yushang, this older sister is so amazing, it's hard not to get to know her. Finally, there's Su Moli, the one the two are most familiar with, and also the one they fear the most. What, you're not taking me to dinner? Su Moli's appearance was just in time, and the short meeting was over in no time. Zhou Qi released Zhao Xian's hand and said, hello, teacher. Shut up. Call her sister-in-law. Su Moli was afraid they would be too reserved. After school, there were no more rules, so she was naturally more friendly. She also started to learn some of Lin Yushang's catchphrases. For example, your grandpa, your sister, and so on. It's not easy to learn good things, but it's easy to learn bad things in a flash. Lin Yushang's temperament is too infectious. Zhou Qi smiled and said, sister-in-law. However, you should still address me by my title in class from now on. Su Moli suddenly became serious again. Understood. Teacher Su, sister-in-law. Zhou Qi also became nervous. Tang Mingxing, along with Lin Yushang and Gu Qingcheng, were already waiting at the school gate. A Maybach was parked across the street. Mingxing, why didn't you park the car at the entrance? We still have to walk over, Gu Qingcheng complained. Tang Mingxing covered her head in the drizzle, you don't understand. I'm a champion of justice. Getting too close to the evil school gates will backfire. Ha! Lin Yushang and Gu Qingcheng shared an umbrella, and she clearly didn't understand what Tang Mingxing meant. Tang Mingxing waved her hand, can't the three of us play a game? This little bit of rain is so dramatic. Lin Yushang ignored him and led Gu Qingcheng toward the door. Tang Mingxing was wearing a mask and a baseball cap, covering herself up completely. Tang Mingxing, the security guard at the gate, suddenly shouted from more than 20 meters away. Holy crap! You can recognize that? Resign. You're famous again, you know that? Hee, I know. Tang Mingxing sneaked into the school this morning, and the news was spread far and wide. The security guard was criticized for this. He is now a dangerous person. But Tang Mingxing ran into the guardhouse in a few steps. Is it against school rules for me to take shelter from the rain? That's not against the rules, but please don't go in. Clear. A few minutes later, the dean of students' car slowly drove out of the campus. The security guard at the gate knew him well and immediately saluted him. The head of the teaching department smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, but his smile suddenly froze a few seconds later. Tang Mingxing saw the head of the teaching department, and the two exchanged a glance. With a smack, Tang Mingxing stomped her foot and stood up straight, giving a salute as well. The head of the teaching department was slightly taken aback, quickly stepped on the brakes, and inexplicably returned the greeting. In the rain, a taxi was parked on the side of the road, and a slender woman got out of the car, holding a red umbrella. The red umbrella was particularly eye-catching. The girl walked to Lin Yushang's side, gazing at the campus of Tsinghua and Peking universities, waiting for someone. The rain gradually intensified. The small security booth was packed with people. Tang Mengxing suddenly ran over and squeezed between Lin Yushang and Gu Qingcheng. "What are you doing? This umbrella can't cover 3 people," Gu Qingcheng said, pushing Tang Mengxing away. Tang Mengxing, however, asked the girl with the red umbrella with curiosity, "Are you Fang Yu?" The girl turned her head and smiled sweetly, "Oh? Right, you are. I'm Tang Mengxing, Zhang Ming's buddy." "Oh, you must be Tang Mengxing. Hello." The two greeted each other. The girl was quite pretty. Although she wasn't a top-tier beauty, she was still a striking beauty who would stand out in a crowd. She was gentle and refined, with a strong scholarly air about her. Lin Yushang asked, "How did you recognize me? Have you seen me before?" "I've never met her, but I know she's a teacher. She reminds me of Su Moli at first glance." Fang Yu, holding her umbrella, glanced at Lin Yushang and Gu Qingcheng again, and the 3 girls quickly started chatting. "Stop pushing. Mengxing, either go back to the car or go to the security booth." Lin Yushang kicked Tang Mengxing aside. The latter then awkwardly hid in the security booth. A few minutes later, a white Panamera and 2X7s drove out. Fang Yu's eyes held a hint of shyness and anticipation. Zhang Ming rolled down the car window. "Xiao Yu, get in the car." Fang Yu smiled and nodded, Tang Mengxing also ran to the car in a few steps. Zhang Ming waved his hand, fully loaded. "You can sit in the back." "Huh? Are you kidding me?" The rain started, and Tang Mengxing was already soaked in just a few seconds. After Zhang Ming's car drove off, Zhou Qi followed closely behind. "Old Zhou." Zhou Qi's car sped past without even stopping. Finally, there's Su Moli's Panamera. "Moli, take me to the other side of the road, I'm going to get the car." Su Moli didn't even look at him. "Yushang, Qingcheng, get in the car." Several cars left the school. Tang Mengxing was left alone in the guard booth, staring at a young security guard. "What? You want to have dinner with me? Excuse me." Tang Mengxing ran straight out, vaulting over the railing in the heavy rain, heading straight for her Maybach. Chapter 126 Great Wealth and Strength Create New Glory. The rain was getting heavier, and Tang Mengxing drove closely behind the convoy. The foggy weather couldn't dampen Zhang Ming's good mood. It was a Chinese restaurant, booked by Tang Mengxing. It wasn't a high-end place, but Su Moli had said the food there was very good. The reason for dinner tonight is not to celebrate Zhang Ming's successful match. It was actually the first gathering after the Mid-Autumn Festival. The car came to a stop, and the group got out. Zhang Ming had communicated with Tang Mengxing beforehand, and there would be no monetary offensive tonight. It would all be about honesty and openness. "Be honest? You're not as good looking as me, do you think you can handle it?" Tang Mengxing was very worried about Zhang Ming's abilities. But the guy patted his chest and said, "We've already got the marriage certificate, so I know how to win a girl over now." They weren't the only ones who came. Gu Chang, Gao Xinro, and Su Dafu also arrived. Su Dafu wasn't invited by Tang Mengxing. Tang had called him beforehand, and the guy was planning to go back to his hometown for a couple of days. "I promised I wouldn't be coming tonight." But unexpectedly, he suddenly reappeared. "Dafu, you've learned to lie, haven't you? Didn't you say you weren't coming?" "I didn't come for you, Da Xiang sent me. We have important business to discuss. I believe the first part, but I just don't believe the second. Can you two possibly have anything serious to say?" Gu Chang coughed lightly twice. "Brother-in-law, it's really important. We talked on the phone and we're planning to start a live stream and make money by shooting short videos." After saying that, Gu Chang looked at everyone triumphantly. Tang Mengxing pondered for a moment. This idea is not bad. It has a low barrier to entry and doesn't require much education. There are all kinds of people on the internet. Even a pile of shit might be eaten by some people. How can you talk like that?" Su Moli nudged Tang Mengxing with her elbow. "We're eating, so talk about something clean." Tang Mengxing explained, "I didn't mean to belittle you two, I just look down on you two. Let me ask you a question. What kind of short videos are you planning to shoot?" What? Gu Chang and Su Dafu were stunned. What type? These two have only thought about making short videos, but they don't have any plans to go any further. Gu Chang's mind was filled with images such as how to earn praise from his parents and sister after making money, and how to make them look at him differently. For example, Tang Mingxing begged him on his knees to let him make money. For example, Gao Xinro looked at herself with admiration, hoping to give birth to a big, healthy son. I never thought about how to shoot short videos. You're only thinking about the good things, haven't you thought about what the first step should be? Tang Mingxing saw through Gu Chang's thoughts. Of course we have a plan. We're making comedy sketches. Su Dafu said. Tang Mingxing chuckled, wow, Dafu, you're quite intelligent. Not bad. He actually thought so too. He thought the two of them could make funny videos. But it wasn't because they were funny, it was because they had no other skills. Uncultured, unknowing, and untalented. Gu Chang is quite handsome, but Su Dafu, well, let's just say he's not good looking. However, the duo is quite interesting. Yeah, let's make funny videos. We can even make a series of short dramas. Brother-in-law, give us some support. What kind of support? Money? Good idea. Money isn't a problem, but I'm not entirely comfortable with you two handling this. It's not about the money. We'll just test the waters first, find a few pretty girls to act as actresses. The same goes for short videos, they just need to grab attention, right? How much does an actor cost? What money? Don't I have 3 beautiful older sisters? Gu Chang nodded to Su Moli and the other two. Ha ha. That's true, why don't you ask them what they think? Su Moli hesitated for a moment. Wouldn't this damage my image as a teacher? I'll think about it. Lin Yushang and Mu Yunxi were very interested and readily agreed. Gu Qingcheng smiled as she looked at her younger brother. He was starting to act like a grown-up, beginning to think about serious matters, and his quick wit was finally being put to good use. I've learned to leverage my existing relationships, and I thought of those 3, they? 3? Thinking about this, Gu Qingcheng realized that it didn't seem to be her business. Gu Chang, what do you mean by 3 beautiful older sisters? Gu Qingcheng grabbed Gu Chang's ear and asked. 4 older sisters. I was wrong. 4 older sisters? Isn't it beautiful? 3 beautiful older sisters and 1 biological sister. What's wrong with me? Gu Qingcheng closed her eyes, trying hard to suppress the anger in her heart. Sister. I swore to Shinro today that I would never lie again, please let me go. Gu Qingcheng's lips twitched. This is such a good younger brother. I want to take pictures too. I want to be the prettiest sister. Gu Qingcheng slammed her hand on the table, completely abandoning her usual composure. She has completely lost the image of a well-bred lady. Sis, I'm begging you, I want to make money, but your looks are just not good enough. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Gu Qingcheng felt a little embarrassed. Tang Mingxing began, this is a good start. No matter what, you can start doing it and gradually figure it out. This is good news, isn't it? They say a prodigal son's return is more precious than gold. But we'll have to see how you perform in the future. The second piece of good news is about Zhang Ming and Fang Yu. Congratulations! Congratulations! Everyone raised their glasses in celebration, and Fang Yu, without any pretense, readily picked up her glass and clinked it with everyone. Tang Mingxing asked, what are your plans for the future? This time, Zhang Ming learned his lesson, I'll listen to Xiao Yu. Fang Yu stole a glance at Zhang Ming, her eyes filled with satisfaction. I'm currently living in the faculty dormitory, it's not big, just over 60 square meters, a single room, but I'm still thinking of discussing living together with Zhang Ming after we get to know each other better. I agree too. Zhang Ming began his flattery, agreeing with everything Fang Yu said, no matter what she said. In a daze, Zhang Ming thought of Xia Chenxi. If he had said the same thing back then, would she be the one in the picture now? Of course, this is just a simple daydream. Enjoying the present moment is the most important thing. Okay. The third thing is, Qingcheng and I will get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Tang Mingxing suddenly said. Ha? The others didn't react much, but Gu Qingcheng, the person involved, was a little confused. What's wrong? You don't want to? I do. Gu Qingcheng, who was still upset that Gu Chang said she wasn't pretty, was now overjoyed, her eyes shining as if she wanted to devour Tang Mingxing. Hey! We could make a story called The Vicious Sister and the Wimpy Brother-in-Law. Gu Chang blurted out, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Tang Mingxing suddenly gave her a murderous look. No, my brother is not a coward. Su Dafu said. Tang Mingxing felt a warmth in her heart. It was still Dafu who was thinking of him. They should make a film about how a perverted brother scammed 4 older sisters. Tang Mingxing downed her drink in one gulp. Damn, you two are so good at coming up with names, why don't you go write novels? Chapter 127 Grandfather and Grandson. The party ended after everyone had drunk their fill. Su Dafu and Gu Chang were still planning how to start their own business. These two drunkards kept drinking even after everyone else had left the restaurant. As Tang Mingxing was leaving, Gu Chang, not one to be foolish, called out to her, brother-in-law, don't forget to pay the bill. I don't have any money. It's not that he's stingy, he just really doesn't have much money. Tang Mingxing paid the bill for them and ordered another case of beer, letting them brag to themselves. On the way home, Tang Mingxing brought Gu Qingchang and Mu Yunqi with her. Gu Qingchang was still very excited. Mingxing, are we really getting our marriage certificate tomorrow? Ah. That's right, why wouldn't you want to? No, I'm very happy. After spending some time together, sparks flew between the two. In addition, Li Ziyang has returned to China and is preparing to invest. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Mu Yunqi then brought up what happened at school today, specifically about Xie Duo. Tang Mingxing expressed her deepest sympathy, saying it was completely deserved. She brought it on herself, and mourning her lost love. Tang Mingxing was uneasy about Zhang Kuiyuan's sudden disappearance, wondering what kind of bad things he might be planning behind the scenes. Around 9 p.m., Tang Mingxing began making the bed. Why are you so diligent? Lin Yushan leaned against the doorframe, watching Tang Mingxing tidy up the bed. My happy and blissful base of operations, shouldn't it be kept well maintained? In the bedroom, there are now 3 large beds pushed together. Tang Mingxing, you haven't been studying lately, have you? Su Moli appeared at a very inopportune time. Tang Mingxing wasn't afraid anymore. I don't have any kung fu skills. Tang Mingxing hugged Su Moli, feeling the warmth emanating from her body. The phone rang, and a WeChat friend request came in. Grandson, a friend request from your grandpa. Tang Mingxing looked at the message and fell silent. After accepting the friend request, I quickly gathered my thoughts and said, damn it, who are you trying to take advantage of? He then sent a voice message, you dare tell me where you are? Believe me or not, I'll kill you. There was a long silence on the other end as well. What's wrong, Mingxing? Mu Yunqi pressed even closer, her face flushed as she looked at Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing snorted coldly, an idiot, trying to take advantage of me. Mu Yunqi glanced at the person's WeChat message, rarely confused. What a corny name, feels like an old man in his 70s or 80s. Hearing Mu Yunqi's words, Tang Mingxing laughed twice, then suddenly thought of her grandfather. No way. Logically speaking, my grandfather should have been an exceptionally important person, so his name shouldn't be so rustic. Then Tang Mingxing remembered that her father's nickname was, Go Forward. Mom's nickname, Blooming Flowers and Wealth. They're all country bumpkins. Tang Mingxing suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and quickly deleted the message. Unfortunately, it's too late. Rarely Confused sent a voice message, Mingxing, my good grandson, I really am your grandfather. Hearing the sound, Tang Mingxing jumped up from the bathtub. Tang Mingxing dialed a voice call, Grandpa. Came a hearty laugh from the other end, little Mingxing, do you miss your grandpa? Tang Mingxing didn't know how to answer this question, which was meant to comfort a child. If they were 4 or 5 years old, they would definitely answer yes. But now that she's 21, she felt a little embarrassed. However, given the current state of their relationship, Tang Mingxing replied, I miss you, but I've been busy lately and haven't had time to visit you. Tang Mingxing's words carried a certain distance, as she hadn't had time to see her grandfather in recent years, and their relationship wasn't particularly close. The old man opposite them was Tang Mingxing's grandfather, Tang Tianming. The old man sat in his office, facing the Shanghai Financial Center. At this moment, the old man's usual majesty vanished, and the bodyguards and staff on the side stood silently guarding him, each exuding a chilling aura. But I was shocked. It was rare to see the old man so kind and approachable. No. This must be the first time I've seen this. Mingxing, you'd better hurry up and come to Shanghai. Grandpa, I also want to ask you this, have you been living in Shanghai all these years? Why didn't you let me go there sooner? Tang Tianming frowned slightly. There were some things he wasn't sure he should say to Tang Mingxing, but after thinking about it, he decided that Tang Mingxing was the only heir of the Tang family and said, "Mingxing, not long ago, my Tang family was invincible in the world. At least with your father and me around, no one is a threat anymore. You can rest assured and try to take over. Come to Shanghai first. The Dragon Kingdom is safe, and Yanjing is even safer. As long as Tang Mingxing doesn't cause trouble, there shouldn't be any problems." Tang Hai's surveillance of Tang Mingxing continued, including when he was driven home, had a minor conflict with the security guard, and had a friction with Zheng Kuiyuan. He knew all of this. The Tang family's intelligence agency was monitoring Tang Mingxing at all times. But it's not to the point of punishing just anyone. It's a trivial matter, but if you don't handle it properly, you might end up with your hands covered in poop. You won't die, but it'll be disgusting. Tang Mingxing actually wanted to see her grandfather, not out of longing, but out of curiosity. "I've only met my grandfather a handful of times, and we don't have a particularly deep relationship. However, now that the old man has personally made the call, he is determined to set off as soon as possible. Mingxing, come over as soon as possible, and bring my granddaughters-in-law too. Oh. By the way, I'll have to trouble you to take me to Yanjing when you leave, so this old man can spend more time with you all." Ha ha ha. Tang Tianming touched his bald head, then looked at the childhood photo of Tang Mingxing on the table. "You're 21 now, time flies." Tang Mingxing didn't expect her grandfather to come over. "Grandpa, will you come and live with me? Is it okay?" Tang Tianming asked softly, covering the phone, afraid that Tang Mingxing would refuse. Tang Mingxing hesitated. He didn't object to living with his grandfather, but the house was too big. They weren't familiar with each other, and suddenly an old man moved in. Tang Mingxing felt uncomfortable. Their relationship was more like that of distant relatives. "Okay." Tang Mingxing finally agreed. After all, everything he owned, including the house, came from his parents and grandfather, so why should he refuse? Tang Tianming replied with a smile, "Don't worry, this old man doesn't have any bad habits. I'll live on the 3rd floor from now on, and I won't bother you young people." After the two hung up the phone, Tang Tianming ordered, "Turn on the lights." His subordinates quickly turned on all the lights in the office. Tang Tianming smiled and took a selfie, then sent it to Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing smiled warmly as she looked at the bald, white-bearded old man on her phone. Tang Tianming ended the conversation, his eyes suddenly turning vicious, and then asked, "How are those little devils from the island nation doing? It was taken to international waters. Does it still have any use?" "Gone. It sank." "Yes." Seeing Tang Tianming's ruthless demeanor, the men finally felt relieved the old man hadn't lost his mind. He was still the same old man. Chapter 128, Still Keeping a Low Profile. Early in the morning, Tang Mingxing and Gu Qingcheng hurriedly applied for marriage. The mailing address for the marriage certificate is listed as the Gu family, but they're in Shanghai these days and probably won't have time to mail it. Inside the airport, Tang Mingxing's chartered plane presented a familiar scene. Mu Yunqi started taking photos and showing them off, and during this time she has become a minor internet celebrity on social media platforms. He has 30,000 followers on Douyin and 10,000 followers on Xiaolanchu. And the way to attract fans is naturally still to flaunt wealth. This effect is very effective. Lin Yushang has also opened a social media platform, mainly to share motorcycles and camping equipment. She was different from Mu Yunqi. Mu Yunqi was purely driven by vanity, while Lin Yushang simply shared her experiences and exchanged ideas with like-minded friends. However, this effect is not as good as Mu Yunqi's, and many people are not motorcycle enthusiasts, but are more attracted by her looks. The most frustrating thing is that many of them are women, calling him husband all the time. Tang Mingxing also followed Mu Yunqi and Lin Yushang's social media accounts. Tang Mingxing felt that Mu Yunqi was alright. Most of the comments below were normal, mostly just some people expressing envy or making sarcastic remarks. Lin Yushang's was somewhat abnormal. Tang Mingxing saw Lin Yushang also taking pictures of an airplane and asked, "Yushang, are you using social media to pick up girls again?" Lin Yushang blushed. To be honest, Lin Yushang only looked a bit more handsome with her short hair, but she was still an extremely beautiful woman. "No. I was just taking pictures for fun." Lin Yushang quickly made an excuse. "Oh." Tang Mingxing sat on the sofa, legs crossed. "Come over and massage my legs." Lin Yushang chuckled, sat down, and gently punched Tang Mingxing's leg. "Who do you think is more handsome, me or you? I'm handsome in a masculine way, and you're handsome in a feminine way," Tang Mingxing said casually. Lin Yushang immediately lowered her hand and pouted, I am a girl, okay? 2 hours later, the plane arrived in Shanghai. Mu Yunqi also updated her status on time, a casual trip, thank you to all the flight attendants, the service was superb. The post included a beautiful photo of herself, a group photo of the 4 girls, and the interior of the airplane. And fearing that others would say it was staged, he even took a picture of the clouds outside the window to prove that the plane had taken off. And then there's the exquisite food. Details determine success or failure. Mu Yunqi said smugly as she got off the plane, looking at Xiao Lanshu and Douyin. This post was a great success, gaining several thousand new followers, and seeing significant increases in comments, likes, and saves. Tang Mingxing could tell from her smug expression that she had posted something, so she quickly opened her phone to check. In the photo, even without any beauty filters, he is 2 meters tall with legs that are 1.7 meters long. Mu Yunqi. Tang Mingxing went over and gently patted her pert bottom. What's wrong? Mu Yunqi asked, turning around. Tang Mingxing retorted sarcastically, you're thanking the flight attendants? Shouldn't you be thanking me? Mu Yunqi immediately understood and quickly hugged Tang Mingxing. Oh, let me pretend. I've even got some small businesses asking me for collaborations. Oh? This surprised Tang Mingxing. But you said you're married? Mu Yunqi quickly took out her phone, read the synopsis. Tang Mingxing then noticed that the profile read, Postot's beauty, married. Enjoying a happy married life. Okay. That's more like it. Mu Yunqi has indeed received a lot of inquiries from small businesses recently, who want to visit her stores or promote her business through advertising. 2,000 yuan each time. Mu Yunqi certainly wouldn't care about that little bit of money. In fact, many users or streamers who frequently use these platforms have also noticed Mu Yunqi, but they don't believe that Mu Yunqi is real. Many fake rich people online have already been exposed, and although Su Muyunxi's persona attracts a lot of attention quickly, it is also easy for people to expose her as a fake. After getting off the plane, 7 or 8 cars were already parked at the airport, waiting for Tang Mingxing's arrival. Young Master Tang, hello. A dozen men in suits bowed slightly to show their respect. This made Tang Mingxing feel a little uncomfortable. Hello. He didn't have the habits of someone in a position of power, he preferred to be unrestrained. A man wearing white gloves opened the car door, please. This feeling, reminiscent of European nobility, began to disgust Tang Mingxing. Damn, he's even better at showing off than me. Although that's what I thought to myself, I still smiled in response. At this moment, not only Mu Yunqi, but also Su Moli, Lin Yushang, and Gu Qingcheng all took out their phones and started taking pictures. Gu Qingcheng was no stranger to such grand displays, but something felt different about them. Her own father also had bodyguards and drivers, but that just felt like a show. Now, she felt that these men in suits were more professional and more menacing. It's chilling. Can we take pictures? Mu Yunqi also sensed something was wrong and asked cautiously. The man in the suit said, okay. The car was very stable throughout the journey, and Tang Mingxing looked out the window with great curiosity. Truly impressive. This international metropolis is something else. Tang Mingxing clicked her tongue in praise, saying that compared to the solemnity of Yanjing, Shanghai was more youthful and vibrant. More suitable for young people. Yuanzhuan, a name that sounds a lot like a certain residential community. Located in the heart of Shanghai. However, it is an estate. It is the place where Tang Mingxing's grandfather, Tang Tianming, recuperates. Tang Mingxing's villa was already quite large, but compared to this manor, it was utterly insignificant. Damn, so rich? Upon seeing the manor, everyone understood the true meaning of luxury. This feeling is not as simple as just having money. Having money to show off is not considered extravagant. It's a waste of nature to have such a manor in such a prime location, complete with large lawns and an artificial lake. The entire manor's buildings are no more than 2 stories high, and all are in a classic, antique style. Tang Mingxing looked into the distance, somewhat curious. It's one thing that there are no tall buildings inside the manor, but none on the outer perimeter either? The buildings on the outer perimeter looked to me to be only 3 or 4 stories high. The man in the suit who was driving said, to protect the old man, no tall buildings are allowed to be constructed around here. Tang Mingxing nodded, damn, I didn't expect Grandpa to be so awesome. Looks like I should have kept a low profile. Chapter 129. So excited I cried. Tang Mingxing and her group got out of the car, and several bodyguards blocked Su Moli and her group. Excuse me, only young Master Tang is allowed to enter. Please, everyone, rest in the side rooms. The group was slightly taken aback, but had no choice but to accept the suggestion. Tang Mingxing followed a man in a suit into the main hall. Walked through the long corridor. Pushing open a wooden door, Tang Tianming sat inside, having been waiting for a long time. Tang Mingxing stood at the door, looking at the kind and amiable old man across from her. The old man was clearly a little nervous. Mingxing, you have come. Ah. I'm here. Hey. Tang Mingxing looked at her grandfather, and indeed, the two looked more alike. Dreamstar, you really look just like me when I was young. Yes, I think so too, but Grandpa, when did you start going bald? Less than 40, I guess. Although the father and son were a little unfamiliar with each other when they first met, blood is thicker than water, and a sense of intimacy arose spontaneously. We just didn't know where to begin, as we had so few shared memories. Tang Mingxing touched her head. Balding before 40? No way. I hope he takes after his father in this respect. The grandfather and grandson met and chatted for a while before becoming acquainted. Tang Tianming told Tang Mingxing that he was already semi-retired and that he would spend more time with him in the future. The burden of the Tang family fell entirely on Tang Hai's shoulders. At the same time, it is also necessary to begin training a successor. That is, Tang Mingxing. However, there's no rush. Tang Tianming will personally take on the important task of nurturing Tang Mingxing. Mingxing, Grandpa owes you so much. What is your wish? I don't have any wishes right now. I just hope to see my parents more often, and I'd also like to start my own small business. Whether it succeeds or not is another matter. Tang Tianming said, you stay in Shanghai for a few days and take your wives sightseeing. We'll head back to Yanjing in a few days. Several girls sat in the lounge and began looking around. Mu Yunqi took out her own large water bottle, opened the straw, and took a big sip of the still warm milk tea. Several men in suits suddenly entered. Gentlemen, you may now pay your respects to old Master Tang. Su Moli and the others immediately tensed up. They all knew this was an important person, and they didn't know what to say or not to say. Several girls, led by a man in a suit, entered the main hall. The wooden door opened again. Upon seeing the scene before them, the bodyguards looked tense. The grandfather and granddaughter were already familiar with each other. Tang Mingxing stood next to Tang Tianming and rubbed his head with her hand. Grandpa, your head is so smooth, that's called being exceptionally intelligent. Ha. You know how to talk, kid. Tang Tianming, who was usually so dignified, now looked like an ordinary old man. He allowed his grandson to run rampant. Upon seeing his granddaughters-in-law, Tang Tianming stood up. Please sit down, don't be shy. The identities of Su Moli and the others had long been exposed, and Tang Tianming knew everything. As soon as the four girls took a step forward, the bodyguards around them quietly put their hands on their waists. Get out of here. What danger could there be? Get lost. Tang Tianming noticed the bodyguards' unusual behavior and quickly shouted. All the bodyguards quickly bowed and withdrew. The four girls were already sweating profusely. The four of them are not like Tang Mingxing, she has her own grandchildren. They were just granddaughters-in-law. If they dared to do anything dangerous, the bodyguards would definitely draw their guns. After a long while, the four girls calmed down a little. Tang Tianming was very happy today. He took out 5 cards from his drawer. Come on, I don't have any gifts, but I prepared some pocket money for you. This is Mo Li's, this is Yun Shi's, this is Yu Shang's, and this is Qing Chang's. The last card was given to Tang Mingxing. Tang Tianming smiled and whispered to Tang Mingxing, yours is the most. How many? 20 billion. And them? One person is worth 500 million, we're like grandfather and grandson, don't talk nonsense, and tell your wife not to be upset. I understand. The grandfather and grandson were talking secretly. If Tang Mingxing and Su Dafu were plotting something, the girls would definitely have overheard. But now, I dare not at all. At noon, we had a simple meal at Yun Manor. As was Tang Tianming's habit, the meal was very ordinary, but since his grandson had come, he added a few meat dishes. Mu Yunqi couldn't wait to go out and have fun, not only because the prosperity of Shanghai attracted her, but also because the atmosphere of the entire manor made her feel very depressed. Now I don't dare to utter a sound. Apart from those few, everyone here seemed to exude a murderous aura. Did Chu Junyao contact you? Tang Tianming suddenly asked. Chu Junyao? Tang Mingxing was a little confused when she heard this name, as if she had heard it before. Didn't your dad tell you? Oh. I remember now. Tang Hai had indeed told Tang Mingxing about this before, but Tang Mingxing hadn't taken it to heart at all. What Chu family, Zhang family, Li family, Wang family? They don't really care. Tang Tianming sighed, his grandfather and I were old friends, but things have changed drastically these past few years. My old friend is ill and nearing his end. He originally wanted to arrange a marriage with the Chu family. Alas! This girl is naturally willful, and the Chu family is on the verge of collapse. Our family, on the other hand, no longer needs to be subservient to others. In other words, they have to be subservient to us. So I'm not really willing to agree to this marriage. The Tang family's growth was precisely so that we wouldn't have to curry favor with the powerful anymore. So, grandson, go after whoever you like. Apart from having to inherit the family business, everything else is up to you. Unlike the other girls, Tang Mingxing was no longer reserved. Now he finally understood something. He was the crown prince of the strongest family in the Dragon Kingdom. He is even the heir to one of the most powerful families in the world. From now on, if I don't act like I own the place, I'll be letting down my status. After they finished eating, the group discussed going to Disneyland. Tang Mingxing looked at the cars in the garage. They were all minivans, Audi A8s, Lunkies, and at least one Phantom. Isn't there a sports car? Tang Mingxing complained, this car isn't flashy enough. That makes sense. At his age, his grandfather can't possibly drive a sports car around anymore. What he needs is space and comfort. Young master, would you like me to arrange a driver for you? No need, I can drive it myself. Tang Mingxing was down to earth and casually picked out an Audi A8. Disneyland was chosen by Mu Yunxi. This girl has a princess dream. Gu Qingqing has come many times. Su Moli and Lin Yushan were also a little excited, as this was their first time in Shanghai and their first time visiting Disneyland. Inside the car, Su Moli took out the card Tang Tianming had given her. How much money is in here? Mu Yunxi said, Grandpa will definitely give me a lot. Gu Qingqing agreed with this statement. The old man's spending is definitely much more than my family's, probably 50 million per person. 50 million? Lin Yushan thought for a moment. Indeed, the Tang family was much richer. Tang Mingxing, driving the car, exclaimed, there's a zero missing. Ha! Mu Yunxi understood what Tang Mingxing meant. The other girls also understood missing a zero meant it was 500 million. 500 million per person? 500 million? Su Molia's voice was hoarse with nervousness. Yes. Tang Mingxing answered firmly, feeling incredibly satisfied. There was no surprise, no cheers, not a sound. The car was silent. The four girls quietly linked their cards to WeChat, changed their passwords, put them away, and held their bags tightly in their hands. I reached out and touched it every few tens of seconds, afraid that it would suddenly disappear. My excitement was palpable. Mu Yunxi sat in the passenger seat, her face flushed. Yunxi, why do you look like you've just been through a lot with me? No. I'm so excited I feel like crying. Why? After saying this, Mu Yunxi wasn't angry at Tang Mingxing for teasing her. Instead, she actually started crying. The most intense excitement may be silence. Perhaps that's just how it is. Chapter 130 The Beauty of First Love. The group entered the park, which was undoubtedly an excellent date spot for couples. In Shanghai, this kind of consumption is a bit high. Several girls had visited amusement parks more or less when they were young. Tang Mingxing was the only one who didn't have that. This kid grew up in the village, and the best playground for him was the hillside behind the village. Rolling, fighting, kicking a ball, throwing sandbags. I went there once when I was older, and now it's the last time. The four girls spent the afternoon taking Tang Mingxing for a stroll, having a great time. Tang Mingxing followed behind, and couldn't help but feel a little tempted as she looked at the four beautiful figures. The crowd was dense, and Tang Mingxing stayed close to the four girls, afraid of losing them. In a daze, a beautiful figure flashed before his eyes. That figure looks so familiar. Tang Mingxing's mind went blank for a moment, and a strong sense of déjà vu washed over her. Hurry and find that figure. As a result, he still got separated from the four girls. Where did Tang Mingxing take it? Su Moli asked, noticing that Tang Mingxing had disappeared. Never mind that for now, we're all grown up. We won't get lost, Gu Qingqing said, holding hands with Mu Yanxi as they stood on tiptoe to look at the parade floats. Su Moli wasn't worried. With a park this big, there wouldn't be any human traffickers, much less kidnappers like Tang Mengxing. When Tang Mengxing came to his senses, he realized that the girls were gone, but his mind was still filled with the images of what had just happened. Who is it? I feel like I've seen it before. This feeling is like, the most beautiful memories of youth have been stirred up. First love. Yes, it was the spring of my 18th year. A season 4, falling in love. On campus, the girl who accompanied me back to my dorm, to the cafeteria, secretly exchanged love letters, and secretly fell in love, the one with whom I poured out my heart. A man's most unforgettable experience is definitely his first love, especially a first love that didn't end well. That was a regret in my heart. Yi Jinxian. The 3 words kept flashing through his mind, a familiar yet unfamiliar name. I really want to see her again. This is what they call a jerk, always thinking about his first love. Tang Mengxing gave a wry smile. It just looks similar, right? What a coincidence. Mang Xing. A familiar voice rang out, one that Tang Mengxing knew all too well. Turning around, a girl dressed beautifully looked like a flower in the sunlight. She was looking at him in surprise. Jin Xian. It really is you? Memories from 3 years ago instantly flooded back. Yi Jinxian looked at Tang Mengxing with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Old classmate, it's been a long time. Tang Mengxing stared at her intently and replied, long time no see. You're here too? This is my boyfriend. Did you come alone? Me and boyfriend? Only then did Tang Mengxing notice that there was a man next to her, about the same age as her, slightly chubby, but taller than her. First love, the most beautiful and purest feeling during student days. There were no conflicts of interest, no deceit or treachery back then. It was a simpler time, which is why it's so unforgettable. But in an instant, Tang Mengxing returned to reality. Although I haven't graduated from university yet, it's not like I was in high school anymore. The nature of many situations has changed. The most innocent time is gone forever. My wife and I came together, Tang Mengxing said, her mind clear and her chaotic thoughts quickly settled. The past is the past. Although he was reluctant to let go, he knew that what he was reluctant to let go of was that period of time, not the people in front of him. What I'll miss is my 18-year-old self, 18-year-old Ji Jinxian. In that year, I was praised and scolded by the teacher, shared hot water with my classmates, went to and from get out of class, secretly chatted in the dormitory after lights out, and secretly hid novels in my desk. First love is an important piece of the puzzle of youth, but it is not the only one. It makes the whole thing more complete. Tang Mengxing asked, are you studying in Shanghai now? Well, but I've taken a break from school to prepare for my wedding. Yi Jinxian smiled brightly, happy and proud. Tang Mengxing and her boyfriend exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Hello, my name is Yao Bingkuan. Hello, I'm Tang Mengxing. Upon learning that she was getting married, Tang Mengxing felt less restless. After all, she already had 4 wives. Very normal. Ha ha. Congratulations. Tang Mengxing sincerely expressed her blessings. However, Yi Jinxian felt embarrassed. She knew that the boy in front of her was her first love, and she was getting married in 3 days. She didn't know how to bring this up. Yao Bingkuan asked, were you high school classmates, or? High school. Tang Mengxing replied. Yao Bingkuan said, we're getting married the day after tomorrow. If you have time, why don't you come along? This was precisely what made Ji Jinxian embarrassed. She had notified some of her classmates who were in Shanghai. Who would have thought I'd run into Tang Mengxing here? Even if I don't tell him, he'll find out sooner or later through our classmates' WeChat group. This is a bit embarrassing. Moreover, she and Tang Mengxing were not only classmates, but also from the same hometown, Tangdong village, where Tang Mengxing grew up. Back in high school, my classmates were all from nearby towns or districts. Since Yao Bingkuan has already said so, let's bite the bullet and invite him. Yi Jinxian felt a little embarrassed, but also a little excited. She did only so on the college entrance exam, getting into an ordinary second-tier university. She also knew that Tang Mengxing had been admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities. This disparity, coupled with their long-distance relationship, led to their breakup very quickly. But she refused to accept her fate, and she had a vague feeling that Tang Mengxing had dumped her. Tang Mengxing also had a feeling that Yi Jinxian had dumped him. Actually, the two broke up peacefully, but they both resented each other for not trying to win each other back. And they were all smart people. They knew there was no way to keep them. Love can sometimes be just sentimental. However, Yi Jinxian is very good looking, and she can sing and dance. She also comes from a middle-class family. Based on the idea of going to a big city, I chose Shanghai. And Shanghai did not disappoint her. There were many opportunities there, including opportunities to find a partner. Yao Bingkuan is a native of Shanghai. His family runs a small business, which makes him very proud. Both Shanghai and Beijing residency permits are highly sought after. Tang Mingxing still has a rural household registration, but given his family background, a household registration is practically useless. Yi Jinxian considered herself to have risen from humble beginnings to become a phoenix, and was very proud of herself. She also contacted classmates she hadn't seen in a long time, friends from elementary school to university. The notification was sent to everyone in Shanghai. Sharing happiness with friends is one aspect, but another is showing off one's happiness. Tang Mingxing, you're such a grown-up, do we still need to watch you? You can't even keep track of someone in such a small place. Mu Yunxi's complaining voice came from behind.